for the realization of the long-cherished dream of fighting on the battlefield. You, alone, held a sword to guard a solitary city for 10 years. Despite your repeated repulsion of the massive attacks by the foreign army, not a single person in the city cheered for you. Instead, they all knelt down and begged you to surrender immediately. This is because it is a solitary city surrounded by barbarians from the western regions. 60 years ago, the Anxi rebellion left the Tang dynasty in ruins, and the central plains were no longer able to control the western regions. However, when they retreated, they forgot about this city. Only a secret message left by the emperor remained: defend the city walls and wait for rescue. For these 8 characters, countless soldiers have defended this place with their blood over the past 60 years, but still have not received any help from the central plains, not even a letter. Now, all the soldiers in the city have died in battle, leaving only you, the last young adult. They do not want you to sacrifice in vain, just to defend the meaningless glory of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, an old man with white hair walked up to you and said, Chang'an, surrender and then leave Kucha city. Find a place to live a good life. But you firmly replied, I will not surrender. For 60 years, no one from the Anxi army has surrendered or been captured. Grandma, do you think I should be a coward? As soon as you finished speaking, a white-haired old man in the crowd roared, You are different. You are brave and invincible. The barbarians have repeatedly urged you to surrender, promising you a high position if you surrender. Now that the Tang dynasty has forgotten this city, it would be meaningless for you to sacrifice yourself. You did not respond, but turned around and walked towards the city wall as usual, then left a sentence: This city has been defended for 60 years. What's the harm in defending it for a lifetime? As long as I am here, this Tang flag will not fall. As a time traveler, your golden finger is to become stronger by killing enemies. And you, who have grown up eating from 100 families, joined the army and stepped onto the city wall at the age of 10. For 10 years, your personal martial arts skills have reached the state of transformation, and you don't even know the specific realm. But you only know that your comrades around you are dying one by one in battle, and you can also see your own probable outcome, exhausted in each battle, unable to withstand the enemy with your fists, and eventually dying from exhaustion. But you don't feel sad. There's nothing wrong with dying to protect your homeland. You just don't want to disappoint the expectations of 60 years and 20,000 fallen soldiers of the Anxi army. You want the entire Central Plains to know that there is still a territory of the Great Tang in the western regions. This land stained with blood that has not changed hands in 60 years. You are inspecting the defense equipment at various locations on the city wall as usual. The Anxi army has built a strong defense on the city wall, which is one of the reasons why they have been able to hold out for 60 years. But at this moment, a distant roar is heard, and the sound of galloping horses makes the ground tremble violently. When you hear the movement, you know that about 300 enemy troops are about to attack. Sure enough, as the yellow sand dispersed, 300 iron riders rushed to the city of Kucha. They looked up at you one after another, but they did not despise or hate you, only full of admiration and solemnity. For this solitary city that has stood for 60 years, the great barbarian empire initially consumed heavy troops to attack the city but was stubbornly resisted by the Anxi army. Today, the empire slowly no longer cares about this city, let alone the dwindling Whitehead army inside. Therefore, the dispatched troops are fewer and fewer, but capturing this city has become an obsession. And now that Gu Chang'an refuses to surrender, then crush this city and ascend the city. The blonde leader with blue eyes roared, and with a command, 2 siege ladders were already moved to the city wall. The barbarian army quickly climbed up, with no attacking arrows from above. You stood on the city tower, sweeping the enemy forces away like a fierce wind. The power of slaughter poured down like a sudden rain. With each swing of the sword, an enemy soldier fell. The barbarian army had already suffered heavy casualties in a short time. Seeing this scene, the charging barbarian soldiers were blank in their minds. The blonde leader with blue eyes was even more panicked. He came forward bravely for battle, clearly having prepared the formation well, but still underestimated you. The battle is getting more intense, but the barbarian army is becoming more and more timid. Clearly, as long as they defeat you, they can possess the city that has not been breached for 60 years. But you are like an insurmountable mountain, calmly standing in front, telling the western regions in a cruel and brutal way that as long as you stand, the city will not fall. Retreat! The leader felt fear in his heart and dared not gamble his life with you anymore. Night falls, and blood flows like a river on the city walls. Although you have once again achieved a complete victory, you, who did not frown when facing 300 enemy soldiers just now, are now in tears because you are too lonely. You want to tell your comrades that you have shown great power, killed 300 enemy soldiers, as easily as picking grass and cutting flowers. But where are the people around you? What if you kill 300, and then face another 3,000 or 30 million? After all, You are just flesh and blood. If you can't hold on, what will happen to the people in the city? You know the formula for black powder and want to blast away the enemy, but the city of Kucha doesn't even have the basic materials. Yes, a city that has been closed for 60 years would be lucky to have basic food security. How can one dare to ask for more? I can't die. I have to hold on. I want the Central Plains to know the tragic story of the 60 years of the Anxi army. Wiping away her lonely tears, Gu Chang'an slowly got up and resumed her usual calm and collected manner. As darkness fell, he was alone at the head of the city, and the moonlight spilling over his shoulders was his hometown. Chapter 2, Great Changes in the Divine Continent. The Collapsing Datang. In Chang'an in early fall, the fallen leaves began to flake. The imperial temple. Smoky birdie. Inside the temple stood a noble and elegant woman. A trailing phoenix skirt cannot hide the rich body. She looks absolutely beautiful out of the dust, skin white and delicate, but the eyebrows and eyes extraordinarily haggard. It was the new king, Li Bing, who had been on the throne for only 3 months. The second female emperor in history, but also the second female master of the great Tang Shenkuan. Unlike Emperor Zetian, who opened up the world, her ascension to the throne did not spark a public furor. It seems to be par for the course. 50 years ago there was a huge change in the heavenly Tao. The aura was revived. The world was turned upside down, and all the major powers had risen to power. The already fragmented Datang was headed for complete collapse. As the clan member of the Li Tang clan with the most exceptional martial arts talent, after 7 years and 12 emperors, she fearlessly launched the palace military advice, the main government of the Golden Palace. Her first order of business was to get rid of the eunuchs. The eunuch-dominated dynastic government that lasted for 20 years completely went up in smoke, and the persistent problems that had existed since the Anxi rebellion were eradicated. But that's about it. She was more than capable of dealing with the impending collapse. Outside, there is a flourishing barbarian country that is so powerful that it seems to be patronized by the heavenly Tao and occupies the territory with the richest spiritual qi. The land of the divine continent is even more tragic and unbearable. In just a few decades, except for the great Tang dynasty, Western Shu, Southern Chu, Northern Liang, Yuyan and Zhao, and Eastern Wu were successively proclaimed as emperors. The Jianghu is in turmoil, using martial arts to violate the prohibition. Morality and ethics in front of the fist is not worth a couple of weight. Li Bo, to pull the tide of the wild and help the building to fall. I can't do it even if I try. The Empress's red lips parted in darkness. Even if she has the will to save the day, to revitalize the decline. Even if she has all the courage a dynastic savior should have. But times have changed. In fact, the dynastic gunners are already as good as dead, and have long been swinging for the fences, waiting for the Kyushu tripod to fall. Whoever wins helps. During the Anxi rebellion, the great Tang dynasty had run out of gas. She is most likely the deceased king. Li Bing is not afraid of being verbally abused by future generations and being nailed to the pillar of historical shame. She was only afraid that the flourishing great Tang had become a bubble. The Empress looked out of the window and saw that this part of the sky above her was always dark gray. Like a dirty rag covered by someone. No amount of tugging will get it off. The great Tang, which was once the home of 10,000 nations, is now a place where people's livelihoods have been reduced to the point where they can only manage to protect themselves. The Empress paced to the spirit seat and honored a few pillars of incense while gazing quietly at the portrait. The first was Emperor Taiwu of Gaozu. He overthrew the Sui dynasty and established the great Tang dynasty. The second was Taizong, Tian Qihan, in the heart of the Empress, is inferior only to Qin Shi Huang. He is the only one of the 1,000 emperors in the history of the Central Plains. The third was King Kojong, a truly conservative ruler. He ushered in the reign of Yonghui, despite the fact that his character was much criticized by the people. Destroyed Goguryeo and Western Turkestan. The Empress stopped long enough in front of the fourth portrait. Zetian Great Sage Empress, the only female emperor since the beginning of time. She has made an indelible mark on the history books with a solitary courage. She's destined to be a legend, and has abused and even lost territory during her reign. But she had also increased her troops in the 4 towns of Anxi and truly ruled the western region. Anxi, Li Bing muttered, his expression bitter. The former splendor has long since vanished. Even the Hoshi corridor is gone. How can there still be Anxi? Those garrison generals were far away from their native land in the Central Plains, but decades after their death, they could not even transport their bones back. The Li imperial clan is ashamed of you, and the Jiangshan mountain and the countryside have failed you. The Empress skimmed over the portraits of Emperor Tang Zhongzong and Emperor Tang Ruizong. The two ancestors lived in the shadow of the Zetian Great Sage Empress, who was mediocre and incompetent no matter how whitewashed she was. She looked to the portrait of Genji, Li Longji. The Empress sighed in her mind. A large part of the reason for the current tragic situation is due to this ancestor. The Anxi rebellion and the splitting off of the clans revolutionized the Kaiyuan reign. Let the great Tang go to the end of the road. The ancestor, Xuanzong, undoubtedly had a very magnificent cover and a brilliant body of work. It was a pity that the epilogue was extremely scribbled, so that Li Bing could not bear to read it, and the back cover was even covered with dust and dirt. Looking through the annals of history, it seems that few emperors, like Emperor Xuanzong, to have a life of such disparity. The Kaiyuan era he created will surely stand at the top of history and leave future generations in awe. But the Anxi rebellion, which was caused by him, pushed the empire into the abyss of doom. 1 point of merit, 9 points of fault. This is the court's private evaluation of you. The empress paused for a long time and suddenly threw her voice. I thought so. Is it ungrateful for descendants to criticize their ancestors in this way? But it's really hard for Li Bing to sing the praises of Emperor Xuanzong. With the miserable state of the people today, the land of the divine continent, which is now being oppressed by barbarian nations, and the central plains, which is now morally corrupted, and where the rules of order are not in place, much of it is because of him. Taizong, if you are alive, can you save the situation? Li Bing didn't look at the rest of the portraits, but stared at the portrait of Tang Taizong Li Shimen. No one gave her an answer. Can you really? She didn't know that the answer might be too cruel. Today's Datang is like a chronic death patient. It's bound to die. It's just a matter of time. Just how long will it hold? Where is the ray of hope? Who will tell me? Is there still a great Tang style in the world? How many sons and daughters are still willing to fight for the great Tang? Li Bing pursed her lips, calmed the sadness in her heart, and slowly left the imperial temple. The winds galloped and whistled, and the clouds rushed and rolled. The vast expanse of the desert, this city of Tortoise, which has suffered so much, it looked incredibly small and lonely. The only government office in the city that's still dignified is overcrowded at the moment. They were all skinny, bony women as well as young children, and a few crippled, gray-haired old men. The atmosphere was silent, even depressing. An opinion map was laid out on the table. Over the past 60 years, the city of Tortoise has recovered many maps of public opinion from the corpses of foreigners, but never with such clarity and detail. It was on the blonde leader that the bloodied maps were searched. The smile on the crone's face gradually stiffened. Can you imagine? After 60 years of waiting, she's sure that Tang is still there. And the word Tang on the map, she couldn't take her eyes off it. But when she saw the great Tang territory, she felt a kind of helplessness and sadness that soaked through the marrow of her bones. God! How did this happen? Countless women wept bitterly, finding it difficult to accept the fall of the great Tang. The glorious Tang dynasty, which used to be the home of 10,000 nations, now hides in 3 prefectures. On the map, there are countries such as Northern Liang, Southern Chu, Yuyuan and so on. The barbarian kingdom is dominating the entire western region, expanding its territory to the north of the desert, and fighting against the divine continent on its own. In the dead silence, the crone wriggled her lips and spoke with difficulty. 60 years of perseverance is worthwhile when the great Tang is still around. But now what has the pity become? A woman blushed and exclaimed, is there anything under the sun more difficult than for us to stand firm? 60 years, with no reinforcements, growing our own food, without a single pastry, never wore a piece of brocade, watching a child grow up, seeing him perish on the walls, and burying him in the grave with his own hands. 60 years, a cumulative total of 22,000 Anzacs. May one surrender? May one be captured? None of us ever thought for a moment of giving up. What makes the great Tang of 10,000 nations fall to this? The choking sobs spread through the hall, the most defiant roar of dark despair. She wants to see a flourishing Tang with many soldiers and generals. She wants to bring the spirit back to the central plains. She wanted the court to send troops to aid Anxi, but all illusions are shattered. Gu Chang'an stood in the corner, silent. The course of history in his previous life changed completely and became overwhelming to him. The only constant, the Tang dynasty, where all the nations once came to court, has been stricken with cancer, and the cancer is spreading like wildfire. Half a foot in the coffin. Chang'an, now that we have an opinion map, you should go to Chang'an. The old woman staggered and walked to Gu Chang'an's side, clutching his hand tightly. Not going. Gu Chang'an vetoed. The old woman's face turned cold and she trembled. Are you going to let the Anxi army not rest in peace in heaven? Anxi, rest in peace. They only want the Chang'an court to know that Anxi has not retreated in 60 years. The city of Guzi has not been lost for 60 years, and the great Tang territory is still there. Gu Chang'an's throat tightened, still refusing. The people are in the city, and when I leave, the frontier is lost. He spoke half-heartedly, but his attitude was still strong. It's impossible to leave. He can still fight. He can't allow himself not to do his best. He's afraid of losing the city. More than anything else, I fear that the old and the weak, the women and the children, will be slaughtered by the foreigners. Let's go, Chahan. You're the only one who can get out of this endless desert. You are the only one who has the ability to reach Chang'an. An old woman begged bitterly. All she wanted was for this child to live. It was clear to everyone that Turtle Town could never be saved, and she didn't want this promising child to lose his life. Go, Chahan. Fulfill Anxi's 60-year legacy for him. Let the Middle Kingdom know the spirit of the Anzac army. All the people persuaded each other one after another. Everyone wanted Gu Chang'an to live. Don't follow in the footsteps of the Whiteheads. 60 years is long enough to wait as long as it takes for reinforcements to come, and then she can afford the entire Central Plains nation. Gu Chang'an looked around and said sincerely, Grandparents, Chang'an will not retreat. The people are in the city. Holding this frontier is my mission and the whole meaning of my life. The words just fell. Poof. The crone actually fell straight to her knees. She was Guaduga's legacy Frost, close to 80 years old, and at this moment she was on her knees begging for help. Grandma. Gu Chang'an panicked, grabbing her shoulders to force her up. Rare Riot said, Nor can I be forced, it was my vow at 10 to keep the city, and at 20, or 30 or even 80, as long as I'm not dead, there's no way I'm giving up the city of Turtle Bay. It's impossible to give up the last piece of the Divine Continent's Central Plains territory in the western regions. The shrill voice rang out and the hall went dead silent as the crone quietly swallowed the bitterness in her throat. Why bother? I'll go. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out from outside the hall. Chapter 3, Crawling to Chang'an, Seeking Favorites, Seeking Followers. In the midst of an astonished gaze, the skinny and bony young scholar slowly walked in. It seemed to be a long-standing inferiority complex that kept him from looking up, and his steps were timid and disordered. Standing silently in the corner, the women and children turned their faces away, unanimously displaying expressions of disgust. There is only one coward in the city of Guzi, and that is the Lu family. The scholar's name was Lu Shang, and his grandfather was the chief minister of the city of Guzi, specializing in the affairs of the city. For example, arranging the harvesting of grain, coordinating the minting of coins, and so on. At that time, there were still more than 10,000 Anxi troops in the city, so naturally, there was no need for clerks to go into battle. But by Lu Shang's father's generation, there were only 1,000 Whiteheads left on the wall. But Lu's father still excuses himself by saying that he is busy with business. This Lu Shang even more, squatting all day in the thatched hut reading, rather than reading the study. How about shutting up in a cramped house to paralyze your insides? There are only 2 youths left in the city of Kurtz. A man who faced the darkness on his own, whose not-so-strong body carried miles and miles of lonely cities, shouldering the burdens of the divine continent frontier. And another unbearable one. Can the Book of Saints save the life of the people? Can the Book of Saints save this lonely city? I'll go. Lu Shang's face was pale, but this time his eyes were unusually firm. The old crone looked at him coldly, her voice still majestic despite her ancient age. The desert is boundless and the eagle does not cross it. So what will you, a sickly scholar, take out of the west? Hundreds of thousands of miles of territory, and only the lone city of Guzi still flies the flag of the Great Tang. How much courage do you have? In her mind, only Chang'an had the skills to get out of the crisis-ridden desert. Lu Shang's voice was low and he clenched his fists. Crawl, to Chang'an. I will tell the Central Plains that the Anxi army has defended the city for 60 years, and I will tell the people of Songqing and Lichuan that the garrison soldiers have not retreated a step, and I will tell the descendants of the heroes that they did not leave their families behind. They shed their last drop of blood for the Central Plains civilization. Historians write with a straight pen. The Anxi army shouldn't be forgotten. We want to shine in the annals of history for a long time. When he finished speaking his eyes were bloodshot and hot tears welled up. Last night Gu Chang'an stood alone at the head of the city in a bloody fog. The back of the lonely and distant desert makes Lu Shang ashamed of himself. He, a reader, couldn't run away anymore. He could not carry a bow and lance. He had a sound pair of legs. He had a pair of hands that were still flexible and he will reach Chang'an even if he is prostrate. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, he must bring this light to Chang'an. Tell the Middle Kingdom. Someone who has stood firm for China for 60 years in desperate times. You cannot sit back and watch the barbarians sit on the throne. The divine continents sink. I implore you to recreate the brilliant Tang dynasty. The women gazed at Lu Shang, who was crying into tears, and their eyes gradually softened, and they were silent and stopped speaking. Of course they want to get Chang'an out of Turtle Bay, but Chang'an's determined attitude showed that he was going to live and die with this frontier. For today's solution, Lu Shang can only be allowed to walk alone in the desert. Does Lu Shang have a personal agenda? There must be. Once he arrives in Chang'an from the dead, there's hope that his life will be safe, that he'll be able to study in peace. You can even get a position by virtue of being an Anxi. After looking at the maps, It's clear to everyone that it's impossible for Great Tang to send reinforcements, nor do they have the ability to open up the Hushi corridor. That's why a lone city is a lone city, and they never get a chance to return to their hometown. He can't. You go. The old woman's cloudy eyes stared at Gu Chang'an in death, almost pleading. Why don't you want to live? Chang'an will surely get out of the desert. He's smart and resourceful. He'll kill his way through the Central Plains. 2. It is not a dream that he will be crowned a minister and a general. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I'll live and die with the lonely city. There is only one God in the world, and that is death. And it wants to descend on me? It's not the time yet. Gu Chang'an was as calm as ever. He was born in the city of Guzi, and he would die in the city of Guzi. It's faith. It's belief. This is the crest of the Central Plains, but also the glory of China. He hoped that the history books would record his deeds and tell future generations that the frontier must not be lost. Civilization is indestructible, and the Han Ridgebeam stretches across the river. What's more than 20,000 grandpas are watching him from heaven. 60 years of fighting, down to the last lone seed. Where can you retreat? Lu Shang, remember what you said. Crawl to Chang'an. Gu Chang'an's expression was cold, and then he silently walked into the inner mansion of the government office. He found a pile of copper plates, which were self-cast, and the word Jianzhong was still engraved on them. Money was minted only to maintain the order of circulation in the city of Guzi, and the market needed monetary equivalents. That way the 60 years won't be confusing. By the time they reached the barbarian-controlled trade routes, copper plates would surely be rejected. Only gold. Gu Chang'an rummaged through the iron box and only managed to find 24 or so golden beans, or the trophies saved up over the years. The wind and sand rolled angrily, and the moon was pale. Outside the city of Guzi, Lu Shang led a steed with a large bag on its back. He stared blankly at the crumbling walls, his eyes moist. You know the barbarian language. First, you'll blend into the town disguised as a barbarian and get a job as a shopkeeper. Take advantage of the opening of the Hushi corridor to commerce to escape to the Central Plains. Gu Chang'an stared silently for a long time before turning around expressionlessly and entering the city. Have a safe journey. I hope you arrive at Chang'an alive. And I hope you are full of wisdom to build a successful career. And don't ever go back to the west again. Bang! The gates were closed. A wall that seemed to be the dividing line between hell and freedom. Gu Chang'an was willing to sink endlessly in hell. Flop. Lu Shang knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, knowing that more than 20,000 Anxi spirits were watching him from heaven. Crawl to Chang'an. This was the oath he made. It was more his mission. 60 years, year after year, day after day. The Anxi army cannot be forgotten by the Central Plains. They spent their lives guarding the borders of the Great Tang. And Gu Chang'an, the man named Chang'an, had never seen Chang'an before, nor do they know how to speak Chang'an. But his name should never be drowned in the sands. The Han dynasty's Huazaishu sealed the wolf's fate, Emperor Taizong's conquest of the 4 directions, and the imperial duo of Li Jing and Li Jiao. These are all famous generals whose history books are as good as thunder. But in a sense, Gu Chang'an was no worse than them. In the darkness of the abyss, he is alone and steadfastly holding on to the imprint of the Central Plains in the west, living his life into light. The torch of hope deserves to be passed on to the entire Chinese nation. Lu Shang is gone. The scribe's forehead was heated with blood and flesh-molded lakes, changed into a barbarian costume, took scissors and cut off his long hair, all buried in the yellow earth. Between frequent glances back, a rider disappeared into the night around the far side of the road. On the lookout building, Gu Chang'an looked out over the railing and watched Lu Shang leave. 9 deaths and a mission. It's hard to step out of the desert alone, let alone a skinny scholar. The only thing to rely on is tenacity. How strong his will can break out will determine whether he can walk out of the Jade Gate. Can you step on a shovelful of soil in the middle of the country? Maybe die on the way. The identity stamp and the package buried in the yellow sand. Unattended. P.S. The new book set sail. Begging for recommendations. Begging for favorites. Begging for catching up. Chapter 4. Last Persuasion to Surrender. It had been more than a month since the barbarian kingdom had last attacked the city. But Gu Chang'an patrolled the watchtower day and night, and he knew this was the calm before the storm. On this day, several fierce camels appeared outside the city, led by a red dress tantalizingly purple scarf. She removed her felt hat and surveyed the city of Kamek, bleak and desolate. This city is out of place in the magnificent, rippling desert. The woman's voice was clear and penetrating. I think it's beautiful. Gu Chang'an stood quietly at the head of the city. Tuoba Wei Yang, the county princess of the great barbarian empire. The woman introduced herself. Gu Chang'an didn't answer again. Tuoba Wei Yang smiled, raised her snow-white face, and asked very seriously, not afraid to die? Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless, and his gentle voice drifted far away with the wind. You can afford to tolerate this city. I will live, and if you cannot tolerate it, I will kill you. Surrender. Tuoba Weiyan waved his hand at the attendant, who handed over a paper with python and dragon intertwined. Whether you want to drink wine in the rivers and lakes, or sing songs in the temple and point your sword at the frontier, the empire is yours to choose. This is the first official persuasion to surrender, and the last, so you'd better think it over. After the serious voice fell, Tuoba Weiyan clamped the paperwork with both fingers, shaking his wrist and shooting out towards the city. Madaka! A sword was swung and the instrument shattered into pieces in the air. Tuoba Weiyan stared angrily into his eyes and coldly said, "The Anxi army died alone, and went to the underworld to ask where their children and grandchildren were. It is foolish to shake a tree over an ant, and it is most ridiculous to strike a stone with an egg. Overrate unrepentant is fine." Gu Chang'an replied with a smile. Foolish loyalty. The coldness of Tuoba Weiyan's face intensified, and his voice sharpened with his emotions. The news has been blocked for 60 years, and for the rest of their lives, the Central Plains will never know the story of your Anxi army. It's ridiculous that the divine continent is divided into 7 kingdoms, so I ask, who dares to die the Jade Gate Pass? I don't want you to despair even more. The heavenly Tao rolls over the great barbarian empire. The country's fortunes are exhausted, and I'm full. The glory of the Middle Kingdom no longer exists. Take it easy, Gu Chang'an said tantalizingly. Am I excited? Tuoba Weiyan choked back a sentence, then hated it. You, Gu Chang'an, should be making a name for yourself, not harboring here and dying in obscurity. The Tang dynasty deserved to collapse, and instead of being praised, foolish loyalty is spurned. Gu Chang'an was silent for a long time, but he didn't even say anything to refute it. In the final analysis, the cause of Anxi hanging alone in the western regions cannot wait for reinforcements. The cause of the displacement of the people is the Tang dynasty carnivore sins. Xuanzong Li Longji, as well as read the Book of the Saints of the 100 Officials, must be nailed in the brilliant history of the Pillar of Shame. But Anxi held out for 60 years not for the sake of some emperor, but for the spirit of the Chinese nation. The kind of pride that has been around since the beginning of time. Thinking that the other party's attitude had loosened, Tuoba Weiyan calmly added, "Do you want to be a savior? A lone brave man is not salvation, but only a reluctant struggle in a difficult situation." Gu Chang'an looked at the clouds over the desert. The sky was immaculately clean. I have no faith. I only believe in conscience, and that reason is enough for me to be righteous. In my heart, whether Great Tang dies or not, I'll still hold on to the city, simply because this is the territory of the Middle Kingdom. After a pause, he gazed at the woman's increasingly angry face and spoke in a deep voice. You may consider it a ludicrous insistence that the Chinese and barbarians. You can also mock me for adhering to the so-called spirit when I'm in a desperate situation. But don't insult me by surrendering. How can I have the face to say a word of surrender when my forefathers have stood firm for 60 years without begging for surrender? Tuoba Weiyan tightened his whip and tried his best to restrain his violent anger. This trip was destined to be fruitless. Sheriff, a hawk-nosed attendant warned in a low voice. Don't forget the sanctioning officer's instructions. Tuoba Weiyan's azure-colored eyes flashed and suddenly changed to a gentle tone. Buck up, you have a chance to marry me. The sanctioning officer was well aware of how terrifying the stubborn man's potential was, knowing that the aura recovery began in the barbarian abyss, ended on the coast of the divine continent, and permeated the Jade Gate Pass for 30,000 miles. It gets thinner the further out you go, and the city of Tortoise is close to nothing. Under such conditions, wouldn't it be amazing for Gu Chang'an to possess such astounding force? The sky and the earth gradually froze, and the city was quiet. Silence is a disguised answer. In order to alleviate the embarrassing atmosphere, Tuoba Weiyan opened and closed his lips and forced a smile. To have a wife, power and wealth. Isn't that what you men of the Central Plains aspire to most? Gu Chang'an shook his head and calmly said, the people are in the city, so please return. There's no more to talk about? Tuoba Weiyan's face turned blue, as if he had been greatly insulted. And, the halberd pointed at the city of Guzi and spoke in a painful voice. A day of its existence is a blasphemy against the great barbarian empire, and how blinding it stands in the western regions. The empire has tolerated the loss of the lives of its sons for 60 years, and will do whatever it takes to save them in the future. Burn the city and destroy the tombstone, and bury this mark of the Middle Kingdom. Clang, cold sword sound. The bronze sword suddenly flew across the city, landing extremely fast with the momentum of certain death. Retreat! A few of his attendants, like birds of prey, slapped shiny hooks and cables from the camel's back, flying in 5 directions towards the killing longsword. Tuoba Weiyan's child hole suddenly shrunk. The violent collision made the air tremble, and the leaking sword cheese swept over the man and the camel fell into the yellow sand at the same time. Although I am a Chinese man, but with a body of 8 feet, the faith of defending the territory is as firm as a rock, unshakable. If he spills blood on the mountains and rivers in the day, it will be enough. Get out. Gu Chanan's expression was indifferent. The Empire will definitely bury you in a generous manner. Topaz was in shock. If it wasn't for the experts around her trying their best to resist, she would have been killed in the desert. Wait. An emotionless voice came from the city's head. Yellow sand rolled. A few people sped in the sunset dusk. In the yellowed line of sight, Tuoba Weiyang saw the snow-white figure still standing alone at the head of the city. Standing in that absurd and ridiculously dark abyss. Admire your courage, then become your backbone. I hope you don't blame yourself in the netherworld for having no eyes. Chapter 5, The Sun, Moon, Mountains and Rivers are still there. Don't cry. You all walk slowly. Gorgeous loft. A 500-year-old acacia tree by the stream. With dense branches. The middle-aged man stood quietly under the tree. Reporting back to the sanctioning officer. Persuading him to surrender was fruitless. Topaz Weiyang respectfully said. The man has a great and cold appearance. With thick eyebrows and a wide forehead. And 3 locks of long beard hanging down to his chest. It was the sanctioning officer. Folding Lan Su, also known as the 7,000 miles. In a 7,000 mile radius. He has the absolute right to rule over life and death. Just like the current royal princesses. The so-called heavenly decorations and noble stomachs. They also have to bow their heads in this field. You know I don't like to hear that. Folan Su frowned deeply. I almost perished in the city of Guzi. This person gives no face and is determined to meet the king of hell. Tuoba Weiyang's face was cold and angry. A woman's greatest weapon is between her legs. Did you try your best? Folding Lan Su's face was expressionless and, it's hard to tell if you're happy or angry. Sanctioned. Tuoba Weiyang almost rolled her eyes, forcibly pressed down 10,000 humiliations, and said word by word, Your Holiness, refused to marry me and almost cut my head off with a sword. Folan Su retracted his gaze and quietly gazed into the distance, murmuring, Women, wealth and power are not wanted. And those who do not work for fame and fortune are more determined. He's sorry. To put it in the Middle Kingdom language, it is hard to get even. What a stunning diamond in the rough. If you pledge allegiance to him, that's one more killer app for future power struggles in the center. The empire has been blessed by the roll of heaven, and its territory has expanded indefinitely. No matter where the sanctioning officials are sitting, they are frantically recruiting talents. And the stage of chaos will only be a competition between talents. The mediocre are only worthy of obedience. There was a long silence, and Folan Su sighed tersely. Since he wants to be the last touch of splendor in the waning sun of the last days, let him be fulfilled. Kill, kill, kill. If I stay in Turtle Town any longer, this old face of mine will be disgraced. The last sanctions officer blocked information, and when he took office he continued the old policy. To this day, the center of the empire still thinks that the entire western region is the territory of Damung. If the heavenly god coronet knew about this, he, Folding Lan Su, was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it in his stride. There is no face left in the temple. How many troops were sent? Topaz inquired. Folding Lan Su stared at her for a long time, and suddenly smashed his fist on the thick acacia tree, bursting out. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Tuoba Weiyang was not surprised. She was used to the style of this sanctioning officer. The disgusting part is, of course, the city of Tortoise. The city has lost its strategic significance to the empire. And if its destruction would take the western lands, that day, 500,000 soldiers will not hesitate to do so. The Key West is all imperial territory. With only one lone dead city left, more troops is a waste. Every soldier needs to consume food and pay. Every time they mobilize, they have to squander their wealth. The rewards are far more than the payoff. But if we leave it alone, one day the center will send someone to inspect it, and the consequences of exposure will be punished in the slightest. The heaviest penalty is the removal of the official hat. Folan Su narrowed his narrow eyes, exuding the majesty of a superior as he spoke aloud. This city already involves dignity, both the dignity of the Chinese nation that Gu Chang'an upholds. It is also the dignity of our empire that cannot be disobeyed by the smallest of the small. Raise an army of 3,000 men and set out on the same day. Yes, sir. The iron-armored squire in the distance droned. Absolute advantage. Tuoba Weiyang raised her snow-white face and said silently, Your Holiness, I would like to accompany the army. She looked a little impatient. Folding Lan Su's sound did not refute. The county princess is not a princess. If the sheriff meets an untimely end, she's dead. I'd like to see if that lofty head will bow when Gu Chang'an perishes. Will the tail wag the dog? Tuoba Weiyang's tone was dark with hatred, and she definitely wanted to see it with her own eyes. Folding Lan Su cast a sidelong glance at her. The women of the world are so vindictive. The sheriff lord may not be harboring a grudge because she almost lost her life. It should be because her initiative to marry was rejected by Gu Chang'an, right? He said with a wave of his hand. Bring a coffin made of Nanmu wood from Shu, and be born and die in tortoise. Having never set foot in the eastern land in his life, let him feel the breath of the eastern land after his death. What? Tuoba Weiyang cried out shrilly, finding it difficult to accept such a noble courtesy to his enemy. What kind of person do you think Gu Chang'an is? Folan Su asked rhetorically. Pretentious, shallow and foolish, Tuoba Weiyang said decisively. Folan Su sneered and said in a deep voice. He was graceful and noble and left behind. And degrading the character of our enemies does not make us greater. Gu Chang'an is destined for obscurity, but he deserves the highest respect. A great man who dies defending the frontier can walk sideways in Hades. It's, Topaz Weiyang hung his head na. His heart is not willing. Along with him and the coffin, bury it under the city of Guzi. Folan Su instructed and left with his hands in the air. On top of that, he's gonna have to step up his efforts to shut down the news. The story of the Anxi army must never be spread into the Eastern Middle Kingdom. And Gu Chang'an's lone courageous deed must not be exposed. Once the divine continent knew that an army had held out in the west for 60 years, what monstrous ripples it would cause for a 20-year-old man to hold the city alone. At that time, the decadent festering Central Plains temperament. I am afraid that this will usher in a wave of awakening and outbreak. At the head of the lonely city there stands forever a figure. Occasionally at the watchtower, occasionally at the tower on the fence. The sunset has been seen 1,000 times, but today the walls were nowhere to be seen. In most of the houses in the city, women, children, the sick and the disabled stood one after another in front of the door, each looking mournful. The cries broke off. Old Lady Gui can't do it anymore. Perhaps after seeing the maps, the collapsing status quo of the Great Tang completely dismantled her will, destroying her mental state. The 80-something-year-old went to the end of her life. At the end of my life, I'm counted as the only one in the Anxi army. There was a lilting sound from the room, perhaps a return to the light of day. The old woman's voice was not as hoarse as it used to be. 60 years ago, she came with her husband to garrison the western region, bidding farewell to the soft and unattractive Jiangnan. Come to the city of Guzi in the silent twilight of the vicissitudes of life. It's been 60 years of really hard work, but as she was dying, she couldn't feel even a trace of regret. Chang'an, it's been hard on you. The wrinkled woman clutched the youth's arm tightly and, repeatedly chanting, you are the most bitter in the city of Guzi. Not bitter. Gu Chang'an took his other hand and gently patted her arm. If you had been born in the Middle Kingdom, you would have been an exiled gentleman with long sleeves. It's a good match for the maiden of the boudoir to adore. Grandma, don't say that. Gu Chang'an squeezed out a smile and interrupted her rambling. Go away, even if you leave and come back again. Otherwise the old body will not die in peace. The old woman stared intently into his eyes, dying to kidnap with a last wish. Gu Chang'an was silent, facing this topic still as firm as usual. But this time the tone was very soft. Unless I die, lose this city even for a moment, I am all ashamed of more than 20,000 Anxi spirits and of my own conscientious beliefs. Not to mention I've lived here since I was a kid and don't want to adapt to the outside world. The old woman's vision grew hazy and dim, and she smiled with relief wriggling his pale lips with difficulty, he whispered, Grandma will bless you from heaven. You'll always be the pride of the Anzacs. You hold up the crest of the nation. Steeply, she looked straight into one of the faces outside and shouted with the last of her strength. The sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers are still there. The lonely city is still there. Don't cry. All of you walk slowly, arms dropping quietly, breath fading into nothingness. Gu Chang'an's body then stiffened and helped her gently close her eyes, then silently walked out of the room. Outside the door there were cries, and women and children flocked in, and lay down on their beds and wept and mourned and wailed. Tears rolled down uncontrollably. For 60 whole years, elder Lady Gui was a monument to Anxi's steadfastness, and she passed away. It seems to have snapped the essence of the Anxi army. Gu Chang'an stopped steeply and turned to gaze at the crowds of loved ones. It was like talking to himself and like a loud oath. The lonely city is still here. I am still here. And the koans are not to be visited. After saying that, he took his usual sedate steps and headed towards the city's head. The swiftest attack of the enemy might be not far off, and he had no time to grieve that or maybe sadness will just be left in an unoccupied corner. He's witnessed too many deaths. 1-year-old in swaddling clothes. Due to traveling through he could easily understand the meaning of death, and countless smiling faces of acquaintances left him throughout the 20 years. A heart numb and determined. That's why he's sworn to defend this lone city. Never to retreat. Until the last drop of blood is shed. Chapter 6. I have a sword to borrow from the lonely city's temperament. After burying Mrs. Kwok, the women, children and youngsters hid in the holes in the ground one after another. Unless the whole lonely city was destroyed. Otherwise it's hard for the enemy to search. After 60 years of holding out, the hole in the ground had all the protection it needed, except for the fact that food was becoming more and more scarce. Gu Chanan stood at the head of the city, gently playing the kongho left behind by his grandmother. The left and right rows of strings rusted and stained. The tone is no longer clear and ethereal, but more like the sound of a thick slide in the cold snowy mountains. Boring repetition of each day, until the yellow sands rolled over the 100-mile region, and the iron hoofs rumbled like beating drums. The horizon at the end of the oscillating sunset. The sound of the trumpets was continuous, as if they were deliberately sounding the death knell for the lonely city. The flag covered the sky and the 3,000 soldiers came like a black wave. Their might was unrivaled. The leading general was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, holding the ebony halberd that weighed almost 100 pounds. It stands like a giant in the dimly lit sky and earth. Carry the coffin. With a shocking roar, his sons and daughters lifted up the Nanmu coffin in Shu and threw it in the direction of the city of Guzi. Up to this point in the west, there is only the great barbarian empire, so please go to your death in peace. Against the wind and sand, the Lord General's eyes burned into the lone city. The Tuoba Wei Yang and the team, clad in armor and holding a sword, similarly tilted his head and stared at the snow-white figure of the watchtower. There is only one chance to surrender. The Imperial Sky Soldiers are coming. The only death. Thanks for the coffin. Gu Chang'an stood against the fence and washed his armor and sword very calmly. Also take down the red banner that is planted at the top of the city. Longhair danced about with the hunting mountain wind, and in the eyes of the 3,000 soldiers he looked like a lonely and desperate flag from a distance, placed between the black waves of killing. The lonely city looked so fragile and small. Attacking the city? Tuoba Weiyan drove his horse forward and asked the main general in a low voice. The latter coldly looked askance. If not for his status as a county princess, he really wanted to scold a blind and stupid woman. The standard flag symbolizing the soul of the army was taken, and Gu Chang'an made it clear that he wanted to leave the city. Topaz Weiyan was just about to ask again when his eyes stared slightly, only to see the gates of the city open with a loud bang. A man came out with a sword carrying a flag. The atmosphere was suffocating. A true one-man army, alone against 3,000 iron horsemen. Even though they were enemies, the general could not help but be emotionally stirred by their martyrdom. This is why the Lord Sanctioning Officer gave away the coffin. The determination to defend the boundaries of the faith even in the face of death. This supreme spirit transcends even racial nations. Soldiers are sworn to serve their country. You are and I am. Formation. The Lord General waved his left arm, and the iron horsemen scattered in 3 directions, with their bows and shields lined up one after another. On the left flank were chargers clad in heavy armor. The greatest tribute to the enemy is to drive out the enemy and go all out. Without the slightest bit of compassion, he directly attacked the enemy with the strongest military formation. In the flying sand and dust, the cold young man thrust his standard into the land, and the gale stood still. Greeting the intense killing power slowly said, the standard bearer of the Central Plains, Gu Chang'an, all the troops of Anxi, follow me to the death. In an instant, the elite of the barbarian army quickly pulled yellow on the arrows, and after firing a round of crossbows and arrows and then renewed them, it swept out like dense raindrops. Gu Chang'an stepped through the rain of arrows, moving forward step by step. The morose black arrow misses, nearly obscuring his vision. A man who's been in life and death battles since he was 10 years old. A perfect display of touch and judgment honed by the horrors of death. What looked like an extremely menacing crossbow bolt grazed his shoulder. It penetrated his armor goggles and rebounded hard into the sand and dust without doing any damage. Dog barbarian, Gu Chang'an, who was speeding along at a rapid pace, was swinging his sword. He cracked an iron rider clad in heavy armor in half, splitting the horse along with it. Clank! The loss of bows and arrows ceased in a flash, and the order was strict to the point of. Immediately followed by dozens of guns and spears clustered and stabbed out. Another dozen or so bruisers drew the steel swords on their waists and rushed over in silence. Gu Chang'an took a big stride forward and killed a dozen steps forward. The bronze sword was like a flat mountain covering and falling, and the thick sword chi swept away, cutting down all the barbarian soldiers. 10 people lost their lives with just one sword, and even their deaths were exactly the same. The sword's energy and sharpness swept through, is a large area of flesh and blood mold lake. The man's aura instantly climbed to the top. Tuoba Weiyan's face paled, subconsciously clenching the horse's reins. Her legs clamped dead center on the horse's belly. The ghastly scene made her uncomfortable, even fearful. The blood-stained, armored man rushed through the battlefield alone, as if he were an ice-cold, murderous beast of burden, opened his bloody fangs with abandon. Our army is declining. In a moment, she said, hurrying to look at the main general under the banner. The main general was calm and collected, and the 100-pound crow's halberd held in his hand didn't even move. The battle was expected. And if Gu Chang'an fell so easily, how is that worthy of this carefully crafted heather coffin? And how is it worth 3,000 sons and daughters running off to war? But there is always an end to manpower. This is a supreme truth that has been passed down in the empire, the divine continent as well as the rivers and lakes. Even the most unrivaled and powerful giants will be in a quandary when they run out of strength. Advance! The main general waved his crow's halberd, accompanied by a loud and clear horn. Rumble! The battlefield is changing rapidly. The barbarian soldiers are holding all kinds of weapons, exchanging positions. The formation resembled an inverted pyramid, with one person at the top of the tower, 2 on the second level, and 3 on the third. Sword chi broke through the armor, as if it had broken through the bamboo. The scarlet bronze ancient sword easily reaped the lives of several people. In the midst of the heads soaring one after another, the humans surged forward and back, the simplest tactic of all, forcing white to move by discarding 3 black discs. 7 more discs were discarded to force white to move, until the last 20 black discs pressed on, trapping white in a corner, unable to move a single move. Looking at the miserable blood-colored sky, Tuoba Weiyang's heart beat violently and, on the battlefield, life is worse than grass. But she could see that Gu Chang'an couldn't maintain his peak stance, and his sword swinging was getting slower and slower, and the footsteps are getting heavier. It's about to fall apart. At least 500 imperial sons and daughters perished under his sword, and will eventually run out of strength. Pust! There was a violent clashing sound, and the bronze blade was drawn from the enemy's neck with difficulty, without cutting off the head. With a cold face, the main general caught this subtle detail and immediately growled his orders. On command, run him over! Heavily armored iron horsemen roared and shouted, accompanied by the general with his halberd rushing into the battlefield. Hundreds of heavy horsemen shot out like bows ready to fire. Mountains and seas of monstrous aura, all blasting towards the solitary man. The bronze sword crackling and slashing through the sword has not stirred up the heavy horseman's one-line serpentine formation, almost in the blink of an eye, as if a giant dragon had crashed into it. Gu Chang'an was like a mountain that had been cut off by the smashing 70 feet toward the distance. A corner of the city wall collapsed. Gu Chang'an spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood and leaned on the ground with the long sword in his hand. It was only barely able to hold its shape from falling. Magnificent! Tuoba Weiyang danced the long whip in his hand and, a general who can lead 3,000 pawns really isn't a general. Gu Chang'an's death was already on the cards, and she took off her helmet and, the clear, reserved voice carried far as he galloped his horse to the front of the heavy cavalry battle formation. Regret? With one more crash, the lone city, 60 years late, would become an imperial frontier. Toast to refuse to eat punishment wine. Power and wealth women do not want. Prefer to be buried under the city of Guzi. Blood seeped from the corner of Gu Chang'an's mouth. His eyes were waveless, and he said softly, "You're not qualified to ask me that as a victor." When he had finished, he gazed sideways at the watchtower of the wall, where every inch of the grain had touched the. He was even bored enough to count the bricks of the wall. You really can't lose it. Clank! Without hesitation, he picked up his long sword and stabbed it towards his chest, missing an inch into his body, until the bloody blade emerged from his back. The atmosphere of the battlefield was suddenly dead silent. Such a shocking and horrifying scene made the barbarian country's soldiers tremble with fear. And then it felt like it deserved to be. Cutting one's own throat is always the most honorable way to die. Good death, Topaz grunted. There was little pleasure in witnessing the man's death, as much as he doesn't want to admit it. He's the lone hero, after all. A hero's demise always tugs at the heartstrings of the world. But in an instant, she felt something was wrong. Gu Chang'an's eyes glowed with a terrifying red light. It was as if a bizarre phoenix nirvana was taking place in his child's orifice. Several streams of scarlet blood gushed out of his 5 senses, and there was a horrible invisible force devouring the gale. It's pouring in from heaven and earth. He slowly drew the bronze sword inside him. There wasn't a single drop of blood on the sword, only a fiery red color all over, as if it had been drawn from 10,000 years of fire pulp. Kill! The Lord General's expression was livid, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes as he frantically called for the whole army to charge. Gu Chang'an leaned against the city wall, quietly gazing at the bloody hole in his chest. Ignore the tearing pain coming from my internal organs. When the first kill was made, he realized that the fire was born within him. As more and more heads came under the sword, the fire gradually grew with it. Today, he pierced the fire and pierced his body. I just want to do my best to hold on to this territory of the Chinese nation. That's all. Rumbling iron hooves swept in, and crossbows and spears enveloped the bloody men on the walls. This sword sweeps away the enemy. This sword is worthy of the Middle Kingdom. Gu Chang'an did not have hysteria, not to mention unbridled madness. The only thing that was there was an abyssal calm. He whipped out his fiery red bronze sword and said only 2 words. Chopper. Chapter 7, I'm Not Dead Yet. Chopper. As the two words fell, heaven and earth were instantly torn apart in general. Within 20 feet, more than 100 fiery red sword chi as thick as a bowl were interwoven into a net. Suddenly, the sword chi expanded outward by 60 feet. The battlefield has become a red cage, and hundreds of heavily armored iron horsemen who rushed forward were killed at once. The result was more tragic than a 5-horse split, with the wound running from the canopy to the soles of the feet. The foot soldiers and shield soldiers who were unfortunate enough to come into contact with the sword chi felt like they had hit a piece of hot iron. The body giggled. Back, the Lord General was creeped out. His voice trembled violently, and the terrifying killing great sword that, within sight, all were scarlet sword chi. And Topaz Wei Yang almost fainted from fear, and galloped away in fear, but the horses couldn't move as if they were rooted. In the last moments of her life, she saw the man leaning against the wall. Seeing the lofty and vicissitudes of the city of Guzi, and seeing the densely packed corpses, a wisp of sword chi surged towards her, and her snow-white face instantly bulged with red veins, like a red worm wriggling, and the proud long legs were chopped off by the sword chi, and the heart was stirred into pieces. A journey that she thought she had won has become her burial ground. Boom! The bronze sword broke into 6 pieces with a loud bang, as if it was the last outburst of the blood-red sword chi expanded 30 feet outwards, and the fleeing enemy bandits perished. In the middle of the battlefield a deep abyss was opened, and the yellow sands could not be approached. The remnants of the sword chi did not dissipate at the bottom of the abyss. The most domineering and overwhelming sword. The main general stood quietly on his horse as if he were a withered statue. Bitterly, he looked to the burning flesh and blood in his chest, falling to the ground without a sound. The battlefield filled with red sword energy gradually returned to a dim yellow color, and at the moment the sword power subsided. In the end, a few hundred of the leaky ones escaped with injuries. Outside the city a dead silence. The yellow earth, the golden crow westfall, everything gradually become Mold Lake. A barbarian flag, a symbol of glory, dipped in the bloody sand. There were entangled bodies everywhere, stacked as if they were hills. The desert is too quiet, so quiet that Gu Chang'an seems to be in the hell of the underworld. He was finally able to lay down and rest. Corpses and severed limbs littered the ground as the man fell next to the city wall. He was too tired and needed a long sleep, one that would never be disturbed by the world. I don't know how long it's been, but birds and crows are circling the sky, and coyotes are feasting on carcasses and flesh. Swarms of black apoplexy swooped down to feast. A black apocalypse stared at Gu Chang'an's corpse, spread its wings and landed beside it. The sharp hooked claws were about to snap the neck. I'm not dead yet. Gu Chang'an opened his tired eyes and gently flicked away the hooked claws. The black apocalypse flinched at the intense bloodthirsty aura and rushed to its next target to satiate itself. Gu Chang'an climbed up with difficulty and leaned against the city wall. The bloody hole in his chest had disappeared. Only a scar the size of a fingernail was left, just in the shape of kindling. I don't know if it's lucky or sad that I'm still alive even though I'm hanging on by a thread. He tore off his scanty armor. His white robe stained red like a bloody ceremonial suit. Gu Chang'an probably understood why. Killing the enemy made him stronger. And with the destruction of the barbarian army by his own hand, he once again possessed vitality. And a fire was born anew inside. Not in the chest this time. Instead, it is offset to the shoulder bone position. Maybe one day it will reach the wrist, or be born right into the sword. That way you don't have to kill yourself. Pity about the sword. The bronze sword that was used to being smooth fell apart in pieces, and there was a touch of reluctance under Gu Chang'an's eyes. At some point, the old and the infirm made their way to the gates of the city. All of them were gazing at the 20-year-old with tears in their eyes. The thick smell of blood filled the sky and earth, and the dense piles of corpses. Blood gathered in small streams gurgling, and ghastly fiery red abysses. Chang'an stood his ground against the barbarian hordes with a single. Behind them are more than 2,000 bodies. He was like a starlight in a long dark night, leading the lonely city through its darkest years. It's easy. Gu Chang'an looked at them without much care. Cha Han, the aged, broken-armed old man with tearful eyes muttered as he looked up at the sky. There has never been a heavenly blessing for China. There has never been an everlasting Han throne. Just someone holding on. Hold fast. Hold fast. Divine continent's central plains. You are all ashamed of Gu Chang'an. Looking at a corpse, he was so mournful that he could hardly hold himself. One person killed at least 2,000 barbarians. What a great feat. Chang'an should enjoy the world singing praises. Chang'an should have received the imperial decree in the Golden Palace. Chang'an should have been knighted and worshipped in the Dan Dien Dien. But now, where is the red carpet of ribbons? When this child is quietly leaning against the walls of the city, where are the firecrackers and gongs? Lu Sheng, you must climb to Shangan and tell the world that there is a lonely city here. There was a 20-year-old kid in town named Gu Chang'an. Grandpa Qin, Wither carve a wooden sword for me, you are highly skilled. Gu Chang'an raised his eyes to the thin, limp, white-haired old man in the crowd. He is also the only carpenter in the city of Kurtz. Bronze swords are like wooden swords in that the power of the sword is not in the sword itself. Good, said the old carpenter 3 times in a row, and wriggled his lips to speak. Wailed, Chang'an, when will these days end? You are too tired. You leave the West. Gu Chang'an got up and paced, his gait still calm and elegant despite wearing a blood-stained robe. Where do I get tired? Killing the enemy as you do carpentry is a breeze when you get used to it. After a pause, he spoke softly, perhaps also awakening his tired mental will. Perhaps one day I will lose my nerve, and this lonely city will fall into the hands of the barbarians. But not today. There may come a day when the divine continent collapses and the Chinese civilization will be destroyed, but it will never be today. For today, at least, I will fight to the death to guard a fragile and impenetrable faith. Born in Guzi, die in Guzi. This is my mission. Gu Chang'an. Having said that, he went toward the watchtower again. As usual, for after killing a wave of barbarians you have to restart and wait for the next wave of enemy bandits. Right. Remember to flow the blood into the abyss before burning the body. He walked up the stone stairs at the head of the city, not forgetting to remind the elders. By nourishing the wooden sword with the blood of the enemy, the power might be even better. In fact, he could tell that the group was all skilled in martial arts through the movements of the enemy bandits as they wielded their blades. It didn't match the history he remembered. History is largely turned upside down, but Gu Chang'an will still carry on in his own way. Brother Gu. A girl with crocheted hair ran up to her, spreading out her tender palms as if she were a treasure. Inside lay a dozen milk candies quietly. I rummaged through the body. You taste it. The girl raised her dark face and the eyes squinted into slits when he smiled broadly. The blood on the milkshake was wiped clean, and the light, tantalizing scent of it should be the snacks that sheriff carries. Gu Chang'an took the milk candy into his mouth, fresh with a sweet flavor. He took a few licks as the girl did, feeling funny, and the two of them laughed at each other. Chapter 8, Panic and Fury, Seeking Favorites, Recommendations, and Monthly Tickets. Draw a throne. Folding Lan Su signaled the concubine to pucker her buttocks, and the latter covered her face and reluctantly complied. Outlined in a single stroke on delicate snow-white skin, the punching throne is something else. Your Holiness, shocking and evil news. General Kai Kilik has been completely destroyed. The guards outside the room reported hurriedly. Clunk! The pen in his hand fell abruptly, and Folan Su's entire body froze there. How could it be? Never! He roared in alarm, his terrified face erupting into an unbelievable expression. Get lost! Lifting his pants and kicking the concubine over, he hurried out of the room, deadly staring at the deathly pale-faced squire. The imperial sanctionary, who had commanded 7,000 miles, tilted his face and a hard slap knocked the guard out. Lying about the military. You! Thunderous roars of filial piety resounded through the corridor, and Folan Su's expression became increasingly distorted. Several members of the think tank stood on the porch, half afraid to approach. The atmosphere was suffocating to the point of being terrifying, and after a long period of silence, Folan Su finally regained the calmness of a superior. It was just a gloomy and dark look, as if it were a piece of iron gnawed by rust. Confirmed? He scanned his handlers coldly. One man lowered his head and said politely, Your Holiness, not counting the entire army, there are still nearly 300 deserters. Gu Chang'an is also dying. According to you, we won again, right? Folan Su smiled morosely. The staff of the atmosphere cannot breathe. The loss of this battle, a strange shame. Process. Folan Su's face was expressionless. According to the surviving pawn's accounts, the staffer told the exact course of the battle in detail. The shogun's voice trembled when he spoke of the blood-red sword aura enveloping the desert like flames and cutting out the abyss with a single stroke. This Gu Chang'an, is he a human or a devil? Folding Lan Su forehead veins bloomed one by one. At this time the concubine in the room also naively urged, Master, go on, chop her up and feed her to the wolves. After saying that, he quickly walked to the garden stone bench and sat down. The cold wind attacked his nose, keeps the consciousness awake. 2,700 sons and daughters. A capable general. Royal sheriff. Oh, I'm faceless now. Folan Su gritted his teeth and tried his best to restrain the pain. Your Holiness, rest your anger. It's not your fault. It's because Gu Chang'an is too much of a demon. In defense of unworthy spirituality. It's sad that he's not willing to be reduced to a mad butcher and degenerate into a bloodthirsty demon. Shoguns are painfully aware of the situation. And Khan lamented his statement. Don't save your honor. I'll have to swallow all the humiliation alive. Folan Su's voice was hoarse. Spinning around, he forced an angry look. Block the news. I'm afraid. It's going to be hard. A staffer replied. Stiffly. The word is out. Bang! Folding Lan Su collapsed the stone table with one fist, hissing with monstrous anger emanating from his body. Whoever dares to spread rumors blindly will have their 9 clans executed and their ancestral graves dug up. Do you know what impact the war report will have when it reaches the center of the empire and reaches the divine continent's central plains? The handlers were silenced. Predictably, it was nothing less than 9 thunderbolts. One man guarding a lonely city, slaughtering 3,000 people with a single sword. Just hearing about it gives me the creeps. It's simply shocking beyond words when you think about it. When the news reaches the center, the heavenly god coronation will absolutely dismiss the position of the sanctioning honors. It is highly likely that they will be sent to purgatory along with the family roll. The Middle East, on the other hand, will come to life in unimaginable ways. They were well aware of how resilient this ancient civilization had been, having experienced glory and endured decay. Once he exploded into life, the great barbarian empire would no longer be able to clamp down. Lan Su threatened, "We're all in the same boat, and when the man at the helm drowns, none of the passengers live to tell the tale." "Yes, sir," the staffers spoke in unison, gagging at all costs. "If you're tough enough, it can still be done in the sparsely populated West. As for the stupid woman sheriff, I will find an excuse to present to the holy city." Lan Su adjusted his emotions and, a chilling voice said, "The lone city, the graveyard of empires, what to do next?" There was a slight pause, and he was half helpless, half exasperated. "If I can move the city across the sky, I beg Gu Chang'an to go to the desert, to the grasslands. Just don't be in my territory, and let him hold on to the Middle Kingdom as long as he wants." The handlers looked at each other and almost burst into 3 lines of tears. Gu Chang'an has caused mental disorders, which really deserves the saying, "It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away." Lan Su took a deep breath, his tone disheveled. "I really need to ask a warlock to give me a peek at my destiny, whether I will fall into Gu Chang'an's hands in this life." "Your Holiness." The staffer stepped closer, clanging his voice. "The deserter swore to my humble servant that at that time, if only 1,000 more humans could have stabilized the army. Definitely take Gu Chang'an's head. A large group of people will counteract the fear within. And having taken that sword, Gu Chang'an, who is at the end of his rope, is a fish in a barrel." Lan Su stared at him coldly, his face grim. "You think soldiers fall from the sky? It doesn't take money and food to raise an iron army? Don't look at the 7,000-mile sanctioner as a mighty man. But if the sons and daughters under his command fight cleanly, I'm just a dog to be bullied back in Sacred City." The staffer had a fish in his throat and did not dare to advise him further. After venting anger, things still need to be done, whether on a national level or for personal gain or loss. The lone city must be eradicated. This is a non-negotiable red line. The key is that Your Honor can't afford to consume the troops under his command. If 10,000 troops run to the lone city, the figure at the top of the city had to drink in the hate as well. How about persuasion? The short, fat, goatee-bearded staffer tried, then added, "Since women, wealth and power are not wanted, searching for the secrets of the jungle, or send him to the holy city abyss to realize the law in the place where the heavenly Tao first came into being?" Lan Su stared at him, sharply questioning. One man facing 3,000 bruisers. "Do you surrender or not? Dare to lie, this honored one strikes you down." The goatee's heart was frightened, hesitated for a long time, and mumbled, "Drop." There's no shame in surrendering in the face of that dark despair. How can an ant have the courage to shake a big tree? Gu Chang'an met the sword with such earth-shattering determination. "We're just making fools of ourselves if we try to persuade them to surrender again." Lan Su gouged him out fiercely, while wandering back from side to side. He continued, "You woke me up with that jungle line. I personally invited Fu Jin to take action, preferring to owe a great favor to the heavens and eradicate the scourge of the lonely city." The people looked at each other in disbelief, all of them detecting the color of relief in each other's eyes. Peach Blossom Sword Fu Jin, a handful of swordsmanship, is well known in the sacred city, and is said to be a 4th-grade minor grandmaster. 2 years ago, he honed his sword energy at the Hanging Crags in the western region. Not to mention that Gu Chang'an was injured. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to shake a hair on Fu Jin's head. Owing a favor to a jungle is the hardest thing to get into because you don't know how much you should pay in the future when you return the favor. But don't think about the future in today's tragic situation. Prepare the horses. Lan Su couldn't wait a moment. A dimly lit town with grain banners hanging from the eaves of stores. A couple of fellows were eating on the table. "I've heard that a demon has come out of the city of Guzi, and that the Black Forest fangs resemble a legendary beast, coiled at the top of the city and devouring the essence of heaven and earth. 2,700 sons and daughters died horribly in the bloody bowl." Yes, it was thought that the great change in the heavens had not reached the western region. It seems hard to escape the human world now, and I wonder if the demonic monsters will ever get out of that city. The people are on edge. They can only trust the Foldland ruler. The fellows are talking. Their faces clouded with worry, uncertain whether the rumor or the fact is true. Anyway, the outside world is going crazy. One of them has a waxy, yellow face. The fellow with the deep bags under his eyes scooped up the thin cabbage soup from the bottom of the darkened pot and swallowed it spoonful by spoonful. Sang Ryu, what do you think? His companion nudged him with his elbow. The man named Sang Ryu was oblivious and continued to ladle the cabbage soup, and there wasn't a drop left in the bowl. Also repeat the maneuver. Hey! His turquoise-eyed, curly-haired companion tapped him on the shoulder and snickered. Are you bewitched too? Ah! Sang Ryu woke up with a start and said with a lake, I've been too tired lately. His companions stifled their laughter. Their eyes had a look of pity. It's weird not to be weak when you're serving the boss's wife. I pull a bubble of urine. Shang Lu face muscles tensed, put down the bowl, quickly left the store. After walking down a few alleys, his body trembled as he leaned against a wall. It's not a demon. It's definitely Chanan. Chanan did it. Lu Shan was in tears, and he couldn't wipe the tears away. He couldn't imagine how Chang'an could hold on to its lone city, given the desperation of that, and how to kill 2,700 enemy soldiers, pulling back the waves from collapse, supporting the building from broken beams. The spring breeze is again greening the oasis of God, and the nation is again bathed in the rising sun. He cried and laughed, not knowing whether to be shocked or saddened. Chang'an was too bitter and, no matter how long the darkness, that little light never goes out. I want to cross the Jade Gate Pass. I want to go to the Central Plains. Lu Shang clenched his fists and waved them hard a few times, successfully blending in with the merchants. Despite having to serve 200 pounds of boss's wife all day long, despite being the most humiliating of male slaves, what is this grievance compared to willful faith? Even if the road ahead is full of valleys and ravines, even if the desert is full of 9 deaths, just the thought of the white-clad figure in the lonely city never failed to give him courage. The next pass is his only chance. Chapter 9, Bloodsword. A monk kneeling 10 miles, seeking favorites, recommendations, monthly tickets. The wind roars, and the lone city stands. A blood-colored abyss outside the city blew up a roiling corpse gas, and a wooden sword was stuck across the dried blood soil. A bloody sword. To be precise, it is made from the blood of the enemy, and it is thick with a sinister aura. Gu Chang'an drew his sword, and the yellow sand that swept within his sight automatically separated, like it had been cut invisibly. Dragging the sword step by step, the blade of the sword even seeped out droplets of blood, particularly bizarre and murderous. His presumption proved correct. Since killing the enemy could make one stronger, would the power of a killing sword forged from the blood of the enemy be weak? Guard the city with me from now on, Gu Chang'an murmured to himself to the blood sword, then walked back to the watchtower. Having killed more than 2,000 enemy invaders, and at the same time captured countless trophies of war, grain, provisions, dried meat, cloth, gold and silver, and weapons of all kinds. With just one battle, the lone city will not be short of resources for the next 2 years. Even rich, both would still dislike the poor chewy texture of horsemeat. A few miles away, 5 monks were pulling a camel through the Gobi. One of the emaciated monks looked into the distance, the standard flag of Mold Lake fluttering in the wind. He suddenly knelt down and walked along the road in a kneeling position, his clear eyes just as red and moist, thinking, don't do anything stupid. A middle-aged monk with a high nose reminded in a low voice that, also subconsciously gazed at the desert lonely city. The kind of shock that penetrates deep into the soul cannot be experienced if you don't see it with your own eyes. The devil, who has been entrenched in a lonely city, writes a page of history that no one has ever seen before or since. From a great distance, horrible rumors of demonic rebellion circulated so widely that they shuddered at the smell of, deliberately preparing for a detour. But the closer we get to the lonely city, the more the truth comes out, and it can be hidden from the 7,000-mile frontier, but can't fool the neighborhood wilderness hunters. The lone city that has stood firm for 60 years, the only territory still occupied by the Shenzhou nation in the west. A man named Gu Chang'an performed a miraculous feat. He still stands at the head of the city. At first, when they heard the hunter's account, their hearts trembled. Even though none of them except Siwei are the people of God's continent, they are human beings. It's human to have emotional swings. How can one be indifferent in the face of such earth-shattering stories? Thinking, if you turn back you will surely die. The other monk warned sternly. On the way to the west to get the scriptures, he was threatened by hundreds of officials along the road, all with the same content. Never turn back. They're well aware that the 7,000-mile ruler is worried about word getting out, and who dares to touch that red line, it will end in death. Thinking like a devout pilgrim, he traveled on his knees to the lonely city. He used to admire Xuanzang the most. The westward journey does not seek wealth or fame, but is for the supreme dharma. This is the noblest of vows and illustrates the true power of faith. But now in his heart, no one is greater than Lone City Gu Chang'an. It is a perseverance 100 times more desperate than death. Closer and closer to the lone city. C could vaguely see the white figure at the top of that lonely and bleak. Back. A cold voice came from the watchtower, drifting far away with the wind. The rest of the monks did not dare to approach, but only Siwei remained on his knees and marched, speaking in a loud voice. Chen Shu, a native of the Central Plains, Dharma named Siyu, bows to the Gushir master. Gu Chang'an was slightly stunned. After her grandmother's end of life, he had never heard such fluent and authentic Chinese again, and for a while there was some silence. After a long time, he said calmly, "There is no need to kneel. Go." Siwei stood up and gazed silently at the vicissitudes of the ancient city of Guzi. The city walls were littered with bloodstains and arrow marks, so much so that they couldn't find a single spot that was intact and polished. The land of the divine continent has fallen into an abyss of chaos intertwined with blood and fire, and amidst the beacon of the last days when the mountains and rivers are breaking apart, the spirit of the former glorious Tang dynasty has disappeared into thin air, but a lone city far away in the western region has survived. This is the spiritual land of the Middle Kingdom, and this man is the crest of the nation. Siwei has a lot to say, but he doesn't know what to say. How small he was in front of Gu Chang'an, even ashamed and shameful. When a man is born in a chaotic world, he doesn't carry a 3-foot blade to sweep away enemy invaders, but he avoids the world and practices Buddhism to stay away from his homeland. One must grovel in the face of barbarians. Gu Chang'an looked down at the other party. Perhaps touched by his sincere tears, he said softly, "Retreat. This city has nothing to do with you. Do what you need to do." Siwei silently removes his bag and builds a simple ritual next to the abyss. No offerings or altars are set up. Only the scriptures are recited to transcend the souls of the Anxi heroes. The rest of the monks were very sensible to go first, and a glance at Gu Chang'an was enough. And from the level of the state and the nation, he was always the enemy. But this foe is not a green-faced fawn, or a ferocious beast of burden. Instead, it was a handsome, gentle man. If he were in the holy city, if he were in the Central Plains, he'd be a fluttering, dusty gentry. It is a good match favored by a beautiful woman. But this is the man who alone holds up the miracle and carries the willpower of the nation. No wonder the adjudicator vowed to block the news. Once the word got out, that's no good. The world is afraid to boil. Don't recite the scriptures. They died without regret in life and are honored by ghosts in the underworld. It seemed that he had been alone for too long, and Gu Chang'an was not used to people on the sidelines shredding his thoughts as he continued. "Tell me about the current situation in the eastern land of the divine continent." Siwei opened and closed his lips, wanting to say and afraid of the hero's despair, and then thought that Ben lived in endless darkness and had long scorned the threat of death, so how could he fear despair? The Central Plains are now divided into 7 countries, and there are more than a few wars every year, and although Great Tang is nominally the rightful ruler, but it is powerless to command the Pale and the common people. The barbarian kingdom is unrivaled, occupying vast and boundless territories, and it took the combined efforts of the 7 nations to barely resist it. In recent years West Shu was the first to be invaded by the invasion of the frontier. Hearing the sad tone, Gu Chang'an's eyes were way free, as he had expected. The direction of history is completely reversed. Also, the heavenly Tao awakens to the recovery of aura, and the sacred city of the barbarian kingdom is the birthplace. Siwei said much more until Gu Chang'an wasn't interested in listening any further. Despite being prepared, the harsh reality is far more frightening than a nightmare. Looking at the monk's tear-filled face, as if sensing his inner thoughts, he tantalized. "Let's go. You're surely not dead if you go back. Don't get yourself killed. To live your life the way you like is to be a true hero. I like defending the city, and it looks like you like honoring the Buddha and seeking the law, so go ahead and do it." Siwei wiped the tears that remained in the corners of his eyes, and for a moment, he wanted to go back to the divine continent's Central Plains. He couldn't let the national heroes fall into obscurity, but he doesn't even know a bit of Buddhism, so how is he going to get through the layers of blockades? "Sure, master." Poor monks leave. Finally, Siwei saluted deeply, not being one who could give hope to the lonely city himself. There is no face to linger. He left behind a small pagoda-shaped shrine, which he got by chance at the Buddhist temple in the holy city of the heaven and earth rolled to take care of all things, and he believed it was a Buddhist treasure. Even in his small way, he wanted to do something for the lonely city, and walk. Gu Chang'an glanced at the Buddhist niche next to the abyss. Siwei walked away in silence, several times wanting to turn back and see the city again. He looked forward to the darkness and all the persistence that Gu Chang'an had experienced. It will eventually get its due sometime in the future, but he knew that the man might not be able to support himself and collapse in the sand tomorrow, or the day after. Heroes live forever. and the poor monk will not leave the lonely city untouched, and as long as he lives, sooner or later, the legendary deeds will resound throughout the divine continent. Siwei made a secret vow. Chapter 10 Sorry, seeking favorites, seeking recommendations, seeking monthly tickets. The moon is like frost. It was quiet and empty, and all was silent. Gu Chang'an played with the Buddhist niche, with auspicious colorful paintings on the outer wall and intricate patterns entwined on the inner wall. The lower withered lotus throne with gold lacquer Buddha placed in it. Mediocre. Can the smell of blood be dispelled by placing a Buddhist shrine in a lonely city that blossoms in the midst of killing? He smiled and gently placed the Buddha niche in the corner of the watchtower. Suddenly staring off into the distance, under the moonlight, a man and two women walked towards the lonely city. The leader was dressed in a striking purple robe, his feet on cloud shoes that were spotless. In his right hand he drew the reins of a white horse with a body like snow. There was a peach blossom on the horse's back. Eldest senior brother. Must we kill him? The accompanying woman in martial attire looked away from Lone City and there was a look of pity in his eyes. Aha! Fu Jin nodded. Tantalizingly. In public, he offended the dignity of the empire. In private, we need the Foldland ruler to owe a favor. Pity. The other cold senior sister shook her head. 30 feet away from the Lone City, they quietly watched the blood-colored abyss, and it was not surprising that the sword crackled with everything. But the monstrous fury was truly frightening. It was clear that they couldn't feel Gu Chang'an's internal fluctuations, so how could they cause such a terrifying power? The peach blossoms are beautiful. A warm voice came from the city's head, and Gu Chang'an examined the peach blossom branch. He had never seen a peach blossom in his life. What was rare in a previous life is now out of reach. Yes. Fu Jin raised the peach branch and smiled. Picked in the middle of the country and raised in the holy city, where the soil and water are better suited to it. Gu Chang'an leaned against the fence. In the end, it's also robbed. Fu Jin was non-committal, staring at the crumbling and decaying city walls for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "The Middle Kingdom does not know how to treasure what God has given it, so we can't let it wither. Surname Gu. Surrender." The girl in martial arts uniform raised her palm-sized delicate face and, viciously threatening, "Elder brother, out of the sword. You don't even have a chance to leave your body intact if you want to. The eastern land of the divine continent has forsaken you, and who knows you? In the 7 kingdoms of the central plains, of the higher powers, your continued resistance is irredeemably foolish." Gu Chang'an's face was ancient, despite feeling an unprecedented threat, but how could he take half a step back? Do it! Hearing the 3 words calmly, Fu Jin took a step towards the city gate and, the peach blossom in his hand bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye, 1 petal and 2 petals slowly stretching out, and a few drops of dew were hanging from the branches. Clank! The unprovoked fury attacked, and the scarlet like blood-scorched wooden sword soared out. With an air of taking the head straight off. Go back. Fu Jin walked idly and stretched out his index finger, not waiting for the blood sword to get a foot closer before he flicked it out. Dang! With a crisp counter-concussion sound, the blade of the sword embedded itself in the wall of the watchtower, oozing blood across the masonry. Gu Chang'an narrowed his eyes, his black hair roaming with the wind, and his left hand fiercely tapped the wall. The blood sword soared with blood at an unhurried pace, the blood transforming into a network of swords that covered down towards the outside of the city. It was blood-red heaven and earth, with beads of blood falling like a dense spider web, each drop capable of scorching. Fu Jin laughed. Just because he admired Gu Chang'an's spirit didn't mean he could tolerate the other party's banter. That's not how swords work. He had one hand behind his back, and his spacious robes were flowing like the shaking sleeves of an opera singer. The peach blossom branch and the sword chi blood net always maintained a distance of 3 feet, not far from a foot, not close to a millimeter. Sudden, a peach petal quickly withered, and at the same time patted down the intense fury that blossomed from the bloody sword. The fury exploded in all directions, even if it caused the hair on Fu Jin's temples to blow wildly. He also just slowly reached out, and actually pushed on the tip of the bloody sword with his palm, his 5 fingers forming a hook that, clenching the blood sword, he said in a cold voice, "I'm in the new world and you're still living in the old world, confused and ignorant." Bang! Casually, he threw the blood sword back to the city wall, and it happened to land properly in front of Gu Chang'an. It was a matchup of worlds, and the latter was silent for a long time, the fire buzzing in his shoulder bones. Will the killer win? He doesn't know. Tonight the hazy glimmer of light in the dark night of chaos is afraid to go out. The 2 women watched the one-sided contest coldly, as would have been expected. Can you take on 3,000 soldiers alone? Can't. This was perhaps Gu Chang'an's innate talent, but at this moment, in a separate contest, Gu Chang'an was like a trapped beast. As Sifu said, it's a new world now. The sacred city abyss is the center of the world where heaven rolls in and everything is turned upside down. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth is the foundation of martial arts. And with Gu Chanan still struggling unwillingly in the old world, and the Empire giving him the opportunity to knock on the door of the. Instead, he's going to be a martyr for the old dynasty that's gone. Pathetic end of the line hero. Take the wine. Fusion stared at the watchtower, but the words were addressed to his senior sister. His face serene. Coming here to kill you has nothing to do with enmity. It's just a matter of each for his own. The Foldland ruler says you're a martyr to the old dynasty. Instead, I see you as a martyr to your own beliefs. 2 jars of wine were tossed over, one of which was thrown into the watchtower. Gu Chang'an held the blood sword and caught it steadily. His eyes were cold and tantalizingly thin, and he twisted his head to look around the silent city of Guzi. It seemed to want to see more. To you, by and large, Jianghu men and women have classical romantic feelings. Fusion Iji pulls up and hovers in midair. It was his limit, but it was also within reach of the banner at the top of the city. Gu Chang'an's eyes froze. A thunderclap loomed steeply in his mind, keenly catching the other's aura as he dotted the ground. Fine to the workings of invisible forces, he had slaughtered countless enemy invaders, but he had never encountered such a terrifying suspension as the person in front of him. Shallow knowledge makes him stupid, and no one to teach him makes him confused. But in this moment, he saw through the new world. In the past, defending the city could only rely on the fire in his body, but he neglected his own abilities. Turns out I would too. Seeing that he didn't move a muscle, Fu Jintanya said, "You're waiting for something." Gu Chang'an replied calmly, "Wait for the wind." Suddenly, a gale of wind swept through the dark and lonely city. It was as if the storms of the 100,000 miles of desert had gathered here, and the sky was covered with yellow sand. Gu Chang'an stood loftily, learning from the other party's flow of qi. Colorful portals seemed to appear in his vision, molded lakes and grandiose, and for a fleeting moment, images of a hellish abyss flickered in the sea of consciousness. The faith that has been built up over the past 10 years, the courage that has come out of despair over and over again, the loneliness of wandering alone in the darkness, the fury honed by killing countless enemies, everything exploded as much as it could at this moment, turning into raging internal force. The sudden strange sight of the storm made the two women look at each other in dismay. Fusion remained calm and collected. The altar of wine in his hand did not waver. Brilliant history will forget you, but every year when the peach blossoms bloom, I will always think of you, Gu Chang'an. After taking a small sip of wine, the peach branch at Fusion's fingertips moved, and a peach blossom bloomed. Like the world's most terrifying and overwhelming rain of swords, beautiful and dangerous. In the face of impending annihilation, Gu Chang'an was as calm as a stiff, withered mold, just piercing the bloody sword through his shoulder bone. The pain coming from every inch of his skin gave him an excited thrill. The thrill proved that the lone city could hold. That death scythe could not fall on his neck tonight. The moment he drew his bloody sword. Rumble! A few feet beyond the center of Gu Chang'an's circle, it's an earthly inferno, filled with a mist of blood, with a banner in his hand. He seems to be able to cut down the king of hell, compared to the last time we destroyed the fire. This time with the internal power added to the blood mist in the air was actually in the form of streams. The rounded child holes of the girl in martial costume were like startled birds. She stared horrifiedly at the abyss to the side. The loss is cracking and the abyss is expanding. Chop! Fusion's expression was cold, and the peach blossom branch at his fingertips flew into the blood mist. He looked at his constantly trembling hands in amazement, not believing that this was the moment when he had begun to weaken and cower. I would sink in the old world. Gu Chang'an barely managed to hold himself up without shaking, gazing at the monstrous blood mist enveloping the peach blossom branches. The bloody sword was like a newborn. Its scarlet red color deepened again by 2 or 3 points, and its aura was like a rainbow. Crossing over the peach blossom branch blatantly penetrated the purple-robed swordsman. Fusion made a sharp twist in midair, but his body fell straight down into the yellow earth. He stared at the bloody hole in his chest like a searing red peony. Eldest brother. The two women were pale and hissed hysterically as the cold senior sister darted in with her sword. Fusion looked up at the sky and pulled the corners of his mouth into a hard smile. Why does everything happen so quickly and then end so quickly? On this dead hot night, in the middle of this yellow sand-covered desert, it's amazing that he would go to the last step of his life. A sword to destroy all that he is. It hurts too much. Gu Chang'an sat on the ground and opened the jar of wine with his other hand. The wine smelled mellow and thick. A shallow sip lowered his voice. This lone city is my life. I'm sorry. The cold woman assisted her senior brother, her reddened eyes blazing with murderous intent, but was pressed down by Fusion's raised hand. He laughed bitterly. Don't let me die on the enemy's frontier. Take me away. Willing to bet is fair in the jungle. Flesh and blood scorched black. Sword chi stirred up the organs and bowels. Vitality dark, almost dying. The two daughters, with tears streaming down their faces, assisted their senior brother onto his horse, and a white horse galloped across the desert. The The cold senior sister turned back several times, her resentful and mournful eyes staring at Turtle City in death. The lonely city resumed its usual silence, except that the abyss outside the city was wider, and there was an extra branch of peach blossoms on the ground. It was as if nothing had happened. Gu Chang'an coughed non-stop, as if spitting out his lungs, and there was black blood everywhere on the lapel of his white robe. The broken fire reappeared in the shoulder bone position. It's just smaller, this time a little on the lower side. He was not yet capable of hovering, and could only stagger on, holding on to the town's head. Plant the peach blossom branches carefully outside the city in the hope that they will bloom in the coming year. I envy the white clothes and the sword, but I like this city better. I'm not dead yet. I, Gu Chang'an, am not dead, he cried out into the distance, and then lay alone beside the abyss. P.S. I'm asking for recommendations, monthly votes, and catch-up reading, plus more tomorrow. Chapter 11, Trust in the Wisdom of Posterity, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Adjudicator's Residence. Sandalwood birds and birds. And half of Folding Lansu's face flickered in the wavering candlelight. The other half was hidden in the thick ink darkness. Just how strong is Fusion? He asked this question 13 times. Your Holiness, Duke Fu, also known as Fujio, of the younger generation of the Empire. His martial arts attainments are good enough to rank 9th, and his peach blossom sword with one hand is renowned in the Holy City. The black-robed man who carried the sword on his back reported respectfully, but Gu Chang'an fought 3,000 elites. Alone. Folding Lansu was disturbed. Your Holiness. The black robe paused and simply picked his words. Jianghu swordsmen are not good at the battlefield. Duke Fu surely can't do anything as absurd and bizarre as Gu Chang'an, but to each his own. In the realm of single combat, the peach blossom sword seals the throat with a single stroke. Reasonable. Fo Lansu poured a mouthful of tea to calm his emotions, but his expression was still anxious. When I think about it, when Duke Fu entered Western Shu with his sword, and 10,000 people were watching him, he killed those of the same realm in just 3 moves. 2 years ago at the Jade Gate Pass, Beiliang Chen Haoran drank the peach blossom petals and his soul returned to the underworld springs. The black-robed words ended abruptly. Sharp footsteps sounded suddenly, and the attendant presented a flying dove with a bloodstained note tied to its leg. The shortcut is here. The black robe took the initiative and unfolded the note. The expression instantly became extremely appalled and horrified, and the fingertips were trembling slightly. Big brother perished. The 5 words written in blood were so harsh that they almost burned the child's whole. Staring at his ashen-faced demeanor, a low, cloudy, heavy, muffled sound escaped from Fo Lansu's throat. Fu Gongzi is dead. The black robe trembled, wriggling his lips with difficulty. Aha! Fo Lansu nodded numbly. How did this happen? The black robe was incredulous. You asked me? Fo Lansu raised his fist and slammed it hard on its head, shouting in oblivious rage. You said one sword to seal your throat. I'll seal your mother. He walked back and forth across the room, his face turning from white to blue, filled with a rage that had nowhere to be ejected. The bulge made those cheeks quiver slightly. Waste. It's all crap. Fo Lansu's eyes pierced straight through the black robe, like 2 poisoned swords. Please rest your anger. Your Holiness. The black robes were bleeding profusely as they knelt down and kowtowed. Tell all the guys from K-Tai to get their asses in here. Fo Lansu coldly stared at the guards. In a moment, a group of people entered the room, both civil and military, all of whom were close to the adjudicator's inner circle. As they watched His Holiness' face, which was embarrassed to the core, they knew that the mission had failed again and again. Folding Lansu angry hair, ranting filial piety. Blow it up as a myth of invincibility. Don't take it if you don't have the skill. Stupid to send death. The crowd bowed their heads and dared not say anything. How could Fusion not be strong? The peach blossom sword was killed precisely because of its proud record. It was Fusion that made the empire famous, but his opponent was too anticlimactic. Your Honor, I would like to lead 7,000 troops to destroy the Lone City in one fell swoop. A burly military general stepped forward and said decisively, having had enough of humiliation, the only way to snowball the shame is to rearm, and further delay will only make Gu Chang'an furious. Military orders, failing to bring up your head? Fo Lansu's face was grim. Promise. The military general resounded with a resolute attitude. Gu Chang'an's limit was 4,000 bruisers, a conclusion drawn through the last siege. 7,000 soldiers is more than enough. And Gu Chang'an gets stronger and stronger the more he fights. He's a bloodthirsty devil. Is 7,000 enough? 7,000. Ah, all of them are the family soldiers that my father has cultivated with great care. All of them are the money and wealth base of my Foldland family. Folding Lansu's face was cloudy. Noble dictator of the 7,000 Li territory. He had actually developed a fear of an isolated city. Seeing that His Holiness was looking ahead, The only thing the crowd could do was to be silent. Your Honor's hesitation was not unreasonable. Gu Chang'an got stronger and stronger the more he fought. Who knows how far it has evolved this time. The 7,000 sons and daughters are not cold numbers. They are flesh and blood. Do we really want to gamble? Suddenly, Folan Su calmed down and said something unthinkable. Have faith in the wisdom of posterity. The military generals present were confused, but the shogun's eyes twinkled and easily surmised what His Holiness meant. I've decided to leave the mess to the next sanctioning officer. Folan Su directly made his cards clear. The atmosphere in the hall was dead silent. It was so quiet that there wasn't a single sound. Your Holiness, Folan Su waved his hand in a serious manner. My mind is made up, and I will present a petition of thanks to the Imperial Center this night, claiming that the sheriff was killed by my own hand. Dismiss the adjudicator's office on this charge. Your Holiness, think twice. The shogun was sweating anxiously. The royal princess was worthless, and even if the Central Committee suspected that she died at the hands of His Holiness, they wouldn't take advantage of the situation. But once you take the initiative to submit a letter to the court, it will involve the face of the Topaz royal family. The god of heaven's coronation has to rule even if he doesn't want to. San, see your mother. Folan Su said angrily with his eyes wide open. Who left this mess in Lone City? Old Huyen Shou. Now let me take the blame for this embarrassing and heavy burden. I'd rather lose the power to shepherd aside than have my sons and daughters die innocently and tragically. Gu Chang'an is not afraid of wearing shoes with his bare feet. He really dares to suppress everything. The prestige of my folded Lan Su is built on iron-blooded bruisers. I can't afford to lose it. At this moment, the once vigorous and spirited dictator. At this point it seems a bit willful. The people looked at each other and sighed one after another. Can you blame the last sanctioning officer? Hu Yanshou. After Huyen Shou's departure, the lone city was dying, and there were only a few hundred old, white-headed pawns left, easily breached. But God knows there is a demon like Gu Chang'an inside. One person is enough to stand up to 1,000 armies. Your Holiness deserves to be unlucky. The staffer wanted to speak. Euphemistically. Your Holiness, if you take a step back, it will be difficult to recover. The sanctioning officer is equivalent to a third-ranking feudal official in the Central Plains, and has absolute autonomy. A powerful warlord in a 7,000 radius, and the next level up is the Inquisitor, the position that Hu Yanshou now holds, equivalent to a second-ranking Shangshu in the Middle Kingdom. If Your Excellency takes the initiative to dismiss me, I'm wasting 15 years of my career, and you're going backward and I'm going forward in the game of power. It's much harder to climb the ladder to sanctioning officer and beyond. It can't be helped. Mother Her Gu Chang'an. Folan Su slumped in his chair and, the tone was angry with a hint of aggravation. Power is life, and the pain of having to voluntarily throw away half his life right now is indescribable. Your Holiness, has the decision been made? The heartthrob solemnly inquired. Sometimes it's good to take a step back. Neither could we eradicate the 7,000 tumor, and every time we marched in, we came back with bad news. It's so tiring to still have to find ways to cover up the toxicity. His Holiness' heart was tired, and they were even more tired. Buttermilk, who cares about the flood after I leave? Folan Su adjusted his emotions and continued, take away what you can, and when the holy city's edict comes, we'll leave after the handover. Doggone Gu Chang'an, you managed to boil me away. It's a shame that you're running off in the dust, but it's a shame that you're running away. The staffer's expression changed slightly, and he stared. Your Holiness, what if the immediate sanctioning officer lifts the lid and reports everything to the center? The atmosphere was steeply oppressive, and the crowd was on edge. That's what they're most afraid of. Once word of the lone city gets into the center of that's about as good as 9 days of thunder. Folan Su was unhurried and his tone was calm. Oh, you want to go into the swamp and not get mud on the soles of your shoes? The gravity of this matter is such that anyone who touches it is responsible for it, no matter how much, and I lose my head. The new sanctioning officer should not be able to renew his career either. Besides, Hu Yanshou wants to stay out of this. If Lone City is exposed, he'll end up like me. At those words, the crowd quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the new sanctioning officer dared to offend His Eminence, he didn't dare to offend Hu Yanshou in the center of power. It's a ship of interests that capsizes for no one. But what if he wants to run away too? A military general said in a jarring voice. Hearing the word run away, the atmosphere was instantly icy, nearly revealing his scars in public. Folan Su's face turned blue. Snap! When the military general slapped himself, he bowed his head with a bashful heat. I'm leaving, he's leaving. 2 consecutive sanctioning officers have failed to complete their terms of office. If we don't send someone to visit secretly, then the temple guns are all fools. He didn't have a chance to leave and had to die to the lone city. The next sanctioning officer is the biggest downer. Speaking of this, Folan Su's tone was quite light. The crowd nodded darkly, and had to admire his eminence's political acumen. A timely stop-loss saves the greatest stress for the next sanctioning officer. I'd like to see how he'll deal with Gu Chang'an, the shogun said in a hushed voice, which actually sounded a bit gloating. Chapter 12 I'm a coward. I wish you all the best. Request for favorites. Request for catch-up readings. Request for recommendations. Peach blossoms grow fast. The beings whom heaven rolls in its favor are, by and large, planted in the desert abyss. It's 3 feet tall in just a few short months. The peach blossoms are half hidden in more of a white fuzzy slightly spitting red dotted bun. A group of young children ran into the abyss to play, and from time to time there came giggles and laughter that peach blossoms are so rare in their lives. Gu Chang'an looked out over the fence, watching the youngsters playing eagle and chicken beside the peach tree. He couldn't help but smile as well. The darkness of the underworld is enough with him, and these clear eyes should gaze upon the bustling lights of the landscape of God's continent. One day, he would send the children to the central plains, and that was Gu Chang'an's only wish. In the watchtower against the wall, along the long edge of which stood a niche in which the statue of Buddha shimmered with golden light. There is really a sense of Buddha's light when you look at it close up. He had 2 gains from the battle with the purple-shirt swordsman. One is internal power, and down the road, you can also absorb the essence of the sun and moon. The second is the Buddha's niche. The only way to drive it is with internal power, and for the time being, I don't know the purpose of it. Meanwhile, the adjudicator's residence. An old python-robed woman with frosty temples sat in the main seat that originally belonged to Folding Lan Su. The latter stood with his arms folded. The handover is complete, and the moon sanctions can send in their troops. Folan Su said absently. His mood was as light as his languid countenance, and the imperial edict of punishment came down to, far away in the desert as a pacifier, only 1 level down. Complete relief. From now on, they were hundreds of thousands of miles apart, and they didn't have to be disgusted by Gu Chang'an to the point that they couldn't sleep at night. You're hiding something else, aren't you? The old woman's brown-eyed child erupted with anger and the wrinkled face was like the roots of a coiled old tree. Many of his handlers were silenced. Please solve the puzzle. Folan Su was tantalizingly calm. Gu Chang'an, Turtle Town. Yu Jiuling slapped his eucalyptus and stared coldly into his eyes, almost pointing his nose in pain. You are truly able to cover your tracks, and if I had not stepped into the 7,000 miles of the old body, how could you know that this place is so humiliating and unpleasant, audacious and lawless? She took a step in, her eyes blazing like knives. If this matter is investigated in depth, you have committed the crime of deceiving the king, and have brought shame upon the empire. Cutting myself off wouldn't even be enough to atone for my sins. So, Folan Su forced her to look at her. A cold smile swept across the corners of his mouth. That's why I am reporting truthfully to the center. Yu Jiuling's face was expressionless. Please. Folan Su waved his hand and added. Guess what the consequences are? My head is on the ground. Hu Yanshou has his neck on the line. And at this moment you're the sanctioning officer. You're responsible for that too. Yu Jiuling's expression froze. His eyes flickered a few times, and his entire person was unusually gloomy. You're not the Queen of Nativity from 30 years ago. You're an imperial official, surviving in a field of power. It's time to carry the load for someone else once in a while. I'm just cleaning up Hu Yanshou's mess. Am I not aggravated? Folan Su was calm and relaxed, and even took the tea handed by the guards in his hand. The old crone in front of me was once the queen of a small country in the north of the desert, which surrendered 30 years ago. The coronation of the celestial god had treated her with special favor, and now she had climbed up to the position of sanctioning officer. To be honest, Folan Su also did not expect the center to appoint this person. Yu Jiuling acted decisively and ruthlessly, inheriting the style of the former queen, the old hag of the empire. You dug a pit to wait for me? Yu Jiuling seemed to accept the reality and her emotions gradually calmed down. A lone city in a desert of 10,000 miles is actually a volcano that is sunk to the bottom of the abyss, but whenever it surfaces, the absolutely catastrophic consequences. Hu Yanshou, who was high up in the decision-making hierarchy of the empire, could not be blamed, and Folan Su was even more miserable. And 7,000 miles of officials, large and small. She really didn't dare offend the entire chain of interests and had to get on board whether she wanted to or not. Folan Su was non-committal. Ha! Yu Jiuling suddenly laughed and calmly said, 1 month. The old me is buried in the lonely city, and the empire's borders do not allow the existence of slaves from the central plains. The only way to defy authority and challenge the bottom line is to break into pieces. Folan Su took a sip of tea. The corners of his mouth tugged, and he almost couldn't strain a smile. A month? The old hag is really daring to boast. If it were that easy, I'd be a dictatorial warlord and run away. Unlike some cowards, who think only of their family soldiers and have not the slightest regard for the dignity of the empire, Yu Jiuling spoke softly, without hiding the eerie tone in his words. She took it for granted that the old Foldland thief was afraid to fight, and did not have the courage to throw his life on the line. That's what fueled the flames of the lone city dog thieves. Folan Su didn't retort. Not having been poisoned by reality is what this looks like. You're noble. You're marvelous. I'm weak. I'm incompetent. I hope the moon sanctions handily killing Gu Chanan. He spoke tantalizingly. There was a time when his heart was pounding as he took up the power of sanction given to him by the crown god of heaven. With great vigor, he launched a fierce attack on the twilight of the old world. Yu Jiuling's current state was exactly the same as he was back then. A fool with a mantle. Foolish man who strikes a stone with an egg. Restraining him is as easy as bending over to pick up grass. Yu Jiuling narrowed her eyes and waited for her humans to arrive. Then she opened up a bloody massacre that, to turn the lone city into a dead city that no hawk or crow would dare enter. Block the news. I respectfully obey my grandmother. Respectfully obey the order of the sanctioning officer. The skirts of the buxom woman in the corridor fluttered and the sprint away. Folan Su nodded and turned to walk out of the hall, pinching his temples as if in relief. Your Holiness. The old witch is afraid that she can really eradicate Gu Chang'an. A staffer approached and whispered in a low voice. When a woman wields power, she's only 100 times more vicious than the next person. The only way to counteract worldly prejudices is through ironclad means, and the old hag is one of the best. But anyone who knew anything about the imperial court would fear the old hag like a snake. Try it. This battle of the ruthless is sure to be a good one. There's no turning back for the old hag, and Gu Chang'an is even more fearless. Folding Lan Su laughed meaningfully. Being in the bureau was panic. Watching from the outside was too much fun. Right. Seemingly remembering something, he was silent for a long time and said quietly, there are still dozens of jars of good wine buried under the acacia trees in the flower garden. Find a chance to give them to Gu Chang'an. Your Holiness. The staffer frowned deeply, having trouble understanding. Folding Lan Su looked into the distance and said unhurriedly, I am conceited to be a man of honor, but Gu Chang'an is the hero who stands on top of the world. I've dreamed of killing him countless times, but then I wake up and laugh, and it's true that I want to kill him. Admiring him is also true. It is not an honor to live one's life and to be the enemy of such a spiritual martyr. The shogun opened and closed his lips, wanting to say that the childhood humans died tragically at the hands of Gu Chang'an, but the words were swallowed back. To each his own. Neither side can do anything about it. All the best to the old hag. Folan Su laughed. P.S. Request for recommendation. Request for monthly votes. Chapter 13 Gu Chang'an today. To open up the frontier for the Central Plains. Manganese yellow sand. Vast desert. A caravan of hundreds of people crossed the Gobi and made their way east. The wagon with the grain banner on it rattled, and after a few feeble whimpers, the man with the braided hair was kicked off the wagon by the cross-faced woman. Immediately another male slave continued. Lu Shan lifted his incestuous pants and ignored the sneering eyes of the merchant fellows. Walking silently towards the back of the line, he blended into the barbarian nation. Whether it was the shape of his headdress or his accent, so ugly that he loathed himself. I only have one chance, Lu Shan murmured to himself. This opportunity is still being created by Longacre. The 7,000 mile adjudicator change. As the old saying goes, once a ruler, always a ruler. The previous ruler leaves. The officials of all sizes under their command will be out of power. No matter how smooth the transfer of power process is, there are bound to be breakdowns. He had to use the caravan to catch a break before he could break through the heavy blockade along the way. Arrive at the human pass, which recurs in your dreams. Behold, in that post-apocalyptic dark night sky, the forgotten West still burns with the torch of ideals. The intensity of the barbarians' news blockade of the lone city proves their fear of Chang'an. The more this happened, the more he, Lu Shang, tried desperately to bring the news to the divine continent's central plains. The divided nation so badly needs a hero of the times to awaken the spirit of a decaying civilization. The kind of persistence that doesn't pay off in the end. How can that undying faith and great love for family and country go unnoticed? Lu Shang dreamed of a picture. The 7 kingdoms of the divine continent briefly put aside their disputes and sent millions of troops to press down on the human pass. Coming to the frontier that had stood firm for more than 60 years, he looked toward the man at the head of the city who had confronted despair countless times, and said with a voice that shook the clouds, "Go home." It was such a feverish scene, a moment when all that persistence meant something. At that moment, the souls of the Anxi army smiled in the grave, and at that moment, the national spirit shook the world. He knew that dreams were only fantasies after all, but this journey of 9 deaths always needs a touch of fantasy to comfort it, or sink in despair. Wait for me. Chadan, wait for me again. Lu Shang's eyes were red. and his greatest fear was that he would arrive in the Middle Kingdom and the men of the lonely city would have fallen long ago. I hear the new adjudicator is an old hag the barbarians are terrified of, and that Chang'an is alone, and how to carry through the infinite darkness. The city of Kurtz. The peach blossoms are already a man high, and the bright red petals look beautiful in the gray and dead desert. Gu Chang'an was lying under the tree, and several wine altars were already empty beside him. Half a month ago, a couple of scribes delivered a cartload of wine, and that's how he learned the name Folding Lan Su. In fact, he does not hate Folding Lan Su. 2 civilizations you die, each has its own responsibility, including the purple-shirted swordsman who perished. His duty was to guard the city and defend the Chinese nation from the enemy beyond its borders. Nothing more. Incoming enemy. Gu Chang'an, as calm as ever, stepped out of the abyss and walked under the city wall and walk the wall and take down the banner. Bang! Plunging the banner heavily into the yellow earth, he gazed into the distance as he always did. The sun is covered with dust and smoke. Black clouds are stuffing the sky, and 8 miles away the flags are hunting, and the iron armor is like clouds. The faces of the 4,000 tough soldiers were like iron, and the 7-colored flag embroidered with a female eagle was eye-catching and piercing. A majestic chariot was at the rear of the army. At the rear of the carriage, a great withered statue of gold was held aloft, resembling a flying bird and a walking beast. The awe-inspiring and sacred. The imperial adjudicator honors the emperor himself. Yu Jiuling wore a beaded crown on his head. His silver hair was combed meticulously, and his dark brown-eyed boy had a chilling look. Every day that this city exists is an insult to her political life. She's not a coward like the old Foldland piker. The only way she's going to do it is to be in the field. Only then can we show our determination to defend the dignity of the great barbarian empire to the death. The army is gradually approaching the lone city, and the standard fluttering in the wind can already be clearly seen, and the snow-white figure that stood beneath the city. This scene, by definition, exists only in legend, a play on the absurd and bizarre. Is there really a man in the world who holds the city? Witnessing it with their own eyes, the hearts of the moon descendants who accompanied them rose and fell, unable to calm their shocked emotions for a long time. Sad epic saga. A purple-hatted teenager's jaw dropped. The visual impact of the image of one man alone against a desert army was too great. Snap! Shut up! The plump and beautiful woman flung away a slap with a cold face and said coldly, "A foolishly loyal cutie. It's nothing more than that, and worthy of your praise?" Yes, sister. The teenager nah. Remember, a true hero is one who knows what's right, one who can bend and bend, and one who lies in wait for what's right, instead of being bent on death. Yuea warned sternly, her blue-eyed child erupting with murderous intent. At the end of the army followed a few steeds. It was none other than Folan Su and his beloved guards. All the men under his command had set out for the desert, and the old hag had purposely detained them for a few days, said he would let him go to the battlefield to observe as well. How could Zuelan Su not see through the old hag's mind? Nothing but humiliation, nagging at him for digging a hole and leaving a mess. He disgusted him. If Gu Chang'an perishes, the gap between the two sanctioning officers will be obvious. He can't even hold his head up when he meets the old hag in the field of power in the future. As the drums rumbled, Yu Jiuling rose up and roared. Formation. 4,000 humongous soldiers suddenly surged like a wave toward the lone city, arranged in a bizarre formation. The foremost were not foot soldiers and shields, nor were they cavalry with heavy armor. Instead, it was a group of red-armored soldiers riding ferocious wolves, all armed with 9-foot halberds. Keep the carriage at an absolutely safe distance from the city of Guzi. The highly skilled guards flanked the sanctioning officer so that the carriage could be quickly evacuated no matter what the outcome. Sudden, bared sounds were heard in the distance, and burning arrows could be vaguely seen crashing down on the city of Kurtz in all directions. The sky was vaguely shrouded in thick black smoke. The old hag is really sinister, sighed Foldland Su. Originally, I thought the other party would despise Gu Chang'an. Unexpectedly, he directly made use of the moon's unique weapon, the poison fireball. It looks like there's another group of soldiers and horses ambushing the southeast and west triangles of the lonely city, just waiting for Gu Chang'an to lose his life. Completely bury this city. A fetid stench permeates the city, a poisonous gas capable of contaminating water sources and cultivation. Once the city's old and weak women and children were exposed to it, they bled to death. In the distance the loss of arrows grew denser, and the streets of the lonely city were filled with billowing black smoke. Beat the drum! Yu Jiuling's combative voice came from the carriage. Beat the drum! The guards shouted in unison. The drums of the frontier were beating loudly, and the ferocious wolves were howling madly, like the fiercest funeral song of doom. Gu Chang'an was chilled to the bone, and his rippling eyes gradually became hostile. The black smoke of the city crushed the weakness that was wrapped in his hard shell. What about the loved ones who watched him grow up? What about those laughing children? He could not leave the gates. If he did, this lonely city, which had stood firm for 62 years, would fall. To fall even for a quarter of an hour would be to fail the souls of the Anxi heroes. It's a feeling like walking along and suddenly stepping off, your soul floating in mid-air. Watch your flesh fall hopelessly toward the abyss, not pain or fear, but an unnameable confusion and helplessness. The abyss of the city gates, the peach blossoms in full bloom, an unmistakable white figure standing motionless. Let the enemy's monstrous aura sweep over them. Sad loner. Folensu narrowed his eyes at the white robes and he admitted that the old hag was ruthless enough. Gu Chang'an entered the city to rescue the women and children, and he himself must have been contaminated with poisonous gas. And the old witch took the opportunity to capture the city of Guzi and then eliminate Gu Chang'an. Your Holiness, the old witch seems to hate Gu Chang'an in the extreme? The crony asked cautiously. Folensu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Those who surrendered their country 30 years ago certainly hated the man who stood in the darkness of desperation. The cronies nodded. Though it is a great thing, and nothing can stop the great barbaric empire of the heavenly rolling guards, but the old hag was not yet at the end of her tether, so she simply submitted to the center of the empire. In the same situation, the Anzacs all fought until they were down to their last pawn and still always defended the frontier. No wonder the old hag is so angry, being the dictator of 7,000 miles, not to mention the clumsy tactic of using poison fireballs. Folensu's child hole shrunk suddenly. How is that possible? The black fog within the city was gradually dissipating. Yu Jiuling clutched the handrail tightly. The sudden scene had disrupted her strategic layout. The poisonous fireballs are not working. Could it be that there are still high-level people hidden in the city? Gu Chang'an's stiff body quickly returned to normal, and he perceived the Buddhist niche in the watchtower that, the base Buddha statue emanated Buddhist light, which seemed to be the invisible power of the light of heaven and earth. He smiled and said softly, "Fate has not abandoned me. Desperate for too long. It's time for a little luck." Without worries, the white figure calmly drew his bloody sword and pierced through his shoulder as before. Blood gushed out like a spring, staining the lapel of his coat. As if he were a bloody man, he stood silently in front of the army. The atmosphere was steeply dead silent. It was like a tomb cellar, eerily ghastly. Under the shock of this cruel self-destruction, the hearts of many barbarians were in their throats. Some of the soldiers and generals began to disintegrate before their will to fight. All troops hold steady. Those who retreat one step will be killed without pardon. Yu Jiuling shouted loudly and sternly, using her might to subdue the gradually wavering military spirit of the generals. The blood mist gradually filled the air, just like a killing ferocious beast sealed in the sea of blood began to awaken. The souls of the Anxi heroes are with me. The Middle Kingdom is with me. Kill the enemy. A lone defender, dragging his bloody sword towards 4,000 humans. Scarlet sword she swept across a 10-foot radius, 20 feet, 30 feet, 80 feet. Rumble. The earth was trembling, and the 4,000 soldiers and horses were as powerful as rainbows, and the formation pushed forward in an orderly fashion, and the yellow sand was 3 feet deep. The blood-colored longsword swept out in a fan, and wherever the blade passed, baleful aura filled in from all directions. It formed a wide, blood-colored sword curtain, wrapped in the power to destroy everything. At this moment Gu Chang'an was hanging in the air, although he couldn't do as high as the purple-shirted swordsman crossing the city tower, but still stepping over the heads of barbarians. The scene came to an abrupt halt. This was no longer a case of 1,000 armies avoiding the white robe, but rather the white robe trying to slaughter 1,000 armies on his own. The blood aura was so creepy that it directly shrouded the battlefield, and Gu Chang'an seemed like a demon god who had killed his way out of hell, fearlessly crashing into enemy lines. Wailing sounds rose and fell, each head soared into the air, and the blood-netted sword threads churned up the bodies of the enemy. All wounds must be burned, without exception. This is no longer a battlefield. Instead, it is a bloody slaughterhouse. From a long distance away, Folensu's heart trembled with fear. Feel the extraordinary power of that nameless yet regal force. Gu Chang'an was stronger. Luckily, I ran away in time. Otherwise, according to the conclusion of the analysis, sending 5,000 soldiers and horses, it's going to be absolutely miserable. Last time, Gu Chang'an's limit was 4,000 troops. I'm afraid it's more than 7,000 this time. A once-in-a-lifetime freak. Your Holiness, we are well on our way. The Minders shuddered, witnessing the bloody carnage. The cold, hard numbers of deaths every time we get bad news. That kind of fear is something you can't forget for the rest of your life. What was even more shocking was that Gu Chang'an had one sword for one person. The unprecedented epic scene. If exposed, the world would completely boil. Yu Jiuling's face was ashen. It was as if she had been poked in the heart with a sharp instrument. A sharp pain and despair instantly permeated his body. No way. Folding Lan Su carefully observed the old hag's expression and couldn't help but look heavy. Bending down with a grimace, it took all his strength to hold back his smile. Not being poisoned by reality is what this looks like. There are many things you can't feel just by hearing about them, only by experiencing them. It is only then that one realizes what an unbeatable lone warrior one is dealing with. 4,000 lunar soldiers, planted. The white robe once again became a robe of sacrificial blood, and even the long, flowing hair was stained with blood, drooping drop by drop, and behind him, countless amounts of blood converged into a dark red swamp that, and then flow into the abyss of expansion. Twilight obscures the hobbling pace, and the evening wind rolls up the smoky sands of the sky. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, and the surviving enemy fighters were dying, except for running for their lives. The rest are all flesh and blood-molded lakes, leaving only half a breath. Gu Chang'an recarried the banner and planted it half a mile from the lonely city. He looked ahead with icy indifference, then looked up to the heavens again and calmly said, Gu Chang'an, the 9th Squadron of the Xianwei Army, 8th Regiment of the Anxi Army of the Great Tang Dynasty. For the time being, there is no sacrificial gift of 5 grains and fresh fruits, and I would like to take the head of the enemy invaders to tell the 5 emperors of the divine state, the Yellow Emperor, the Yen Emperor, the Zhuan Su, the Xiao Hao, the Tai Hao, and the Jigoku, the sun and the moon. Today, open the border. Bang! The banner fell, though only half a mile in extent, with the scarlet banner flying. Jun Jiuling's face was pale to the core. Folan Su was equally horrified and creeped out. This half-mile of loss is not worth mentioning, but the words open up the frontier and expand the land. It was almost a naked humiliation of the great barbarian empire. P.S. Request for recommendation. Request for monthly votes. Chapter 14, Don't Cry, Seeking Favorites, Recommendations, and Monthly Tickets. Desert blood swamps, uncountable corpses piled high all over it's like a muddy road to hell. The scarlet banner fluttered hungrily, and it left the town of. From then onwards it stood on the border of the half-mile frontier. Since the beginning of time, it has never been heard of to take only half a mile of a square mile for the opening of a frontier. Ridiculous? Walking 100 steps counts as pioneering work? Not funny at all. The lone city struggling in desperation. The man sinking in darkness has not yet fallen. Today, he blazed a half-mile trail for the Middle Kingdom. If the enemy can go, he can also go. Blood-red desert. The meddlesome deserters were running wild, and they were as frightened as the flock of being chased by a man covered in blood. Yu Jiuling clutched the handrail of the carriage tightly. His pair of brown-eyed children burned red with anger. The dry mouth trembled uncontrollably, and a teeth mark had been bitten into the lower lip. The enemy is at the end of his rope. Whoever dares to retreat will be decapitated by lynching. She got up and roared with filial piety, and her old palms grasped the mallets and struck the huge drums of the carriage fiercely. Once and for all, the thieves insulted the empire. How dare you do nothing? Kill! Yu Jiuling turned his head sideways, his face grimacing as he stared at the guard. In an instant, the guards, skilled in martial arts, leaped out of their chariots and rushed towards the devastated battlefield. It was so fast that only stumps could be witnessed. Get the bow! Yuya's green silk fluttered about, her face shrouded in gloom. Straight away, he grabbed a bow forged from purple vines from his beloved's hand. Open the bow like a curved moon, and the arrow comes out like a shooting star. That one sharp arrow, like the death knell of doom, broke through the air and fell. Pust! An arrow struck the blood-colored figure squarely and impartially, embedding itself into the sword-wielding right arm. Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless. In his killing state, he couldn't feel any pain at all. The only thing that is left is mental exhaustion. The network of blood-colored swords did not collapse, still enveloping the fleeing and returning barbarian soldiers. The aura of destruction permeated this heaven and earth, brutally taking a life. Madaka! The iron halberd arrived in an instant, breaking through the air and drawing sparks, like some kind of guiding trajectory that. The guards all rushed towards the front of the military formation with their weapons, ripples of inner chi converging into a line of beads. Kill me! Gu Chang'an stood face to face. Kill me! He swung his bloodsword with his only remaining internal energy, and the sword stretched across the mid-air. It poured down with a killing and burying fury. Whoosh! A few silver darts nailed Gu Chang'an in the chest. He just looked down and, repeat the sword swing. Folding Lan Su in the distance was creeped out, and he was incredibly glad that he had made the decision to run away. Jude remembers the saying, those who stray from the herd are either gods or ferocious beasts. At the moment, Gu Chang'an was a bloodthirsty beast that had broken through its bonds, with arrows and darts sticking out of his body. There was also a sword that hadn't penetrated the small of the back by 2 inches, and the blood felt like it would never end. A body fell in front of him, and the already scarlet earth looked like a blood moon reflecting in the sky, terrifying to the point of out-of-body horror. Run! Folan Su reined in his horse and quickly galloped towards the yellow sandy distance. The cronies looked at each other and quickly responded. Gu Chang'an is killing crazy Staying any longer could put your life in danger. Grandmother, hurry up. Yuya's heart was like a knife, and her always tough character became weak at this moment. The bloody carnage of solitary had completely upended her previous perceptions. Seeing her grandmother's face twisted and still staring at the sword-swinging, blood-colored figure, she directly ordered the carriage to be turned around and quickly escaped the fishy-smelling area. In the mangled yellow dust, Yu Jiuling's fallen back was like an eagle with a broken wing, filled with anger and helplessness. The battlefield where severed limbs and brains soared. Gradually only the blood-colored figure remained standing. He very quietly drew the weapon pinned to his body and whirled around, stationing his sword to look at the dying enemy bandit. Crawl back. Hundreds of barbarian pawns struggled to wriggle on the ground, but they didn't last even half a quarter of an hour in the desperate situation. Then they fell into the desert one after another, covered by the merciless yellow sand. It's just me again. Gu Chang'an was dizzy and his limbs were weak. Outside the city, which had just been so loud and clear, the only sound left besides the wind was his murmur. Wanted to dance. He smiled, now in a state where his clothes could squeeze a few buckets of blood out of him, where dancing can be graceful, staggering in his steps, like an old man walking with difficulty. Picked a bright red peach blossom by hand as I passed the peach tree. The lone city is still there, and the banners are still there. 200 miles away on the riverbank, Folan Su leaned against a boulder, his eyes still floating with that terrifying figure. Especially when Gu Chang'an held the banner and uttered the words "open up the frontier and expand the land." It was a look he had never seen before. The eyes are so powerful. Folan Su instinctively tried to dodge. It was as if it felt as if that half-mile of territory was the undisputed sacred territory of China. The heavens, while holding fast to the lone city, are still opening up the frontier for the nation. That square half-mile meant nothing, but it was definitely that man's earth-shattering spiritual will. The sound of horses' hooves gradually rose, and the atmosphere inside the carriage was suffocating, so oppressive that even breathing was a sin. Your Honor's personal expedition also failed, Folan Su said as if unintentionally. Yu Jiuling coned his heart and drank blood, his face turning blue. The loss of the sons and daughters of Yuezhi was painful, and she also suffered 10,000 indignities, and from the great storms that lay flat on her back. At this time, I also felt what it means to be lost and confused. There was a long silence, and she spoke in a chilling voice. Think long and hard. My old self underestimated the thieves. Folan Su smoothly picked up. Didn't you swear to destroy the enemy in a month? There was dead silence all around. You can be very cynical. Yu Jiuling roared madly, folding Lan Su's face expressionless. The majesty of the superior is undoubtedly shown, coldly said. For the crime of throwing away the earth, it's not even enough for you, Yu Jiuling, to execute your clan. That half-mile of territory is like a drop of water in the ocean, which can't have the slightest effect on the sea. But this is the dignity of the great barbarian empire. The banners are flying, completely trampling on the dignity of a civilization. Yes, my old self will bloodwash the city of Guzi. Yu Jiuling's face tensed. Then she tried her best to restrain her emotions and, coldly staring at Yuya, seal off the news. Whoever dares to leak the information will be lynched and cut alive. And you think you're so unbelievable. In the end, it is exactly the same as the old Sun's tactics. Folding Lan Su is also too lazy to fall into the well again. And he said in a deep voice, speaking from my experience, we must kill Gu Chang'an with one blow, without giving him any respite. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. This person is against the heavens. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. If he had sent 6,000 soldiers instead of 3,000, he would have taken the city. Both sides had tied themselves up in the little boat of interest, and he loathed the old hag, but feared her failure even more. In the streets of Lonely City, Gu Chang'an changed into clean clothes, and blood was still seeping out of several wounds, but it has gradually scabbed over. He walked slowly, picking up the scattered poisoned arrows lost while carrying the Buddha's niche. For once, luck has finally rolled in on the battered Lone City. Without the Buddhist niche gifted by the monk Sikion, the Lonely City would likely become a dead zone. Gu Chang'an came to the forest of graves at the foot of the mountain, densely packed with tombstones. Picking up the arrow lost that left the toxin behind, he walked over to his parents and swept the dust off of it and smiled as he said, Father, Mother, I'm so tired. I've been alone so long, I've killed so much. I'm afraid I'm going crazy. I can't believe I'm having thoughts of dancing on the bodies of my enemies. When the children are sent to the central plains, and when the ashes of the gallant souls of Anxi are returned to their homes in honor, I'll go mad as mad can be. A madman is better suited to defend a city. I can't see any hope for the future, and I'm really tired. There were tears glistening in Gu Chang'an's eyes as she silently curled up next to the grave. The body and the soul are disconnected. One hoofed, the other numb and empty. 10,000 enemy soldiers are coming. I may not be able to kill them. I will die. I will lose the city. Father and mother. I've thought about getting it over with, but I have to hold on to the city. A suppressed to the bone cry came from the side of the grave, and Gu Chang'an trembled as he stroked the tombstone. The body couldn't stop twitching. Brother Gu, don't cry. A young child with crocheted hair heard the whimpering and sought it out, deflating and spreading his palms. There's a milk candy. I searched the loot. Gu Chang'an wiped away the remaining tears and took his milk candy. I make you laugh. The child innocently took her fingers and pulled her lips together to make a face. Gu Chang'an really smiled and stroked his head. Let's go and pick up the loot again. Chapter 15, Courage. Sanctioner's residence. The porch is empty. There was silence except for the hollow, rhythmic tapping of the servants brushing the walls with their push brooms. The silence was deepened by the sound of the soles of the guards' boots as they walked, and the monotonous sound of their robes rubbing together in short bursts. Holding the seven-colored dove in his hand, he slowly walked into the inner hall. A lone palace lamp in front of the eucalyptus releases a faint glow that, the dim yellow color shone on Yu Jioling's face, making it look more and more wrinkled and old. Yuya looked darkly saddened by the debacle 10 days ago, and her grandmother still hadn't eased the pain. It's only been a short time since she took office as the dictator of 7,000 miles, and her once motivated grandmother is already much older. The one who started it all was Gu Chahan, that Han slave from the Central Plains. Seeing the pigeon, Yu Jioling said in a pale and gloomy voice, "Present." Yes. The guards removed the letter paper tied to the pigeon's leg and placed it on the book eucalyptus. Yu Jioling opened and browsed. The child hole suddenly shrunk. The letter paper stamped picture is the throne in the abyss, handwritten in the handwriting of the crowned god of heaven. She luck, she muttered. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Fingers were shaking. When Sukiyaki nodded up on her toes, she gazed at the contents of the letter. According to the Stargazer's peeping platform, there is a fluctuation of chi fluctuation in the 7,000 mile territory. Please reply. Minister Yu. The atmosphere almost froze. Yueya's face was pale. It must have been the standard flag that opened up half a mile of territory. It caused a faint ripple in the chi of the holy city abyss. What to do? Her scalp went numb and she shuddered to think of the consequences of exposure. The fire pit dug by the old Foldland piker. Yu Jioling lost control of his emotions and roared hysterically. A head full of silver hair scattered. A foot kicked over the book eucalyptus. Ink spilled on the ground. Bang! It's too late to repent. Yu Jioling smashed the palace lamp, ripped the scroll to shreds, and the whole thing was like a mad lioness. Grandmother, will the center send people to secretly investigate? Yuya was square and full of anxiety. Yu Jioling finished venting his emotions and sat down disheveledly on the chair, his eyes empty. No, if I were to make a secret visit, the heavenly god coronation would not have questioned me. I have to give an explanation. She calmed down and paced back and forth in the hall, her cloak of hair covering her face. As if it were a pale, stern ghost. The Moon family's Moon Invincible, an unparalleled man of the world, has recently gone off the rails with his cultivation. I ask the heavenly god coronation to forgive me for disturbing the empire's chi. When Invincible has completed his training, he will definitely sweep the eastern lands for the empire and conquer the four directions, defend the honor of the empire. Just right back. Yu Jioling's brown-eyed child bulged violently, and his entire person was unusually agitated. Grandmother, deceiving. The king Yuya shuddered. Her voice permeated with thick fear. Snap. In the dimly lit hall, the pale woman flung over a slap so hard that her own arm trembled. Is there a choice? Yu Jioling's eyes were scarlet as he roared loudly and sternly. Suya covered her cheeks, a few drops of blood escaping from her red lips as she bowed her head in silence. Yeah, there's no choice. Deceiving the king is punishable by 9 clans, and exposing Lone City is likewise punishable by 9 clans. If you expose Lone City, the Lunar clan would have no chance of survival now, and there is still room to make amends for the crime of deceiving the king. As long as Gu Chang'an was dead, then making up that Yu Xia had died of demonic possession would be self-explanatory. The heavy chains that bound the body. The only way to solve the root cause of Gu Chang'an was to resolve it, and the chains fell off easily. Draw up a text and send it to the holy city overnight. Yu Jioling was decisive. She had to tell this big lie. The moment she took over the mess, there was no turning back. She couldn't wait to grab the culprit and rub Gu Chang'an and crush him. Chang'an, Mana Hall, the stunningly beautiful empress, dressed in a simple phoenix dress, ambled to the royal eucalyptus to deal with political affairs. The cold wind outside the window blew the green silk between her temples. and her exquisite and stunning face was filled with the color of exhaustion. A gentle woman tended to walk into the hall. It is Pei Gingshu, also the heart of the Empress, basically following the configuration of Zetian's great sage Empress and Shangguan Wan'er. After all, the Empress needed a close draftsman, and only a woman of both talent and intelligence was suitable for the position. Your Majesty, Western Shu has been defeated, and the allied forces of Zhao and Northern Liang have suffered heavy losses. Pei Jingshu handed over a stack of paperwork. Aha! Li Yan's eyelashes fluttered, and she resumed burying her head in reviewing political affairs. The barbarians have devoured 1,000 miles of the divine continent. Pei Jingshu pursed her lips, her voice low. As a matter of fact, the outcome of this barbarian invasion of Shishu was already predetermined before it started. The disparity is too great. Even though Zhao and Beiliang supported nearly 100,000 elites, they still couldn't change the battle situation. The barbarians are eating up the territory of Western Shu, and their ambitions are directed to the hinterland of the Central Plains. There's more. The Empress was expressionless. Pei Jingshu reported the rest of the messages until the end, when she relayed a small matter. The barbarian Moon clan has produced a martial arts prodigy, Moon Wufei, capable of stirring the chi of the abyss. The holy city is in an uproar. The national fortune. The Empress had a dark expression. The heavenly Tao has rolled in its favor, and the borderland Fae have developed into a huge monster in just a few decades, pressing down on the divine continent. People of great talent have sprung up, and those who have done something in China have not been assassinated by barbarians. It's about losing yourself in the power dump. Pei Jingshu was speechless and silently exited the palace. The great Chinese nation has accumulated 1,000 years of rise and fall, honor and disgrace. When I think of the three kingdoms fighting for supremacy in the same split divine continent, not to say crushing foreign races, but also want to take the pinch. But now the heavens have changed drastically, and the fortune has descended on the barbarians, and the hallowed divine continent has been slighted in favor of the foreigners. Shame on the ancestors. Shame on those emperors and generals who opened up the frontier in the glorious history. The nation needs heroes. This is close to the consensus of the Seven Kingdoms court. The need for a heroic, one-armed legend to save the day is too great to rally the confidence of the people. The page gently turned by the history book is the magnificent life of the hero. How many heroes of the divine continent couldn't leave a single stroke in the history books? But in the darkest and most chaotic of contemporary times, what's missing is the heroes who tenaciously light up the torch in the darkness. And only the strongest spiritual beliefs can infect the divine continent of China in the face of collapse. Only if the Yanhuang children and grandchildren twisted into a rope. No matter how horrible the great barbarian empire was, they could fight it fearlessly. Where are the heroes in a time when everyone is at risk? When faith is collapsing? The Gobi Desert. With the desert grasslands faintly visible in the distance, the flag flew high, and Folan Su was closer to his territory. But at the moment he was sitting in the carriage with a terribly gloomy expression. Mourning for joy. Old hag, your ancestors. Folding Lan Su crushed the secret letter, and fear gradually swept through his organs. Deceived the king. He didn't expect the old hag to dare to deceive the heavenly god coronation like this. The cover is getting tightly muffled and looks airtight, but once it explodes, it will engulf infinity. If we can't eliminate the lonely city, you and I are prepared to meet in the netherworld. Folding Lan Su's face was as grim and cold as rusty iron. P.S. The new book takes off, asking for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 16, Don't Be Crazy. Holy City. Yuya took off her cloak and arrived in front of a lofty and magnificent mansion. After handing over the invitation, he followed the concierge into the sumptuous living room, where a crispy roasted lamb was on the eucalyptus table. There was a lot of mingling and a myriad of colorful gowns and dresses flashing between the seats. She hides the anger in her eyes well, and her grandmother is secretly in the west. Is it fair that Huinshou, however, is relaxing in the holy city? You are? A slightly chubby old man with purple robes and gold sash walked slowly to the. It was none other than Hu Yanshou, a powerful judge in the center. He had the typical dainty eyes and hawkish nose, and when he moved his lips they tugged at his nose and forehead. It's as if an articulated snake is swimming under the cheek. Granddaughter of the moon sanction. Yuya replied respectfully. Hu Yanshou frowned deeply. The central minister avoided contact with the feudal officials. But you can't kick people out if you're here. Talk inside. He paced around a few times, coming to the cramped, secluded tea room, turning back to Tsuya, who was right behind him. Congratulations to the Moon Clan, for producing a heavenly pride that stirs up chi. There is no such thing as a moon invincible. Yuya retorted with a cold face. Hu Yanshou was not angry and said in a deep voice. Deceiving the king and disregarding his superior. The crime is punishable by beheading. Whether it did or not was none of his business. He just wanted to know the purpose of the trip. The woman in front of her had no respect at all, as if she had come to ask for a favor. Are you questioning the old man? Worthy of an old and cunning center minister. Inferring Tsuya's emotions from mere observation. That's right. Yuya directly singled out. Does Judgment Holiness still have any impression of the city of Guzi? Hu Yensho sat on a short stool, tantalizingly poured a pot of tea, and said softly, "It's old news. Could it be that those hundreds of old white-headed pawns haven't died cleanly yet? Dead. Only a guard named Gu Chang'an remains." Yuya tried her best to restrain her anger. With that, he stared at him dead in the face. The lone city still stands in the western regions, with the Great Tang banner planted half a mile outside the city. It was the throwing of the earth that caused the abyssal chi to ripple. Hu Yensho's expression instantly froze, and his teacup snapped and broke. In one breath, his eyes were sharp as needles. Folding Lan Su was forced to run away, and my Yueji lost 4,000 bruisers. Looking at the increasingly miserable face of this pampered old man, Yuya continued to mercilessly fill in the blanks. You heard right. Gu Chang'an, a Han slave, killed 4,000 humans and 30 guards with one man and one sword. It is not known how many died on the side of Folding Lan Su. Hu Yensho's fists were clenched. His cross-eyed muscles trembled, practically like an angry Vajra. Eerie said. Absurd and bizarre. The sky is the limit. What's the point of making up a ghost story? Suya watched him. Joke. Hu Yensho adjusted his emotions and calmed down. Speak for the mountain ghosts? One man and one sword killing through an army. A hell demon can't even do that. Yuya's jade cheeks were cold, and it was almost as if the voice was drawn from her cavity. I have traveled many miles, and on my way I have tired 7 steeds. Just came specially to tell a joke to the high-powered judge. Caught off guard, Hu Yensho fell backward in shock and sat on his butt. He could tell that it wasn't a forgery at all. And these words were nothing less than a bolt from the blue. No one is going to stay out of this mess. Yuya's eyes were gloomy. You has already deceived the king, and he's still afraid of offending old Huyan? Grasshoppers on the same rope either contribute together or die together. The old dogfold land can run fast, but you old Huyan piker can't run away. What mess? Does it have anything to do with old me? Hu Yansho calmly climbed to his feet and, he was calmly arranging his sideburns. Who was the last previous 7,000 mile sanctioner? Suya sneered. Huinsho rippled. The sins are all on Zuelan Su. He has failed the empire and is ashamed of the heavenly god's coronation, so he has no choice but to take his own life. Your grandmother has committed the unpardonable sin of losing half a mile of the empire, and I will make my case to the center of the. Try not to spill over into the Moon family. Yuya was furious, looking at the tea room mural and chilling. You picked it clean, right? Otherwise? Hu Yansho asked rhetorically. His emotions spiraled out of control, and he snarled filial piety out of the corner of his eyes in a hideous manner. Waste. How can Folding Lan Su still have the face to live in the world? When the old man leaves office, only the old and the sick are left in the lone city. Why don't you kill? Suya cut him off. Hu Yansho opened his mouth and suddenly smiled a twisted smile. Sinning. When a man is promoted, he is still an inquisitor at the decision-making level of the empire. The fire is so anxious to run into the holy city with 8 legs, so why would they care about the little trouble in front of them? You could have been completely eradicated in the first place, just because of a thought that cast irreparable consequences. Yuya stated without a hitch, something her grandmother had taught her to say. Yes, it happened to be exactly the mentality of Huinsho at that time. He hung his head in dismay, as if fate was playing a trick on him. The moment he received the edict, he had already left the matter of the 7,000 miles behind him. Regardless of any angle of interest, the latter Folan Su would help him deal with the city of Guzi. Is Gu Chang'an really so shocking? Hu Yensho's eyes rounded in disbelief. Sukiyaki was silent, disgusted with describing how horrible the Hanyu were. One person is making an epic miracle. Hu Yensho's veins bulged and the tone was hysterical. But where there was a choice, the old hag would not deceive the crowned god of heaven, and that old Fol Dansu would rather punish himself with a demotion and leave the quagmire. Combining everything, Hu Yansho deeply understood that the 7,000 miles of the western region was already a volcano of disaster. Can't pop. Seal off the news and keep the lid on it. He quirked his lips and it had lost its threatening mind. No amount of intimidation will change the fact that he is guilty. Once exposed, he, with the resources of his power field and the relatively minor charges of, likely to be spared the lynching, but definitely to lose his official hat. He climbed to this position at the age of 65, one step short of the top of the hierarchy. What's the difference between death and power? Then I'll trouble your holiness to borrow troops, Yuya said in a deep voice. Hu Yansho stared at her coldly, his tone rough and angry. The old witch is a feudal official. The old man is in the center of the country, but also borrowing troops. How does the old witch think? Sooner or later, I'm going to be killed by a bunch of you bugbears. So what's wrong with the old man? Seeing that he still felt innocent, Yuya crackled her head and cursed. The old dog Foldland took over your mess and he's not innocent? Grandma was screwed over. More innocent than you. Borrowing troops is impossible. Hu Yanshou said in a deep voice with a cloud of gloom hanging over his face. Allocate money and food. We must eradicate the lone city. Food can pile up and kill Gu Chang'an? Yuya also knew that borrowing troops was pure nonsense. It's just a bargaining chip, weapons, and 3 masters of the upper third. It has to be an expert who can easily crush Peach Blossom Sword Fusion. Hu Yanshou didn't retort. Weapons can be given. The masters need time to arrange it. Let them come to the western region as soon as possible. Yuya said seriously. It was true. As my grandmother had expected. That old Huin's pipsqueak was also cowardly and fearful. The tea room fell into a long, dead silence. The atmosphere stiff as iron. Hu Yanshou paced back and forth and suddenly said sternly. Persuade first. Yuya said as she leaned against the wall with a broken heart. Do you want to witness the bloody spectacle of him killing through an army of 4,000? What is there to persuade such Han slaves who have sworn to give martyrdom to the old dynasty? Hu Yanshou shuddered. He didn't even dare to imagine that hellish scene. The tattered Chinese civilization still has such a stupid guardian. We must persuade him to surrender. Even if Gu Chang'an is dead, doesn't mean it can hide the fact that the miles lonely city has existed. And one day it will come out in the east. At that time, we will be exempted from the death penalty, but we will not be able to escape from the living penalty. The only way is to surrender. Imagine an isolated city that has held its ground for over 60 years changing hands. A gaijin like that, who held a torch alone in the darkness, surrendered, and just by exposing it, the will of the Eastern Middle Kingdom can be completely dismantled. In the Great China, who dares to say that he is more desperate than Gu Chang'an? Even he couldn't hold out. Who has the courage to resist? Hu Yanshou's eyes burned, and he spoke firmly in one call. Yuya pursed her lips. The doggone old piker is also in mourning and trying to make political capital out of it. According to the blueprints he's drawn up, maybe the heavenly coronation will really pardon them for their sins of deception. There are even commendations. Although he didn't want to admit it, Gu Chang'an, that Han slave, was no longer just a person that, rather, it is a great spirituality. Hu Yanshou's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment. The old man's official champion has a 7th grade sesame official, whose wife, I'm told, is of Chang'an ancestry. Raise your family to the holy city, a beacon of light in the world of men. Let her persuade you to surrender? Suya asked. The name is Chang'an. Chang'an is more intimate and more penetrating to the soul. Hu Yanshou made up his mind. Added. Things old man to do. No matter what the outcome. That woman must die in the western region. I understand. Suya nodded. It was also grandma's policy that 7,000 miles could go in, but not a fly would go out. If persuasion fails, you do not act rashly. Waiting for the arrival of the masters arranged by the old man to completely burn the lonely city without leaving any traces. Crush Gu Chang'an into pieces. There was a pause, and the high-powered old man nearly pleaded. Make things right and don't let everyone else go down in flames. The great barbarian empire now sits on 20 million miles of territory. As long as we devour the divine continent, we'll be able to create the supreme divine kingdom. We can't die halfway up the mountain. We must accept the applause of glory at the top of the mountain. Suya nodded heavily, her eyes fixed on the flickering light. Why are people so power-hungry? Because the empire after Tendo rolls in. Unprecedentedly powerful. Being there is an honor that will last for generations to come. Never let Gu Chang'an, that Han slave, destroy her ambitions and dreams. A bright moon hangs alone in the desert. The gap of nearly 4 months was particularly long for Lone City. For the figure of the watchtower to patrol back and forth. The peach tree to see 1,000 times. Fortunately, the peach blossom does not change according to the seasons. Every day bright red and lush. Never withered. Finally, Gu Chang'an murmured to himself. He wondered what was brewing in the barbarian silence for so long. Yellow sands rolled up as hundreds of riders galloped across the desert. Stopping a few miles away, Yuya removing her golden helmet and, coldly looking at the striking blood-colored banner. Go on. She stared sideways at a dusty woman, where the woman could get used to the desert. Her otherwise fair skin was chapped. The corners of her mouth were dry and faded. The hands clutched the corners of her skirt. She was held hostage here in a cloud. And the idea instilled in her was to persuade her to surrender. Go! Yuya held the purple whip and made a move to whip it down. Knowing full well that she had no power to resist, the woman silently picked up her kettle and walked towards the lone city. A few short miles of road, only by feet actually walked for more than an hour. The moon is deeper. The coldness is getting thicker. All her grievances, all her fears. After seeing the white figure at the head of the city, it all melted away into nothingness, turning into boundless shock. Get out! In the land close to the standard flag, Gu Chang'an leaped down and gazed at her indifferently. I am from Chang'an. Facing the gusty wind, the woman spoke these words with force. Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless, squinting at the barbarians in the distance, perhaps in a familiar Central Plains accent. It kept him from drawing his sword immediately. It's good to hear more. Persuaded to surrender? He calmly walked over. Gazing at this young and handsome face, the woman suddenly had the urge to cry. On the road to the west, she dismissed it as mere myth and legend. Besides, he couldn't hear any noise because of fear. But seeing with my own eyes this lonely city stained with blood, the man who stands at the head of it, her mind bore an unimaginable shock. She has also read poetry and books. She has also read history. But ask the splendor of China. Who would be so sad and lonely? The most desperate part is that no one in the Middle Kingdom knows who this man is. You're too bitter. Her eyes were red, and she was having trouble holding her emotions in. Are you really from Chang'an? Gu Chang'an scrutinized her. Well, 20 years ago, the woman wanted to say, and did not dare to say that the family stole butchered to the holy city. In the presence of this man, defection was more than humiliation, it was a tenfold sin in the soul. She simply didn't have the courage to say it. Tell me about Chang'an. I haven't been there yet. Gu Chang'an smiled. The woman's tearful eyes. The man who wanders alone in the abyss of the. There was actually a pair of clear eyes that she could vaguely see were full of yearning. She wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes. Her memories of Chang'an coming back to her mind as she narrated. In Chang'an, when you enter the city, you can see peonies in full bloom, all over the 4 streets and 8 avenues. The poet boasts that it is unrivaled in splendor under heaven and the first fragrance on earth. The busiest is the long street of Vermilion Bird. The wide, flat streets were lined with whole rows of sycamores and weeping willows, where rich gentlemen rode horses and paraded the streets, and poor scholars leaned against the sycamore trees to read. As the day dawns, farmers on the outskirts of the capital come reeling in with carts of fresh fruits and vegetables. Young women gather by the river to wash their clothes, the warm breeze ruffling their sideburns. There are stalls of all colors, the scent of which envelopes the whole street. The only thing for the shy is to be discouraged. Gu Chang'an listened with fascination, perhaps because of the woman's gentle and soft tone of voice. Maybe it's the beautiful scenery she paints. He loved the smell of the city and the smiling faces of the people. You should take a look at Chang'an City, the woman whispered. Gu Chang'an was slightly silent and shook his head. I like Chang'an very much, as I like my name. It's satisfying just to hear it. Are you willing? The woman was more than just on a mission for herself. She was suffering from the bottom of her heart. You should be a monument that brilliant history can't get around. But you're unheralded now. The divine continent is sinking not because of you, not because of us commoners, nor the warriors guarding the borders, but the group of superiors wreaking havoc. It was Li Longji of the Tang dynasty who caused the upheaval. It is the 5 surnames and 7 wishes that have taken the lives and deaths of the people in vain, or else the heavenly Tao would not have rolled over the barbarians of the borderlands. Gu Chang'an gazed at her excitedly reddened cheeks and said softly, I understand the reasoning. I'm not doing this for the Li dynasty, I want to save the people. In the old days, at the end of the Jin dynasty, when the 5 Huans were in turmoil, in the darkest era of history, the Chinese civilization still stands, but now the barbarians have the Cthulhu role to look after them. This time the Yankees have fallen, and it may be hard to get up again. The general situation has been so difficult. How can I go with the flow? The woman was dumbfounded. It was as if she was facing a boulder stretched out in front of her that she couldn't move no matter what. They said that as long as you surrendered, the old, weak, women and children in the city would be escorted by them to Chang'an. The ashes of the Anzacs return to their roots, so that the souls of the heroes can return to their homes with honor. Gu Chang'an's body stiffened. Wasn't this exactly what he had dreamed of? Hero, you are not shameful. It is the divine continent that is shameful, and it is the Middle Kingdom that is shameless, the woman said heartily. Gu Chang'an stared blankly at the banner and turned his eyes to every inch of the frontier around him as he carefully said, Can you hug me? The woman didn't hesitate, gently hugging the not-so-thin body with a light peach scent. Gu Chang'an felt the warmth from outside the city for the first time, and he wordlessly wrapped his arms around the woman. Silence for a long time. Looking at this scene, Yuya and the others' eyes flickered. Could it be that they were really moved by the Chang'an people? Is there still a Wasia when all our Wasia children have surrendered? I've walked a long dark abyss through gritted teeth, and I can't do it halfway. The woman was speechless at the sound of the hoarse voice. Actually, I want to die. And I can't. I want a good night's sleep. I don't want to spend my days patrolling the walls like a walking corpse, but I can't rest. I want to be saved too. I want to live a normal life. I'm going crazy. I've told myself countless times not to go crazy, but I don't see a glimmer of hope. Gu Chang'an rambled on and seemed a bit delirious. Anyone else would have gone crazy a long time ago. The woman's tone was pleading and even mustered up enough courage to pat him on the shoulder. My shoulders are too small to carry a Middle Kingdom nation in a time of life and death, but I can still carry the frontier now. You go. Gu Chang'an suddenly left the embrace and walked back to the city gates very calmly. The woman stood dumbfounded, uttered a long sigh, and was about to turn and walk back to the whole person suddenly perished and died with blood pouring out of his 7 orifices. Useless Han Nu. Yuya directly crushed the green parasites in her palm, and her eyes looked like they were hardened with poison. That departing back made her mad with hate, and the bargaining chip offered bordered on a knee-jerk. Only to be mercilessly humiliated. Steeply, her eyes froze. The moonlight shone over the city, and the snow-white figure danced, with a very graceful and oblivious gesture. It's like the remnants of a lonely soul wandering back under the shroud of death, more like a picture of a magnificent wave. Gu Chang'an suddenly turned around and hysterically roared filial piety towards the desert. Kill me now. The echoes vibrated in the windy yellow sand. Yuya's fear grew, and that unbeatable insanity made her quickly turn her horse around and, running wildly towards the distance. It will, and the next time it comes back, it'll take your eyes, your nose, your mouth, and every piece of flesh in your body. P.S. 5,000 plus words begging for monthly votes and catch-up reading. Chapters 17 each. The white-headed carpenter with the broken arm and limp leg trudged up to the watchtower and gazed at Gu Chang'an, who stood at the tower. I remember when Chang'an was 4 years old. He was clamoring for a snow-white dress. A little doll less than the height of a stool spends all day strutting around the city in white. Old Lady Guo laughed at him. Do you also want to learn from Chun Qingji of the Southern Dynasty, where 1,000 armies avoided white robes? Little Chang'an raised his boyish cheeks and said, I will be braver than he is. At that time thousands of old pawns at the head of the city were amused and, cursing, he nicknamed himself Bragging Chang'an. Fellow soldiers, he didn't brag. The carpenter stroked the walls of the, gazing at the souls of the Anzacs in the sky. He is 100 times braver than Chen Qingji, but he doesn't wear white robes anymore. Quietly watching the men outside the city, dressed in a bright red. Perhaps Zhang's wife's tailoring skills have regressed. The cuffs and waist lapels are very spacious, all like draping a red dress on the body. Grandpa Qin. Gu Chang'an looked up in greeting. Carpenter Qin quirked his lips, wanting to speak. I'm not crazy. Gu Chang'an smiled and explained that. I wanted more of a festive vibe on me. Qin Carpenter shook his head and walked over to him. We're not afraid of you being crazy. You shouldn't have to go through all this. If we hold on to the lone city for another 10 years, the Central Plains nation can attack and defend in a different shape. Chang'an will definitely be magnificent. If massacring 200,000 barbarians would be enough to hold this territory forever, Chang'an would get more and more energized the more he killed. But there's no hope in sight. A man holding a torch in the darkness, walking far, far away, still out of reach. Want to retreat and cannot retreat. Want to lie down and afraid of torch extinguished. The only numbness lifted to continue to walk. What torture this is. Carpenter Qin paced over and took away his bloody sword, speaking in a warm voice. You're too tired to take a day off and go for a walk outside. The barbarians will raid at any time. Gu Chang'an vetoed. No movement for months and it will be today? Besides, the barbarian army has started. The lonely city has a sound 100 miles away. You go for a walk, the sky won't fall. Qin Carpenter growled. Gu Chang'an was silent, her long hair cascading to cover her confused eyes. Chang'an, nah, you've never even really been out of the city. Carpenter Qin tilted his head and forced himself to keep the old tears from falling. How sad are these words. That, besides going out to the city to kill the enemy, this man of valor and courage never left the city of Camise in his life. Just for today. Live for yourself. Qin Carpenter patted his shoulder heavily and said seriously, you're the team leader. Old man, I'm the centurion. And that's an order from above. Gu Chang'an hesitated for a long time and finally urged, Grandpa Qin, blow the horn at once at any sign of the enemy. Go on. Carpenter Qin pushed him. Or beat the drums. I won't go far. If there are barbarians, make sure to get the city's relatives into holes in the ground first, and you remember to check the gates. Gu Chang'an rambled. Mother ********. The old man is crippled, but not stupid. Qin Carpenter a foot gesture kick over. Perhaps the muddled consciousness needed saving. Or perhaps Gu Chang'an wanted to be selfish for once. Live for yourself for once. He left the watchtower, took a steed, and, taking 3 steps and turning back, running on horseback through the swirling yellow sand, staring at Chang'an's back, Carpenter Qin couldn't help but burst into tears. A young man should have been so dashing and unrestrained. But a city imprisons all the dreams of a teenager. Ouch. The boundless desert. The red figure speeding like an arrow lost in a drawn bow. A long-lost smile appeared on Gu Chang'an's face. Freewheeling gale, the evening sun was especially gentle, and seemed to him extraordinarily romantic. Running tirelessly, as if taking heaven and earth into his arms, sightseeing along the way. Late afternoon, Gu Chang'an came to an empty town, deserted by decades of. The house collapsed and was buried in yellow sand. At the entrance to the town a temple stands majestically, with a few tablets erected, and an apocryphal statue of a Middle Kingdom martial artist. Gu Chang'an was precisely attracted to him. The tablet is withered and engraved with a line of small letters. Now, I've appointed 1,000 miles of territory to be the king's land, and I hope that all my concubines will enjoy the grace of the heavenly Khan. The sterculia has returned, and I will take a bramble and wait for the crime to be committed, hoping that the sun and the moon will shine on me, and that I will be especially lenient with the execution of the battle axe. The withered image is none other than Ho Junji, one of the 24 meritorious ministers of the Lingnan Pavilion. Gu Chang'an could even imagine the images from 200 years ago. The king of a certain country in the west wagged his tail and fawningly cast down the table. It was also ordered that a bronze statue of General Ho be withered and carved. In the past, when the divine continent was in full bloom, all the nations were subjugated. Now that the collapse is dead, the barbarians can be deceived. Gu Chang'an stood for a long time, then looked at another tablet, probably left by some pawn on his deathbed. Our generation was born in the great Tang dynasty, blessed by the peace and prosperity of the heavenly kingdom, and there was no military disaster when we were young. Before experiencing the famine, I was summoned by the Son of Heaven to guard the border for the heavenly kingdom, to protect the peace of one side with the prestige of the heavenly kingdom. Although the world is big, behind us is Chang'an. Why fear the barbarians? Gu Chang'an gushed out internal chi from his fingertips and bent down to cast words below the tablet. Now that the divine continent is unfortunate, the barbarians have been subjected to the heavenly Tao, and their fellow soldiers have died bravely in battle. I am instructed to Gu Chang'an to hold fast to the frontier, miles of desert, alone. Although I have not traveled to Chang'an to be rewarded by the sages, to see the prosperous central plains, or to experience the majesty of the upper kingdom, much less receive martial honor, but I won't take a step back, before I die here. The barbarian scum will never set foot on the Chinese territory. Gu Chang'an left. He hoped that future generations of Han Chinese would turn over this tablet and know that long ago, there's a cutie named Gu Chang'an. It's been sticking around, the mountain moon as a pillow, the thin dew as a quilt. The desert was cold at night, and at the foot of the bare mountain, Gu Chang'an rested on his arms and looked up at the stars in the sky. This kind of relaxation he had never felt before, his soul breaking free of its bonds and being free. Fresh. A young chick at the top of the hill was thrown down by the mother eagle and kept struggling in the air. Learn to fly. Gu Chang'an watched the little fledgling closely. The eaglets wail and fall, and the mother eagle hovers indifferently in the air. The desperate eagle hissed and cried, and, seeing that it was about to fall to its death, fluttered its wings in mid-air. The movements were stiff and obscure, but with an innate talent for flight, he soared into the sky for the first time. The two eagles, one large and one small, flew in unison and slowly disappeared from Gu Chang'an's sight. There's hope for everything until we're dead, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the wind is blowing hard. Heavy rain poured down. Birds and fowls migrate for 100 miles around, and a terrifying wind whistling with fist-sized raindrops dangling down for no apparent reason. The red robe stood alone under the night sky, and a wave of air swept in, like a stormy curtain covering only one person. A short period of freedom is often all it takes to get in touch with the shackles of the mind. The solace in numbness resonates with the power of heaven and earth, breaking the boundaries. Shallow knowledge of the old world had left Gu Chang'an clueless, and he had a hard time understanding what had happened to him. The only thing he was sure of was that he had a stronger force to fight against the next barbarian attack on the city, and more insane killings. The Gobi Desert, densely populated, iron-armored soldiers control the barriers, and highly skilled swordsmen patrol back and forth. Caravans carrying grain banners are subjected to rigorous checks. Must we go? The black-armored, halberd-wielding blonde military general stared indifferently at the obese and terrified boss lady. The latter trembled. My family is a titled royal merchant in the sacred city. Complete with identity papers. I asked if you must go? The warlord snarled. The boss's wife's posture was coy, but her firm eyes showed her attitude. It's food on the surface, but it's actually selling jewelry and spices and pearls, and they're all booked by the powerful people of the holy city. Late and undelivered is a tragic end. The military general frowned deeply. He knew exactly what the deal was. The record on the fat lady was clean. Tom hasn't made a mess in 20 years. You may pass. The rest of you must return. He chilled his face. The boss's wife's horizontal flesh twitched. How am I supposed to do my job alone? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Pop! The blonde marshal general directly swung up his bushel-sized palm and ruthlessly flung the woman 3 feet away. Ridiculous? His eyes erupted with murderous rage. The boss's wife was huddled at the riverbank crying and howling. The merchant fellows were silent. Lu Shang's face was taut, and the pain of his fingers embedded in his palm kept him calm. It's 5,000 miles. Huge bribes were paid, the barriers were neglected, and the caravan had managed to travel 5,000 miles. Heaven forbid, heaven forbid, he prayed frantically inwardly. All right. The eagle-nosed man in fancy clothes walked over to the military general and whispered a few words in his ear. The warlord nodded. I want an explanation. The boss's wife was sprawling on the floor and she had never experienced such brutal and high-risk domination. She knows a lot of powerful people, too. She's not some cat or dog, sanctioning His Holiness to guard 7,000 miles of territory. When did he need to explain himself to a little person like you? The military general looked down on her from above, then said coldly, cut the tongues of all but you. Hundreds of fellows turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Lu Shang's head was dizzy, and his heart was hard as iron and stone again in a moment, as still water. Can't you want to let the holy city? The boss lady said half a word. The martial arts general stepped like a meteor, kicked her a few more feet. If you want to pass, do it. The military general shouted harshly. The rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and the humongous soldiers rushed into the caravan without explanation, pressing down one fellow after another on the riverbank. Cain, begging for mercy was futile, and his tongue, purple from clenching his teeth, was brutally cut out. Blood quickly confuses the river. Wails and shrill growls rose and fell, and soon fell to dead silence. Lu Shang hadn't fainted yet. His lips trembled as he stared dead at the executing barbarians. Manipulating the dagger with a deft twist, he swirled the soft tongue down. It was as if he had been poked in the heart, and the sharp pain was so intense that the whole mouth lost the sense of pain. The blood gushed out like a spring. Things in front of Lu Shang began to slowly mold lake. Watching his tongue being kicked into the river by the barbarian pawns, he closed his eyes and smiled softly. The barbarians were afraid. Ha ha, the barbarian is afraid of that man in Lone City. The barbarians are afraid of the great national faith and the Chinese spirit that stands tenaciously in the darkness. It is precisely because they are afraid that they are ruthless. My tongue is of value, and it has gotten me safely through the tightest passes of the 7,000 mile frontier. It brings me one step closer to the Jade Gate. The light of dawn lies ahead. Without a tongue you can still write by hand. 60 years of a lonely city will never be forgotten. I will definitely get to Chanan, ruler's residence. The atmosphere was stiff as iron. Yu Jiuling's silver silk combed meticulously, tantalizingly powdered to hide the wrinkles of the face. She resumed her former spiritedness. Grandmother, the 3 grand masters have arrived. Yuya forcefully suppressed her excitement but the voice couldn't help but leap. The time has come. That Hanu is the nightmare, the cloud that hangs over the family's head. That lone city is the most humiliating mark of the empire. Everything was ready to finally be buried completely. Pledged to march tomorrow, Yu Jiuling said in a chilling voice. How many soldiers? Tsukiyokari asked. Yu Jiuling's brown-eyed child was permeated with intense hatred, and said in a single word, 12,000. Suya's expression froze, almost losing her composure in an instant. The old crone, known as the Imperial Witch, slowly clenched her fist at this moment and swung it out heavily again. Bye. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. 6K words tomorrow. Chapter 18, Choosing Cold Branches and Refusing to Roost. Lonely Sandbar Cold, 7K words. The flags cover the sky. 12,000 humongous soldiers rumbled over the yellow sand, and the golden beast statue symbolizing the Moon Clan's totem stood in front of them. The 3 wandered away from the army. The aging old man held a dark axe in each hand, and a scar ran across his wrinkled cheek. The man at his side wore a yellow Taoist robe embroidered with yin and yang bagua, and held a mane and tail duster in his left hand. Look at the immortal style. The blonde-haired noblewoman who fell behind, with a petite and delicate figure, and carrying a heavy sword of basalt iron on her back. Every step is 3 feet deep in yellow sand. In front of the formation, several moon wolf flags were fluttering in the wind, and Yu Jiuling was watching the 3 great masters closely, eyes full of anticipation. While she decided to bet all her chips on the table, she preferred to use fewer of them. Just 3 people to take down that mad dog across the table. Make camp and march the next day, Yu Jiuling suddenly ordered. The military generals and staff in the carriage looked at each other in disbelief, and Yuya was puzzled. Grandmother, it's just afternoon. For the last time, call your honor on official business. Yu Jiuling droned coldly. The wind and sand scraped against his cheeks made him look even older, and he said in a deep voice, my father's orders are not to be questioned. Yes, Your Holiness. Yuya silently left the carriage and arranged for the army to camp at the river bank. She was keenly aware that her grandmother's spirits were constantly on edge. It was like a manic lioness, ready to choose someone to eat. Your Holiness. Marching slowly wastes food. A military general tends to march closer, politely reminding. The battle was a breeze, with no need for carrying instruments, much less wall charts. Even the operational guidelines can be omitted, not to mention the 12,000 elite soldiers. Even if there are 12,000 ants and grasshoppers, it's all enough to gnaw on that Han slave. Yu Jiuling scrutinized him for a long time and said indifferently, disturbing the army, behead them before the battle. Before the military general could react, the blade flashed coldly and his head flew away from his neck. This honored one is the god of 7,000 miles. Who dares to disobey? Yu Jiuling scanned the army fiercely, then pulled down the curtain and closed his eyes alone in the carriage. The consequences of losing this battle are unimaginable. The lack of a quota of soldiers to govern 7,000 miles and the inevitable turmoil are only secondary. Key that volcano can't be peddled. She shuddered at the thought of the possibility of Lone City being exposed. One air children. One person's mouthful of spittle can drown Han Nu. The old body is over-anxious. I'm sorry, Yu Jiuling murmured. She couldn't sleep peacefully until she held Gu Chanan's head in her palm. Since taking office, all her energies have been devoted to this lonely city of miles and miles. Shouldn't this time be a fruitful harvest? The gods help me. The empire will last forever, and the moon will be rich for many generations. A slight prayer came from the wagon. A city stands alone in the vast wilderness desert, looking like a light in the night. Every brick wall has seen bloodshed and death, but now under the scorching sunlight there is actually a kind of magnificent and solemn beauty. The swirling sand and dust gradually subsided, and the hordes could not be seen at a glance. Like black, dark clouds, the silence of the four fields was creepy and filled with the smell of dying. The Taoist priest hung in the air, his duster swinging up to drive a 6-foot-high wave of air, his voice shaking the clouds. Please ask Gu Chang'an to die. The watchtower tower. The red-robed man cloaked in blinding red. It is as if the sins and killings of his life are covered over, grand and fiery, and seemingly about to burn with self-immolation. Hold your own funeral alone in front of 10,000 troops. Really look up to me. Gu Chanan's face was expressionless as he descended along the wall from the top of the city. The suffocating silence of a battlefield is often more shocking than any killing. What a magnificent, rippling scene it is when a man walks calmly and easily toward an army of 10,000 men. All of a sudden heaven and earth were silent. The Taoist priest looked at the bright red robe. That firm pace, fearless figure is not heroism. It is only the guardian of the national faith that is not worth mentioning in this world, but weighs 1,000 pounds. The Middle Kingdom has failed you. He had a feeling. Stubborn or foolhardy, he worshipped such temperament that, because it was the noblest thing in human nature and the thing he wanted to have but was afraid to have, with Chinese blood flowing in his body, it's destiny. Gu Chang'an was frank. It stood motionless next to the blood-colored banner. Yu Jiuling in the carriage had a morose expression. She couldn't intervene in how the Grand Master viewed Han Nu, but it must not be tolerated that the hearts and minds of the sons and daughters under his command should waver. One by one, their faces were dumbfounded, and there was a look of adoration in the bottom of their heady eyes. Form up and play the horn. A shrill voice came from the carriage and spread across the battlefield through the mouths of the guards. The Hummer winced and snapped back to his senses. For a moment just now, as they reveled in the gaiety of the men of the lonely city, vaguely infected by the spirit that fights its way through the darkness. Since I started in the army, where have I seen such a frightening scene of one person fighting against 10,000 troops alone? Sobered, the Hummer's eyes regained their viciousness. If Han Nu doesn't die, they will. The Empire is the heavenly way, the spirit of the earth, the world of men, and those who see it must submit to it, or else kill without pardon. In a short moment, a battle tower was erected, as if it was aloft on the clouds overlooking the lone city. The bugler, riveted to his feet, whistled a tune popular in the Empire. The leaders of the cavalry, large and small, heard the horns and tore out their throats to sing, their voices wild and high-pitched, echoing more than once across the battlefield. The silence was drowned out by the clamor of death, and the roar of madness filled the area for 100 miles. The scarred double-axe Grandmaster was a typical Holy City fanatic, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. Fingers of heaven snapped. To refuse to surrender is to undermine the strategy of co-prosperity among the tribes of the western regions drawn up by the Empire, and to massacre innocent warriors wantonly. Your soul, Gu Chang'an, is stained with sins, and today, I'll do it for heaven. Double axe hanging high like a gyroscope spinning, the chi instilled, seems to have infinite greatness. What a way to act on behalf of heaven. Gu Chang'an nodded and smiled. Who will cut off the great head? Execute! The double axes fell flat, complete with cutting diametrically opposed north and south airwaves. The horns pinched the looming red robes. Gu Chang'an turned a blind eye and stared at the banner and whispered, "Rob you of 100 swords and behead you." Boom! In an instant, but all the barbarian brigands who were armed with swords and weapons were all creeped out, and their long swords came out of their boxes for no reason at all, suspended in the air, stopping but not falling. On top of the battlefield, there happened to be 100 swords hanging, and the sword formation was majestic and overwhelming. "Watch out!" The Taoist priest's face was horrified, and he subconsciously turned his eyes to the scarred martial artist. Not right. He captured the flow of chi, and the duster Herculean sprinted toward the blonde woman. The latter sensed the danger and sheathed his heavy sword, the blade burning with flames. 100 swords, one sword after another, in the air like a long winding snake, the first sword wrapped in boundless momentum, falling down vertically, pust, like a needle and thread through a pinhole. Before the blonde woman could raise her arm to fend it off, her canopy was penetrated. The whole person dressed in two full buttocks, actually really like a peach broken open from it. Chop! While the chi running around hadn't collapsed, Gu Chang'an mouthed the heavenly constitution and the 100 swords impacted on top of the burning heavy sword with a final sword momentum. Yu Jiuling's limbs were cold, and the woman's archon's splintered body was like an all that stabbed her hard in the heart. Just die? How can this be so? Formation back. The boy hole of the Emperor's carriage guards shrunk suddenly, and they had to overstep their bounds, roaring Xiao to give orders. The masterless heavy sword was rammed into the formation by the 100 swords, and happened to crash into the military supply wagon. The fierce fire oil inside met the flame of the sword blade and burned at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was already noon, and the sun was hanging high in the sky, which was already unbearably hot, and with the east wind picking up again, the flames and smoke rushed towards the barbarian army, and everyone could not open their eyes. Being too frightened, the barbarians danced with their swords and spears in the smoke, and the military formation was in disarray. Han Nu deserves to die. The scarred patriarch's face twisted as he witnessed his best friend perish, driving his twin axes down. Gu Chang'an was meant to be a life-fighting play. The inner strength he brought from his breakthrough was put into one sword, and today it will blow the funeral song of death. Kill as many as you can. Without the defense of the air mask, the double axes fell as heavy as mountains, cracking and slashing at both arms. Gu Chang'an's entire body was sent flying. Devil's sin. Scarred patriarch's face was shocked, and his limbs were able to continuously, as if his body was forged by 10,000 years of meteorite iron. The most powerful strike actually only came from the sound of bones breaking. Gu Chang'an smashed down into the yellow sand, two bloody holes in the crooks of his arms dropping out some bone slag the size of a fingernail cap. He tried to straighten his body up, but that just hurt too much. Moving your body hurts to the bone. Pust. Taking a few hard, creeping steps, he picked up his bloody sword and pierced his shoulder, the familiar thrill of pain causing him to slowly rise, and the blood aura began to fill the air in all directions. Cast the net. Yu Jiuling noticed the scarlet sword chi and roared filial piety in the carriage almost like a madman. The armrests of the chairs were slapped. The war tower in front of the formation emitted a cawing sound, and a 7-colored rock was actually perched on the wooden fence. It seems to have a tacit understanding to spread its wings and soar, spitting out the netting in its mouth one after another. All of a sudden, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield, and a huge 7-colored net was shrouded over the red-robed man. Spooky and subtle. Yes. Yu Jiuling waved his fists fiercely. This is the weapon that old Hu Yan brought with him. Rocks bred from the abyss. On the battlefield of Shishu, the 100,000 reinforcements from Bailiang and Zhao were suppressed by the Empire's newest weapon, slaughtering Han slaves like pigs and dogs. The bottom card is out, chanting a funeral song. Release the arrows. Due to her excitement, Yu Jiuling's face was red and her posture was back to her former unbeatable self. As the order was conveyed, thousands of strong crossbows were fired in front of the formation. Thick long arrows stormed into the colorful net. Densely gathered roots do not fall. The blood-colored sword chi expanded 90 feet outward, and Gu Chang'an looked up at the arrow-lost world. He knew he was going to dance with death today. Exterminate the Ko. For the first time in the town's lonely city, Gu Chang'an roared in hysterical rage. It seemed to vent the power of the rest of his life in this moment. The scarlet sword chi of burial and destruction surged out furiously, and blood-colored space coalesced above the military formation. Each strand of sword chi oozed out drops of blood, as if a ferocious beast had opened its bloody mouth. In the city's highest capital, Gene Carpenter and a few crippled old men had moist eyes. They saw the boundless barbarians, and they heard Chang'an's defiant roar. Maybe death is a relief. Chang'an is too bitter. The moment the city breaks down, these tired men of theirs will surely cut their own throats and martyr themselves. and they must not fall into the hands of the barbarians. For 62 years, not a single person in the entire Anxi army has failed the divine China. But the nation has failed the Nagas. Why? Why not give him a glimmer of hope? Born in despair 22 years ago, and dying in despair, how could the great continent of God not give him light? Even just a little bit. On the desert, the blood-colored sword swung in a huge fan. The sound of the destructive aura was clear and terrifying. The barbarian pawn trembled and stumbled, but the moment the sword's energy struck his body, one after another, they let out earth-shattering howls. Mother! The voice no longer knew whether it was a cry for help or the moaning of the hungry ghosts in the weeping abyss. Before they die, they may all long to return to the place of their original birth, to their mother's womb. The sound of mother resounded through the clouds, and a body with a disfigured face was laid out in front of the front line. Yellow sand covered with blood and mud. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Yu Jiuling's heart was like a knife, and her fear and anger prompted her to repeat those two words over and over again. The Taoist priest's face was pale. This was the most terrifying battle he had ever experienced. That sword was afraid to follow Gu Chang'an and be forever branded in his soul. Send it away. Its duster gently waved. There was even a purple gas lingering, like a small mass of cloud thunder descending in front of his body. Pushed out horizontally, wanting to devour the bloodied loner. Gu Chang'an's figure did not fall, and a pile of barbarians dying violently gave him another boost of vitality. The blood sword slashed out, shaking the grate and destroying the firmament. In the instant before touching the purple mass of chi, the thousands of arrows lost in the seven-colored netting crashed down. Dozens of them nailed Gu Chang'an's body, and the rest combined their efforts to crash through the bloody swords. Boom! The purple chi surged in, and Gu Chang'an's 7 orifices bled. Not out, but outside pouring in. Han's slave, the scarred patriarch swept in a flash, picked up Gu Chang'an's hair and spun to slam it backward. It smashed into the blood-colored abyss. The bloody sword crashed down beside him. The peach blossoms bloomed profusely, and the branches were stained with blood. The air dried up and the wind stopped. Gu Chang'an was covered in lost arrows and stared blankly at the gradually darkening 7-colored netting. That's all. The noisy and wailing battlefield also slowly quieted down, stabilizing the army as the battle formation pushed forward. Magnificent! Yu Jiuling opened his arms and embraced the scarlet blood mist that enveloped the sky. One sword cost her 3,000 sons and daughters, before the secret weapon disappeared. This tough and loathsome Han slave has finally fallen. It also means that she's weeding out her demons and defending the dignity of the empire. Eradicate the last ray of spiritual light of Chinese civilization. The divine continent is in the east, I shall not die with my face to the west. Gu Chang'an pulled at the corner of his bloody mouth, twisting his head with difficulty and, Lak's eyes looked to the east side of Mold Lake. I'm tired. I did my best. I didn't make it. I'm sorry. The heat and sunshine were leaving him, and the past years of the city watch came back to him in a frame. I've never actually regretted it. It's good to die on the central frontier. The dowser turned his eyes sideways, not even daring to look at the man at the bottom of the abyss. He's witnessed firsthand how much power a man's spirit can explode. How a loner in the darkness sheds his last drop of blood. Stop. Seeing that the scarred patriarch would want to throw his double axes, Yu rushed out of the military formation on a horse and said aloud, by the order of his holiness, all the sons and daughters of the empire shall cut a piece of flesh and call it honor. If Folan Su had been present, he would have stormed out, dizzy, kill them all with one blow. He'd told them many times, so why didn't he carry it out? But the old woman in the carriage, with her silver hair flying, was still blinded by her victory. Salt, Yueya reined in her horse, looking down at the abyss from above. There is no greater torture in the world. In an instant, the salt particles floating in the sky were like willow wadding, and countless barbarian pawns threw refined salt towards the abyss. It's almost stacked more than 8 feet. Ha ha. Gu Chang'an could no longer make a sound, but was just laughing insanely inside. He had more than 1,000 wounds all over his body, and when the grains of salt mixed with the blood, the capillaries were clotting, and the 7 souls were trembling. It's snowing. Let the blizzard come more fiercely. Bury my lonely soul, and wash away the suffering of the nation. Cut the meat. As the icy voice fell, a bruiser took the lead and jumped into the abyss. Gu Chang'an consciousness Mold Lake. He could not feel the pain of the gunblade piercing into his thigh. It just popped into my head that I'd seen fledgling flight. The eagle is falling on the mountaintop, crying in despair, about to be crushed to pieces. It learned to flutter its wings and slowly flew to the top of the mountain, and even higher up into the sky. There's still room to salvage everything until you're dead through and through. Yes, and the flavor of life force awakens a bloodthirsty beast on the brink of extinction. Gu Chang'an squirmed his 5 fingers with difficulty. This peach tree, which he looked at 1,000 times a day at the watchtower. You can perceive where it is by consciousness alone. Fingers touched the roots of the tree, the peach blossoms that had been nurtured by his own fury. It was pulled out of the ground in a single thought. Rumble. The massive peach tree was uprooted, its stems the color of blood, and in the moment when the abyss shook, the barbarian pawns ready to cut the spoils of war had their souls out of their bodies. Duck! The Taoist priest was horrified and shocked, and in a split second, he stretched his duster across his chest, and his purple mass of chi shielded his heart chakra. The scarred patriarch only hesitated for a split second, and the lush peach petals opened up in full force. The whole tree came towards him to suppress him, and the peach blossom sword reappeared in the jungle. No! Double axe was wrapped and entangled in the branches, and the petals fell around him. A wisp of sword energy sliced into the neck. In fact, Gu Chang'an had forgotten that this peach blossom plant was a new world spirit item. I just don't want to close my eyes before I die, so I think about it. As the peach blossom petals wither, the accompanying branch is forked with a two-eyed head. Gu Chang'an opened his tired and pained eyes and gently moved his fingers. Sword come. The bloody sword jumped in the abyss and for a moment straightened up and fell down, piercing the arm. That freshly coalesced fire, like a phoenix in flames. The blood mist once again surrounded his body. Withdraw. The Taoist priest's scalp exploded. His duster patted on the soles of his feet, and his entire aura surged with, sailing 8 feet in the air. Late. One at a time, he struck out to drain the Taoist's internal strength, and in the face of the rejuvenated blood sword, he couldn't go weak to weak like that man in the abyss. Clank. Full of blood-colored sword energy. It has nothing to do with enmity, but only to guard the lonely city. A burning scar on the back of the Taoist priest. The purple chi instantly collapsed. His figure crashed to the ground and burned. Even the white bones of a great master were burning after his death. The three are extinct. After the deathly silence of the crypt, there is the infinite fear of the. It was like the god of death from stepping through the chains of hell, devouring heaven and earth step by step. I wanted to die and you wouldn't let me. Gu Chang'an truly stood upright as the hovering peach blossom tree swept over the fleeing barbarians. He took one bloody step at a time like a bloody man just emerging from a sea of blood. Hanging heads on peach trees. The petals of the flowers were all withered and faded, and each branch held a head, which was eerie. No way. Yu Jiuling was paralyzed in the carriage. The scene in front of her made her fall from the top of the clouds into the abyss. The bleeding man was nothing less than a demon of the abyss, obviously dead. Why not die? While Yuaya, who was within half a mile of the frontier, had a cardiac arrest, and she clearly felt the blood rushing in, fiery to the point of cutting, even seizing her fearful soul. Peach branches continue to add heads, densely packed like the Yellow Springs River of the underworld tree, leaving the head before crossing the Neho Bridge. What's running? Yuaya's voice came from her ears, and she dared not turn around as she drove her horse, but her body was lifted up by a single hand. Those scarlet eyes were close by. The barbarian pawns are in an out-of-control spiral of despair, death, and fear. I will not care about the captured granddaughter of His Holiness. I asked you what you're running for? Gu Chang'an's bloody hair fluttered as he hung in the air and choked Yuya's neck, calmly saying, the scent is hardly enough to dispel the unpleasant stench from your armpits. Looking at the demon with a fierce aura, Yuya despaired to the point of suffocation, trembling like a little girl out of tears. You're not human. I've long since ceased to be human. Lone City and I were ghosts long ago. Gu Chang'an lowered his head and took a bite on her neck, nibbling on a delicate and thin piece of flesh. The woman's delicate face was molded lake by the bright blood that gushed out, and eyes. Those delicate and now fear-filled blue child holes were dug out deeply by 2 fingers. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without pardon. Form up to meet the enemy. A frantic hissing came from the carriage, and the old imperial hag, who had weathered dozens of years of finding courage in the midst of boundless fear. Once it's back, it's all over. There are still more than 7,000 valiant and brave soldiers who are not yet at the end of their tether. The sound of the drums rumbled, and with the mist of blood in the sky converged into a miraculous war song that, grotesque and tragic, like a headless fleeing soldier encountering a merciless shooter in the direction of the carriage, with death in front and behind him. The only thing left to do was to turn around to meet the horrible blood man. At this moment, even the most muddle-headed barbarian soldiers know that killing a Han slave is the only way to survive. In a lonely city of 10,000 miles, surrender was never an option. They want to surrender. Will the Bloods accept it? Under such a bloody massacre, in the midst of spreading panic, the barbarian pawns actually maintained order for a short period of time. Withering the bow like a full moon, 10,000 arrows were fired, and the iron cavalry rumbled towards the bloody man. Gu Chang'an used the fainting woman as a shield, and an arrow missed to shoot her into a hedgehog. The bloody sockets without eyeballs were also embedded with sharp arrows. Watching her granddaughter fall into the bloody sand, Yu Jiuling coned her heart and drank, biting out blood marks on her lips. There is no man on earth who would be indifferent to the death of his first grandson, not to mention the heir she had so carefully cultivated. But a spasm of agony swept over her, and her eyes hardened and fierce. Wave your arms under the golden beast statue to inspire the army. Left peach tree head, right scarlet sword chi. Gu Chang'an just calmly walked into the middle of the army. He hated when wounds healed. He was so sick of killing tirelessly that he was even afraid of himself now. But it's important to keep the territory. The scarlet buried sword net enveloped the barbarian army that had been brought together by the hardness of their will alone. Again, it collapsed because of the sword chi raging. A one-sided massacre. A lone figure swings his sword numbly and mechanically, and the peach blossoms are withered and the branches and trunks along with thousands of heads turned into pieces. Desert a pair of writhing have suffused with red streams of light in the blood-red haze of the barbarian, disorienting and weird. It melted into a sea of blood with the endless corpses. And the man, standing in the middle of a sea of blood, and perhaps blood pouring in. He might never see the end. But he swung his sword as usual. Swing your sword again. That's all. A human purgatory is no match for 100 miles of desert. And from the moment you climb up from the abyss, this spiritual city of the Chinese nation has been defended. 12,000 outgoing troops, 3 great masters deployed from the holy city, and just like that, the stars float away. Yu Jiuling stared blankly at the rolling east whistling gale. A bone-chilling coldness instantly permeated her entire body. Is this the end of everything? Yes, it's all over. With less than 1,000 light cavalry left, fleeing like mad from the infernal slaughterhouse, the collapsed Yu Jiuling now had only one last thought left in her head. Run! Her death knell has sounded. But she can't die at the hands of Han slaves. Not in this imperial graveyard. For 60 years, she's been a queen and an old hag who terrorized the empire. Her brilliant and honorable life was completely buried in humiliation and nightmares because of an appointment edict. The carriage ran so fast that, half an incense stick behind, it overtook the lightly armed cavalry, running endlessly into the distance. Gu Chang'an stationed his sword, looking around with his head down, stepping over the dying barbarians, and several layers of bloodstained banners were turned up underneath the bodies. He was the only one left standing in heaven and earth, and great flocks of crows and vultures flew from the sky, rattling and chirping up and down and circling. Gu Chang'an carefully wiped off the footprints on the banner and held it in his arms, along with the pole. Silent as an apocryphal statue, brilliant in the Middle Kingdom, the heavens are balancing all the nations. He shouted softly, brilliant central plains, heavenly pyramids of all nations, brilliant central plains, heavenly pyramids of all nations, brilliant central plains, heavenly pyramids of all nations. The head of the city resounded with the hissing of the old and disabled women and children doing their best, who were tearful, yet high and impassioned. In this sea of blood, in the midst of more than 10,000 corpses, the lonely city still didn't sink. Sheen Carpenter choked on his cry. In the unchallenged parts of the divine continent, in the lonely western frontier, a 22-year-old man who made a miracle with his own hands that will go down in history. What no one in the history of China has ever done. This kid, with the power of one man, cast the greatest monument in the long river of the Middle Kingdom. Definitely not forgotten. The Middle Kingdom will sooner or later take up the torch he held aloft. There's no dark desperation like one man alone against 10,000. And when the torch is carried into the Middle Kingdom, starting from Chang'an, it will surely welcome the dawn. The bread steed rushed out of the city gates, and Gu Chang'an smiled towards the top of the city, and tried to get on the horse but didn't even have the strength. Ending his killing state, he was so tired that he could fall down and slumber for days. Gu Chang'an tied the noose and the steeds were driven to drag him along. The steeds galloped on, leaving 2 bloody stains in the yellow sand where they passed, and about 20 miles. It was only then that Gu Chang'an loosened the rope and stuck the standard flag in his arms in the yellow sand. Today Gu Chang'an consoled the martyrs and showed the future generations that he had already opened up 20 miles for the divine continent. His voice grew hoarse and sounded so miserable, as if it came from all directions. In the open wilderness, Gu Chang'an was finally able to get a good night's sleep, and he collapsed next to the standard flag. The gusts of wind and sand soon buried him. In her dream, Gu Chang'an remembered her favorite saying, pick all the cold branches and refuse to stay. The lonely sandbar is cold. P.S. 7K words a chapter for the new free period. This author is trying too hard, isn't he? It's soundly written. So I hope you're enjoying reading it, and I'm begging for a monthly subscription to catch up. Chapter 19, A Man, new book seeking monthly tickets, seeking collections, the magnificent bronze temple, in the center of which stood a round table of heavy texture. At the round table sat the 12 judges, also known as the 12 giants of the center. A purple throne, symbolizing nobility, sits a man clad in a robe of tattooed dragon bones. A heavy child who wears a golden mask all year round, revealing only a pair of unseen whites of his eyes. What is you dueling up to? The barbarian emperor droned coldly, his throat feeling like it was clogged with. The voice was hoarse and eerie. The divining measurements of the stargazer were presented at the round table. If the last chi fluctuation in the abyss was a light ripple in the lake, then this one was like a small stone smashing into a lake with several splashes. Hu Yanshou's heart was like ashes. He wanted to roar hysterically as he crushed the old hag's stupid and dim-witted head. But this august courtroom could only do its best to contain the emotion. The barbarian emperor said in a deep voice, "Pass on the divine decree to dispatch the inspectors. Coron it." A blonde-bearded inquisitor rose hastily and respectfully. Yu Wao Xia is exceptionally gifted, so let the moon sanction bring him here for an audience with the heavenly god. The old hag was his political henchman and had to intercede when necessary. The feudal officials are most jealous of the inspectors, but whenever they find out about a little, it all tarnishes the old hag's record. Yinskin, you're solely responsible for what happened. The barbarian emperor stared at him for an instant. The bearded man's expression froze, and without the backbone to pack his bags, he snapped and hung his head. The empire rises from the heavenly abyss, and subtle changes in the abyss must be treated with caution. That's it. Another discussion on the Western Marsh. The barbarian emperor resounded. The round table rang with a tumult of voices, and Huinshou's soul was in a state of, the spirit has long since been lost in the distant 7,000 miles of frontier. Ending the small court meeting, Hu Yanshou left the ninefold palace. The moment he stepped into the carriage, his face went from pale to deathly gray. It was as if his whole body had been drained of its bones, and all at once he was paralyzed in the carriage. How did this happen? Why did you lose? Hu Yanshou's mouth trembled. He was incredulous. There's only one possibility. The old hag has lost the frontier again. More than last time. Didn't you send me a secret message saying that it would be better to do it all at once? 12,000 iron-blooded humans. 3 renowned grand masters of the empire. A different pig as commander-in-chief wouldn't be so. Old hag, you deserve to go to hell. Stupid. Hu Yanshou was so exhausted that he didn't even have the strength to smash things to vent. The lid won't hold. It's all over. Returning to the residence, he called his eldest son with a hobbled step, and father and son entered the study in silence. The coroner is sending the inspector to the old hag territory. Hu Yanshou let out a miserable laugh. Impossible. Hu Yanjing's face was horrified. He was the only one in the family who knew the inside story well. Could it be that the army was destroyed in the lonely city and the empire lost another frontier? Do you care for the East? And does the East care for you? They wine and dine, but you sink in killing. Don't be stubborn. Surrender. I beg you not to hold on to a worthless city. Hu Yanshou's murmuring voice was just like a mournful begging, and tears rolled down the haggard face weepingly. Father cried. The tears of aggression were more shocking than the condemnation and rage, torturing Hu Yanjing's soul like a knife. Dad, can't you pocket it? He asked carefully. Hu Yanshou was silent and wiped his tears. Why don't you make a preemptive strike and expose the treachery of the folded orchid dog thief and the old hag? You are the last previous ruler, and at most you will be suing for your life, not endangering it. We're still a small force compared to the heavenly god coronation. If the coronet had known of Gu Chang'an's existence, he would have dispatched the imperial Jedi, or even directly left the western region without an inch of grass. Hu Yanjing advised in a deep voice. Yes? Hu Yanshou stared at his best son and suddenly raised his hand to grab his head and, pressing his face heavily against the uneven brass ornamentation of the incense burner. For more than 60 years the lone city has not fallen, and one man has killed through 10,000 armies. Do you realize what a monstrous humiliation this is? The whole empire would be furious. The divine continent has rekindled its confidence fighting spirit. Can your father and I live with the consequences? Half of Hu Yanjing's face was imprinted with incense burner marks, and half of his face was bleeding. Asterisk asterisk. Hu Yanshou's face was filled with viciousness, and he immediately flung his sleeves and walked to the window. In his line of sight, the holy city glistened and grand under the sun's light. It was like the most perfect masterpiece of the gods and goddesses on earth. This is the greatest and noblest city in the world. And Chang'an, where all the nations came to court in former years, is out of reach, not to lose power, nor to die. I shall accompany the coronation of the celestial god to the altar of the world, to witness the pilgrimage of the eastern lands to the abyss. Huinshou tried to drive the fear and anger out of his mind and calm himself down. He had a quick decision to make. Go all night to the west, and make the old hag do a good job before the inspector arrives. What? Hu Yanjing covered her cheeks, her tone aggravated. Hu Yanshou's eyes gradually became cruel as he said in a single word. Concentration camps, the Holocaust. Hu Yanjing was struck by lightning, his scalp chilling. The only way to cause an abyssal fluctuation is through the mass tragic deaths of the empire's subjects. Hu Yanshou's face was expressionless, as if he were merely describing a trivial matter of no consequence. Hu Yanjing didn't dare to answer. He suddenly felt that power was so terrible and his father was so brutal. Jing man does not act for himself. My father doesn't want to die a tragic death of innocence. More than anything, I fear the decline of the Wen family. This lid still needs to be covered. Gu Chang'an can't be exposed. Hu Yanshou spoke at length, his voice thick with sadness. How much? Hu Yanjing asked in a mute voice. Hu Yanshou was quiet for a moment and slowly extended a palm. Slaughter 500,000. The latter's gods and souls were trembling, and the 4 light words were the wronged souls of 500,000 imperial subjects, and the old hag's head. To choose between himself and Moon, she had to die in front of the inspector before the cover could be muddled. Hu Yanshou added, leaning wearily against the windowsill. Although sooner or later it will explode, but at all costs to cover it up, just to get a respite from the. Think of checks and balances before you explode. The study fell into a long, dead silence. Father, is it worth it? Hu Yanjing couldn't help but inquire. A Han slave has cost the empire far too much already and will continue endlessly. Hu Yanshou frowned deeply and said in a disheveled manner. Just 2 examples from the history of the Middle Kingdom. King Gojian of Yu endured 10 years of slavery and humiliation, and eventually cleaned up the old mountains and rivers. Sima Qian of the Western Han dynasty, a 7-foot man who was tortured in the palace but still insisted on his ideals and aspirations, writing brilliant history. The reason why Chinese civilization has stretched on for so long, it's all because of that strong willpower holding it together. Pausing briefly, he gazed at his eldest son. You should have to know what Gu Chang'an stands for. Hu Yanjing was reticent for a moment and replied, the most indestructible will in the world. Now prepare the horses to depart. Hu Yanshou waved his hand. Yes. Hu Yanjing sighed softly tersely and turned to leave. Back then, my father did not eradicate the lonely city on a whim, but now it has caused a catastrophe that has caused the heavens to fall into the earth. Jinling City. A tall building stands on the Qinhuai River, with yin and yang diagrams hanging from the north and south gable railings on the roof. The base of the platform is decorated with bagua formations and a variety of divination devices. This is the closest place in the central plains to the dome of the sky, and it seems that you can pick up the stars in the sky by lifting your hand. The official from the southern Chu heavenly supervisor paced back and forth, looking at the Taoist-robed girl sitting cross-legged along the stage. She is the one who keenly captured the changes in the qi of the Tang dynasty, which has been in decline. How come it suddenly spiked the day before yesterday? A man. The young girl opened her eyes suddenly, blood seeping out of her eyes from the backlash, and she didn't bother to wipe them clean. Hastily, he grabbed the pen and paper at his side and sketched the portrait he had divined in his mind. Men? The Sito official was perplexed. The one who can cause a change in the great Tang's fortune should be the Empress, Li Bing. Could it be that the Li clan's royal family has given birth to another Tian Qihan Taizong-level baby? Confused, but not questioning, Li Pingke is the descendant of Li Chunfeng, the man who made the pushback diagram. The Li family moved south to Jinling because of the Anxi rebellion. When the divine continent was in turmoil, they also became loyal to southern Shu. Because of the great change in the heavenly Tao and the revival of the spiritual qi, Li Ping's divining ability is certainly far better than that of his ancestor Li Chunfeng. In terms of talent alone, no one in the world could surpass it. The young girl with white teeth and red lips stared at the portrait. Too strange. The crowd gathered around. On the painting was a young man model. Eyes clear and clean. Features are very outstanding. Just like the pampered nobleman of Jinling City, originally thought that the dragon child Phoenix Nekfushi's phase, which does not look like it can cause changes in Tangyona, the young eunuch molded over. The point is that the mind never had the impression of this person, the imperial chancellor of the divine continent's kingdoms, the handsome celestial pride. As long as they have the ability, their portraits are stored in the divine constabulary. Maybe the peeps are wrong. Even Li Ping himself was half convinced. But today was the day she was in the best shape of her life, or she wouldn't have been able to paint the portrait. The major pondered for a moment. Forward it to the Empress of the Tang dynasty, and tell her to search the territory for, perhaps, a folk farmer. Or maybe it's an unheard of idler. Chapter 20, It's Hard to Live. Chang'an. In the imperial study, the blue veil of the window spirit swayed with the wind. The Empress in a trailing phoenix dress stood in front of the window, her gorgeous face permeated with confusion. She had never seen the man in the portrait, and the civil and military officials in the Golden Palace looked at each other blankly. Your Majesty, perhaps the screen magician's divination was wrong. Pei Jingshu glanced at the portrait on the royal eucalyptus. Will she? The Empress glanced sideways. Pei Jingshu immediately rejected the idea of doubt. Since the revival of the aura, Li Ping was the most talented astrologer in the divine continent. Moreover, his ancestor was Li Chunfeng, who was honored by Emperor Taizong as a national teacher. Who are you? Where have you been? And what have you done? 3 questions in a row. The Empress opened and closed her red lips slightly, her eyes fluttering. Pei Jingshu was reticent. The moment she received the news, she saw His Majesty smile for the first time in a long time. It was as if the haze had dispelled the gloom that had lasted for so many years. The Anxi rebellion has been going on for decades, and the Great Tang's fortunes have only gone down in menace, and this is the only time they've gone up. Pass on the order to search within the territory. Detail to each village. The Empress' voice was clear. She was silent for a moment, her eyes firm. If he is a hermit, I would like to follow the example of Liu Bei and invite him with sincere etiquette. If you don't want to be loyal to Li Tang, I can draw up an edict that send him to a stage where he will willingly display his talents. Your Majesty. Pei Jingshu tightened her brows. The Empress's delicate, jade cheeks were devoid of emotional fluctuations as she said softly, the civilization of the Central Plains has suffered a catastrophe. How can I just focus on the gateway's private plans? Pei Jingshu wanted to speak, but finally said respectfully, as you wish. Sure. I'm curious to know what he did to awaken a dead pool of national fortune. The Empress seemed to be talking to herself, and then she turned her head to stare at the portrait in a daze. Pei Jingshu didn't answer. It was hard to say whether this man even existed or not, but he did bring a glimmer of hope to the grey state of the Great Tang, and a touch of spiritual solace to the tired and numb His Majesty. A tea house in Chang'an. The storyteller wakes up Wood and slaps the table. That is to say, Shui Rangue, the god of war, stood under the banner in white, holding a halberd and spear and shouting for the death squad to attack. The brave soldiers of Great Tang fought for their lives and killed the Goryeo army with trembling. We, the children of the Yellow Emperor, are never short of those who lay down their lives, and it is these unfortunate people who stand in the way. Not a step back. The room was filled with silence. The ranger clapped his gums together and interrupted impatiently. Back and forth with stories from hundreds of years ago. A certain person is tired of hearing them. The teetotalers nodded their heads and didn't offer the storyteller a reward. What's the use of dwelling on past glories? We're still being oppressed by foreign dogs. Western Shu has lost 30% of its territory. It's unfortunate that the people are in a time of chaos, and they want to hear about the great heroes of our time. It's not to succumb to those feverish feats of desperation. The storyteller's face is sardonic. It's hard to beg for food. The ranger muffled his voice. When there's a hero in the world, you'll talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. And with that smart mouth of yours, I'll make you 2 concubines. As he spoke, the hooves of horses rumbled in the streets and a portrait floated into the street stores. The crowd gathered around to see what was going on. Alas, I heard that he is to help raise the national luck of the Great Tang Lo, but the court has turned over the entire territory of the 3 states. Froze without this one. The god of thieves is deceiving us, and we are happy for nothing. Storyteller, if there really is such a person, you're afraid you'll be thrilled to death. Tea drinkers talk to each other, although there is occasional playful banter, but the expression is still hard to hide the disappointment. The sanctioner's residence, in the far west, Yu Jiuling leaned on his crutches, his rough palms crawling with a strip of earthworm-like veins. The face was wrinkled more like ugly bark. In a few short months, she'd aged halfway to her coffin. Souls died long ago in that lone city. On top of that stack of 10,000 corpses. Moon Sanction, have you decided? The dusty Huyan Jing had a serious face. The inspector will come as he comes, and my father will intercept him halfway. Yu Jiuling's face was expressionless. Killing the imperial agent? Huyan Jing's child hole shrunk suddenly, and his voice was stern. If you dare to touch a single hair of the Chinaman's head, you is plotting a rebellion. Your father is afraid? Yu Jiuling sneered, his face shrugging like a hideous evil spirit. The old witch is completely mad. Huyan Jing gazed at her and said in a deep voice, 3 Grand Masters, 12,000 bruisers, one of the most powerful weapons in the empire. Moon sanctioned you a humiliating and ridiculous loss. Poking at the pain, Yu Jiuling's old face twisted and his palms on his crutches trembled violently. Make a decision. With a cold face, Huyan Jing reminded again, death to you alone preserves the moon for the time being. My father has inquired of the wizard. Mass slaughter of imperial subjects for no reason creates a sinful aura, and a sinful aura best explains the abyssal turmoil. Yu Jiuling was trembling and growled filial piety. The massacre. In the words of the Han slaves of the East, the old me exhausted the bamboo book of the South Mountain of endless sins. Decide that the waves of the East China Sea are flowing with evil and difficult to finish. Huyan Jing sighed inwardly. The so-called old hag that the empire was scared of, compared to what his father had done. And what does that count for? He forced his emotions under control and said unsteadily, it doesn't matter if it's cold-blooded or not when it comes to profit. It's not an option at all. First, It is the sinful chi caused by the massacre that is responsible for the change in the 7,000-mile territory. Second, take the opportunity to root out those who know. Yueji really can't afford to give up those 1,000 cavalrymen who fled the battlefield and send them to the territory of Fuldansu in the north of the desert. Thirdly, the bodies were piled up on the road to the lone city, and the inspector must have been jealous of the sinful air of the. Eliminate the possibility of him probing. The atmosphere was stiff as iron. Yu Jiuling lowered her heavy eyelids. She agreed with Hu Yan's old piker's ruse of covering up. Nor do they care about the lives of those innocent civilians. But she didn't want to die. Once the massacre of civilians was carried out, her head was sure to be sacrificed. The empire will definitely be able to devour the Middle Kingdom of China and achieve a supreme godly kingdom to dominate the entire world. As a feat for the ages, she fell off a cliff halfway up a mountain and was shattered to pieces. As foolish as Hu Yanjing was, he saw through the old hag's fear of death. He could hardly repress his anger any longer and pointed and cursed head-on. Since ancient times, a defeated general should cut himself down to thank for his sins. 10,000 of your army against one man. You still have the face to live? It's for your own good if you don't uncover it. Once the lonely city is exposed, you'll be dug up and dumped in a grave even after you're dead. The Moon family nailed to the imperial pillar of humiliation. Yu Jiuling looked stupefied, suddenly dropping his crutches and paralyzed into silence. Ha ha, how ridiculous. It was surprising that she would die in front of the two old dogs, Foldland and Hu Yan. If only I hadn't taken the warrant in the first place. If he didn't drink the Archon's fatal blow on the battlefield, he would be drinking from Gu Hanu's head right now. Take care of the Moon family. She was ashen. Hu Yanjing breathed a long sigh of relief and cut his throat. Please don't worry about the Moon sanction. The chain of interest is tied up and has to be taken care of. I want Han Nu to be broken into pieces. I want Han Nu to go to the 18 layers of hell. Yu Jiuling was almost pleading. Her voice permeated with unspeakable resentment. All the sins shouldn't be borne by her. It's all because of that killing devil. It's that Central Plains madman. Hu Yanshou muttered for a moment and lowered his voice. If you go ahead, my father will surely let Han Nu vent his anger on you in the netherworld. Only if we pass this test of the inspector will my father arrange the thunderbolt of extermination of the Han slaves. Surely not sending the sanctioners deeper and deeper into a more brutal way. Old me arranges the aftermath. Yu Jiuling stood up with difficulty and stumbled away. In the city of Kurtz, 9 more tombstones were added to the cemetery forest. The old, the disabled, the women and the children are all in mourning. They've seen too much death. But this time, sending off 9 terminally ill loved ones was such an agonizing ordeal. Infection with plague. Without the Buddhist shrine in Chang'an to wash away the plague, the lone city, except for Chang'an, would be dead by now. 7 frail old women, 2 dolls less than 10 years old still didn't carry the day, decaying in torment. We did our best to burn the corpses, but it took 3 days and 3 nights to burn the bodies of more than 10,000 savage dogs. Or is it spreading the plague? Why, didn't we win? Brother Chanan clearly won. A young child, weeping and wailing, crouched in the graveyard grove. Don't cry. Gene Carpenter wrapped one arm around the doll, tears sliding down the corners of his eyes. More than 10,000 barbarian dogs attacked the city, and he didn't collapse, but now he couldn't hold on in his heart. How desperate. Obviously won. Chang'an fought an unprecedented victory. He created a miracle of war in the divine continent. He killed over 10,000 barbarian dogs by himself. But why should it be? Why should there be a plague when great efforts have been made to burn the bodies of savage dogs? Why can't the heavens just roll in care? Can't we be happy when we win a battle? Must there be endless darkness? Gene Carpenter was in old tears. If it hadn't been for Chanan, he wouldn't have been able to hold out, and the tired man in this city would have had a death wish. But they can't die, with all their loved ones dead. How lonely and sad Chang'an should be. Chang'an held the city on their backs, carrying this frontier of the Middle Kingdom. Pick on the spirituality of Chinese civilization. But who will save him? Miles and miles of solitude and dead silence. The sun is hot, the sky is blood red, the stench of decay is everywhere, and it's like an extinction zone of doom. The cloaked, red-robed man walks stagnantly, the heavens and earth quiet enough to listen to his own footsteps. He's like a clean walker. It's not going to die. It's not human. Gu Chanan fell into the abyss with a single step, and the lush and brightly colored peach blossom tree was gone. Only half a finger-sized branch remains, and no amount of nurturing will grow petals. Why does everything beautiful have to leave me? Gu Chang'an's eyes were hollow. He wanted to see the blossoming peach blossom petals and he wished he could admire bright colors all day long in his withered time. But no. He was finally heartbroken. Maybe it's God's will. Just like that fight. What's the point of doing everything you can? He couldn't even save the lives of his loved ones. And there was no way for a man to fight the darkness in the end. Why me? I want to live like a human being too. Gu Chang'an tore her hair with all her might and cried out hysterically. The pain of the soul is far more terrible than 1,000 wounds of the flesh. The city held him captive, and he tried countless times to escape, but every time he stepped out of the gates of Numbly, he returned to the watchtower again, repeating his decade-long rounds. It's so tiring to live. Gu Chang'an let out a crazy laugh. The caravan arrived at the 7,000-mile border, each unclothed and disheveled. Almost half of them died along the way from infected tongue wounds. Lu Shang, who is so thin that his cheeks are sunken, gazes quietly at the lofty city wall, and he is still alive. With extraordinary willpower, he walked out of the 7,000 miles of 9 deaths. At the moment, the city is overcrowded. All the merchants' fellows are lining up, and without exception, each is dumb, quiet, a high voice. At the head of the city stood the burly military general, who looked around at the miserable griffins and smiled. The sanctioning honors have decided to host a cleansing feast for all of you. The city was dead silent, and the mute man could not speak, but did not even wave his arm in response. No man has ever had his tongue cut out and still managed to look hot. Another indemnity is offered, so please don't resent sanctioning His Holiness. Another voice came from the town. All of a sudden, countless fellows showed pleasing smiles, as if their grudges had disappeared, and applauded one after another. The city gates are wide open. The crowd is crowded. Lu Shang is wrapped up in it, and a heart falls to the bottom. He didn't believe the old hag would be so generous at all, but this was already 7,000 miles across the border. The old hag would never dare to kill recklessly, fighting against the monstrous darkness with his physical body on this journey. Lu Shangyuan was more cautious than normal. It will also speculate about the brute dog with the utmost malice. In half an hour, close to tens of thousands of merchant fellows walked to the city square. There really was a continuous feast, and the aroma wafted for miles. The crowd was like hungry ghosts pouncing on food, while Lu Shan was in the most hidden corner of the square, hiding in the corner with a cat's back, and, after observing the surrounding terrain, he fled into a row of pigsty toilets. The stench of the cramped pigsty toilet, Lu Shang huddled in the corner and just stayed there. For several hours, his body was paralyzed and stiff. He vaguely heard the sound of boots on gravel, creeping closer and closer. He looked at the 2 pedals, and despite the fact that he was probably overthinking it, he couldn't afford to gamble. With his thin frame, he squeezed himself into the center of the board's end. The whole person along with his head did not fall into the cesspool, during which there was no hesitation in his expression. The door of the toilet was kicked open. The visitor swept it open and moved on to the next pigsty toilet. Lu Shan was near suffocating. The filth covered his entire body. He didn't dare to squirm at all. As he came closer to drowning again, he grabbed the board and climbed up. Spitting the smelly stuff out of his mouth, Lu Shang deadlocked himself against the toilet door and was judged by his fate in fear. For a full hour and a half the stench and hunger made him try to push open the door of the latrine and look out. The sky was raining heavily and the ground was dripping with blood. Taking one step towards the square, all within sight was scarlet, tens of thousands of corpses lying on tables and chairs. The city was empty, leaving only the sound of Lu Shang's hobbling footsteps, as if he were wandering back alone in hell. He won the bet. I won. The sky was full of raging pouring rain, and Lone City had never seen such a free-flowing rainfall. Lu Shang waved his arms and hissed as he fell to his knees. I won the ING bet. Shangan, I'm going out 7,000 miles. I'm not a coward in a lonely town. Please, you must live. Definitely. P.S. Another chapter against 2 chapters of 4K words. Begging for a catch-up read and a monthly vote. Chapter 21, he's at the Jade Gate. He's in the Mad Fall, still 2 in 1 chapter. Hibernation. The third night. Choose stargazing platform. The young girl in the basalt-colored Dao robe closed her eyes and rested her mind. Thick lashes fluttered slightly with her breath. The 64 trigrams are arranged according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and there is also a tortoise shell and a yellow flag. The flag is painted with the symbol of peeping into the sky. Most unusual is the 3-legged wooden crow at her side, which carries a small bell in its mouth. The fellow diviner looked grave. It's been 2 months, and Pingley has vowed to find out where the man is. Going out of your way to move your ancestral treasure. Sudden. The yellow flag folded without wind and the flagpole was cut in 2. Seal the trigrams quickly. The young eunuch urged sternly. The young girl was unmoved. Her eyes dripping droplets of blood, oozing from her delicate nose and drying up again. And so on and so forth. Li Ping, seal the trigrams immediately. The warlocks were horrified and appalled. The flag fell down and folded their lives. 1 drop of blood reduced by 1 year. Tinker. The small bell in the mouth of the crow made a clear ringing sound. Li Ping suddenly opened his eyes and stared dead at the 3-legged wooden crow, which rhythmically rotated and, It's getting faster and faster. West, few Ks. The young eunuch murmured. Divine continent opinion map. Li Ping's face paled as he hoarsely urged. The young eunuch walked quickly up to the base of the stage and handed her the maps, sighing at the end. 13 years. The civilization of the Central Plains is facing life and death, so why should I spare 13 years of my life? The great Tang's fortunes, which have continued to fall for decades, have risen because of him, and he deserves it. Li Ping finished rubbing his tired head, then immersed himself in observing the divine continent opinion map. The major was silent. Yeah, well, maybe the guy in the painting didn't do anything spectacular, but at least it gave Datang a glimmer of hope. Despite their allegiance to the Southern Shu regime, they are all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. It is a part of the Middle Kingdom civilization. It doesn't matter who takes the divine continent tripod in the end. Now that the mighty barbarians are entrenched on the side, if the civilization of the Central Plains dies, who will have the face to see the ancestors after death? In Shishu? But Western Shu doesn't blow the Fuyu wind. A warlock was confused. Li Ping's eyes bloomed with light. As if he were talking to himself, the gale tilts from southwest to northeast. The terrain is low and flat, and barren and empty is the fugitive wind. Here. She pointed to a certain spot on the opinion map and said firmly and decisively, Jade Gate Pass. He's at the Jade Gate. The crowd of the divine constabulary looked at each other in disbelief. The gateway from the Central Plains into the west. The border between northern Liang and the barbarians? Could it be some general in northern Liang who fought to kill the barbarians? The young eunuch guessed. The great Tang dynasty. The warlock at his side whispered a reminder. Though he was a general in northern Liang, his heart was set on the great Tang. And this led to a change in Tang fortunes? The young eunuch was doubtful, but with a look of certainty. The crowd nodded. This is the most reasonable speculation. Since ancient times, Human Pass has been a pass symbolizing the glory and disgrace of China. There was a record of the supreme glory of the Central Plains, where the champion Marquis Hua Zaixiang sealed the wolf's resurrection. All countries pilgrimage to Chang'an through the Jade Gate Pass. There is also sad and desolate. The Central Plains. How many for the country's generals and soldiers dying before looking at the Jade Gate Pass? Perhaps only the magnificent Human Pass will give birth to the character who will save the fate of the Central Plains. Go back and rest. The young eunuch eyed Li Ping worriedly. The young girl hooned. One of the warlocks was about to say something, but finally decided not to say anything to add to the laughter. The reason he suddenly remembered the 4 towns of Anxi was that his great-grandfather had been a member of the Anxi army. He was transferred back to the Central Plains due to military arrangements. And before he died, he still remembered that he wanted to take another look at the Human Pass. Anxi must have ceased to exist, having been cut off from news for more than 60 years, and being in the hinterland of the barbarians. If it still exists, it's no longer a miracle. It's a mythological legend of epic proportions. There is no more pitiful general in the world than the 8th Regiment of Anxi, when ordered to garrison the western frontier, to contain the western countries for the Central Plains. Who would have expected the barbarians to rise so horribly that the ashes of those great garrison warriors could not return? What do you want to say? The young eunuch gave him a look. Nope. The warlock shook his head. There is also no Fuyu wind in the Key West. Chang'an, Mana Hall. Pei Jingshu tended to walk into the hall and saw the noble and elegant empress standing in front of the window in a depressed state. His Majesty is accustomed to being alone, wandering back and forth with a sigh, and seldom initiating conversation. It was only when her gaze occasionally looked at the portrait of Imperial Eucalyptus that a glimmer flashed in her eyes. However, that divine splendor was also extremely weak and fleeting. Your Majesty. Li Ping divined that the portrait person is at Human Pass. Pei Jingshu brought good news. The Empress stared straight at her, her tone fleet and deliberate. Summon Gao Chowan for an audience. Yes. The palace maidservant led the order and left. Jade Gate Pass? The Empress wondered. With this trigram, Li Ping has lost 13 years of his life. Pei Jingshu said softly. The Empress lowered her brows slightly. The sadness in her eyes flickered away, and then she stared out of the window in a daze. What have you done? I don't even know your name. I'm sorry. An endangered civilization of the Central Plains. Too much in need of a hero to boost the vitality. Pei Jingshu nodded her head silently. To be able to make a change in the fortunes of the country, she must have done something amazing and great. Leading the army to kill 3,000 enemies? Or is it a great talent in martial arts? Your deeds cannot go unnoticed. And this devastated nation is in desperate need of a rekindling of its fighting spirit. In a short while, a python-robed eunuch with white hair and a stooped figure stepped into the palace. Your Majesty. He saluted respectfully. The Empress watched him. The portrait man is at the Jade Gate. No matter how long it takes, you must find him. Gao Zheyan nodded heavily, a hint of a smile appearing on his stiff face. Find him, and the mongrels take off his shoes. The Empress tugged at the corners of her lips and guffawed. It was a tantalizingly light smile, but it was like the cocoon of a closed chrysalis peeling away with a soft click, showing moving butterfly wings. Pei Jingshu hadn't seen His Majesty show such a happy smile for a long time. Gao Zhaoyan, this is kind of amusing to His Majesty. He is the adopted son of Gao Lishur, a loyal eunuch of the ages, and is now over 100 years old. The source of this anecdote is that in the old days, Gao Lishur once took off the shoes of the poet Li Bai in public. Miscellaneous family members take their leave. Gao Chaoan turned around and left the Ganlu Hall. Stepping out of the Great Hall, his figure hung in the air. Holy City, Bronze Temple. The atmosphere at the round table was deathly silent, and the heads of the 12 inquisitors were numb, staring at the hideously twisted head in the sandalwood box. Coronet. That's it. The dusty inspector finished his report and retreated to the outer hall. The barbarian emperor cupped his hands to the point of creaking, slapped his fist on the throne armrest, and roared his filial piety. Deathstroke. Yu Jioling's humanity is twisted. She is the most detestable executioner of the divine kingdom. The inquisitors were silenced. Hu Yanshou lowered his head in death, not daring to look at the ghastly head of the, always felt the old witch's eyes on him. As he had hoped, the lid was finally muffled in a heart-stopping plan. The road leading to the lonely city was stacked with bodies of people, almost touching the sky. Any sane person would find it bad luck, let alone a pampered inspector, and would be unlikely to go there. The point is that the old hag already had a reputation for being murderous and vicious, and the massacre fit her character. If it had been Fol and Su, the center would have been suspicious of the affair. Throw this filthy viper to the dogs. The barbarian emperor angrily waved his roaring filial piety and then roared vibrationally. 7,000 miles of territory. Who is going to sanction it? The 12 inquisitors were reticent, none of them wanting to recommend their party cronies. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people die tragically, and it's very easy for the evil spirit to affect the mind. Besides, it's hard to rake in political favors when the old hag shatters all order and the new sanctioner goes there and has to rebuild again. Unlucky place. Who wants to go? Coronet. The old minister recommends folding Lan Su. A high-nosed, brown-eyed boy inquisitor said respectfully. Hu Yanshou's heart was fiercely clutched by an invisible hand. It never ends, does it? The one who deserves death by 1,000 cuts is the old dog Foldland. But this old dog will surely refuse to accept the decree. It will then be too big to handle. Coronet. This man has killed the sheriff in a treacherous manner, and if he is to be reinstated to his official position so soon, it could trigger public outcry. Hu Yanshou said seriously. Reasonable. The barbarian emperor nodded, swept a glance at the round table, and said in a deep voice, put it on hold for a while and then discuss it. Hu Yanshou tried his best to restrain his emotional fluctuations and praised. Coronet is saintly. This was the most favorable outcome and meant it was his turn to deal with lonely city Guchanan. Damn old dog Foldland. That was a real run. The barbarian emperor scrutinized him for a long time, his tone huffing. Hu Yan Aiching, I have observed that you have been demoralized lately. Hu Yanshou shuddered inside as his mind raced. The children are mediocre, and I have been suffering from domestic problems lately. After such a devastating defeat, even the most spirited of people are worn down to nothing. He'd been up all night all day, his soul drifting toward the lone city of 7,000 miles. Pull yourself together. The barbarian emperor chortled coldly, slowly rising from his throne and said in an unbeatable manner, the great cause is yet to be realized. You should do your best. And when the supreme divine kingdom annexes the central plains, all of you here will receive the honor of the heavenly Tao abyss. The crowd was agitated and resounding. Long live the heavenly god coronation. Back at the mansion, Hu Yanshou learned another piece of bad news. Father, according to a report from the southern Shu spies, an astrologer has been peering into the heavens at night. The man who changed Tang Yun is at the Yumen Pass. In the quiet study, Hu Yanjing's voice trembled violently. Earlier on, a portrait had been circulating around the Tang kingdom that looked exactly like the Guchang'an he had been informed of. It's that Li Ping. Hu Yanshou was breathing heavily, his expression twisted and, the whole thing lay on the chair as if suffocating, looking up at the ceiling. How much longer can the lid be kept shut as we get closer to the truth? Seeing his old man's fearful and extreme appearance, Hu Yanjing recoiled and comforted him. So much for the most gifted warlock in the eastern lands. Han Nu is 7,000 miles to the west. Snap. Suddenly slapped. Hu Yanshou flung another hard blow over and hissed in suppressed anger. Stupid. That's because the empire was rolled by the heavenly Tao, and everything beyond the Jade Gate Pass was covered. Or else do you think she couldn't peek out? Hu Yanjing was creeped out and panicked. In case her divining ability goes further and she fights against the heavens, then your father and I will have to parade my head along the streets. Hu Yanshou laughed miserably, his head muddled. When the world tells its first lie, it has to make up for it with countless lies. Now he's deep in the fire and trying desperately to extinguish it. but the blaze is already raging. Hu Tianjing was stiff and his limbs were cold. Recently he has been frantically cramming the history books of the Eastern Middle Kingdom, and has even gone through the history of the Byzantine Empire in the West. Although Byzantium had long since surrendered to the great barbarian empire when it went up in smoke, there had been quite a few outstanding people from there as well. He wanted to see where the limits of one's power lay. Flipping around, he got scared. No matter how great a person is, they seem to be ashamed of themselves when compared to the lone city Hanu. Eastland might have thought that the man in the painting was just doing an okay job, if it was really clear what Han Nu had endured along the way. It was feared that the entire land of the divine continent would be shaken. It is not yet the end of the road, the Middle Kingdom does not know it, nor does the Empire. Old me will do whatever it takes to eradicate Gu Chang'an, and then create traces that no such person ever existed. Hu Yanshou mumbled to himself. His expression was unprecedentedly fierce. Germination. Will you sprout? The cloaked, red-robed man clutched a branch of a peach tree, and he wanted so badly to see the bright red peach petals again. But no matter what, it just won't germinate. Gu Chang'an could only pray, even if the only thing he could do now was to pray to the gods. Don't hurt the folks in town anymore. Why the plague just won't stop? Why does the gusty wind waft the smell of blood, bringing with it a putrid, unpleasant odor that, as if the lone city hadn't endured enough disaster. He doesn't realize that there are hundreds of thousands of bodies stacked 500 miles away. All he knew was that the sky had been scarlet red, and that heaven and earth were still filled with a chi that drove him mad. Cultivation in the so-called New World is largely a matter of borrowing the power of heaven and earth, and he did not know that this was sinful chi. He was only clear that practicing it would make him stronger. Gu Chang'an refined it. He was afraid that the Buddha's niche was far from enough to wash the chi, so he chose to refine it himself. Don't spill over to loved ones who are physically weak. I'm really going crazy. Gu Chang'an opened and closed his lips, could clearly feel his muddled thoughts. Those chakras kept him falling madly. The day he doesn't realize he's crazy is the day he's completely insane. A long time ago. How long? Still about 15 or 16 years old. He looked forward to the emergence of a savior from the Middle Kingdom to save the suffering frontier. I should have been a vigorous man, standing at the head of the city like a god of war. Accept the worship of the Chinese nation. The so-called juvenile spirit should be so, but now it was numb. No longer trusting anyone to come and take the torch he held aloft. But there is still a glimmer of hope in the soul. What if it does? How sad it would be if one was so mad that one couldn't tell if the visitor was a barbarian or his homeland. But how can we hold the city without becoming insane? Gu Chang'an smiled and continued to refine the heaven and earth chi. Chapter 22, The Spring Breeze is not returned, requesting support for catch-up readings. In the barren and silent desert, the red-robed man wandered aimlessly back and forth, with Carpenter Chin slowly following behind. Chang'an, what are you looking for? Carpenter Chin's face was full of complexity. Chu Wen-yi, half of a peach blossom branch was stuck in the Buddhist niche, and Gu Chang'an hugged it with confused eyes. Chin Carpenter looked up at the dusky red sky and walked forward in silence. Chang'an is not crazy yet. If he was, he wouldn't have brought a Buddhist shrine to dispel the plague. But where is the spring in this dead zone? 10 years ago the hope was for reinforcements from the Central Plains, and 5 years ago a gradual acceptance of the harsh truth that I only hope that the soul of Anxi can return to its roots, and that the deeds of the lonely city will not be buried in the yellow earth. Now, the only thing left to look forward to for this man who has killed his way through 10,000 armies is the sprouting of peach branches. What a humble and pathetic thought. Chang'an, let's go back. Carpenter Chin stepped forward and tugged on his red sleeve. Dragging off white-robed wizards who insisted on defending the city like they did 15 years ago. Gu Chang'an was silent as he walked back to the lonely city with Grandpa Chin, but a moment later his numb expression took on a strange twist. Why bother coming back? Why can't you leave me alone? He murmured in agony. He didn't want to fight, no matter how many people he killed. He couldn't change anything. Instead of dissipating, the darkness continues to spread. Totally mentally exhausting to do something that makes no sense. Or even sin. It was his fault for killing 10,000 corpses to cause the plague. How else could he have taken the lives of 9 of his relatives? Chin Carpenter can't hear or see. Just cold face stand straight. Seems to show the straight ridge beam. But the one-armed cripple wobbled with any effort. As the sun sets, 3 riders come galloping in. The leader, a blonde woman in her 30s, reined in her horse and threw her long green-striped sword into the air. And the blade hangs without falling. She gazed silently at the blood-stained lone city. The eyes turned back to the cloaked and unrefined man. He who kills you, Dai Shuai of the Holy City Dai clan. An exchange of benefits was reached with the Huyen judge, and the history of this 10,000 humiliations in the western part of the empire was made clear. The graveyard where the glorious sun does not shine, and the most foolhardy martyrs inside the graveyard. The atmosphere was as quiet as a tomb cave, with no sound other than the wind of heaven and earth. This trip, by the way, has brought 2 of the Midlanders. She was not amused and smiled. Most loyal traders of D make a reverent pilgrimage to the lone loyalist of the Middle Kingdom. A man and a woman were pale, sitting on the back of a horse trembling violently, with their heads dead low. The blue-eyed woman's skirt and sleeves waved, and the 2 of them were wrapped up in chi and fell off their horses. Their ancestors are of Central Plains blood, but they are smart enough to know that the great barbarian empire is unstoppable. It's a very early defection, and there are many people like them, she said as she paced the desert. Coward! Carpenter Chin shouted angrily. The 2 were so ashamed that they wanted to bury their heads deep into the yellow soil. She was threatened with her life and forced to follow Miss Day. A lot of flailing talk had been prepared on the way here, but when they actually saw the man in red with their own eyes, they were overwhelmed with guilt and lose all courage for a moment. In the Sui dynasty era, I heard that your ancestor was some kind of official? The blue-eyed woman turned her head to gaze at the man. The man opened his mouth, noticing the murderous eyes overflowing, and he choked out a sob. Go to, upstate assassin. Daisy came to nod her chin, tantalizingly. It's so nice to have a third-ranked feudal official with a glorious ancestor in fine clothes. Her tone steeped into a sneer and she laughed. Gu Chang'an, what about you? Your ancestors were mud-legged, cattle and horses, right? But anyone with some status. Your grandfather's generation wouldn't have come to the western regions to garrison the border. Stupid little cutie. Carpenter Chin's face was grim, and Gu Chang'an remained numb. Dance for fun and watch me kill the enemy. Dai Shueli suddenly hung in the air, and the green blade cut out a terrifying trail of. The aura of a peak grandmaster was on display. The put-down saw the light of day, and she sharply caught the fluctuation of the loner's agonized breath. The only way to move the boulder in the darkness is to let it disintegrate and crumble on its own. Judge Huyn should have used this trick a long time ago, but unfortunately it's only now that he's thinking about it. The lives of countless sons and daughters of the empire were buried in vain. Dance! She slashed down with a steep wrist, her blade aura enveloping the 2 of them, ready to churn up bodies. The man, dizzy and ultimately fearful of death, rose to his feet and wriggled stiffly as he. The woman cried out in pain and danced along. Daisy came to admire the 2 maggots writhing, the dance ugly as it was. But there is a different kind of beauty in the Miles lonely town, she asked calmly. Is this the Central Plains that you, Gu Chang'an, defend? Are they the fellow nationals you guard? ***. Chin Carpenter's old body trembled as his voice grew louder and louder. And, finally shouting, he suddenly turned his back and pleaded hoarsely as he faced the pair again. Don't be so cruel. Don't forget the conscience of the world. Please, please. Dai Shueli pressed her fingertips to the hilt of the knife, her chakra slicing the man's hair flat as she snapped. Keep jumping. The duo twirled and twisted like sacrificial maniacs in this city of extinction. They came to humiliate more than 20,000 heroic souls in Anxi by cheering for the barbarians. Please. Chin Carpenter grabbed his lapel with a pained look on his face and, when the Yanhuang people wantonly insulted the lone city, the despair could not even be described in words. Chang'an has endured enough suffering as it is. Why add more wounds with an awl into his soul? Noisy. Dai Shueli's eyes narrowed tightly, and the green-striped long sword filled with a killing aura that, flying down towards the Chin Carpenter. Gu Chang'an stepped on the ground and hung in the air, doing nothing but blocking in front to catch the blade. A huge gaping hole was opened in his abdomen, and blood was spilled onto the sand. He wasn't in pain to the point of spasms, just lying quietly beside Chin Carpenter. Numbly, Grandpa Chin, why don't we not live? Chin Carpenter's face went from worried to confused and finally calm as he stared at the man in a daze. Yeah, it's so exhausting. Live differently in your next life. Chin Carpenter as a relief. Also learn Chang'an model lying on the ground, laughing. In other days, when the Middle Kingdom rises to exterminate the barbarians, and the western regions are strewn with Chinese flags, if I may, please come to the lonely city to send a peach blossom offering. Peach blossom is good. Gu Chang'an echoed. Dai Shueli was silent. She had expected a bloody fight. I didn't expect the other side to accept death so easily. That's right too. Why not earn your keep if you're a man who's so desperate? In my place, I would have cut myself free a long time ago. You are already a miracle like no other before or since. She took a step forward with the knife. Kill me first. There was a ray of light in Gu Chang'an's eyes that, it seems the only thing that makes him truly happy is death. But in the end, he was afraid to see another loved one die before him, and he could have suffered a lot less if he had died first. Farewell, Thai place. He let out the complaint he'd been making since he was 10 years old. It was dark here. The blue-eyed woman was ever mindful of Judge Huyn's reminder. She had to cut off Gu Chang'an's head with her own hands to confirm that this demonic devil was truly dead. I walked as fast as I could, but But when I was about to brush up against the 20-mile standard flag, the deadly intent in Gu Chanan's eyes slowly disappeared. He twisted his head away, not wanting to look, but his eyes were brimming with tears, and he tilted his chin up to keep them from falling, eventually smiling helplessly. Get out. This is the Middle Kingdom. He hated himself beyond measure for standing up at the moment, for what he could so easily put down. But his soul was frantically resisting. A bloody sword stood in the air at the watchtower, attacking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It appeared in Gu Chanan's hand in an instant. Grandpa Qin, are you hungry? He asked without warning. Qin Carpenter lay in agony, and he, too, was eager to release the shackles that had imprisoned him for so many years. But when he saw the barbarian dog step over the standard flag, his heart dripped blood and his flesh trembled. Can't lose. Good. Then let's fight. Dai Shueli was rather spontaneous, pointing the ground and rising to gather her life's chi into a single blade. Suddenly, her child whole tightened. A sword. Is it 2 swords? When the bloody sword chopped down across the sky, scarlet sword chi enveloped 100 feet, while black mist raced through it. Like a black boat in a river of blood. It was incredibly eerie and penetrating. Sinful breath. Her face shook with horror, and when the knife and sword violently collided in a moment of, in sight were the blood-red eyes of the loner, standing as if in a frenzy. Is there really someone in the world who can refine the sinful chi of heaven and earth? The most tormenting and terrifying power of heaven and earth dared to take the initiative to claim it. The sword net Herculeanly crushed the blade gas. The black mist tilted like a note. Dai Shueli's small abdomen, a blow pierced through the. There were still flames burning in the bloody hole. She fell to the ground writhing, her organs rolling away, dying like a dying dog. I'd like to be like you and get hurt and die, but I'm not living like a human being. Gu Chang'an pointed at his gradually healing abdomen, the knife that chopped out his intestines. But tomorrow, when the sun rises, all he can see on his stomach are shallow scars again. You, the blonde woman wailed in agony. She didn't understand why the gap was so huge, and she would never have thought that there were still sinful swords. Pust. A piece of meat from the thigh was directly cut off by the bloody sword, and it was charred in the twinkling of an eye, actually bubbling with flavor. Grandpa Qin, here. Gu Chang'an threw the roasted meat over. It was only now that the carpenter understood the phrase, "Are you hungry?" He didn't hesitate to pick up the roasted meat, vigorously tearing up. Daisy came to sight the molded lake, and she knew she was about to suffer the most brutal punishment of all. Watching the Han slaves eat her piece by piece. This scene is just right for a poem, but it's a pity the old man is a roughneck. Carpenter Qin ate clean, and licked his fingers. The ambition is to starve on the flesh of the Hu couples, and the laughter is to drink the blood of the barbarians with thirst. Gu Chang'an answered, the tip of his sword deflecting to the side of the woman's leg, where the flesh was more delicate. Good. Carpenter Qin froze for a long time and sighed. Han, it's a shame the old man can't laugh. He suddenly ran like crazy towards those two, clearly crippled but it froze and caught up with the men and women running in fear. The old man is 59 years old and still a cripple with a broken arm and a limp. So what if you're in your prime? Come and fight. Carpenter Qin held the man down on the ground with one hand, his 5 fingers choking the man's neck like an iron vise. So what if the barbarians are powerful? What are you afraid of the decadence of the Central Plains? In the end, China will win. Who are you to insult us? His old face reddened and he roared hysterically, choking the man alive with just one hand. Run away from what? Qin Carpenter ran towards the woman who had fallen to the ground again and, the same forceful stranglehold on its neck. The old man said with tears in his eyes, why dance? Do you know how desperate Chang'an is? You're from the Middle Ages. You shouldn't be dancing. The woman nearly choked. She couldn't imagine a crippled old man having that much brute strength. Like the Chinese civilization, which seems to be on the verge of dying, may just explode with unimaginable power. She regretted it. She, like those millions who surrendered to the barbarians. I didn't know that there was a lone city in the West that had stood firm for more than 60 years, let alone a man who was righteous in the darkness. How can Huaxia perish with people like this? Die. Qin Carpenter directly broke the woman's neck and paralyzed helplessly to the side in despair. When will it end? On the border of northern Liang, a patrol tower stands majestically. Looking over the fence, you can see the barren and withered human pass. Gao Chaoan's white hair was flowing, and his cloudy old eyes were filled with a dark color. Jade Gate pass without him. It's all been searched for months, and there's never been any sign of the portrait man's presence here. Emperor Su Ting of northern Liang has given him great convenience, and has even scouted every single person in the military camp. I've also read the military record books for killing barbarians on the border. No means no. Li Ping peeked the wrong way. A ray of light that had appeared with great difficulty was silently extinguished. Let's go. Gao Zheyan waved his hand and leapt down from the tower in a single bound. The hunched figure headed toward the Jade Gate Pass. The trip was kind of self-inflicted. Or maybe I've been looking at the Jade Gateway for too long. There was a nagging feeling that something should be done. At his level, what he wanted to do had to be perfected. The Central Plains forgot the 8th Regiment of the Anxi army. The Li royal family cannot be forgotten. Who dares to forget who lost their conscience? Just because of the Holy Order. The 8th Regiment of more than 20,000 Anxi troops went to the western region to garrison the border. Unexpectedly buried in the barbarian hinterland, this highly successful army, more than 20,000 Chinese generals, did not even return a box of ashes. Gao Chuan learned 10 days ago that there were no sanctioners in the 7,000-mile territory of the western region. Now in the midst of chaos and disorder, it was the perfect opportunity for him to go. It's been more than 60 years, and the bones may all be covered with yellow sand. But even if only one rotting corpse is brought back, a piece of paperwork, an ancient war flag, all worthy of his journey. Nothing, just 2 words. Conscience. In heaven, he wanted to let the Anxi army know that the Central Plains had never forgotten them. A bustling town. The mute man sat under the roof, skinny as a bone, his eyes lifeless. 10,000 miles of desert. He's only 900 miles from Human Pass. Through countless trials and tribulations was close to bathing in the warm winds of the Middle Kingdom, but he couldn't do anything to get excited. Every night in his nightmares, he dreamed that Chahan was dead, collapsed in the roiling yellow sand. Must live. I'm almost there. You will wait until the armies of the Middle Kingdom come to the west to fetch you, and you will smile proudly at the head of the city. You will return the banner to the Middle Kingdom with your own hands, and say again that you have not lost an inch of ground in 63 years. Lu Shang prayed in his heart and dried the tear tracks in the corners of his eyes with 3 fingers, 2 of which were broken and chopped up by the savage dogs along the way and fed to the wolves. He kept consoling himself, perhaps in an effort to regain his courage, and he was tired, too, but he still had 900 miles to go before he saw the light. Holy City, residence of the Inquisitors. The atmosphere in the study was stiff as iron. Father, you're an old fool, aren't you? Hu Yanjing had a rare outburst of anger, his eyes staring indignantly straight at his father. How much stronger can Dai Shueli be than 3 grandmasters? Knowing full well that the more Han Nu kills, the stronger. And you're paying a huge benefit for her to die? Hu Yanshou's facial muscles tensed as he said in a deep voice, yes, let her die. Hu Yanjing's expression was creeped out. His father, who was once known for his wisdom, now they are even forced to make stupid moves by the Han Nu of the lonely city. She is the illegitimate daughter of Blade Bufu. Hu Yanshou said coldly, the sword is not alone? Hu Yanjing's jaw dropped. That's one of the top figures in the empire. He was a grandmaster 20 years ago, always practicing in the abyss. Could it be? He said in a shaky voice. That's right. Hu Yanshou's face was as grim as rusty iron as he spoke decisively. Force the sword Bufu to show up. He will avenge his daughter's death, and Gu Chang'an will surely die. Hu Yanjing's eyes couldn't hide his shock. How dare his father plan a bet like this? Just as he was about to speak, the roof collapsed and a figure landed in the study. The visitor had no eyes. The upper and lower eyelids were glued together. The nose was sunken. Flesh and blood are twisted and deformed. My daughter's soul plate cracked. You caused it. Knife Bulon's voice was hoarse to the extreme and chaotic. The knife. Hu Yanjing crested, not daring to look at that ugly face at all. It's the Imperial Medal of Glory. And the face beneath the mask of the Coronet of Heaven is equally so. The only characters worthy of this are those who feed the abyss with their essence blood. You listen to my explanation. Hu Yanshou just stood up. His figure ruthlessly bumped into the wall. The ribs were broken and half of his face was bloodied from the grinding of wood shavings. In this world, only a celestial coronet can beat up an imperial inquisitor. But right now, Knife Bukwa took one lotus flower step and twisted Hu Yanshou's head. My daughter is dead. She died because of you, right? No. Hu Yanshou cried out shrilly, scrutinizing him for a long time, and finally jealous of one of the 12 giants of the empire. Blade Buccaneer eventually loosened his 5 fingers and chilled wickedly. Say, P.S., a little late, 5k words for monthly votes for September. Chapter 23, not to dishonor the mission, not to lose an inch of ground, big chapter. Sunset. A man and a sword strolling through the desert. It seems that even the eagles and vultures and ferocious wolves are afraid of this face of flesh and blood molded lakes, and the knife does not loan 100 miles around. There was not even a sign of birds or birds. The crude martial artist eventually compromises the old fox who holds power. Blade Bulon tugged at the corner of his mouth, his breath grim to the core. As the saying goes, there's a reason for the wrongs. Karma shouldn't be in that lone city. It's ridiculous that he thinks he despises the world, yet he has to be bound by worldly interests. Shueli. Sooner or later, father will kill the old dog Huyen. Today, let Gu Chang'an pay for his life first. The purple robes traveled forward in the air, and the dust flew up, as if the mountains were crumbling. In the extreme distance, the lone figure of desert descended from the watchtower of the, standing next to the 20-mile border banner. The bloody sword hangs 3 feet in front of him. Gu Chang'an could feel that powerful continuous aura, and he wasn't as stunned as he was last time. The sword pierced through the arm's fire, and blood and flames shot out of the blade. Looking up to your spirit, it is truly as great as it has ever been. Sounding like a bell shattering the dead silence, the ugly purple-robed monster swept in an instant. The chi leaks out and builds a mirage. Spring flowers, green shade, streams and painted boats. It was also a landscape that Gu Chang'an had never seen in his entire life. Knowing it was fake, he inevitably coveted a few more glances. Cut your own throat and martyr yourself? Blade Bulon's voice was hoarse as he stood 9 feet away from the banner. Although he compromised with the power, it doesn't mean that he lost his Junghu man's backbone. Gu Chang'an is honorable and deserves respect and decency, but it is the justice of the jungle that you must pay for killing your daughter. Gu Chang'an smiled, seemingly not speaking for a long time, and his voice was obscure and halting. I want to die, but I'm afraid I didn't do my best, and I won't have the face to meet the souls of the Anxi heroes after I die. There's always a fight. Blade Bufu gazed at the gurgling blood in the crook of his arm, and then to the eerie scarlet abyss of the, a word of appreciation. You're horrible. After saying that, one hand was behind his back and the other was slowly pushed out, accompanied by the blood filled the air. The bloody sword cut down the scarlet mixed with black mist horror sword formation across the sky, and with just one sword, and it seems like 1,000 swords layered together. It is said that the will of heaven is irreversible, and the order of the great Tao cannot be violated. Just as I have been cultivating hard in the abyss for 25 years, you're afraid that you're not even 25 years old, so what makes you dare to make a sword strike? Blade Bukwa spoke without delay, flicking his fingers and, the killing sword chi flying like a phoenix in nirvana instantly dissipated. He stretched out his palm to break the sword's momentum, pointing the ground and lightly pressing down on the bloodied wooden sword. Only a few drops of blood dripped from the back of his palm, and the bloody sword did not enter a single inch. Although the blood-red sword momentum was like a tidal wave rising in layers, it was still shattered by the layers of nails. 3,000 years in the eastern lands. You are the most pathetic character. Blade not alone shouted angrily. The Middle Kingdom fool in front of me is a carp that grew up on land and has never touched water. It actually gained a few pounds in weight as well. Once you leave the land and head for the lake, you're going to turn into a dragon. The coiled lake dominates the life and death of the big fish and prawns. Ask the general public whose talent will see his back. If you go to the new world to be baptized, you will be invincible in 10 years. If I were you and surrendered to the empire under false pretenses, it's a shame you can't even bend over for a false surrender. Blade Bukwa pushed the palm of his hand again. The blood sword he broke, despite relying on blood chi to self-cast the sword body. But there was still a clearly visible crack. He didn't have to take it on faith, just because 25 years of meditating at the altar of the abyss. He could easily see through a person's talent. The most ballsy man in this eastern land. Truly invincible in his credentials. Gu Chang'an didn't move a muscle. He'd put his best foot forward just by staying alive. But the monster across the street could easily make it impossible for him to stay alive. I don't think you're desperate. You've been through too many darknesses more desperate than death. Seeing that he had no intention of cutting his own throat, the knife Bukwa's palm gushed out a majestic chi, and the long knife clanked and, cutting an indestructible slash from the air. The lusk cracked, and the wind and waves were all cut straight into two mutually exclusive wind curtains. The red-robed man sank deep into the yellow soil, and was swept up by the knife chi and flew backwards for another 30 feet. Gu Chang'an's 7 orifices bled, and with a deep breath, his chest and abdomen felt as if ice was burning, and the pain went to his bones. The coldness and the heat collided crazily in the body, scraping and stirring the limbs and even every piece of flesh and blood. He moved his lips with difficulty, and instead of holding a grudge, there was an openness of relief in his eyes. But, responsible conscience, and the guilt that comes with it. But like a boulder, it plunged his soul into a whirlwind of dull pain from which he could not extricate himself. I am sorry for the souls of the Anxi heroes, and for the people of the Middle Kingdom. I'm sorry for those Han Chinese who were enslaved by barbarians. I really can't hold out any longer. And maybe sorry for myself that I haven't had even one day of real happiness. Gu Chang'an murmured softly, his face looking up at the lonely city. I know that when I was young, I had the ambition to be the best on earth. Have I made a first-rate achievement in my life? I will not enter the city without hurting innocent people. Let these insignificant characters continue to lead lives that are taken for granted, but they will by and large accompany you to the Yellow Springs. Blade Bukwa stood with his hands in the air, his blonde hair roaming with the wind, and finished with a furious gust of wind. A wave of terrifying chi enveloped the red-robed figure and was forced to lay down again. He gave a very funny and ugly smile, and looked off into the sandy, windswept distance of the feel the hunched giant shadow of the sentence of the law of heaven. The drama under the blade is not worthy of praise. Blade Bulon drove the majestic chi that, colliding with the invisible palm in the air, the entire yellow earth overturned, and all the broken limbs and remains buried in previous years rolled up into the air. So it's you. He looked at the visitor with cold eyes. The hunched figure stepped in, one palm pushing the chi horizontally, and the other clenched fist abruptly loosened. 2 lines of muddy old tears poured down. 63 years. 63 years ah. Gao Chaoan's lips trembled. He had intended to return to the Human Pass, in the Gobi Desert, where hundreds of thousands of rotting and stinking corpses sprawl. There have been too many changes in the shape of public opinion that have been mastered for more than 60 years. Sensing the traces left behind by the raging blade energy, the ghost traveled a few hundred more miles. When I saw the red banner with the illegible word Tang on its face, for the first time, this 100-year-old man's soul was shaken, and he rushed toward the lone city in near hysteria. He wasn't late. He could still see the great Tang frontier deep in the west. Without making a move, or perhaps with other plans, Blade Buccaneer introduced himself toward the man in the pool of blood. Li Tang Gao Chaoan, the eunuch of the present empress. You have no regrets on your deathbed. Gu Chang'an's sharply falling soul suddenly exploded in strength again, and he raised his eyes for a long time and, strongly bracing his miserably wounded body, he stood up and took a step towards the banner. Blade didn't say a word, and Gao Chaoan old tears. Witnessing this scene, how can he calm awe? The bloody man walked for a long time and finally came to the banner, but he was too weak to hold the pole. The voice was exhausted. The Anxi army has not dishonored its mission, it has not lost an inch of ground in 63 years, and the mountains and rivers are unharmed. Heaven and earth are silent. Gu Chang'an's weak voice drifted with the wind and seemed to float into Gao Chaoan's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It caused him to feel a sharp pain. In the hinterland of the barbarians, the Anzacs held out for fully 63 years, and in the miles of desert, a great Tang city stands, not to be ashamed of the nation, not to be ashamed of the Middle Kingdom, and not to be ashamed of the emperor's favor. Gu Chang'an said lowly, using all his strength, and then very sparingly lay down under the banner. He can finally die in peace. This moment was the happiest moment he had ever had. Finally handing over to someone else the burden that has kept him living like a ghost. Finally, I can step into the netherworld and fight with my loved ones in the underworld. You, Gao Chaoan's voice choked. A wave of mourning consumed him like a wave. I don't even know what I can say. His name is Gu Chang'an. He grew up on 100 meals, was 10 years old when he defended the city and killed the enemy, and 11 years old when he chopped 5 with one sword. At the age of 12, one sword cuts down 9. At 15, one sword cuts down 100, and at 20, one man wipes out 3,000 soldiers. 21 kills 7,000 by himself. After a slight pause, Blade not alone looked towards the dilapidated and ancient blood-colored city and pointed. Standing there at 22, he faced 3 Grand Masters and a full 11,000 imperial humans all by his lonesome, and he survived. It's been decades. Do you know what the only honor of the Tang community is? An unchallenged child in the western region to open up the frontier for you. Central Plains cowards, and the nerve to come here. Blade Bukwa's voice shook the clouds, leaving behind the revenge of killing his daughter. He was too in awe of this desperate situation in the death of the insistence, the so-called Jianghu spirit, in front of such an impregnable faith, the only part of the top worship. Surely he must have had a personal agenda, made a deal with old dog Huin, using the location of the abyss as leverage, and swore not to reveal the lone city to the empire. But that doesn't mean you can't inform the Eastland. When it's exposed, the whole Huyan clan will die by 1,000 cuts, and Huyan's old dog's head will hang in the holy city. Crucify the pillar of shame. Gao Zhaoyan's body shook fiercely. Tears filled his eyes. He prostrated himself on the ground, this kneeling to bow to thank the heroic soul of Anxi. But he didn't even have an ounce of courage to look at the blood-covered child. Having witnessed the departure of one loved one after another during the dark years, and finally being left alone to hold on to the lone city. The battlefield where normal people have died 10,000 times, but always still holding the torch of hope high. The cruelest tortures in the world had befallen this child. The most agonizing despair gripped him. Sorry for coming late. Gao Chaoan's heart was like a knife. In vain he mourned day and night for the collapse of civilization in the Middle Kingdom. In the West, which the Middle Kingdom had all but forgotten, there's a kid who's 100 times more desperate still trying to hang on. It's good to be here. Gu Chang'an didn't feel hurt, but just said softly, in the future, when the Middle Kingdom recovers the western regions, if you have time, please fold a branch of peach blossom and send it to my grave. The sword was not alone in its silence. Some things had to be done. Some people had to be killed. He decisively snuffed out his compassion and spoke in a deep voice. One man killing 10,000. Even a saint can't do that. Who in the world other than him can do that? The supreme military general who should have laughed in history has ended up like this. If you ask me, all meat eaters in the Middle Kingdom are S***T. You drop a few tears in hypocrisy and, will it be enough to look back on 23 years of despair in Chang'an? Get out of the west. The long blade rose, the gale spread, and the killing machine was revealed. Gao Chaoan did not say a word, slowly rose up and stood in the air, his face still streaked with tears, but the cloudy eyes were extraordinarily determined. No refunds. Ha! Blade Bufu gave a yin and yang cry of incredulity. You bungling mediocrity, whom all the Middle Kingdom curses as a high runaway. How do you have the guts to face me? In an instant, Gu Chang'an swallowed the bitterness in her throat and only felt dizzy. Invisible vines wrapped around his ankles, and the darkness around him pressed in like a tilting wall. All light. Why? I'm a rotten life. He couldn't stop murmuring that he wanted to embrace freedom. He wanted to die and be relieved, but often things went in a direction that made him suffer more. Why don't you go? To bring the message back to the Central Plains, so that the souls of the Anxi heroes will have no more regrets, and so that the people of the nation will rekindle their fighting spirit. No good? When do I need you to save? Gu Chang'an was hysterical and he was going to put an end to 63 years, and he was going to die without regrets. Gao Zheyan opened and closed his lips, twitched his fingers violently a few times, and suddenly resounded. The mongrels can't back out, and they don't want to. Blade Bukwa stared at him, shaking his head and losing his smile. At Yinmen Pass on the Great Wall, you were no match for Yansgong Sun Gu and escaped. Red Cliff on the Yangtze River, you were no match for Lord Qin of the Eastern Wu and fled, coming to the Holy City with the Emperor's order to rescue the captured general. You were miserably surrounded by 3 of the wayfarers. The same escaped with his bodywork. The well-known high escapee wants to have his first taste of heroism in the lonely city? Gao Chaoan was silent, bright and open, without covering up or avoiding, and nodded his head. Yes, miscellaneous inferiority. He looked at the lonely child, which is the salary fire of the Tang dynasty and even the Chinese civilization, which cannot be extinguished. Gao Chaoan angrily shouted. But this time, the mongrels won't go. Knife Bulon let out a heartfelt and pleasurable laugh, raised his hand and pointed at Gao Chaoan, and said, if you want to run, I can't stop your stance, but you're most of the way behind me. Do you want to be buried with me? The old thing that lives on the dragon's breath of the Tang dynasty. Do you really think that you possess the ability to resist the peak abyssal successionists? It dawned on him that no wonder High Escape had found this place. Dragon's energy and the country's fortune complemented each other. This frontier makes it meditative. The old and disabled body of the miscellaneous family, though withered, is still barely serviceable. I have no face-to-face with this city of solitary loyalty, but to kill a barbarian. It is only after death that you are worthy to toast the souls of the Yanchi heroes. Gao Chaoan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. The root is broken. The crest is not. Knife Bufu nodded playfully and handed out a knife. The yellow sands in a 100-mile radius were fiercely brought up by him with his chi and hung hard in the air. Gao Chaoan launched both hands out, not to meet the strong and unrivaled blade chi. Instead, it was held in a bracketed position against the vault of heaven. In 50 years, today is the most reassuring day for the mongrels. Suddenly, heaven and earth resonate. The corners of Knife Bulon's mouth twitched, and his flesh and blood molded lake face finally showed a trace of fear. Further, it is shocked and appalled. The tidal wave of chi rolled in, and the shocking thunder rang out at first, and after the 9 thunders, there was another burst of heavenly thunder. In the barren and withered desert, instantly the vision arose, and behind Gao Chaoan it seemed as if the yellow river was really rushing. The great wall is stretching across, a dragon's breath entwined. Knife not alone was disoriented and shaky, and 2 words came out of his mouth. Sanctified. Chang'an, the head of the bamboo crown of the Secretary of Heaven Supervision Supervisor, trotted all the way to the Golden Palace, disregarding the rituals of the court meeting. Excited to the core, he said, Your Majesty, Eunuch Gao has become a saint. Sage, a martial arts saint is born in Great Tang. The court hall was silent, plunged into an infinite dead silence, and then the civil and military officials raised their arms and shouted. It's so exciting that it's hard to hold on to it. The situation in the Central Plains is so desperate that it is necessary to give birth to another saint of martial arts. And the Great Tang, where martial arts are decadent, there is also an urgent need for a saint to appear in the world and show the good people of martial arts a clear path. On the imperial seat, the crowned empress had pale jade cheeks and her fingers clenched the armrests tightly. Gao Chaoan simply didn't have the talent to become a saint, and forcing him to knock on the heavenly gate was the path to his own destruction. How dare you? Blade Bukwa tried his best to restrain his emotional fluctuations. and the long blade was constantly haunted by the overflow of purple chi. There is no need to hide. The body like a bird of prey fluttered out. All over the yellow soil is a purple hole, a building in the air with no roots, no matter how magnificent. Smash it, sage. Cao Chaoan's 7 orifices were bleeding, and behind him, the dragon's chi and thunderbolts transformed into 5. Hardly shouldering knife Bulon's terrifying and incomparable slash. The latter's sticky even eyelids added another bloody wound. Thieving god, dare you take my slap? Cao Chaoan didn't even look at knife Bulu, his scarlet old eyes gazing tightly at the sky dome. He no longer calls himself a eunuch. He is a man of honor. A castrated dog of the Li family dares to clamor. Blade Bukwa supported the ground and rose up. His body was in the air, wanting to pull Gao Zhaoyan down and drag him down. However, the dragon chi thunderbolt that had not yet subsided still fried his face to a burning point. The pinnacle of becoming a Taoist is just one step away from being a saint, but this short step but it's as impenetrable as a moat. The only way to send this old eunuch to the netherworld was to delay until the oil ran out. Gu Chang'an stood silently by the banner and watched the new worlds fighting. Watched the old man with the hunchback roar at the sky. Once upon a time I dared not look forward to it, but today I am quite convinced that one day the Central Plains will surely step through the barbarian holy city, and we'll see what demons and monsters the thief god has set up in the abyss. If you want to let the civilization of the Central Plains be annihilated in the rolling dust of history, the will of heaven is not worthy of it. Gao Chaoan shouted in hideous fury, his dragon chi stirring in the vault of the sky, and this 100-year-old man, for the first time in his life, this Li Tang lackey, who had been restrained all his life, let out an unbridled roar. And the heavens must roll over the Middle Kingdom? Blade Bufu rolled on the ground and stabilized himself, trying to talk to delay the aftermath of becoming a saint. For thousands of years, were there few natural disasters in the Central Plains? That fertile land was fought down by the glorious old ancestors, not sent from the sky. What kind of farming and iron-making did not the old ancestors slowly figure out on their own? And would heaven not have gifted them? Why has the power of heaven and earth descended upon the barbarians? Is it fair? The wrinkles on Gao Zhaoyan's face deepened as far as the eye could see, and he was as old as a dandelion in the wind. But he still stands tall. Desperate is right. Blade Bufu twisted his face like a ferocious wolf hibernating to be devoured. Holding a knife cuts through arcane traces. Shut up! Gao Chaoan growled filial piety and his eyes stopped gazing at the sky dome. The so-called saints pull the chi of heaven and earth, but the thief god is indifferent. Saints are nothing more than that. He looked toward the cloaked, red-robed figure, toward the overhanging bloody sword, and said softly, "Son, let me do my part." The words fell, but a large area of dragon chi lightning behind him had evaporated in an instant, transforming into the most swift and fierce as well as the most placid holy power. His figure swept up to Knife Bulu and slapped his palm towards the sky. Blade Bukwa was terrified and fearful, not daring to receive the palm, only thinking of quickly pulling away from eunuch Gao. The farther away the better. Running away is shameful, but useful. Did it work? He'd never set foot in the saint realm, much less know the abilities of a saint, but his heavenly soul cap crumbling into pieces was reminding him, just like the words he said to Gu Chahan, the will of heaven is irreversible, and the order of the great Tao cannot be violated. The whole man was smashed into the yellow earth, and a slap to the ceiling, the shoulder bones, the 5 viscera, 6 bowels and meridians were all slapped to pieces. Blade Bukwa perished with a grudge. The heaven and earth visions disappeared completely, and the hunched old man staggered forward with a staggering gait, walking out a long way. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked back at the lone city. Can I die in there? Please, having seen too many deaths. But Gu Chang'an still had a wave of unspeakable sadness. Sooner or later a man has to die, and it is not a shame to die with a bang within the frontier. Without speaking, an old man and a young man walked into the lonely city, holding each other up in the roiling sand. Gao Zhaoyan climbed the watchtower, walking over every blood-stained brick. They bear witness to 63 years of magnificent valor, to the most desperate perseverance in Chinese history, and witness a top man grow up. Gao Zhaoyan looked over the fence and seemed to want to stand guard for Gu Chang'an once, but it was hard for him to stand still. Sigh, child, you are too bitter. Gu Chang'an laughed, a laugh at this god-hating world, and perhaps also at himself. He wasn't really lacking in luck. Once in a Buddhist shrine and once in a deathbed to get out of it, but it was followed by despair, and by the boundless responsibility of, he would have to continue to be stationed here, day after day, looking into the distance, but his muddled spirit regained its clarity. At least the souls of the Anxi heroes have not been forgotten, and at least there are still central Chinese who will stand outside the city without hesitation. Not a step back. Cao Chaoan looked at his smile and said softly, the way you smile, Seems like the brightest beam of sunlight in Chang'an City. Sooner or later, it will shine on Chang'an. So please be sure to be alive. Said eyes turned to look at half of the peach branch. Lookout building alone. Perhaps this child's spiritual support. At the time of the military's dissolution, Gao Chaoan's last slap of chi landed on the peach branch, and then faced the east and died of chi death. Die with a smile on your face. Gu Chanan didn't move a muscle, and the familiar pain swept through his body again. I've obviously just met him. Why is it so sad? That half of the peach branch quickly gave birth to new buds, and Gu Chanan held it carefully. It's like holding up your soul. The people are in the city. No refunds. Jinling, Stargazer's Terrace. Many experts had gathered, and even the Chu Emperor, clad in black and gold dragon robes, stood on the K platform. Countless gazes gazed at the Dao-clothed maiden. Gao Chaoan returned to heaven. Li Ping's eyelashes fluttered as she whispered. The atmosphere was oppressive for a moment. Become a saint and return to heaven. Before and after. It was only half an incense stick of time. After a long, dead silence, Emperor Chu let out a long, tiring sigh. How do you beg for death? The crowd was solemn, sad and puzzled. In fact, after spying on Gao Chaoan's sainthood, Fu Zi concluded that he would perish. But why do you know you're going to die? Relying on the great Tang dragon's chi to barely prolong his life. How could he dare to covet a martial arts saint? Husband. Chu Di respectfully looked at the white-haired, elegant old man. It was also the only saint in Chu. Hope. It is the desire to make him holy. Fu Zi frowned deeply. He was well aware of Gao Chaoan's situation. Using the great Tang dragon chi to save his life. Only the hope brought about by the great Tang's national fortune could break through the shackles and briefly step into the holy realm. Who gave him hope? Emperor Chu was incredulous. The crowd, including the husband, was silent. Who is Gao Chaoan? He would rather bear the curse of high escape than guard the Li Tang imperial family. He can't die. He's the only one who's become a Taoist in Li. So he's repeatedly and shamelessly fled for his life. Only for the Li Tang community. The body technique is the best in the world. He doesn't want to die. No one can let him die. Unless the lifespan is exhausted. What kind of hope can make Gao Chaoan volunteer to die and go to his death willingly? Portrait man. Li Ping looked certain. Emperor Chu nodded. Li Ping arranged for Gao Chaoan to go to the human past to look for the portrait man. He should have found him. But what happens in the meantime? P.S. Only 6K5. Still begging on my knees for monthly votes. Chapter 24. Some arrive in heaven. Some go to hell. The temple of heavenly God. Under the hall porch, Hu Yanshou stood in stagnation, giving birth to a burst of vertigo of being on the precipice of extinction. The sword is not alone in death. Dead. Where is the ghost of the sword of the imperial abyss? The ghost of my sword? The sharp questioning was actually like thunder in the dead silent hall. Kai coronation. The old minister is puzzled. Hu Yanshou trembled. The golden mask was reflected in his eyes as the barbarian emperor looked down on him from above and said in a single word, playing the lake. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, dare to swindle again. There is such a stone. The barbarian emperor turned back with great strides, his sacrificial dragon robe fluttering as he swung his fist and smashed it against one of the stone pillars in the hall. There was a loud winter sound, and the stone pillar was reduced to pieces. Hu Yanshou shuddered. As far as I know, Blade Ghost approached you before leaving the holy city. What exactly did you authorize him to do? The barbarian emperor stormed out in a coarse, morose tone. The great empire had lost a peak of the wayfarer, and the sword ghost couldn't die for nothing. I know you want to rebel. The barbarian emperor suddenly bent down and a pair of heavy children with no whites of the eyes stared silently at Hu Yanshou. Hu Yanshou was so scared that his soul went out of his body, and for a moment, he really wanted to tell everything to the world. He's too tired. The miles lonely city is tottering, but that Hanu is holding it up hard. Just one miracle after another. How could the sword not die? It seems that no matter what kind of existence, as soon as they step into the imperial graveyard, it will be crushed and cut alive by the Han slaves. Seeing his desire to speak, the barbarian emperor waited quietly. Recently this judge has been in a state of mental flux and must be hiding a secret from the gods. Just at this moment, the guards tended to come, respectfully presenting a secret letter. The barbarian emperor took over and flipped through the pages, his breath gradually becoming more and more sinister as he said in a deep voice, Gao Chaoan of Tang entered the human pass and died violently after becoming a saint. Hu Yanshou came back from the fearful nightmare, plopped down on his knees and kowtowed. With all the sadness, the old minister is guilty and is willing to lead his neck to death. It turned out to be the castrated dog Gao who ran away. Speak! The barbarian emperor's anger faded. One for one is also a shame, but the empire has a heavenly role to look after it. It's only a matter of time before the abyss gushes out the established ones, and the eastern lands are one death short of one. The old minister learned that Gao Chaoan secretly visited the human pass, and feared that this eunuch dog had some plans. Then he begged the knife ghost to go to the town to kill it, but he didn't think. It is the old minister who has overstepped his bounds, but the old minister is filled with the glory of the empire. Hu Yanshou affirmed heavily at the end, and tears flowed down his pale face. He wasn't fake crying, but a complete outburst of long pent-up emotions. A eunuch who was famous for his cowardly running away, all willing to die for Gu Chang'an, because that Han slave carries in him the most tenacious spirit of the eastern nations. Once exposed, it was like billions of waves in the deep sea. At that time, how excited and agitated the eastern land was, then how angry and panicked the great barbarian empire would be. His own downfall will be beyond imagination. Watching Hu Yanshou's mournful appearance as he broke down in tears, the barbarian emperor was still unable to bear it and softly said, "Please rise, Aiqing, I won't blame you. You will kill me by 1,000 cuts." Hu Yanshou snotty. If it is back to a year ago, he definitely lifted the lid, but now he's so deep in the muck that he can't get out. Go back. The barbarian emperor waved his robe sleeve in a big wave and set off for the abyss. Hu Yanshou walked out of the ninefold palace in a soulful manner, and a carriage stopped beside him. "Father, it's good that you're okay." Hu Yanjing's heart was in a season. Hu Yanshou stepped into the carriage silently. Lonely city, Gu Chang'an. It's the old man's heavenly tribulation. He can't cross over. He suddenly let loose a maniacal laugh, hoarse as a miserable howl, and Mori echoed. Hu Yanjing's face is miserable. The lone city of Han knew in his heart has become as strange as a demon. Find the witch Buddha. Hu Yanshou's old eyes rounded and, the last straw you grab when you're about to drown. Those 4 greedy Buddhas? Hu Yanjing's expression changed abruptly, as if he was recounting some great horror. Witchcraft is not tolerated by the Buddha. What is witchcraft in Buddhism? It's the external saint and the internal devil, the most cruel and vicious symbol in the world. Father, do you know the reward for the witch Buddha's strike? He screamed, abruptly, realizing it was too loud and silenced, but his expression was extraordinarily twisted. Hu Yanshou's heart was exhausted, and he slowly corked his lips. It's nothing more than the money and land that the family has accumulated. Give it all to them. Execute the 9 clans after defeat and confiscate them all the same. Hu Yanjing's family's wealth, which he had saved through generations of hard work, was so easily given to witch Buddha. It's not a pain in the ass, as my father said, when the lid is lifted. Not to mention the money, even the ancestral graves will be dug up. One last time, Hu Yanshou calmed down in a rare way. Failing again this time, he didn't have any ability to struggle. Father, I have an ominous feeling. Hu Yanjing was on the verge of despair. How can one man explode with such shocking greatness? The East uses the phrase Yugong Yishan. Jingwei reclaims the sea to describe perseverance. You can always do something if you pay for it, but that Hanu is like the sea that never dries up, the mountains that never see the edge. Listen to God. Hu Yanshou finished closing his eyes and, perhaps he didn't want to expose the soft tears under his eyes in front of his own son. With Li Ping divining the truth and Gao Chaoan going to his death, the Middle Kingdom is getting closer to the truth. Sooner or later, regardless of whether he executes Gu Chang'an or not, the end is already predetermined. Jinling Shuyuan, the Qinhuai River is abuzz with people, and a colorful lantern-painted boat floats on the river. Fuzi retracted his gaze and looked at the great Tang envoy, tantalizingly. I know where you're coming from. The envoy settled down and gave a deep bow. I implore the husband to come out. The study fell into a long silence. The envoy said succinctly, the Jade Gate Pass will only lead to 3 places, the barbarian sacred city, Desert North, and the Western region. Since Blade Buccaneer left the holy city, it can be ruled out. Li Ping peeped into the west fugitive wind, and in the astrological signs, the west wind does not blow in the north of the desert, much less the fugitive wind. Only the west is left, where eunuch Gao died, and the portraitist is there. The man listened quietly, but made no comment. That would be the Empress analysis. And he recognized it. Please, sage, make a trip to the western region and bring back the portrait person. The envoy leaned forward to plead. Sorry. The husbandman shook his head. When I move, the barbarians have butchers hunting the academy scholars. The envoy was agitated and his voice was no longer respectful as he spoke in a deep voice. The Jinling Mountains are full of songs and dances, and perhaps the portraitist is suffering in the west, both the saints of martial arts and the central plains. Why don't you lend a hand? What was it that the husband stood in the academy and said 30 years ago? The divine continent, regardless of age, honor, or rank, will work together with one heart and one mind to pour out the waters of the Yellow River, decide the waves of the East China Sea, conquer the land of the Hu cruisers, eliminate the holes of the Japanese, suppress the invaders who deceive us, and cut down the killings of the barbarians. The sea is flowing, the body is not ashamed, the body is covered with corpses, only the soul can be relied on. The elegant old man's eyes drifted off and he said softly, "Isn't it for them, the common people, to live in peace when the nation is united against the barbarians? To make Gao Chaoan willingly go to his death, he should be a Li Tang bloodline left behind in the western regions, with an unrivaled talent. It is expected to carry the Li Tang tripod. It may be for the benefit of the Li family, and I am sorry for the old man." The corners of the envoy's mouth twitched slightly, his heart bursting with cold. Is the Li Tang bloodline not a child of the divine continent? The man looked away from the lake and sighed tersely. So what if you're a martial arts genius? Can it save a civilization that is in danger? Can you expel the unbeatable barbarians? If in exchange for my death, the land of China can regain its splendor, I would also like to return to heaven and laugh in the ninth spring. To the realm of saints are deeply powerless. The collapsing situation in the divine continent was not something that a few martial saints could save. In these horrible times, in these ungodly times, it takes a miraculous spirit of. It takes a will that still radiates brilliant light from the crevices of a cliff. If it existed, he would have traveled 1,000,000 miles and a lifetime to get there. The bamboo-robed Confucian with a bamboo crown on his head walked into the study room and said decisively, "Gao Chaoan has been loyal to the Li family all his life and will only die for the Li heirs. And isn't the fact that the portrait man helped raise the fortunes of the great Tang dynasty enough to prove that he is of the Li bloodline?" When husband left the academy, the monsters coiled in the submerged bottom of the Yangtze River would choose to devour the people. Is a Li family heavenly pride worth it? A martial arts wizard is definitely not the hope for the nation to start a revival. Please return. The envoy inclined his head and saluted and retired. He subconsciously also believes that the portrait person is of the Li bloodline. Otherwise, how could he invoke the national fortune? How can you make eunuch Gao lay down his life to protect you? But only His Majesty always believed that it was a candle flame in the dark room of the Middle Kingdom. But your Majesty's wording was not enough to convince the absolute best of the kingdoms to risk traveling to the barbarian hinterlands. Before, Duke Sun Gu of Yen refused, and Duke Qin of Dongwu politely declined. Now even the highly respected husbandman of the divine continent is equally undeserving. Only the essence of China seems to be worth the price of their lives. Yumen Pass, a bustling town on the border. A couple of grizzled horse breeders were sitting under a tea shop, talking about the life ahead of them. When the fellow with the sunken cheeks and skinny bones came forward, they looked contemptuous. Bah! Brute dog, dog-tailed pigtails, and a bearded hat, with 2 towels over his shoulders. Lu Shang silently poured the tea, allowing them to cast disgusted and sarcastic glances. Having experienced so much, his heart had long been as hard as iron, and no amount of humiliation or pain could destroy it. He climbed to the Yumen Pass 3 days ago. He's seen a lot of Chinese. There have also been tears in the moment of seeing the flag of Northern Liang, the wisp of the divine continent's spring breeze blowing, so that the unattainable dream becomes a reality. But he's got to be patient. How absurdly sad it would be to take 99 full steps and not be able to collapse at the last one. Are the few ordinary people in front of you who are overwhelmed by life worth trusting? Is it worth it for him to pass the note in his shirt? Lu Shan didn't dare to bet. Everything is still up to you. When the gates open in 7 days, he'll be able to actually set foot on Chinese soil. The 63-year-old story will be told to the world, and the man who stood up to the heavens and the earth will make his mark on the history of the world. It became a monument that can never be bypassed in the history of the divine continent. He gazed at the distant reeds by the river and inwardly murmured, "The Middle Kingdom is so beautiful. Lonely city." Another grave added to the cemetery forest. Gu Chang'an gazed at the tombstone, still holding up a peach blossom plant in his hand. Its petals squeezed one by one, and clusters of them bloom all over the branches, giving off a tantalizing fragrance. I was about to sink in the long dark night, but I suddenly saw a ray of light. I will embrace the darkness until I die. He folded a peach blossom petal and placed it in front of the grave, then walked out of the cemetery forest without any hesitation. When she was a few dozen steps away from the watchtower, Gu Chang'an planted the peach branch in the yellow soil, not nourished by the abyssal fury. He's willing to go crazy. That heaven and earth aura that drove him mentally insane hasn't dissipated yet, and he'll go hundreds of miles away to the source of the thoroughly refined, a greater ability to hold the lone city. Chang'an, what are you doing? Carpenter Qin was on his way to pay tribute to that eunuch Gao, holding a jug of wine, but he saw Gu Chang'an planting peach blossoms in the yellow sand. I'm afraid I'll hurt you all. The peach branch is the backbone of my soul. I'll have a moment of clarity when I see it. From now on, we'll leave our clothes and food by the peach tree. So don't come to the watchtower. Remember to warn those naughty dolls to stay away from me. Gu Chang'an rambled as he filled the peach branches with soil. Qin Carpenter was stunned, followed by unspeakable sadness. Aha! He opened and closed his lips. Bringing just a fleeting glimmer of hope was enough to snap Nagin out of his despair. Continue to hold the torch firmly aloft. If it weren't for eunuch Gao, Chang'an might have been relieved. But because of eunuch Gao, Chanan still has to slog through the darkness. It seems that no matter what, it is still the child who suffers. Chapter 25. A man guards the city without being asked. And the world knows about his epilepsy. 9K words requesting for monthly votes. Recommendation. Carpenter Chin walked around the city wall and finally sat at the city gate, staring blankly into the desert. Grandpa, where did Brother Gu go? The young children with crocheted hair sat side by side and pass over a sticky fudge. Carpenter Chin didn't say anything and took the candy into his mouth. I don't like that new grave. The boy deflated his mouth. His dark face was all aggravation. Why? Can't say. The boy shook his head and wept into the wind. Luo Yang, Carpenter Chin said softly as he wiped the tear tracks from the doll's face. That eunuch Gao was also a member of our Anxi, and he died bravely for the lonely city. The town's youngest are named after places in the Middle Kingdom, but it's the last of the dolls. With Nagin alone carrying the city, the dolls at least didn't have to spend their teenage years at the head of the city. Why did he come? Why did he just come alone? The young boy named Luo Yang took out the soft candy in his mouth and squeezed it into the shape of a sword. Chin Carpenter was silent. Yes, if eunuch Gao hadn't brought hope, Chang'an would have been relieved. How much more complete would it have been if he had set foot in the West with an army of 1,000,000 males? Grandpa, will we go to the Central Plains in our lifetime? Luo Yang tilted his little face up and asked. Will? Carpenter Chin's voice was firmer than ever. 63 years of isolation, and the first Chinese courtier arrives in the lone city of the West. When the faint light of day descends, it's not far from dawn. He might not be able to wait, but Luo Yang could certainly wait. When I get to the Central Plains, I'm going to eat osmanthus cakes, so I shouldn't be greedy, right? Luo Yang looked flustered and he often heard the older generation talk about it, and he craved it. And Brother Gu, let's go to the academy together. He knows a lot of things even if he doesn't study. It's just been a while. Luo Yang rambles on and on. The child's wish is so simple. A nice private school. Don't taste the salty, windy sand. Chin Carpenter's heart was in his mouth. His already numb heart was actually pierced heavily by a single word. Chang'an. Chang'an is afraid to go. Carpenter Chin didn't understand anything about heaven and earth chi, but when the peach blossom branches were planted in the city, when Chang'an said the words, I'm afraid I'll hurt you all, he knew the bitter child was going to sink in the darkness of the night. Fully 63 years of torment and waiting will probably lead to victory, but on the eve of that victory, Nagin, however, is going to be a lunatic. There's no greater despair in the world. So close to winning, so close to coming out of the darkness. His soul, however, stays in darkness. Grandpa, don't cry. Luo Yang moved over to help him wipe his tears and firmly said, no matter how many barbarian dogs come, Brother Gu can cut them down with one sword. Keep chopping until the arrival of the Central Plains army. Chin Carpenter's old eyes were red as he walked back into the city with his doll. In the fishy desert, the red-robed figure walked slowly with a jug of wine, the hanging wooden sword following him like a shadow. Within sight, hundreds of thousands of rotting corpses stacked up, severed limbs and skulls, corpses and white bones filling the gullies. The bloodstains covered the yellow soil all over. This place is very good. Gu Chang'an nodded. The aura that made him insane grew stronger and stronger. Roughly the aura of innocence and injustice. Entering the body and refining it is like little spears stabbing into the head one by one. Gu Chang'an was indifferent and poured himself a drink. Here's to the frivolity of my 10 years, to the uncertainty of my 20 years, and to the candor of my present. Chop. Throwing away the wine pot, the bloody sword crackled and slashed down. Strips of sword chi enveloped the earth like a dense spider web. It actually cared for the bones of each and every one of the barbarian nation's subjects. Yes, Gu Chang'an was going to refine all of the sinful chi without missing a single trace. Either you don't do it or you do it all. The Central Plains must be coming soon. Before dawn breaks, the barbarians will surely make their swiftest attack. He has to hold on with strength and not lose the frontier before the finish. It didn't matter if he went crazy and died. Handing over the lone city to the Central Plains intact was enough to have no regrets. The heavens and earth were covered in black mist, and the most cruel and sinful aura in the world steamed up, obscuring the blood sword's breath. The dusk desert is like night falling. Cough. Gu Chang'an coughed violently. His vision gradually molded lakes and it was as if he were seeing another version of himself, a scholar in the city of Chang'an, with a not-so-pretty but gentle and kind wife, a chic little mansion with a peach blossom tree planted in front of the house. The harmony of this life has not been very rich and powerful, but there is no disease or disaster. That's what I wished for when I was a kid, and I couldn't fulfill it for the rest of my life. Gu Chang'an endured the pain of drawing and peeling his bones and curled up in the center of the corpse. A stream of sinful chi poured towards him. I just want to be ordinary too. He shouted hysterically. Why was he so pathetic? Raw, out of control. He didn't want to be born in a lonely city in the West, with blood-red walls blocking all his. He is a puppet wrapped up in the beliefs of his people. And he is a fool ignored by the Chinese Middle Kingdom. Dead. Can't control it. You can't even die if you want to. Why am I a monster? Gu Chang'an looked at the blood flowing all over his body and, looking at his clean palms, there wasn't even a light tantalizing scar when it was clear that there had been countless wounds. I've always been like this. Having my intestines cut out of my abdomen and stuffed back in. Having an arrow miss nailed through my skull. Pulled out with no trace left. I'm really just a monster on the defensive. But I don't want this It seems that people have a tendency to immediately run away and give up thinking when they are about to break down, as well as deciding to go crazy with the three options. Gu Chang'an was on the verge of thinking, his soul resisting the invasion of sinful qi. However, his flesh was absorbing it madly, and the black mist between heaven and earth was gradually thinning as he was suffering from the pain of each piece of skin tearing at the same time. So it was decided to go crazy. Using himself as a carrier, the fury accumulated from more than 10 years of killing mingled with the madness aura. Fusion. A character who had never left the old world, but had branded a strand of aura that was uniquely his to heaven and earth. Boom! The tornado rolled up the sand and rocks, like a yellow dragon roaring to rise to the sky. The desert has been blessed with the unusual sight of a blizzard that is not seen in 100 years. The sky seems to be cracked open, and the snow seems to be never-ending, landing only in a 10-mile radius. Outside is a barren land that stretches for miles and miles, but here is a world of white ice and snow. A red robe stood still in its place, and Gu Chang'an's demeanor was no longer distorted. For the first time the cold brow became serene, just shawl-length hair all gray, not snowfall. A chill swept over the area. A full head of white hair roiled in the wind, and snow covered the rotting corpse with a layer of. Gu Chang'an stared blankly at the black apocalypse hovering in the sky. Why do you look at me twice, you crow? The black apocalypse overlooked the severed limbs that hadn't been submerged by the snow, and it simply wanted to feast on the carcasses, trying to send a message, trying to bring barbarians to attack the city, right? Trying to take my life, right? Humph. Naive. Gu Chang'an shook his wrist, and the sword blade nodded to the ground as the black apocalypse fluttered and fled. However, he was still pierced by the sword chi and fell miserably to the Gobi beach. He can't figure out what's wrong with gluttony. Flocks of eagles hissed at the sight, and Gu Chang'an continued to repeat the swinging of his sword, shouting angrily, "No one will destroy my home. You will not think of secret information." Slaughtering them with a single sword and looking at their corpses, Gu Chang'an stood up with satisfaction. Go home. Between the melting of the ice and snow, and the dead silence of heaven and earth, it's getting closer and closer to the lonely city. The white-headed, red-robed man finally finds childlike innocence and joy, bouncing around in the yellow sand and chanting obscure, lilting songs. At the Yanmen Pass of the Great Wall, 9 black stone pillars stand, and there is a rift over the pass. In the evening, the martial artists of Beiliang and Yu Yan were entrenched in this place to cultivate the great change in the heavenly path that occurred decades ago. The origin of aura revival in the Central Plains is Yanmen Pass, although it is not enough to barbaric abyss 1 or 2 out of 10, but it is also the hope left by the thieving god to the Chinese civilization. At this moment, countless martial arts rangers in the pass had their jaws dropped, and there was a strong color of shock under their eyes. Some people create their own chakras. Cruel, murderous, destructive. The Northern Liang Grand Master stared at the rift and, catch the fleeting breath. What kind of terrible talent is that? What kind of killing devil is this? Sage. Some of the rangers noticed the black-robed old man coming through the air. It's none other than Yu Yan Gongsun Gu, one of the 9 saints of the Central Plains. The old man's thick ink-like brow furrowed deeply as he practiced at the Great Wall. The first time I noticed the brand new aura, since the great change in the heavenly Tao, whether it's Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, or the blood gas or even the demonic gas, all existed in heaven and earth, and each martial artist only had to pick one or several paths. Specials such as the East Wu Qin Gong, who entered sainthood with the sound of the zither, are really just derivations of the aura, and the great Tang Empress, Li Bing, domineering to kingly. A young girl who vowed to become the #1 in the world took the initiative to take over the burden of the emperor, which was nothing more than a transformation from aura to dragon aura. But the sudden brand new chi means that someone has created a cultivation path of their own. It's not even an aura. There was a dead silence at Yanmen Pass. Countless martial artists were still immersed in shock and could hardly extricate themselves, despite the huge change in the heavenly Tao in just a few decades. However, there are a lot of amazing talents in the world, but no one has ever been able to create their own. It's not just a talent like no other. It's a courage like no other. The supreme vigor that dares to fight against the heavenly Tao. Man must fear the heavens. Or is it a man's destiny? Many martial artists were in a daze. Who was the herald's name in history? If this person finally walks through this path, then he will be the originator of this wisp of chi. It was equivalent to opening a heavenly gate for the martial artists of the world. What do you think, Sage? Will it be someone from the Central Plains? Some swordsman looked at the black-robed old man hanging in the air, having said that even he felt absurd, except for the barbaric abyss of heavenly roles of patronage. Where can you develop such an amazing talent? Gongsango said nothing, and after a long silence, sighed tersely. I hope so, I fear so. The martial artists looked at each other, and the atmosphere of Yinmen Pass became oppressive. They personally felt the cruelty and ruthlessness, as well as the misanthropy, contained in that ray of chi. If they are really from the Central Plains, how should they be regarded? This path is destined to be more horrific than the devils to kill to prove the way. He will be the disaster of the national civilization. Gongsungo waved his sleeve and left, traveling all the way south to the city of Jinling in Chu. Bronze Temple. The barbarian emperor was high on his throne, and the sunlight outside the window shone on the golden mask, refracting a brilliant light. In March, the empire attacked Shishu again, this time vowing to devour it in one fell swoop. The 12 inquisitors of the Round Table nodded one after another. Shishu is the barrier of the Central Plains. We must swallow this piece of fat meat into our mouths. After the Western army had purged Byzantium of its remnants, it would then point to the hinterland of the divine continent and create the supreme kingdom of God. What will be done with the Han slaves then? The barbarian emperor inquired. A blue boy, white-bearded inquisitor said tantalizingly. Leave the ground for the slaughter. The wording was cold and bizarre, and many of the trial judges were creeped out. What a genocidal policy. Carl, overdo it. The barbarian emperor's tone huffed. Whitebird's expression was humble, but his tone didn't back down at all as he spoke in a deep voice. The Chinese civilization has always been the best at assimilation. For example, a few of our colleagues in the temple, who drink tea and make gestures all day long. This is typical of the Central Plains culture ravaging the holy city, with its influence spreading to the center. No matter how powerful it is, it's impossible to assimilate a butcher knife. The words had the suspicion of being eerie, and at the end, his eyes swept over Hu Yinshou and the others. Carl, how dare you be reckless? The barbarian emperor rebuked angrily. Don't forget history. Whitebeard laying down. That's right. Before the great change in heaven, many of the ancestors here were the junior dogs of the Central Plains. The culture of the whole tribe has been deeply imprinted with Huaxia, and it is difficult to correct it. This matter will be discussed later. The barbarian emperor didn't dare to make a hasty decision. Such a major decision must be taken with great care. But Carl is right. The Middle Kingdom is good at assimilation. Enslavement won't do it. It would also have to completely upend thousands of years of cultural practices. If it is difficult to implement, then the only option is to leave the land for slaughtering. It had to be said that he was already thinking about the great feat of personally creating the supreme divine kingdom. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps entered the great hall and a skinny, bony old woman in a wedding dress enters unannounced, wearing a cross around her neck and 2 lotus flowers at her feet. Alice, the barbarian emperor rose from his throne, moving with a hint of respect. Coronet, the abyss has changed. Someone has created their own chi. The wedding veil old woman was concise. Hearing the word someone made Hu Yinshou's scalp tingle. It's not the lone city Hanu, is it? Don't blame him for being sensitive. He's just tortured and psychotic. Oh, the barbarian emperor's tone was shocked. A pair of children flickered and prodded. Go on. It is an aura of killing and evil depravity. Fleeting, and since the recovery of the aura, the world's only self-created wizard. The old woman in the wedding dress tugged at the corners of her stiff mouth, and her wrinkled eyelids even vaguely conveyed excitement. The Round Table judges could not hide their horror. The word unique was too strong. Congratulations to the heavenly god coronation. Congratulations to the supreme divine kingdom. God bless the holy city. God bless the holy city. The white-bearded Carl smiled from ear to ear. The empire has gained another martial arts heavenly pride. Congratulations. As a high-powered judge, the so-called heaven's pride were mere ants in his eyes. But daring to create your own chakra is worthy of respect. Congratulations. The old woman in the wedding dress opened and closed her lips. Ditto. Ditto. The barbarian emperor waved his dragon sleeve widely and landed on his throne. A remote and barbaric place, occupying 70% of the world's territory in a few decades. It is the pioneering spirit, the very courage to be first, that is relied upon. Hu Yinshou gave a smile that was worse than a whaler's, but fortunately no one noticed him. When he heard kill, he was almost certain that it was Gu Chang'an of the lonely city. Coronet. The stargazer spied that this person is in the western region. The wedding veil old woman finished her sentence and retired. Hu Yinshou looked numb. An accident? No surprises. What's the point of creating your own chi? That Han Nu was stationed alone in a lonely city in a dark and desperate place. One man killing his way through an army of 10,000. What miracle compares to this? The West? The atmosphere suddenly became grave. The barbarian emperor didn't say anything, but his hand slapped the armrest of the throne one by one. Coronet. Several secret letters have been sent back by spies from the Central Plains, saying that the Litang bloodline has been left behind in the western regions. Could it be him? Inquisitor Yinskin's voice is serious, so it's possible that a happy event is about to turn into a funeral. Shouldn't it? Huinsho chimed in to deny it. The West? The barbarian emperor rose and paced. Orinsa didn't serve his full term. Yu Jioling. This old hag slaughtered 650,000 innocent subjects at every turn. The blade ghost fell. The high escape returned to the heavens. And now she's got a self-creating Chi wizard. The more I think about it, the more I think it's not right. The barbarian emperor turned back suddenly. A pair of children locked tightly onto the pale-faced Hu Yensho. The rest of the inquisitors looked at him in unison. Both judges were unlucky, but Hu Yensho was promoted. Keyblade Bulon received his authorization to travel to the western region to intercept Gao Chaoyun. Why did Hu Yensho want to kill Gao Chaoyun? Did he know some secret? It's hard to peel back how he's not involved. The barbarian emperor approached and said calmly as he propped his hands on the round table. Hu Yan Aiching, recently in bad shape. Is it because of the West? Coronation. Hu Yensho smiled bitterly, and the anxiety in his heart continued to be strong. The old minister is exhausted by family matters. And besides, the matter of the sword not being alone has already been explained to you. Really? The barbarian emperor was half convinced that. But it's also impossible to penalize the empire's top brass for the slightest suspicion. Seeing that the situation is slipping in the worst possible direction, Hu Yensho quietly pinched his hand with his fingernails, letting the sharp pain calm his mind before speaking. The old minister swears to the heavens that if there is a single word of deception against the king, all 9 clans will be decapitated. The corners of the inquisitors' mouths twitched. Hu Yan's old pipsqueak's means of showing loyalty was too ruthless. The barbarian emperor nodded and spoke in a deep voice. I'll send 1,000 Heavenly God Iron Horsemen to the 7,000 mile frontier, vowing to find out what's going on. Why did you Jioling massacre? And was Folding Lan Su really because he accidentally killed the county princess? Coronet's holy wisdom. Hu Yensho was respectful. He had a near mental breakdown. The Heavenly God's Iron Cavalry has a special transmission method, so as long as it reaches the western region, it's all over. There was no one to save. Fate had sounded the death knell for him, and the head on his neck was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Hu Yensho's limbs were cold. Rather than terror, Mother would rather say it was sadness. Deep in the mire, topless and suffocating, unable to struggle anymore. But it was followed by a surprising amount of pleasure, like the wind blowing in your face when you're falling into hell. Living in fear and despair is really better than relief. Coronet, what if this person is truly of the so-called Litang bloodline? Inquisitor Karl inquired. The barbarian emperor was unimpressed and tantalized. Will the crumbling divine continent recast its glory because of a martial arts genius? An empire that the heavens roll over is much less likely to fall because of a single figure. Let's just assume that he can become a saint in the future. But a saint? The abyss makes one in 2 years. The crowd nodded. There's only one thing that affects the rise and fall of 2 civilizations. Spiritual will. Faith alone is supreme. As the saying goes, if a weak ant is united, it may not be impossible for it to eat up a huge tree in the sky. But the key among them has to be a unique ant that can channel the spirit of the Antlion Legion. Midland clearly did not. Just like the last time we attacked Shu, the Empire only deployed 300,000 troops. What can the allied forces of Northern Liang, Zhao and Shu do? Push across as usual. Coroner. This person should be an imperial son or daughter. Otherwise he wouldn't have appeared in the western region to testify. Inscan looked sure of himself. The Great Wall, the Yanmen Pass, the Yangtze River, the Yellow River. Where can't you witness the way? It was safe and could open up a brand new chi for the martial artists of the Central Plains. So why bother to cultivate hard in the hinterland of the western regions? One check and you'll know. The sons and daughters of the empire are extraordinary. They dare to ask against the sky. Such pioneers should be enshrined in the new imperial calendar, where only exploration leads to glory. The barbarian emperor resounded. The Heavenly God's Iron Cavalry's main focus is to grasp the specifics of the western regions, and bringing back this man is only secondary. It's basically confirmed that it's an imperial sons and daughters. Hu Yensho was expressionless, sneering in his heart. Against all odds? Gu Chang'an never knew what heaven was. He's been in the old world. He's never been baptized with the aura of the new world. Who in the world would dare to cultivate that wisp of his chi for such a lone courageous man who had never been seen before or since? Even if a door to heaven is opened, who is worthy to enter? Who could endure the pain and darkness that he did? I don't know when, but Hu Yensho had developed a sense of admiration for Gu Chang'an. Yes, after determining the date of his death, and frankly putting aside his preconceptions. A very objective look at the man in the lone city. It is definitely the brightest light of humanity, which cannot be seen in brilliant history and will be difficult to reproduce in future generations. Back at the mansion, the once magnificent and imposing residence is nothing but an empty shell of its former self. 90% of the wealth was reduced to payment for the Witchfinder's mission. Son, you run away today, go to the sea and find an island to settle down on, and also leave a bloodline for the Huyan family. In the hidden corridor, Huyan shows breath shriveled. Hu Yanjing's face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and after a long silence, he laughed miserably. Father, is it irreparable? Hu Yanshou nodded woodenly. 1,000 heavenly god cavalry. When they arrive in the western region, news will be sent back to the holy city. They definitely won't be able to keep a lid on it. Before that happens, you flee as quickly as possible. Take a few extra women with you to escort you, and disguise yourself as a springtime trekker. The rest of the family are mediocre, so death is death. Hu Yanjing's lips trembled as he bowed heavily. Father and son, father is ashamed of you. Goodbye. Hu Yanshou's face tensed and, without looking back, he left the mansion. He had to urge the four greedy witch Buddhas to kill Gu Chang'an before the heavenly god's iron cavalry arrived in the western region. Lonely City will be exposed anyway. The oath to kill is no longer about survival, but dignity and honor. Huinshou doesn't want to be flogged after he's lost his life. He was also scolded by the children of the empire for being a humiliating and vicious dog. Killing Gu Chang'an will at least extinguish the spiritual torch of Huaxia Shenzhou, to give an account of the empire. His epitaph will also be engraved with the word loyalty. When you die, you want to die as a victor. Chang'an. A thick and solemn bell rang out from the Golden Palace. The sparse and scattered ministers of war hurried into the great hall. The empress, clad in a phoenix skirt on the imperial throne, had been waiting for a long time, and she cut straight to the chase. Prepare a decree that the Ministry of War will deploy 10,000 elites to the western regions, and I will present an edict to northern Lyon to borrow the road. The already quiet court hall was completely silent. The Ministry of War officials exchanged glances with each other. The head of the minister Li Diyu held a tablet out of the line. Decisive. Your Majesty defends the private ways of a family and ignores the survival of the generals. I protest. Realizing that he had spoken too excitedly and bluntly, he politely admonished. His Majesty has just revitalized the devastated countryside. How can you risk 10,000 of your best men? I second the motion. The remaining officials of the Ministry of War spoke in unison. No one wants to see the royal bloodline left behind in the West. Not to mention a heavenly stomach that changed the fate of the country. But it was the barbarian hinterland. How many times have I said that there is no such thing as Li Tang bloodline? Absolute beauty, emperor, rare rage. Cold voice in the Golden Palace stirred. She is the nominal rightful owner of the royal power. Even if the emperors of the remaining 6 countries presented her with a decree that would not be called me. But so what? No one believed her words. Even the civil and military officials of the Great Tang were questioning them. The portrait is no older than 25. Li Yan has checked the genealogy. There were simply no Li males of that age in circulation. Let's just say that she had missed it. But she was practicing the Great Tang Dragon's chi, and her perception would never be wrong. Your Majesty, even if the portrait person is gifted enough to become a martial arts saint, but can a saint fight 10,000 elites alone? Li Diyu frowned deeply and whispered. If martial arts masters were omnipotent, there would be no need for the military to exist at all. Saints were the pinnacle of one's power, but when faced with tens of thousands of elites, they could only be defeated. 10,000 elites died because of rescuing Li's heavenly pride. That would be a blow that the community would find hard to bear. It will even lose the hearts and minds of the people and cause public opinion to boil over. So 10,000 flesh and blood bodies are exchanged for royal children, right? I suspect that it is the descendants of the Western Anxi army. A serious voice suddenly came from the throne. The hall was dead silent. Impossible. The Anxi army was not even born when they were martyred. And if any offspring survived, it's melted into the barbarian bloodline. 2. A jaded official with a wutu came out of the line, and dark shadows appeared in front of his eyes. Li Diyu, who was in front of the temple, stomped in and rushed forward, and slapped him hard in the face. Hit him over the head. Shangshu, you deserve a beating. Li Diyu looked at him coldly, then turned to the imperial throne and bowed in apology. I'm sorry for my old servant's disrespect. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. The minister stared at the Confucian official with the same viciousness. This person was simply detestable. But all the children of the Central Plains are well aware of the sadness of the Anxi army, which, in those days, carried the holy command of the majestically going to the western region to guard the border and hold the national gate for Great Tang. Who knew that when the Tang dynasty collapsed and the entire Hushi corridor was overrun by barbarians, Anxi was completely reduced to a lone army. No rescue could be obtained. These are the great Tang warrior generals who have made great achievements in battle, but after death, they can't even return to their roots. How can we say that they surrendered without any proof when history is dusty? And how can we speculate without reason that all future generations are of barbarian blood? Even if they did, it would be the Middle Kingdom that failed Anxi, and there would be no shame in surrendering. It is the minister Hutu. The elegant official's face looked relieved, and he was also momentarily tongue-tied. But the starting point was still to veto His Majesty's unthinkable idea. 50 years ago in the Hushi corridor, 270,000 Tang troops fought the barbarians. One defeat resulted in the loss of the strategic territory that held the western region. Imagine an army of 270,000 men all close to total annihilation. How could the 20,000 soldiers and horses of Anxi, who were in the heart of the barbarians, hold out? The ministers were silent. It must be absurd that the portrait man was a descendant of the Anxi army. Perhaps it's just an excuse for His Majesty to stall the court. The Empress's exquisite and stunning cheeks were cold. Her fingers clenched and quietly loosened. The immediate aftermath is confusion. Yeah, well, she's also just having a vague hunch, with no reason to justify it. Couldn't even convince myself. Li Diyu was about to say something, but in the end he didn't put it into words. Why should the Li Tang bloodline stay in the West, when it can make Gao Chaoan willing to die? That proves he has the talent and even the strength to return to Shangan. Does not coming back mean he defected and surrendered? Either way, the Ministry of War will refute His Majesty's imperial decree to send troops. Who among the sons of the Yellow Emperor does not wish to see this page of humiliating history turned over in a hurry, ushering in the dream of a clear sky? But the need for the Central Plains to work together. A person can never save the day. Retreat. The Imperial Study. Summon Li Run. The Empress looked out the window as a dove with 7 colored feathers pecked lightly at a grain of rice. Yes. The palace maid led the order and left. Pei Jingshu tended to walk into the hall, her expression grave. What is it? The Empress was still looking into the distance, without the slightest intention of turning around. Someone has created a wisp of qi that transcends heaven and earth. Li Ping sent a message, and according to her divination, it's probably the portrait man. Pei Jingshu finished in one breath. The Imperial Study fell into a lengthy silence, and the Empress pursed her lips, her eyes dark. Your Majesty. Pei Jingshu paced closer and said softly, it's the martial arts' heavenly pride. Inner disappointment is inevitable, as Your Majesty would expect. She also wanted the portrait person to be a national hero who made something of himself, not a martial arts prodigy. Creating one's own qi is indeed astounding. But so what? As the Minister of War said, a saint can't change the situation. It's time for Your Majesty to give up. 10,000 elites to rescue the painted man. Such a sacrifice is meaningless. Pei Jingshu looked at His Majesty's face and continued. Li Ping said again, this person's qi is misanthropic and cruel. The killing implication is too sufficient. Located above the devil's path. Already Yu Yan Gongsun Gu proves it. The Empress sighed softly as her brows knitted. Your Majesty. An old woman stood outside the hall. The Empress reached her hand out the window to hold the colorful dove and softly said, please take it on a trip to the West and return the news of the portrait man. There's a beginning and an end to things. He helped raise the fortunes of our dynasty. If he's a hero, he'll make a name for himself. If he is a devil, thank him for this favor. Pei Jingshu was appalled, second only to Gao Chaoan. The consequences of a powerful member of the imperial family would be unimaginable in the event of an untoward encounter. As you wish. The old woman took the colorful dove and handed His Majesty a reassuring look that, with that, he stepped out of the imperial city. Leave me in peace for a moment. It's... Pei Jingshu excused herself, glancing at His Majesty's figure on her way out, inexplicably feeling sad. His Majesty was once a man who swore to pluck stars from the sky, and Li Bing was gifted with an extraordinary talent, carrying a cold sword in the dream of being #1 in the world. But before we can go to the jungle, the yoke of the jungle and the countryside weighs heavily on our shoulders. No one in Li dares to carry the dying breath of the doomed dynasty. His Majesty can only carry it. Give up his dreams. Smooth out his edges. Imprison your soul in the 9 palaces. The Cold Sword Fairy's name has been overshadowed by the great Tang Empress. But the jungle spirit in His Majesty's heart has not yet died out. You made the great Tang's national fortune grow, and no matter what the world thinks, I always have to give you an explanation. P.S. It's about to climax, and lately it's going to be big chapters. The kind where one chapter tops 4 or 5. I don't think it's too much to ask for a monthly ticket. Misery. Chapter 26, Homecoming. Going home. Going home. Thank you, Lu Wuxin. The sun was blazing. The desert was smoky as a cage. and the sand was hot. Four kindly-looking Buddhas walked side by side, their steps in unison, not too fast or too slow. Is there a difference between noble and lowly beliefs? The Buddha on the far left suddenly asked. Yes, it is greatness to defend the national frontiers with one's own strength. We are ashamed to believe in money only. Four people looked at each other, hands together recited Amitabha Buddha, and then laughed. The Buddha said, so what? How is selling your life for money not a maverick virtue? At least 30 years in the business, without failing his employer's pay. Not once. The toughest task of all was facing an abyssal sage, fighting for 2 days and 2 nights. The 7 of them lost 3 of them, and they finally carried the head of a saint to their employer without breaking the sign of credibility. This time Huyen Shou dumped his family's wealth. Both collected the wealth accumulated by the Huyen family for decades. It's hard on the conscience not to finish the job. The 4 of them stamped lotus footprints in the yellow soil with every step they took. The silhouette of the Scarlet Lone City had come into view. Just listening to Huyen Shou's statement, I only feel that this person is tragic, and the only way to see it with my own eyes is to see it with my own eyes. It was only then that I deeply realized the true saying, if hell is not empty, you will not become a Buddha. The Buddha, with his cheekbones towering high, folded his arms to calm the intense shock within him. No matter what the desperate situation is, the people are in the city and vow not to retreat. The red-robed man in the dappled watchtower, muttering to himself, glanced over and, a slow walk down the wall. Here we go. He smiled. Is it fun to steal from your family? Only in your 20s, and already your head is gray. Bitter. The head Buddha was holding a Zen staff and, the overhang is in the southeast direction. Stepping over the bloody abyss of the lonely city, the man with white hair flowing in the wind gently walked over to the banner and tilted his head with a shrug of his shoulders. Snow showers. It was so snowy. Scholar, you should be liberated. The Buddha holding up the round rock finished sitting on his knees. He could perceive that the guardian's spirit was thoroughly disturbed. Not half mad, but truly epileptic. All sunk, and the obsession to guard the frontier, pathetic and honorable. My Buddha has compassion for the suffering of the world and has descended into the world to atone for your sins. 2nd degree. 3rd congregation. 4th birth. Brahmacharya sends the giver on a journey. The Zen staff Buddha shouted harshly, and a tantalizing Buddhist light filled his body. The name of the 4 is simple. Pudu. In a flash, golden light was discharged from all 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north, and the 4 monks opened and closed their lips. Praise and sing the hymns of the Bodhisattvas. Gu Chang'an's eyes were clear, gazing innocently at the bald donkey. In just a few moments there was an invisible thread wrapping around him, binding him tighter and tighter. Don't kidnap me, I'm not going anywhere. He tried to break free. Deliverance. Ipu suddenly closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Gu Chang'an, why suffer in the world? Don't be sad. Death is joy to you. The sky was covered in golden light, and the 4 monks continued to chant, their magic power endless. The white-haired man was oozing blood, like he'd been salvaged from a sea of blood, and tens of thousands of wounds ran across his body, penetrating into his limbs and bones. But I have to defend the city. Gu Chang'an looked confused. The bloody sword hanging over the watchtower actually didn't move at all. Relief. Deliverance. Deliverance. The 4 monks were chanting in pieces, their voices becoming more and more magnificent, and the Buddha's light converged into the shape of a cloud. But the opposite side of the room still hasn't been reduced to a dry body. They were creeped out as the man's wounds healed, chafed and healed, all over his body as far as the eye could see, and so on and so forth. Let me defend the city. Gu Chang'an's face twisted, and no matter what he did, he couldn't tear the silk thread. Ipu coughed violently, and the golden light outside his body gradually darkened, as if he was going to be unable to support himself. He doesn't understand. Far better than the torment of burning fire. Gu Chang'an wouldn't even faint? It was as if he was used to the pain. Even more puzzling is the fact that one is getting backlash. The remaining 3 monks' faces bulged with veins. The mere aftershock of the recoil caused them to ache for their lives. And the man was still thinking about breaking free. Terrible will. Gu Chang'an had been covered in layers and layers of blood. He felt like his body was going to squeeze into a film. And how could the blood sword not obey him? Sure Sheng, hold on. Ipu looked to the northwest where the force was weak. The short and fat Buddha's face was pale, and black blood began to flow from his nose and mouth, barely able to withstand the backlash. Suddenly, he noticed the flickering golden aura of the watchtower and his eyes filled with horror. Originating Buddhist niches. Upon hearing this, the 3 monks simultaneously looked towards the Buddha's niche in the watchtower, and Gu Chang'an twisted his head to try to summon it with his chi. The blood sword did not move, but the Buddha's niche flew through the air. Bang! The body shook violently. The Buddha shrine crashed to the ground. The invisible silk thread snapped at the roots, and the bloody sword came in an instant. Poor monks. All poor monks. Ipu Buddha's face showed greed, deadly staring at the Buddha sect's greatest treasure that was sunk into the sandy soil. The so-called origins are the items that received the baptism of the new world in the first wave after the great change in the heavenly way decades ago. And this niche is in the middle of it. Why did you destroy my home? I just wanted to keep it. What did I do wrong? Gu Chang'an came with his sword. Monstrous killing intent. Scarlet eyes of fury. It was like a ferocious beast in the desert. Kill. The four monks spoke in unison. Although they were not good at melee combat, they were more than good enough to surround Gu Chang'an. Zen staff. Round rock. Vajra snail. The iron mantle danced in midair as a melee struck. The blood sword chopped down. The sword aura could not be captured at all. The only aura was that of killing misanthropy. Even though it had been known that this man was the amazing genius who had created his own chi machine in the old world, but when faced with this wisp of chi, even his mind was shaken. Not to mention the oppressive feeling brought about by the yellow sand sweeping into the shape of a giant dragon in the sky. Clang! A few violent collision sounds. The blood sword chopped at the body of the Vajra snail. Even the snail's mouth was chopped out with a scarlet slit. The four students with the weakest strength were the first to vomit bloody foam. Monster! Ipu looked anxious. His Zen staff ruthlessly pestled Gu Chang'an's chest. A palm-sized bloody hole was pierced, but the latter stood tall and asked curiously, "Beautiful?" The voice was extremely cold. So cold it was like a block of ice rock. Without any scruples or pity, or even any thought of preserving himself, the Bloods, not flickering, not avoiding, all a thinking puppet. The only remaining intention was to kill. The four monks didn't have any room to be shocked. Each of the other's swords was a fatal blow. Do you know what the most beautiful thing in this world is? Gu Chang'an swung his sword while one side said in a simple tone, "It is the ultimate, the purest, the most complete obsession." The second Buddha slammed the round rock heavily on his back, the chi cutting through the skin of the gaping hole all but punched through the bloody hole in the front chest. Even the heart was faintly visible. "Can you tuck it back in like I did?" Gu Chang'an sliced the earlobe of the fourth-born straight down with a sword. A few tisks were made, and it was impossible to say whether they were regretful or appreciative. In an instant, the four monks finally felt the fear that. It was also menacingly understandable why Huin Shou was willing to dump his family's money. If you want to free him, unless the Buddha himself enters the battle. The three Buddhas couldn't help but roar. The iron mantle in his hand hummed, in the same manner of engagement, which was once invalidated by Brahmacharya. 7 men met the saint in close quarters. The final exchange of 3 lives for the head of a saint. A saint would be exhausted, but the monster in front of me seems to have endless power. The more you fight, the more you get. Buddha, how many soldiers does he have? Gu Chang'an inquired curiously, steeply tending to move his blood sword end. All of them chopped at the biggest break in the formation. A piercing sense of crisis came to the surface, and the 4 living Buddhas suddenly retreated. The remaining 3 monks tried to rescue them, but that extreme killing aura was too overbearing, directly cutting the 4 beings in two. No, the 3 Buddhas, their livers cracking, watched their 4th brother lying in a pool of blood. Who told him to destroy my home? Gu Chang'an walked idly, his shriveled aura only surging a few points from killing a man. The sword became more and more powerful and destructive. Shirizi! The second Buddha looked at the mournful boss and roared hysterically. Ipu's face was vicious, and he instantly pulled out a crystal-clear Buddha bone from his bosom, screaming madly hard, "Hu Yanshou! You old mother! Add money! Ah!" Hu Yanshou's reward was not even worth 10% of the value of this relic. This is the lifelong chi left behind by the abyssal holy Buddha before he passed away. The blood sword came across, a cruel and world-weary aura enveloping the hilt, and it crashed into the Sheridan sun. The brand new chi that was beyond the new world died out in a flash, and the relics also cracked and spilled into pieces. Impossible. The 3 monks were shocked and horrified. The destructive power contained in the self-created chi was far beyond the realm of their imagination, capable of damaging even the holy Buddha's relics. Second degree. Third congregation. He won't live long. Ipu laughed hideously and coldly, staring deathly at a lotus flower in the center of the bloody man's forehead. Open 5 petals. 5 years of masculine life. The abyssal sacred Buddha actually left a hand, and there was another strand of chi clinging to the outside of the relics, deliberately framing the person who refined it. If he hadn't saved it for refining when he became a saint, he would have been a withered bone in the grave at this moment. Hearing Ipu Buddha's words, Gu Chang'an's shoulders began to tremble, and the 3 monks thought he was afraid of but then he looked more closely and realized that he was actually smiling. 2 sword brows raised high to either side of It seems like ringing the death knell after 5 years is something to be excited about to the max. Yellow sand shrouded heaven and earth, and Ipu Buddha shuddered and roared piety. Second brother, third brother, We can't ruin our credibility. Shoot him on the spot. After saying that, he carried his Zen staff and made a gesture to rush over. And in a few steps he turned his head and fled madly in the opposite direction. I was surprised to learn that the second degree and the third life were of the same mind, and that the three monks were almost neck and neck. Escape this purgatory in silence. Credibility is no more important than life. Doing his best to perhaps execute Gu Chang'an, but it is likely to perish one after the other. In terms of will, who in the world can survive Gu Chang'an? With only 5 years left in his life, he's accomplished his mission in disguise. Unless Gu Chang'an could break into the abyss and decapitate the sacred Buddha's disciple with a single sword to lift the karma, he would surely die. Going into the abyss alone is nothing less than heavenly. The three monks ran away while hanging in the air, and Gu Chang'an chased after them for 100 feet, and then suddenly became homesick. His steps staggered back to the lonely city, and as for the lotus mark on his forehead, he felt nothing. It's good that home is still here. Gu Chang'an sat on his butt in front of the city gates, holding his bloody sword. No one is going to break in. High up in the city's capital, Carpenter Qin and little Luoyang gazed at the distant figure of. It seems to be boring digging and playing in the dirt. Something I didn't do as a kid, but now I enjoy it instead. Brother Gu. The young child crouched in front of the railing and cried into tears. What are you crying about? Carpenter Qin gave him a chestnut on the head and said with a smile. Chang'an is happy, and never in his life has he been happier than he is now. Qin Carpenter wiped his old tears and squeezed a smile out of his wrinkled face. That's good. That's good. The judge's residence, which was once a magnificent residence due to the death of Yu Jioling, has fallen into disarray. It's also bleak and dusty today. A group of knights in golden armor patrolled around with an imposing presence. In the inner hall, the stout knight with the blonde hair and the blue child stood with his arms folded and, kneeling in front of him was a lunar scion with his feet cuffed and chained. Escape where? The stout knight said tantalizingly. The heavenly god coronation has decreed to find out the truth about the Moon Jiuling massacre, and I urge you to come clean. The West is under control, and you Yueshi have nowhere to hide. The cloaked youth kept his mouth shut, only his body trembled violently. The stout knight clapped his hands lightly as his attendant handed over a golden dagger. A knife stabbed the youth in the thigh, causing him to let out a mournful wail. The coronet is determined to investigate the West thoroughly, and if you don't say so, surely others will. Are you really prepared to go through 100 kinds of torture? The stout knight, Blue Boy, erupted with a cruel killing intent. When the Imperial Knights of War arrived in the West, all demons and monsters had to be current. The youth's heart was almost beating through his chest. It wasn't that he was afraid of torture. Rather, it is fear of the devil who is far away in a lonely city. The nightmare resurfaced and instantly his pants were hot and wet. I can't believe you pissed your pants. Pussy. The stout knight stood erect and shouted angrily. Any plot? The Empire can destroy it. Confess at once. The youth laughed miserably and shuddered. 7,000 miles of territory. And a city in the Middle Kingdom that has not fallen in 63 years. Deadly silence. The hall was so quiet that only the sound of rapid breathing remained. The knights were each pale and looked incredulous to the core. Yes, that's 63 years. And now there's a demon guarding the city. He alone killed 10,000 of our Yu family's bruisers. And he opened up 20 miles of territory for the Central Plains. Ha ha, you guys believe it or not? The youth looked hideous and laughed uncontrollably. Thunder from the flat earth. The lanky knight's body stiffened and he fell headfirst to the ground. The sky is falling, he said, his voice weak and dry, with no aura to speak of. Upon hearing that a demon killed through 10,000 humans, all mysteries were solved. Folding Lan Su, Yu Jioling, Hu Yen Shou, Knife Ghost, Li Tang Gao Chaoen. The undisturbed western region is actually covering a lid that is strong enough to shake the world. Seeing that the knight leader was also so bad, the youth became more and more exuberant. Why is it that only my moon family is unlucky? The disaster has come to light. So go to hell. After saying that, he bit his tongue and killed himself. The eyes of the stout knight looking at the youth became cold, but in that coldness and with so much desperation, monstrous humiliation, the greatest humiliation and the heaviest setback since the founding of the country. He couldn't even imagine what kind of explosive reaction the holy city would have. Quickly, send back a message to the heavenly god coronation. The stout knight climbed to his feet with great difficulty and, the voices were tinged with sobs. Sunset Pass is the last place for pedestrians and horses to come and go. The sound of the soldiers of the palisade drinking the city echoed long and loud in the human pass. A steady stream of carriages and horses loaded with packs, like a great river of colorful migrations. It flowed out in a hurry, without the slightest break in the flow. Lu Shang sat in the tea shop, gazing stonily at the bustling crowd. To enter or leave, you need a road guide with your name, place of origin, and the store you belong to, and it must be signed by the governor. He didn't. The absurdity of it is that, the moment before he was ready to enter the pass, full of hope, the barbarians suddenly issued an injunction against, forced to stay until now. It was as if the heavens had deliberately played a trick on the Anxi people, and they didn't think they had suffered enough. Lu Shang suddenly got up, cannot be delayed, even if it is broken to pieces, but also must complete the mission. He passed along the east, and in half an hour approached the boundary monoliths. The iron-armored figures were all northern Liang generals. Smuggling will be shot down, and Lu Shang is gambling with his life as usual. If he loses the bet, the northern Liang generals will also examine his body and turn over the tokens and notes. At least the generals who garrisoned the country were far more trustworthy than the average Middle Easterner. Stop! An angry cry came from the beacon. Lu Shang held up his hands and kept his lips pursed forward the entire time, his eyes flashing with anxiety. 1. The bows were loaded in unison. The eyes of the generals guarding the border were chillingly cold as they stared intently at the barbarians. 2. Lu Shang accepted the fate of death quite openly, as he stepped over the boundary markers, stepped over the border demarcation line, and the whole thing was paralyzed in the middle of the land. 3. The words just fell. Halt! The Lord General suddenly swung his arm to stop his pawns. This man is as thin as a bone. He's very sick. The reason it wasn't shot on sight was that it didn't look threatening. Seize! Zhang Yifang ordered. A few soldiers left the beacon and carefully approached Lu Shang, holding his limbs down. Purpose? One chortled. Lu Shang took a lot of effort. His neck was suffocating red. Still unable to speak, he looked to Zhang Yifang at the beacon. What a pair of eyes. Complaining, pleading, and laced with tears of hope. Lu Shang didn't struggle and just kept staring at the gold-armored and helmeted main general. Please, 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 you do it, you do it. In the face of the barbarians who acted so strangely, Zhang Yifang was not timid, striding towards the frontier dividing line. Don't try to assassinate. The soldier grabbed Lu Shang fiercely, and Lu Shang felt as if he had been caught in a pair of iron pincers and couldn't move at all. He rolled his eyes frantically, his eyesight going to his lapel. Take it out. Zhang Yifang signaled the soldier. The soldier reached into his wraparound garment and pulled out a rusty token, and a yellowed and soaked sheet of paper. He couldn't read, so he hurriedly handed it to General Zhang. Zhang Yifang's calloused hand took it, and first turned over the back of the token. The left side is inscribed Anxi Army and the right side is inscribed 8th Regiment. He squinted his eyes with slight trepidation, and suddenly his mind shook dramatically. A lone army in the West over 60 years ago? ABA. Lu Shang said, desperately trying to speak, forcing the tendons in his head and neck to bloom up one by one. Let go. Zhang Yifang gave a sudden growl of filial piety. He hurriedly unfolded the paper and vaguely discerned a line of small letters. I'm a member of the Anxi army. I haven't lost an inch in 63 years. There's still one man who's been holding on to the city, asking the Central Plains to rescue him. In a flash, Zhang Yifang was dizzy. A sudden shock can often cause a brief mental freeze, and he took a few steps backward. The expression froze completely. Anxi, lonely city. That unprecedented emotion of shock swept over him, and he subconsciously removed his helmet and, reaching out, he pounded his right fist on his left shoulder, tears in his eyes. Honor the heroes. The soldiers were both confused and appalled, but made the same gesture toward Lu Shang. It's the noblest salute in Beiliang. Lu Shang was lying on the ground in tears, the desperate memories of past. The moment seemed to fade away with the breeze of the Middle Kingdom. General Zhang. You? The soldier asked in a low voice. Zhang Yifang quickly helped Lu Shang up. His face reddened and choked. The city of Guzi. The city of Guzi is still in the Middle Kingdom. Not lost for 63 years. 63 years. The border fell into a sylvan silence. The soldier's child hole suddenly shrunk, opened his mouth, but actually could not say half a word. Who in the army does not know the city of Guzi? During the glorious Tang dynasty, it was there that the armies of the Central Plains created one miracle after another, crippling the Western countries. After the Anxi rebellion, the entire western region was overrun by barbarians, and the glory-laden 8th Regiment was thus isolated from the news. The moment they heard that the city of Guzi hadn't been lost, they turned inside out and clenched their fists tightly. A few light words, but 63 years of blood, 63 years of the souls of the Anxi heroes. It was countless dark nights of despair. Hero. Zhang Yifang put his arm around Lu Shang's shoulders, ever the hardened man of the frontier. There were actually tears in his eyes. The world says that the Central Plains are the most bitter of the northern Liang, neighboring barbarian countries, and must hold fast to the Yumen Pass, the gateway to the Central Plains. But behind the northern Liang people stood the Chinese nation, with treats in pay. You can still receive the cheers of the Central Plains when you win a battle, and you can return to your roots after you die with your ashes. But what about the lone city in the barbarian hinterland? There were no reinforcements, no hope in sight, no one to ask for help, and for a long time one must endure heavy torture of the mind and body. Death is not difficult. In the desperate struggle to persist is the real Chinese crest. Lu Shang desperately shook his head and made various gestures. I'm no hero. Heroes lie on that frontier. The hero is the man who is the one man guarding the country. Go home. Let's go home. Zhang Yifang wiped away her tears and, holding Lu Shang who could be blown over by a gust of wind, the soldier gathered his emotions, but his heart was still heavy. It's the most desperate, darkest story they've ever heard in their lives. It is also the most stirring epic of the saga. Ba. Lu Shang twisted his head and pointed in the direction of the west, as if he was going to say something. Go home. You write it down slowly, Zhang Yifang said in a warm voice, the color of pain hidden in his eyes. A commoner with no cultivation, in a 10,000 mile western region that even a martial arts master would have a hard time traveling through. Just how many trials and tribulations do you have to go through before you can walk into the Jade Gate Pass? Already very sick, hanging on by a thread of will. This man is also a monumental legend that cannot be bypassed in the glorious history. Find a physician immediately. Zhang Yifang urged his subordinates. Then a picture of a portrait circulating in the Middle Kingdom flashed in his mind. He didn't even have the courage to listen to the portrait man's story. One man to defend the city. Go back. Home. Lu Shang hissed out two incomplete syllables with difficulty in his vocal cords. He slowly crouched down on the ground, his whole body trembling and crying hard. Only he knows what a desperate situation he's been through these last 3 years, and how to climb out of purgatory with flesh and blood. Shangan, I promised you, and I've done it. What about you? The people of the Middle Kingdom, the winds of the Middle Kingdom, and the beacons of the Middle Kingdom are all beautiful, but I still miss you all. Chang'an. Lu Shang hissed again with his vocal cords, fearing that Chang'an had fallen and, never to be seen again. Chapter 28, I have found one of the hottest seeds in the Central Plains, First Order Punch Card. Dusk, in the courtyard of the border city. In the center of the courtyard, the flags of birds and beasts are flying high, and magpie crows are perched on the trees. A bone setter arrived in a hurry with a medicine chest. General Zhang, where is everyone? The Longjong had just entered the hall when he noticed the withered and ghost-like barbarian dog. Save him, he is not a barbarian. Zhang Yifang finished assisting Lu Shang to take his seat. Lu Shang was trembling. His parched thighs couldn't stop trembling. He didn't fear death. But the story of the lonely city of Anxi was not written down, and he could not close his eyes now. The bone setter stretched out a hand and pressed it against his wrist. Lu Shang subconsciously dodged and, at the thought that this was not Western purgatory, he flashed his naive smile again. Zhang Yifang gazed at the smile and slightly twisted his head away, his nose sour. No harm done. I'll get you medicine. Longjong looked calm and, taking out sticky Lake's pills and forcing them into his mouth. His eyes then signaled Zhang Yifang to borrow a step. The body is on the verge of its limit. The organs and qi and blood have failed, supported only by will. Longjong's face was pale, and he hadn't seen a patient with such a terrible will in his decades of practicing medicine. He must be saved. Zhang Yifang strangled the bone setter's shoulders with a pleading face. I lost my life after the last breath was taken, so I had to hold off for a few days. General Zhang hurriedly sent him to Liangzhou. Ronaka shook his head. There is no cure? Zhang Yifang sobbed from the bottom of his heart. The tragic Anxi could not afford to add another heroic soul to its ranks. He's just crawled back to the middle of nowhere from despair. Seeing that General Zhang's pain did not seem to be fake, Longjong hesitated for a moment and said bluntly, unless the descendants of Sun Simiao, the king of medicine, are willing to come out of the mountains, but he lives in seclusion at the terminal South Mountain and doesn't ask the world. That's good. Zhang Yifang turned sad to happy. Remember to keep it a secret. General Zhang, the descendants of the medicine king don't bend over for power, and the emperor can't even invite them. Longjong politely reminded in his parting shot. Is he a descendant of Yan Huan? Zhang Yifang asked. Of course. Longjong was puzzled by General Zhang's childish question. That will be enough. Zhang Yifang resounded, walking quickly back to the hall. Ba. Lu Shang hissed his vocal cords and desperately made the gesture of waving his pen. He was aware of his situation and only sought to finish writing. Zhang Yifang took the milled pen and rice paper handed by the guards and said softly, take your time. Lu Shang lying on the table eucalyptus writing, from time to time violent coughing, blood dripping down the rice paper. He clenched his teeth and just hot tears molded like his vision. A full 3/4 of an hour. The millimeter pen fell to the ground. Lu Shang was satisfied and fell into a deep sleep. Without dishonor. I did all I could. It's time to rest. So tired. Send it to Liangzhou overnight. If the hero dies halfway, I will slaughter you. Zhang Yifang angrily looked at his cronies. And Liang Zhou then looked for the imperial physician to renew his life, waiting for the offspring of the medicine king. Compliance. The soldier cut his teeth and left the border town with the legend on his back. Late at night, the woman with the double-curled bun approached the study and then a suppressed sobbing sound was heard from inside. Husband, I'm coming in. She pushed open the door to the room carrying a food box. In a bad mood? It's fine. Zhang Yifang pretended to be relaxed, but his red eyes revealed his emotions. You and I are husband and wife. Do we still need to disguise? The woman paced closer, gently patted her husband's shoulder and smoothed out his disheveled sideburns. All of a sudden, the iron-blooded man who was born to die in the battlefield was crying into tears in the arms of his wife. Too desperate. Too bitter. Zhang Yifang's body slightly twitching. Even if it is a garrison soldier, he was all afraid of substituting for the desperate situation of the Anxi army. The woman wrinkled her brow and picked up the blood-stained rice paper. Skimming from the first line, when I read the words, 63 years of isolation from the West, there was a sudden lake in front of me. It's as if the dusty history of a long time ago came alive in this moment. She fought back her heartache, her fingers twitching gently. No reinforcements, no rewards. 63 years of countless days and nights. The city of Guzi witnessed the martyrdom of 20,000 Anxi troops, none of whom begged for surrender. The gray-haired old soldiers stood at the top of the city, shouting, no regrets for 9 deaths, no retreat. Their cloudy gazes looked to the east, as if they were looking straight into the sun, as if they were missing their homeland. They're all dead. Only Gu Chang'an, who dared to beat the drums at the top of the city at the age of 7, is left. He started killing the enemy when he was 10 years old and has always been. The woman nearly choked and tilted her head back, not daring to look at the rice paper again. The whole article was a light and simple description, but she could see that every line was filled with despair. She and Zhang Yifang sobbed against each other. The food is gone. The men are dead, and not an inch of ground has been lost. The city is full of white-haired soldiers, who die without losing their stranger swords, who have resisted alone for 60 years, and who dare not forget the great Tang. Chang'an, he alone, to whom all the burdens of duty are reserved. All the darkness was borne by him. Zhang Yifang choked up. Reading the end, his heart was like a knife, even wishing the man who was only 23 years old to die sooner. Yeah, go to hell. That's a relief. On what grounds? I never owed anyone anything. Why should I go through hell? Why should I have to carry a torch all over my body? Why can't I surrender and go to the holy city to enjoy glory and prosperity? Because I'm going to defend the frontier. Because once I've retreated, the most resilient spirit of the Chinese nation collapsed. That's why I killed 4,000 barbarians by myself. That's why I sit in the watchtower day and night. So I beat the drums, raised the flag, and celebrated alone. Where is Chang'an? The woman asked in a trembling voice as she struggled to suppress her emotions. Zhang Yifang shook his head. Lu Shan left the lonely city, so he didn't know what happened afterwards. It is only certain that the barbarians massacred hundreds of thousands of people, and the western region is completely under control. All because of Gu Chang'an. Still alive? The woman couldn't stop her tears. The message was brought back. The dawn broke, and that lowly man must not fall on the eve of victory. He should receive the highest worship from the Chinese nation, and he deserves the highest praise. I don't know. Zhang Yifang was silent and firm again. Bei Liang will definitely fetch him back. No matter what. Northern Liang? The woman corrected as she wiped the tears from her eyes. You should have said the entire Middle Kingdom. Right. Zhang Yifang nodded heavily. The Middle Kingdom will not fail you. It is you who made the spirit of China greater, and it is you who created an unprecedented legend of the Lone Ranger. In the face of the overwhelming barbarians, whenever the descendants of the Yellow Emperor were ready to give up, I think of you, the one who stood alone in a lonely city. No refunds. No refunds. What are you waiting for? Go to the capital, the woman urged. Zhang Yifang came back to his senses, carefully folded the rice paper into his lapel. Striding out of the study, he turned back suddenly. The Anxi army has stood firm for 63 years without losing an inch of ground. Gu Chang'an welcomes the darkness with one man and one sword. How can the glorious Central Plains be deceived by barbarians? Ma'am, I believe from here on out. After a long pause, he said exuberantly, attacking and defending are different. The enemy can go, and I can go. The woman was smiling like a flower. Liang Zhou. In the early morning light, Zhang Yifang reined in his horse at the city gate and handed the identity papers to the guards. General, wait a moment. The guards respectfully left and called out for a 7th-rank lieutenant. The lieutenant was suddenly confused and clasped his fists. General, you left your post without authorization and returned to the capital without an edict. The border defense line is arranged securely and will not be messed up. Zhang Yifang took off his helmet and suddenly let out a laugh. Why did you return to the capital? Because I have found one of the fiercest seeds of the Chinese nation, and it is about to start a prairie fire. Chapter 29, A Shocking Shock. The emperor himself sends them away. The sage weeps. Lakeside Pavilion. The old man's hair was immaculately combed at the temples, and he wore an extremely broad robe of. He looked tantalizingly at the pivotal dignitaries and the children who were watching. The northern Liang spies planted in the sacred city sent a letter to me that the barbarians are pre-planning to devour Shishu in one fell swoop. The atmosphere was suddenly oppressive. The gentleman sighed and felt the heavy pressure. Your Majesty, Western Shu is the barrier of the Central Plains. If it falls into the hands of barbarians, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chancellor Chen Jigu got up and spoke straight, and his furrowed face showed more and more vicissitudes. Minister Chen, the coalition army failed miserably last time, and Northern Liang is no longer able to provide support. Lu Lian, the secretary of the Ministry of War, obediently picked up the conversation. Can't not save. Chen Jigu had a strong attitude. Lu Lian was tit for tat. It's also time for Tang, Yan and Chu to send troops to the west. The strongest Northern Liang iron horsemen deserve to charge into battle. The Yumen Pass needs to be defended. The desert north needs to be defended. And there's no way to support Shishu, the 7 nations combined. Chen Jigu was concise. Facing the obstinate Chen Xiang, Lolian slapped the eucalyptus and angrily said, Minister Chen, can't we have a few less withered tombs in Northern Liang? All right. Su Ting drank in the argument, his deep-set eye sockets unruffled. Fight. The voice was calm and unquestioning. It's. Lilian shook his head. Resigned. The barbarians are discussing genocidal policies. Su Ting manipulated his hoarse voice. In a flash, the crowd in the pavilion was horrified and appalled. Le Shangshu, who was vehemently opposed to the idea, said angrily, Fight. It must be fought. How could he not know that the lips are dying and the teeth are cold? Precisely because the situation in Northern Liang is so bad that he was willing to take the blame for opposing the troops. But if the barbarians massacre the Chinese people and Beiliang does nothing, it will be a shame to the nation. I have no face to see my ancestors. The 7 kingdoms split the Great Tang only because the world had lost faith in Li Tang after the Anxi rebellion, as well as hating the Li family's dozen or so harebrained and short-lived emperors. So they set themselves up to cut off the country and try to save the Chinese civilization in another way, reclaiming former glory. But no matter what, the bloodline of the Yanhuang children will not change, and the old ancestors in the sky are watching. Just as the atmosphere stiffened, the one-eyed eunuch stepped into the lake pavilion and softly said, Your Majesty, General Yangwu and Uncle Liang Zhangyifan requests an audience. Su Ting's expression plummeted cold. Declare. The ministers looked at each other in dismay. Zhangyifan is only a 5th-ranked military general. Familiarity with this man was also due to the stationing of the vital Yumen Pass. In a moment, Zhang Yifan was marching towards the pavilion, and before he could bow down, the kettle hit him hard on the shoulder. It shattered to the ground with a snap. Unauthorized departure from the pass. Who gave the military order? The border is in danger, and the barbarians are hurting my people. It's not enough for the center to kill you 10,000 times. Su Ting rare violent anger, voice thick as a war drum. The bottom of the eyes burst out a thick killing machine. The people are silent. The military generals guarding the borders must be calm and strict in order. Zhang Yifan's action to say a little light is a risky, serious as disobedience to the holy orders, can be asked to behead. I set up a defense line before I left, and besides, Yumen Pass is absolutely safe. Zhang Yifang was obsequious, not daring to raise his head to gaze into His Majesty's eyes. In the past few years, there have been almost no major battles at the Yumen Pass. He had always thought that the barbarians would not dare to covet the Jade Gate Pass. It turns out that it was the man who suffered everything alone. Gu Chang'an stirred up the western region with his own strength. Difficult to give a most reasonable explanation. I'll shoot you. Su Ting's expression was indifferent. Your Majesty, please read it. Zhang Yifang presented the folded rice paper over his head, which was forwarded by the eunuch. The heavy minister frowned slightly. Could it be that the key information involving the barbarians? Is it already on fire? But the next moment, their gazes froze. His Majesty has never been one to show emotions such as horror or shock, because that means out of control. But at that moment, the muscles of His Majesty's face were tense and seemed to be grieving. The microcosmic minister excuses himself. Zhang Yifan left in silence. He now understands the meaning of mission. One man, one city. No matter what desperate situation he faces, he will defend the Central Plains territory. A skinny scholar who spent 3 years crawling out of the West, suffering on the way and never giving up, only because of the mission. And his mission is to lead the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry to defend the Yumen Pass. The lake pavilion fell into a long, dead silence. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Chancellor Chen Jigu was the first to break the silence. Su Ting's expression drifted. and his gaze seemed to transcend the barrier of vast mountains and rivers. A modeled city in the desert is seen, with a lone figure at its head wandering back and forth, day and night. He opened and closed his lips and sighed. Shozhen, 63 years? Ah, the flags of the western regions have not fallen, and the territory of the central plains is still there. In the heart of the barbarian hinterland, there is still a Chinese candle blooming brightly. Heaven and earth are quiet. There was not a sound from the lake pavilion. The crowd was at first amazed, then confused, and finally appalled. These words were no less than a boulder hitting the deep sea, enough to set off 10,000 waves. The intense shock caused Chancellor Chen Jigu's face to instantly pale like paper as he lifted the front of his purple robe and snapped and knelt facing west. Father, my son is unfilial. My son is unfilial. The old man kowtowed heavily, and old tears molded the cloudy eyes. Father, he sobbed in bursts. The hearts of the young royals were sour, and the story of 60 years ago was too far from them too. But the infectious power of witnessing the chancellor of the dynasty crying in pain is hard to describe. Shozhen, your father and 22,000 Anxi soldiers have created an unprecedented miracle. They fell, and their spirit lives on. Su Ting walked over and pulled Chen Jigu up. His hoarse voice permeated with pain and sentimentality. Chen Jigu was extremely distressed and saddened, and the memories that had been sealed in the depths of his heart came flooding back. It was a long time ago, 65 years ago, when he was 5 years old. I clearly remember that it was a late, heavy evening, and there was an old yellow dog dozing at the mouth of the alley. Xiao Gu, listen to your mother, study hard, and in the future become a big official and wear purple robes. Don't be a martial artist. The great figure gently caresses the crocheted hair of a child. Father and son finish sharing a piece of the flaky and sweet pastry. Daddy, when are you coming back? The young child asked, happily. He didn't know the pain of parting when he was young, and was even glad that he didn't have to be disciplined by his strict father. When the osmanthus flowers bloom in the coming year, the magnificent figure tossed the remaining small piece of pastry to the old yellow dog. Yeah, the toddler stomped off home, and he didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. Didn't let daddy hold him once more. I've looked back and can only remember the old yellow dog chasing him far, far away. How was he to know it was the last time father and son would see each other in this life? He deserved a heavy hug from his dad, and he deserved the best goodbye memory he could give him. Father, I have done what I promised you. I have studied well, and I am in the highest position. Chen Jigu cones and sobs, as if he never let go of his grudge against his father. Why did you abandon your wife and children? Why didn't you send home a single coin? And how can we take it for granted that we won't hear from them? It wasn't until now, until he had half a foot in the coffin, that he felt proud of his father for the first time. It was they who swore to stand firm in the face of desperate circumstances, and gave the Chinese nation, now crumbling and miserable. What a powerful spiritual inspiration. I still hate you, and I honor you, he murmured inwardly. Your Majesty, give the old minister a look. Chen Jigu raised his sleeve to wipe away his tears and took the rice paper. But it seems to be holding a heavy national history. The ministers walked over silently and looked quietly at the plain. Simple text of the, but behind it is 63 years of magnificent and dramatic resistance, and it is the front and back to die, just for something called national backbone. Wait for me to return to the Central Plains. Take me back to the Central Plains. Return to the Central Plains on my behalf. Lulian's eyes were flooded with tears. It may have been a long time ago that the Anzacs were longing for the return of their honors. Imagine ending the garrison and reuniting with your family. As the years pass, the lonely city slowly becomes pained and confused. Where are the reinforcements? Who can rescue the city of Kurtz and take them back to their homeland? When there is only one man left standing at the head of the city, hope is gone, supported only by the obsession to defend the frontier. Traveling to the Central Plains on behalf of the Anxi army, the lone city cannot be forgotten. Crawl, and crawl to Chang'an. Lilian pursed his lips and said in a trembling voice, They have never received a grain. The second half of the pages of the rice paper detailed a man called Gu Chang'an. He made the lone city stand strong in the midst of the barbarians, with one's own faith and courage to light up the light of hope. This is a power to save the tide. One-armed heroic legend. No, in the hearts of the ministers, this is the most pitiful child in the world. Even before he died, the old white-headed soldier begged, Chang'an must live, and you must defend the city well. When all the responsibility falls on his shoulders, he can't even fall down. There's no one around him. It's easy to give up, but it's too hard to hold on. That kind of one man drumming, one man carrying the flag, one man killing the enemy sadness. Just read the text description are emotionally turbulent. Even dare not to imagine that picture. Your Majesty, it's him. Chen Jigu looked toward Su Ting. Su Ting said with a heavy nod, his face full of confusion. Not some Li Tang bloodline, just an iron-boned Yanhuang son whom no one recognizes. But he was still willing to endure the erosion of boundless suffering for the sake of the civilization of the Central Plains. What about 3 years? The ministers were terrified. Author Lu Shang was 20 years old when Gu Chang'an left the lonely city. There must have been one more solitary act of bravery during those 3 years that they desperately wanted to know about. And the fear of receiving a message of despair. Probably dead. No one can keep going in that brutal environment. Your Majesty, notify the Central Plains. Chen Zhigu's eyes were firm and Kong Liansheng said, a decadent nation needs a display of spiritual lamps, and the deeds of Gu Chang'an need to be spread throughout the land of God. It inspires the people to forge ahead in desperate times, expel the barbarians, and restore the splendor of the world. The country is in trouble. The barbarians are hideous. The rise and fall of China is the responsibility of the people. This era needs Gu Chang'an as a hero too much. No matter how much darkness we face, he just stood there not taking a step back. It is not the princes and generals that determine the rise and fall of a civilization, much less the saints of the martial arts, but the spirit, receiving the torch held high by Gu Chang'an. A blaze of hope was ignited on the land of the divine continent. Su Ting thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, don't publicize it for the time being. I will first send strong Lu to Chang'an so that the Great Tang can spread the edict to the world. Chen Zhigu was slightly confused and quickly nodded heavily. 63 years ago, the Anxi army was stationed in the western regions by order of the Great Tang. Now let the heroic souls in the Great Tang to accept the glory of pugilistic history. This is called a beginning and an end, but also a belated account. The lake pavilion fell into silence again, as quiet as an empty mountain valley. Perhaps it was too much of a shock, and the crowd couldn't calm down until now. It was so close that the martyrs were buried in the yellow sands and their loyal souls were left unattended. If Lu Shang hadn't climbed into the human pass, the youth and white bones of the Anxi army will only be buried deep in the yellow earth. And now, this monument colored with blood will stand forever on the land of the divine continent. The sound of fading footsteps resounded within the pavilion as the ministers followed His Majesty out of the lake pavilion. Dang! Dang! The lofty and majestic 9 palaces. And all of a sudden the bells and drums are ringing. There were thousands of magpies covering the sky from the east, hovering in the sky dome of Liangzhou, and soaring toward the human pass. Hundreds of people stop in the busy street. The imperial city bells and drums are continuous, sounding the clouds. There is happy news. The scholar ranger looked excited. Could it be a great victory for the ages? But after waiting for a long time, the court had not yet posted the bulletin. But the people's emotions were still high. The imperial city will not sound the drums 99 times for no reason. There is definitely a shocking good news. Liangshan, cloudy, the white-haired, Taoist-robed old man stood on a cliff, looking out over the bustling city and earth. Master, the cool and elegant Princess Bei Lian walked over. Her mood was low, and she said softly, the spirit of Anxi will certainly change the spirit of the frightened people, and the life of the divine continent will never fall into the hands of barbarians. Northern Liang's only martial arts sage, Ruan Xian, turned around and sighed tersely. The Anxi army is honorable, and Gu Chang'an is pitiful. The little princess pursed her lips tightly. She had just cried and swollen her eyes. She was unwilling to shed any more tears. He created his own qi. Ruan Xian's eyes drifted off, thinking of that cruel and misanthropic aura in Yanmen Pass. How much more torment did Gu Chang'an go through during the 3 years that were not recorded? Su Meng couldn't control her tears again. How far into the darkness must a man go before he makes himself crueler than the devil? Just how lonely does one have to be to get tired of the world? Gu Chang'an, you're the most talented person in the world. You've never been out of the city. You've never seen the world after the great change in the heavens. But you're still arrogant and independent. Become the only amazing genius in the world who created his own chi machine. You could have broken out of your cage and become an eagle that fights for the sky and looks down upon the world. The sky is high enough for you to fly. The sea is wide enough for you to leap. You'll be a saint in the future. You even have the talent to peek at the heavenly gate. But you still trap yourself in a cage, tying the chains around your body, giving up struggling, much less stepping out. The more Su Meng thought about it, the sadder she became. So she squatted down on the grass and buried her head in her knees. It is this extraordinary choice that brings unparalleled emotion. Gu Chang'an had 1,000 big, flat roads he could have taken, but he chose the darkest, hellish mud of all. He could have quit in the middle, but he stepped into the depths of the darkness without hesitation, only to make the torch in his hand shine brighter and brighter. Gao Chaoan, it's me who misunderstood you. Ruan Xian bowed deeply towards the void end. There was a strong apology under his eyes. He had always felt that Gao Zhaoyan had died unworthily, that the nation had crumbled so far. He should have left a useful body to resist the barbarians for the Central Plains, but he had to sacrifice his life for the Li Tang bloodline. Knowing the truth, he would have been a spiritual martyr. 2. The only thing that is most precious to the land of God is the faith of the nation. Master, Gu Chang'an must have killed more than just one person to kill 4,000 barbarian pawns. He did greater things in those 3 years. Su Meng raised her delicate face, which was still streaked with tears, as she wished to hear the fullest story of the legend. I will go to the lonely city to pick him up and bring him home. Ruan Xian stood against the wind, a slight glint of tears under her eyes. The Imperial Medical Center. Lu Shan lying on the bed face against the wall, pale sunken cheeks to restore blood color, but the mind is always restless. Chadan, you promised me you'd wait for me to bring someone back. Grandma and Grandpa, you guys said you wanted to go back to your hometown. 2. Ho Shang, are you awake? A gentle voice came from outside, and Su Ting pushed the door open. Although he did not know who was in front of him, Lu Shang also wanted to force his sick body to get up and salute, but he was stopped by Su Ting with a smile. The old man just came to visit you. He sent someone to the terminal South Mountain. As long as the identity of Lu Shang is clarified, the descendants of the Medicine King will definitely come out to diagnose and rescue. It's the responsibility of the Midlanders. Lu Shang made a few gestures. You want to go to Chang'an? Su Ting smiled and nodded. You take the medicine and sleep for a night first. When the qi and blood recover a bit, the old man will personally take you to Chang'an. Ah ba. Lu Shang's eyes are red. The great Tang Chang'an is the dream of the entire Anxi British soul. He wants to fulfill the dreams of his grandfathers. Here's to you, to the lone man who climbed out of 10,000 miles of the west, and to the future legends of history. Su Ting took the 2 cups of apricot wine handed to him by the eunuch, and 1 cup was held out to Lu Shang. Drink some of it unharmed. Lu Shang wriggled his fingers with difficulty and put the wine to his mouth and drank it all in 1 gulp, his sparse eyebrows wrinkling up. Very sour and bitter. Into the throat is very choking, but slowly can taste the long sweet aftertaste. Will victory come through the darkness of the night and the light of dawn? Rest well. Su Ting helped him tuck in the brocade blanket and quietly left the room. Outside the Imperial Doctor's Hall, the ministers stood in attendance. Su Ting also carried a jug of apricot wine, pouring a full glass and spilling it high in the air. I on behalf of the Northern Liang Sansheng, a tribute to the Anxi heroes who died in battle. The ministers looked solemn and dignified. The soul of the Anxi heroes, the true crest of the nation. Even if it's in the interest of Northern Liang to have no lone city to hold back the Western region's troops, those who suffer are the innocent people inside the human pass. Without the pillar of strength that saved the day, the barbarian 7,000 miles of sanctioned officials' troops will all be piled up at the human pass. Su Ting poured a few more drops of wine into his glass and calmly said, 2 honors to the blind and heartless gods. Chancellor Chen Jigu expression gloomy. The heavens are abominable. Why only rolled Gu barbarians? Without the abyss bringing in a constant stream of heaven and earth power, would the barbarians have been able to run rampant to this point? But not without honoring the heavens. I only pray that in the future, it will give the Central Plains another point of good fortune. 3 respects to the conscience of God's state and to the suffering people. Su Ting drank it all in 1 gulp, poured a 4th cup, handed the cup to the chamberlain, and said softly, save it and honor Gu Chang'an on another day. All the ministers had a look of relief on their faces and prayed for the day when this cup of wine would be toasted out of His Majesty's mouth. Gu Chang'an, indeed, was a very great figure in the history of the Central Plains. He could even fake a surrender and find the easiest way to break the game. There's no need to suffer through this ordeal at all. False surrender back to the Central Plains again. He is still the top hero, but even if there is a moment when you lower your head, that territory is lost, and the spirit of the Middle Kingdom is shattered. Even if it were to recondense again, it would leave a blemish, precisely because he didn't want to. The man who had never left town in his life. Choose the path that is cruelest to you. Your Majesty, Ruan Xian wants to go to the western region. The one-eyed eunuch paced closer and whispered. Su Ting nodded his head, his deep-set eye sockets flashing with a firm luster as he resoundingly said, I will go with him. All of a sudden, it was like a thunderstorm on the ground, and the ministers were shaken to the core. Prudence. Chen Jigu was the first to refute. Your Majesty cannot stand under a dangerous wall. The old minister is willing to go to the pay homage to my father in the meantime. The rest of the group chimed in. Even with a saint as an escort, the West can't go. When the Central Plains learns the truth, the holy city must be close by. 2. At that time, the 7,000 territory would be a bloody slaughterhouse, and I don't know how many abyssal saints and how many barbarian brigands would descend. My will has been decided. The Crown Prince will supervise the state, and the Chancellor will assist the government. Su Ting's voice was low, but conveyed an irrefutable will. Please think twice, Your Majesty. The group of ministers were horrified. They could send troops, or they could send the Northern Liangcheng duo. The only thing you can't do is to have a royal visit. Su Ting's face was expressionless. His eyes slowly swept over each face as he painfully said, Chinese civilization for thousands of years, the great tens of thousands of people, but suffered from the invasion and pressure of the 4 barbarians. We must unite the power of the divine continent to eliminate the external danger. Gu Chang'an is still holding the spiritual torch aloft, and this is the first time since the great change in the heavenly Tao that the most tenacious faith in the Middle Kingdom. The people are watching us, and the barbarians are sneering. So if we don't have the courage to do it again this time, you and others then sat back and watched the Chinese civilization fall into alien slavery. The ministers were silent, and the decisive voice shook their eardrums and penetrated their souls. Yes, this era is the most horrible disaster for the Chinese civilization. At any time, the country may die and the race be destroyed. In the past and the dangerous 5 who are less than 1 or 2/10 of the present day. It's a great time to fight back, when an unprecedented spiritual figure has emerged. If you are still hesitant, you will not have the courage to do so in the future. If we want to fight, we should fight. And we should fight with all the strength of our country. And who knows whether we will win or lose until the last moment. At the time of life and death, why should I spare a body? Throughout history, no emperor has ever died in battle. So I'm willing to set a precedent. I died in the West, and the crown prince succeeded to the throne. Gu Chang'an passed on courage to me, and I will also pass it on throughout the northern Liang territory. Su Ting's sideburns were scattered, but his body stood straight. He achieved imperial supremacy from an outcast to a cutthroat regime, and he never lacked vigor. In the past, I had nothing but the belief that life, death and wealth are all in the hands of God. I have everything I need now, and I'm willing to recommend my blood to Regulus. The group of ministers did not say a word, but only saluted in unison. The West is afraid of the twilight of the gods. Since Ruan Xian is going, the rest of the saints in the Central Plains would definitely not stand on the sidelines, and the barbarian abyss would likewise stand out many old monsters. His Majesty will also travel, not to mention the 5 remaining countries, and the great Tang Empress, as the rightful ruler of the imperial power. It is also the society in the mountains that the Anxi souls are dying to serve, and she has no moral obligation not to go there. Great armies, martial arts saints, the western region is definitely going to be a turning point for the barbarians of the Central Plains. Shenzhou has been passive for too long. To put it bluntly, it's been beaten and crushed by the barbarians, now borrowing a force of national moral integrity of the lone city, but also should take the initiative to fight squarely. Defense will never expel the barbarians, the only way is to attack. Attack, and attack again. Su Ting looked at the western region from afar, and when he had calmed down in his chest, the spectacular miracle of the Middle Kingdom looming over him, and the picture of a man and a city never retreating from the Shura, came to his mind. I will also personally go to the city of Guzi and speak to Gu Chang'an. Su Ting had a sad expression and was silent for a long time, murmuring softly, It's been hard on you all these years. Chapter 30. The holy city of the sky fell to the ground. The barbarian emperor like a dead mother. Master cast Tang La, holy city. In the bronze temple, the 12 inquisitors at the round table discussed the matter, and the scribe wrote. Everyone could hardly hide their excitement. After all, they could personally participate in the plan to devour Western Marsh. Once Shishu fell, the ancient divine continent that had existed for thousands of years was not far from toppling. Coronation of the heavenly god. The sons and daughters of the empire are ready to pledge themselves to the war at any time. The inquisitor in charge of military matters reported respectfully. On the purple throne, a ray of sunlight refracted on the golden mask, looking so intent on the emperor that the unbeatable. I'll say a few words. The barbarian emperor slowly got up, and was just about to converse about his speech. A blonde-haired, purple boy guard hurried into the hall, handing over a ghostly black arrow loss with paperwork stuck in it. Coronet, the celestial knight has returned a message. The guard said. In a flash, Hu Yensho's palms immediately seeped with fine beads of sweat. The heart was like a rumbling war drum beating violently in his chest, ready to break through. The fear of death is far more terrifying than death itself. The barbarian emperor was not amused, but when the paperwork was unfolded a double child filled with untold rage. An unstoppable shudder swept through him somewhere inside. It was rage to the core. Even every breath was humiliating to the point of suffocation. Clunk! The barbarian emperor overturned his throne with one hand and tilted his head back in a hysterical roar of filial piety. Deception deceived the heavens. All was silent in the bronze hall, and the atmosphere was like a gloomy tomb cellar, permeated with unspeakable strangeness. The 12 giants of the round table were silenced. They had never seen such a maniacal heavenly god coronation before. 63 years. Ha ha. 63 years. You guys are really good at hiding. What a disgrace you can be to the empire. The barbarian emperor waved his arms, his sacrificial dragon robe dancing wildly in the wind. and his entire person was actually trembling violently. I implore the coronet to rest his anger. The 12 inquisitors didn't dare to sit any longer and prostrated themselves on the shiny floor. Rest your anger? The barbarian emperor's eyes were chilling, and he walked over quickly, leaping over the round table and, a palm slapped on the clerk's heavenly soul cover, straightly pulling up the head and carrying it in his hand. Bang! The head slammed down next to Hu Yanshou. Tell me, what happened? The barbarian emperor kicked Hu Yanshou over and his face hit hard against the edge of the round table, and Hu Yanshou's entire face caved in. The air in the great hall was nearly frozen. The inquisitors were horrified that the once most ceremonial and graceful of the crowned gods of heaven, at this moment, exposing the beast-like murderous nature, in the most solemn imperial court hall of the empire, wantonly kills atrociously. The old minister. Old minister deserves to die. Hu Yanshou did not care about the pain in his face and, climbing up and kneeling again, with tears in his voice, tears mixed with blood dangled in drops on the floor. Not only will you die, but all of your Hu Yan clan will die by 1,000 cuts. I will dig up Hu Yan's ancestral tomb. Throw your ancestor's spirit tablet into the cesspool. Waste, the greatest shame of the empire. The barbarian emperor's anger increased, and his voice was hoarse. Can you imagine? The empire's been going so well since the days of the Tenno rolls. Opened his bloody mouth to devour 20 million miles of territory. Now that his administration has suffered the greatest defeat in its history, it was tantamount to a hard whip to his dignity. Old minister, please die. Hu Yanshou slumped to the ground, his posture calm and supercilious. Even he was surprised. While he still had a glimmer of hope for the future, his heart was instead filled with anxiety and fear that, but now that we are face to face with death, we have become honest. Relief at last from the haunting dream demon. You have doubly dishonored the empire. How could you let one Han Nu kill through 10,000 troops? The barbarian emperor grabbed Hu Yanshou by the hair and slammed it dead center into the floor, one after the other. He only has 5 years of young life left. Hu Yanshou still had a trace of consciousness and said in a trembling voice, Gu Chang'an definitely didn't have the ability to break into the abyss to undo the karma, and would have perished in 5 years after the military dissolution. 5 years? The barbarian emperor crashed madly, thunderously shaking and shouting, I want him to die now. Must die. Loyalty. Loyalty. Hu Yanshou's breath died out, and he was one of the top sinners in the history of the empire. But he was loyal to the abyss from start to finish. Looking at the gruesome head, the rest of the judges' hearts clenched and their limbs went cold. It was like being in an ice cave, with coldness emanating from every pore. As Karl was horrified, he thought of the coronet's words. One man kills through 10,000 armies? How is that possible? Not even a saint can do that. Coronet, that's enough. Inquisitor Yinskin warned shakily, his head already in tatters. Even the syrup spiked out. Not enough. The barbarian emperor kicked the head, his golden mask stained with blood, and, looking at it, it was hideous and horrible, and said in a chilling voice, pass on the decree. Kill the 9 clans of Hu Yanshou. Not a single dog or blade of grass should be spared. Yu Jiuling, execute the 9 clans. Fold Lan Su, execute all 9 clans. Also please ask the Abyssal Saint to make a trip to Desert North and bring back the head of the old Dogfold land. The voice echoed endlessly in the temple gallery, and the lips of the inquisitors were pale and the empire has never seen such a bloody punishment. The barbarian emperor, a state of hysteria, issued a strong curse. These people are going down to the 18 layers of hell, and they're all going to be burned in flames. Suddenly, the door to the temple was slammed open, and several golden masked, pale figures came staggering in, with the two diametrically opposed scents of decay and light. The celestial knights are loyal to the abyss and are only at the beck and call of the coronet, so the abyss is also informed of the situation in the west. The sky is falling. The saints awoke from their slumber, and the abyssal breath was filled with the violent, and the extreme humiliation that lies beneath the concealment. Undoubtedly the biggest bump in the road since the founding of the country. The opponent turned out to be only one man and one sword. Grandfather. The barbarian emperor backed up in fear and looked at the black-haired old man in the sun, moon, and stars robe with a trembling voice. Tuobali, you disappoint me. The old man came striding, unmasking the barbarian emperor without a second thought. It was an ugly face with a molded lake of flesh and blood, like burned scars running the full length of the face. The only thing that was there was a pair of fearful heavy child eyes. We don't have a face, but the people of the empire do. You're incapable. The throne has changed hands. The empire doesn't need a waste of space to rule. You have made the abyssal seniors angry. The old man's voice was icy cold as he finished and turned to leave, walking a few steps and then stopping. The withered land of God cannot be rekindled. The decadent Han Nu of the Central Plains cannot reproduce the glorious heroic epic. You have time to shovel. Several people disappeared into thin air, and only boundless dead silence remained in the bronze temple, which seemed to be able to slowly eat away the spirit. The barbarian emperor silently picked up his mask and put it on, most afraid of exposing his ugly face. But at the moment it's like running around naked in the center of the hub. Why do you want to harm me? Don't cover yourselves up. Hanu died a long time ago. The barbarian emperor suppressed the pain and sat on the ground staring blankly at the ceiling. Why put off something that is obviously easy to fix until you are terminally ill? If Gu Chang'an can gather the fighting spirit of the Central Plains by himself, it will only exhaust the empire. Thousands of years of civilization. How can it be crushed so easily? If you didn't kill him while he was sick, what will happen when he returns from his wounds? Coronet, it's the West, isn't it? The blonde Carl spoke carefully, combined with the 3,7,000 mile rulers executing the 9 clans. It goes without saying, there are volcanoes in the West that have exploded. The barbarian emperor tried his best to calm his emotions. He had made the abyss question. He must make the center trust. There was a long silence, and he said sadly, a lone city has stood in the West for 63 years, and has not yet fallen, with only one Han slave left inside. He killed 7,000 sons and daughters in one battle, and 12,000 sons and daughters, and, the words were only halfway out of his mouth. The lifting hall was dead silent. At this moment, even the sound of breathing seems to be absent, and the judges are incredulous, eyes filled with shock. No wonder the old abyssal monster was furious. The Empire's greatest concern is that the eastern lands recast their blood and spirit in the face of adversity. And that lone city, that Han knew, is the most lone spirit of thousands of years of civilization in the East. 10,000 ants lined up in front of you would make you feel fear, let alone an elite with iron armor. Just what kind of will is it to charge into the black waves with a sword? The devil, muttered Carl, not doubting for a moment that the message was true or false. 3 sanctioners with power, soldiers and resources were all screwed by Han Nu and had their 9 clans executed. How could it be false? Just one man slaughtering an army of 12,000. It's like listening to a myth or a legend. It's all creepy once you think about it. Gentlemen, one glory for all, one loss for all. Crush the lone city as soon as possible while the Central Plains are still in the dark. In addition to blocking the news, don't let the holy city crowd get angry. I'm afraid that the Empire's people will rush to the western region. Pausing for a moment, the barbarian emperor heavy child swept through monstrous killing intent. I will not hesitate to raze the western region to the ground and leave no grass untouched. Compliance. The inquisitors spoke in unison, only with extraordinarily grave expressions. From this moment on, it may well be that the battle for spirituality will never again be able to shake the lone city. The empire would be a flop, and would even disillusion the fanatical believers. Desert steppe. The hawk cried, and landed on the eaves of the tent with a secret letter in its mouth, and the big-bellied Zuelan Su unfolded the secret letter. A color of fear instantly enveloped his face. He summoned his trusted staff and said, word for word, lonely city exposed. Old Huyen Piker died a miserable death. The Minders were struck by lightning and became dizzy, as if they saw their heads about to leave their necks. It's all over. The saint has rushed to Desert North to take my father's head. Fulan Su paced back and forth. Suddenly both fists clenched. Viciously, I decided to raise my troops and surrender to serve the great Tang. Boom! The handler's ears ringed and he nearly tumbled to the ground at the jumpy thinking of his holiness. Surrender? Surrender? I am at the end of my rope, and I dare not run to death without a second thought. Folding Lan Su's eyes were cold and self-analysis is candid. A year earlier, he had sent his wife, concubines and children to the desert. As for the rest of the innocent clansmen of the folds, there was nothing he could do to help them. Your holiness, you're in the wrong place. The empire is unstoppable. The Central Plains are in danger. Wouldn't you be the laughingstock of the world if you surrendered? Besides, you're a feudal official, an important minister of the empire from the 3rd rank. If you surrender, I'm afraid of being crucified on the pillar of shame. Some of the staffers were pale and had trouble accepting the decision. Letting my father wait for death. Ha! Folan Su stared at him in death. Your holiness can go to the western regions to get a clean slate, a crony said in a jared voice. Snap! *** your old mother. You're asking this father to send himself to his death? Folding Lan Su's face was hideous and a slap slammed the crony into the grass. Gu Chang'an was his nightmare. You've finally gotten rid of it, and you're going back? There's no such stupid person in the world. That's a war demon who slaughtered 10,000 troops by one man. In the days of the Shang Tang, I, a foreigner from the borderlands of the Folding Lands, also bathed in the grace of the Heavenly Khan. It is reasonable to defect to Great Tang now. Folding Lan Su decisively. In fact, even he felt groundless. Nothing is more important than his life. He admires Gu Chang'an very much, but never dare to be like that. He murmured, Leaving the mess in the hands of the old hag was one of the biggest choices of my father's life. It proved wise. The staffer kept his head down, his afterglow surveying His Holiness's chubby belly. Yes, after a few years of songs and dances in the meadow and beauty and wine, I weighed 70 pounds. To put it bluntly, the one who deserves to die is His Holiness. I never thought there would be a chance to escape with my wife and children. Knowing how to be wise is perhaps also wisdom. Raise your troops and beg for surrender, as soon as possible. Folan Su stood with his hands folded. Datang would certainly accept it, and would not doubt his loyalty. After all, he was bound to die. There is no living on the barbarian side. Your Holiness, we have more than 15,000 humans, the staffer cautiously reminded. Surrender them all, for peace of mind. Folan Su did not hesitate. His eyes seemed to pass through the blue dome of the sky, back to the yellow sandy wasteland again. He said tantalizingly, the spirit of Chinese civilization will live on forever. With such a gaijin as Gu Chang'an in the Central Plains, it may not end up losing. Seeing that His Eminence was starting to kiss ass, the crony could hardly speak and sighed softly. You are the first imperial official to surrender to the eastern lands since the roll of heaven. Folding Lan Su was unimpressed, his eyes lightly falling on him as he calmly said, this honored one dares to be the first. This is called extraordinary vigor, he said, leaving the tent and waving his arms in anger. Zhao Shao Yutan. The heavens are in favor of all nations. P.S. The rest of the update is at 12 p.m. Trying to hit the new book monthly list hard. I'm begging you all to support me and give me your monthly tickets. Chapter 31, I'm not your hero. I'm a madman. Sunset and evening breeze. The lone scarlet city stands silent in the desert. It is like a highly poisonous mandrake that. It's so colorful and eye-catching, yet it stings the eye. 1,000 horsemen stirred up smoke and dust without any sound, as if they were walking corpses surging towards the lonely city. They were heavenly god knights cultivated by the imperial abyss, and one rider's combat power was enough to match 10 elites. Knights of the celestial god generally only carry out house orders and rarely engage in battle, not because they're not good at fighting. Rather, small fights are not worth their personal presence. 20 years ago, when they captured the Byzantine Empire in the west, a mere 7,000 celestial knights, meeting 150,000 crusaders like slaughtering pigs and dogs. One battle established the reputation of the great barbarian empires. No, one iron army. The coronet inscribed on the screen with his own blood, national shame. This city is a disaster and a disgrace to the empire. A place where its sons and daughters are buried. We will fight in blood and vow to break through the city of Guzi. The general-in-chief, with his axe and battle axe in hand, hissed like an angry lion and the golden armor gleamed in the evening sunlight. Kill! 1,000 knights' voices shook the clouds, vaguely forming a magnificent airwave in the air. Put up the flag. The main general waved his axe, and a purple banner painting the abyssal throne fluttered in the wind. He looked toward the distant silhouette of Blood City, his expression gradually becoming heavy. Bad luck. It's bad luck. Having been ordered to come to the western regions to inspect, I should have known to return before sending the news back to the sacred city. That way the heavenly god coronation won't let them annihilate the lone city. One man slaughtered 10,000 troops, and it was hard not to be cowardly and fearful in the face of such an earth-shattering demon. But for the general, and then the war is timid, have to pretend in front of his subordinates a look of victory. Steep, a red-robed figure appeared at the end of the yellow sand, and his snow-white shoulder-length hair was particularly eye-catching in the dim-colored heaven and earth. He came bouncing along dragging his sword like that. The Moon family says he never sets foot outside the frontier. The Lord General's eyes stared at him, clearly a madman. Yet there is an unspeakable oppression. Why out of town? It's still over 100 miles from the lone city. The sudden and bizarre move had dismantled the strategy he had laid out. Formation. The Lord General gritted his teeth and bellowed angrily, and the knights of the sky god stationed their swords and carried their crossbows and held their spears and shields. Everyone's eyes were rounded, and Mori arranged himself in a huge square formation, a living party of flesh and blood barriers. The wind was howling, and the atmosphere of the battlefield was as stiff as iron, like the surface of a freshly frozen lake. Once caved in, you have to drown. The white-haired man hummed a nursery rhyme and jumped around like a child in the yellow sand. That he was oblivious to his surroundings. He saw it, and as long as it didn't destroy his home, it was none of his business. 1,000 celestial knights' hearts stopped, twisting their heads with difficulty as they watched Hanu pass by. What a ridiculous scene this is. They've got 100 kills brewing in their heads, and a silent prayer that they'll survive that, even chanting that I am sorry for my wife and daughter. Who knows? Just walk by as if nothing happened. General Allen. What to do? The knight carrying the flag asked in a low voice. The Lord General's face was numb as he stumbled through emotions from creeped out to overwhelmed. What the hell? I'm all set for last words. At this point, the white-haired man turned back suddenly, his eyes clear as he looked around the army and smiled. "Turn around and stop walking, or I'll kill you all and drink your blood." "Do it!" Alan suddenly bellowed, reined in his horse, and hissed to the sky, "Defend the honor of the Knights of the Sky God, and whoever can slay Hanu will be rewarded by the coronet with a special abyssal seat. Take the shame for the Empire and kill." Worthy of the First Iron Army, the knights charged valiantly and fearlessly, each armed and the foremost halberd rider stood directly on the back of his horse. Sick. Gu Chang'an flicked his fingers against the scabbard. He just wanted to watch it snow. Pust. Before he could draw his sword, the halberd pierced through his arm and his brand new red robe was bloody again. Kill, kill. The charging knight swung his arm in a vigorous manner, but before he could get excited for a moment, his halberd was broken right off. The terrifying force of the recoil caused him to fall from the horse's back and be trampled by the unstoppable hooves. Quite strong, Gu Chang'an urged with an expressionless face. "But I want to see the snow, so don't delay." He allowed the halberd arrow to miss nailing his body, and in a flash he drew his bloody sword and a dense slaughtering aura enveloped this heaven and earth, and a sinful and cruel sword net instantly drooped down. With only 1,000 men, the battle lasted most of the day, and towards the end of the night, with the full moon high in the sky, battlefield fighting only left miserable wailing, corpses everywhere, blood gurgling. Amidst the moonlight, less than 70 remnants of the honor-filled Knights of the Sky God remained. Lord General Alan's arm was severed and one eye cauterized with a bloody hole. Their fighting spirit was completely crushed, and they hissed and hissed and hissed, fleeing the brutal slaughterhouse on horseback. At first, they mocked the U-clan's bruisers as pewter spearheads, but now that they've fought in person, it was only then that I deeply understood how a lone city could stand firm for 63 years. That's the monster. Heart is broken, and he swings his sword as if nothing had happened, and if he had not crushed his head, I can't die anyhow. Gu Chang'an's blood flowed like a spring all over his body, and he was a bit sorry that, the kind of regret that lets the prey run away a split second before the bow is fired. As long as he wasn't in the house, he didn't bother to pursue, not to mention that the snow was about to land. Hunch signs are certainly not wrong. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with dark clouds and goosefeather snow fell down from the sky. It stops at 10 miles square again. Gu Chang'an didn't know what a broken realm was. He just felt like he could enjoy the snow again. Then I wanted to go to the place where I saw snow last time, but I didn't expect the snow to come halfway. Suddenly heaven and earth burst open. Thunder rolled in the sky, and a blizzard of white snow gushed down from the sky. A huge dragon condensed with chi roamed the white heaven and earth. It's so beautiful. Gu Chang'an opened his arms, the snow washing away the blood from his body. The flow ground is again covered with snow. He built a few snowmen and waited for the snow and ice to melt before chanting away. The strong stench of corpses greeted us on the howling north wind. It made the old woman with the silver threads almost choke over, her wrinkled face filled with shock. "It's full of barbarian corpses, Knights of the Sky God. Is that you guys?" Li Run muttered. She ran into dozens of fleeing disabled knights on the road, and it took an hour of hard work to eliminate them. And here, thousands of them. "Where is Anxi?" She looked out over the pale desert, the pervasive color of blood obscuring her vision. 6,000 miles away. She's actually lost her way, and her decades-old maps of Anxi have long since expired. The territory is unpredictable, but at the choke point where everyone must pass through, the Gobi Beach monument is engraved with the Qin seal script. It's still the rarest of stone drum texts. It would not be recognizable to anyone in the Central Plains who has not studied the culture of the typeface. She came from a royal family and had been taught by the imperial master when she was young and happened to know. The engraver said his name was Lu Shang. I wonder if he'll die in the Miles Desert. Please be sure to travel to the city of Turtle Bay and see the Anxi British souls in the city. The orientation is this. Li Run instantly understood everything. National luck. Gao Chowan. And the portrait man. Thoughts turning back. The silver-haired old woman continued to travel in the air along her bearing. Late at night 3 days, her heart burst of cold and sour. Standing in the yellow sand dare not advance half a step. The long-faded Tang banner is lazily curled up in solitude. In fact, the great Tang standard flag had long been replaced by dozens of poles, but she instantly burst into hot tears. 64 years ago, the 8th Anxi Regiment marched out, and when she was a young girl, just stand in the crowd and admire the valor of the great Tang Iron Army. It's this banner. It is it. The old woman's heart convulsed, and pain pervaded her whole body, as if the years had not passed, and, as she had done 64 years ago, she looked at the banner in silence. At the time she was laughing, but now she was in tears. The vicissitudes of decades ago have turned everything upside down. The only thing that remains the same is that this flag is still fluttering in the wind. Get lost and don't come any closer. An emotionless voice emanated from the distance, drifting far away on the night wind. Li Ren wiped away her tears and hung back to walk inside the standard flag, but the scene in front of her eyes, it completely shook her out of her voice. She had never seen such a dismal city, the walls covered with thick bursts of bloodstains. Outside the city stretches a blood-colored abyss, with the smell of decay everywhere, and with every step you can step on broken limbs that have not yet been burned cleanly, as well as the skull. It's not the dreaded graveyard of hell. It is a magnificent sight to behold. At the head of the city, a red figure stood, vaguely a stone figurine withering statue, just alone. At this moment, Li Ren could no longer control his emotions and stood on the land that morning swept her away in an instant. The Anxi army, which has stood firm for a full 63 years, come into my house and you will die a horrible death. The bloody sword was in the air, and the red-robed man descended along the city wall, his sword power cascading down and the killing chi instantly chopped out. The old woman launched her palm to fend it off, but it still shook her back a few steps, and she didn't hesitate for half a second to prostrate and kneel to the lone city. Chadan, Chadan! A hysterical roar of filial piety rang out from the city, and Carpenter Chin nearly shouted himself hoarse. He and little Luo Yang rotate their guards every day, just for fear that Chang'an will accidentally hurt a visitor from the Central Plains. It would not be a barbarian act for the visitor to kneel and go forward. The familiar voice made Gu Chang'an twist his head to look, but he didn't confiscate the blood sword. Chin Carpenter ran down the steps of a high building, and, owing to his limp, accidentally fell. He struggled to get up and rang the little bell, and the young boy sleeping next door awoke with a start, came out, picked up his grandfather and ran to the city gates. Quickly, dig out the peach blossoms. Chin Carpenter still remembers Chang'an's repeated reminders before the crazy fall. Peach blossoms not nourished by the power of heaven and earth were easily plucked out by the young boy. There were only a few clusters of bright red petals on it. Chadan, look at this! Chin Carpenter shouted. The red-robed man followed the sound and looked at the peach blossoms that were getting closer and closer, as if he had seen a soul to hold on to. A brief moment of clarity was actually restored as his head exploded with tearing pain. He looked to the old woman with a mournful face, and after a long silence, he said softly, "Don't kneel." Heaven and earth were silent. Li Ren was unmoved, and continued to walk slowly on his knees to the city gates. In fact, when she saw the inscription on the tablet left by Lu Shang, she guessed that the Great Tang territory was still there. He had no thought of kneeling, but when he saw the devastated walls with his own eyes, she couldn't help but kneel when she suddenly saw one of the Anxi martyrs die with a smile on their faces. The city gates opened wide, and Carpenter Chin and little Luo Yang forcefully ran to help him up. Where? Little Luo Yang asked sharply, looking at the gleam in the eyes of the skinny child. The old woman choked. The Great Tang Li family. How come you're here alone again? Little Luo Yang suddenly sat on the ground and hugged his head and cried. Li Ren released the colorful pigeons between his sleeves, and the colorful pigeons fluttered their wings and landed on the watchtower fence. Gu Chanan's temples ached, and this sharp pain seemed to be cutting into the soul. He forced himself to hold back and asked aloud while he was awake. The mountains and rivers are unharmed? The old woman looked up, wriggling her lips with difficulty, and she saw a head full of gray hair that, a lone brave man in red robes and the only man in the world who created his own chakra. The mountains and rivers are unharmed. She shuddered. Are the people well? The country is at peace. Gu Chang'an smiled and whispered, "You lied to me, but thank you for lying to me or I'd be really upset. I hope that joyful songs will replace lamentations in the Middle Kingdom, and that wellness will replace afflictions." He finished and kept staring at the peach blossom petals in Grandpa Chin's arms. His name is Gu Chahan. Without this bitter boy, the city would have been lost long ago. 10,000 barbarian dogs attack the city. The boundless cannot see the edge. You guess what? Chang'an with a sword to kill out. All beheaded. Here, you've passed the flag. And he's helped open up 20 miles of territory for the Great Tang. And many barbarian dogs that could fly came over and all died and burned. Chin Carpenter rambled on, as if he wanted to finish in one breath. But about the Anxi army, the story of Shang'an is too long. The old woman was in tears. And why the country's fortunes had skyrocketed because someone was in a desperate situation surrounded by 10,000 troops. It'll also help Great Tang to expand its territory. A steady stream of armies, countless sect masters and even pathfinders. How could he continue to hold the lamp? I'll write it down. Her voice was an extremely hoarse sob, and she took pen and paper from between her sleeves. Good. Chin Carpenter did not tell the story of the 20,000 Anxi army, just from the kids who like to wear white robes. Chang'an alone is the whole of Anxi, wearing white robes every day and having them tailored to fit. The little 6-year-old kid used to hang around at the top of town bragging about it. He's a delightful man. He's never read a book and he knows how to recite poetry. When he was 7, carry a machete to a barbarian. jump up and out of reach. The old woman was writing furiously, thinking of the comical spectacle of a childish boy jumping up and hacking at the. It washes away the sadness. But little by little, as the children in the story killed more and more barbarians, and did not recite poetry, not as cheerful as usual either. He just likes to drink with his grandpas at the head of town. Li Ren's fingers stiffened, but did not dare to pen. Hard-pursed lips, continue to write. He was only 11 years old when the barbarians began to persuade him to surrender. I remember the day he hid in the alleyway and cried. The old man asked him what was wrong and he said it hurt. Rolled up his sleeve. His arm was pierced, his bones were shattered to cinders, and all he said was that it hurt. At the age of 13, he had already begun to take on 100 barbarians all by himself. No, it was that corner of the rampart where he was covered with barbarian corpses, and the old men, pale with fear, plowing and suddenly a middle finger came up at the top, and Chang'an laughed out loud. Fooled you guys, didn't I? Li Ren's heart convulsed violently, leaning against the city gates without moving, no longer able to write. That's just the story of the pre-13 years, there's still the latter decade to go. She stabbed her shoulder with her inner strength, and the pain caused her to maintain her emotions as she picked up a pen and paper to write in death. Listening and writing, not keeping it in your mind. At dawn, Li Ren was lying under the city gate as if his bones had been broken, his eyes empty and lifeless. What a cruel and desperate 23 years she had heard. Too desperate and miserable to live as a human being. Such an astonishing genius. Why should I sink in hell? This letter paper will be sent back to Chang'an, and will completely infect the whole land of the divine continent. Even the hard-hearted and wicked must weep. One day of living the life of Gu Chang'an, and he might go crazy and kill himself. And this man. It was repeated for 23 years and 8,000 days and nights. Go. A giggle came from the city, and the clear-eyed older child prodded. Li Ren mumbled and called out to the colorful pigeon, folded the rice paper and tied it to the pigeon's leg, and the pigeon rushed up to the sky, flying at incredible speeds in an easterly direction. My duty is accomplished, and the story of Gu Chang'an will surely spread throughout the central plains of China. Old me will stay. Her old eyes were red and resonant. Gene Carpenter shrugged his head and waved his hand sagely. Go away or Chang'an will kill you. Li Ren was in pain as she stared blankly at the watchtower. I didn't wander off. I've been a good housekeeper, and I ran out once because I was watching the snow. Gu Chang'an explained like a child who made a mistake. Li Ren twisted her head away, her face trembling at the words, and she resolutely stepped out of the lonely city borderlands. It shouldn't have been her who picked up Gu Chang'an to return to the central plains, and it couldn't have been her who picked up the ashes of the Anxi British souls. It is time for all the learned men and women of the divine continent to summon the courage to set foot in the West, and, in an astonishing manner, to pick up this miserable child and bring him back to the Middle Kingdom. This day is not far away. Don't come to my house again or I'll kill you. Gu Chang'an leapt down from the watchtower and seemed to be on stalking duty, afraid that Li Ren would wander back in front of the house. Only after making sure she was far away did Gu Chang'an walk back with satisfaction. Li Ren turned back with tears in her eyes, eyed the lonely back, watched the easy, cheerful pace of the. It seemed to tell her silently with its back, I'm okay with it. At noon, everything in Datang looked no different from the usual. The sun is still bright and shining, and the sky is still clear and blue. A group of dozens of people stood at the bottom of Chang'an City, looking up at this rich and graceful imperial capital of the great Tang dynasty. With a pilgrim gaze, Lu Shan gently caressed a brick wall at the edge of the city. He looked toward the rows of blooming peonies, and the acacias and elms planted along the 4 streets of. It is green and quiet. How? The youth beside him, who was around 30 years old and had an elegant appearance, asked softly. He is none other than the descendant of Sun Simiao, the king of medicine. Facing the crumbling land of Shenzhou, he was disheartened by the fact that his medical skills could not save the children of the Yellow Emperor, and he retired to Zhongnan Mountain. But when he received the news from His Majesty in Beiliang, without a moment's hesitation, he decided to go out, miles of desert to climb out of the Yumen Pass, just to fulfill his mission. This man had in him a spirituality that was desperately needed on the divine continent. Lu Shan looked into the faces of every man, woman and child in the city and sighed heavily. Hot tears gushed silently from his eyes. Not the Chang'an of his fantasies, the Chang'an of his dreams, where the faces of the people are all proud. It comes with the pride and reserve of the nations. But now, seemingly knowing what he was thinking, Su Ting was silent for a moment. Into the city. P.S. There are still 10,000 plus words to go tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Code now. Stay up all night for the liver. Regardless of the score, I'm sure I'll be writing 30k within 24 hours of hitting the shelves. So please, 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 please. Chapter 32, The Empress tears up. The Golden Palace cries out, thanks to the ordinary happy allies. the bells of the pilgrimage will ring. Lu Shang stood in the imposing square, looking up at the lofty and magnificent golden palace. 63 years after he walked on behalf of the Anxi souls. Enter. Su Ting spoke softly, his gait steady as he stepped onto the white jade steps. Lu Shang took a deep breath and followed close behind. Inside the golden palace, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. The empress was dressed in dragon robes and a crown of gun, her exquisite and stunning cheeks devoid of emotional fluctuations. The civil and military officials stood with their waddles, exchanged glances with each other, and the emperor of northern Liang visited for no reason. And it is difficult to distinguish between good and evil. With his honorable status, what is worth a personal trip? When the old man with graying temples and deep-set eyes stepped into the court hall, the courtiers suddenly fell silent. Just by opening your mouth, you can analyze the attitude. This is the imperial power orthodoxy. In accordance with etiquette, Su Ting must also be from the low head. The tension in the court hall was at its peak. A prolonged silence. Greetings to the Son of Heaven. Su Ting bowed slightly, point blank, as if the taut bowstring suddenly loosened. The civil and military officials sweated. The atmosphere in the hall eased a lot. Give the seat. The empress nodded her delicate chin. No. Su Ting was unwilling to waste time on red tape and directly picked out his intentions. Does the Litang community still remember the Anxi army that guarded the western regions? The cacophony ended abruptly as the words left his mouth. The ministers were shocked and subconsciously looked at the restrained and helpless Lu Shang. Despite the fact that for the past 63 years, even historians have capped the "I do not know the survival of" a few 4 words. The story of the lonely western region will be forever dusty. But the afterlife didn't forget. The empress quietly gazed out of the temple, the sky turning inside her as she spoke decisively. I dare not forget for a moment that the Litang community is ashamed of Anxi. It seemed close to the truth. In fact, she had guessed that otherwise, Li Ren would not have been appointed to travel to the west with the colored pigeons. But in the center of the court, no courtier believed in her. To be precise, no one believed in miracles. Su Ting nodded his head, giving Lu Shang an encouraging look, and then tended to take half a step back sideways. Leave the stage to the legendary stalwart who climbed out of the west. Facing countless gazes, Lu Shang bowed his head and dared not force himself to look at him. But on second thought, is it not for the sake of standing squarely in the center of the Tang dynasty that the city has stood firm for 63 years? He straightened his back menacingly, and tried to pronounce, through his teeth and lips, "The." But even with his bloodshot eyes, he could only utter "Abba. I'm so useless. Sun Yatcher has obviously taught me many times. I practice day and night. Why can't I do it?" The golden palace was dead silent. Even the dripping sound of the leaky carving in the palace was clearly audible. The ministers were silenced, as if they were all waiting for an unprecedented miracle. Lu Shang wriggled his throat, and in one effort, finally made a broken sound. The Anxi army has not dishonored its mission and has not lost an inch of ground. He was in tears when he finished speaking. For these words, more than 20,000 heroic souls of Anxi were martyred in martyrdom. None of them begged to surrender, and their gray hair could not hold their lances, but they also had to hold on to the central plains. Boom! The civil and military officials stiffened, and closed their eyes tightly, but it seemed as if the dike had been shattered in one blow. The river came crashing down in a torrent. Some people paused to weep. Not an inch of land has been lost. These 4 words are so simple that a child in private school can pronounce them, but they are so heavy. Under what desperate circumstances did the Anzacs not lose an inch of ground? Being in the hinterland of the barbarians, with no reinforcements for 63 years, the desolate and withered desert saw no hope, and not even a wisp of the central plains breeze could blow through. Endless darkness. There is still a group of people who are faithfully carrying out the mission of expanding the frontier given to them during the heyday of the Tang dynasty. Year after year, day after day, the empress clenched her 10 fingers, knuckles all pinched white, forcibly pressing down her emotions. Trembling voice, majestic and awe-inspiring. You have not failed the Middle Kingdom, it is the Middle Kingdom that has failed you. She had a lump in her throat and seemed to want to say something else, but nothing came out. Perhaps there was an expectation that there would be descendants of the ancien regime surviving, but never that the frontier would remain. What kind of mind-blowing death-defying defense is that? The eyes of the civil and military officials were red, and the long-experienced military generals even kept wiping their tears. More desperate than death on the battlefield is hopelessness. As the body dies, so does the spirit, and the soul is resolute. So is the ghost. The chancellor choked in court. Every bit of dirt and gravel in the lone city is a miracle. An impenetrable faith. Steep. 63 years ago, my father is serving up the expedition bracing wine. At the point of the general's platform a green-robed official's lips trembled, and he ran out of the court hall at a fast pace. Father, You finally waited. The dynasty is full of pathos. And in the silent repression, Su Ting said in a hoarse voice, 22,373 generals of Anxi were martyred one after another, and none of them begged to surrender. There is only one man left to defend the city, except for the old and disabled women and children in the city. His name is Gu Chahan. The ministers' breath caught in their throats, and it was no longer possible to contain their emotions, so they mourned and wept. Despair is not a matter of 20,000 dead, but a matter of one dead. Happens 20,000 times, one by one. The people around us were dwindling. What had been 20,000 gradually becoming 2,000. The 200. No one wants to go home, but if they fall, they lose their country. They went to their deaths, shedding the last drop of their blood, guarding the territory of the Great Tang, more than the spirit of the Great Chinese. There are no reinforcements, no countermeasures, not even a single letter can be sent back to the hometown. It's just too hard to hold on like that. You are the last glory of Shangtang. The empress's voice trembled, and the corners of her mouth tasted a hint of salty bitterness that, only then did I realize I was in tears. She wants to reward the souls of the Anxi heroes. She wants to build a shrine of loyalty in Chang'an. But until then, she must do something for the community. The sun and the moon, take the last guard home. Your Majesty. The green-robed official returned to the court hall and assisted the trembling old man, who was as thin as a bone. In his arms, he held the soil-stained wine jar. Wei Lyric Han, 63 years ago, served the wine for the expedition at the point of view. Hot tears flowed from the old man's furrowed face. It is often said that there is a beginning and an end, and when the Anxi army returned to Chang'an, he still had to serve the wine, but he waited long years. His memories molded lakes, but he didn't wait for that garrison. Wei Wenzihan pushed his son away and stood up with difficulty, just as he did when he was 27 years old. Standing on the general's platform, tremblingly, he looked toward the imposing Great Tang Iron Army. The old man slowly raised the wine altar above his head, long overdue, but finally able to fulfill his mission. His old eyes were cloudy and he tried to look solemn, but he choked. Welcome the king's master in triumph. In an instant, the ministers burst into tears. Lu Shang clenched his fists tightly and, how one wishes this scene had happened 60 years ago. He looked to the old man and gently walked over to him. Have you ever fallen to the might of the Central Plains? Wei Xinhan was in tears. Lu Shang hissed with difficulty in his voice. Not yet. May I be ashamed of the gods? No shame. Wei Lyric Han smiled and handed the wine altar over. Drinks on the house. Lu Shang's eyes are red, holding the wine but not opening the altar. He is not qualified to drink all the triumphant wine for the Anxi heroic souls. What you can drink is Longan. Your Majesty, the grasshopper Vu Ke, but please, bring the ashes of the Anxi heroic souls back to Chang'an. Wei Lyric Han prostrated himself on his knees, his voice in tears. He's dying. He's afraid that Chinese civilization will be buried at the hands of barbarians. He was more afraid that the people of the Central Plains would be wantonly slaughtered by the foreigners, and the divine continent could not die. In times of upheaval and confusion, the spiritual candle of the Anzacs is so needed that it takes the crest of a nation that can still fight in desperate times. Please rise. The Empress gestured for the imperial historian in front of the temple to go and help the old man up, and firmly said, I hereby swear that the Great Tang will definitely go to the west. The ministers gradually calmed down their sadness and also clarified the intention of Northern Liang Su Ting's visit. He underestimates His Majesty. It seems to want to invisibly force Datang to take a stand in this way, but what he doesn't know is that a year ago, His Majesty issued a decree to send 10,000 elite to the west was rejected by the court. But now, the civil and military officials had only one thought in their minds. Must go. Receive back the ashes of Anxi, receive back Chang'an, and receive back the torch of the most tenacious will of the Middle Kingdom. The fire started a prairie fire, awakening the sleeping land of God's continent and burning the blood of the living people. Time to stand up. We've had thousands of years of history. We've had so many ups and downs. Even if you are now facing certain death, you must have the courage to be righteous. The Middle Kingdom cannot die. Su Ting's face was like a flat lake, and there was an imperceptible color of relief in the depths of his eyes. After all, Datang is still the orthodoxy of the divine continent. If it refuses, it will really chill the hearts of the world. Burial of this glimmer of hope for good. Fortunately, the Empress was not one of the previous straw emperors. After holding back for so long, it's time to fight with the barbarians in the west. Sudden, the eunuch Semi-Yin and Yang voice suddenly came from outside the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, the staff of Folding Lan Su in the desert north requests an audience. The civil and military officials wiped their tear stains, and a hint of doubt swept across their reddened eyes. Barbarians? Desert Folding Lan Su is at least a third-ranking officer of the barbarian state, and he has pacified the 3,000 miles of territory in the northern part of the desert. It was impossible for Nakahara not to know this man, declare the Empress intoned. A few moments later, a hooded, blue-eyed scribe respectfully entered the hall. He was ordered by His Eminence to lurk in Chang'an City long ago, and today, when he heard that the Emperor of Northern Liang had entered the capital alone, then he guessed that the lone city of the West was exposed. Take this opportunity to surrender just in time. The curator noted the eyes of abhorrence, and the undercurrent of anger that. Then he hurriedly thought of disarming the hatred. Gu Chang'an is still alive. When the words fell, the civil and military officials were relieved. They were too afraid of that man's fall. Lu Shan cried as he smiled and laughed. He made the promise he made outside the city, and he did it. Chang'an didn't default either. The 5 fingers of the Empress hidden in the sleeves of her robe clenched tightly, and then suddenly loosened as if giving vent to her excitement. Shogun saw that the hostility of the Golden Palace was cut down, and he simply prostrated himself and cried out in a loud voice, "Your Honorable Great Tang Majesty, my lord would like to lead 13,000 elites and surrender all of them to the Great Tang community." Boom! No less than thunder rolls from the sky. The civil and military officials were shocked and subconsciously felt that there was a fraud. The fact that the barbarians are angry and the divine kingdom is getting weaker is a fact of the age, no matter how much it is denied. How many of the soft bones of the Central Plains have defected to the barbarians? But no high official of the barbarians has ever begged for surrender to the divine kingdom. Moreover, it was a feudal official with military power in his hands. Ridiculous. The sky's the limit. A barbarian dog who dares to tease the center of the Great Tang may be beheaded. Dangerous. The Empress's joy was extinguished, and her absolutely beautiful jade cheeks quickly paled. The sacred city is thunderously angry. My lord's 9 clans have all been executed. I implore the Great Tang to give a way out. The handlers were pained and saddened. If we were not at the end of our rope, would we not want to be the laughingstock of the Empire's pillar of shame? The power gap between the two civilizations is too great to defect to the doomed Middle Kingdom. Not to say it's not stupid. The Golden Palace was silent. The group of ministers' hearts stopped abruptly. Their forehead veins blossomed one by one, and eventually a sense of powerlessness swept through their bodies. Folding Lan Su was once the sanctioner of the 7,000 miles of the western regions. So what kind of sins did he commit to get his 9 clans put to death? Afraid to think. Afraid to think. The man who doesn't take a step back in the darkness may have to face the entire barbarian nation alone. Please, ask His Majesty the Great Tang to give a chance. The staffer's face was bashful and hot, and he said in a low voice. The Empress didn't make a statement, just stared at him for an instant. Have you met Gu Chahan? The shogun was suddenly silent, and the bloody scenes of the desert came back to his mind, when he had accompanied His Holiness on the sidelines. Gu Chang'an's stance was deeply imprinted in his soul. Daegdan definitely wants to hear it, so let's talk about it. Lift the temple and be quiet. The staffer adjusted his emotions and pontificated. 3 years ago, when the old hag had just assumed the office of sanctioner, and Your Honor had personally marched on the city of Turtles, led 4,000 lunar elites, he skimmed over His Eminence's proclivities. But the civil and military officials are not so easy to be fooled. A royal historian coldly asked. The Western sanctioner should be Folding Lan Su. The shogun felt humiliated that this group of people knew what they were doing, and hesitated for a long time before sighing. The lord feared Gu Chang'an and decided to step down, leaving the mess to the old hag. The Golden Palace was plunged into boundless silence. The ministers' jaws were agape, and the bottom of their eyes was thick with shock. Folan Su was one step short of being a giant of judgment at the barbarian roundtable, but preferred to lose his power. Flee the west as well. Why? The Empress was expressionless, pursing her red lips tightly. The shogun's head was spinning. Was it fun to expose scars like that? Cause and effect that even a child can understand, but pretend to be a lake. What he doesn't realize is that for the man who carries the glory of China all by himself, Daegdan wants to be well informed about every deed. Let's just say the old hag Yu Jiling. The staffer vetoed. It was really hard to say. Not waiting for a response from the courtroom, he said quickly. Outside the city, 4,000 elites were in full vigor, and the solitary city, spotted and dilapidated. There is only one white-robed figure. In that desperate situation, do any of you still have the courage to fight? The military-honored general shuddered. When they walk along the road and the crowds of people come crowding in, they all feel the heavy pressure of the, not to mention 4,000 elite men in armor and arms. They absolutely doubled over, not in self-deprecation, but in self-aggrandizement. It is a great courage just to tremble, to analyze oneself in depth. The lowering of the flag may have been erected long ago. The staffer's face tensed and his voice trailed off. But what did Gu Chang'an do? He's beating the drum. The drums are beating loudly. and it is clear that there is only one man, but he is shouting Anxi army. Follow me to the death. The ministers were shocked, although they knew that Gu Chang'an had survived in the end. But at the moment the heart was beating violently along with it. He slowly walked out of the city gates carrying the standard flag. And that image was truly earth-shattering. The military formation advanced, and 300 arrows missed in unison at Gu Chang'an, who was like a hedgehog that, it's dripping with blood. The empress's chest sank as if a million arrows were piercing her heart, and she grasped the armrests of the imperial seat with a death grip. Gu Chang'an is still standing. He can't kneel down. Even the great Tang flag hasn't fallen. Who's scared? 4,000 bruisers. They were surprised in a moment to shy away from battle, and bloodstained figures came forward with, swinging the long sword. The staffer's voice was hoarse as he recounted the battle. After all, he had experienced it firsthand and seen any of the details. The hall was full of coldness, as if it were an ice cave. Hearing that Gu Chang'an's small abdomen had been cut open with a knife and her intestines had been amputated, the ministers were creeped out, tears in his eyes again. You're all alone. Will you surrender? Gu Chang'an got braver and braver, exploding into an unprecedented killing spree. And in that moment, I really thought he wasn't flesh and blood. The curate's limbs stiffened and his lips trembled slightly, unwilling to recall the brutal scene. The civil and military officials died holding the imperial tablet. Their hearts were like knives. The knife seemed to cut in their hearts. Teardrops came out of the empress' eyes, her delicate cheeks pale and bloodless, and she had no doubt about the authenticity. Gu Chang'an was the only wizard ever to create his own chi machine, but he hurts too. Gu Chang'an never frowned. Only when he killed people he often looked back, and the military formation was in chaos. One by one, the elite fell to the sword as he went on a slaughter spree. It's just a bloodbath, and I even suspect he'll kill until the ocean breaks. Su Ting's face twitched at his words. Why did you turn around? Because he's in pain, he's tired, and he wants to get it over with. But the frontier behind him is telling him silently, look at me. Can you rest? Gu Chang'an stood tall, with more than 1,000 wounds all over his body, and he let out a sardonic laugh. Isn't there a single brute dog to cut off my head? No, it's all densely packed corpses, and miserable wailing. He walked back trembling, carrying the bloodstained banner over his shoulder and staring viciously at the distant carriage. The Lord had a season of heart afterwards, and said it was a look he had never seen before, and so powerful. It's so lonely, too. The shogun took a deep breath and uttered the line that still shook him to this day. Gu Chang'an planted his banner half a mile outside the city and looked up at the sky. With blood dripping from his hair all over his face, he threw his voice and said, Gu Chang'an, the last soldier of the Anxi army of the Great Tang, hereby takes the heads of 4,000 enemy soldiers. Consolation to God, the community, the sun and the moon. Today, open the border, opening the frontier. The voice stirred in the Golden Hall. The blood in the civil and military officials flowed at an incredible speed. It seems to boil and burn in an instant. No wonder it helps to raise the country. The chancellor's old tears and nourishes unprecedented bravado. After decades, the Great Tang territory has shrunk to 3 states, and the self-proclaimed heroes and generals. Who can pioneer for the community? No one. It is amazing that no one in the Great Dynasty could achieve this feat. And in the unchallenged West, one man, one sword, to the humiliation of the Tang dynasty to bring the long-disappointed glory. The old hag was cloaked in fear, and before she went out on her journey she swore an oath, to crush and chop Gu Chang'an into 1,000 pieces of meat. But now, scatter your legs and run. You guys are the ones who don't know that old witches can still be fit as a fiddle. The handlers embellished it slightly. It was actually the Lord who ran the fastest, but the old hag did run for her life. The ministers inwardly set off waves of shock. Did not witness, is really the regret of this life. Gu Chang'an, with a feat of pugnacity, it became an extremely shining one among the countless heroes that emerged from the long history of the divine continent. Radiant. You guys also thought this was Gu Chang'an's limit, right? Although I went with the Lord to the desert north, I am always keeping an eye on the movements in the western region. The old hag is determined to wipe the slate clean, and guess how many soldiers she has with her? The curator, seeing the excitement of the group, also sold a little. 7,000? Li Deyu, the Minister of War, felt that it was too much when he finished. Oh, 12,000. As well as 3 Grand Masters. There's also the most powerful weapon in the empire, which the Emperor of Northern Liang should know best. The shogun intoned that the battle had destroyed the old hag and brought the old Huyin piker into the abyss. The hall was silent. 12,000. The courtiers are muddled, are horrified and heartfelt, are proud and heartbroken. All sorts of emotions are intertwined. Su Ting's thick ink-like brows were tightly furrowed, recalling the giant net of crows that the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms met in the battlefield of Western Shu, capable of obscuring the chi of heaven and earth. like a Tarzan straddling the top of their heads. Li Ping's magician was able to divine the portrait precisely because Gu Chang'an had opened up another 20 miles of territory for the Great Tang. Directly stir up the abyssal qi. The curate's words were brief and concise, and the omission spoke for itself. The civil and military officials were silent. He won. He ended up winning a battle that was so amazing that the most horrific monument to war in the history of the world was created. Magnificent. An official's blood boiled and he hissed and roared filial piety. But his voice was particularly shrill in the silence of the court hall. The ministers mourned, but they did not see to concur. Slaughtering 4,000 barbarian dogs with one's own strength. They were agitated and exhilarated. But when 10,000 troops are buried outside the lone city, when the Great Tang flag is planted 20 miles into the frontier, they felt intense pain. Yes, Gu Chang'an is too pitiful. Just staying alive is already a strain on him, isn't it? The shogun sighed tersely. He rubbed his eyes and felt a sense of amusement in his mind that the empire was clearly the victim of how he was touched. On the night of the rout, the old witch sent an assassin to take advantage of the opportunity to behead Gu Chang'an. Do you know what the assassin saw? A figure covered in blood, patrolling back and forth across the city, just shaking and walking and walking. The hot tears in the empress's chest went straight up to her throat, and she swallowed hard but to no avail. When the emotions built up to a certain point, she was completely out of control. A suppressed cry came from the throne. Lip thought she was so strong inside that she couldn't be shaken, but with just one word, just let her sob in public. The ministers were even worse, and the long-experienced martial artists all cried like a child. You've only finished killing over 10,000 barbarians today. You're covered in cuts. You're cracking all over. Can't you rest? Even for one night. Lu Shang cones and drinks and weeps. He hates that he is too weak. He hates that he cannot fight side by side with Chang'an. The Anxi British souls were bitter. But 60 years of suffering didn't even compare to every day that Chang'an experienced. With all due respect, you are all worms. Abruptly, the curate rose to his feet, wondering where he had gotten the courage to. Perhaps simply as a matter of human conscience. What did Gu Chang'an do wrong? Does he wish to be born in the lonely city? Does he wish to take over the burden of defending the city? If he surrenders to the empire, he will shine like a brilliant sun, and he will be baptized into the new world. He can either become the first general of the empire, or he can idly pursue a sword to open the gates of heaven. He has the gift of transcending longevity. Just because you have Chinese blood in your veins, you deserve to walk through hell alone with your teeth clenched? The shogun regretted it when he finished speaking. What was he doing, acting like a hero? Calling out others as in the center of the Great Tang. But the Golden Palace is dead silent. Only intermittent choking sound seems to be in default. Yes, who among the ministers has the face to retort? Try to change places. Can they hold out for a day in the lonely city? The Middle Kingdom, the nations, the responsibilities, the frontiers have become a chain. Hoop a stunning man up so tightly that he suffers and begs to die instead of being able to. But it is precisely because of Gu Chang'an that the Lord sees hope for the Central Plains to regain its glory. Loyalty and iron bones knocking on the earth of the divine continent will surely reverberate with a clanging sound. And the liver, gall, and blood will envelop the Central Plains anew. The curator spoke without a moment's hesitation, and it was from the bottom of his lungs. Since he was determined to surrender, he certainly hoped that the Central Plains would revive and rise. It will. The Empress' eyes reddened, murmuring a few times before she said firmly, I will go to the west myself and bring him home. The courtiers were silent. What Gu Chang'an did was not for the sake of His Majesty, the monarch, but for the entire Chinese nation. But since His Majesty is seated, it is an unquestionable mission to fetch him back. Su Ting looked serious and said in a deep voice, Then please ask the Son of Heaven to immediately spread the word to the land of the divine continent that those who are willing to go to the western regions to fight against the barbarians should come to Chang'an quickly. The Empress tilted her head back to calm her emotions. Today had been the most torturous and painful day she'd ever had. It was also a day of change and renewed hope. Seeing that no one in the court was looking at him, the staffer panicked and shouted, My generation of Chinese noble stomach cannot be committed to the barbaric species, the heavenly dynasty of the divine continent, with its flourishing civilization and its rituals and teachings, is above boner. The barbarian country is coarse and disdainful of allegiance. Besides, one must not forget one's roots. In the past, the folding lawn had the honor of being taught by the heavenly Khan. It's exactly the right time to serve your country. He was on tenterhooks, and once the Middle Kingdom did not accept the surrender, then the Lord would have no way out. If the Great Tang is tough, then try Baliang and Yuyan. But after all, in the days of the Great Tang, the Foldland tribe is indeed dogged and now surrendering is morally correct. The ministers were shocked that this man was so shameless as to abuse himself as a barbarian at every turn. These words had washed away the sadness of the Golden Hall. Welcome, a voice came from the throne. The shogun nodded heavily and bowed in thanks as if he had been pardoned. The civil and military officials were overwhelmed with emotion, and the begging of Folan Su was too historically significant. As the first barbarian to surrender to the Central Plains from the third rank, it will definitely hit the barbarians hard. With this and the other, the land of God's continent will surely have high fighting spirit, but it was all because of Gu Chahan. Without that lone brave man who held the torch high in the darkness, now Folan Su would still be the emperor of the western regions. Even the soldiers came to the Yumen Pass, bringing disaster to the people of northern Liang. Pass on my decree and prepare an edict. As soon as the empress's words fell, Pei Jingshu quickly walked into the golden palace with a piece of letter paper cupped in her hand. She walked over to Edward Dan and said in a voice that only two people could hear, "Your Majesty, the portrait man has been seen." The empress's eyes stared at the colorful pigeons that could leap 10,000 miles across the western region in 3 days. What Li Ren brought should be Gu Chang'an's recent situation. "Are you okay? Read it." She seemed afraid to look. Pei Jingshu pursed her lips and unfolded the rice paper. Except for a few creases, on it were dense words. "Your Majesty, I have seen Gu Chang'an." The golden palace was instantly quiet, and the civil and military officials held their breath. He was handsome, with clear eyes and a simple smile, like a rich boy from the water towns of Jiangnan. "I'm sorry," Pei Jingshu read softly and continued. "However, he was full of gray hair and he was crazy." The empress dug her nails into her palms until blood oozed out. The courtiers froze. "Are you crazy?" Pei Jingshu choked with tears in her eyes. "He told the old body that I didn't wander off, that I had been good and kept house." With a great mourning, Lu Shan covered his face with both hands and clenched his teeth. Tears fountained from his fingers. The hearts of the civil and military officials convulsed, and they actually had an urge to cover their ears, not daring to listen further. He only stays awake for a short time when he sees a peach blossom, but the old body clearly saw his hideous, twisted face. He was in too much pain when he was awake. He asked me if the mountains and rivers were safe. "Are the people well?" The old body deceived him, but he said he was so sad, that he would only keep his home, and none of it would save the lives of the Central Plains. The empress felt like she had been stabbed in the heart and was dripping blood. Numb with grief, he rambled on and on about wanting to kill himself yesterday and dying tomorrow, but not today. "I know in my old body that he will still be standing at the head of the city today, guarding the frontier like a withered statue. Tomorrow is a new day, and he can't do it all." The old body would like so much to say to him, "You've worked so hard, you could use a break." But how can the old body have the face to say this? He couldn't stay awake any longer and he told the old body to get out of his house. Pei Jingshu's voice was like a leaf trembling in the wind, slightly trembling and heavy with meaning. Even the shogun's nose was sore, and he took his sleeve to wipe the tears from his eyes. The Gu Chang'an in his heart was a killing demon, a cruel and horrible monster, strong enough to hold the tip of a sword against it even when the heavens are crumbling. But the Gu Chang'an of today is crazy and depraved like a child. Maybe the only way to stay happy and carefree in dark hell is to become a child. A plague struck down Gu Chang'an, who had clearly killed more than 10,000 barbarians. But why is there a plague taking the lives of loved ones in the city? Pei Jingshu twisted her head away, but the plain words abused her. The empress couldn't stop her tears. Her palms braced hard against the imperial eucalyptus. She couldn't imagine Gu Chang'an's despair. He smashed his soul into the central frontier. Su Ting tightly bowed his head. "A city hangs alone in a desert of 10,000 miles, and with every step my old self takes, I step on severed limbs and heads. The yellow sand is buried thick with rotting corpses, and he has tried very hard to burn and clean them up, but the barbarians die in one wave and come back in another, endlessly." I heard the young boy talk about how he used to see Brother Gu cry in secret, hiding in the graveyard forest caressing my parents' headstones and saying I'm so tired and worn out. But since the madness, Brother Gu has been talking to himself all day long, happy as can be. Listening to the weeping of Pei Tatsio, the ministers could no longer stand up, crouching in the court hall pounding the alabaster floor again and again. This letter was preceded by more fervor. In spite of their mourning, by the proud of the birth of a gaijin in the Middle Kingdom. What a selfish thought. It never seemed to occur to them that Gu Chang'an was willing to become a hero. Bloodbath, gaijin. One man and one sword always stand firm behind the frontier of the. It's the exhaustion of a child growing up. It's the helplessness of struggling in the depths. Go home. Take you home. You can't take much more. You should come to Shangan and live the life you want. Chapter 33. I personally asked for those 3 years, and the Empress carried the coffin to the battlefield, thanks to Rabbit Xiao Orange's ally, the Golden Palace. The atmosphere was that depressing and dead. There was a throbbing in the hearts of the group of ministers, and after the throbbing, there was boundless guilt. In the post-apocalyptic beacons of mountains and rivers crumbling, they are high in the temple and corpses are in the almost forgotten corners of the divine continent. A group of silent martyrs have always defended the soul of the great Chinese, without the sudden upsurge in national fortunes over the past few decades, and without Gao Chaowen's death in the West. They even question whether the man is real. But to hear Gu Chang'an falling madly in agony and despair, his soul adrift on a lonely frontier, they knew profoundly that it was not an omnipotent god, but a body of flesh and blood. It is precisely because it is a human being that it brings unparalleled shock and causes the hall to weep and grieve. The devilish monsters in the mouths of the barbarians were just ordinary people at first. What a cage guarding the frontier has driven him to. A brief silence passed in the court hall. Pei Jingshu's tears poured straight down. She wiped her tear tracks and looked at the rice paper and suddenly smiled. In fact, Gu Chang'an was very naughty when he was a child, and often teased the old white-headed pawns at the head of the city. One day was hanged by old Lady Gui in the city building to take the whip. That day the city full of old pawns. None of them do not make fun of bragging Chang'an as balls bloom. The empress' reddened eyes lit up slightly, and she couldn't help but conjure up a comical scene in her mind. Civilian and military officials mourn, but also some can not help it. For example, at the age of 13, he was alone against 100 barbarians, and was covered with barbarian corpses. The white-haired old pawn was so scared that he turned pale and plowed, and suddenly a middle finger came up at the top, and Chang'an laughed out loud. Fooled you guys, didn't he? When he was 20 years old, Chang'an said that Capricorn drum had passed on the flower, and now the branch of the flower had come into his hands. It's awesome to be alone in possession. And he said the city of Tortoise was sunny and quiet. A hoarse voice rang out from the temple. Pei Jingshu read without stifling in one breath, but her eyes were clearly brimming with tears again. The more tame and even light-hearted the writing, the more it abused her to the core. She drifted off as if she had witnessed the growth of a man. The young know too much too soon and try to find ways to make the old white-headed pawn happy. When I was a young man, I was so ambitious that I wanted to follow the example of Chun Xingji of the Southern Dynasty, who avoided the white robes with his thousands of soldiers and horses. He rushed towards the enemy without any hesitation, but he could not change the fact that his relatives passed away one after another. There is nothing more painful in this world than the parting of life and death, and a child brought up on 100 meals. How cruel is it for him to go through this every day? Don't read it. Suddenly, the choked voice of the empress came from the imperial throne. She dreaded entering the world of despair for the next 3 years, and her spirit could not be muddled, and she was going to be in the best shape possible for the Great Western War. I'm sorry, I don't even have the courage to listen. When we have received you back, when we have received the ashes of the Anxi heroes, when the Central Plains have crushed the barbarians in the West, it is only then that I am qualified to hear your details on behalf of the living. The empress murmured to herself. The ministers were heartbroken, and Li Ren did his best to avoid using a mournful tone. But they can't afford it anymore. Su Ting let out a long sigh. He boasted that he had a heart of stone, but when he heard the words "don't read it," and can't help but feel relieved. Yes, he was equally gutless. One man slaughtering 10,000 troops is enough to make the blood of the people of God's country boil. The heroic epic of the one-armed man in the darkness is also enough to awaken the faltering spirituality of the Middle Kingdom. Gu Chang'an gave everything, not to make the world think he was miserable and pitiful. Rather, the nation must be lifted up. Lift up your head and look straight at the exasperated barbarians. When the West is victorious, then the 3 years of dark and desperate struggles will be made known to the world. Let the people understand how hard it was to win. The man waited for this moment, has tasted all the suffering of the world. Pei Jingshu closed her eyes tightly, and when she suddenly opened them, she looked toward the very end of the rice paper. Don't dare to read the written accounts about the 3 years. Your Majesty, Li Ren says the letter paper has a compartment. She walked towards the imperial throne from the dandy. You transcribe it first, then drip ink and wash it again. The empress's voice was hoarse. Pei Jingshu's expression froze as she ended up watching. Silent for a moment, he paced to the side of the royal eucalyptus, flexed his pen, and transcribed the letter as it was written. She saw Gu Chang'an at her most desperate, with vile surrenders dancing for the barbarians to cheer them up, right where the heroic souls of Anxi have stood firm for 63 years. There was never a moment when Pei Jingshu felt that holding a pen was a kind of soul torment. It made her ache. Looking at the tearful and trembling Jingshu, the empress's eyes soured. She knew that those were the 3 most miserable years in the history of the brilliant youth. The Golden Palace is as dead silent as a tomb cellar. Not a single sound. Only Pei wait for the low sobbing that cannot be suppressed. Lu Shang clenched his fists tightly, his teeth clenched loudly. He had been praying for Chang'an to live. But what is the price of living? There. Pei Jingshu's eyes were red and swollen as she removed the thin paper from the compartment. On it was a dense crush of names in a pile. Gui Xin Metropolitan Protector, ancestral home of Huazhou, killed 71 barbarians and died a martyr's death in battle. Shang Paki, ancestor of Yangzhou, killed 29 barbarians. captured and not surrendered, died of torture. Gu Min, of Chang'an ancestry, killed the barbarian 9 and died in battle for his country. Your Majesty, the list of the Anxi souls of valor. She read a few sentences, her voice already hoarse and chaotic, surveying the household registers and rewarding the descendants of the Anxi young souls. The Empress did not hesitate, but there was a silence in the hall. It's been more than 60 years, and after several more chaotic reigns of emperors, the central plains are falling apart. It's hard to find out the domicile again, not to mention that the Anxi British souls were more than just from the Great Tang, they came from all over the Divine Continent. The list will be scattered throughout the land of God, and Lu Shan will be responsible for coordinating the identification, so as not to teach the history of the world to be unmarked. And no chilling for the descendants of Anxi. Su Ting proposed. Good. The Empress nodded gently, as if her emotions had never adjusted back to the mind is all about a lonely man watching over the Great Tang frontier. She rose from her royal seat, her pale cheeks gradually clearing, her voice slow and firm. The Middle Kingdom has been slogging for decades through a grey history of internal and external. Today the soul of Anxi's heroes shines with a touch of splendor. This is definitely not the last afterglow, but the dawn of hope. The dawn will lead the central plains out of darkness, and the torch of resistance must burn across the land of the Divine Continent. I will carry my coffin to the battlefield and either win or die. The Golden Palace was dead silent when the 9-5 Supreme Being uttered the words carrying the coffin out to the battlefield. The shock went straight to the heart. The ministers were horrified. Su Ting's deep-set eye sockets could not hide his horror, and the emperor's word was 9 sacred, not to mention the most solemn of court halls, which is irrevocable when put into words. What a way to carry a coffin! I implore your majesty to think of the gods of the earth and grain. A purple-robed official warily stepped out and admonished in a mournful voice. After the Anxi rebellion, Li Tang's dozen emperors, Imshang is undoubtedly the most outstanding, and should never be easily involved in danger. The West will surely see the monstrous wrath of the barbarians. The Political Affairs Hall will prepare an imperial edict and spread it to the world on the same day. The Empress was decisive. The purple-robed official was about to say something, but in the end, he still tended to retreat back to the queue. The ministers were silent. No one refuted the holy will. When, on a mere hunch, His Majesty wanted to send 10,000 of his best men, now that it has been confirmed that there is still a Great Tang territory and a legendary hero there, how can there be any hesitation to move forward? What's more, the unprecedented epic saga awakened their long-dormant bloodlust. Alone dare to rush to the army. The great Chinese. There is no fear of barbarians? Having been oppressed by barbarians for decades, it's time for the Middle Kingdom to strike back. Lu Shan once again indisputably tears in his eyes. Anxi Ying's soul is waiting for this moment. It's 63 years too late, but just go for it. The scene he had often fantasized about in his dreams would also appear in the future, with millions of troops from the Central Plains descending on the western regions. Looking at the city of blood mist, his voice shook the clouds and said, "Go home." At that time, no matter how much suffering has ever been experienced, it will all make sense. The always ignored shogun of Folan Su was in a state of shock. The timing of the Lord's surrender was not right. The 13,000 elites who have repeatedly saved their dignity at the cost of self-destruction are all feared to be leading the charge in the West. How? The Empress suddenly looked at him. The staffer said yes with a stiff upper lip. That's the way surrender is treated. If we lose the war, the Lord will absolutely crucify the pillar of shame. It was reduced to a laughingstock for thousands of generations to come. In a clash between two civilizations, the chances of the Middle Kingdom winning are slim to none. Even the barbarian empires were eager to do it all in one fell swoop. The key, of course, is what level of willpower the Middle Kingdom can erupt with. This is the deciding factor between victory and defeat. At least in Great Tang, after hearing about Gu Chang'an's deeds, the dynasty broke down in tears, and the Empress even announced that she would carry her coffin to the battlefield. It is evident that the spiritual will is unshakable. Foreign Minister excuses himself. Su Ting ended his mission and left the Golden Palace very calmly, only to take a few steps and then stop, whispering, "Imamu is the Emperor of the Great Tang, and you should also be the first to set foot in the city of Guzi. It is for you to receive back the ashes of the heroic souls of Chang'an and Anxi." Having said that, he walked frankly out of the great hall, and the dim evening sunlight sloped down upon him, and, unconsciously most of the day had passed, and his stumbling emotions had gradually calmed down. The Empress' expression drifted, and it suddenly occurred to her what she should say when she saw Gu Chang'an. "Have you worked hard, or have I wronged you?" It seems that all words pale in comparison. The civil and military officials were silent. Steeply, out-of-place voices rang out. "Your Majesty, I suggest not picking up Gu Chang'an. He's mentally insane and depraved." "I'm sorry," said a jaded scholarly man cautiously. He knew what he was saying was risky, but it was an undeniable fact. An uncontrollable devil like that, once he goes on a killing spree, the Central Plains will be devastated. Full of holes. As a scholar who worries about the country and the people, you should save for a rainy day. The heads of the group of ministers were dizzy, not with fear, but with sorrow. A hero who gave his all for the Middle Kingdom and hasn't come home yet. Before he could receive any glory or applause, some self-righteous vermin began to question that. It seems like destroying heroes is something to be proud of. Noticing the icy atmosphere in the hall, the elegant official was terrified and added, I feel that I should give Gu Chang'an the title of king and let him continue to hold the frontier. Heroes are just tools of power and are supposed to stand tall. Lu Shang shuddered as he hissed like mad, but his throat could only produce intermittent sounds. When did Shang'an need a reward? He did it for the whole Chinese nation. But if the Middle Kingdom abandons him mercilessly, it will completely destroy the soul of Chang'an. Behead immediately. A voice as cold as ice came from the imperial throne. Before the elegant official could beg for mercy, a furious imperial guard rushed into the golden palace. Rack it up and drag it out. He is mad for his country. So how could he harm the people of the Central Plains? The chancellor was filled with righteous indignation and he couldn't wait to bite off a piece of this Fang's flesh and blood with his own hands. That's it. The Middle Kingdom is all torn apart. Civilization is sinking and dying. There are others who are selling so-called power plays. When the torrent of blood sweeps in, it swings back to being a loyal traitor to the barbarians. The shogun secretly spat. It was no wonder that the Central Plains had fallen so far. I was afraid that there were still a lot of weak factions hidden. If it weren't for the belief in the Chinese spirit that Gu Chang'an represents, as an imperial feudal official, would his lordship surrender to Li Tang without any bargaining chips? The female emperor's killing intent was not reduced, and she looked around the imperial hall in an icy cold manner, and said in a deep voice, listen carefully. I'll carry my coffin to the war, or die in the west. Either Hall pick Gu Chang'an back up. Retreat. The civil and military officials bowed with difficulty. Their bodies were stiff and paralyzed after standing for too long, but the emotions were still stirring inside. Gu Chang'an. This name will resound through the north and south of the Yangtze River, and his history of miracle wars will make the world boil. At 3 minutes past 10 o'clock, in a tavern in Chang'an City, the old minister of the imperial court who had left the court came straight to the door. Ziggy. He glanced around and hurried toward the corner of the tavern. The gray-haired shopkeeper gave a hymn and casually peeled the eggs and handed them to him. There is news of your father, the old minister said excitedly. The shopkeeper's arm froze, and he accidentally knocked over the wine pot on the eucalyptus table. He wiped the wine stains away with a grimace. Seeing his best friend's face flush and not looking like he was joking, he pointed to the dense patches on the backs of his hands and, snarky, I'm 80 years old, and my father has been waiting for me in the netherworld for decades. Zizhuan, the old minister threw his voice. Great Tang still has a territory in the west, which it hasn't lost in 63 years. The list of the Anxi souls of valor is back, posted right here in the imperial citadels, and I was fortunate enough to see your father's name. After a slight pause, he sighed tersely. Du Lin, of Xiangyang ancestry, killed 3 barbarians and killed himself. The shopkeeper suddenly lowered his head to drink wine. Wine cups are empty, still sip cups. Silent for a long time, impassive said, maybe it's the same name in the same place. The old minister stroked his hunched crest, his old eyes full of tears. You once told me that your father left without saying goodbye 64 years ago. This caress. The shopkeeper immediately snotty. Take the corner of the sleeve to wipe tears. Zizhuan, you misunderstood your father for 64 years. The old minister was not overcome with grief. Then he left the tavern without a sound and closed the door. The old man couldn't stop trembling. The news was like a sharp dagger piercing his heart and soul. Dusty memories come rushing back. He muddled into the inner sanctum and rummaged through the corner of a drawer to pull out a spider-web spirit card. The spirit of the Lord of the First Examiner. Dugong Li Lin Fu Jun. The shopkeeper carefully blew away the dust as old tears dripped down his face. He remembered the distance 64 years ago, when his parents were divorced and he voluntarily followed his mother. The old bamboo garden was the last time father and son saw each other. Grandfather is Du Fu, who is an amazing poet. Uncle is full of wisdom, and uncle is in charge of state policy. Uncle 4 hangs a pot to help the world, but only dad fights chickens and dogs. The teenager pointed and cursed bitterly. My father frowned deeply inside. When a man is born in heaven and earth, he should enjoy himself in time. The way of heaven is unkind, and the order of things is corrupted. And what's it got to do with your father? Before he died, grandfather scolded you for not being able to do anything, and mother left you. So if I may say so, it's a shame to have a father like you. The teenager finished and left angrily. He remembered that it had been a snowy winter, and then he happened to hear the old servant mention that the dad stayed out in the wind and snow for a long time. After that day, there was no news. The shopkeeper clutched the spirit tablet in his arms and pounded his chest as he choked. If I hadn't called you names, you wouldn't have bothered to prove yourself a father with a backbone. You wouldn't have died in the West. I'm sorry I hated you my whole life. I'm sorry. The old man's body was twitching. He had done nothing in his life, but always hating a father who died fighting for his country. Chapter 34, The gods are boiling, and 10,000 people are roaring. Unprecedented cohesion, allies added. Early in the morning, the rising sun rises. The sky was clear and crisp, and the golden sunlight bathed the entire Chang'an city. I thought it would be another normal day, but it was too quiet today. Yeah, it's quiet as an empty valley. The tea house, which had a dismal business before today, is now overcrowded with people. Some of the handy rangers were even climbing on top of the acacia trees outside. And the teller of all things, with eyes full of tears, it is both excitement for the affluence that will come to them and mourning for the man 100,000 miles away. Bang! Wake up the wood and slapped the table. The storyteller's hand shook the folding fan. Subdued and frustrated said, "A lone city for 10,000 miles, a head full of gray-haired soldiers, defending alone for 60 years. How dare I forget the great Tang?" His tone was not impassioned, and he did not deliberately render it sad. But the copper plates were thrown like a storm, and the long box was lined with a layer of brocade, falling noiselessly. The people held their breath. They couldn't read the Royal City Bulletin. They could only come to hear the book. With the collapse of the Central Plains, the loss of the Hoshi Corridor, and the loss of the Desert North, the essence of our divine continent waxes and wanes. But in the city of Guzi in the western regions, the war flag of the Great Tang still flies. The heavy armor of the old white-headed pawns has long since ruptured. And the stranger's sword is gaping. What should we do? Kill. Better to shed the last drop of blood than to beg for surrender to the barbarians. This is the crest of China. The storyteller lowers his head and takes a slow sip of his spirits, closing his eyes. The entire 22,000 generals, all of whom died heroically. Until yesterday, we didn't know there was such a heroic iron army that swore to defend the frontier to the death. A scholar, who took 3 years to climb to the Yumen Pass, had his tongue cut out by the barbarians. He's had his fingers cut off by barbarians. He's been a slave. He's jumped in cesspools. He's mounted dead bodies. But he crawled back. With one hand, he unveiled the dusty 63 years. The spirit of Anxi was not buried in the yellow sand. He performed a miracle in a mortal body. This is the most tenacious spirit of the Middle Kingdom. The sound was like rolling thunder and vibrated. Hundreds of people's faces flushed red, and their blood flowed at an unbelievable rate. Magnificent. I hate the imperial court. I hate those emperors who are obsessed with beauty. And if reinforcements were sent, will the frontier be lost? Will the heroes of Anxi be buried in the barbarian country? A merchant who looked somewhat learned, at the moment shed 2 lines of hot tears in grief. The storyteller slapped the wakewood heavily and shook his head. The frontier is not lost. You didn't lose it? The tea drinkers looked at each other in disbelief. Didn't you yourself say that all of them died heroically? The storyteller laughed without saying a word and sold a little story. However, the audience in the building is indifferent. Since they want to keep their appetites, then another one will be. There's another one in town. His name is Gu Chahan. From this day forward, all the world's inhabitants should remember his name. 4. The storyteller looked away, looking out the window, really wanting to see him, thinking that they were asking for a reward. The emotions of the spectators were mobilized, and they would not be mean at this time. String money and silver have been thrown into the box, for he has carried the boundaries of his country by his own strength, and has shaken the whole barbarian nation with his 8-foot body. He is a well-deserved legend of this era. The storyteller clanged and his expression grew exuberant. The tea house was silent, and the people were breathing heavily, though they could not read a word of, but also understand a shallow truth. What has been done to deserve such a great rating? 3,000 barbarians are attacking the city. The frontier is about to fall, and there is only Gu Chang'an at the head of the city. One man, a sword, a banner fluttering in the wind. He doesn't defend himself against the city. He steps out of the lone city and kills the barbarian army. At that moment, a man lifted his arm and swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger. The storyteller came to a screeching halt. And then what? Hundreds' hearts stopped and his voice trembled. His body has long been full of holes, and his blood has long stained his white robe, but he never stopped swinging his sword, killing until heaven and earth trembled and only one man stood tall on the battlefield. And the heavens and the earth were quiet, and he sat down again at the head of the city, as if it were another day. Just 3,000 more filthy corpses outside the city. The storyteller roared with excitement and clutched the wood of the table and knocked on the eucalyptus. In the realm of certain death, he did not disappoint the souls of the Anxi. He didn't let the barbarians run amok in the Great Tang territory. One man, an army, The building was filled with dead silence, and the tea drinkers had shocked expressions and dull eyes. It was as if they had been nudged. Their bodies were motionless, immersed in an unprecedented shock. One man kills through 3,000 barbarians? How brave and fierce he is. That's the kind of hero we're looking forward to. Top of the line. Ridiculous. The swordsman in the corner got up and kindly laughed, feeling bored all of a sudden, and murmured before leaving, "Don't you ever think that the court is so keen on creating gods that one man kills 3,000 barbarians and lives in a dream? Don't insult the souls of the Anxi heroes. They are the real martyrs to be remembered. And the things of the world are most afraid of being watered down. With more moisture, that breath dissipates. He's in the 4th grade realm, and he knows that there's no end to manpower, let alone a pair of 3,000, or even 300. He'll be spent alive, too, unless one was a half-step saint. Who would dare to guarantee that they would slaughter 3,000 elites with one force?" When the people heard the words, the fervor gradually subsided, and a loss inevitably welled up in their hearts. For a moment, they were in tears. In fact, their wish was very simple. The Central Plains produced a hero who dared to fight the barbarians hard. Don't lie and deceive us. It's only human for a male to be skeptical. The storyteller did not panic. Sip a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat. Tanya said, "Please take a trip to the holy city and see how the barbarians are terrified and furious." Really? The swordsman was half convinced. Yesterday, at 3 minutes past noon, the holy city's pilgrimage quay was so devastated that the barbarian children urinated on it to vent their spleen. Just because the barbarian nation suffered unprecedented humiliation. A name is a household word in the holy city, and his name is Gu Chang'an. A hint of pride flashed under the speaker's eyes. The most important thing about eating this bowl is the information channels. The center is afraid that he has just received it, and he received a pigeon message from his friend in Shu at midnight. All of Shu is abuzz. The swordsman's eyes stared, opened his mouth, and resumed his seat. No lies? Some of the people looked nervous and vaguely pleading. Olney doesn't want to become a street rat that everyone shouts at, either. The storyteller lightly shook his folding fan with indescribable confidence. The implication is that lying about such things will get you spit on unless you don't show your face again. Boom! The people in the building full of people rose up in a huff and swung their fists fiercely. They rediscovered their long-lost confidence. It's been decades. There's never been a more uplifting moment. All of a sudden, gold beans and silver pieces were thrown into the merit box, mostly rewarded by wealthy merchants. But the people weren't cheap, and they were empty of their coins. The storyteller lifted his hand downward, signaling restraint, and then said without skipping a beat, "Can we defend the lone city by killing only 3,000? That city is the spirit of the Middle Kingdom and the dignity of the barbarians, and they are bound to eradicate it." Immediately following the 4,000 elites, there are also martial artists of the Grand Master realm. If there's no return, it's just a few more corpses under the sword. Why would Gu Chang'an ever be afraid? Listening to the painless description, the teetotaler became anxious and urged. The process, just slaughtering 3,000 barbarian dogs, had already made their hearts pound. Though he knew that this was far from Gu Hero's limit, the storyteller took the roast duck handed to him by his apprentice and ate it as if it were a dog. 4,000 savage dogs. What's so descriptive about it? The corners of the mouths of countless people present twitched. It was a lonely person. The Central Plains have worshipped heroes since ancient times. Xiang Yu, the king of Western Shu, and Hua Zhaodong, the Marquis of Champions, resourceful Zhuge Liang. These are the usual farmers can hear about the big man. Gu Chang'an's amazing battle can also be compared to the great men of history. How come it's not worth mentioning to you? The storyteller ate comfortably, burped contentedly, wiped the oil from his mouth with the sleeve of his broad coat, and keep waking up the wood and slapping the table, because it was that battle afterward that was the man's most terrifying will. The barbarians have sent out 12,000 elites, 3 great masters, and the finest weapons in the holy city. How powerful is this weapon? It was a big reason for the tragic defeat of the 3 allied forces. Everyone was creeped out by the words, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The swordsman's jaw dropped. It was truly like listening to an acted theater piece. The exaggeration is outrageous. The saints couldn't do it. The barbarians' high officials surrendered to the Great Tang, and the battle was dictated to them by their staff. The battle is said to have become a nightmare they don't want to remember for the rest of their lives. And the shogun is even more outspoken. It's easy to shake Tarzan, but hard to shake Chang'an. That high official from the 3rd rank joked privately that if Gu Chang'an were a subject of the barbarian nation, he would saddle up and be a servant. The storyteller sighed with emotion. There is always only one thing that wins the admiration of the enemy: the fist. After a slight pause, he mumbled, "In that battle, Gu Chang'an almost fell. Which of you would like to make a slit in your arm and sprinkle it with salt?" In the blink of an eye, The burly martial artist's face was expressionless as he took a dagger and cut his arm, and blood gushed out at once. When he sprinkled the salt on it, he felt a sudden cone of screaming, and he gritted his teeth and endured that. And yet it still made a mournful wail. "And you?" The storyteller looked to the foul-mouthed swordsman. The swordsman hesitated for a moment and opened a wound as well, trembling with the same pain. The people were creeped out. Salt was rubbed into their wounds, and the pain was superimposed more than tenfold. The storyteller's expression, however, grew mournful, his voice no longer passionate, and he gently opened and closed his lips. Gu Chang'an fell, covered with thousands of wounds, and the barbarians threw 3 carts of refined salt at him. The atmosphere was nearly frozen. The people's chests heaved violently and their eyes moistened. This was a capital punishment more cruel than death by 1,000 cuts. The swordsman was so muddled that he couldn't even begin to imagine for himself what a horrible torture it was. Gu Chang'an was dying. He wanted to pass out. But the storyteller even choked for the first time. Pathos said, "But what about the frontier? If he falls, who can defend the city? Why should we guard?" muttered one of the people. "It would not be better to leave." The swordsman was silent and stood up to retort. "This is the difference between an ordinary person and a gaijin. The lone city is not just a frontier, but a torch in a dark and desperate land. It's been held fast for 60 years. You can't lose it. Like the land of the divine continent that stubbornly resisted the invasion of the barbarians. Certain things must be upheld to the end." The storyteller's eyes showed appreciation, and then he smoothly picked up the conversation. "A time, a nation, finally needs some people to stand up for themselves. Just stand still and don't take a step back." And Gu Chang'an, in the instant of impending unconsciousness, gripping the peach tree in his hand, a bone and flesh thinning. The bloody man with hundreds of missing arrows sticking out of his body slowly stood up. At that moment, more than 10,000 barbarians were greatly shocked and stunned by the terrifying willpower. "What's it called?" A scholar's blood boiled and he waved his arms and cheered. "Though millions of people, I will go." The storyteller roared with passion and severity. "What is Gu Chang'an going to do?" Takeshi clenched his teeth in hysteria. The time has come to slaughter the barbarians at this moment. The atmosphere in the tea house reached a crescendo, with countless people scowling at. It is as if they are also participating in the battlefield of jingoism. "Kill!" Gu Chang'an rushed out with his sword. That sword took away 900 barbarian dogs, and he fought until he was insane. The smell of blood awakens an ancient ferocious beast, and the more he kills, the more gruesome he becomes. The storyteller's eyes were scarlet as he threw his voice. "We killed for a whole night, until the barbarian sanctioning officers fled with their lives, until the barbarians fell on their knees and begged for mercy. Kill until it rains blood for 3 hours in the lone city. What kind of a scene is it when the standard flies and the frontier is opened? One man and one sword slaughtered 10,000 armies, expanding 20 miles of territory for the divine continent Earth. The country's fortunes skyrocketed. The Middle Kingdom was horrified. The portrait of the man was spread all over the world, but no one knew it was him. The hearts of countless people in the tea house were on the verge of exploding, and that kind of excitement simply could not be described in words." The storyteller gradually suppressed his emotions and leveled his voice. He never left the lonely city in his life, and even more so, he never set foot in the Central Plains. The Midland Cthulhu doesn't know him, but he's just willing to give his all and take 1,000,000 wounds for us. The barbarians call him a monster devil, and the old man thinks, this man is gentle and powerful. As the words fell, the teetotalers nodded their heads vigorously, so excited that they lost their voices, and the only way to express their emotions was through their movements. How on earth did he do that? The swordsman remained skeptical. Too outlandish and bizarre a battle too. It's hard to justify yourself by being powerful. Listen up. Gu Chang'an is the only being ever to break away from the heavenly Tao and create his own heaven and earth chi. The storyteller was proud of it, and did not hide the proud color of his expression. The swordsman child hole suddenly shrinks. The western hinterland does not seem to be baptized by the aura. The storyteller stared at him, word for word. The barbarian abyss was rolled in care by the thieving heavens, and Chang'an alone struggled in desperation. So what? Just like our ancestors. Shen Nong, who tasted all kinds of herbs. Yu Shun, who worked hard and plowed the land. It is up to you to create the brilliant Chinese civilization. Gu Chang'an was born in killing, and he will also go against the heavens in killing. His emotions built up to a point where he left the eucalyptus table with a flourish, his eyes looking around at everyone. In a time of shattered mountains and rivers and devastated lives, he used his own power to show us that the power of persistence never ends. Hitherto he has watched the city alone, day after day, without a sound. But we clearly heard the roar of tigers and dragons in the western region. Shaking my central plains, there was a long, dead silence, and the large tea house was silent. The veins on the people's foreheads blossomed one by one, a sign of excitement beyond measure. The courtiers in the corner could not help but feel their blood boiling, although the court had already gone through one yesterday. But listen to it 1,000 times, and he's still the same as he was in the beginning. I have to admit that storytellers are exceptionally good at rendering the story, and were born to eat it. But even the best skillful feelings need to be supported by stories that can make the people in the audience roll in hot tears. Or was it because Gu Chang'an's life was too legendary? He is God. A Weifu Kong was agitated. No. The storyteller sat back down. Darkly. He's gone crazy. The tea house was silent once again, and countless people felt inexplicably sad, as if they had just stood on the top of a mountain, suddenly falling downward. The storyteller didn't wake up with tapping the table again, his voice low and feeble. Who would want to be crazy? Perhaps madness is the strongest Gu Chang'an, who tortures himself with the desire to hold the frontier only. That's all. He could not be saved. He dared not rest even for a day. There was no one to fight alongside him. No one has given him an ounce of warmth. The people do not realize that snot stains the lapel, like a knife in the heart. If Gu Chang'an was an omnipotent god, that was ultimately too distant and illusory. But he's flesh and blood. He's in pain and he's tired. So much the greater and heavier for what was done. Will he come to Chang'an City? Some of the people choked. The storyteller sipped his tea to moisten his throat and said firmly, the Central Plains have recovered their former courage and strength, and have vowed to blow the trumpet of attack in the western regions, defeat the arrogance of the barbarians. The swordsman nodded and couldn't help but say, if that day ever comes, what should we say to Gu Chang'an? The storyteller was silent for a long time and said softly, hello, Cha Han. When he sees the city of Chang'an, he should also smile and answer, hello, Chang'an. The officer on the sidelines raised his glass and gave his heartfelt blessing. Let's wish him to go through suffering and come back as a young man. Box silver money stuffed full. All the listeners spontaneously rewarded, and silently left the tea house again. The shock at the bottom of my heart can only be savored slowly and alone. Outside the tea house, the street is filled with the sounds of vendors hawking, kaifongs drinking tea and chatting, walking birds and strolling through the stores. It didn't seem to be any different from the usual city fumes. But the storyteller clearly perceived subtle changes, and the people were more energized. This may be the 8 words that the hero of the lonely city endures all his suffering in pursuit of. The mountains and rivers are unharmed, and the country is at peace. Donate the money to the Armed Forces Division. The storyteller spilled. Why? The apprentice was appalled. A single game is worth 6 years of income. The master's not hysterical, is he? You don't want to take 2 more concubines? The court builds a few more pairs of armor and kills a few more barbarian dogs. The speaker's tone was irrefutable. The apprentice was depressed and deflated. Pattern. The storyteller kicked him in the ass balls, a reserved look in his eyes. As long as the victory in the West is won, with this mouth of mine, I'm still afraid of making no money? You've traveled all over the world with your master. You're not too young, and you should be looking for a good girl. Donate. That's a donation. The apprentice was filled with bashful heat. 2. Jinling Shuyuan. Your Highness. You once asked me if I regretted divining the loss of 13 years of my life. Now it can be said with a straight face, no regrets. Li Ping, who was dressed in a basalt-colored Taoist robe, spoke in a tantalizing tone. You became famous with 1 trigram. The first princess of Chu lightly opened her red lips. In the western region where the heavenly chances are obscured. You all accurately spied Gu Chang'an's appearance. Just a tiny bit. Li Ping fell silent with some guilt. And if he broke through the slightest gap, Gu Chang'an wouldn't have gone through that kind of suffering. It is said that in the Golden Palace, the Empress could not bear to hear, pay to write when clutching the tears. What a brutal 3 years of perseverance that really was. I'm not running around. I'm keeping house. Even her elderly grandmother was in tears when she heard about it. The Rapunzel raised her hand and patted her shoulder in a comforting manner. The land of the divine continent has not failed Gu Chang'an's efforts, and the torches that have been held high have become a prairie fire. Shishu issued an imperial edict to raise the country's strength to go out to the western region. Yu Yan followed closely behind, and the White Horse Iron Cavalry is already waiting for Yanmen Pass. And I, Chu, have more than just a large army. Half of the academy scholars have gone to the west as far as they can. For he, who awakened the long-dormant national spirit in the land of God, it has also rekindled the fighting spirit of the common people, which is already a feat that will last for thousands of years. Li Ping nodded his delicate chin, and then looked down at the Shuyuan square, crowed with green long shirts. The white-haired husband stood suspended in the air, and swept each vigorous face. It's the will of the readers and the guts of the Middle Kingdom. There is a saying in the north that a man should walk in grave danger, and not let the Confucian crown spoil his life. It says that the Jinling Academy is the place where the Confucian crowns are heavily affected. You are angry, and so is I. But in my anger I am dumbfounded. Dozens of years after the Anxi rebellion, there is yet to be a scholar from the academy who has sacrificed his life for his country on the battlefield. A grand and serious voice resounded in the square. The scribe clenched his fists and dropped them helplessly. The Northman was telling the truth, and the truth was most difficult to tell. The man's face was expressionless, and he said without hesitation, "You've been comfortable for too long, coinciding with the chaotic times. You will tell the world on the battlefield that even a scholar can mend the cracks in the sky with just one hand. I hope that some of you will be able to establish a separate biography in the glorious history of the world, and that future generations will look over the biographies. Respectfully call a sage to strengthen my divine China." The breeze from the south of the river blows the willow flowers and grasses, and also caresses each student of the academy along the way. The crowd tossed the earthquake sky, roaring out a mouthful of ho-hum energy. Countless air masses gushed out from heaven and earth, slowly gathering together to form a magnificent, rippling river of molded lakes. It just stretched across the square like that. Protecting the family and defending the country is not an addiction to killing and destroying benevolence and morality. Just like Gu Chang'an, who guarded the lonely city alone. Even though the barbarians called him a crazy devil, but the people of the Middle Kingdom know that he exemplified the true spirit of the nation. Rolling down the Yangtze River, the black-robed monster sinks 30 feet to the bottom, with a fishtailed body and a golden mask on his head. Only 2 river-soaked, purple-red lips showed. Even the tombkeepers are glowing with blood. He murmured softly, "The bookmaster is known in the holy city as the gravekeeper of the old world. All his life, he has been trying to find ways to preserve the Chinese cultural heritage for fear of being burned by the empire's destruction. This also indirectly means that the fuzzy fears the momentum of the empire. And today, the vast river over the academy was really unprecedented for the first time. Coronation of the heavenly god. You're such a waste," the black-robed monster shouted coldly. 10,000 miles of territory, and to tolerate a Han slave to hold on to it until now. This was an unprecedented disgrace for the empire, and it vaguely shook the trust of the empire's people and the Tuoba royal family. The empire is a history of aggression, from frontier tribes to a full 20 million miles of territory in just 60 years. The people came from the southeast and the northwest, with different cultures, customs and beliefs. Because of this, the basis of domination is strong. Staying strong is the only way to quell the divisive forces that are stirring up inside, and it also eases the tension between the races. But the sudden arrival of one man in one city, Gu Chang'an, has dealt a heavy blow to the empire. It shook the spirit of imperial invincibility that the holy city had been propagating. Won a fight. It's so hard to muster up the courage to go head-to-head, and once you lose, that chi collapses completely. The black-robed man rushed out from the bottom of the river, his fishtail returning to his well-built legs as he flew through the air in the direction of the holy city. The purpose of this place to dive is to suppress the vastly positive chi, which is not worth mentioning in terms of melee combat prowess, but the auxiliary armies can be strong and unrivaled. Since this poor old man was going to the west, he had to go and contain it too. Passing through the Jinling Academy, the black-robed man smiled and said with a voice like a bell, "See you on the western battlefield." Facing the provocation, the husband's eyes were waveless and calm. "See you on the battlefield." Eastern Wu, the imperial study. The aged emperor sat in the dragon chair with a deep expression, his joy and anger indistinguishable. "Your Majesty, all 6 kingdoms except us have drafted edicts, and are just waiting for the diatribe against the thieves." Several heavy ministers stood by and reported seriously. "Ridiculous." Emperor Wu flicked his robe sleeve angrily, not hiding the eerie tone in his voice at all. Yuyan borders with the barbarian kingdom in the northern part of the desert. They must send out troops to hit the barbarian kingdom hard, not to mention northern Liang, which is adjacent to both Desert North and the western regions. Zhao is close to the Hushi corridor of the barbarians, so is there no reason not to fight? Western Shu and its danger are in dire need of reinforcements to alleviate the pressure to destroy the country. It's normal for them to throw their weight around. What about the Great Tang? Although it is in Guangzhong, Gu Chang'an is a Tang, and that amazingly lonely and loyal. It is morally right for the empress to be imperial. Upon hearing this, the ministers frowned deeply and actually felt that His Majesty's analysis was incomprehensible. What about Chu? The chancellor tried to be as calm as possible. Lips die and teeth go cold. The Shu land is swallowed up and its next turn. Emperor Wu's old eyes were cloudy and the words were full of innuendo. The ministers understood, but no one took a stand, much less took a back seat. All the 6 kingdoms wanted to fight, but Dongwu escaped, which was a shameful thing to think about. The water that overturns the boat is the tears of the living. Not to cross the streams of the gentleman does not know. If we don't unite and gather our will, when the barbarians break through, it will be time to slaughter the people of Eastern Wu. The barbarians had a policy of genocide. Seeing his courtier pretending to be a fool, Emperor Wu closed his eyes and said nothing. He was not unaware of the importance of the situation. The truth is that the Eastern Wu is the weakest and cannot afford to lose. There was a long, dead silence. And Emperor Wu was finally forced to not take a stand and said in a deep voice, "As many troops as Chu sends, Eastern Wu will contribute 30%. This is my bottom line." The ministers looked at each other in dismay and tended to retire. His Majesty was aggressive then, but now he's so weak. Emperors cannot escape the fate of old age mediocrity. Ah, Tang Li Longji's warning, but also do not learn a lesson. Lord Chen, what did father say? A middle-aged man in a python robe hurriedly walked over. Your Highness, His Majesty is willing to send troops, depending on Chu, with 30% of its forces as the bottom line. The Chancellor was succinct. The prince's expression froze, and he wanted to speak, but finally sighed. It is much better to send troops than to watch from the wall, but the world will be ashamed of the casual perfidy. Fighting against barbarians is not a matter of one family or one country, but involves the entire Chinese nation. A thought occurred to him. Is there not a prince in the world for 30 years? If he ascends to the throne, he will not fall into the honor of the sons of Jiangdong. Quickly he snuffed out the idea of high treason. Perhaps because of Gu Chanan's shocking deeds, those who heard of it were all filled with a gas of the heart, or courage, or righteousness, or pride. I wish I could toast you. The prince sighed with emotion. P.S. Requesting a monthly ticket. Chapter 35. The insidious strategy of the barbarians. The rising of the killer. The most desperate thing for Gu Chang'an, first shift, Holy City, Bronze Temple, ensure rebellion. Tanga City hanging alone in the western regions, defended for 63 years have not been trapped. Anxi army more than 20,000 people heroic favoritism. The only one in the city is a teenager Gu Chang'aner. The lone city alone. Abominable barbaric fangs raised an army of 3,000 to attack. Chang'an a drum and a husband to load the flag, to fight to the end. In July, the barbarians were ashamed to send 4,000 troops to the lonely city in the end, but the heroes of the gas through the river. Gu Chang'an executes by Tuatu. On the first day of Ehai, the barbarians raised an army of 10,000 and were determined to win. Gu Chang'an's sword crashed into the sky, and 10,000 barbarians were annihilated. Create a never-before-seen wonder? Still guarding the central plains, the spirit does not die. The crest of China because of which the beams stand proud. The Divine State biography of Gu Chang'an. Who will translate the translation? Humiliation? Sins? The aged blonde old man with a page between his fingers coldly scanned the court hall. The atmosphere was stiff as iron. The barbarian emperor didn't move a muscle, as if his body was rooted in the throne. The 12 judges dared not breathe a word and buried their heads in ostriches. There is a tradition in the eastern lands since ancient times. No biographies are made in life, and the coffin is covered after death. The pedantic Middle Kingdom are starting to break the mold. On the one hand, Gu Chang'an is too legendary and, on the other hand, it is also used as a proof that a brand new chapter will be opened in the Middle Kingdom. Ridiculous. The pilgrimage quay was spoiled by the people. The abyssal chi plummeted, and the feudal officials surrendered to the central plains. How do you wipe off a coroner who has in his pants? The old blonde man forced his face into the throne. Want me to cut myself to thank you? The barbarian emperor was suddenly furious. His emotions having been suppressed for too long. It is clear that he did not cause the sin, but all the consequences are being borne by him. What are you yelling about? The blonde old man came striding in, looking down on the barbarian emperor with a gloomy face. You yell again. The barbarian emperor's shoulders trembled as he tried his best to restrain his anger and hung his head. I am too impulsive. The so-called imperial emperor is nothing more than a puppet of the abyss. You have to be respectful when facing an abyssal messenger. But for this puppet, he killed his way out of the royal family's pride. The blonde old man's blue-eyed child flickered and his tone was icy cold. In the future, don't use the term overrate to describe insouciance. Because the lone city Hainu really did it. The central plains are going to fight in the west. It's a battle for the nation's fortunes and a battle for its spirit. More than that, it is your battle for the throne. And if you fail, you should know the consequences. The barbarian emperor nodded. There was no reason to lose this battle. He suddenly tilted his head and tossed his voice. I swear in the name of the God of heaven that if I lose the battle, my head will hang in the abyss. The blonde old man stared at him for a long time, his voice regaining a few degrees of temperature. It is not the saints who determine the success or failure of a battle, but the army, well marshaled. The abyss has its own arrangements for the twilight of the saints. The barbarian emperor nodded. He has long envisioned two strategies, fighting with the east and the west, and when the allied armies had entered the west, he additionally sent troops to invade Shishu and Baliang, catch them by surprise and beat them to the despair of the despicable Han slaves. You let the begonia of evil travel to the west? The blonde old man said in a deep voice. Flesh falls, spirit lives forever. Gu Chang'an's life and death are meaningless. The 12 inquisitors agreed in their hearts that with Gu Chang'an dead, the Central Plains would still have to fight. The wariness might boil over even more. The moment the lid exploded, the will torch had ignited the eastern earth. The barbarian emperor was silent. The necessity to behead Gu Chang'an stemmed from the humiliation and frustration of his soul. He knew that Hanu had just over 4 years of virile life left, but he couldn't wait a moment. The saints who had originally gone to Desert North to kill the old dog of Foldland were diverted to the west at his authorization. Forget it, this person should be strangled in the cradle, or else there will be endless consequences. The old blonde narrowed his eyes and emphasized before he left, the battle for the west must be won. Yes, the inquisitors spoke in unison, and were well aware of the importance of this battle. The empire, unlike the Middle Kingdom with its ancient history, culture and national cohesion, rising for decades to fuse 20 million miles of territory, with more than 100 races, there's a lot of internal conflict. You just have to keep winning. It is the only way to consolidate and develop the unified regime that has been established. Beth, come with me. The old blonde looked to the only female inquisitor, a noble woman in her 40s. Tall. Yes. The inquisitoress passes an apologetic look to the coronel. Then he trailed off and left the bronze temple. In a remote corner, the old blonde man stopped and intoned, there's an idiom in the Middle Kingdom called saving for a rainy day. What if Gu Chang'an hadn't died and the empire had lost? No way. Beth shook her head almost without thinking. It's so absurd and bizarre. Each worldly talent has its own strengths. A saint can't handle 10,000 elites, but Gu Chang'an can. But it doesn't mean he can resist saints. In the past, the old witch had sent 3 great masters, all of whom had nearly killed Gu Chang'an. I don't believe it either. But for the sake of abyssal glory, we can't rule out any remote possibility. You're in charge of Imperial intelligence. Activate Moose immediately. She'll be the killer. The blonde old man's tone was calm, but it was imperturbable. It's too. The inquisitoress was about to say it was too much of a waste, but sensing the old man's majestic gaze, she finally nodded. Moose, a real sharp edge. Zhao, the Golden Palace. Zhao Emperor Shangdang was wearing a crown and a black dragon robe as he coldly gazed at the imperial historian in front of the temple. I speak from the bottom of my heart. If you want to kill or die, let your majesty do it. The royal historian holds a courtier's tablet and has a frank posture. The ministers were outraged, but a small number of officials seemed to be moved. What royal secretary once said is not unreasonable. What kind of person is Gu Chang'an? A tragic hero like no other in the history of the world. Another one of the brightest lights at a time when the divine continent is sinking. But he has a flaw. Allegiance to Li Tang. Yes, there is no doubt that he has always stood firm in the darkness for the whole spirit of China. But if he returns to the Central Plains and chooses one of the 7 kingdoms, what will his choice be? Dawn. That is the enemy. A horrible enemy. Emperor Zhao coldly stared at the imperial historian and snapped. Tell me, how can I defend myself against the barbarians without a unified Central Plains? The imperial secretary Wan frowned, explaining sincerely, I am not opposed to sending troops, but I am looking to the future. Emperor Zhao waved his robe sleeve angrily and simply spoke bluntly and vehemently. We'll consider the future later. For the sake of today's plan, we'll go to the country together and fight the barbarians. After experiencing so much suffering, where does Gu Chang'an still have any thoughts of being an official in the court? Li Ren describes the lone city of hell, which I must visit on my royal journey. Let's see if stomping on it will bring out the barbarian's head. Seeing the impatient expression on His Majesty's face, Royal Secretary Wan caved in and stopped exhorting. I hope Gu Chang'an doesn't forget his original intent. He's a hero of Shenzhou Huaxia. Don't be a guardian of a country. Just then, report. An urgent voice came from outside the temple. Shen, a bamboo-crowned scholar entered the hall and reported directly. Your Majesty, a secret report has come to us from the Holy City. A saint named Begonia of Evil is already 7,000 miles away in the west, and Gu Chang'an's life hangs in the balance. The court was silent. The ministers looked at each other in dismay, all of them noticing the horrified look under each other's eyes. Danger! They didn't doubt the source of the information in the slightest. The spies that Zhao had planted in the holy city were the most deeply hidden. It was a message from one of the 12 giants, a close associate of one of the inquisitors, who had direct access to the barbarian center. If it were 10,000 elites, they wouldn't even be worried about the valiant, world-defying Gu Chang'an. But the other party is a martial arts saint. Even civil officials who had not been exposed to martial arts knew a truth. Gu Chang'an hadn't received an aura baptism. He is less than 24 years old, but all the saints in the world are at least 60 years old. The gap between heaven and earth's qi was too great. Can Bei Liang Ruan Xian make it there in time? Emperor Zhao's face was anxious. The old man at the front of the shuttle train shook his head. It's late. The ministers' hearts were like ashes. They didn't expect the barbarians to hate Gu Chang'an so deeply. When the lid is lifted and the world knows it, all will have to be sent to the saints to eradicate it. Could it be that the Central Plains could only stand by and watch? Some martial artists were agitated. Just thinking about it was incredibly guilt-ridden. And he even despaired on behalf of Gu Chang'an. When no one asked, he fought alone. All of God's country is now known, and he still has to fight alone. It's like doing something pointless all the time. Zhao Di's expression darkened, and he opened and closed his lips with difficulty. Spread the news, and hope that the Central Plains martial saints have a way to save the day. The civil and military officials sighed with sighs of relief one after another. Bailiang Ruanxian is the closest, cannot rush over. The rest of the saints are even more. Is it possible to die on the eve of victory after holding out for so long? He didn't even get to see Chang'an City with his own eyes. Fodder the troops and horses, and prepare to display your troops at the Yumen Pass. Emperor Zhao roared in anger. If Gu Chang'an really collapsed, let his spirit in heaven also watch how the Central Plains crushed the barbarians, and his spirit be immortalized. Shu, a secluded manor. The clogs of the long-sleeved noble gentleman were crisp and clear, handing the servant his obeisance. In a few moments, I was invited by the maid to a mountain path littered with flower petals and filled with colorful exotic flowers. Your Excellency claims to be a Sword Pavilion sect member. What is it that you are looking for me for? A clear and cold voice came from a woman with a purple dress trailing on the ground standing under a sycamore tree. Her appearance perfect and outstanding. The features are flawless. Nymphomaniac Qin Yubing, truly worthy of being the #1 beauty in the world. The noble gentleman laughed softly. Noticing the frivolity of the other party's tone, the beautiful woman was about to expel the guests when she heard him say, "How do you feel about crazy Gu Chang'an?" Crazy? Qin Yubing stared at him for a few moments and said in a chilling voice, "Even if he's staggering now, as if he's a child about to fall over, but his shadow is an untouchable mountain. Even an iceberg beauty can get excited. It seems to really worship madness." The noble gentleman smiled tantalizingly. "If you stand in front of him, do you still dare to look needless?" Qin Yubing left with a fine step. The noble gentleman's expression froze. He did only have the courage to gossip behind his back. But what are you? Our time has not yet come," he said softly as he watched the back. The purple-skirted figure suddenly froze, as if a thunderbolt had struck from a clear sky, and the petals that had just been folded in the palm of his hand were crushed. "Nymphomaniac, or moose, why don't you match the code word?" Your son said absently. Seeing that the other party did not move at all, he simply stepped over and looked straight into the side of the tragically beautiful face. "Our time has not yet come. There are those who die before they are born. The imperial elk. You're up." Qin Yubing stumbled over her emotions and stared at him coldly. "It's no use looking at me. It's the will of the abyss. Unless you want your parents to die violently." Your son's tone was morose. "Speak." Qin Yubing's face was expressionless. Her parents were her only weakness. "Once Gu Chang'an survives, you will assassinate Gu Chang'an once the empire is thwarted on the western battlefield." "No, it's not really an assassination. It's doing it in plain sight. It doesn't matter if you're dead or not. You can't kill it either, as long as you're the one doing it. Because you, Qin Yubing, are the best friend of the great Tang Empress?" The noble gentleman finished unhurriedly. He also got the order this morning and was honestly shocked for a long time. Nymphomaniac Qin Yubing and Cold Sword Fairy Li Bian, who once fought side by side in the divine rivers and lakes. A deep friendship was formed. Even though Li Bing chose the path of dominance to kingship, the two were not estranged. Qin Yubing would occasionally send some exotic flowers and herbs to Chang'an City. If she does it, the Central Plains will definitely think that the Empress secretly authorized it. That would set off unimaginable waves. The people would be outraged, and the Six Kingdoms would even unite to attack Tang. And the Archon's philanderer surely didn't have the skills to kill Gu Chang'an, but it could completely reduce the man, who was already insane, to a killing demon, and it would be a toss-up whether he would then kill to the Holy City or the Central Plains. "I've tasted the suffering of the world. I've suffered the most agonizing torment, and now that the Middle Kingdom is just on the rise, and you want to kill me? This plan is most heartbreaking." The woman in the purple dress was pale, rare, muddled, uncertain and confused. She was a close friend of Li Bing, and this was known to the world. Having her assassinate Gu Chang'an was tantamount to forcing Li Bing towards a moral cliff and turning things upside down. Don't think of taking the opportunity to break with the great Tang Empress and care more about your own parents. The noble gentleman looked cold and added, "Besides, the flower of origin that you cultivate is also a product of the abyss. Without it, you are crippled. As they say, it's time to raise an army, and it's time for the elk to come into play. Don't force me." Qin Yubing's eyes were scarlet, flashing with hysterical killing intent. "You want to force the two old men to die?" Your son was undaunted. Qin Yubing's eyes gradually became terrified, staring blankly at the flower petals roaming the mountains. Words pierced her heart like sharp instruments. Of course, the likelihood of you carrying out your mission is slim to none. After all, Gu Chang'an would die at the bloody mouth of the sage begonia, and how could the Empire drink hate on the western battlefield? It is only a precautionary measure, and if an impossible miracle were to be performed, it's your turn to shine when you go to pick up Gu Chang'an in the Central Plains. The noble gentleman spoke calmly, then walked idly. As a devout admirer of the Empire, he certainly did not want the Middle Kingdom to be able to rise up, and wouldn't that make his move to surrender look foolish and humiliating? But as a Chinese bloodline, we know the resilience of thousands of years of national civilization, and Qiankuan has yet to be determined. Everything is reversed. Moreover, because of Gu Chang'an alone, the entire divine land showed unimaginable vitality. Scram! Qin Yubing's voice was sinister, her exquisite jade cheeks twisting violently. The noble gentleman brushed his sleeves and saluted, smiling as he excused himself and left. Maybe she wants the Middle Kingdom to fail miserably in the West, so that the mission wouldn't have to be carried out. Listening to her evaluation of Gu Chang'an, this person must also be an extremist of the Central Plains ethnic group. This choice is cruel to Philistines, but being in a chaotic world, who is not looking for the way forward in one cruel choice after another, he believed that the great barbarian empire, which the heavenly Tao had rolled around, would eventually reign over the world. Chapter 36, The national fortune of the divine state coalesces in one sword, chopping saints, and returning to the Central Plains by embracing the spring breeze. 2. Stargazer. Husbandman stood at the base of the platform in a quilted shirt, with white pigeons circling around him as he stared blankly at the Taoist-robed girl. The heaven-peeping talisman cracked in the fold, the trigram flag wavered, and a light coalesced in the young girl's eyes. But then it fades away again. With a tired look on her face, she rubbed her brow. The heavens are covered in chaos. Husbandman shook his head and said feebly, if the news from Zhao is true, Gu Chang'an is in dire straits. In fact, he knew very well that the spies that Zhao had carefully cultivated would not be able to joke around with this kind of information. Husband, the Central Plains can only watch the fire from the other side of the river. Li Ping's eyes are confused. Do you want Gu Chang'an to wait a lifetime for reinforcements? The elegant old man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, murmuring softly, a helping hand must be given. He then had a serious expression. Do you remember the Western Shu battlefield? The sort of national fortune of the three allied forces? Li Ping thought for a moment. At that time, each of the three countries took a strand of national fortune and condensed a sword to defend against the barbarian sage, but the effect was not as good as expected, and it only lasted half an incense stick time before it turned into pieces. The sword of national fortune can instantly cross the divine kingdom, for the lonely city is the frontier of the Central Plains. It will fall into the hands of Gu Chang'an. After a slight pause, the husband added, holding on to the frontier is his obsession, and perhaps he can explode into greatness and perform miracles. His words were no longer firm, more like he was perfuming himself. Li Ping was silent. The power of the sword of national fortune had already been confirmed. The peak drive of the successful way couldn't even shake a saint. The stargazer fell into dead silence for a moment. Both sides are well aware that this move will not bridge the gap between the strengths of the. It's just that Midland deserves to do something about it. Be more cruel and let Gu Chang'an feel the warmth of the gods before he dies. Resignation without regrets. Husbandman waved his ink and wrote rapidly, and 6 white pigeons with secret letters in their mouths flew off in all directions. I'll go convince His Majesty. His arm dropped quietly as he stepped out of the stargazer in imperial air. Li Ping pursed his lips, his eyes drifting off to stare at the firmament. She thought any story with ups and downs should have a happy ending, not a tragic one. Eastern Wu, the imperial study. An old man with snow-white, sunken eyebrows and a severe hunchback stood with his violin on his back, the end of the instrument still bearing scorch marks. Duke Qin. What a bad idea from the scholar's husband. Emperor Wu slapped his eucalyptus and angrily rebuked. The fate of the country concerns every household in Jiangdong, so we must not be careless. Your Majesty, he who carries the paycheck for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. Lord Qin's voice was low. Do you dare to guarantee that Gu Chang'an will survive? Emperor Wu's face flushed red as he stared at him for a long time. All think I am weak and selfish. If I set the country's fortune in a sword can save Gu Chang'an, I will never hesitate. Just a minuscule wisp. The Qin Duke warned in a small voice. I won't agree. Emperor Wu was resolute and asked rhetorically, what are the chances of Gu Chang'an surviving under a saint? Less than 0.5%. Lord Qin replied truthfully, understanding the emperor's stubbornness but some things must be done, just as the British souls of Anxi have stood firm for 63 years without a step back. Not at all. The divine continent is gambling with the national fortune? Emperor Wu suddenly felt that the scholarly scholar was being unreasonable. Your Majesty, Dong Wu's only martial arts saint had a serious expression and a rare aggravated tone. What is this loss of national fortune compared to the debacle of the Battle of the Western Regions? If we win, the country's fortunes will skyrocket, and Gu Chang'an being alive can give the Central Plains generals more fighting spirit. He alone blew the trumpet of the struggle. When the waning defeat gripped the Middle Ages, maybe he didn't have the ability to rule the world, but for the sake of the Central Plains, he did everything he could. Looking at the red-faced and agitated Qin Gong, Wu Di twisted his head and whispered, "There must be a law for every great thing, and it must be done in a gradual way, not in a single step. Let me think about it for a while before making a decision." Duke Qin's face was expressionless. Could it be that your Majesty wishes to see the Six Kingdoms come together, just missing Eastern Wu? Wu Di's expression stiffened. Afraid of being a maverick, he did not want to send troops to the western region, was also forced to hostage. The national fortune sword definitely couldn't save Gu Chang'an, but the people of the Central Plains didn't think so. They will be sure that it is caused by the East Wu as a wall. When? I'm going to engage in woodwork. The Jiangdong Society is yours to do as you please. Emperor Wu angrily flung his robe sleeve and, leaving the imperial study in a rage. Flower garden, wooden pavilions, wooden bridges and fences. Are his hands sawing wood, withering carving? As a treasure. Fetch Gu Chang'an's portrait. Emperor Wu looked to his personal eunuch, his anger fading, and sighed tersely. I'll wither a puppeteer and keep it as a souvenir. Throughout the annals of history, heroes have mostly met with a bad end, and dying on the eve of victory is most pathetic. That's why I never wanted to be a hero. The Scarlet Lone City. The white-haired, red-robed man sat at the head of the city, his feet swaying in the air as he picked up a piece of shortbread and, looking at it in front of her eyes, she took a small bite and chewed it slowly. It's the flavor of childhood, isn't it? Carpenter Qin was holding the wilted peach blossom branch in his arms. There were only 3 peach petals left on the branch that hadn't wilted yet. Aha! Gu Chang'an nodded, a flash of nostalgia flashing through his clear eyes. Hey! Qin Carpenter grinned broadly. No one knows how to make these Chang'an shortbreads since Mrs. Kwa passed away. It just so happened that the last royal crone knew a little bit about it, and he learned a thing or two before he parted. Chang'an, we've made it. Qin Carpenter's chapped face was filled with smiles. The Central Plains should be coming soon to take over the territory, and the moment of handover will finally come after more than 60 years of steadfastness. Gu Chang'an gazed at the end of the yellow sand roiling, immediately put down the shortbread and urged, "Hide, quick!" Without waiting for Grandpa Qin to ask, he pulled and leaped off the town, and Carpenter Qin knew he was a liability. Then he staggered off to greet the women and children as they hid in the underground cave. Without the peach blossom branch in front of her eyes, Gu Chang'an's mind would want to explode. A wave of pain destroyed the briefly clear consciousness again. He walked out of the house with a skip in his step. 30 miles from home, a purplish-brown vulture swooped down head-on, a pair of wings with a cascade of folds at the back, like a begonia that I've only heard of and never seen. What does this city look like? A milestone. The visitor had a black hat and black robe, brown eyes and thick beard, and a neatly trimmed mustache under his jaw. Not a single stray. The begonia of evil, Helian Dian, stepped into the holy realm 6 years ago. He stared at this youth who had turned the holy city upside down by himself. The 4 half-lotus petal seals between his forehead signaled that he had only 4 years of young life left. The Sherpa's killing move laid out by the Buddha sage before his death. There is no solution to karma. Unfortunately, the heavenly god coronet couldn't wait that long. Want to destroy my home? Gu Chang'an didn't move a muscle. 30 feet away from the vulture. Your home? With a decent smile on his face and a grace that presented itself from top to bottom, Huron Deng whispered, all within the sun and moon is divine soil. Sooner or later it will be the empire's. It's just a matter of coming to take it now. After saying that, he gently stroked the vulture, and his figure floated down to the ground, his 5 fingers slowly clenching into fists. A sage's might spread. Please, he smiled unabashedly. In the line of sight, the scarlet wooden sword came speeding through the air, and at first sight of this bizarre aura, it was indeed shocking. Like a sin far beyond the cruelty of killing, it can strip the soul out of the mind and leave the mind with no place to hide. The blood-colored sword chi progressed layer by layer, and the moment the knotted net landed, Helian Dian's toes pointed fiercely and, a 3-mile radius of the yellow soil overturned, visible forward momentum of the rapid and fierce. Boom! A clean punch slammed heavily into the sword net, the eroding aura collapsed and died out, the yellow sand bared and, all is calm, only to see the poor lunatic rooted to the spot, still standing firmly. Hurian Din's fist rose even higher, and, Tanya smiled lightly, I'll let you have 3 moves, and 2 more. The saint has his own high spirits, and no matter how fiery the coronation, he believes in his fists. You haven't been baptized with aura, so naturally I can't see through your cultivation. Presumably it should be above a Grand Master, beneath the becoming of the way. Please. Huron Din's demeanor was light, and he made a backhanded gesture. Destroying a hero with your own hands is an honor, and the most rewarding battle of the rest of your life. The world doesn't take offense to bullying the weak, but is a madman weak? Coming to even this bloody and lonely city was enough to bring a shock like no other. The most powerful symbol of the dark powers. White hair fluttered in the wind. Gu Chang'an's eyes were still clear, but his subconscious reminded him that, if we don't repel the thieves, we'll lose our home. Get out! The dome of the sky suddenly dropped goosefeather snow, and the snowflakes only covered the place where they stood, covering Gu Chang'an's ankle. The crystal-clear ice prisms reflected the long sword in the air that was becoming more and more blood-red. Anomaly. Helian Dian's smile gradually disappeared. Saints below triggered anomalies. He deeply understood that he had met the ultimate freak. He bounced slightly on both knees and took a small jump like a black fox hunting in the snowy plains. The distance was rapidly closed. The killing aura of the blood sword skyrocketed several times, and Gu Chang'an was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. The wrist shook out the swinging motion of the sword, picking off the blade of the sword's snowflake yellow sand, accurately striking at the black hat and black robe. In the blink of an eye, Helian Dang's consciousness was muddled, but he regained his senses in an instant thanks to his thick inner strength. If it was an ordinary successful Taoist, he was afraid that he would directly walk over to bow down to the blood sword to receive the grace and welcome death. Thoughts raced. His fist had touched the lapel of the red robe, colliding deeply past the. Immediately a large bloody hole exploded. The fists and shadows were dim, and set off the outside of the city all bright as night. Gu Chang'an's entire body flew backwards. His figure was in a sorry state, and he crashed into a pile of yellow soil, lifting out heads and severed limbs that hadn't been cleaned up years ago. He was drenched in blood. His heart felt like it had been hammered a little bit, and there was no place in his chest that didn't hurt to the bone marrow. Bang! Huron Din took a few steps back, staring blankly at his arm, the sleeve of his robe cut to shreds, revealing a scar scraped by the sword's energy. One more move. He gave a forced smile. This battle was no longer perfect. Gu Chang'an wanted to station his sword and stand up, but he didn't have an ounce of strength in his limbs. He was more afraid of losing his home than the pain of cracking his bones inch by inch. Looking at the madman's movements that kept turning back, as well as his terrified and pale face, Helian Dian suddenly fell silent. This kind of spirituality is just horrible. Let go of your obsession. The decline of the Middle Kingdom is beyond your power to save. And if unity can accomplish anything, what do you want God to do? The Frankish dynasty in distant lands, the Byzantine Empire, which of the Sassanid dynasties west of the western regions and the Turkic Turks of the desert north do not have a long and glorious history, but do not still submit to the authority of the abyss? It's no use for the Eastern Land Divine Kingdom to stubbornly resist. It's just a matter of sooner or later. History is written by the victors, and when the civilization of God is gone, future generations can make up whatever they want about you. A traitor to the Central Plains who stood firm for the Empire is singable and worthy of praise. Helian Dang's voice was magnificent. Of course he didn't need to be verbose when treating ants, but when facing such a legend, it's really suffocating not to say a few words before saying goodbye. Seeing that the other man had been staring at the bloody walls, and that there was an unprecedented loss in his eyes, Helian Dang lost his mind to talk anymore and smiled slightly. I'm done talking. The reasoning is all in the fist. In the meantime, Chang'an Imperial Temple. The Empress's eyes were red as she watched the great Tang dragon's chi disappear into the end of the dusk. No longer able to stand, she propped her elbows on the windowsill and a single teardrop fell without warning. Your Majesty. Pei Jingshu approached to assist, her own face equally pale. If Gu Chang'an is the hero of the Central Plains, then he is the spiritual pillar of the Great Tang, and a beacon of light for His Majesty's confused path ahead. It was learning of the existence of lone cities Gu Chang'an that it awakened the fighting spirit that could only be seen in her when His Majesty had just ascended the throne. And Gu Chang'an, who shed his last drop of blood for the Great Tang, never waited for reinforcements until his death, didn't see any hope of victory in the Middle Kingdom. I have no harm. Li Bing closed his eyes to calm his agonizing emotions, and when he opened his eyes, killing intent overflowed and, whoever killed you, I will sooner or later skin him and his body will kneel at your grave. Pass on the decree that the army swears to march tomorrow. Yes. Pei Jingshu quietly left, knowing that His Majesty wanted to be alone. Yen Men Pass. The origin of the heavenly Tao aura descending upon the divine state. At this moment 7 dragon chis are converging together. It was as if a white rainbow was streaking across the sky, and the visions were churning. In just a few moments, it condensed into a 7-colored longsword, so bright that people didn't dare to look directly at it. The sword, however, did not make the eyes of any of the people practicing in the past sting, instead, they were mesmerized by it. The sword of the Middle Kingdom. Li Bai's grandiose words of yesteryear are now realized in the body of a sword. You can't see that the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky and never returns to the sea. The sword Qi reflected the Yellow River and Anxi River, as well as the Great Wall of the Five Mountains, seemingly encompassing the land of God. Again, there seems to be nothing. There is no greater wonder in the world. In an instant, a sword stretched across the sky, soaring into the Jade Gate Pass at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Are you preparing to set the barbarians up for a great battle in the western region? Some swordsmen leapt to their feet. Who knew that a Gongsun imperial clan martial artist had a mournful expression and roared sternly, "We will recommend Xian Yuan with our blood and vow to die to avenge Gu Chang'an." There was a moment of dead silence in Yanmen Pass, and the atmosphere gradually became depressing amidst countless horrified and appalled gazes. It is the barbarian sage. The Gongsun martial artist looked up to the sky and sighed. His body was permeated with a strong sense of powerlessness. How many people in the Central Plains could become saints in the future and have the ability to avenge Gu Chang'an? Only a few more barbarian dogs can be killed on the battlefield. The faces of all the people were in a state of grief. This sword represented the seven kingdoms, and even more so, it represented the living beings of the divine state. Go to Gu Chang'an. Go give it to him. Condolences. When the battlefield of Shishu was in progress, the power of this sword was unable to shake a saint, and Gu Chang'an was not yet 24 years old. He could rely on his natural will to slaughter 10,000 troops, but the gap between heaven and earth Qi was irreversible. This is the only way for the Central Plains to make him feel less sorry for himself in heaven. Feel a touch of warmth and comfort. In the meantime, the light exploded. The saintly heaven and earth visions hung high in the sky, and the dimly lit heaven and earth became clear. The choking smell of sand and dust also penetrated, and the fists were so bright. Gu Chang'an pierced his arm's fire, and the blood sword once again surged with killing greatness. But before it could fall, he saw a sword. Helian Dang also sensed the sword of national fortune, and the direction of his fist came to an abrupt halt, turning towards the seven-colored sword. Boom! Violent collision. The seven-colored sword body shook. The light darkened between the yet to collapse. Fly to the Lone City frontier. The back of Herendian's hand rubbed a bloody mark, and a few drops of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but he was still smiling. Always maintain an elegant standing posture. He could have shattered the madman with a single punch just now, but he was inevitably injured in his own origin by the national fortune sword. Instant choice, still ready to make the fourth move. No need to get hurt for someone who was bound to die. As human nature would have it, Falanzu did not dare to throw away his strength. Yu Jiuling didn't want to involve the 9 clans in covered up, and Hu Yanshou didn't want to lose his power and step into the underworld. Things in the world are often a matter of thought. Gu Chang'an stared at the seven-colored sword in a daze. Just like when he was a child and used to look to the east always praying for hope. The soul tells itself that it should hold on to hope when it comes. He pushed out the palm of his flesh and blood-molded lake, and the seven-colored hilt of the sword fell precisely and properly. There's not a millimeter of difference. The white-haired red robe slightly skewed his other arm and wiped the blood from his face in a haphazard manner. He stood up again. Huron Din closed his eyes and silently built up his strength. He was still winning. Just as the face smiles with grace and propriety. Do you know what the most beautiful thing in the world is? Gu Chang'an's voice was hoarse and he remembered it being said once, and then it seemed like it hadn't been said. It's pure. It's extreme. It's the deepest obsession. I hold the beauty. Swinging both swords at the same time. It seems to have taken away all the light from heaven and earth. The countless creations of nature. The seven-colored light and the bloody black mist intertwined with each other, presenting a strange colorful sword curtain. The wind was howling furiously, and Gu Chang'an's white hair fluttered. He opened his arms, his red sleeves fluttering in the wind. His blood kept spurting from his body orifices. His aura swept wildly toward the desert around him. This sword, the Empire has tried. Helian Dian's 5 fingers slowly clenched, his body's chi surging out like a collapsing dam. After a pause, he smiled meaningfully. But so, half the sky, however, became cloudy, and rumbles rolled and rolled. All the power of heaven and earth converging in a single punch. Boom! A sword misanthropic killing. A sword age pale. 2 swords at the same time to cut. Vultures. It was only at the moment of the close blast to Gu Chang'an's chest that Helian Dian realized the lunatic's absurd move that. He finally stopped being graceful and crashed through with a scowl on his face. Gu Chang'an flew backwards more than 100 feet away. His heart ruptured. His limbs shattered with only his tendons and bones hanging on. Blood was even oozing out of his pores. He couldn't contain his excitement like a child winning a bet and hissed uncontrollably. Why don't you guys learn from your mistakes? I can't die if you hit me like that. You should have cracked my head. Helian Din struggled to stand still, and the vultures running wildly away were chopped into 4 pieces. The abyssal babe that had accompanied him for 3 years was just lifeless. Hanu, you deserve to die. His expression was embarrassed to the extreme, and his holy might came again. But in a moment, he saw an appalling scene. The white-haired, red-robed man slowly got up, and his chi flowed back up as if a dead tree was springing back to life. Even the blood that hadn't dripped yet poured back into the body, while the chest healed as far as the eye could see. I'm stronger at killing enemies. Gu Chang'an smiled even more, showing off like a child. The 2 swords were in the air, and the 7-colored sword was also the most perfect obsession that he held fast to in his heart. Hylian Din was struck by lightning. He frantically tried to gather his holy power again, but with the venting of his last punch, the holy power was much depleted. He's been tricked? A madman can make a sound bite? For some reason, he felt an invisible noose had been put around his neck and the aura around them had become progressively more brutal. Kill! Hylian Dang hung in the air, this time switching to his right arm and swinging his fist, countless residual shadows passing by. But the 2 swords, one on the left and one on the right, sped across the front, coming at almost relative speeds. The 7-colored swords chopped at the fist like thousands of sword chi. Roll! Hylian Din flickered and shifted. The corner of his robe managed to avoid the colorful sword. But by far the greatest sense of crisis came to mind. He looked up fiercely as the killing blood sword cut down, and he no longer had the internal strength to defend himself against it. One could only watch as his body was penetrated. Heaven and earth are silent. Laughing? The bloodied figure came staggering along, looking at him innocently. Hylian wriggled his fingers. Life was draining away and dying, and he couldn't figure out how to. It will actually create a battle that will shake the world. He himself is hanging from the pillar of shame. Why don't you laugh? Gu Chang'an stuffed his heart and lungs back into his stomach, vomiting blood as he spoke. Take away all the national fortune of the Middle Kingdom, and you open the gates of heaven. Hylian Dang roared filial piety before he died. This is the most horrible monster in the world. He can completely transcend to become a land god. The Central Plains. Gu Chang'an murmured to himself, returning to look at the city. That should be my home too. How can I destroy it? He picked up the 7-colored sword and looked at the dying house thief, cursing angrily. You're obnoxious. I'll cut you down. Cut one sword. Cut another. Gu Chang'an slashed at the corpses one at a time, and then, truly exhausted, he lay down in the bloody soil and rested with his eyes closed, rambling. Go back. Go back. I'll keep house. Northern Liang. Yumen Pass. Zhang Yifang was still stationed at the watchtower as usual, except for the time when he saw Lu Shang off. He never left his post. Having us on the border to defend the enemy spares our old family from having to defend the enemy on their doorstep. We'll be in the vanguard of the Western decisive battle. Are you afraid? He looked serious, looking around the faces of a garrison soldier. No fear. Family hatred and national hatred. If the enemy doesn't retreat, I won't retreat. The soldiers clanged. Who doesn't fear death? But in order to guard the bones of our forefathers, and to guard our fathers and mothers, death can be noble. Good. Zhang Yifang nodded heavily and snapped. Liangzhou has been full of righteous men since ancient times, and Kang's sad song will remain in history. Suddenly, he looked up. The garrison generals looked up one after another. A 7-colored sword flew in, with a miserably dead body dangling from the blade. How creepy and shocking a scene is this? A sword hangs over a corpse and flies out of the jade gate. That seems to be the chi of a saint? Zhang Yifang's child hole suddenly shrunk and he detected a thick residue of holy might in the corpse. A sword to cut down a saint? How is this possible? The rest of the generals have mediocre cultivation, and they can't see the corpse's appearance. But the 7-colored swords are fleeting. When he passed through Liangzhou, the tip of the sword drooped, and that strand of national fortune returned to northern Liang. Ruan Xian stood at the top of the mountain, his body swaying slightly, and in his eyes was an unmatched shock. Chopper saints. Yanmen Pass. Countless martial artists cultivate on their knees, but at the thought of a gaijin perishing, a flame of hatred for the barbarians then burst from his eyes. Gu Chang'an had supported himself alone in the darkness for so long, and was about to welcome the dawn's light. That's the way it is with savage dogs. They always think they can destroy the spirit of Huaxia, but the fire has already started a prairie fire. Gu Chang'an's spirit had long been imprinted on the land of the divine continent. On the steps of the Great Wall, Don Sungu suddenly opened his eyes and cast his gaze into the distance. Far above the sky, suddenly 6 colors filled the sky, and a sword came from the east, spilling corpses and blood. He thought for a moment that it was an illusion, but the face of the damned Kaido could never be false. As the 6-colored sword got closer and closer, he suddenly smiled with a crease in his face. Gong Sun Gu looked around Yanmen Pass and said in a loud voice, Gu Chang'an of the Central Plains, beheading the saint today. Lo as a thunderous bloom. It reverberated up between heaven and earth. Countless martial artists subconsciously tilted their heads. A sword flew past from the top of their heads. A few drops of blood fell on the tips of their hair, their faces, and, as well as the palm. It was as if they had witnessed the most incredible scene in the world, and they all froze and lost their voices, until the six-colored sword disappeared into thin air. Countless people's hearts surged and their eyes actually flushed red. Gu Chang'an of the Central Plains, beheading the saint today. Gu Chang'an of the Central Plains, beheading the saint today. The sound shook the clouds, like celestials beating drums, like the earth crumbling and sinking, and Yenmen Pass completely boiled. Chang'an City, the imperial study. The empress' eyes were hollow, her cheeks gaunt. I will carry the coffin to the battlefield and vow to bring Gu Chang'an back in a dignified manner, and I am ashamed of him. Shame on him for all those years of suffering. Your Majesty, perhaps there is a miracle, Pei Jingshu cautiously persuaded. But she herself was heartbroken. Guilt not only torments His Majesty, it destroys the people of Tang. It was clear that Gu Chang'an was suffering so much despair, but the feeling of being unable to do anything about it was too painful. Miracle. I also hope for a miracle. The Empress seemed to be muttering to herself, and suddenly tapped the royal eucalyptus and, the eyes stared. Here comes the miracle. Pei Jingshu was confused and even thought that His Majesty was mentally deranged, but His Majesty went crazy and seemed to rush out of the imperial study. When she walked out as well, she happened to see the hilt of the sword hanging over the imperial temple, landing as a national fortune, and that half of the four-colored sword was hanging over a corpse, which had a hideous face and bulging brown eyes. He did it! Pei Jingshu suddenly crouched on the ground and, all the stress is soundly released. Just like the endless barbarians attacking the city, Gu Chang'an just stood there without retreating a step. No matter what the enemy, no matter what the despair, he still stands by the banner. Behead the saint. The empress had tears in her eyes, but in a moment she was smiling like a flower. Gang Dong. Emperor Wu was sitting in the pavilion in the center of the lake, and was concentrating on withering and carving the puppeteer. Your Majesty, he won. The hunchbacked, white-browed Qin Gong leapt down from the roof. Emperor Wu frowned deeply, although Lord Qin had the power to enter and exit the palace at will. But he also didn't want the other party to fly through the nine-heavy palace. Gu Chang'an beheads the saints. Lord Qin's face was flushed, and the one thing that could make him lose control of his emotions for decades was this one. Although excited at the Anxi, British souls withered to defend the territory of the Central Plains, but after all, only heard of it. That impact will be greatly reduced. But he is the one who handed out the fortune of Dongwu, which is equivalent to indirectly participating in this war. The thrill of that kind of saint beheading was something that could pierce through the soul. Wu Di was so scared that the wood apothecary fell off, and he had an incredulous look on his face. I have withered to carve the eyes, nose and ears. Suddenly, he finally perceived a change in the state's fortune, and a strand of it returned to Jiangdong, even as he had beheaded his enemies. Hidden adds a lot more. Coming. Lord Jin tilted his head and gazed. A sword sped in. Only the small half of the three colors were left, but the body was still hanging on securely. The blood no longer fell, and the remaining power of the saint was nearly non-existent. Begonia of evil? Emperor Wu's jaw dropped, his heart beating as violently as a drum. The Jin Duke nodded and repeated, Gu Chang'an beheads the saint. Emperor Wu steeply waved his arm, finally having a few moments of a domineering imperial appearance, as he excitedly roared filial piety. Mother asterisk 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 her, I'm all hot and bothered. The fortunes of the divine state are gathered in one sword. One sword is passed into the western region. Gu Chang'an beheads the saint. The so-called saints are nothing but dirt. Lord Qin's expression stiffened slightly. I am not talking about you, Emperor Wu hurriedly explained. His speech was incoherent due to excessive excitement. Barbarian saints, vain and untouchable. The Qin Gong smiled and said softly, Your Majesty, Gu Chang'an has never owed the Central Plains crowd anything. Emperor Wu dropped his arms in embarrassment, and Lord Qin learned to be shifty. He felt ashamed at the moment, and had it not been for Lord Qin's kind words, he would not have been able to give up a strand of his country's fortune. But Gu Chang'an were rare. After beheading the savage saint returned to Jiangdong, and even gave a little extra. By beheading the saint before the battle in the west, the Central Plains will surely fight. Emperor Wu threw his voice. Gu Chang'an once again spread the spirit of Huaxia across the land of God. You can't cut down the saints at 24? Nothing is impossible. Duke Qin smiled and nodded. This battle will not only thwart the abyss's arrogance, but will also shake the confidence of the barbarian generals. The most important thing to avoid before a big battle is an unstable army. It was Gu Chang'an again. When he then goes to the city of Guzi in person, he must drink and rejoice with him, walk the Middle Kingdom with a sword and see the prosperity of the human world. Standing on the high floor of the academy, silently watching the sword of the state turn toward Shishu. It will eventually return to nothingness in Zhao. A sword circled the land of God. The most talented astrologer in the world is actually crying? He turned to look at the Dao-robed girl. Li Ping wiped her tear tracks and hissed. I look back on this scene with tears in my eyes whenever I think about it. The sword beheads the saints and hangs the bodies around God's country. The 7 nations have agreed to hand out a sword only to offer condolences, so that the souls of the heroes may smile in the grave. Who would have guessed that Gu Chang'an had decapitated the begonia of evil? Can't even think about it. It is the unprecedented miracle that brings unparalleled shock. At the time of the Great War, the corpse of the begonia of evil meant too much to the Middle Kingdom. It gave the Shenzhou generals courage, and a desire to win. Is Gu Chang'an still alive? The husband stared at her for an instant. No harm. Just dying. Li Ping smiled. She carried the heaven-prying talisman with her. Previously, frequent divinations had already imprinted traces in the talisman. She was suddenly silent and bowed her head with a mortified look on her face. The man was also quiet and silent. He looked at the excited and exhilarated students of the academy, and at the countless hot-blooded men and women who shouted chop sage. Since when is it okay to be dying? Clunk! The barbarian emperor slammed his hand fiercely against the surrounding walls and he clenched his fist and slammed it with all his might on the round table until it was dripping with blood. The 12 inquisitors were silenced, and there was a deeply hidden grudge in their eyes. The empire is disgraced again. This time, I am afraid that it will also cause a lot of public discontent. The abyssal sage was exposed to the east, and he visited the divine land with a hanging corpse. It was a monstrous humiliation for the empire, and the only one to take responsibility is the heavenly god Coronation. It is he who authorized the evil begonia to go to the lone city to cut off the roots. Kill is killed, but the death of the non-Han slaves, how is it possible for him to behead a saint? No way! The barbarian emperor hysterically roared filial piety. A pair of double children filled with uncontrollable hatred. Bang! The door of the hall was kicked open, and the abyssal messenger as well as the old monster of the Tuoba clan walked in coldly. Do you know what there is a saying in the Middle Kingdom? The life of an emperor is not necessarily more valuable than the life of a martial arts saint. To put it more crudely, a dog can be a throne, but it is difficult to produce one saint out of 5 million. The messenger's face was expressionless, his tone chilling. I did not expect the Eastland Kingdom luck a sword. The barbarian emperor cones his heart and drinks blood, and hates to be mad. The messenger glanced at the old monster of the Tuoba clan and then indifferently said, the abyss only cares about the outcome. If you lose the battle in the west, you will not only abdicate, but you will also have to lead your neck to death. The molded lake face under the barbarian emperor's mask was utterly hideous. Abyss would have discouraged the evil Kaido long ago if he thought there was a chance that he might perish, and the inaction there only proved that no one believed that Hanu could survive. And now that it's happened, he has to take all the blame? The 12 inquisitors looked at each other in dismay, always feeling that this scene was somewhat déjà vu. First the renegade old dog Foldland, then the old Hagyu Jioling. 2 people cannot pocket will Hu Yensho pull down. Coronation House seems to be the fourth to take over? In an instant, they put behind them the absurd thought of how things in the world could be that outrageous. Bang! The blond old man slammed his fist on the round table and abruptly stormed out. The Battle of the West must be won cleanly, and during your reign, the empire's chi has fallen drastically, so I hope you'll be ashamed of yourself. The barbarian emperor didn't move a muscle, and everyone in the world knew it was because of Gu Chang'an. But was it useful for him to argue? The only way to do that is to actually do it. Stop disgracing the Topaz clan. The golden-masked old monster cursed bitterly and follow the old blonde man out of the bronze temple. Abyss is already analyzing this battle, and the evil begonia's negligence is a major reason for it. The national luck sword was the deciding factor, and it was still crucial that the battle power of the lonely city Han slaves could at least match that of the successful Taoists. Why is the martyr of the old world so weird? He wasn't baptized in the new world. The masked old monster sounded half confused and half angry. An autopsy. Once you check any secret there is nowhere to hide. The blond old man's voice was stern. Shame. Shame on the Abyssal Empire. Chapter 37. A million heroic troops press human pass. The barbarian emperor pulls out the temple of the heavenly god. The big battle is imminent. A dark forest, with thin air, and a desolate, dilapidated castle looming over they. Slimy, writhing barnacles grew all around the castle, but instead of bringing a sense of fear, this place makes the blood in the body boil vaguely. Castle Abyss. A blessed place for the heavenly Tao to roll over. The empire rose because of it. The barbarian emperor in a sacrificial dragon robe stood silently, followed by the 12 inquisitors of the center. Ready? The old woman in a wedding dress stepped out of the fort. One lotus flower at a time. I'm going to march in person and vow to suppress the Han slaves of the eastern lands. The barbarian emperor threw his voice. Looking up, he noticed a figure from the castle looking down on him. Beth, how many soldiers in the Eastlands? The old woman in the wedding dress looked to the inquisitress in charge of intelligence gathering. The latter leaned forward a few steps and replied respectfully, including the logistical folk. The total is 1,300,000, and 700,000 soldiers capable of fighting. How many troops is the empire prepared to send? The old woman in the wedding dress turned to look at the barbarian emperor. 450,000 is enough. The advantage is in the empire. The barbarian emperor spoke in an even tone. Yet it oozes intense confidence. The Battle of Shishu has proved the gap between the two sides. One pawn of the empire is worth 4 Han slaves in the Central Plains. Besides, it sits on the home front. $600,000. The old woman in the wedding dress spoke coldly. The barbarian emperor's face stiffened under his mask. He wanted to regain his prestige by winning a good fight. I didn't expect Abyss to question his leadership abilities like that. The judges were also slightly embarrassed. Yes, the barbarian's voice was hoarse. The enemy is outside the gates of the country, and we cannot allow Han Nu to set foot on the empire's borders. The old woman in the wedding dress had a strong, almost express bottom line. I also have this strategy, but, the barbarian emperor paused and said in a deep voice, but that madman is truly loathsome and uncontrollable. The atmosphere was silent. The judges looked at each other, feeling helpless. There was no way to let 1 million Han slaves push their way into the western region and flaunt their power on the imperial frontier. Since we're going to crush the Central Plains at the Yumen Pass, the back was given to Gu Chang'an. This man is the biggest tumor in the west. It is unlikely that the mad and fallen man will leave the city, so don't worry about him sneaking up on the rear, and don't divide your forces to worry about him. The old woman in the wedding gown was tantalizingly calm, and only reminded her emphatically, leave him alone. The barbarian emperor hummed. The beheading of the saint had already demoralized the empire, and he couldn't make a mess before the battle. To put it bluntly, even if 2 saints were sent to chop up the madman, it would only provoke the wrath of the Middle Kingdom. In turn, it invariably increases the power of the battle. If the madman is not dead, the Middle Kingdom is even more combative. As far as the empire was concerned, no matter what, it was a lost cause, and the best way to do so was to ignore Gu Chang'an for the time being. How many saints will be deployed? The wedding-veiled old woman continued to ask. 18. The barbarian emperor did not hesitate. A mere 9 martial saints in the eastern lands. The old woman frowned deeply. The barbarian emperor looked to the inquisitress. Beth explained. 30 years ago, a Central Plains hermit who surrendered to the empire revealed there is a killer weapon in the Middle Kingdom called the 100 Schools of Thought Formation. It is said to be a joint spell cast by 100 heirs of Confucianism, Taoism, Dharma, and Mo to open the ancestor invitation ceremony. Invite the ancestors? The old woman was confused. Not a particular figure, but the ancestral will of the people of the Central Plains. The hermit spoke in mysterious and weird terms, Beth said in a less certain tone. The rest of the inquisitor's eyes flashed with a hint of scorn, and the 100 schools of thought sounded terrifying. You can't just leave it unguarded. Just 18 martial Dao saints. The wedding old woman nodded her head and then he stared at the barbarian emperor's one double child in death and said sternly, either forge splendor or meet destruction. To Obali, it's your turn to turn a new page. The inquisitor's expressions were stony, a phrase that best described the coronation of the heavenly god. The coronate's reign could be described as mediocre, and when the lone city was exposed, with 64 years on his head and the humiliation Gu lunatics inflicted on the empire's subjects, the coronate has become a scapegoat. It's reasonable to compete for the worst king since the founding of the country, but the coronation has a flip-flop. The Battle of the West, if it was a big win, it basically crippled the Central Plains, and annexation was only a matter of time. The coronation will then be crowned with an aura of supremacy, and even if the later years of the reign are characterized by mediocrity and incompetence, just based on the glory of overthrowing the divine lands, he was also definitely an emperor of the millennia. The barbarian emperor knew how important this battle was to him and made another request. I want a vial of Doom's blood to spread doom across the Jade Gate. It affects the nightly rest of millions of Han slaves. The old woman scrutinized him, hesitated for a long time, and vetoed. Abyss has only collected 3.5 bottles so far. The blood of Doom is enough to destroy 1 or 2 saints, but used on an army of millions, the effect is then diluted to the point of insignificance. The barbarian emperor didn't compromise this time, but said firmly and fully, this battle is a protracted one. By no means can victory or defeat be laid down in a day or two. The Han Nu do not sleep well at night. Operational capability is cut in half. I want to minimize the damage. He was betting his life on this battle and had to claim the treasure from the abyss. The old woman in the wedding dress said nothing, and after a long silence, she turned and walked into the castle. Follow me. The barbarian emperor followed closely behind. The closer we get to the sticky castle, the more eerie the atmosphere around us becomes, and a blood moon can be seen hanging high above the dome. The moonlight reflected a figure that looked like an abyss. In fact, he was quite disgusted with these old monsters in his heart, one without the concept of family and country, nor does it show the slightest compassion for the empire's subjects, accepting gifts from the abyss without fulfilling its responsibility to guard the empire. How many more than 30 castle saints? If all of them had stepped into the Eastern Land, they would have chopped the 9 saints of the Eastern Land to pieces. But this group of people cared about their own dreams of Heaven's Gate, but feared that the fall of the empire would lead to the sinking of the abyss. So it's a matter of threatening and terrorizing the center all day long. Imperial scum. Here, the old woman in the wedding dress went and returned, handing over the eyeball pendant in her hand. The barbarian emperor carefully put it away. And then he heard hoarse voices coming from all directions. Draw your sword! Draw your sword! A rusty curved sword slanted into a pedestal at the bloody altar in the center of the castle. The barbarian emperor took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the altar with a reverent gaze. Gently gripped the hilt of the apocryphal cross. Madaka, the sword of God, the symbol of supreme power in the empire, left the pedestal, and the barbarian emperor suppressed his turbulent emotions, striding out of the castle. The eastern part of the divine kingdom shall tremble under his sword, including lunatics who are both hateful and stupid. Are you waiting for reinforcements from the east? Are you praying for the east to take over? Don't even think about it. The lone city will surely come in great numbers, but it's the imperial sky troopers. I will put my foot on your head and look down on you from above. Hanu! Hello! A sword to cut off your head and end your pathetic mission. Outside the castle, sensing the impassioned aura of the heavenly god's coronation, the 12 inquisitors felt invigorated. As if a shark hibernating in the sea, starting to smell blood. Early in the morning, in the white fog, the western end of the Great Wall, Jiayu Pass, the army flags cover the sky, rolling like a torrent in the direction of Yumen Pass. Huang Chao, a chariot with the banner Ao slowly came to a halt. The great general of the scarab sword gazed at the youth 20 feet away. The youth was silver-armored and red-helmeted, and rode a stallion of all black and the guards carried a banner of the great general of the sky. There was no such official position in the Central Plains court at all, and it was obviously self-appointed. Surnamed Qi, want to arrest me on the spot? The young man named Huang Chao came running on his horse, reining his horse in front of the chariot. I didn't expect you to come. Qi Kejian's face was expressionless as he swept a glance at the crowds of soldiers and bring the family along. Yes, Huang Chao was none other than his tiresome old rival and the most famous uprising rebel in the land of Zhao. It's as slippery as a loach. I can't get it clean. The Ministry of War has also arranged a large army to prevent Huang Chao from taking advantage of the situation, which thought that this person would appear on the way to the west. I'd rather die in battle than be a slave to my country. I, Huang Chao, am also a bloody man. Lift the 3-foot blade. Huang Chao glanced at him contemptuously, but was undaunted. The diatribe of the 7 nations against the barbarians has emphasized the need for internal conflicts to be iced out for the time being. Unite against the barbarians. Qi Kejian nodded. He was well aware of Huang Chao's small-mindedness, apart from the national, and the selfishness of gaining fame. The Battle of the West, a chance for the Central Plains to re-emerge, and a stage for martial artists to make a name for themselves. There's no battle merit like slaughtering barbarians. Dare I ask if there are any poems? Zik Jin suddenly flirted with the idea of. It's also a way to ease the watery relationship between the two. He was so talented at the age of 5 that he said, if I become the Green Emperor in other years. The name of reporting in peach blossoms in one place has spread to China. Here's the wine. Huang Chao waved his hand boldly, receiving a bowl of clear, tepid green ant wine, but after a long time of brewing and no thoughts, he exploded in anger. Brute dog, you! Qi Kejian laughed loudly, also smoothly took the wine cups handed by his subordinates, distantly clinked the cups, and said in a deep voice, bottoms up, see you at the martyrs' cemetery. Huang Chao was silent for a long time and gave a sprightly smile. Asterisk. Finish your glass of wine and leave on your royal horse. After the war, he and old dog Qi were at each other's throats again, but only if both sides survive. Since the great change in the heavenly Tao, the large-scale battles between the Central Plains and the barbarians had never been won. Didn't win once. The disparity in battle power is more than just a weapon gap, but more importantly, it's physique. And the closer you get to the zone of the holy city abyss, one's body will be stronger and more courageous. It is reasonable to say that the history of the war is dismal. So how can the Central Plains dare to throw their weight around? But thousands of years of history have taught them that barbarians fear might but not virtue. Tolerance and compromise will only increase the barbarians. Can only fight. and it was the silent cry of the lonely city that awakened the slumbering Middle Kingdom. It also ignited the flames of revolt in the land of God. If I win, I'll definitely visit you in Guzi City. Huang Chao ran against the vast fog. Hearing about it is never as good as seeing it with your own eyes. One look at that city. One look at that man. When you feel lost in life in the future, just think back to that scene and you will have the courage to persevere. 10 days later, Huang Chao arrived at the border of Beiliang. The scene in front of him was spectacular and magnificent. The fierce wind rose pale and yellow. Millions of men are entrenched in the wilderness. The barracks watchtower, which stretches out like a mountain, it seemed to blot out the cloudy heavens. Huang Chao was in a daze and was about to recite a poem to vent his feelings, only to be interrupted in his thoughts by the python-robed official. Name, place of origin? The python-robed official asked. Yellow Nest. The python-robed official froze slightly and seemed to have some impression. Then he continued to ask, how many soldiers under his command? 3,006. Huang Chao answered truthfully. You come with me. The bandits can obey military orders, right? The python-robed officer stared at him for an instant. Cut the crap. If the brothers under my command value their lives, what are they doing here? Huang Chao expressed his displeasure with an angry face. Of course, he could understand the arrangement of the Central Plains Alliance. If there is no order, the battlefield is headless, after all, except for the regular armies of the Seven Kingdoms. There are countless other reckless heroes like him. I just saw a straw bag carrying the banner of the holy and mighty emperor of Haotian. I thought it was already shameless to call myself General Okataka, but now I can only say that I'm ashamed of myself. Along with the python-robed officer who circled around dozens of barracks regulators, Huang Chao came to the arms depot, receive a new flag as well as weapons and armor, and by the way, receive combat arrangements from above. Kill the barbarians! Kill the barbarians! There were roars of hot-blooded generals everywhere, and Huang Chao couldn't help but shout a few times. The savage dogs are planning a genocidal strategy to destroy thousands of years of civilization in the Central Plains, slaughtering the living people of the divine land. But whoever is a somewhat bloodthirsty man of the Central Plains does not want to cut down a few more barbarian dogs? Yellow Nest wanted it more. For decades, the barbarians have continued to slaughter the people of the Zhao land, and have even been so cruel as to release miasma. Destroyed 700 miles of Zhao's territory, with not an inch of grass left to grow, and tens of thousands of people reduced to shriveled corpses. It had been too long since the barbarian dog had ridden over his head and reigned supreme, and now he finally had a chance to wipe out his former shame. Approaching the Yumen Pass, a coffin stands out, and the great Tang Empress lives up to her vow to carry the coffin to the battlefield. She stood on the watchtower, quietly gazing in the direction of the western region, her waterfall-like green silk dancing with the wind. According to letters from scouts, the barbarians are stationing 600,000 troops 1,000 miles away, advancing one day at a time. Li Deyu, secretary of the Ministry of War, held the paperwork and reported seriously. Has there been a unification at the military conference table? The Empress turned her head to gaze at him. Barely reached. Li Deyu's brows knit into a chuan. There was an imperceptible look of worry under his eyes. The Emperor of Northern Liang was in command, and all 7 countries recognized Su Ting's great battle achievements. Being able to ask for the throne of Liangzhou from a pawn. His strategic skills are there for all to see. But then the detailed combat got noisy. Some say 3 fronts. Some say a fierce skirmish. Some even put out 1,000,000 troops to directly step on the western region. In any case, the public said that the public was right and the women said that the women were right. His Majesty was not good at military affairs, so it was not easy for him to make a decision. What does Su Ting think? The Empress asked. He wanted to determine the barbarians' defense system first. Li Deyu said. Su Ting is too stable, even so stable that he doesn't look like the Northern Liang overlord with extraordinary vigor. But everyone could understand him. Can't afford to lose. This is not a matter of one family or one country, but of the rise and fall of thousands of years of civilization. And if we venture into, it is likely to fall into the category of God's sinners. The Empress frowned slightly, and ultimately remained silent. As the leader of the $1,000,000 mastermind, she is acutely aware of her own. Carrying a cold sword to kill the enemy is fine. Integrating internal conflicts is also fine, only not to be involved in strategic deployment. At a time of life and death, no one should meddle with the military indiscriminately. 100 miles away was most spectacular, with 9 martial arts saints from the Central Plains sitting cross-legged and the chi was in the form of a curtain of light branding the dome of the sky, and behind them were more than 30 Dao successors. In fact, there were not a lot of narwhals in the Central Plains. Many of the successful pathfinders who were trapped by the shackles of cultivation, or who had no hope for this battle, did not come. The reason why they couldn't advance to martial saints was still due to the thinness of the aura of heaven and earth. if one accepts the baptism of the abyss, there will be several more saints in the Central Plains in less than 3 years. On the periphery of the majestic Qi was the 100 schools of thought, led by the Jinling Academy. The most important are Confucianism, Moism, and medicine. Confucianism's vast righteousness can strike directly at the barbarian's heart and soul, but it is not good at melee combat and needs the protection of its soldiers. The Mahists were vital. They forged weapons as well as machine battle formations that could be applied to the front lines. The healers, led by the Medicine King, on the other hand, stood firm at the rear to rescue the wounded and disabled soldiers. The rest of the schools, large and small, were able to do their jobs, despite conflicts that lasted for millennia. But in the face of barbarians, even the fiercest strife must work together. To put it bluntly, if the Chinese civilization is gone, the hundreds of people want to quarrel also have no chance to quarrel. Not far from the Gobi Desert, the thin and bony man held a peony flower from Chang'an in his hands, and heard them say that it was nourished by the national fortune, and would not wither or wilt in any way. Grandparents, Chang'an, I'll be back soon. Lu Shang's voice was slurred. With the help of the Medicine King, he learned ventriloquism, vocalizing through the abdominal laryngeal cavity, though not yet masterfully. But at least you can communicate normally. Millions of men with a passionate heart span half of the country to protect the country for the tens of thousands of people behind them. This is the spirit of the nation that we, Anxi, have always stood by. We will win. It will surely be light. Lu Shang murmured to himself. A drink? The obscure Chinese language came from behind him, and it was none other than the big-bellied Folan Su. Get out! Lu Shang quietly wiped away the tear tracks in the corner of his eyes and cursed angrily. Folding Lan Su's movement of handing over the wine pot froze, and then he threw himself on the ground and said, when the country is in trouble and the people are in dire straits, the rise and fall of the Central Plains is on the minds of all the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. Swear to defend yourself against the barbarians. If you fail to do so, heavenly thunder will tear off the limbs of the limbs. I, Folan Su, will lead the charge. He's not being treated well, but this self-analysis is sincere, and there's no going back. Once captured, he was to be subjected to the most brutal torture in the abyss. It was you who killed our Anxi army? Lu Shang had a look of abhorrence on his face, and the hatred under his eyes was hard to dissolve no matter what. Folding Lan Su was silent for a moment, and painfully said, how is it that each one of them didn't understand in the first place? Without me, with someone else, it would be the same policy, if not more brutal. Blame it on the barbarians. When we win, the old man will kneel down in front of me in the city of Guzi and pray step by step for the understanding of the heroic souls of Anxi. Dignity is worthless in his heart. He just wants to live. Can we win? Lu Shang, his anger unabated, seemed to be muttering to himself and praying to the heavens. Folding Lan Su didn't speak again, drinking decadently to drown his sorrows. In terms of spiritual will, the Central Plains army absolutely crushes the empire. Even when the Middle Kingdom was so weak, there were still so many people who rushed to the west despite all odds in order to prevent their fellow countrymen and their descendants from becoming slaves to their country. But in the battlefield you have to talk with your fists after all. According to his insider sources in the Holy City, the imperial side has sent out the latest batch of weapons that, not to mention the 600,000 elites and the nearly 20 saints. He didn't even dare say anything to demoralize the Middle Kingdom when emotions were running high. When the Byzantine dynasty in the west was destroyed, the empire deployed only 300,000 troops. He slaughtered 1.5 million Byzantine soldiers, and his strength was terrifying. 1 million men in the Middle Kingdom sounds like a lot of energy, but 600,000 of the empire's elite is actually an even more terrifying number. It's a pity that Gu Chang'an has, sighed Folan Su. The back of the imperial army was undefended, and he knew very well Gu Chang'an's ability to fight a war. Kill like a pig or a dog. If Gu Chang'an killed the lonely city and kept attacking and sneaking in, it would definitely cause endless panic. But two problems bury this fantasy. First, after leaving the city, does Gu Chang'an still have such a demonic battle power? He doesn't know. The whole world doesn't know. With the will to hold on to the frontier bursting forth with endless power, does leaving the frontier mean that breath is let out? The second, and most crucial reason, is that he's gone mad. A madman will only keep house. No one can make him leave, not even friend or foe. Chapter 38 Endless Panic. It's him who stood up. This scene déjà vu? In the twilight, the vast 600,000 soldiers of the barbarian kingdom were camped and stretched out. 100 war drums and 100 gongs rumble and roar. The purple flag depicting Castle Abyss hangs flat in the blue sky. On the golden platform, the barbarian emperor was high on his throne, looking around the majestic imperial sons and daughters, and tantalizingly said, an ant trying to shake a big tree. Ridiculously insouciant. It's going to be a hunting game. The three inquisitors who accompanied him looked at each other in dismay. The Abyssal One seems to have warned the coronet to stop using the word overrate. After all, the lone city lunatic really did it on his own. This battle is not only to annihilate the Han Nu's living forces, but also to cripple northern Liang along the way. The barbarian emperor's fingers rhythmically tapped the armrests of his throne, and a pair of children looked to the blonde inquisitor. Don't use the genocide policy for the time being. First confuse the people of Balion to drop their guard and surrender sincerely. What's that Chinese saying? A nearby guard said cautiously. Fans and pots of food to welcome the king's division. Right. The barbarian emperor nodded. Karl frowned deeply and exchanged glances with the remaining two inquisitors without saying anything. You're thinking too far ahead, coronet. At best it's visionary, at worst it's overly ambitious, and no matter how great the advantages of, at least deal with the battle of the nations first and steadily. Coroner, the poor man has gone to kill an old friend. At that moment, a Taoist priest in a tattered Taoist robe rose from the barracks pointing to the ground and swiftly swept towards the east. The barbarian emperor has not moved a muscle since the begonia of evil perished. He has been stripped of the power to instruct the saints of the abyss. Like this Taoist, it's not a consultation at all, it's a notification. Approaching the Jade Gate past 100 miles, the scholar seems to have sensed, hanging in the air and walking fast, his shirt hunting and flying. Yujiangnan, still have the face to return to the Central Plains? The husbandman was in a rare rage, his face obscure and cold. A good bird chooses a tree, and the poor man is 20 years younger than you, and now he can straighten you out and... So was the poor Taoist's choice wrong? The Taoist priest walked idly, his duster swinging gently, his chi following around in a marvelous arc. He continued, the old, middle-aged and young wizards of the Central Plains. You'll be the graveyard keeper of God's culture. It has lost its aggressiveness. The Tang Emperor Li Bing was so gifted that he had to abandon the way of domination for the way of kingship and cut off his own arm. The poor Taoist is less than 40 years old, and he can call himself a leader of the middle-aged generation. Sooner or later, the poor Taoist will step into the realm of the land immortals that the world dreams of, and open a heavenly gate for the world. When the words fell suddenly, heaven and earth rose up with a strange phenomenon. A barrier as thick as a mountain peak descended from the sky, enveloping the earth for several miles around. The Taoist priest hung his duster above his head and his figure charged straight ahead. The man opened and closed his lips, and a curtain of light encircled his body, and rows of small scribbled characters poured out of the curtain of light. With the heavenly constitution in his mouth, his words follow the law, and every flyspeck is a killing blade. Boom! Yujiangnan slammed hard into the light curtain, and he bloodcast his Vajra in the abyss. No one in the world dares to call himself second in terms of physical toughness. In the instant the light exploded, the surrounding chi was all stirred up, and the 3-mile radius was reduced to a place of isolation. The abyss has started a spy, code name Elk. Secondly, the barbarian emperor holds a vial of the blood of doom, enough to decide the course of the war, or spread out this night and respond well. In the moment of closeness, the Taoist's words flew and his brutal fists rumbled and smashed into the husband's chest. The face of the husband was indistinguishable from joy and anger, and a magnificent vastness of energy surged from his heart. A wave as thick as a bowl shook the punch away. Why? Yujiangnan retreated backward a distance of 9 feet. His hands lowered as he struggled to stabilize himself in the air, and he skimmed his lips. The poor Taoist wanted to live forever, so he surrendered to the abyss. But the poor Taoist never forgot his Central Plains bloodline. The public is 1,000 years old, the private is a moment, and the poor Taoist is willing to be the private. After saying this with a cold expression, his body once again charged, his adamantine body smashing into Fu Zi like a meteorite. The battle lasted more than 300 strokes until nightfall, when the Taoist priest's breath waned and looking at the old Confucian whose clothes were bloodstained, he laughed. A scholar is nothing more than that. In another 5 years, I will definitely behead you. Laughing, he raised his head and walked away. Returning to the barbarian army camp, blood oozed from the corner of Yi Jiangnan's mouth, surrounded by shadowed old monsters, holding on for 300 moves. You've progressed quickly in these 10 years. The purple-haired old man's voice was hoarse. Yujiangnan took medicine to regulate his inner body and tantalized. If it weren't for abandoning the darkness, the poverty road would still only be in the realm of the successful Taoist, and it was the abyss that made the poverty road what it is. The purple-haired old man nodded and asked smoothly, the abyss can also fulfill Gu Chang'an, can't it? The rest of the old monsters had hidden expressions and could not detect any emotional fluctuations. What do you mean? Yujiangnan gazed up at him. The purple-haired old man held his hands behind his back and said carelessly, come on out. In a short while, a young man in a bloody robe with a head full of white hair came out from the corner of the regulator gate. Dull eyes and crazy breath. Gu Chang'an? Yujiangnan was alarmed. The white-haired man did not look at him, and sat, muddled, on the wooden steps of the... It's like a child coming to a strange place with no idea what to do and being nervous. How is that possible? Jiangnan could not detect the aura within this person's body and instantly shuddered. Fake it, he said, half-heartedly. Would a martyr like that, who defended the spirit of the nation to the death, surrender to the barbarians? The purple-haired old man said meaningfully. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just that he can destroy the Han's psychological defenses. The old monsters laughed without saying a word, and after 3 months of study by the Abyssal, remodeling the exact same lunatic, a masterpiece of perfection, Yijiangnan regained her composure and deliberately showed a smile of success in her scheme, but a heart fell to the bottom. The appearance of the false Chang'an at this juncture was like a bolt from the blue, causing untold trepidation to millions of men. Chang'an, have an audience with the heavenly god coronation, the purple-haired old man said softly. Oh, the white-haired man nodded numbly and headed toward the gold platform. The barbarian emperor on the throne stared tightly at the visitor, a strong killing chance erupting in his eyes. Even the veins on the backs of his hands were bulging. Even though he knew it was fake, the anger was just about to consume him. It was the madman who brought the greatest humiliation of his reign and nearly shook the throne position. Coronet, the white-haired man addressed respectfully. The barbarian emperor grunted a snort, and then calmed down. I have an important task for you later. After saying that, he tilted his head back to look at the knight and sulked. Carl, unleash the blood of doom. I'm going to show the Han slaves of the Central Plains what a new style of warfare is. After saying that, he threw the eyeball pendant over. The blonde inquisitor picked up the stability and ordered the close guards under his command to rush to the Jade Gate Pass. Another reminder to the abyssal practitioners to prepare their formations. At midnight there were only a scattering of starry-eyed patrol sentries outside each camp circle. The campfire was gradually extinguished and cleaned out, and the infinite snoring was interspersed with the intermittent snorting of the war horses. Steep gusts of wind howled, and wisps of gray mist filled the air over the barracks in an unending stream. Generals sleeping with their clothes on turned back and forth in their sleep, and nightmares descended on them without warning. Dozens of people in the tent were suddenly sweating and waking up looking from side to side. I dreamed that evil spirits haunted me. A soldier rubbed his eyes, his heart in his mouth for the rest of the season. The rest of them were horrified one after the other. They had the same nightmare, with ghosts and monsters haunting their limbs and, how can you not tear it off? Don't scare yourself. The centurion at the head of the group shouted angrily, and proceeded to lie down and continue sleeping. The soldier took a sip from his canteen, barely holding down his panic, then smiled to himself and snapped. We battlefield martial artists, and will not be afraid of the ghosts. Come to a knife beheading is just. It was only half an incense stick's time before the soldier drifted off to sleep and the same nightmare struck again. Mother asterisk 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 her, get out and get some air. The centurion sensed something was wrong and put on his armor and walked out of the tent. The moonlight had been obscured by a gray mist, and despite the campfires everywhere, the moor remained gloomy. At this moment, tens of thousands of soldiers came out of the continuous tents, all of them looking confused and gathering in the open field to discuss the situation and confirming that everyone was having the same nightmare. Uneasiness soon pervaded. In the central square of the coalition army, flags stood in profusion, and a single strong martial arts practitioner was seated on his knees in an octagonal array orientation. The chi flowed in a raging stream. The atmosphere was oppressively dead. Husbandman Wan Xian and other saints looked away from the gray mist, and the sadness lingered between their brows. After Yijiangnan's reminder that they were plotting and deliberating last night, but Nakahara had never come into contact with the blood of doom before, so how could he not think of a way to counteract it? Maybe it's an invasion of sleep. The dow-robed girl sealed her lips and gave an ambiguous guess. Su Ting stood silently, his thick ink-like brows deeply furrowed. Invasion of slumber? Nearly the deadliest blow of all. How can soldiers go into battle and kill barbarians if they are not well rested, tired before you even set foot on the battlefield? You will only fall under the butcher's knife of the barbarian dogs. Move the camp? Zhao Disang expansion said tentatively. Unallowable. Su Ting vetoed, speaking in a deep voice. The military camps close to the human pass are all elite and tough, and if the camps are changed, relocating the logistical folk to human pass, that strategic deployment is completely messed up. The generals around them were silent. 1,300,000 men, not 1,000,003, where you can just change the location of the barracks. The dilemma today is that the closer you get to the direction of the Jade Gate Pass, the thicker the doom becomes, and the more tantalizing it becomes behind you. But the front are the main force of the battlefield. They fight to kill the enemy in order to decide whether the war is won or lost. Make a pseudo-100 schools array. Students of the academy, follow the old man. The old man in the Confucian shirt strutted out of the square. There was a dead silence behind them, quiet as a tomb cellar. The so-called 100 schools of thought formation is at the cost of countless lives. In Zhuangzi, the fisherman's father, it is said that where there is sincerity, there is gold and stone. What is supreme sincerity? A life for a life. The man turned and stared at them with an expressionless face. There is no retreat from the Middle Kingdom. Su Ting's face muscles tensed as he angrily shouted, "At your service, turn on the formation. You will go down in history by your death." After saying that, he followed the husband with a cold face. Only his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves. The 100 cultivators led by the students of the academy stood frozen in place. The sudden military order was like a dagger, thrusting hard into their hearts. We have gone to our deaths for victory. And who of the latter says that the scholar has no guts? The readers, apart from strategizing and bowing in the temple, and to fight and die bravely in the sand. If there was a choice, the husband would not have taken this path. A thin, green-shirted scholar smiled sagely and waved his hand to be the first to leave. The 30 scholars who had been arranged before the battle followed in silence, and the 100 scholars of martial arts fell behind. And the line was like a long, winding dragon. War is brutal like that, and they know they have to sacrifice, even if it probably won't help. At this moment, no matter who it was, there was some despair in their hearts. Yet the Middle Kingdom is never short of people desperate enough to go to their deaths with determination. Though there were a few who wanted to be deserters, but meeting the sad eyes of a pair of, they'd be cowards for life if they backed off. So they'd rather be heroes for a moment. Even if no one remembers me, that moment still shines like a shooting star. 2 miles from the Yumen Pass, the gray fog obscured the moon, and the eerie, suffocating atmosphere of doom was like a descent into hell. The hysterical cries of the barbarian army could be faintly heard in the ears, and the rumbling of the drums that, several large purple banners rose at the end of the gray mist. Formation, Fuzi shouted harshly. In the boundless silence, each of the 100 martial arts scholars went about their business, driving their internal forces in their own directions. Boom! The heavens and the earth were clear, and the pillar of light landed brazenly on the ground. It is like a waterfall that drops down from the 9 heavens and pours down to the earth. The gray mist around them turned in a vortex and flowed in the direction of the west again. The gray mist gradually converged into a small stream. Effective. Countless people looked solemn, and a hideous, twisted face in the formation of A. It was clear that he was in severe pain. The student is invited to die. The man's heart cones and drinks blood. His face still looks calm. The moment the voice was heard, the students of the academy, located in the eye of the 100 schools array, each of them sacrificed their divine souls, and the pillars of light grew brighter and brighter as the gray mist from the military camp rapidly surged towards the west. The eyes of the first princess of Chu were filled with hot tears as she watched the Chu soldiers fall in the formation of those young men in the prime of life went to their deaths in the western battlefields of Cam. The mercs follow. Duke Dongwu roared angrily. Taoists follow. Ruan Xian looked at the group of Taoists in the southeast corner, who were already bleeding from their 7 orifices. The gray mist in a radius of 100 miles became darker and darker, but the bodies in the formation were even more eye-catching. They will surely blossom into immortality in the annals of history. Some military generals looked mournful and the arm holding the gun was shaking. No, they just want to win, Su Ting vocalized. Suddenly, for 100 miles it was transparent, a purple light dispersing the darkness. In the line of sight, 10 masked old monsters were perched in midair, their bodies surging with bizarre auras. It condensed into a long snake and crashed towards the gray mist. Enter. Re-entry. In a short moment, the small stream of Doom Chi flowed in reverse, spreading once again in the direction of the Central Plains military camp. Instead of stopping, the 10 abyssal saints frantically added holy power to the vow to let the Doom Chi erode the 600,000 elite of the Central Plains. It is never the saints who decide whether a war is won or lost, but the ordinary and common soldiers. Nong's family, to the death. The heart of a rough, dark Naruto was cut to the bone, and his voice vibrated more than a few times through the formation. As each young farmer sacrificed his life, the pillars of light of the great formation shone brightly one after another. Fighting against the purple serpent was another win. Gu Chanan. The purple-haired old monster roared, and a white-haired, red-robed man stepped out behind him and he looked around the Midlanders in that silence, at the shocked and appalled faces, including the Empress, who was rumored to be tragically beautiful, was also pale at this moment. It was as if he had seen the most horrible spectacle in the world. Why go to your death? Bitter or not, no one is worth sacrificing your lives for. Stop. The white-haired man spoke softly, then laughed despondently. After all the despair, I can never welcome hope, but in the end, I'm going to die. Why not ask yourself, who is this life really for? You are bruised and battered, and they drop a few hypocritical tears, and tomorrow they will leave them behind, and you will have to suffer agonizing pain tomorrow. Back it up. Back it up. Voice hoarse and muffled by the end, he followed the madman's lead around and around. The formation fell into a desperate dead silence. The pillar of light dimmed steeply, and one by one, the shoulders of the 100 martial scholars trembled as blood oozed from the sides of their noses. They could hardly accept the spectacle. Their most admired hero of the Middle Kingdom. Now it stands in the ranks of the barbarians. Fake. The Empress's green silk fluttered about, and for the first time in her life, she roared hysterically. Self-deception. The purple-haired old monster's voice was like rolling thunder, and his eyes leapt over the sea of people and it fell on the world's first astrologer. Li Ping, aren't you good at divination? Please. The Taoist-robed girl was holding a heaven-peeping talisman, and the copper plate at the front shattered without wind, and the trigram pole snapped. False. Gu Changyan is still in the western region. Her eyes reddened and she said firmly. Husbandman Wan Xian and the other saints were silent as they keenly captured the hesitation and pain in Li Ping's eyes. You clearly spied that he was at the Jade Gate Pass. So why lie? The purple-haired old man laughed out loud and the sound traveled a long way down the gray mist. A perfect masterpiece. Perfect in every way. Of course. The Abyss had long been on the lookout for Li Ping's terrifying talent and forged the heavenly opportunity in advance. Chang'an, only the Imperial Abyss is your homeland. You will be the pride of the Empire. You will bring honor to the Empire. Many old monsters waved their arms, roaring filial piety with reckless abandon. And long purple snakes condensed and stout? Pushing the gray mist another 100 miles away. Nagin never leaves home. Nagin never surrenders. Lu Shang shouted from the far end of the room with all the strength in his chest. No matter how similar the disguise was, he could not be Chang'an. Husband. The Empress's eyes signaled to continue the formation. And whoever descends under the sky will not be Gu Chahan. A bunch of selfish people who always think I'm omnipotent. Who always think I'm godlike. Where were you when I was surrounded by 10,000 savage dogs? Why shouldn't I embrace my new life? I pledged allegiance to the barbarian dog 3 years ago. The white-haired man's voice was shrill and shaky as he lost control of his emotions. Hearing the word savage dog, the corners of the eyes of the purple-haired old monster narrowed slightly, but quickly calmed down his emotions. The more you do, the less you show. This dog is a real likeness. There was a sudden delusion that he was really the Lone City lunatic. Do you and others still need to be stupid? A group of old monsters looked at the 100 martial arts scholars in the formation, only half of whom were left, all of whom were in a muddle. There's a sense of crumbling faith. The most scrupulous is the 100 schools of thought formation, although it's a pseudo-formation. But the effect was enough to dispel the jinx. The only way to kill Gu Chang'an is to let him do it. This count is effective. Not only the array men, but also the generals in the distance, were in despair. Panic spread like a hurricane through the barracks. It is the torch held high in the darkness that spreads through the Middle Kingdom. It was the deeds of that man that gave the children of China the courage to fight, and the moment before the war opened in the Middle Kingdom. Instead, he descended. How ridiculous is that? Despite the fact that the vast majority of the generals don't believe that, no matter how much it resembles the portrait man, they were also steadfast, but panic quickly infected the army under their command like a plague. Golden Terrace. Upon receiving the news from the flying pigeon, the barbarian emperor rose up in a frenzy and smashed his fist on top of the throne, laughing freely. Han Nu is in danger. Shaking morale before standing can be considered a kill, and one forged move by Abyss is enough to seal the deal. 90% of the Han slaves don't believe in it, but as long as only 1% believes in it, there's a gap in the cohesion of unity. It's all a catastrophic blow on the battlefield. Alas, the barbarian emperor sighed. He had come in a burst of passion, and on his way had imagined, I know not how many masculine stratagems, how many strategic strikes had been planned, but they hadn't anticipated that they would still have to rely on the Abyss. There is a stifling of talented ability with nowhere to vent it. The stout inquisitor raised his voice in request. Coronet, tomorrow at noon at the beginning of the battle, I will lead 60,000 elites to be the vanguard, and crush Han Nu in one fell swoop. No, the barbarian emperor laughed harshly. Don't crush them, I want each one to open up their bellies. Karl frowned suddenly and looked up at the gray sky. Han Nu listed the formation to reverse the dispersal of Doom Chi, and the leaked Doom Chi vaguely surged to the western region. It also flowed toward the depths of the 7,000 mile frontier. Coroner. My humble servant always feels that he has overlooked something. He was distracted. Late night, lonely city. Gu Chang'an's legs dangled in the air, leaning against the wall of the watchtower. His clear, clean eyes staring at the moon. It's been a long time since it died down. Why are you here to steal my home again? He leapt down to the citadel and a light, tantalizing gray gas was about to approach the banner borderlands. Get out! Gu Chang'an cloaked his head and cut it off with a sword. In an instant, the unique aura of doom and misanthropic cruelty merged into one. Immediately afterward, a wisp of doom chi that had drifted in and out surged towards Gu Chang'an like crazy. Will it snow? He laughed suddenly, though tearing pain emanated from all his organs but getting used to it doesn't hurt much. He recalled his first experience with snow, which also evolved from chi. Thus, Gu Chang'an stationed his sword next to the banner and frantically devoured and refined the gray gas. The wind rose, the sky and the earth rumbled, and the yellow sand rolled into a giant dragon. Little snow drifts and falls. Snow drifts along the path of the source of the ergosphere, from west to east. The snowflakes look like a lost arrow shot towards the human pass, presenting a majestic vision. Gu Chang'an was drenched in blood, and he stumbled and wanted to follow the snow, but he thought about keeping his home. It can only be absorbed in place. Golden Terrace. Countless humans fell into a deathly silence. Doom gas is raging, and the gray mist is like a monstrous river spreading madly over the 7,000 miles of the western region, sweeping numerous garrison camps along the way. The barbarian emperor was as dull as an apocalyptic mold, and he said in a daze, could it be that the abyssal sage lost to the 100 contested Dao and suffered a backlash? The inquisitors' scalps went numb. This blood of doom is now starting to eat away at the empire's sons and daughters, so it's as good as useless. Both sides are not in the same state of mind to stand on the same starting line. The killer is not funny? Does it serve a purpose for an abyssal sage to forge a madman? The barbarian emperor's breath flared with rage and he found it hard to believe how the doom chi flowed deeper into the west. But all of a sudden, the barbarian emperor's child hole suddenly shrunk, as if he had encountered the most unbelievable scene in the world. Snow. Big snow. Snowflakes drifting from left to right, from west to east, gradually drifting towards the human pass. And there was an extremely deep and obvious trace of heaven and earth chi where the snow had passed. That implication of misanthropic cruelty was easily detectable by any cultivator. The truth speaks for itself. A single eye looked to the throne in unison, and Carl soulfully. He finally realized what he had overlooked. The lonely city. 7,000 miles of hinterland lunacy. He absorbed all the doom and gloom. Had it not been refined, the heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely not have appeared. The barbarian emperor was dizzy. His entire body was paralyzed on the throne, breathing heavily, and his pair of children were scarlet and horrible. In full view of the public, he lost his face. Abyssal blood of doom. That madman was able to refine it? I've made a mistake. The corners of the barbarian emperor's mouth twitched, and he felt that his face was lost. And looking around, the inquisitors and the central military generals stood silent, but none of them spoke. In the words of the Middle Kingdom, the coronation is called a stolen chicken, a gifted enemy. Though not on purpose, no one expected the 100th array to drive the doom chi back to the west. In a sense it's the Central Plains helping the crazies, but the empire only looks at results. This is a ridiculous and laughable move on the part of the coroner. Since the madman was able to refine I think the cultivation must have skyrocketed a lot more. There is no filial son before the bed of a long illness. The coronet operates again and again, and then he has to think twice about being loyal. If this battle goes badly, the coronet will be removed from the throne by the abyss. Gifted enemy, that's a real hard slap in the face to abyss. Human pass. The scene came to an abrupt halt. Heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Countless people looked up and watched as the snow came pouring in, and the white snowflakes drifted toward the Central Plains barracks just like that. But where there were traces of gray mist, they were covered with goosefeather snow. It's snow. The soldiers from Eastern Wu had never seen heavy snow before. It's even harder to imagine this bizarre spectacle, with the snow traveling from west to east and passing by. It's him. A military general clanged his hands and looked uplifted. That one unique self-created aura was just too obvious. Gu Cha-han. Deafening roars instantly resounded around them, and countless soldiers waved their arms and roared. And in front of the formation, the empress husband and the others tried their best to restrain their emotions. But when the snowflakes fell on their hands, it still feels heavenly and earth-shattering. He stepped forward again. It's him. Li Ping's eyes were excited, and wherever his chi passed, it was as if he had come here. But in a flash, he was depressed again, and his chest felt like a boulder was weighing him down. The infinite amount of doom and gloom, which he alone absorbed. It was as if the dream demon originally endured by hundreds of thousands of generals and soldiers had been taken over by him alone. Chang'an, husbandman's body gushed out a vast and righteous chi, which transformed into the word punish and blasted at the white-haired man. And you deserve it? The white-haired red robe immediately panicked. Chengdu Dao cultivation where can withstand this blow? He tried to duck behind the purple-haired man, but was kicked to the ground. Waste stuff. The old abyssal monster's emotions were close to exploding, and the long purple snake gradually returned to nothingness. The crowd flung their sleeves and left the Jade Gate pass. Strange shame. It's like a slap in the face and you can't wait to find a hole in the ground. How does this loser, the heavenly god coronation, do his work, and won't he send someone to eliminate the doomed heir that pours out? If the war is thwarted, Topaz must go to the gallows to give thanks to the sons of the empire. Bang! The abandoned white-haired man was run through in two, dead as a doornail. In the distance, Folding Lawn stood solemnly in front of the regulator's gate, looking at the Jade Gate Pass, which stirred up joy and, he looked dazed. The time is just like this moment. How can they look so much alike? He used to go that way. Yu Jiuling repeated his mistake. Huinshou doesn't learn his lesson. Then, the imperial king was also planted. Almost always the same kind of chronic suffering, sometimes even wondering if it's the wheel of fate. P.S. 2-in-1 chapters, 2 chapters together. Chapter 39. Invite Chang'an to strengthen my central plains. Early morning on the third day. In the center army tent, the generals participating in the war were gathered together. Commander-in-Chief Su Ting's temples are as white as frost, and his furrowed face is a serious one. He gave his military orders with agitation and pain. Today, Su Ting has been ordered to command millions of troops, vowing to work with all of you to sweep away the barbarians. Together we will build an unparalleled achievement and return a clear sky to the land of God. Since the great change in the heavens, the Central Plains have been repeatedly defeated by barbarians, suffer a disgrace unprecedented in thousands of years of history. What brings this on? When the tent was raised in solemnity, Su Ting took a breath and his tone gradually calmed down. It's all in the fact that the Middle Kingdom is on the defensive and retreating, and it's all in the fact that we lack the courage to die together. The lone city was in danger, yet it managed to hold out for 64 years without losing an inch of ground. Gu Chang'an slaughtered 10,000 troops with one man and one sword. Courage lies in conviction, and conviction lies in the living people behind us. If you don't want your clan to perish, then fight for your life. The general's suppressed wariness erupted explosively, raising their tents and shouting, "Together, we will fight to the end." Suddenly, Su Ting pulled out the gold-sheathed King of Jinjuan sword from his marshal's eucalyptus, and with an indignant chop, long eucalyptus smashed to the ground. Destroy the barbarians. The sun was rising, the mist had not yet dissipated, and the great formation of the Central Plains to the east of the Yumen Pass was out in force. A loud and powerful trumpet sounded for hundreds of miles, and the army in the camp ahead broke out of its nest and the blackness enveloped the wasteland like a wave that wanted to destroy the earth. With the banner flying high, Su Ting stood on the cloud chariot watchtower, overlooking the slow advance of nearly 200,000 soldiers. He will have to depend on how the offensive battle goes today, and it is unlikely that he will throw his weight around in the first battle. The first wave was tried with 100,000 Central Infantry and 50,000 cavalry on each flank. In the endless flat wasteland, with little terrain for either side to capitalize on, the head-to-head collisions depend on the true combat power of both sides. Therefore, the outcome of the first battle is crucial, and if the ratio of losses in the center is too high, the subsequent battles will have to be won on the basis of strange maneuvers. But looking at Chinese history, 90% of war victors are head-to-head victories of the side with more superior strength. 10,000 against 6,000. You can rely on strategic wizardry. 1 million against 600,000. The only way to meet is head-on. In the distance, the rumbling drums were so loud that the ground looked as if it had been shaken over by the thousands of banners of the barbarian army had come into sight. Duke Qin of Eastern Wu and husbandman of Chu were hanging in the air, and behind them were a vast number of cultivators, forming a defensive formation. The front line was lined with rows of special shields made by the Mozi family. Sons and daughters, we don't sacrifice to demons. We don't honor ghosts and gods. We only honor our conscience. In the old days of the Tang dynasty, it was the Central Plains that gave our tribes grain, cloth and silk. Let's say goodbye to our barbaric life and learn manners and shame. The time has come for us to repay the favor. There is no honor in what we have done today. The heavily armored Fen Lansu carried the flag himself, fearing that his sons would not have the will to fight. Then they frantically encouraged the army before the battle. At his point, once the Central Plains lost, his whole family would be cut into 1,000 pieces by the barbarian kingdom. The only way is to die fighting. In case of death in battle, his son and granddaughter would still enjoy a title in Chang'an City. Transform the male soul and subdue the mountains and rivers. Jiaoshao Yutan. The heavens are in favor of all nations. Kill. Fu Lansu hissed with all his might and led his men and the cavalry on the left flank to make the first wave of the charge. The two armies collided like mountains and seas, shaking the wilderness like rumbling thunder, like 10,000 hectares of angry waves pounding the world. A dense rain of arrows covered the sky, swords and axes clanged and fought, and dust and blood shrouded the battlefield was suddenly transformed into a bloody grinding ground, and the most primitive and bloody fights began. After an incense stick burned, Su Ting's face at the cloud car lookout was tense as he hissed, "Support the right flank and break the center. Promise." The general's arms were trembling slightly as he gripped the bugle flag tightly, and he flew down from the cloud carriage. The brute dog squirmed backward. The first wave of the charge was a huge victory for the Union Army, and it was nearly overwhelming. Soldiers will put their livers on the line, and they will send their blades. This is the most tenacious will of the Chinese civilization. The sound of killing and short hisses made the battlefield tremble, and the barbarian army in the west regrouped its infantry and cavalry in two formations. Giant birds of geese and rock flew out from one of the carriages, coalescing a huge blood-colored net in the air. In the giant net coverage, the speed of the Central Plains elite killings can be seen slowing down. Even cavalry running with guns became sluggish and slow. Sage, a general rushed to the sky to roar his filial piety, as he watched his sons and daughters die in battle. The original forward formation retreated a few dozen feet. A dream demon reappears on the battlefield of Shishu. Damn the net. Corpses were strewn. Blood gurgled. Wounded soldiers cried and wailed miserably, and lay trampled by the hoofs of horses in the wilderness. The battlefield is as tragic as a boundless purgatory. Two martial saints cast spells in unison. The sky netting gradually molded lakes, but did not change the offensive and defensive dissimilarities. The previously dispersed iron horsemen of the barbarian army all revitalized. As night fell, 100 huge gongs rang out. The two armies sounded their retreat and slowly withdrew to the edge of the battlefield. The human pass wilderness is writhing with bloody men with broken arms and limbs all over the place. Hisses of despair and pain filled the air everywhere. The already scarred soldier held a brute dog's head in each of his right and left hands, his vision gradually molding lakes. He didn't know if the battle would be won, and he didn't know if the Middle Kingdom would win. But his rough palms still gripped the brute dog's head firmly. "I'm going to be a father in 3 months. What a shame." The soldier smiled and closed his eyes. Before he died, he threw away his head and drew out the family book from his armor and placed it on his body. The barbarian army's golden platform. Everyone is walking fast, and the battlefield messages are dropping down the queue like drifting snow. The barbarian emperor's breath was gloomy as he binge-drank 3 jugs, trying his best to suppress the flames of anger that were churning and rolling in his chest. "Disembowel yourself," he cursed. 6 enraged corpses sat straight up on their knees in a row at the foot of the stage. Both hands clutched the short sword plunged into his belly. The Inquisitor's face was expressionless. These 6 men were humiliated to the core in the first battle. The only way to give an account to the sons and daughters of the Empire who died in battle was to cut themselves. "Carry away." The purple-haired old monster came striding in. Tantalizingly, a rough tally of the battle shows that 1 imperial elite consumed 2.5 Han slaves. What does the coroner think? The barbarian emperor didn't say a word. The Inquisitor was silent. In past battles, 1 elite could stand up to 4 Han slaves. Obviously, the battle damage ratio was very embarrassing this time. Before using special weapons, a Han slave even killed 2 imperial elites. At that time, the battlefield was in a state of collapse, and the situation was saved by special weapons. In the face of absolute strength, will is of little use. The barbarian emperor's voice was low and added, "If the blood of doom hadn't been dissolved, it would be a one-sided slaughter now." When he thought of that lunatic Gu Chang'an, he was mad with hatred and his heart was like a knife. Destroyed the Empire's greatest strategy all by himself. The Abyss is satisfied with this battle. The purple-haired old monster suddenly said. The Coronel himself lined up his troops, whether by the use of special weapons or subsequent reinforcements. Can't pick out flaws by and large. The Abyss has always adopted the strategy of raising parasites when targeting the imperial throne. A group of good parasites kill each other in the bottle, leaving one powerful one at the end. Despite the core and its previous scandalous outbursts, that was in the face of shocking lunacy. He definitely counts this battle as excellent caliber. The barbarian emperor let out a sigh of relief, finally being recognized by the harsh old monster as he calmly said, "I will make further efforts, and in the battle of the western regions, it is necessary to completely annihilate 1 million Han slaves." Central Plains military camp. Su Ting stands in the Yamen door silent. The conference table of the generals each looks solemn. It's hard to win or lose the first game. Compared to the previous battle-loss ratio, the Central Plains could be said to have done their best to consume the barbarians. But heaven rolls over the barbarian kingdom, and the barbarian is strong and healthy. This innate advantage is not compensated for by tenacity. What's more, the giant net weapon that reappeared on the battlefield of Shishu. The Central Plains can't find a way to break it so far. The 2 saints consumed time to resist, but the battlefield had long since changed, and the giant net had to be broken at the first opportunity. And the pale-faced folded Lan Su outside the barracks, after thinking for a long time, toward the direction of the female emperor's carriage, seemingly guessing his intentions. The schoolmaster hesitated for a moment before stepping to follow as well. This goes to the lonely city to recruit Chang'an. 1 man and 1 sword to cut down Yanluo. May your majesty take counsel. Arriving outside the ceremonial tent of the carriage, Folan Su knelt down and bowed to the ground, his voice spreading far and wide. He hadn't had time to treat the arrow wound in his shoulder, and blood soaked his lapel. Please Chang'an strengthen my central plains, Folan Su said in a loud voice, a hint of trepidation in his eyes. It's hard to win the battle of the Western Conference. He knew it well. Lord Commander Su Ting knew it well, and the elites who survived knew it well. At that time morale was high beyond measure, and it was the strongest spiritual will in the Middle Kingdom that, but when you encounter a setback, that energy dissipates. There's a huge gap in strength. He's been loyal to the barbarian kingdom for decades. The well-organized order of the barbarian army was clearly felt. That's how it is in a barbarian nation. If the order is not in disarray, the war effort will not collapse. The only way to subvert the order and create panic in the barbarian army was to give them a headache. And a madman in the hinterland is the perfect candidate. He really has the ability to kill through 10,000 troops by himself, even if his strength is halved by leaving the lonely city. It can also definitely mess with the empire's rear. Roll back. The empress slowly walked out in her golden armor, her delicate jade cheeks icy cold to the extreme. Pei Jingshu, who was serving behind her, also chilled her face. What is this? Let His Majesty bind the chains of national righteousness to Gu Chang'an? All for the sake of victory. Folan Su's voice was mournful. He had lost 5,000 sons and daughters. Li Deyu, the secretary of the Ministry of War, wanted to speak, opened and closed his lips for a while, before whispering, Your Majesty, according to earlier scouts, there is no defense behind the barbarian army. Gu Chang'an has enough to play. Do not speak. The Empress cut off his words, her eyes glowing. The atmosphere around them was stiff as iron. Fu Ziruan and the other martial arts saints looked at each other and ultimately did not come forward. It's brutal. If Gu Chang'an had not absorbed the evil qi, the millions of soldiers would have collapsed without a fight at this moment. He has already made his greatest contribution in the battle for the nation's fortunes, but now he is still allowed to sneak attack. The barbarian army is hundreds of thousands of people. It is tantamount to sending death. Do heroes deserve to die? Lu Sheng, at the far end, was so dizzy that he almost staggered to the ground, and he hissed like a madman to attract attention. No, no, no. God knows how many times he repeated those 2 words, only to feel a cold sadness fill his heart and mind. He had always thought that a meeting must require a great ceremony, and he waited until he would wait until the victory in the Middle Kingdom, and receive the souls of the Anxi heroes in the grandest way possible, as well as Chang'an, which guarded his home. It's not supposed to be like this. The great Chinese, millions of heroes, but hope that one person to break the game. You and others are not ashamed? Gu Chang'an is already having a hard time to this point, and he wants me to personally stab him in the heart. The Empress was unable to control her emotions, and a deep chill was revealed inside her eyes. Folding Lan Su, what are your intentions? The first princess of Chu also questioned in a stern voice. A direct hatchet job. Could it be that you want to surrender to the barbarians again? Folding Lan Su's heart was like ashes, and he got up and stopped talking. Although the proposal was very vicious and cruel, he believed that Gu Chang'an was capable of breaking the ice. Imagine a fire in the barbarian army's backyard. The front line will surely panic and, isn't this the perfect opportunity for the Middle Kingdom to advance? Besides Gu Chang'an, who can stir up the army by himself? He has the ability in being in the heart of the West. The time and place must be utilized. Countless people in the square were silent, so dead silent that you could hear a pin drop. Why wouldn't they understand? But this barbarian doesn't know what the most important thing about the Chinese nation is. Conscience. Conscience is paramount, and ghosts and gods cannot be deceived. If you really give this order, you'll have a bad conscience for the rest of your life. Please, Chadan, strengthen my Middle Kingdom. A hoarse and unpleasant voice came out of nowhere as Lord Commander Su Ting slowly walked in surrounded by his guards. He cradled a stack of blood-stained family letters and said calmly, so many ordinary people have sacrificed their lives for the Central Plains. I implore Gu Chang'an to keep going, all for the sake of victory. This is a pre-war military order that cannot be disobeyed in God's country. I, Su Ting, have done this evil. Finished walking towards the soulful Lu Shang and said softly, sorry, any reinforcements? Lu Shang had tears in his eyes. Su Ting suffered inwardly, but as the commander-in-chief of the million-strong allied army, how could he expose a hint of weakness? No, no, ha ha, no ah. Lu Shang suddenly laughed uncontrollably and, sharp, razor-sharp laughter echoed through the square. Both the civil and military officials of the 7 kingdoms and the martial arts practitioners felt a twinge of pain that, a mix of sadness and guilt swept over me. No reinforcements. Also as before, Gu Chang'an still had to fight alone. Did Chanan come into the world to be punished? I'd rather not have climbed out of the Jade Gate. I'd rather not have learned ventriloquism. I would have preferred that the city of Guzi had fallen 63 years ago. A drop of water dripped into Lu Shang's eye socket. And suddenly he squatted down to cover his face and the thin back twitched violently as tears streamed silently from his fingers. The one who pushed Chang'an into a more brutal hell was the Central Plains. It was Chang'an's heartfelt national righteousness. Ah, all of them are guilty as hell at the same time. Ah, Chanan, you're capable of doing all this. You could be a little more insane. But how much pain and suffering did he have to endure? Asterisk. You midland. Lu Shang got up suddenly and left without looking back. Change you to sneak up on hundreds of thousands of troops? His eyes were scarlet as he gazed at the schoolmaster. Fuzzy averted his eyes. Change you? Lu Shang stared tightly at Beiliang Ruanxian. Ruanxian similarly bowed her head. Lu Shang laughed hideously and harshly. You want to say you're not afraid to die, but you can't do that. And only Chanan can slaughter an army, right? Why don't we stab you 10,000 times and crush your intestines first and see if it hurts? I really regret why I didn't die on the road to the west. He swept over the guilty faces with tears in his eyes. It was precisely this group of people who sent Chanan to his death. But when Lu Shang walked through the barracks and looked at the countless ordinary men with determined faces, looking at the young faces standing straight, it was suddenly like the old, white-headed soldiers who had sworn to stand firm at the head of the city. He stopped and whimpered silently. For the sake of the Middle Kingdom. For the sake of the Middle Kingdom. P.S. One more shift before 3. Chapter 40, He Came from Hell, second shift. Barracks square quietly. The golden crow slanting fall everything gradually become mold lake. Lu Shang long sigh. Sitting down in a crumpled heap. The choice was painful. But he still has to make that decision for Chanan. Wasn't it for the Middle Kingdom that you stood alone in the darkness for so many long years? If Chanan were standing here, he would take the military order without hesitation. Right? Lu Shang, countless generals of the 3 armies have been killed in battle, and we've come to avenge our grudges. Whoever it is can die in battle just to give future generations a stable Central Plains. Su Ting walked over silently, his voice low and despondent. Doesn't he know the suffering Gu Chang'an has endured? Doesn't he know that the snow has saved millions of soldiers in the Central Plains? He knows all about it. He was more than aware of what a tragic outcome would be for one person to stir up the barbarian army. But these are the price of victory. This battle cannot be lost. And the Central Plains cannot perish. Chang'an is already suffering enough. Don't push him into the abyss of death. Lu Shang murmured to himself. It's clear that after all that has been done, it still never ends. Sorry, Su Ting said again, then walked back to the center of the square and, coldly and hard, he gazed at the Empress. Dispatch 2 men, with one of the adults taking cover. Also Gao Chaoan's disciple is in charge of traveling to the lone city. The whole place is dead silent. Gao Xiaoyuan was the best in the world at escaping. Although his righteous son, Gao Zhongguan, was only at the Grand Master realm, he had learned the essence of body techniques, and the seeker who is the cover for the becoming of a man is the sacrificial outcast. A hint of darkness flickered in the bottom of the Empress's eyes, and her heart clogged up as she tried to say something. Chang'an is crazy. Li Diyu, the Minister of War, spoke for His Majesty. He felt His Majesty's gradual breakdown. He wanted to take the hero of the Tang dynasty home, but now he wants the hero to die. I'm afraid I won't even end up seeing you for the first time. Yeah, he's crazy. Su Ting gently closed his eyes and his attitude hardened when he suddenly opened them. Deception. A single word of deception completely creeped out the entire room and made it feel like there was no place to go. Even Folan Su, who was the first to propose, had tears in his tiger's eyes and sighed to the heavens. The only way to get Gu Chang'an to leave the house was by deception. Is it not a little too cruel to deceive the saddest hero the Middle Kingdom has ever seen? Is there no way out? Beiliang Wanxian asked in a deep voice. Su Ting shook his head and proceeded to drink coldly. Draw lots. As the words fell, a dying Shu Sang Daoist said calmly, I'll go. He's willing to die. He won't live many years anyway. Why not stand proudly in the history of the world with a clean slate? The miscellaneous family is willing to go. The middle-aged eunuch's voice was half yin and half yang. Stepping out resolutely from the queue of the 100 officials of the great Tang dynasty, Su Ting gazed at the old man for a long time and said decisively, You cover Gao Zhongguan and make sure he passes without incident. The aging Sengoku doctor nodded and smiled sagely. My name is Chen Gravel. Don't die in obscurity, he said and looked at the Empress. Pei Jingshu hesitated for a long time and handed up a pair of opinion maps. It was Li Ren who depicted the topography of the western region along the way. On the golden platform, a purple flag fluttered in the wind as the barbarian emperor paced back and forth in front of his throne. It's been 10 days since the first battle passed, and there's still no major movement in the Middle Kingdom. Brewing up strange moves? He looked to Inquisitor Carl. Carl frowned deeply. his azure childhole colored with confusion. It's so wrong. Recently, apart from skirmishes, it has been reduced to scouts wrestling with each other. The cumulative casualties of over 170,000 on both sides of the first battle, which could last for 10 consecutive days. The imperial side lost only 3,000 sons and daughters. Simmer? Want to boil me to death? The barbarian emperor smiled contemptuously and he found that the Middle Kingdom still couldn't change its bone-deep arrogance. You think it's 200 years ago when all the nations came to court? Do you think the foreigners are all stupid and impulsive? Times have changed. The so-called plotting and scheming cannot possibly work, and I will never fall into a trap. Trying to force the empire to actively press the offense and then reveal a fatal breach? What in heaven's name? Coronation of the sky god. Let's spend as much time as we want. Karl said carelessly. The empire annexed 20 million miles of territory in a few decades and slaughtered several dynasties around the world. There is precisely no shortage of food, and the old grains are piling up and getting moldy, much less lack of money. Fighting a war is nothing more than fighting for money, and there is absolutely money to spend with the Middle Kingdom. Order the scouts not to let their guard down, and to try to get word to the spies. Spy out the strategic deployment of the Central Plains, and let's keep it quiet. The barbarian emperor's voice was serious and could not be refuted. He's on the verge of a glorious era, and he can't be complacent until it's here. Be cool and calm, and always be awake. By the will of the coronet, Karl clasped his fists respectfully. As long as he didn't run into the madman Guchang'an, the coroner was still wise and decisive. He was about to proceed to the barracks of the bases to deliver his decree, when the sound of horses' hoofs rose suddenly and 10 heavenly god knights came rushing in, dragging a corpse of a flesh and blood mold lake behind them. Coroner, I met this person near the residence of the former sanctioning officer. After fighting, behead him. The golden knight at the head of the group was pale, and in the rest of his vision he could only see his coronet fists clenched in death. Even His Holiness the Judgment had a worried look on his face. Who else is there besides him? The barbarian emperor breathed heavily and roared sternly. Nope, the golden knight resounded, at the cost of a small 130 lives. It was only with great difficulty that I killed the aging Han Nu. The barbarian emperor stood up with a huff, and a pair of children erupted with a strong killing chance. He had dispersed the golden knights in the western hinterland just to watch out for that madman. Is the Central Plains' strange trick of contacting a lunatic? But the madman only recognizes the lone city and never leaves his home. There may be a leak. Karl looked grave. There were guaranteed to be Han slaves who had gotten through the blockade. The barbarian emperor tapped his palm rhythmically on the armrest of his throne, forcing himself to calm down. Ever since the begonia of evil perished in the lonely city, he has been stripped by the abyss of the power to command the saints. So don't even think about sending 2 saints there. Moreover, the number of saints is especially aimed at the Central Plains' 100 schools of thought formation, which cannot be easily left. Otherwise, it is easy for the Central Plains to seize the opportunity. Now there are 2 doubts. First, is the Central Plains quietly traveling to the western hinterlands to set up a formation or to try to contact a madman? Secondly, if contact was made, would the madman have left home? Remember the Moon family's records. As long as they went out of the territory of the lonely city, the madman wouldn't even chase after them. Coronet, Karl reminded gently. The coronet was seen slamming fist after fist into the armrest, clearly in a rage again. There's no harm in waiting and seeing what happens. The barbarian emperor made up his mind to follow through with the strategy he had started with. Pretend that crazy dog doesn't exist. There's nothing more important in the world than the battlefield. No matter what kind of intrigue the Central Plains may employ, it will eventually have to fall into place on the frontal battlefield. You quickly go back and inform the alert. The barbarian emperor stared coldly at the heavenly god knight. The latter nodded and suddenly asked carefully, shall we approach the city of Kames to investigate? Are your thousands enough for a madman to chop? The barbarian emperor steeped in fury, rising to his feet and taking a step to point his halberd at him. Don't go to the lonely city, and don't frighten yourself, a heavy guard is enough. And a swift message is sent at the first sign of movement, said chagrined kicked a throne. Oneself actually rise Han new flame, destroy their own wind. When did thousands of people get to say it wasn't enough to cut? Yes, sir. The heavenly god knight hastily led the group back. Coronet, take it easy. Crazy people can't turn over anything. Karl spoke in a warm voice, trying to soothe the emotions. Abyss speculated whether the lone city frontier had a secretive power that, supporting madmen making impossible miracles? Otherwise the characters of the old world who have not been baptized with the aura of the, how can you make that kind of shocking kill over and over again? 99% of them probably won't leave home, even away from home. That madman's battle prowess is greatly diminished. Am I excited? The barbarian emperor stared at him for an instant. No, said Karl coyly, I am excited. The barbarian emperor gently stroked the cracked throne armrests, his eyes piercing through the clouds and, look in the direction east of Human Pass. Either way, that's where the supreme honor will come from. Running day and night, like a forlorn beggar like eunuch standing in the roiling yellow sand, looking up at the silhouette of the blood-colored walls. He was beginning to understand his righteous father. He was known as the king of runaways, but suddenly he died here. You can't feel that kind of shock by hearing about it, but by seeing it with your own eyes. Only then did I realize how sad it is to be one man in one city. Gao Zhongguan tried his best to calm his emotions. He couldn't wait, and quickly worked his stance too, sprinting through the blood-stained luss, skimming over the horrific and bloody banners. Li Ren's letter has no falsifications. A foot can step on broken limbs and arms, and the rotting, stinking half of a corpse. On the lookout building, Qin Carpenter and Xiao Luoyang leaned against the white-haired man on the left and right. Little Luoyang hugged the withered and faded peach blossom branch, with only half of its petals still in full bloom. Luckily it will never fall. Qin Carpenter, on the other hand, clutched a wooden box and rambled on. Chang'an, that Grandma Chang who brought you up has turned into a tiny box. She died at the end of her life, and when she said goodbye, she said her ashes would be buried under a pear tree in her old mansion in Yangzhou. We'll be back in the Central Plains soon. Gu Chang'an shook his head and froze. I don't look forward to going home anymore. I'm dying. What nonsense. Carpenter Qin chided in a low voice, and with his back turned, he quietly glanced at little Luoyang. There was a moment of concern for young and old. After the last time it snowed, Chang'an's hair got even whiter, indescribably white, and the spirit is also more crazy. Now look at the peach blossom is also at most awake half incense time, and only once a day awake. Why don't you guys believe it? Gu Chang'an muttered to himself. He began to notice his life force draining away. He should have known better than to look at the snow. Don't you dare steal the house. The bloody sword was in the air, and Gu Chang'an leaped down to the city. Wait, how many was it? Qin Carpenter shouted. 1. Gu Chang'an didn't look back. Don't worry, it might be a hometowner. Qin Carpenter let little Luoyang assist himself down the steps. He was most afraid of Chang'an's mad slaughter of visitors from the Central Plains. Just then, I am the righteous son of Gao Chaoan, and have come by order of the emperor. Gao Zhongguan drew closer to Lone City, gazing at the red-robed white hair with a trembling face. The trembling is not fear, but mourning. Scarlet eyes, insane gestures, long snow-white hair like the purest white burial garment in the world. The red robes were dripping blood at all times. He drove himself into this state in order to hold this territory, and here I am. Gao Zhongguan couldn't bear to think about it any further, and looked himself toward the old and young man who had stumbled and run. Brother Chang'an, look at this. Little Luoyang waved the peach blossom branch menacingly. Speak up. Qin Carpenter gasped and urged the visitor hard. Alone and definitely not bringing back the ashes of the city. Finish up and go. Gao Zhongguan wanted to speak, but finally looked sideways at the distant sky and solemnly said, Please, Chadan, kill someone. Is it barbarians? Qin Carpenter smiled a mouthful of old yellow teeth and said in disbelief, Chang'an is best at. How many barbarians? Gao Zhongguan was silent, bowed deeply to Lone City, and said softly, maybe tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, and maybe, are you kidding? Qin Carpenter's smile instantly solidified, suddenly felt inexplicably sad. In fact, they only wanted Anxi's ashes to come home, and did not expect glory. They welcome people from the Central Plains to come, but they absolutely abhor the act of sending Chang'an to its death. What is this? Get lost. Brother Gu is having a hard time resting. Little Luoyang cursed with a strained face and even tried to put away the peach blossom branch. Lean on you. Gao Zhongguan said something inexplicable, then turned around and quickly left. When he passed the frontier banner, he pulled it out with a trembling arm and swept away into the distance with a lifelong stance. Boom! In an instant, the deadly red-robed man was close to going berserk, exuding hysterical insanity. Roared, give me back my home. The moment the standard flag changed hands was destroying the most important thing in his soul. The bloody sword followed, killing the eunuch along the way. Don't chase, Chadan, come back. I'm sorry, Qin Carpenter hissed in despair. Little Luoyang was paralyzed on the ground, and the peach branch in his hand crashed on the yellow sand. His eyes were moist and, watching the blood-colored figure disappear at the end of his sight, he lied to Brother Chang'an. He lied to Brother to send him to his death. Little Luoyang roared out in tears. Sins! Sins! Carpenter Qin burst into old tears. In the roiling yellow sand, Gao Zhongguan carried the standard banner and ran at a fast pace, driving the most remarkable stance in the world. But the blood-colored figure behind him was following very closely. He finally realized what a horrible will this man possessed. What beliefs make a man live in dark desperation? Don't lose an inch. If the gods dared to take the frontier, Gu Chang'an could even kill the gods with a single sword. For the sake of the Middle Kingdom. Gao Zhengguan's voice was hoarse. His legs were already numb, and he had run 200 miles in one night. That bloody sword was getting closer and closer. He finally saw the campfire and the sound of manic hooves. Kill! With his last ounce of strength, Gao Zhengguan ran wildly into the tent camp at Gobi Beach. A fist smashed over the golden withered statue that stood next to it. Enemy attack! The golden knight stepped out in a hurry, and a burst of bows and arrows cracked. Various knights with halberds slashed at the dying eunuch. Gao Zhengguan was only at the Grand Master realm, not to mention that running all night consumed the last of his internal energy. He took the opportunity to tie the banner to the back of a stallion and witnessed the horse gallop toward the extreme east during the fight. Boom! The halberd pierced through his abdomen and snapped at the golden knight who had sneaked up on Mo. Will you surrender? I am a general of the Son of Heaven, and I tend my liver and brain for my country. How can I surrender to barbarians like you? Surrounded by knights, Gao Zhengguan charged through with both fists until he was cut down by a blade. In his last moments, he quirked his lips as if to say sorry, but eventually perished on the Gobi Desert. Strange. The chaotic tent camp regained its composure, and hundreds of golden knights stared at each other in disbelief. Both find the act of sending them to their deaths very absurd. Until, at the end of the line of sight, a blood-colored figure appeared. The white hair that danced with the wind was very eye-catching in the dark night. The heavens and the earth are dead silent. Slow breathing. The air is stagnant. All movement was almost suffocating. He's coming. It was as if the gates of hell had opened and one man had stepped into the sunny world, and even the evening breeze was bloody. How did the madman come? The head general's liver and guts shattered. He suddenly looked toward the distant galloping steed. The bloody flag was too blinding. Take it off! Take it off! He roared hysterically, pointing in the direction of the stallion. But how dare the commanders linger? The madman slaughters 1,000 like pigs and dogs. They're just a bunch of guys. The horses were driven like mad toward the east and fled, and the steeds tied to the banners also ran into them. The general was dizzy, but he didn't have time to move his feet when the bloody sword broke through the air and sword chi runs through the body. No, not I robbed it. He was still explaining before he died. Knockout said. Chapter 41, 7 Tales of Meat, 1W2. The night wind is as cool as water. With his bright red robes and long snow-white hair, he was out of place in the darkness, like a ghost. Bang! The leader of the knights was cut in two by the bloody sword, and fell with a loud crash on the Gobi Beach, and before he died his face was not one of fear. Rather, it's innocence. Doing something wrong? The ghosts began to drift, and the only sound left in the dead wilderness was the rush of hoofbeats that the golden knights gasped for breath, and the palms of their hands that tightened the reins were shaking violently. The madman has left home. A chilly night breeze abruptly burrowed into the neck of the knights who fell behind subconsciously winced. Suddenly, the head gave birth to a strange sensation that it was all cracked open. Give it back. Gu Chang'an only swung his sword, and his sword chi was unstoppable, just like chopping over rows of watermelons. Plasma and blood exploded and soared. Hurry back to the camp. The fleeing knights in front hissed, not even having the courage to look back. On the brink of extinction. There's safety in numbers. Just like the old horse with the banner tied to it. He also ran wildly towards the continuous military camp. Help! After a full 200 miles of running, the foremost rider, exhausted, finally saw a bright campfire that, pulling his throat out for help. His voice pierced the night sky like a sharp instrument. The logistical barracks were suddenly filled with drums, and the barbarian nation's patrolling soldiers couldn't be bothered to put on their armor and stomachs. Hurriedly, he ran into the beacon to light the flame, but as soon as he saw the scene in the distance, his child hole suddenly shrunk and it was as if all the internal organs had been viciously seized by a pair of hands. The insane, blood-colored figure hung in the air, swinging his sword again and again. The rider broke in half with his horse and was buried in the yellow sand. Which Han slave dares to sneak up on us? Do you want to set fire to the camp? The sleepy-eyed, gnarled-bearded colonel, cursing, he walked up to the beacon, but at the sight of a bloody kill, his lips trembled more than a little. Raise the white flag. Surrender? The soldier craned his head to look at him. Surrender or die. The gnarled captain's limbs stiffened and he cried, witnessing the madness of the lone city, the brutality of it all, the 800 men in the barracks. What's to stop it? In a moment, a large white flag with the word surrender hung high on the base camp's yamen. The 30 knights who had recovered their lives scampered into the instant of the bastion camp, and continued their flight to the east. They even know that their behavior is poisoning for thousands of miles, but to stop is to die. How stupid is it to lower the white flag? Surrendering to a madman. You might as well surrender to a rock. At least there's an echo. Calm down. The gnarled lieutenant stood at the lookout, gripping the cross necklace around his neck and warily said, "As God is our witness, we have no intention of attacking the city of Kurtz. None at all." Boom! 80 feet away, a network of blood-colored swords covered the Bastion battalion's descending flag. The sword energy began to sear wherever it passed, and the miles of tents disintegrated and collapsed in a tragic engulfment. "Give me back my home! Give me back my home!" Gu Chang'an was cloaked in his hair. He had never had a moment of hatred like this before. The earth was torn apart when the sword was cut. "No one is robbing your home," the gnarled lieutenant cried out in fear, and when he raised his hand, he was forcibly taken captive by his cronies. What's the point of explaining to a crazy person like that? Run for your life. For the first time in my life, I'm out of my cage and the sky is falling, which have nothing to do to mess with the city of Guzi. 9 plans to go to the gallows. Your old mother, the gnarled captain hissed as he fled, feeling that the madman was even more terrifying than the rumors. A single-minded defense could slaughter over 10,000 of the Empire's finest on its own. But what about an active offense? It is important to know that defense is limited to a single city, while offense is a vast 10,000-mile western region. You're unleashing a hellish demon. The gnarled lieutenant looked back as the blood-colored figure went on a killing spree, looking around for something else. Surprisingly, he crouched on the ground in pain. 3 o'clock in the morning, west of the Human Pass, on the Golden Terrace. "Coronet, wake up!" Carl was on fire, 1 foot not even wearing a shoe, frantically ringing the bell in front of the purple tent. "What is it?" The barbarian emperor quickly stepped out, clad in his ceremonial dragon robe, not having had time to match his mask. The flesh and blood molded lakes of faces in the flickering candlelight were particularly gruesome. "The madman is out of town." Carl handed over the blood-stained palimpsest. "A leaky man in the west has contacted the madman, and he's hunting down and slaughtering the sons and daughters of the Empire." After a cursory glance at the silk book, the barbarian emperor staggered back half a step, his mind suddenly going blank. He leaned against the goalpost and roared sharply, "Dispatch the troops and surround them. Inform the saints and intercept." After saying that, a pair of children stared at him dead in the face. "Carl, the madman out of the city is weak and not to be feared." Carl's face twitched. Was it fun to fool yourself? According to the contents of the emergency report, the madman who broke free from his cage was even more terrifying, killing people like plucking grass and flowers. The strength and weakness of a madman depends entirely on the extent of his obsession. "We must kill Gu Chang'an in one battle. Don't let him have a chance to catch his breath." The barbarian emperor's voice was stern. The eyes, however, grew perplexed, out of control. The most feared pitfalls are revealed when a battle that was won is suddenly on the verge of spinning out of control. How on earth could Hanu convince a madman to leave his home? Cal paced outside the tent, agreeing with the coronet's decree that the army in the great rear must be stabilized. It can't be confusing. Gu Chang'an is by no means an ordinary cultivator. This person is like a rolling river that, the only thing that was plugged tightly was the dike, but where there was a crack in the water seeping through, then it's all over. The dam collapsed, and the river surged and chose people. "Coronet, that would take more than 50,000 pawns." Carl quirked his lips and, "Name a number that even he shudders at." "It's just one guy, but the best of the Empire is at the Human Pass battlefield, and the ones defending the rear are all rabble. To put it crudely, they're all ants in the eyes of a madman." "Not enough." The barbarian emperor's eyes were ruthless as he slammed his fist on the doorpost and said hysterically, 100, 000, 200, 000, as many piles as there are, and all the accompanying martial artists must take part in the extermination. I will crush his skull." "Coronet, come," said Carl, his face pale, sharply. "The Central Plains army will surely take this opportunity to press on in force. There's no such thing as caring about the buttocks but not the head. The key to deciding the winner is at the Human Pass. If the Abyssal Saints are drawn back, how will the Central Plains lay out the 100 schools of thought formation to be broken?" After a slight pause, he did his best to calm his agitated emotions and said calmly, "Coronet, 50,000 troops are enough, and you can deploy more Dao successors and great masters." The words fell. The 2 saints of the abyss have already departed. The purple-haired old monster stood unknowingly on the K-stage. A face clouded over. "You old thing is starting to panic too?" The barbarian emperor gave a hum, his mind muddled and unable to sort out his thoughts. "Everything is under control." The purple-haired old monster walked broadly and said solemnly, "The Central Plains will take advantage of this opportunity to attack the frontal battlefield. Immediately seal off the news and cover up the never shake the heart of the army." Carl sniffed his head off. Cover up and seal the news. This scene is déjà vu all over again. It goes round and round as if everything is back to the beginning. Have I become the old Hagu Joling? Or Hu Yen Shou? but he knew he had to keep a lid on it. Once the military was destabilized and panic spread, it was almost fatal. As for the madman, he didn't believe that under the siege of 50,000 troops and countless high-ranking cultivators, still alive? Tough times are the time to test the core and its ability to maintain stability. Don't let the empire down. The purple-haired old monster left in a hurry after saying that. On the one hand, he had to arrange for the big rear. On the one hand, we have to defend the human pass, and things can't be delayed. The barbarian emperor waved his hand and took the golden mask handed to him by his guards, putting it on and resuming his usual stoicism. Chopper. Madman. You're dead. Central Plains Han slaves. Don't think that a little trick can shake the heavenly god empire. Delusional. East of human pass. The day dawned, and the fresh morning air blew into the marquee, but it couldn't dissipate the oppressive atmosphere. The large military conference table was silent, and dozens of high-ranking generals' faces were tense and several secret spy letters lay on the table. Marshal, has it failed? The Eastern Wu generals looked at Su Ting in the main seat. Su Ting hadn't slept for 2 nights, and his deep-set eye sockets were ruddy red. The royal family claimed that Gao Zhongguan was dead. Did they not convince Chang'an? Li Diyu's expression was grave. Eunuch Gao also practiced the great Tang dragon's qi, and the fact that he had perished was the nail in the coffin. And according to the spies, the barbarian army has been safe and sound for the past 2 days. Not only is there no panic, instead, the morale is higher. There was only one possibility. Persuasion had failed and Nagin had not left the lone city. There he goes. Steeply, a muffled voice came from within the quiet camp. It was precisely Folding Lan Su, who rose with a flourish. Never question the level of barbarian cover-up. This moment must be the calm before the storm. The 2 armies have been at a standstill for days. The barbarians have suddenly been demoralized. It's so perverse. There's no one who knows the center of the barbarian kingdom better than me. Gu Chang'an definitely killed the lonely city, beginning to set off the Holocaust. Said sat down with a firm attitude. In the beginning, in order to cover up, the old hag slaughtered hundreds of thousands of imperial civilians at every turn. It's pretty much the same now, relying on an army of bounties to cover up the undercurrents. Send out the troops. Ordering the 9 saints to jointly apply pressure and stall the old monster from the barbarian abyss. Do not hesitate to utilize the 100 schools of thought formation if necessary. The silent Su Ting slowly opened his mouth, followed by a cold, hard face. Chang'an is suffering, and if the Central Plains misses the opportunity to counterattack, then, said speechless, left the marquee. The generals looked at each other, not understanding why the marshal was so sure. How exactly did Gao Zhongguan cheat Chang'an? Yes. The only 3 people who knew the inside story were the Empress, the Marshal, and Gao Zhongguan, who was on a mission. Folding Lan Su wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bear to tell the truth. He didn't know, but could guess. The best way to trick Gu Chang'an into leaving home is to pull up the flag that has stood for 64 years without changing ownership. It was also Gu Chang'an's deepest obsession. Only this could explain why Gao Zhongguan, who specialized in body techniques, was dispatched. It's cruel to say it. When he wants to die, he must sink in despair for the sake of this flag. He was beginning to want to live, and it was the same flag that made it necessary for him to die for the Middle Kingdom. Gumo Beach. The sun is shining. A corpse is exposed to the sun, and the corpses are all over the place. Blood stained the river scarlet. The cries for mercy were loud, and fear spread like a plague. Some of the disabled barbarian troops have been scared out of hysteria, not to mention trembling and incontinence. Yellow urine-soaked body. Bloodman asked in a low voice against the wind. Where is my home? He repeated the murmur as he clamped his hands like iron jaws around the barbarian pawn's neck. Where is home? The barbarian pawns choked and trembled, and their bulging eyes looked around the bloody world, which was a boundless purgatory. It was the most viciously cold slaughterhouse. Who stole his home? Give it back to him. With a kacha sound, Gu Chang'an twisted off the head of the barbarian pawn and stamped his feet in the air, sliding woefully through the air. I walked far and wide and couldn't find the flag. Sinner! With a thunderous shout, the old monster with a fishtail swept to the top of Gumo Mountain. 20 feet away similarly stood an old abyssal monster. At the same time, hundreds of figures streaked by, as well as a rumbling succession of barbarian pawns. The sound of tens of thousands of pieces of armor rubbing together shook the clouds, and there was a constant stream of flags. The blood-colored figure just stood there motionless, like a blooming flower of destruction. Sinful animal, what's wrong with you? The human fishtail creeps out and the scene in front of him was really beyond his cognizance. I thought I spent all day hiding in the Anxi River to practice, refining my legs into fishtails. It's just an unadulterated monster. But when I saw this madman, I realized what a murderous monster is. From the early hours of last night until this afternoon, A full 2,000 miles of chopping. The saint was suddenly horrified, not to mention the 50,000 generals, who shuddered at the mere sight of it. Kill. The tail of the human fish rises up into the sky, transforming into scales from the waist down, gleaming in the sunlight. Another saint, no less, rose flat on his face gripping the axe of 100 pounds in weight, at the same time sprinted towards the bloody man. Rise your sword. Gu Chang'an's eyes were scarlet as the bloody sword hung down to pierce his own wrist, the fire inside shattering, and the aversion chi was as powerful as a python wading through a river, rolling up huge waves. In a split second, the bodies of the 3,000 barbarian pawns stiffened, and the swords on their waists were unsheathed in unison, floating up into the sky amidst clanging and clashing sounds, covering the sky. The sword curtain enveloped 3,000 swords in a row. The sword light illuminated like a meteor shower in the daytime. The human fishtail glanced back, and with a furious flick of his tail between his near and late feet, the scale slammed heavily into the bloody man's chest and abdomen. It's an unbelievable collision. Even the soldiers were able to see the ripples of the thumping ripples with their naked eyes. Boom! The axe crackled head-on. The majestic aura was afraid to be able to cut off a giant river. Gu Chang'an met his sword and blocked it. The body flew backward dozens of feet as it suffered a heavy blow to the abdomen. Clunk! 3,000 swords fell in unison. 3,000 dead. The human fishtail gnashed his gums and watched 3,000 of his sons and daughters perish. This killing is so fast it takes your breath away. A killing sword leads to the underworld, like a demonic lord descending from the heavens. Another saint couldn't believe it. Suddenly, he turned back to urge the rest of the cultivators. Together, Gu Chang'an stood up with difficulty, in a weak and trembling state, only able to stand by stationing his sword. He freed one hand to clean his white hair, which was covered with blood and water. As for the internal organs shattering, I couldn't care less. White hair waving wildly, and I don't know if it's a god on earth or a ghost in hell, not a ho-hum, but, rather, it's sad pathos. Give it back, will you? Gu Chang'an swung his sword with a steep wrist, straddling the saint's front path, his bleak eyes looking at the human fishtail. The latter's heart leapt with fear, and after a few moments of calming his mind, with the help of the sword of national fortune, the madman was only able to barely decapitate the begonia of evil, threatening his own life. But in an instant, his boy hole quaked and his scales contracted violently. What a horrible scene this is. One person. No swords. No, he's the sword. The bloody man chopped through the air like a sheathed sword, with his white hair as the blade and his body as the sword. The many cultivators stopped in their tracks and stared in disbelief. It's not surprising that he moves like a sword, but his body is covered with intertwined and rampant sword chi. That makes it the most spectacular scene ever. The human fishtail simply could not avoid, gritted his teeth and did not retreat. His life's holy power gathered in both fists, to carry the sword strongly. He didn't overestimate himself, he just underestimated the madman. When the bloody man beheaded with himself, he vaguely understood that it was the sword of a madman that, the only one in the world. Where are the reinforcements? Where are the swords? And from now on it's one man, one city. No, it's alone. People are the city. Fortunately it is the sword chopping, not the city falling, or else they flatten to pieces, right? The human fish tail doesn't know what he's rambling on about, but he just regrets that he shouldn't have left the Anxi River. The power of this madman using his body as a sword is truly terrifying. Gu Chang'an held the head with one hand and threw it back, smashing it into pieces. There was a deathly silence between heaven and earth, and the speed of the advancing army of barbarian soldiers was frozen. The high and mighty saints went back to their souls like that. Chopper saints. The cultivators were chilled and erect, their hearts beating violently like drums, about to jump out of their throats. When he had to rely on the sword of national fortune to kill the begonia of evil, only how long had passed and it was ridiculously strong. Beat the drums and march. The remaining sage suddenly felt a sense of sorrow for the rabbit's death and twisted his head to order the army to start. On the opposite side are 50,000 Han slaves. So follow me to kill the slaves and create supreme glory for the empire. An absurd and bizarre scene suddenly appeared at Gumo Beach. Hundreds of generals blew their horns, and the war drums rumbled. It was as if they were facing an evenly matched battlefield assault. The soldiers looked numb. Lie to yourself anymore. There's only one person across the street. It's true that 50,000 Han slaves would be excited, at least sure that the lance can pick up the Han slaves' heads, receive credit on the basis of the first rank, but being alone brings a fear like no other, because you can't kill him, only to be slaughtered mercilessly. But no one dares to retreat, but all battlefields have a guard of honor, and those who retreat are immediately beheaded. It's better to be a deserter and bring down your family than to go forward and become a martyr of the empire. The drums roared more than once like thunder. and the boundless black tide rolled towards the riverbank. Facing the arrows that came tilting in like a storm, Gu Chang'an didn't move much to dodge them. He couldn't avoid retreating either. He just started to look forward to the most beautiful thing in the world, the ultimate obsession. A vision crept in, with some snowflakes falling sparsely from the sky, followed by goose-feather snow. Each snowflake is a cruel and misanthropic chi, which is wrapped in a constant stream of doom. It loomed over the heads of 50,000 soldiers. Gu Chang'an, who had been hit by 100 arrows, was dying, but he felt happy when he saw the snow. The long, thick arrows almost penetrated his thin, lean, bloody body. The black pressurized layers of soldiers surging, everyone trembling and killing sound. Where's home? Gu Chang'an's cloudy, scattered gaze moved slowly through the snow, seeing the white-covered snow that he saw the powerful barbarian army, saw the cultivators waiting for their chance, but could not see the city. Die at home. He cupped a handful of snow and buried his face in it. Perhaps fearing that the blood on his face would stain the snow, he carefully wiped it dry. Then he grabbed the bloody sword and walked into the thicket of the army against all the weapons. Chopping and chopping, bloodshed all the way. The bloody man's body was chopped off piece by piece of flesh, but his breath was not decadent. On the contrary, it was blazing and fierce. Gu Chang'an had already seen white bones all over his body, and he was repeating his killing maneuvers in a demented and epileptic manner. He was sure that after walking this dark road, he would be able to see home. Just bear with me a little longer and I'll be done. It's obsession. The military formation gradually collapsed, and the barbarian pawns slumped to the ground, closing their eyes in death and not daring to look again. May I ask if the abyss can dare to come to this earth? Imperial Buddhist missionaries publicized how atrocious hell was, and that the 18 circles of hell were the most horrible tortures of all. I wish the missionaries had been there in person. Cthulhu. It's too bloody, too creepy. A zombie rushes into the 50,000 strong. You can't hit him, and even if you did. He ripped off his sinewy skin and continued on, his steps getting faster and faster. The dome of the sky has long been covered with a thick layer of blood, and the ground is even more miserable. All living matter decayed in the sword energy. The battlefield dispersed in all directions, leaving only the cultivators still setting up their formations, and the saints wandering back and forth in the periphery. Each god's soul trembled. Surviving this battle would also be a lingering nightmare in this life. Crazy people are people. He would keep bleeding and losing chunks of flesh, but he just wouldn't close his eyes. Gu Chang'an's head almost exploded from the pain, and he sat wearily on the handle of a chariot that, still feeling dizzy, as if spinning in a mill tunnel, the rumbling sound of grinding flesh and blood ringing in his ears. Go on. He looked up. Amidst the whimpering of the battlefield, there was a sudden, clear cry, and a hawk with a tattered banner in its mouth swooped down. Is that it? A general, lying on his back on a watchtower, cried out at the top of his lungs. Behind him was the gnarled colonel who had escaped at the mouth of the second camp. The lieutenant's face was pale. He had discovered the banner in the early hours of the morning. It was also purposely washed clean with water. Cthulhu threw the banner in the chariot and flew away from the devil. Gu Chang'an's scarlet eyes shone with a touch of extreme innocence as he stroked the flag like a child. A soft murmur. I was the one who didn't protect you. This scene gave the battlefield barbarian army the creeps. How ridiculous. Just one flag, brewing over 30,000 dead bodies of fellow soldiers. The madman stroking of the flag even gave them an illusion. If the nation is in trouble after my death, just put a flag of the Central Plains in front of my grave. Must bring 1,000,000 soldiers to arch the earth. Damn Han knew. The abyssal sage wanted to go mad with hatred, and felt the sky spinning. What an evil scheme. Utilizing a madman. You and the Middle Kingdom are all worthy of conspiracy. Don't you have a bad conscience? Knowing that everything in Lone City is a madman's obsession. He's trying to deceive the madman. God forbid. Listen to me. You can rest now. He adjusted his emotions, his voice melting into waves of air that drifted far away. The scarred practitioners breathed a long sigh of relief. Though the madman was dangling from nothing but bones, the eye couldn't hold out, but their souls couldn't stay up either. Come on home. Go back. No talking out loud to me. Gu Chang'an didn't move a muscle, staring blankly at the banner. Sage, why don't you go ahead and destroy the city of Guzi? One of the Sengdawists saw this and his voice was as loud as a bell, trying to threaten crazy people. The abyssal sage's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this, and in an instant, he saw the blood man stand up and the chief float in midair in a turbulent manner. You're crazy too. The sage roared hysterically, ordering the army to revive. The preacher realized that he had touched the scale of adversity, and his intestines were turning blue with remorse. This next great catastrophe not seen in 100 years cannot end yet. East of Yumen Pass, with the sounding of the gong, the two armies began to slowly retreat. There were bodies within inches of the moor, and blood soaked the yellow sands of the. Cleaning up the battlefield is as tough as trudging through a bloody swamp. The battle was a stalemate, and the casualties were a shocking number. In the center of the tent camp, the conference table smelled of blood, and some of the generals were physically wounded. Even Li Diyu, the secretary of the Tang Ministry of War, had a bloody opening in his palm. The general has the heart of certain death. The soldier has no greed for life. This battle to kill 60,000 barbarian dogs is a great victory. The head of the supervisory army gave a cursory report on the results of the battle, but the tent was silent. What about the Middle Kingdom? Li Diyu looked up at him. 140,000 died bravely, the overseer said in a low voice. Li Diyu wanted to say something, but in the end, he just nodded gently. Is that a big win? The mother of all doubt. For decades, this was the most hardy time to kill barbarians in the land of God. With the physical superiority of the barbarians, the Chinese generals, with their tenacious mental will, were nearly in a primitive physical combat. The head of the barbarian dog was torn raw. It's not enough. The Middle Kingdom can't afford to lose. Once both sides are all but dead, the barbarians are just wounded and it can also continue to mobilize troops to invade the Central Plains, while the Central Plains, after the death of millions of soldiers, is destroying the foundation. The most perfect war game for the Middle Kingdom. If we win, we'll have to keep half of the elite, but that's a pipe dream. Reality quickly crushed the fantasy. Rest for 2 days or continue the attack? The scholarly husband looked to the main seat of the cultivators of the Central Plains also suffered heavy losses, and the Duke of Qin of the Eastern Wu managed to save a saint at the cost of destroying the Jiaowei Qin. Su Ting's face was expressionless. Now that all hope of breaking the deadlock lay in the great rear of the barbarian army, he would have to wait in silence. Suddenly, it worked. With a sharp shout, a few guards walked into the martial camp holding a secret letter and excitedly said, Gu Chang'an killed his way through 2,000 miles of the western regions in 1 day. And the barbarian army was in chaos, with internal rumors swirling. It is said that the barracks breed warshyness. As soon as the words fell, Folan Su slapped the eucalyptus and rose up with an angry voice. The barbarians can't keep their lid on it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He knew the barbarians best, and order comes from strength. If you think about it, you know that the country was founded only a few dozen years ago, and there is no civilization and no national righteousness. It's either a breath of air straight uphill, and once you stop, it's a slippery slope at an incredible speed. Battle shy? The generals couldn't understand what Gu Chang'an had done. To strike fear into the heart of a brazen brute dog? Winter. The continuous sound of drums resounded in the square of the barracks, and Su Ting frowned deeply as he got up and left the tent. The generals also followed the sound. Who was beating the drums before the commander-in-chief gave the order? I only saw the square crowd with generals and practitioners, and the empress was wearing golden armor. In his hand, he held a sharp sword made of cold iron, while Pei Jingshu held a silk book covered in bloodstains. Latest intel. She did her best to be still, but her voice still trembled slightly. Gu Chang'an beheads a saint and abolishes one. Kill 3 half-saints, 6 preceptors, 13 great masters, and, after a long pause, Pei Jingshu tightly squeezed the silk book, a hot blood leisurely surging up her throat. Clarion said, and the slaughter of 43,000. Ever pass by a dark and gloomy cemetery forest at night? Have you ever experienced that bone-chilling silence? It's this moment. There was not a sound in the square, and the suffocation was terrible. The historian's pen was almost cracked in his hand, and he dared not even record that. Will future generations believe this page of history? And will they question what their predecessors were boasting about? That's 43,000 barbarians, just alone, not to mention the saints, the achievers, the great masters, these presences that are so intimidating that they leave the world breathless. But the secret letter was narrowly missed at the expense of 3 spies as well as 15 scouts. The large square remained silent. Can a single man forge a great cause unheard of in the ages? One man beheaded 43,000 barbarians, killed barbarian saints, and slaughtered preachers like pigs and dogs. Since the dawn of time, has there ever been such a brilliant battle record for a military general in the temple of martial arts? Since the great change in the heavenly Tao, is there any limit to the extreme power of the individual? This battle record can astonish the sun, moon and sky, and can cover the earth. Countless generals struggled to regain their senses from the shock, and slowly opened their eyes as if they were deflated. Then he became unusually emotional and could not help but burst into tears. Magnificent! Gu Chang'an strengthens my Chinese land. They were well aware of how crucial this miracle was, even to the extent of changing the historical scenario, From there it was a new era of offense and defense. How did you cheat Chang'an? The skinny scholar's eyes were scarlet as he pushed through the surging crowd of Squeeze into the square and stare the Empress dead in the face. Li Bing was silent, his 5 fingers gripping the hilt of his sword. Say it. Lu Shan gazed at Su Ting with pleading eyes. Su Ting tightened his face and said in a deep voice, steal the flag. As if a bolt from the blue, Lu Shan's body trembled. Dizziness crouched on the ground and laughed miserably. Chanan can't find that flag. He'll keep looking. Sacrifice your life. The only way to emphasize greatness is to die. And that's not the way you were supposed to do things. The generals were struck by lightning, and the eyes of the tigers were filled with tears. Gu Chang'an isn't a god. He's flesh and blood, whether it's Li Ren's transcripts or the barbarian rumors, all left to prove a harsh truth. Every time he killed the enemy, Gu Chang'an was destroying his physical body and enduring superimposed pains. He also just healed fast. That banner has flown for 64 years. It is the light of a dark and lonely city. It was also the deepest obsession in Gu Chang'an's desperate sinking. The barbarians had not drawn a flag. It is precisely the Middle Kingdom that is pulling out the flag. The merits and demerits will be judged by posterity, and the decision to do so is worthy of God. There is no shame in the lives of the people. Su Ting pursed his lips, his voice low and hoarse, like a suppressed cry at the bottom of a cramped well. He didn't say guiltless Gu Chang'an. He was guilty, but 100 more times. It's still the same choice. A nation of capable men must stand and not take a step back. Shelter the thousands of ordinary and common smiling faces behind you. The generals' hearts rose and fell, and their eyes gazed steadfastly into the distance. The tide has turned. The battle has been turned upside down. And at this moment forward and then forward again. We can't let Gu Chang'an's efforts go to waste. The Empress's eyes gradually laxed. She pulled the corners of her mouth with difficulty, trying to make her voice more majestic. But still, he tried his best to be hoarse. Pass, she said with a cold face and a stern voice. Pass. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to boil, and countless generals raised their weapons and pointed them in the direction of Yumen Pass. Thunderquake roared. Pass. There is no need for pre-war mobilization. The name Gu Chang'an is the highest war spirit. The opportunity for a counterattack has arrived. Su Ting closed his eyes deeply. His chest felt like a flame was burning, and he clenched his fists tightly to make a military order. Recover the western regions. Expel the barbarians. The great Chinese nation. Go to the national disaster together. The generals were solemn for a moment, and in one voice the sentence, Great China, to the national tragedy. In just 1 hour, the rumbling war drums boomed away in the wilderness like dull thunder, and in a moment, the Checheng circle formation crushed through the yellow sand, and large swaths of various flags came out like a tidal wave. On the golden stage, the atmosphere was like an eerie tomb cellar. The backs of the judges were numb, and the sun was clearly shining, but they always felt that the air was cold and chilly. Cover up, cover up, cover up. The barbarian emperor raised his throne brazenly and, one after another, he slammed on the ground, venting his heart's violent anger. The faces of the ministers accompanying the army were ashen. Almost 50,000 soldiers are dead in the rear. How can we block the news? 50,000. Is that sinful animal dead? The barbarian emperor's throat rolled, forcing fear into his heart but the gloom in his eyes was growing. Half dead. Karl said dumbly. Tell me, what does it mean to be half dead? Dead is dead and alive is alive. The barbarian emperor was like an out-of-control beast, with eyes that looked like they were going to eat people in the next instant. Karl shuddered and picked right to the point. The madman is still standing with most of his bones crushed, so who knows if he's alive or dead. Keeps talking about going home, but just won't go back. The blonde old man, who prided himself on being a classical aristocrat, also exploded in foul language at this moment. Abyssal saints pour out and kill this, the barbarian emperor hissed. And the armies of the Central Plains are left alone? Let the sons and daughters of the empire be slaughtered? Inquisitoress Beth retorted instantly. You guys are always like that. The barbarian emperor suddenly stood dumbfounded, and a pair of children actually shed mournful tears, trembling. Damn the hesitation. Damn the weighing of pros and cons. Starting with Foldland's old dog, and step by step, letting the madman make it big and strong. Now slap me hard in the face. If I had listened to me earlier and put all my efforts into destroying the lunatics first, where would we be in the miserable situation we are in now? The crowd was speechless. What's the use of analyzing it after the fact? There are millions of soldiers in God's country in front of us. After the slaughter, you can invade northern Liang and western Shu, and you're just a lone lunatic in the back. What sane person would pick the back? Even if the gods had anticipated the outcome, there was no way the empire would have agreed to it. To put it mildly, it still underestimates the degree of the madman's fighting prowess. The so-called obsession level. Killing 50,000 pigs. No, pulling 50,000 weeds a day would be exhausting. Not to mention killing 50,000 elite bruisers. which that madman really did. I can't atone for 100 deaths. I'm going to be left in infamy for 1,000 years. The barbarian emperor laughed maniacally. Once things went in the opposite direction, he was the only scapegoat, the shame of the Tuoba royal family, the scum of the empire. Just then, enlightened coroner, the entire Han new army is pressing on. A messenger general came galloping in. The ministers were indifferent, or had expected it. Unless the Middle Kingdom is all stupid, it will not miss the perfect opportunity. This battle is a vicious one. Since the founding of the country, the only time we lost territory was because of Gu Chang'an. This time, I'm afraid that even the human pass will change hands. War, kill for me, Karl, and defend the human pass to the death in accordance with the established deployment. The barbarian emperor was suddenly hyperactive, walking back and forth on the K-stage, constantly giving an order. Looking at the mentally deranged coronation of the heavenly god, the group of ministers inwardly lamented. The biggest break in the imperial elite is the morale of the army. Now a large voice of war cowardice. He is exhausted and we are full. How to stop the red-eyed Han slaves? Yes, sir. Karl left in a hurry, and 100 war drums rumbled at the same time. Regardless, there's still a fight to be had. As time passed, hundreds of miles away, one could hear the earth-shattering killing sounds of the Jade Gate Pass. The battlefield blood mist even surged towards the golden platform. Coronet, in the war game, it's not always a good thing to play all the way. Sometimes voluntarily losing a hand or two will serve to paralyze the Hanu, especially if we are at a sudden disadvantage. A tactical retreat is a wise and necessary move. Karl spoke at length, his tired voice echoing endlessly in the quiet queer platform. There's no doubt about it. One side is panicking, and the other side's battle spirit is sky high. 3 hours into the battle it started to get one-sided. Should I abandon it? The barbarian emperor murmured. The most humiliating choice in the world was before us. Either withdraw your troops and fall back, leaving a buffer zone. Either hold fast to the human pass, and exhaust the will of the Han slaves by the lives of their sons and daughters. The first choice. He Tuobali must be crucified on the pillar of shame in history. The great barbarian empire. That's a divine kingdom that the heavenly Tao rolls around in, sitting on all the resources and all the advantages under the sky. A dog born in the holy city and running out of the empire has the ability to tame a pack of wolves. In the decades since the founding of the country, from a frontier tribe with a territory of 600 miles, to the present territory of 20 million miles, what honor and glory is this? But in his hands, to lose the Jade Gate? Continuing to hold out will cost the lives of sons and daughters and will drag the battle into the valley of extinction. Coronet, please withdraw your troops and fall back 1,000 miles. The group of ministers spoke in unison. As Inquisitor Carr said, losing a hand in the game and subsequently allowing the holy city to continue to move its troops. The empire is not worried about the source of soldiers, and revitalized to slaughter the Han slaves in the eastern lands in one fell swoop. But the word failure was destined to mark the history of the empire and follow the coronet throughout his life. The barbarian emperor's palms were hanging in mid-air. He really wanted to say that I won't take a step back, but reason told him that. Had to back off. There was a long wait, and the Quetzal came in a voice that was humiliating in the extreme. Sound the retreat. In the twilight, with a curved moon high in the bloody vault of the sky, on the stone monument of the Jade Gate Pass, a Central Plains flag fluttered in the wind. As far as the eye could see, there were tangled and wrapped corpses everywhere, stacked up in a small mountain of. But there are also flags flying everywhere. The Jade Gate Pass in the west changes hands today. The unprecedented achievement of killing 210,000 barbarians. Also with the Supreme War heroes to pay tribute to the history of China through the Jade Gate Pass of the heroic war generals, lost for 80 years. It came home. Having been oppressed by barbarians for decades, the Han sons and daughters have worked hard and endured hardship, but their homes have been repeatedly destroyed by barbarian dogs. Now at last the initiative has been seized for once. Where's Li Ping? The scholarly husband and other saints were looking everywhere for the Taoist-robed girl. At last the sullen and desolate figure was seen at a Gobi beach. The man's heart fell to the bottom. He wanted to ask for the trigram, but the sad eyes directly made him. The brain went blank. Gu Chang'an is dead. Li Ping sobbed softly as the traces that always remained of the heaven-prying talisman died out. In fact, as early as mid-morning, she detected the bad news to avoid affecting the morale of the Central Plains. One can only endure the pain alone. Gu Chang'an. It is true that he fell on the eve of victory. Li Ping finished this sentence with tears. Meanwhile, a barbaric man with braided hair dyed blonde walked into the pass square. Shang Jin, you? The one who greeted him was actually Zhao Emperor Shangdang, his own brother, who hid in the barbarians for 20 years, and is now in the 4th rank. Sort of one of the most important pawns in the Central Plains, but risked it all to come here. Shang Jin quirked his lips. He clearly wanted to speak and, Yet not a word came from his throat, only a sibilant sound. What? Emperor Zhao asked. Shang Jin used a little bit of effort in his throat before he said it hoarsely. Gu Chang'an is dead. Emperor Zhao was so dizzy that he nearly fell to the ground, and he had a look of fear on his face. No way. The square looked like it had been buried in coldness, and the livers of the powerful and noble people of the 7 countries who had heard the news were scared to death. The empress was directly assisted by the palace maidservant before she didn't faint. Shang Jin said heavily and depressingly, he's dead. All the barbarian army knows it. Dragged 700 miles by the saints to bring back his head. After saying that, he tremblingly held out a piece of flesh and blood from his lapel and choked. I only picked up this piece. The rest was torn up and eaten alive by the savage dogs. Bloody flesh. Just like that in plain sight. Lying. With a mournful roar of filial piety, Lu Shang ran over and pulled Shang Jin, cursing fiercely. You're blind. He's dead. Shang Jin's eyes were moist as he carefully handed the blood and flesh to Lu Shang. Blind. 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 Lu Shang repeated over and over again, clenching his teeth in death. Don't dare to pick up this piece of meat. Li Ping said that he had sacrificed himself. The scholarly husband stood at the foot of the stone monument and, the words were spoken mournfully. The square suddenly burst into a loud cry, crying tearing the liver and lungs, crying the sadness of the pressure of the autumn wind did not dare to float. The tens of thousands of people who cried could not bear to hear. Gu Chang'an has become a spiritual symbol of the Central Plains, a guiding light for those who dare to rise up against the darkness of the situation. It turns out that lights don't stay on all the time, and it turns out that a giant can fall. Su Ting never cried in front of people, even if there is a wet eyes, but also by his strong pressure down. But at the moment there was no longer any way to contain the emotion. Winning. Gu Chang'an is dead. He's been cut tens of thousands of times, and he's still holding the banner as he's being dragged along by the Sage of the Abyss. He consistently talks about not protecting his home. Shang Jin could say no more and handed the meat to Lu Shang, then led the scouts to disappear into the night. I shouldn't have lied to him, knowing full well that that flag was all he had to live for, and that a great victory had been won in the Middle Kingdom. The price is that the hero suffers endless torture and dies. 7 taels of meat, and only 7 taels of meat left in Cha'an. He should be happy in heaven, for he has saved hundreds of thousands of generals from dying in the Central Plains. Hundreds of thousands of people's families have been saved so that millions of parents, wives and children don't have to live in pain for the rest of their lives. But what does Cha'an get? Lu Shang holding 7 taels of meat, all dead, but no crying, is smiling to say these words. When I was a kid, my grandparents sent off the Anxi spirits in the same way. He sent off the last guard of the lonely city. I vaguely remember when I was 7 or 8 years old, the white robe often came to the thatched hut and asked aloud, drop the book. Am I brave on the battlefield? Pete was a bit arrogant in reading a few books himself and never answered the question. Then it faded into oblivion and there wasn't much opportunity to say more. Chang'an, you are courageous. Lu Shang smiled gently. Give it to me. I don't know when, but the empress brought a flag of the great Tang dynasty, and received 7 taels of meat for a long time. Still won't wrap the meat in the flag. Her eyes were red, and she drank from the cone of her heart. I did this to you. The Middle Kingdom will take back the West, and I will give thanks in the lonely city. With that, he ruthlessly wrapped 7 taels of meat into the flag and stumbled away. 3 hours ago, 2,000 miles into the wilderness, yellow sand shrouding the heavens and earth, a blood-colored figure bouncing about carrying a standard banner. From time to time, he hummed a light song. 2 old monsters followed in the distance, with the purple-haired old man stopping first, his face full of creepiness. It's too bizarre. Fellow saints were just as appalled. In the Battle of Gummo Beach, they dragged the madman for 700 miles. Bones and blood were worn away. There was only one man left dry, and a gust of wind could blow it away. But the misanthropic sword changed the situation again, and the madman's body was healed as far as the eye could see. The organs grew back, and the arms and shoulders slowly returned to their original state, only to keep dripping blood. Until now, the madman was almost back in peak condition. Seeing the situation, to be honest, really dare not intercept. Who lives and who dies is not certain. Saints, the madman beheaded 2 and wasted 1. Only the seniors at the top of the castle dare to say that they must be killed. The purple-haired old monster was worried but the top seniors only seek to open the gates of heaven and never inquire about world affairs. What to do? The fellow saint was confused. Not killing when your life hangs in the balance. Watching a madman return to his former self. You dare to get on? Forgery. The purple-haired old monster said in a deep voice. He had the means to hoodwink the astrologers of the Central Plains and falsify the illusion that the madman was dead. It's not so much about covering up as it is about reorganizing confidence. The situation in the Western Conference, which was 9-1, is now 5-5. or even 4 to 6, and there is a tendency to collapse without a fight. To avoid fear among the sons and daughters of the empire, it was necessary to hang the head of a madman at the regulator gate to boost morale. Look for the Han slaves in the Central Plains for a clean slate. As for the fake crazies, the Abyss faked 2 of them before they went out on the warpath. He was beheaded by the scholarly husband at the Human Pass and killed another one himself. Golden Terrace. The barbarian emperor tilted his head back and looked at the sky. His body was like the smell of a withered tree branch, emitting a rotten and shriveled aura. Karl sighs. He watched how the light in the coronet's eyes went from passionate to a little extinguished. This battle is not about imperial incompetence, and it is by no means about the strength of the Middle Kingdom. It is all about a madman looking for a home. Vicious, shameless, the old ancestors of the Eastern land have eyes. They must scold these scum. The barbarian emperor muttered to himself, enraged by the means by which the Middle Kingdom had deceived the madman, and grieved that the West had fallen for more than 1,000 miles. I am now a laughingstock in the holy city of Xianchang, where I have been sentenced to death outside the country's gates, right? Just then, bang, a head smashed against the K, embedding itself raw into the lapis lazuli, revealing eyes of hatred and fear. The barbarian emperor was instantly hot, and then steeply slumped in his chair. The looks were disguised exactly the same, but the eyes couldn't be fooled. Crazy people are never afraid. Coronet. The old man will kill the sinful animal with his hands. The purple-haired old monster stood with his arms folded, his attitude resolute. Karl was dumbfounded. Then his expression was so excited that he ran towards the head like crazy. Gouge out a pair of eyes. I want to vent my anger. Since it's all a lie. He also put on a hysterical face and waved his arms around recklessly. This deception is pointless, but it will boost morale and keep the troops from losing. Karl leads the way, holding a dagger and brutally cutting out his eyes, pretending to be maniacally excited. He can't help it, not to mention the exposed eyes, but the hair alone is awkward. The white hair of a madman is the most extreme white in the world, whiter than snow, and this fake madman's hair is obviously dyed on. How suffocating it is that the empire of the heavenly Dao rolling guards has begun to lie to itself. Send an order to the holy city to transfer another 300,000 elites. If we lose again, the coronet will go to the gallows. The purple-haired old monster spat out merciless words, and then he left in broad strides, directly rushing back to the abyss to ask for help. The western region cannot be lost. Once the western region falls to the central plains, the empire will be completely turned upside down. Internal conflicts explode. P.S. With this many word count, it definitely qualifies for a wave of monthly votes. Please. Chapter 42. I'm leaving. My name is Tainyo. Hey. I am a rough man will not speak. I must make every effort to kill the savage. The dark soldier's face cracked into a naive smile and finished staring at the boss for an instant. Huang Chao shook his head helplessly and wrote a line of lowercase letters on the Kongming lampshade with his pen. With that, he fought his way to the other lamp. May I send an inch of my heart to the central plains? And may I give years to the mountains and rivers? Huang Chao hereby makes a vow. All his life he will fight to expel the barbarians and live up to his heroic feat. Lighting fuel rags, a few lights rise, along with 10,000 Kongming lanterns floating in the night sky. The boundless black night was as bright as day. Tens of thousands of lamps drifted westward, and the generals of the central plains looked solemn and quietly looking up at a scene of magnificent waves. Without him, we would have died in battle. One man killed 50,000 barbarian dogs. Huang Chao looked up to the sky and sighed tersely. I know. Tainyo's voice is low. Gu Chanan really saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of generals and soldiers. Without his sacrifice in the rear, the central plains to play all the millions of heroes cannot recover the human past 1,000 miles of territory. Thank you for guarding the lights of the central plains. Huang Chao said with tears in his tiger's eyes and smiled again. Now 10,000 bright lights, each one for you. He looked toward the brightly lit jade gateway, where some scholars were reciting ritualistic eulogies. Huang Chao felt disappointed at once. Rather than questioning the reader's grief as hypocrisy, Gu Chang'an did not owe the nation a single thing. Born in the lonely city, died in the lies of the Chinese nation, but any Middle Easterner with a conscience will mourn and feel guilty. But what's the use of shedding tears of pain? There's only one thing to do now. Forward. Never stop at 1,000 miles of territory. The Central Plains must recapture the western regions and inherit the spirituality of Gu Chang'an. Fight the savage dogs to the bitter end. 3,000 miles away, the barbarian army tightened their bowstrings, and arrows rained down on the lamps like a storm of wind and rain. But the night sky is dense, drifting higher and higher, flying farther and farther away, shooting down bits and pieces, and having to go put out the fire. On the golden stage, the barbarian emperor stared blankly at the roiling lamps and let out a cold laugh. Is this the classical romance of the East? Disgusting. Line up and decimate me. The haggard, disheveled inquisitor, impassive, snapped, coronet, someone from the abyss. As the words fell, several majestic figures descended onto the K platform, their breath as abyssal as the sea, their faces cloudy. Kneel. The messenger suppressed his anger. Without waiting for the barbarian emperor to make a reaction, the purple-haired old monster poofed and kowtowed with a face of shame. The messenger took a step closer to him and spoke in a deep voice. When does the empire need to deceive itself? If you don't dare to kill, don't fake it. If it is exposed, the dignity of the empire is gone. I want to stabilize the army. The purple-haired old monster tried to defend. All right. The messenger's anger subsided, and he looked half respectfully at the emaciated features beside him. The old man with the green child and red face said softly, "Light of the moon, thank you." The old man's face was expressionless, and he merely hummed a snort if anything. There was a dead silence on the K. The two inquisitors, Carl and Beth, were filled with horror, unbelief written all over their faces. The saint at the very top of the abyssal citadel, half-opened heaven's gate, one of the closest existences to ascension. At the age of 20, he began to dive in the abyss, the only time he ever set foot in the world. The barbarian emperor was dizzy, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his body was permeated with a bone-chilling chill. How ridiculous. It used to be that things didn't matter, and you didn't know how to turn until the wagon hit the wall? Do you know when you've dumped a big snotty nose in your mouth? He had asked several times for the abyssal top powers to eradicate the madman, but was ruthlessly refused. Otherwise wouldn't we be in the position we are in now? Carl's eyes flashed an imperceptible look of pity. The coronet was in jeopardy. Sure enough, Tuobali, after the castle's internal discussion, you are not qualified to command 20 million miles of the empire. The messenger's face was cold, and his words were as cruel as a sharp blade. At the same time, he took out a dark purple instrument and threw it at Tuobali. It bears the seal of the abyssal castle and the hand signature of the royal family of Topaz. The barbarian emperor was jerked off his bones in a split second, paralyzing straight to the ground as boundless fear swept through his entire body. He was abandoned. The messenger looked down at him and said in a single word, "Losing 1,000 miles of territory at the Jade Gate Pass, depleting the abyss fortunes, and destroying the people's self-confidence. You are guilty as charged." The barbarian emperor was struck by lightning, trembling as he climbed to his feet, choking and pleading, "Where are my 300,000 reinforcements? I will make a clean break. No, I am deliberately showing weakness to the enemy. Give me a chance." All is silent on the Golden Terrace. The ministers hung their heads in silence. It was unbearable to see the coronet of the King's Landing Empire wagging his tail like this, but the coronet made a vow before his royal campaign to cut himself down in thanks if he lost his land. The barbarian emperor's eyes were red, and when he saw that begging was fruitless, he roared hysterically, "Since my accession to the throne, I have taken advice with an open mind, and I have promoted the interests of the people and eliminated the evils, and for more than 10 years I have been trying to govern. The country is flourishing. Can any of you deny it? Give me the chance, and I will proclaim my return in a powerful way, slaughtering the Han slaves in one fell swoop, and annexation of Shenzhou Huaxia." The messenger was impassive, and after a slight silence his tone was morose. "Success or failure, glory you enjoy, sin you suffer. This is the imperial throne. It's an abyssal puppet, isn't it?" The barbarian emperor laughed miserably, ripped off his mask, and a face of flesh and blood molded lake filled with tears, crying and laughing. "You know better than anyone that I am innocent. Is it I who let the madman sit on the fence? Have I not begged for the top of the castle? You're just looking for a scapegoat." The ministers were silenced. That's the truth. The flesh-eaters at the top of the pyramid look out for themselves and receive the resources of the empire to feed them, but they are not willing to do a single bit of devotion for fear that the turbid world will pollute the heart of the way. Now that things have gotten out of hand, the flesh-eaters are afraid that the children of the empire will complain about the abyss. Only scapegoats can be introduced to quell public anger. Where have you been? At the beginning of the lid explosion, the Jedi of the half-opened Heaven's Gate were willing to move, and where was the subsequent spate of bad news? Of course, blame the 3 rulers of the West, the piggish 3s. The madman will be with you soon. A hoarse, obscure voice rang out from the Quetzal, as if he hadn't spoken in a few years, and the light of the moon was slightly out of place. The barbarian emperor still wants to roar filial piety. The messenger cut it off coldly. "Considering that during your reign you were reserved, you will not be brought back to the gallows at Pilgrim's Palace. Draw your sword and cut yourself if you want to be decent, and the abyss will bury you." Topaz's bloodshot eyes flickered with the flames of death, and he howled in full view of the crowd. In the face of sudden death, the pride and dignity that a king had deliberately maintained for most of his life instantly collapsed, and all that was left was a cowardice that was no different from that of ordinary people. Hurry up! The messenger's face was impassive. He wasn't going to make a move to take the Kingslayer's name. Sooner or later you will pay. Topaz cursed hoarsely, trembling as he took the sharp sword that was handed to him. All fear is turned into endless hatred. How can I die because of a madman? The sharp sword wiped his neck. Blood sword, and only the sound of roaring filial piety echoed. The group of ministers kneeled down and kowtowed, dropping a few tears of false sympathy, except perhaps for the old dogfold land, which the old hag said, and the old piker Hu Yin Shou. The only way to end this strange cycle is for the madman to perish. Breath remains half an incense stick time. A generation of monarchs in the western region to cut their own throats. Pack up the body properly and bring it back to the holy city. The messenger turned his head and, respectfully, he looked to the old man with the green boy in the red face. Make sure you get a hit. The light of the moon nodded gently, and with a flick of his sleeve the queer platform was only a remnant, and the most paradoxical scene of all appeared. The curved moon in the sky faintly reflected a shadow. Your Holiness, the coronation of the late emperor's death. Is the strategic plan to be overturned? Karl inquired cautiously. The messenger's face stiffened like iron as he spoke in a deep voice. The remnants of Byzantium in the west are in rebellion, and with a bunch of black slaves they dare to talk about restoring the country. The southern divine religion forces took advantage of the opportunity to proclaim the heavenly Tao as a conspiracy, and the holy city was more than chaotic. In a short period of time, it will be difficult to allocate 300,000 elites to support the western region. No matter what, the madman must die. The group of ministers were alarmed. No wonder the castle was in a hurry to execute the late emperor, and then failed to introduce a scapegoat to quell the people's discontent. The imperial conflict really can't be covered. The invincible empire has lost just one battle, and it's in such a mess internally. The madman has created such a catastrophe on his own. This man is the source of the plague. It was no wonder that the topmost of the top tier, who had always been immobile, was forced to step into the turbid world. Without reinforcements, it is difficult to fight in the western region, said the female inquisitor with a despondent face. The effect of the fake heads was so minimal that the imperial generals were really panicked. I don't believe that crazy people perish easily. It's hard and it must be won. This is your mission. Lose and get the hell out of the hub round table. The messenger threw this down forcefully. Karl blushed with embarrassment and finally weakly said yes. A madman perishing always inspires the sons and daughters of the empire, doesn't it? Early in the morning, when the first rays of the sun appear, the green boy with the red face of the old man appears at the end of the yellow sand. His expression was waveless, and he took a step dozens of feet, his steps leaving the imprint of a curved moon in the yellow sand. The white-haired man sat with his legs dangling over the top of the city, looking down at his trembling palms. The body has healed without scars, but there is so much habit forming from killing barbarians that you can't stop shaking your wrists. I'm so tired, and I can't leave my home unguarded. Gu Chang'an grunted. Carrying his bloody sword, he jumped down from the city. The light of the moon shifted to the outskirts of the city, and he frowned as he gazed into the abyss. Without looking at the crazy would-be dead man, he said calmly, creating killings for no reason damages the Taoist heart. I'll leave after killing you. Get the hell out of my house. Gu Chang'an stood against the wind, the fire no longer in his arm. It didn't deflect the finger either. It was right there in his mind, crushing the fire. The bloody sword was in the air. Millions of misanthropic and cruel sword chi raging. A clear blue sky was instantly cut into countless vertical and horizontal gullies. Moonlight's frown tightened. Sure enough, it's a demonic monster. With such a killing greatness, a usual saint could no longer block a single move. Only how long had passed since the massacre of the 50,000 people, and his strength had unexpectedly skyrocketed by more than double. If we don't deal with it in time, it's really going to become a big problem for the abyss. The central plains have run out of gas, and heaven's destiny belongs to you. So why should you suffer yourself, my lord? It's better to live like you than to die. The light of the moon ignored the monstrous sword chi, allowing the blood to envelop his head as he gently pushed his 5 fingers horizontally. Desert billions of grains of sand began to fly. Immediately afterward, it turned into a river of sand that went straight to the sky. An unnameable force was undertaken in the deepest part of the heavenly vault, and then blasted towards the endless sword chi. There was a loud bang, like a thunderclap on the ground. The light exploded horizontally by the majestic chi-scattered fan. The fan quickly distorted. The earth-shattering sound spread across the desert, and the wild wolves searching for food 100 miles away inadvertently crashed into the wall of air and immediately fell apart in pieces. At the center point of the explosion, the white-haired man was seeping blood from all 7 orifices. The sword energy dissolved into nothingness. Not a hint. Understand the gap? Moonlight tilted his head to look at the bright moon hidden in the clouds. The green light of the child's hole took on an extreme angry color. The coldly drinking. To make this trip, I have lost a full 10 years of my Tao. Only a stupid spiritual martyr like you would give up your life and want to be human? Trying to shake up the new world. You ask yourself if you're worthy? The old man was a saint at the age of 29 and has yet to glimpse the heavenly Tao in his 70s. You're wasting your talent. It's more like jealousy than shaming a crazy person. Yes, Moonbeam was mad with jealousy. There is no one in the world who possesses the extraordinary gifts of the madman who should have submitted to the new world of the empire. Be the first ascender and give future generations a shortcut. But what about him? Shed the last drop of blood for the so-called nation and wither the cage for the so-called China. Foolishness. Childish. Gu Chang'an ignored it, only frequently looking back to gaze at lonely city. The bloodshot eyes filled with a look of confusion, and in turn, fear and dread. Not afraid of death, but afraid of losing your family. You are also hopeless. Moonlight didn't bother to rave. His palm turned into a fist and pushed heavily. The white-haired man flew backward for 100 feet. The bloody petals exploded from his chest. It directly penetrated the entire heart of Gu Chang'an, who was about to build up his strength. My home. My home. Gu Chang'an got up like a madman, stumbled like a child and ran into the lonely city. A heavy snowfall rumbled in, flakes covering the devastated wasteland. The god of heaven comes to the rescue. The snowy year should be the last snowfall in the west. The old man narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, seeming to quite enjoy the touch of the snowflakes falling on his palm. The sword chi in midair was like a snowstorm, falling in unison, and it did not fall without a pattern. The nightmare implications of the most evil all but impacted the light of the moon. The saint is here and will die. But the light of the moon loomed large, but it was only squeezed to a distance of a foot from his head, and with only the majestic power of the external diarrhea of his body, hardly carried down the cruel sword chi from all directions. The snow disappeared without a trace. It's not that you're not strong, it's just that the heavenly Tao is invincible. The light of the moon hadn't moved its feet since the beginning of but at this moment, he took a gentle step. At the same time, the disoriented Gu Chang'an took his feet off the ground and transformed his body into a sword. And the entirety of the chakra contained in his body chopped at the home thief. A life for a fight. What a horrible talent. No wonder the history books say that as China declines, there's always one or two people to save the day. But unfortunately the sky is the limit. Seemingly worshipping Tendo, lunar light couldn't stop his sentences and finished them with his hands in a tearing gesture. The white-haired man's body was strangely still, and the misanthropic aura that had been so hard to gather was suddenly like a flood breaking through the dike. Boom! The sky cracked. A vibration resounded through the world. Palming open the gates of heaven, the sky cracked out a scroll of flowing splendor. The heavenly gate has a left and right side. At the moment only the left pillar is open. The right pillar is only in its infancy. See, with this door, old man can draw on the power of the heavenly Tao. The light of the moon pointed at the glittering left pillar of the heavenly gate, and the power of heaven and earth poured over. 9 times out of 10, saints who have not opened the gates of heaven are really boiled alive by madmen. But when the vault of heaven picture emerged, it was a whole new era in a new world. Below the gates of heaven, all are mortal. Touching the edge of the heavenly gate, one already dares to call oneself a land god. So fear the heavenly Tao, and fear the great barbarian empire at the same time. The light of the moon's face glowed fiercely, and the moment the heaven's gate closed, an unprecedented amount of power sprawled across he hung in the air to catch and tap down again, a palm stroke to the top. The heavens and the earth were silent, all was quiet again, and the roaring desert gradually subsided. Gu Chang'an didn't move a muscle. The pain that tore his heart and lungs couldn't be perceived, and he just laughed out a few drops of tears. How the guard was lost. I'm sorry, but I tried my best. Suddenly snowflakes fall from the sky, sparsely at first. In a short time, it was like rubbing wool and goose feathers in the sky. Moonlight withdrew his palm and moved 10 feet away, quietly watching the great legend pass away. All enmity dissipates. I really tried my best. Gu Chang'an burst into tears, trembling and opening and closing his lips. The mountains and rivers were broken when I came, and there was no flourishing when I left. It was I who was useless. The heavens and the earth were dim, and the snow grew heavier and heavier. The white-haired man's body cracked open inch by inch, and instead of blood, it simply separated. Military deployment. The life force has been destroyed. Just the mass. Gu Chang'an closed his eyes tightly as he drifted off into a dream, as if he had gone back many years ago. There was laughter at the head of the city, and white-robed children wandered the streets. He would like to be immersed in this dream and never wake up again, but there is no going back. Mold Lake's vision, vaguely looking toward a bright light extinguished by the snow. Another cluster of sparse light drifted in the distance. It seemed as if he had spent his whole life saying goodbye to the old guard, to every blade of grass and tree in the city. Say goodbye to every loved one. Say goodbye to yourself. But there was never a proper goodbye. Farewell should be ceremonial, and he would walk around every corner of the city of Turtle Bay and look at it inch by inch. But there's no chance of that now. Gu Chang'an twisted his head with difficulty, smiled and waved his hand towards Lone City. I'm off. See you in the next life. Quartered. Flesh and head in pieces, perishing in the snow. Avalanche. The dome of the sky looked like it was covered with snow that had been stored up for 10,000 years, and the hissing whirlwinds blew a huge avalanche shook the ground and swept toward the infinity zone. The snow was up to Moonflower's knees, and he stood for a long time. If not for the Heaven's Gate, no one in the world could have killed this man. When he fell, his lifelong self-created chi was transformed into an avalanche of strange scenery, and each snowflake still retained the residual power of killing. The avalanche frenzy engulfed the western region for 7,000 miles, and countless cultivators were in a daze. Raise your hand against the invasion of snowflakes. The martial arts sage Yijiangnan stood at Gumo Beach, his eyes tightly closed in the snow. Originally, I wanted to find a chance to inform the Middle Kingdom that the head hanging high above the barracks was a forgery, but that's not necessary now. Gu Chang'an. Yijiangnan opened his eyes and wiped his face, not realizing that it was already full of tears. The man with the most outstanding talent, born and died in the lonely city, enduring all the suffering for the Chinese nation. He did all he could before this light went out. Finally a long sleep. On the gold stage, the Inquisitor and the courtiers stared in bewilderment at the snowflakes in the sky. The gloom that had enveloped the empire was finally ripped away. It's amazing that they didn't have the pleasure they thought they would have, hating to crush the bones of the madman, but really dead. Yet there is a numbness that comes with experiencing a man's legendary life. 100 drums are beating in unison, notifying the holy city that the chief evil has been executed. The messenger laughed freely, waving his arms against the wind and snow, then said hysterically, "This is heaven. The imperial abyss is the enforcer of heaven's will. Who in the world of men would dare to disobey?" The idea of respect actually grew on Karl in a flash, and he hurriedly adjusted his emotions and tensed. "Your Excellency, 2,000 miles in the midst of a fierce battle. I'm afraid the sons and daughters of the Empire will be affected by the snowflake aura. Please inform the saints to line up to get rid of it." The messenger sneered. The execution of the madman was already the biggest battle result. It was time to deal with Han Nu next. The air of the battlefield was scorching hot, and the blazing fire quickly spread across the wasteland, like a golden snake dancing wildly. Everywhere, there were tragic killings, and one flag was trampled into the bloody soil. On the left flank, the Empress is in a state of madness, and her icy sword chi is sweeping halfway across the lake. The forward-rushing barbarian troops had their hearts and veins frozen and their heads floated away. The golden armor was blood-stained. Scarlet blood seeped out of her fingers, and Li Bing swallowed a mouthful of blood, swinging his sword tirelessly, as if to put his guilt to the sword's edge. Sudden, the mist of blood was blown away by the gusty winds, and the sound of avalanches rumbled in the distance, and snowflakes fluttered in the sky. Battlefield blood was quickly washed away by the snow. The scene was too appalling and frightening. How can there be an avalanche in a clear sky? Countless barbarian soldiers had inexplicable heart seasons, as if their consciousness was being eroded, and their heads became muddled. The Central Plains cultivator stiffened, and his heart felt like it had been pierced by a sharp instrument, sending out intense pain. The Central Plains chi luck falls. The chakra crashed. One by one, the saints' faces turned pale as they easily detected the plummeting chi of the divine lands. How could I have been so stupid before? The snowflakes fell, and had no effect on the generals of the Central Plains. Their eyes were wide open, a little hollow-eyed, and the tears rolled down the blood and tears flowed from his rough, uneven face. A crumbling truth. Hero Gu finished killing 50,000 barbarian dogs without dying. Now, kill. The scholar roared roughly. For the first time in his life, his grooming was lost, and his vast righteousness surged out madly. The grief and anger of the Chinese generals were so strong that the barbarian army was already in a state of restlessness. The situation on the battlefield was instantly lopsided. The rear sounding of the retreat was of no avail. 300,000 of the Central Plains elites killed red-eyed. The barbarians who had not been able to evacuate were slaughtered one by one, and countless bright red flowers bloomed in the snow. The screams and wails are as loud as the sky is falling. The Empress stationed her sword and stood, covering her heart and slowly crouching down, tears in her eyes. There has never been a moment of pain like this one. I did this to you. Why didn't I send someone to the Lone City? She hissed and cried. Your Majesty. A few female guards decapitated the dying barbarian pawns and hurriedly assisted the Empress. He didn't die. It was me who didn't save him. The Empress's eyes were hollow, and she opened and closed her lips with difficulty. Drops of blood seeped from the disheveled green silk. Your Majesty, Return to the cloud carriage first. This overcomes. The old woman, Li Ran, gathered around and, putting the Empress's hands on her shoulders, she dragged her heart out of the battlefield. She held back her tears. It was the Middle Kingdom that indirectly killed Shannon. If the 9 saints were dispatched as well as the 100 schools of thought formation, how could Shannon have died? Nakahara was so preoccupied with mourning that he didn't even bother to check the authenticity of the head. I am guilty. The Empress lost her mind, her face as pale as paper, and murmured, I have not even seen him once, he lives only in portraits and in the descriptions of others. Jade Gate Pass. The Taoist-robed girl known as the most gifted astrologer in the Central Plains, leaning against the railing at the moment, he mourned to the point of convulsions. A flake of snow fell like a silent rebuke to her. I'm sorry. Li Ping hid her face and wept lowly. She was too convinced that the heaven-peeping talisman that, foolish enough to ignore divining the divine fortune. Don't be sad. The first princess of Chu came quietly and wrapped her arms around her with red eyes. The Middle Kingdom cheated Gu Chanan and didn't aid the man. The 100 arguments formation. The 9 saints. The sword that unites the nation's fortunes, and by using one of them, none of it would have been the shocking news it is now. Just to mourn and offer sacrifices. Just to stand by and watch. It was as if the Middle Kingdom was Gu Chang'an's Middle Kingdom alone. The center army tent camp. The atmosphere was oppressive to the point of near suffocation. Folan Su faded his armor, and the muscles of his face trembled slightly. Even though he himself was not yet fully integrated into the Central Plains, he understood at this moment how great a blow an avalanche would be to the Divine Land. It's a deficit like no other. After the great victory at Yumen Pass, but whoever proposed to send the 9 saints to rush to the lonely city, Gu Chang'an would not have died of exhaustion. It seems that in everyone's mind, the slaughter of more than 50,000 people, including saintly achievers, by one man's own power, it's all an impossible miracle, and the chances of surviving it are close to none. From start to finish, Gu Chang'an was fighting alone. Loneliness, from life to death. Absurdly, he became so famous that he became the totem of the will of the gods, and yet still a single soldier in a dark and desperate world. What was the point of the Middle Kingdom? Just to trick him into winning the battlefield? At this moment, Folan Su was confused. He surrendered to the Middle Kingdom, partly out of desperation. On the other hand, he also admired Gu Chang'an's supreme faith in the rise and revival of the Central Plains. But Gu Chanan died in such a sad and lonely way. Can the Middle Kingdom civilization really shake the Tendo Empire? The so-called national conscience. Gu Chang'an can afford the living and the people. Who can stand up to Gu Chanan? Take a day's rest. Push on. Expel the barbarians of the West. And the old man will kneel in the lonely city to ask for forgiveness. Su Ting's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. The city of Kurtz. The wind and snow were more than enough. And the light of the moon stood like a fading statue, snow covering it up to its chest. The heavens and earth were as silent as a tomb cellar. And his eyes went from calm to uneasy and finally monstrous shock. In the entire 50 years, Moonlight had never experienced such a drastic rise and fall of emotions. He also rippled when he saw the legendary Lonely City. What else in the world should surprise those who open the gates of heaven? Ghosts. The scene would have dazzled the Taoists on the top floor of the castle, and the Middle Kingdom would have been completely mad to see it. After death, they turn into ghosts and suppress mountains and rivers. A spirit floated over the city, patrolling the frontier as always, only without a body. It's just gloomy. Gu Chang'an, light of the moon shouted against the wind and snow. Perception is turned upside down. Beyond the realm of heavenly ways, there are no demons in the world, and there is no room for spirits, let alone ghosts after death. But the fluttering vapors told him, still keeping house. Chapter 43, 60 Years of Public Resignation. Please return this evening. Above, Chang'an City. The tea house was crowded, and the eyes of the people were so warm and eager. The storyteller wakes up the wood and slaps the table with his mouth. An inch of mountain, an inch of blood, 1,000,000 youths, 1,000,000 armies. In the Battle of the Western Regions, thousands of miles of territory were returned to the bosom of the Central Plains at the Yumen Pass, and the dragon roared and the tiger roared. Strengthen my Huaxia land. Yes, the tea house watchers hissed. Despite the news of the victory spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, no matter how callous their ears were from listening to all of them were as hot and shocking as the first time. The Chinese nation has endured thousands of years, but it has never met such a strong barbarian. The Central Plains lost many battles until the people lost confidence and even thought that it was only a matter of time before the country was destroyed. But this time, the Middle Kingdom won squarely. Martyrs are buried in the sands and the souls of the faithful remain in the annals of history. The blood and white bones of the soldiers are cast into a monument of a flag that will stand forever on the land of God. After this battle, we will no longer tolerate the barbarians, and even if we spill rivers of blood, nor shall we dishonor the dignity of the nation. Recover the western regions and the rise of the central plains. If there is a need to raise troops, I am obliged to do so. Many literati Ranger Khan lamented impassioned, the atmosphere of the tea house to a climax. But many of the spectators noticed the lost demeanor of the storyteller, a man who had always relied on eloquence for his livelihood. How can you not hear enough about an unprecedented victory? Hirogu must be the pillar figure who saved the day in this battle, right? A cultivator carrying a sword basket asked sharply. The whole room was transfixed and held its breath. The storyteller opened and closed his lips, and after a long moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "We are now enjoying our wine and meat, shouting and hawking in the streets, singing and dancing in the bars. The family is happy. Remember what this is all about." The storyteller became more and more agitated. His voice grew louder and louder, and suddenly he turned his back and looked out the window and, hoarsely as he faced the beholder again, he sacrificed himself. The building was full of dead silence. Not a sound. No way. The scribe rose with a start, flushed with red. Hirogu slaughtered 10,000 troops by himself. His bravery and courage are the best in the world, and with 1,000,000 reinforcements, he is even more unrivaled. And the barbarian dogs are like ants to him. Could it be that certain higher-ups are worried about overshadowing their masters and are deliberately withholding Hirogu's battle achievements? Vile and narrow-minded. In an era when the survival of the nation is being decided, how can we engage in this business of power-tipping? He was extraordinarily angry. His voice as sharp as a sharp instrument in the extreme. The storyteller met a haggard, disturbed face and wriggled his throat with difficulty. Are the barbarians that the heavenly Tao rolls into care for really so unbeatable? A sentence that made countless watchers lose their voices. Yes, the war was won so well, as if it were a dreamy triumph. Until then, a single barbarian dog could stand up to 4 Chinese soldiers, but the war in the West was strangely flipped, and the one pawn is enough to slaughter 3 barbarian dogs. It was equivalent to a sudden surge of 12 times combat power. The Allied forces of the Central Plain sent men to steal the flag of the lonely city, and Chang'an would have been madly depraved. 64 years of flags suddenly lost. The storyteller choked and sighed tersely with his eyes closed. In the great rear of the barbarian army, he alone slaughtered 52,000 barbarian dogs, killing them until heaven and earth changed color. Kill the barbarians until they are fearful and timid. Change the situation of offense and defense in one fell swoop. And the Allied forces of the Central Plains take advantage of the opportunity to recapture the Yumen Pass. Where are the reinforcements? Chang'an has been alone since the beginning, and has died of exhaustion. Pour in the yellow sand. The Middle Kingdom only brought back 7 taels of flesh and blood. Just 7 taels. Before he died, he had not enjoyed the slightest bit of glory, much less had he ever come to Chang'an City. The storyteller sobbed. The tea house was as quiet as an infinite purgatory, and the watchers' eyes were stagnant, struggling to accept the bad news for a short period of time. And so the giant fell, and the spiritual lamp went out. Without Gu Chang'an, no family involved in the war would have 10 households without Zhilong, and without him, it is impossible for the Middle Kingdom to win against all odds. His great deeds are indelible, and his glory has never been equaled before or since. The storyteller shook and drank with tears in his eyes, while the teetotalers were soulful and immersed in grief. Is it never so with heroes who live to disappoint and die to glorify greatness? The higher power is too shameless. The swordsman clenched his fists and roared with a hideous fury. The same eucalyptus teetotaler cones and drinks and whispers a retort. How dare you hurl abuse at the coalition forces who are looking to die when you haven't even been to the battlefield? The swordsman was dumbfounded, and dropped his arm helplessly. Yeah, does he have the nerve to call out 1,000,000 men? This is a decision that will bring a great deal of blame, but it's all for the sake of the common people. If you really want to be shameless, wouldn't you let go of your honor and wealth and go to the battlefield to shed your blood? If you really want to be afraid of death, and how can we go to the country together? Nobody's fault. The crofter leaning against the door wiped the corners of his eyes. That's pretty shallow. No one is at fault. A simple sentence, but at the moment it was unusually cruel. But on what grounds? Why should Gu Chang'an suffer alone again? Even the most heartless person cannot say the sacrifice is worth it. The atmosphere of mourning lasted a long time, until a clamor came from the street. May snow drifts. Sparse snowflakes fluttered and sprinkled all over Chang'an City, and everyone stopped to look. The storyteller went to the window and stared in awe at the wonders of the world. Is it possible that the heavens also felt that Hirogu's death was not worth it? Those who hold a salary for the Central Plains will eventually freeze to death in the wind and snow. With his hands in his sleeves, he gazed at the falling snow on the people's heads and suddenly remembered Bai Judi's poem. You bury your bones in the mud under the spring, and I send snow all over my head on earth. The goosefeather snow blew the sight into a pall, and the earth and sky stagnated all sound except the wind whistling. Moonlight stood quietly, her mood like snow. suddenly feeling so cold. The fluttering soul shadow hammered his 70 years of ancient and unruffled mind to pieces. Ghosts, Gu Cha Han. The hoarse voice drifted far down the wind and snow. I'm still here. The city responded with a clean voice. The spirit has no physical body, but the white hair and white robes of the attire can be vaguely seen, just floating around. And just like a gust of wind. Gu Chang'an looked down at the disappearing abyss outside the city and smiled. It's not bad to be a ghost when you're a lunatic in life but miraculously cured in death. At least the soul is clean. The old man with the green child and red face finally snapped out of his shock and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll kill you again." After saying that, he stepped on the snow and flew, swept 100 feet. His palms gushed out majestic chi, and his body glided against the wall. And 5 fingers grabbed at the soul. There, like ripples on the surface of the water, the soul body broke into thousands of black mist, and instantly converged. Broken mirror. Gu Chang'an didn't move a muscle. Moonlight's face was gloomy. Combined with the fact that he had indirectly saved a madman? How do I kill it? Kill 10,000 times and the soul coalesces as usual. Why the pain? He snapped, his hands moving outward in a tearing motion. The vault of heaven rumbled and the gates of heaven flowed. The beam of light gushed upward like a spring column, and then fell heavily into the old man's palm, evolving into a small 3-inch snake. Spitting letters at ghostly hauntings. Gu Chang'an was indifferent, allowing the chi light snake to devour the soul body. And in the blink of an eye the black mist regrouped again. He sneered, "Does heaven and the human world still control the ghosts in the netherworld? Why should I fear heaven?" Moonbeam stumbled back a few steps, trudging back through the snow, great doubts lingering in his mind. Today is a complete reversal of perception. He turned around suddenly and roared his filial piety in a hideous manner. Why? Things beyond control in the world bring fear. Why can you transform ghosts? Why can't even the power of heaven destroy them? I'm a monster. Always have been. Gu Chang'an murmured softly. He wanted to say that living was cruel to himself, in either human or ghost form, but it was probably pretentious to say. Born with a fire inside him, which in one kill deflects from his heart to his shoulders, gradually transferred to arm, elbow, palm, fingertips, until the slaughter of more than 50,000 barbarians had been completed. The fire had been sent to the consciousness, and it was because in the consciousness that it is only then that you can survive as a soul. If he had died earlier, he would have been relieved a long time ago. Now sobered up, it's easy to see that you've been duped by the United Midlands. It would actually be sad, being a ghost to hold down the frontier. If Nakahara sees this scene, he is afraid that he will feel so guilty that he will cut his own throat on the spot. Moonlight dispelled his anger and spoke calmly. He did his best. He himself was the only being in the empire to put Gu Chang'an to death. But it is not his responsibility to turn into a ghost and hero to town the mountains and rivers after death. Who allowed me to be born in the city of Turtle? Who taught me from a young age to swear to live and die with the lonely city? Who made me bleed the blood of the Chinese nation? Seems like there's a lot to say when you're sober, and you don't care, even in the face of your enemies. Gu Chang'an rambled. If born at sunrise and sunset in the Middle Kingdom, I could probably live the life of my dreams, marry a not-so-pretty daughter-in-law, have a daughter-in-law, and live a life of peace and joy. And, with my body I can still be disease-free. But unfortunately, the underworld has given me the responsibility that living is a daily process of enduring suffering. Moonlight's face was expressionless, suddenly tugging at the corners of his stiffened mouth in what seemed like a smile. You can't get over it? If I were an old man, I would have already bloodied the central plains with a sword to subdue the devil. What the hell? Since no one cares about your feelings, why not surrender to the imperial abyss? You are welcome at the top of the castle. Gu Chang'an floated a few feet above the city, accustomed to today's physical state. Gradually not feeling awkward, Tanya said, not yet having expelled the barbarians, not having revived the nation, and seeing the pomp and circumstance come, I will resign. The old man, the green boy, had expected this, and was moving away in the wind and snow. Just a few more glances as I passed the snow-packed banners, the flag that never falls, the monster that never falls. He had the idea of eradicating Lone City, but on second thought it didn't pay off. For one thing, indiscriminate killing affects the Taoist heart. And for another, he's also afraid of being haunted by ghosts. Gu Chang'an followed himself a way that was like a shocking nightmare, killing and not being able to kill. Immediately returned to the abyss to discuss countermeasures. Light of the moon muttered to himself, hanging in the air, and it disappeared in a flash into a blanket of snow. The wind and snow gradually rested, but the 20-mile radius of Lone City was still filled with goosefeather snow. After years and years of gazing at the yellow sand-rolling sky, suddenly gone, Gu Chang'an was actually a bit uncomfortable. Chang'an. Qin Carpenter walked up to the top of the city, holding little Luoyang. The eyes of an old man and a young man were red and his heart was in his throat. What happened to the living? The living? The breathing? Don't come over here to dip into the Anxi. Gu Chanan tried to move his soul shadow and hide behind the palisade wall. Chang'an. Sheen Carpenter wailed and howled, old tears streaming down his face as he stumbled over to try to wrap his arms around the child. But the hug was empty. Not only was there no flesh, there wasn't even a temperature. When the allied forces of the Central Plains come, you will take the ashes of your grandfathers back with you. I'll stay put for fear of frightening the people. It's good to be born in a lonely city, to die in a lonely city, and to be a ghost to guard a lonely city. Don't come any closer to me? The Een will kill you, Gu Chang'an said and stood up, subconsciously trying to pat the dust on his ass. But then he smiled helplessly, swaying his body slightly as he drifted off into the distance. Young and old without cultivation would never be able to withstand the Een Chi invading their bodies. Thief god. Little Luoyang threw his head back and cursed bitterly, tears streaming down his face as he cried and roared. Why are you torturing Brother Chanan? 7,000 miles west of the sanctioner's residence. The abyssal emissary stood with his hands folded, looking out the window at the gravel drifting in the wind, and pretending to be emotional. It's boring without him, Gu Chang'an, in the human world. The inquisitors and the courtiers were silent, and it was well worthwhile to rejoice that the gloom which had hung over the empire was breaking down. But the war in the west is all and dangerous, has retreated to the sanctioner's residence, and since then all 5,000 miles of territory, up to the human pass, have fallen. The new king, Topaz World, has ordered the elite of the expedition to fight and withdraw. The messenger spoke gently. The two of them, Carl and Beth, looked at each other in disbelief, both able to detect the shock in the other's eyes. Topaz? With a dragon's horn on his head, he was a 30-year-old martial arts saint, and a disciple of the old monsters at the top of the castle. With her on the imperial throne? No wonder the abyssal half-opened heaven's gate's topmost person was willing to step into the turbid world. It turned out to be the Topaz World King's Landing Empire. Withdraw the troops? Carl, pale and trembling, spoke. The courtiers also shuddered. The killing of the madman had satisfied the abyssal castle, and as for the already routed battle, you're not going to save it? Then they, the center officials involved in the war, are we also going to be scapegoated for the loss of the frontier? The messenger looked around the crowd and gave a reassurance. Don't worry, all of you. The crime of the defeat has been borne by the late Emperor Tuobali. There are only 150,000 of the western region's elite left, and successive defeats have destroyed their will to fight. It's also hard to revitalize confidence with the news of a madman's death. The new ruler is straightforward. The empire can accept the shame, and it will just snowball in the future. Carl was relieved to stay alive, but listening to it was ridiculous and laughable. Of course she could take it. What black pot had been laid on the late emperor, and how did it affect her? Your Excellency, if the troops are withdrawn, the Central Plains is going to recover the western region. Inquisitoress Beth worried. The messenger's childish color instantly went cold and his tone was morose. Recovering the western regions, Han knew is worthy of it? It's enough to let them take a trip to flaunt their power and dare to occupy? A sick tiger on the verge of death is not capable of annexing an elephant. The ministers nodded. The real loss of the empire was in the city of Guzi, at the hands of a madman, because he could hold on to the 20 miles of territory that came to him. He planted the banner 20 miles outside the city, and the empire attacked again and again, but could not get it back. And the Han slaves of the Central Plains get the western regions. Can they hold them? Joke. What kind of territory is it if you can't defend it? It's nothing more than a process of opening up territory to losing it and being humiliated. In the final analysis. Or was it the madman's massacre of more than 50,000 elites as well as the Jade Gate Pass fiasco that dealt a heavy blow to the empire, which had already been split between victory and defeat in his time? There are still old and sick people inside the lone city, right? Send a few men to eliminate them, and level the walls. Destroy the tomb. Didn't the Han slaves of the Middle Kingdom want to go on a pilgrimage? Go and see the ruins. The messenger's eyes were sinister, and his tone was as harsh as a knife. The greatest dishonor since the founding of the nation was given to one man in one city, even though the chief culprits had been executed. But the traces of humiliation have been seared into the imperial history books and are difficult to erase. Yes, sir. Carl was so eager to receive the order that he wanted to grow wings now and go to the lonely city and take the credit for it. This city used to be a nightmare. Now it's the fat kid on the block. At least for the rest of my life I can go around bragging about that 64-year-old turtle town that I eradicated. Beth's expression stiffened and she glanced at him sadly. P.S. Bad state. The rest of the word count will be made up at night. Chapter 44, 60 Years of Public Resignation. Please return this evening. Next, supplementary. At the top of the castle, with the blood moon in the sky, and the gradual wandering back of the stars on the gable tops. A black misty spiral staircase led up to the heavens, and a pattering sound came from above, like raindrops falling on an endless sea. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. Right in the center of the wide altar, the old woman in the wedding dress hands a purple crown to the strange-looking noble woman. The latter had turquoise eyes and crescent eyebrows, curly blonde hair, and a pair of mottled dragon horns on top of his head, as if a dragoness hibernating in the abyss. She took the crown and gently placed it over her head, but her eyes went to the spiral staircase. It seems that ascension is the greatest ambition within. No one in the world can pass through the heavenly gate, and it should start with me. Topaz. World. Since you have decided to turn from hegemony to kingship, the rise and fall of the empire is bound up with you personally. The empire dominates the world of men, and your wish can come true. The empire falls, and your end is miserable and unimaginable. The wedding old woman's voice was muddy and slow, staring for an instant at the most distinguished member of the Topaz royal clan, a 30-year-old martial arts saint. The late Emperor Tuoba Li was not even worthy of her shoes. If the jewel of the empire is willing to take on the important task, why should the empire not prosper? Tuoba World nodded his chin. Cultivation encountered shackles can only find another way. Witness the way of the king by the way of the king. She never questioned her ability, much less the mission of the supreme kingdom of God. Success is only a matter of time. As you set out on your accession to the throne, the policy of resisting foreign aggression must be followed by internal security. The people of the empire must be shown the means by which you govern. The old woman in the wedding dress spoke in a warm voice, and between the internal rebellion and the meeting in the west, the wisest choice is clearly the former. The empire was already routed on the western battlefield, and it would be difficult to claim victory by throwing in further troop support. Once there are a few minor defeats, it will affect the new ruler's prestige, and the lone city lunatic perishing was enough to shut the mouths of the empire's subjects. Betrayers will taste the bloodiest revenge. Deal with the civil unrest. I will uproot the eastern middle kingdom. The empire does not need lowly Han slaves. Genocide. I only want fertile and rich Shenzhou land. Tuoba World tone of voice is flat, deep turquoise child through an innate cold blood. 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. And if the domestication of the slaves of the Middle Ages, there was no guarantee that another Gu Chang'an would not appear in it. The empire has already been tortured by him once, and will never allow another madman beyond its control to. So much for slaughtering the Middle Kingdom for a clean slate. Just then, the wooden door of the castle was pushed open with a creak, and the old man with the green child and the red face entered the altar. He took one step on the uneven cobblestone path, carrying a white lantern high in his left hand. Moonlight threw the lantern into the altar and burned it, then sat down on his knees in front of the withered statue of the sky god and prayed. A line of sight crossed the black mist and swept back and forth over him a few times. Hard work. A low, tantalizing voice came from the spiral steps. Moonlight said frankly after thanking Tendo. Dead. Not gone. In an instant, the steps rumbled, and a great figure descended abruptly onto the altar. The atmosphere was steeply solemn. Yu Zun, why are you making a fuss? The queen stepped closer and cautiously inquired. It's impossible to fail. The old woman in the wedding veil looked confused. All under the heavens gate are ants. It's the Cthulhu to the core. Worse than failure. Moonlight looked around a face and said the word. Transform the souls of the heroes and subdue the mountains and rivers. As the words fell, the altar was eerie like a tomb cellar, and the chi was stagnant. The old monsters were shocked. Yes, it's just shocking. They'd been cultivating for decades. What with one man and a city slaughtering 10,000 troops, nothing more than a mundane feat to remember. Nothing more. But now, it really feels horrifying and appalling. Could it be that it survives in the form of a soul? The black-faced woman with long hair covering her face breathed steeply and raggedly, and the crosses around her neck trembled slightly. Light of the moon nodded slowly. Ghosts without bodies. Perhaps the obsession with keeping the house arrived at an extreme, or perhaps it was born hanging. Anyway, Gu Chang'an defended the city with his soul, and that scene is still a season in the old man's heart. No one who hears it is dizzy. There are still ghosts in the world? When something is beyond the control of the heavens, what kind of catastrophe will it bring? And will it affect the abyss? Honorable moon, why don't you decimate it? Tuoba Tianxiao's face turned blue. The eyes held a hint of humiliation. Moonlight stared at her with cold eyes, remembering Gu Chang'an's plain and open words, and said in a chilling voice, Coronation of the heavenly god. Can the heavenly Tao in the human world still sanction the ghosts of the netherworld? After saying that, he started from the beginning of his own move and recounted the whole process in detail. The old monsters closed their eyes in contemplation, a horrifying image haunting their minds. There is nothing more earth-shattering in the heavens than this. Keeping house in life and still keeping house in death. Wouldn't it be invincible? Then what's the point of them practicing? Han knew. Damn you! Tuoba Tianxiao's face was iron blue, his entire being filled with violent anger. The altar fell into an embarrassing dead silence for a moment. The old monster was fearing the unknown, while the new queen's turquoise eyes chilled, her lips pursed, and, like a beast in distress, I thought I would easily pick up the fruits of victory and lay a strong foundation for the road to the kingdom. If not by virtue of her status as an abyssal inheritor, would a land god with a half-opened heavenly gate have stepped into the turbid world? If she hadn't trusted Moonlight, how could she have made the decision to withdraw her troops? Now, instead of achieving the imagined glory, he was disgraced at the beginning of his ascension to the throne. Before her ass could sit down on the pivotal throne, reality slapped her hard enough to wake her up in humiliation. The old woman in the wedding dress craned her head to look at it, to speak, but in the end she could not say anything to salvage the situation. Who would have thought that crazy people turn into ghosts? As is often the case in this world, honor and dishonor come in a flash. The decision to withdraw troops in the west will surely be nailed to the imperial pillar of shame as the queen suffers a heavy hammer blow. Light of the moon. You should have raised the city of Kamez and tricked the ghosts into going to the holy city. Topaz's tone was stiff and no longer respectful. Unbridled. The old woman in the wedding dress shouted coldly. Moonlight narrowed his narrow eyes, his attitude steeply harsh, half threatening, half angry. Coronation of the heavenly god. For once only, next time don't use that tone of voice with the old man. It was me who was impulsive. Topaz quickly realized that he had stumbled over his emotions and, her gaze turned apologetic, and the sting of nails embedded in her sleeve and her palm restored her composure. She was beginning to understand the late Emperor Topaz Li. Why is there a dark band of rope gradually closing around your neck when you've done nothing wrong? Will he be next? Tuoba Tianxia immediately dispelled the worries and doubts within his heart. How could the supreme kingdom of God be afraid of lonely souls and wild ghosts? Light of the moon. According to you, this ghost's defense is invincible? The black-robed old monster frowned deeply. Invincible. Moonlight replied helplessly, then added, although his physical body perished, the lotus mark on his forehead has not yet faded, and only 3.5 petals remain. The curse of the Buddha's relics took effect and Gu Chang'an could only survive for 3 years. Slightly silent, the light of the moon gave a bitter smile. Who knows? Would a curse bind such an absurd and bizarre being? The altar was silent. Can't wait 3 years. The spirit must be extinguished. The spirit of the Middle Kingdom can't rise again. The old woman in the wedding dress made a snap decision. The exposure of the cover of One Man and One City has already climaxed the shriveled divine. Ancient civilizations are beginning to awaken to the courage of the millions of armies that have marched together to the west. After death, the souls of the dead will be able to subdue the mountains and rivers will soon be known in the central plains. It's bound to create an explosive sensation that will far overshadow the lone city exposure. The one man who keeps his home is a miracle, and he represents the resilience of the nation to persevere in the midst of a dark and desperate situation. But to be a ghost and keep your home is already a myth and legend descending, and that national will transcends the human world. It will give the Middle Kingdom a humongous faith. Imagine everyone in the eastern lands being proud of their deaths, and the empire would have no way of conquering them. Heaven and earth chi can't extinguish the ghost Tao. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Let's go all out at the top. Execute the soul 10,000 times, and Gu Chang'an will still regroup. There's an old saying in the Middle Kingdom that says to keep the clouds open and give everything you have will always get results. Moonlight paused for a long time and continued with an expressionless face. But Gu Chang'an is now a strange stone from beyond the heavens. No matter how hard he tries, he can't move it. The only thing to hope for is the Buddha's curse. And 3 years is a short time to say it's long. Having said that, exhausted, he swept back up the spiral staircase. He didn't want to hear any more of this bull ***** mundane stuff. Human feelings are common, regardless of race, and consistent throughout the ages. When he witnessed Gu Chang'an's heroic sacrifice to turn into a ghost to defend the city, he actually had an emotional resonance in an instant. The heart of the word was shaken. 2 ways for today. The indifferent Tuoba world looked around at the abyssal seniors for a long time and respectfully curtsied. First, since the heavenly Tao can't control him, then try to condense the outer heavenly chi. Secondly, Gu Chang'an transformed his soul by virtue of his obsession, so we can provoke the central plains by means of gradually disintegrating his obsession with guarding the central plains nation. His soul naturally perished. The words fell from her lips, and the old woman in the wedding dress nodded her head to express her approval. The rest of the old monsters flew back to the ladder one after another to dive into cultivation, and did not know what kind of attitude they held. In short, the soul must be exterminated. This is the unified goal of the abyss, and the heavenly Tao does not allow ghosts. I've returned to the holy city. Tuoba Tianxia forced out a stiff smile and slowly walk out of the top floor of the castle. The stupidest move she could make would be to take over the mess. I'll definitely beat you to death. Topaz hissed and roared through the dark and dense forest, his angry fist smashing over a tree trunk. The moon was dark and the wind was high, and a group of 70 riders ran and raised a gust of yellow sand. The leading inquisitor, Cal, reined in his horse and squinted as he looked out over the windswept and lonely city, a part of the world that was always snowed in, but not the blood-stained and caked walls. "Watch it," he shouted coldly, and the palms of his hands, which clutched the reins tightly, trembled slightly. "He's so afraid of the madman, even in death, that when he comes to the home he once stood by, it can also feel like your heart is tightening. Your Holiness, the city is empty. Let's level the city of Guzi as soon as possible. And in 10 days and a half months, the Han new coalition is coming," the eagle-nosed Naruto said with a smile. He understood His Holiness's fear. If a madman were alive, who dares to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth? But dead is dead. No matter how great you were in life, you can die with a handful of dirt and your pants down to pee on it. Attacking the city. Carl waved his arm, and 70 riders rushed towards the city of Guzi, a brick wall that tens of thousands of the Empire's finest could not defeat in the past. Today he, Brandon Carr, is going to make history. This is a moment of divine honor, recorded in detail and returned to the holy city to make it known to the world. Carl clenched the belly of his horse and charged, while still ordering his accompanying staff. In the zone close to the banner, the snowflakes drifted, and the Sangoku people felt a sudden chill in their bones. His own big hawkish nose was twisted in the dark. He hurriedly closed his eyes and did not move a muscle, but there was that momentary twitching of the muscles of his cheeks that, revealing that he does feel it. "What?" Carl tapped his horse and arrived, pointing at the snow-covered flagpole and cursing it. "A dead thing. What are you afraid of?" As if he had been struck in the solar plexus by a hammer, Hawkeye suddenly coughed loudly and, the spittle was flecked with blood, and the whole thing spasmed fiercely. A weird Chi invaded, mixed with a hint of Doom Chi Sin Chi Fury Chi. It even directly made his sea of consciousness muddled, and his body's power seemed to be confined. Richard, sensing that something was amiss, Carl immediately ordered his men to swoop down and hold down the limbs of the hawks, started looking around by himself. The snow obscured his vision, and he could vaguely see a branch of peach blossoms less than knee-high. The reason it was visible, the bright red petals stood out against the snowy white. Immediately after that, Carl's eyes grew scarlet and his lips trembled violently. A gust of black mist, like a white robe, like flowing white hair, like a cold, clear face. Plop! Carl fell off his horse, choking in every pore of his body, curled up and struggling like a shrimp. Ghosts! Rumble! As if a bolt from the blue, the 70 cavalrymen sweated and saw the most terrifying scene in this life. The man! I'm surprised it didn't go down. Carl was spinning skyward, squirming hard in the sand, and he could feel that the icy, shadowy aura was flying through what little life was left. Unparalleled scenes, heavenly vapors, just drifting in the snow. The trembling and shifting of the internal organs far exceeded even the fear brought about by one person slaughtering 10,000 troops, transforming souls to keep house. Gu Chang'an twisted to look at Tao Ji, picked up the shovel that was digging up the soil, and dragged it over to the side of the standard flag. He suddenly shook his head and smiled to himself. I have killed 10,000 and slaughtered 50,000. When did a few dozen savage dogs dare to humiliate me? After saying that, he floated toward the unconscious Naruto and swung his shovel over, one after the other. The thumping sound directly smashed into chunks of broken meat. Carl buried his face in the dirt, not daring to look, yellow urine drenching his pants as he cried for mercy. After a lifetime of hard work to get to the center table, to become a respected giant of judgment, he doesn't want to die. On the verge of extinction, Carl's gut was in his throat. Some existences, even if they perished, were not his to eat human blood buns. Gu Chang'an suddenly stopped moving and stared blankly at the center of his hand, which was coalesced by black mist. Half a finger bone was born out of it, crystal clear. He had no mood swings, nothing in the world could make him happy, and even if he remade his body, it's just another round. One would rather survive with one's soul. At least one wouldn't have to endure the pain of having one's flesh torn apart over and over again. Without a physical body, there's no need to experience all that torture. Gu Chang'an chopped off half of his own finger bones with his spiritual thoughts, then looked at the python robed in gold-pantsed Carl. Leaning down, his voice was low. I think I've seen your portrait on the brute dog. Carl was muddled, with a shadowy aura that wrapped around him and a deliberate hint of clarity. Man to madman to ghost. What comes after ghost? Total demise. Or is it God? The devil walks. Carl no longer has the luxury of saving his life. He's got himself to blame. Just want to die with honor. Bury me alive. Bury him. Soul Shade threw out the shovel. Many barbarian pawns wanted to run for their lives, but they ghosted next to His Holiness the Judge. Sparingly, He picked up his shovel again and dug a hole. Their consciousness is controlled. The black mist didn't move a muscle. Carl spasmed violently, and finally laughed hysterically and, laughing at the new ruler of the empire for making a decision that was a flop, laughing at his own stupidity and greed, and laughing even more at the ghosts and monsters in front of him. Suffered in life and will suffer after death. Poor thing. In my life, I was a man of honor and wealth, with a high position of power and thousands of concubines. I'll still be happy in the netherworld after I die. What about you? If you can stand on the top of the mountain and walk in hell on the side, who will remember you in the Central Plains in a few more decades? Carl is reckless, so why not run rampant with insults since I'm left with a shred of sobriety? Gu Chang'an was indifferent, murmuring in a low voice, the people are safe and happy, and the nation continues to live forever. It's okay for me to be left in the dust. Keep digging. He only hoped that the efforts he had made, one day it will be possible for ordinary people like grandparents to stop suffering and abandoning their families for dozens of years on the border, and the Central Plains will finally usher in peace and prosperity. Precisely because they have suffered. They do not want the future generations of Chinese to suffer again, and just thinking about it makes me despair. Watching the graveyard grow wider and wider, Carl suddenly fell silent and stopped snarling his filial piety. In fact, he had always felt that Gu Chang'an was stupid and unbearable. How could there be such an ecumenical martyr in the world? But when he was about to die outside the lonely city, he realized that a child born in the lonely city and raised on 100 meals, a guardsman who watched his old pawns die heroically never dared to have another option from the beginning. Too slow. Gu Chang'an's patience was consumed as black mist gushed out in gusts, and the ghastly wind swept wildly. After he drifted away, 70 intact bodies were buried in the yellow sand. The sun rises in the east, and the eastern haze advances slowly like a line of tide. The allied forces of the Central Plains galloped to the sides along the Yinwing formation, blowing their ponderous horns on horseback. The sound of trumpets cascaded across the battlefield in the early morning. Like the rumbling of heavenly drums, the barbarian army's killer giant nets suddenly disappeared. The sound of blood and flesh twisting and turning like a mill will gradually stopped, and one by one, the barbarian cultivators followed the direction of the purple standard flag and began to withdraw to the south. Kill! The entire wilderness was responding to Lord Commander Su Ting's order. As if the floodgates had been pulled open, the black wave that had been building up for so long stirred and swirled. It poured onto the battlefield, straight towards the slowly moving barbarian camp to the south. Slaughter the savage dogs and take revenge. Revenge! The shouts that spread across the wilderness and the Chinese flag that covered the sky signaled the curtain falling on the Western Conference. Your Majesty, there are only 800 miles left. Li Diyu, the Minister of War, wiped away the blood on his face and looked at the Empress in the cloud car in the center of the army. The Empress stationed her sword, its blade dripping blood, and stared blankly into the distant west. We won. Li Diyu was tempted to conk out an impassioned roar but how the voice seemed low. After breaking through the human pass, all the way to the barbarians did not block much at all. Implement a strategy of fighting and withdrawing only. In fact, he knew, and the entire allied forces of the Central Plains knew very well, that the moment Chang'an perished, the barbarians then reached their strategic goal and didn't care about the next battles. The Central Plains is still singing the praises of Chang'an, who saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of generals by his own efforts, sacrifice for hundreds of thousands of family group members. But to the barbarians, a single Gu Chang'an was more important than hundreds of thousands of Central Plains generals. If that decision hadn't been made, he'd still be alive, back in Chang'an City, safe and sound. Will the future save millions of people? The battlefield clangs to sound a retreat. A military formation lay down, slowly approaching the center. Countless eyes look into the distance. Public resignation 60 years. This evening please win the return. The ashes of the soul home. Your Majesty, follow me. The old woman, Li Ran, shouted softly and, break away from the group and head northwest on horseback. The Empress followed silently until she ran for 500 miles and arrived at a deserted and collapsed town that, a few tablets have sunk into the yellow sand, just showing the outline. Li Ran patted away the dust on the monument with his hand, his eyes darkening. I heard from the Lone City Chin carpenter that this is the only relaxing break that Chang'an has ever had. Your Majesty should bring this tablet back to the Central Plains to stand in the Imperial Temple forever. Above the stone tablet is the ancient and vicissitudes of the small letters. Through the vicissitudes of the years has become mold lake unclear. It's still recognizable when you make an effort to get over there. Our generation was born in the great Tang dynasty, blessed by the peace and prosperity of the heavenly kingdom, and there was no military disaster when we were young. Before experiencing the famine, I was summoned by the Son of Heaven to guard the border for the heavenly kingdom, to protect the peace of one side with the prestige of the heavenly kingdom. Although the world is big, behind us is Chang'an. Why fear the barbarians? the eyes of all the people are dazed. It was the glorious Tang dynasty of Emperor Taizong Jingguan, when all the nations worshipped the heavenly Khan. The generals and soldiers will be honored and the 4 barbarians will be submissive. Below the stone tablet, a line of apocryphal and extremely deep block letters was as harsh as a sword blade. Now that the divine continent is unfortunate, the barbarians have been subjected to the heavenly Tao, and their fellow soldiers have died bravely in battle. I am instructed to Gu Chang'an to hold fast to the frontier, miles of desert, alone. Although I have not traveled to Chang'an to be rewarded by the sages, to see the prosperous central plains, or to experience the majesty of the upper kingdom, much less receive martial honor. But I won't take a step back, before I die here. The barbarian scum will never set foot on the Chinese territory. As she read, the empress felt something seeping outward from the monolith. It was like the gaze of Gu Chahan, who had traveled through several years of time to look at himself. The empress' limbs stiffened. She didn't dare to move. She would have an emotional breakdown if she did. Your Majesty, Pei Jingshu gently pushed, trying to make His Majesty wake up. Apart from going into battle to kill the enemy, Her Majesty had been in a state of mental lapses for a long time, and guilt and self-loathing tormented her all the time. The Empress turned her back, her vision molded like by tears, and if she were given another chance to start over, she must not have made that decision. Your Majesty, the scholarly scholar rushed over at the news and reminded gently, it's time to set out for the city of Kamiz. Chapter 45, Fulfillment of the Master's Role. The 19th of May coincides with Xiaoman, one of the 24 solar terms. It seems that the world is very jealous of consummation of all things, and that the festivals have a small summer and a large summer, a small cold and a large cold. The only thing missing is the big full. On the day of Xiaoman, the allied armies of the Central Plains met head to tail, the drums and horns were heard, and the flag stretched for 200 miles, slowly approaching the miles of solitude. It's getting closer. Close enough to see the flagpole with 3 feet of snow piled on it. Close enough for the outline of the lone city to gradually come into view. The millions of men were silent as death, and heavy breathing rose and fell. Looking up, I could see the Tang flag, long since dusted off from history. The impact was more intense and shocking than any publicity. It is this flag, which has stood firm for 64 years, that has restored courage to the despairing people of the Central Plains. It was also this bloody flag that allowed the Chinese nation to rout the exasperated barbarians on the front battlefield. But the flag bearer fell, never to be seen again. The solemnity lasted a long time, until a hoarse call came from the clouded car that, immediately following the cascade, the word spread through the millions of troops. Welcome home the remains of the martyrs. The queue walked in good order towards the lone city, everyone's expression deep. In fact, many poor soldiers don't understand what historical weight is. Just the soles of the feet step on the uneven broken limbs and white bones, deeply appreciate a kind of powerlessness and desolation. Anyone who's ever been to war knows that corpses are contagious to the plague. Was it the Anxi guards who didn't want to burn them clean? At the end of the day it's just a lone man, a savage dog all over the desert. You can't even burn it all. The time seemed long, and heaven and earth grew quieter and quieter, with only the low muffled sound of footsteps. The golden figure at the forefront slowly came to a halt, and the Empress gazed at the blood flag near her for a moment. She'd practiced the flag-pulling maneuver many times, and now that it was finally upon us, Li Bing, however, realized that his 5 fingers were trembling slightly, obviously so close, but he never dared to reach over again. With all eyes on her, the great Tang Empress finally gripped the flagpole, shook her wrist, and the banner rose off the ground, hunting and flying in the wind and snow. At this moment, the mission of the Anzacs was accomplished. 64 years ago, King Sukchong Li Hong gave this banner to the 8th Regiment of the Anxi Army. They are exhorted to garrison against the enemy. Today, they return the flag to me. A solemn voice resounded, and the Empress took the lead in walking into the frontier, as if walking into another world. Outside, the setting sun is buried in the horizon, and yellow sands cover the dome of the sky. Inside the territory, the snow-covered sky, snowflakes cascaded down, swaying and falling on Li Bing's hair and eyebrows. She gazed at the bloody walls, none of the bricks intact. Even the snow could not wash away the bloodstains that had settled for decades, and the city gates were scarlet and rough, the color of death. Looking at it, the line of sight gradually molded lake. A teardrop just dropped without warning. The moment he heard of the death, he felt more guilty than sad. But to see with my own eyes the rickety bloody swords by the parapet, the unguarded heads of the city. Birds and fowls twittered and chirped in the spot that had belonged to Gu Chang'an in order to avoid the snow. Dizzy, she stopped and crouched down slowly, feeling a grief she had never felt before. The Central Plains are forever lost to Gu Chang'an. That peach branch should have been planted during Chang'an's lifetime. How come it can't grow taller? Lu Shang murmured in the queue, his eyes leaping over the faded and withered peach branches. The land on the watchtower cruiser. Alas, sighed folded Lan Su with a deep sigh of relief. And he feared the figure at the top of the city most of all. He slaughtered 10,000 troops during the day, and at night he dragged his wounded body to patrol the lonely city, day and night. But the man wasn't there. He perished a month ago, roughly sacrificed outside the lonely city. The pounds of flesh perished and turned into a never-ending vision of snow. Flop. The scene of the old man kneeling was out of place. He was the emperor of northern Liang. He is the commander of 1,000,000 allied troops. But Su Ting just knelt down in public to atone for his sins. A forceful decision that extinguished the brightest lights of the Chinese nation. Not only him, but hundreds of thousands of generals are burdened with heavy spiritual shackles. It is a debt that can never be repaid. The wind was howling furiously, and the black wave of the black tide slowly leaned towards the lonely city. The full extent of the city's head is completely clear, with bones and rotting flesh deeply embedded in the brickwork. It was a thick wall brushed with blood, so frightening that thousands of soldiers did not dare to look at it. The lonely city standing majestically is the crest of Anxi's heroic soul. The banner that has not fallen for 64 years is the backbone of Guchang'an. The muddy, bloody ground is the spirit of the Middle Kingdom fighting through despair. The lonely city awakened the timid people of the Middle Kingdom. And, like the sword makers of the spring and autumn period, the Guchang'an spent his life forging that sharp sword to defend the honor of the nation. Don't forget the shame and honor the martyrs. I don't know who roared in anger. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers spontaneously swung their arms in salute. While growling and hissing, he forced himself not to let the tears fall. Only those who have lived through the war, who have personally traveled the miles of desert. It is only then that we can feel the greatness and tragedy of the Anxi army holding on to the lonely city. It's a miracle of sheer will to persevere in a dark and desperate situation. Fighting barbarians with faith. The souls of the Anxi heroes deserve the highest salute. The roar that shook the clouds vaguely caused the lonely city to shake. And two figures, one old and one young, slowly walked up to the city. The old man was crippled with a broken arm, small and dry, draped in a coarse blue cloth shirt. His face was shriveled. Little Luo Yan looked at the boundless army, and tears involuntarily flowed from the corner of his eyes. Raising his sleeve to wipe around, the more he wiped, the more tears he shed. But he didn't have the excitement he expected, all the anticipation that it had worn off the moment Brother Chang'an died. The Empress at the forefront opened and closed her lips and choked. It's too late. Carpenter Qin didn't say a word. Even with the shallowest of insights, he should also have known to bow and say greetings your majesty, but he had trouble letting go. The Anzacs have never feared death, not even a worthless death. But when a pile of lies hammers the night hard, the dawn is crippled in its beauty. It is very late, but unfortunately Chang'an is dead. Qin Carpenter's voice was muddy and hoarse. He was not nervous when facing the barbarian dog army, so there was no reason to be timid against the Central Plains army. I'm sorry. The Empress had a pale expression and the intense pain was like an entire heart being crushed into powder by a large hand. When a person dies, it is superfluous to say anything. Remember or forget. Qin Carpenter said to pause, a glance at the bone-thin Lu Shang, revealing a long-lost smile. Going home. All was silent, and 1,000,000 men stood in silence, letting the wind and snow scrape their cheeks. Lu Shan broke away from the group and walked alone and silently into the city gates, gently pushing them open, and young and old walked down to the city to greet them. The once literate scholar suddenly clutched his head and bit his fist to suppress a whimper. The body also spasmed violently. Back in the lonely city, the memories of those unpleasant 3 years came flooding back like a tidal wave. He has experienced countless humiliations and despair that can only be ventilated without burden at home. Little Lo Yang ran over and tried to stop him. Let him cry enough. It's not easy for him. Carpenter Qin sighed tersely and, raising his hand, he patted Lu Shang's shoulder. You are also a hero of Anxi. We are proud of you. Brother Chang'an is at the lodging house. Go and persuade him. In the end, a child can't hide a secret. Little Lo Yang begged with tears in his eyes. Lu Shang's crying stopped abruptly, and he gazed at little Luo Yan with a shocked face. Chang'an said he was afraid of guilt from the Middle Kingdom and didn't want to scare them. So, Qin Carpenter said halfway, thin figure crazy like rushing to a mile away from the city wall lodging. Barely breathing, he pushed open the worn wooden door. The eerie black mist leaned quietly against the wall, and white hair and white robes could be vaguely seen. And a clean smile. Chang'an. Lu Shang suddenly burst into tears. Is it a legendary spirit? He wasn't appalled or elated. He just felt a twinge in his heart. Just this ghostly look. Gu Chang'an laughed. It's hard on myself. After saying that, he shot a glance at Lu Shang and murmured softly, suffer. Lu Shang's eyes reddened as he stared at him. There are some things to hide that are great grievances. The words were not worth mentioning, and said with a pretense of spontaneity. Just some frost. Had a bad time I know. Gu Chang'an saw his missing tongue and 3 amputated fingers. Lu Shang's lips trembled as he turned his head and squeezed out a smile. It was an exceptionally smooth ride. Just missed you guys especially. The black fog gradually collapsed, and not wanting to pass on the Anxi, Gu Chanan's voice was very wavering, as I am now, so as not to frighten them, or to guilt the Middle Kingdom. You arranged to receive the remains of your grandfathers. Cha Gan. Lu Shang tried to grab the arm, but he fished it out and said in rare anger, who would be afraid of you? You went through all that suffering just to hide in the shadows? Gu Chang'an was silent, only he knew the confusion and inaction in his eyes. Chang'an, when we made the oath that I would bring the great army of the Central Plains to the lonely city, and you would stand at the top of the city and raise the flag, how can you break the contract? What did the grandfathers say before they died? That we were to live without being asked, and that we must die in splendor? The 8th Anxi regiment is incomplete without you. Lu Shang is extraordinarily intense emotions. The sound is hysterical shouts. The part of the abdomen that vocalizes convulses. Cha Han shouldn't have left the lone city. It scares him. Gu Chang'an was speechless. The last wish of the old pawn guarding the city shook his thoughts. Let's go. A long, dead silence fell on the outskirts of the city. The snow never stops falling. The hearts of the generals became heavy and cold. To fall on the eve of victory is always the most desperate thing in the world. He has endured endless suffering, and has carried a torch in the darkness of the night. It was the Middle Kingdom that snatched the torch and pushed him into the abyss of death. Standing in the place where heroes stand firm, but never getting a chance to say thank you again. Steep. Winter. Winter. Don Don. The low lizard-skin drums snapped, urgent and valiant, like war drums beating wildly. The voice was so sudden that the general was at a loss for words and stared at Lone City in a daze. The beating became faster and faster. Gradually the mountains shouted, and the calm outside the city was completely torn apart by the sound of the drums. As night fell, the sound came to an abrupt end. More than 20,000 down. A practitioner mumbled in a low voice. This represents the souls of the Anxi heroes who died heroically. Who's beating the drum? He tilted his head back to look, his boy hole tightening, his nose sore, his eyes misty with tears. Much later, he realized that the moments framed before him were forever seared into the depths of his soul. Everything in heaven and earth froze. Snowflakes drifted on an incredulous face. Millions of soldiers' hearts stopped, and the foggy shadows floating over the city were so striking. It's also that earth-shattering. The man who dares to crackle and open the sky in the face of suffering. He's back. No, he never left. Transform the male soul and subdue the mountains and rivers. At this moment, not only ordinary soldiers, but also emperors like Li Bing Su Ting, both felt a fire burning inside. I was so excited that my whole body was shaking and I was so moved that my eyes were full of hot tears. For the rest of his life to come, the scene of the soul shadow stepping onto the town would echo in his mind. No one was creeped out, much less terrified. Not a single one. Even the women of the people who are responsible for transporting the grain are full of tears at this moment. She'd have nightmares for half a decade if she encountered a snake in the woods at night. But her emotions were only stirred and uplifted by witnessing the legendary ghost. How could the man who had spent his life desperately trying to protect the life of the Central Plains be afraid of him? And how could he fear him? Even if he lies in a palm-sized urn. Even if he turns into a ghost that chooses to eat people. And always the prime mover of the Chinese nation. In the almost suffocating silence, the 64-year late resumption of orders rang out from the city's capital. Gu Chang'an looked around the vast millions of soldiers, facing the wind and snow resoundingly said, all of the 8th Regiment of the Anzacs report for duty. No dishonor. Not an inch lost. It's like inadvertently touching a bass string in the silence of the night. The sound of the zither is like a waterfall in torrent. Like a roaring beast howling. Like a storm in waves. Both generals and practitioners. At this historic moment in time, both were doing their best to suppress their voices. There is power in silence. And not a word was spoken by the men of the Middle Kingdom. They want to express a monstrous power with silence. It can destroy heaven and earth and shake the dry heavens and the earth. And it can shake the world and make the air rise to the sky. When the ghost stood firm on the frontier, when the word spread in all directions, having transcended any spiritual inspiration, it is the most unparalleled touch in the world. All were suppressed, and the empress trembled with a diaphanous brow, and a hesitation between her brows that, however, her eyes never dared to meet Gu Chang'an's, and the boundless pain made her gasp for air. Long. The empress, at last inspired with courage, saw distinctly the clean, handsome face in the black mist of the, seeing a smile that remains clear through a lifetime of trials and tribulations. I say this on behalf of the people of King Shangli. Lip was silent for a long time and choked back a sob. It's been hard on you all these years. The cries of the empress followed the sullen wind and snow as they drifted. and outside the city, silent as death. Thoroughly infecting millions of generals. Garrisoning and defending the enemy is where the mission lies. So talk about hard work. Gu Chang'an didn't actually have an expression that, but he still knew that he was very indistinct and painful at the moment, like a child who had left home for a long time and finally found his real home. It's just a really tough ride. Countless generals could no longer control their emotions and bowed their heads and clenched their teeth as they sobbed. Having suffered countless wounds, shed countless blood, and spent lonely days and nights alone against the vocal savage dogs, alone in the darkness, he wandered. Their 7 was carefree, his 7 was killing with a sword. The mission of duty turns him from man to madman and from madman to ghost. So many sufferings that made him weep with despair at the thought of them, and he said them in 2 light words. It's hard to stay up. I'm sorry, I'm the one who killed you. Su Ting's eye sockets glistened with tears and his voice trembled slightly. Gu Chang'an felt the military power of the Central Plains. His emotions grew complex as he watched a young man who fought for the survival of his nation. Death is not enough, but I wish that the Central Plains will expel the barbarians and recapture the glory of the nation. I pray that you will come and tell me proudly that the day is as prosperous as you wish it to be. There's that glimmer of hope when you know it's impossible. Slight silence, followed by a reassuring chuckle in a reassuring voice. There is no need to feel guilty. If I had been conscious at the time, I would have killed the barbarians' great rear as well. If we go back 64 years with our memories, the 8th Regiment of the Anxi army will still set foot in the western regions to garrison the Central Plains. It's our responsibility and there's never been any regret. After saying that and realizing that his Anxi was spreading like crazy, he whispered, "Go into town." The Soul Shadow disappeared in the city, but the millions of generals and soldiers still stood in their original places, and their hearts were shaken violently. It took a long time to calm down. In their imagination, Gu Chang'an should be the proudest character in the world, the sharpest end. It is brilliant as the great sun, but he spoke plainly, like countless friends around him, and the more this pretense of ordinariness that, but it brings waves of shocking sadness. He just doesn't want us to be burdened. He doesn't want us to feel guilty. His only wish is for the Middle Kingdom to flourish. The night was already very late, and the party began to move slowly into the city. Everyone's face taut with, but a high-pitched roar clearly burst from deep inside. The moment the ghost stands at the head of the city, they have become convinced of just how much tenacity their people, who have been handed down for thousands of years, possess. They believe more than anything else that no matter how crumbling the situation, the faith in the rise of the nation cannot be shaken. Knowing it's a dead end, death is not an option. The top floor of the castle, the spiral staircase suspended a curtain of molded lake light, with hidden lightning and thunder, wind and rain inside. The light curtain split into several pieces, and a loud sound like the tremor of an ancient bell came from one of the light curtains. With each ring, a scowl was added to Queen Topaz's face, and the Rage's temples throbbed, and the boy hole glowed a ghastly purple. Exploded. A saintly sorcerer with a face tattooed with runes bled from all 7 orifices, his eerie-eyed child staring at the curtain of light and, in a hushed voice, 3 times better than last time. Everyone at the altar was breathing heavily, and the atmosphere was as rigid as iron. Triple? The Empire probed the human world as a sphere and cut into several plates of land. This is a divination made by drawing on the heavenly chi. Not national fortune but spiritual power. The last time Lone City was exposed, the deeds of the Anxi Old Pawn as well as Gu Chang'an spread throughout the divine continent. The decadent willpower of the Middle Ages is in for a surge, and the disaster to the Empire is reflected in the Battle of the West. Although it was the madman who changed the tide of battle on his own, but the tenacious fighting of the millions of Han slaves in the Central Plains also played a vital role. Otherwise the front battlefield would not have been won. This time, transforming the ghosts to subdue the mountains and rivers unexpectedly brought about a 3-fold increase in the spiritual dimension. If Lone City exposure got the sick tigers of the Middle Kingdom on their feet, now it's time to find the prey. Sure, the old woman in the wedding dress looked grim. A few old monsters with half-open heavenly gates didn't say anything. The degree of shock brought about by being a ghost guarding a home was predictable, and even when they first heard about it, it was like a bolt from the blue, and their divine sense drifted away. Can we peek at the next change? Topaz adjusted his emotions. For an instant, he stared at the wizard. The sorcerer shook his head no immediately after hearing this, his dark-eyed child flashing an imperceptible hint of fear. Topaz captured it keenly. It will break your life? Her tone was even. The sorcerer hesitated for a moment and mumbled, "It will backfire and die a violent death," finished as if falling into an ice cave. His body permeated with a bone-chilling coldness. An aura like an abyss locked onto him. "Heralds, the crown of glory is reserved for thee. You will be a monument in the field of imperial warlocks that cannot be bypassed. There is no honor in giving your life today for the great mission of the abyss." The spiral staircase resounded with a flat and irrefutable voice. The wizard named Heraldus was creeped out and he feared that his hallowed saint was a cheap life? No way. He turned pale and flatly refused. There was a long silence as the old woman in the wedding dress searched her mind for a memory, then tugged the corners of her mouth into a smile. If your precious granddaughter knew that her grandfather was a shameless coward of the empire, she would have humiliated herself, wouldn't she? Heraldus' soul trembled as he stared dead into the old woman's ugly face and it's hard to believe that the other side is threatening their favorite granddaughter, and sons and grandsons. The old woman in the wedding dress smiled suddenly cold, no longer hiding it. All below the half-open gates of heaven are ants. Saints are just more precious ants. But when it comes to the interests of the empire, even the most precious can be sacrificed without blinking an eye. Heraldus, his heart in his throat, laughed miserably. The supreme kingdom of God. He took up his pectoral cross and said a silent prayer. With that, he opened his mouth and spat out a fingernail-cap tiny divine throne, his chi slowly seeping into the curtain of light. In a few moments, his face was distorted by the pain, and ghastly smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Heraldus' mind exploded as he was hysterical. The next surge is 7. 7 times. The heavenly opportunity was fleeting, and it was as if his lifespan had been drained right out of him, lying straight under the curtain of light. People die and gas goes out. The altar fell into an infinite dead silence, and the people were appalled at each other, feeling a strong sense of absurdity. 7 times? It's just bizarre and ridiculous. Do you believe it? Topaz's cheeks grimaced as he looked straight at the old wedding dress woman. The latter paced back and forth, looking towards the land gods who were furious to the core. 7 times the mental fight? Does it explode on the first one? Or does it triple and then septuple? If the latter is the case, it is tantamount to the sky falling, deathbed terrorizing. A blonde-haired, brown-eyed land god roared. But the scales had tipped inwardly, and it was unlikely that Heraldus would be hypocritical with the lives of his children and grandchildren. Or did Gu Chang'an cause it? Even for a miracle like coalescing flesh, nor should it cause the Eastlands to erupt with unimaginable spiritual will. The reason why it's so scary this time around is because the world is ghost-free, which is unique, and its particularity glorifies the spirit of Hanu's life and death. Do not be influenced by false prophecies. There will not be a third time for the Han Nu. And with the suppression of the supreme kingdom of God, even the highest fighting forces in the eastern lands will be disintegrated. The blonde-haired, brown-eyed land goddess was extraordinarily calm, trying to settle down, and the future always changes with the present, and even if it does, it is solved by decapitating the ghosts. Topaz's face was like a rusty piece of iron. She remembered that today was the time of the small full moon in the Middle Kingdom. When the moon is full, it is full, and when the water is full, it is overflowing. She didn't believe that a lone ghost of a city could continue to make waves. It had already reached such a miserable state, and if the chaos in the empire were to be exacerbated, then she would vaguely question the sanctity of the heavenly Tao that could not be disobeyed. You were born with wings. Why would you want to spend your life prostrate and in the shape of an insect? Mean and stupid. Topaz hissed inwardly, then excused herself and left the castle. As she waited for news from the west, what exactly did Gu Chang'an choose? To remain stationed or to travel to the Central Plains? Both options. The empire must make diametrically opposed contingencies. The city of Kurtz. Into the deserted and desolate streets of rammed earth the soldiers first encamped in the city, and at 3 minutes past 10 o'clock all together, we went to the cemetery forest at the foot of the hill to pay our respects. Bare mountains with no greenery at all, rolling wooden monuments, and the shadow of a lone soul. Grandma and Grandpa, Midland picked you up, along with your future generations of loved ones, and your new comrades. Gu Chang'an stood for a long time until the sound of heavy footsteps came closer and closer, and he smiled and drifted into the distance. The female emperor and the 3 emperors, including Su Ting, set up altars and set up streamers, and the rites of the 5 grains, and the blood and flesh of oxen and sheep and other livestock were offered to the spirits of the dead. Hundreds of thousands of generals and soldiers looked solemn. I thought the tears had dried up the moment I entered the city, but looking at the old, densely packed graves, still feeling bouts of grief. In the sound of bells and chimes, the chancellor of northern Liang, Chen Zhigu, with trembling arms, wriggled his lips and recited the sacrificial text. There was an infinite silence, and the graveyard hill resounded with hoarse, muffled voices, staccato and another word trill. Nakahara would like to pay tribute to the spirit of the martyrs of the Anxi army. I heard the guard and the 4 barbarians, the sages training, to go to the old and new. In the beginning of a provocation, the strongest men are virtuous. The body is sent to the edge of the blade, the spirit is resolute and ghostly, and the stone is shaken by the stone. I remember the time when I traveled far into the desert and used my life for my country. when I was alone in the West, when I was in danger in the city of Guzi, and when I was afraid of the benevolent masters. Wonderful honor. The coming back of Wei Qianyuan, to the military revolution of Fang Jian, both boarded the car and disregarded, only to take the righteousness and forget to spin, sweep away the accumulated power in the 4th century, revitalize the will of the people in the 100 years, pain the spiritual path of the superbly distant, and leave the western region to sleep for a long time. The sun resides in the moon, the field is open and the sky is clear, the flesh and bones look away, and the country is full of thoughts. Who can equalize the mountains and the seas if the hatred of the departed does not cease? Is it not the dream of the faithful soul, and the feeling of the coming one, holding the wheel without spokes to return together, looking out on the return mast to welcome each other, resting on the old territory in the mulberry tree, and following the graves of their fellow soldiers? The soul returns to its homeland in order to rebel against it. Souls return, Vimo forever wounded. A few moments after the reading, the old man stumbled through the cemetery forest looking for his late father's headstone, though his memories had long since been mottled and fragmented by the vicissitudes of the unforgiving past. But the events of that spring were still seared into his mind with unmistakable clarity. The old yellow dog barked and chased his father all the way, and the boy didn't say goodbye properly, going in the opposite direction at sunset. Father, I'll take you home. Chen Jigu's eyes filled with tears as he bowed and kowtowed in front of a grave. Back when the list of martyrs of Anxi was published, these descendants of their decision to go to the western region to do logistical transportation of food, at this moment can no longer tolerate the spurt of thoughts, have run to the cemetery forest. My master, you're so cruel not to come back once you've gone. My grandmother scolded you all your life, still bad-mouthing you on your deathbed. A stout martial artist leaning against a wooden monument to toast the sobbing seemed faintly audible in the howling cemetery forest. But my grandmother didn't remarry. She said her heart carried a burden, and at one end was you, a child at one end. No one can hold it. And she said how she could let a second man lift the lid in her life. My father also died in battle, and I know very little of my father's life, the words he taught me as a child. I can't remember much about it, except that he hangs on to the line that it's an honor to protect your family and your country. Our old Chai family has been a soldier for 3 generations. The barbarian dog is not finished dying, and your great-grandson is going to the battlefield. Lu Gu Chang'an quietly listened to the cries with different accents. In fact, he remembered the names of many of the old pawns. Even the looks floated before his eyes. The descendants are dutiful and resemble you. Don't mumble about being sorry for your kids too often in the future underground. The Empress stared blankly and distantly at the black mist, which had no shadow in the light of the lamps. 2 words condensed in my mind: lonely. The greater the bustle around him, the greater the sense of loneliness became, and he stood in the crowd of people but it is as if they are in 2 separate paintings with their surroundings. Although they are a few feet apart, they never blend. She walked over, whispering in the tone of an old friend even though it was the first time they had met. I'll take you home. The court has found the Gu family's old mansion in Chang'an City and refurbished it. You can live the life you want. Gu Chang'an was speechless. More and more people leaned over. There were Su Ting Shangdang, as well as the academy's teacher and astrologer Li Ping. Their eyes were uncharacteristically full of anticipation. Gu Chanan pointed at the Crow generals and calmly said, "There is no longer enemy on earth, so I will not return to my homeland to infect the netherworld. When I see them, I know that the nation is still upwardly mobile in the 5 mountains. All rivers still roll eastward, and the will of God is ever forward. One day, the flag of the Central Plains will fly in the sacred city of the barbarian kingdom." Li Ping's eyes suddenly turned red and choked. "Your mission is accomplished. We'll find a way to help you remake your body." Receiving the baptism of Yenmen Pasora, cultivation in the tripod of the 9 states, incarnation of the sword of national fortune. Anything can be tried. Why even push yourself? You need to rest. She knew how dark the man had traveled, and now that the dawn was breaking, how can we continue to stay in the night? Gu Chang'an smiled at her. Since I died, there's no going back. If you want to recast your physical body, keep killing the savage dogs you can. Leave the obsession and your soul will be dispersed. He'd rather have his soul destroyed in a lonely city than fall outside. Besides, you've been in the city all your life. What can you do out there? Since I died, there's no going back. Hearing these words, Li Ping was like a fish in his throat. Countless words he wanted to say were swallowed back by himself. All that was left was an oppressive sense of suffocation. Come early or not to come to the West. He could have a myriad of free choices, but it was the Middle Kingdom that broke his way home. The crowd tightened their faces. The plain words struck straight to the heart, and their souls actually ached vaguely. I would like to stay in the lone city and follow the hero's command. A military general spoke excitedly, and it rose to the point of bruises on either side of his temples. A certain person will not retreat either. Vow to live and die with the frontier. If you die in battle and your remains can be sent back to the Central Plains, you will have no regrets in this life. One by one, the generals stepped forward, their voices decisive, without half a moment's hesitation. There is still me. Folan Su ventured through the crowd, touching the black mist of sight, and then he reddened and mumbled, "Atonement. You're still alive?" Gu Chang'an smiled and looked at him. Folding Lan Su was instantly groundless. The left arm he had swung out hung in the air, not knowing where to put it. "Thank you for the coffin. You're good wine." Gu Chang'an's tone was calm as he continued. "The Jade Gate Pass is the frontier you should guard, and behind you are the people of the Central Plains. The barbarians must not be allowed to defile the territory of the divine state. There is no merit in troubled times like guarding the people." After a slight pause, he pointed back to the mournful forest of graves and said softly, "I sent them away with my own hands, and I hate to see my fellow comrades fall around me again." There was a silence, and the faces of the generals, who had leaped to their feet, darkened, and the gleam in their eyes faded away. And, turning to sadness, why don't they realize that they are just trying to do what they can? Let this top man no longer be a single soldier in a single shape, because there's no telling when this wisp of a soul will be gone, and they want to be accompanied. Fear of a hero lost alone in a lonely city. Chadhan, what are you talking about, crazy?" A couple of elderly grandmothers arrived on the scene, their silver temples streaked with hysterical rage. "If you don't leave, what are we old bones going back to? Without me, who would knit for you? Who would cook for you? It's almost fall. The nights are cold. You don't have thick clothes. What if you freeze?" Their hoarse voices had been low sobs of pleading, and only by watching Chanan grow up, watching how Chanan went from a doll to a hero of the Middle Kingdom, only then did he understand the boy's suffering. Gu Chang'an still reported a smile. "I'm a ghost. I don't need food or clothes anymore." Lip twisted her head away, tears still swishing down her face as she tried her best to contain her emotions. But it got completely out of hand because of one sentence. "You fart. You're still Chagan. And anyway, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Old me accompanies you for a while every day." Wife Su's tearful eyes directly put on a tough tone. "Chang'an, the old man stays too, after almost 65 years, and doesn't miss a brick." While Carpenter Chin's expression was cold and hard, Lu Shang, who followed behind him, was already in tears. He knew no one could change Nagin's mind. In the old days, when elder Lady Guo was still alive, she spent her days urging Chang'an to surrender, but Chang'an still patrols the city day and night until today, without interruption. "The old man has no posterity, so you're helping me to see me off." Carpenter Chin's tone was irrefutable. A heart, however, trembled violently. He's afraid that Chanan's soul will be lost someday, and he'll have to stay by his side. At least you can rely on carpentry to build a coffin. A blackened box. "Brother Chanan, I'm almost old enough to go to war." Little Luo Yang straightened up, his dry, cracked lips pursed, and without his brother Chang'an in the Middle Kingdom, it wouldn't be the Middle Kingdom of his dreams. Gu Chang'an was silent for a long time and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What are we fighting for? For their children to be able to read aloud in private school in peace. For you old people to have a peaceful old age. Mission accomplished, and still want to die one by one? Is 64 years not enough? Who of you is not a liability to me? As long as there remains one of you, I must keep a hold on that. It's to torture me endlessly. Enough is enough." The somber voice grew higher pitched as he walked up to Lu Shang and look at the 7 urns he holds in his hands. "Your parents, and your grandparents." Lu Shang revealed a long-lost smile. Gu Chang'an nodded, wanting to go pat his shoulder but afraid of the yin qi invading his body. Retracting the imaginary hand intoned, "In the future, he will point to the temple and ascend to the cabinet." "No," Lu Shang said with a tearful smile and firm eyes. "I'm going to join the army. If the world were at peace, I would like to be a fisherman, a woodcutter, a farmer, a scholar and a wanderer in the rivers and lakes. But in a time of collapse and chaos, the abyss is at my side, and I shall die by all means. Just as well." Gu Chang'an didn't try to persuade her further. Her gaze shifted to the urn and she murmured in a low voice, "I'm sorry, the ungrateful son is going to be cut off. I have only one request for the Central Plains. Sweep my grave every Qing Ming festival. My mother put a March peach blossom plant on her grave, and I remember she liked it too." After saying that, he ignored the agonized eyes of Lone City's relatives and left straight away. But as he walked, Black Mist stopped and looked at the face that was too familiar to be. "Show the big smile you should have when saying goodbye. If I never see you again, I wish you a good morning, good afternoon and good night. Turn your back and drift away." Gene Carpenter was paralyzed, his eyes empty and his mouth rambling. "We all have a beginning and an end, don't you? Do you?" The dark room, which had not been lived in since I was 7 years old, but was clean and dust-free everywhere. Grandma Su cleaned every day, but it had been 18 years since he had last slept in his room. Finally, we don't have to defend the city. Good dreams. Gu Chanan lay on his side, smelling the gravel, and his virtual shadow gradually began to twitch, whimpering low in the dark. How can he not even shed a tear when it's clear that he's in so much pain? Good dream. Good dream. Gu Chanan wailed mournfully, like an abandoned little beast. His body was shaking so hard he couldn't stop. Why me? I also want to go to the Central Plains, but if I scatter my soul in the Central Plains, I will only bring suffering to the people. What else does it bring? I'm left to curl up in a corner, on an ordinary day when no one notices. Be open to the fact that your soul is dead. Grandpa Chin, Grandma Su, which one of them is not a family member who spends a lot of time together? I grew up saying goodbye to one loved one after another, until now sending the last one away. The way that should be traveled I have traveled, and the soil that should be kept I have kept. A lonely man guarding a lonely city. That's how it ends up. I'm going to live for myself, outside the city. The 9 saints and all the established ones are perched in the sky. Pounds of majestic chi madly surged out of the withered peach blossom branches, forming strange fan-shaped arcs in all directions. This peach was originally from the Central Plains, baptized with the aura of Yenmen Pass. At the moment the Central Plains chi nourishes it to exuberance, and the peach petals grow with the naked eye. Pink peach blossoms, one after another, crowded the whole branch. The trunk of the tree is getting thicker and thicker. Peach petals look like flakes of fire in the night snow. The 9 saints' faces were pale, and their internal chi was failing. But no one stopped until the peach blossom grows to the height of a city building, until the farthest peach branch extends 20 miles away, until Wan Xian faints from discouragement. Look upstairs. The Empress guards the city this night, and she gazes at a peach plant in a foot-long peach garden, with snow and petals intertwined with. There is no more beautiful sight in the world. The moon hangs high in the center of the sky, round and bright, radiating a cool light. Lip cruised aimlessly into the distance. It's only been 2 hours and she's already tired. She doesn't realize that repeating this action day after day. What exactly is the torment? Did you sleep well? You've been smiling all day today, when in fact you should be in pain, but no one is in a position to comfort you. The Empress shook her head, trying to shake something out of her head but that backstory always haunts me. The army tomorrow. To open up. At this time tomorrow, will you still be at the head of the city? Her eyes darted and instantly became firm again as she spoke heavily. Behind her, Pei Jingshu, who was leaning against the wall and napping, woke up fiercely and stared at His Majesty with a horrified expression. P.S. Just to be clear, it's not a scam, too innocent. The platforms all charge by the word, and an expensive subscription for a particular chapter is a lot of words. Chapter 46. The Lonely City. A peach blossom tree as tall as a watchtower blooms in the snowy night. The 9 saints sat on their knees to regulate their chi, and the city's military camp was silent. The Empress stared at the moon in a daze. It's been a hard night for her, draining and exhausting. It seems to be a pointless exercise, but Gu Chanan had survived many nights like this. Your Majesty, did the servant girl miss here? Pei Jingshu, who had awakened suddenly with a shocked face, got up and accidentally knocked over the delicate warming stove. Firewood snapped in the stove. The fire reflected the Empress's determined eyes. She repeated, I'm not leaving. Pei Jingshu's face paled as she subconsciously retorted, Your Majesty, you are the king of a country, carrying the heavy responsibility of reviving the great Tang. The Empress smiled to herself and said without a hitch, the country has been in a close call of life and death. Not the Emperor of the palace can save the day. I was once the most gifted cultivator in the Central Plains, and since the hegemonic way turned to the king's way, so far, he still stays in the realm of the great master, relying on the great victory of the western region to get a first glimpse of the doorway to becoming a wayfarer. The heavenly Tao has changed dramatically, and those at the top have stirred up the universe. I can help the Central Plains defend itself against barbarians better by becoming a saint than by becoming an emperor. Pei Jingshu was speechless, but her face was no less anxious. As Your Majesty said, the old, middle-aged and young generations of immensely gifted practitioners in the Central Plains. The scholarly husband's saintly pinnacle is only half a line away from half opening the gates of heaven. Remembering Jiangnan's surrender to the barbarian abyss, he is now a saintly high grade. His Majesty, as the leader of the younger generation, has poor cultivation. The biggest detour is that one should not turn to the way of the king, but at that time, if His Majesty does not carry the great Tang, who can convince the Li clan? But in any case, now that they've been in power for a few years, and the devastated Tang is gradually coming back to life, how can you quit when it counts? The Empress pursed her lips and had no intention of hiding her heart. Speaking softly, the heavy yoke of duty has imprisoned me. and I have taken it upon myself to cut through it. I hope to tell Gu Chang'an in this way that he should also try to say goodbye to the old days, to the lonely despair of the departed. If I had vetoed Su Ting's decision in the first place, he would not have become a soul. Instead, he will accept the worship of the people of the Central Plains as a hero, and he will return to Chang'an to live the life he wants. Remorse is gnawing at my heart like ants all the time. I do not know when his soul will be destroyed, but I only wish to accompany him, so that at least the last moment is not alone and unattended. Li Bian rare rambling, but the voice is unusually low, said to the end horse, Your Majesty, atonement does not have to stay in the lone city. Society is not yours, Pei Jingshu politely advised, then added, besides, Li who dares to succeed the emperor, after the battle of the western regions, Your Majesty's prestige will surely rise, coinciding with a change not seen in 1,000 years. The court will never accept the new king. The empress was silent, her exquisite and stunning cheeks shrouded in helplessness. Wasn't her prestige, including the unprecedented victories in the Central Plains, gained at the expense of Gu Chang'an? Your Majesty, Pei Jingshu wanted to say, a difficult phrase to say. When word gets out that you're staying in the lonely city, the savage dogs will be like wild beasts on the scent of blood. At that time, when life was trapped in the cage, wasn't it also Gu Chang'an's burden? Transfiguration. You forge into me, the palace maid disguises you, and I change my face to be a palace maid, so as to conceal myself from the world. You should be well aware of my skill in disguise. Li Yan's face was expressionless. Having made up his mind a long time ago, he could not be questioned in any way. On the one hand, she wanted to meditate in the lonely city to retrain the path of hegemony and use it to break through the shackles. Most importantly, accompanying Gu Chang'an on his final journey, as he endured all the suffering for Great Tang. It's time to do something insignificant yourself. Me? Pei Jingshu was dumbfounded and pointed at herself, meaning that by pretending to be the real thing, she's going to usurp the power to sit on the dragon chair in the Golden Palace? The servant girl is terrified. Pei Jingshu's face tightened. I trust you. Li Bing stared at her for an instant. A bosom friend since childhood. Also spent many years side by side in the field of power. Pei Jingshu opened and closed her lips. Trembling, Velotia kowtow to Your Majesty to withdraw your order, said he was about to kneel. Li Bing stopped her movements and spoke in a deep voice. I don't like it when you hesitate. The Great Tang has only 3 states, and you have been assisting me for years in dealing with governmental affairs, and any cumbersome official documents. You can all give a decision in the first place. You think I am afraid of you usurping power? If you are capable of leading the Central Plains back to glory, I will willingly give my abdication edict. The nation is in danger of extinction at any time, and who can keep the Chinese nation standing amidst the torrents and waves? Who is the bearer of the age? In the face of the harsh tone, Pei Jingshu was silent and finally nodded her head with difficulty. Her reason for agreeing was not His Majesty, but Gu Chang'an. Deep down inside, she was also afraid that this tortured man would suddenly disappear one ordinary day. How cruel that would be. You shouldn't be alone. It's good to have someone to talk to. The maidservant used a colored dove to send a message to His Majesty, asking for His Majesty's decision on any major event. I hope Your Majesty returns soon, said abruptly, with a touch of mourning in the depths of his eyes. When His Majesty returns, Gu Chang'an is afraid that his soul will be scattered and perished. As dawn broke, Carpenter Chin gently pushed open the door of his room and saw Soul Shadow standing motionless in front of the window. Been up all night? Gu Chang'an hummed and smiled. I haven't slept in a bed for over 10 years, so I feel very awkward. It's still more comfortable with the evening breeze from the city. Carpenter Chin just kept staring at him until his own eye sockets were red. Sighing tersely, let's hold out until victory. The mission of the Anxi army is over. Why don't you want to go? Gu Chang'an was silent. Everyone thinks your soul is about to be scattered, and doesn't want to scatter in the Middle Kingdom to make the world blame itself. But the old man knows that you are trying to free yourself, and that there is nothing in the world worth keeping. The omnipotent Chang'an. He wants to stand, and the god of thieves can't let him fall. Carpenter Chin's dried face twitched as he forced himself to hold back the emotions that rolled over him. I can finally unwind with peace of mind, Gu Chang'an murmured in a low voice. Frame by frame images of the past surfaced and he finally cried out sadly. It's been really hard all the way through. Chin Carpenter averted his face and picked up a broom in the corner to clean up the dust in silence. It's like a decade of day in and day out. And that's all you can do when you're crippled. By staying, you will only make me suffer more. And I don't know when the day comes that I'm digging another grave and erecting a monument to a loved one. Gu Chang'an's tone was calm and smooth, and he could no longer hear the emotional fluctuations. Carpenter Chin seemed to be talking to himself, and to be pleading in a low voice. You ought to see the city of Chang'an. You should tour the mountains and rivers. You should live life in style. The old man is convinced that you have a way to get out of the flesh. Dashing? Gu Chang'an smiled, then shook his head. Almost 25 years. Been fighting for the good of the nation. Just born. My grandparents then instilled in me the need to revive the nation, expel the barbarian dogs, and give my life for the rise of the Middle Kingdom. Grandpa Qin, do you think that when I arrive in the Central Plains, I will break into the world with a sword in style? How can I turn a blind eye to the suffering of the common people? How dare I sit back and watch the barbarians exterminate the Han race? I want to be selfish. I want to be alone. But every day of 25 years of experience, it's all whipping me like crazy. With an almost desperate hiss, the soul shadow shook a few times before finally falling away. Since we can't do that, we have to keep on fighting. Endlessly. I'll be bruised and battered and in excruciating pain. Unable to die and living a miserable life. It's like a reincarnation. Carpenter Qin lowered his head to sweep the floor and responded woodenly. The old man knows. Grandpa, take care of your health and enjoy your old age in peace. Gu Chang'an gave a spontaneous smile. Qin Carpenter holding the broom. Dry standing speechless, holding half a day. Throat rolled, and the long overdue tears came rushing out. Gone. He staggered out of the narrow, humble courtyard, and paused for a long time at the gate of the days of waiting see you tomorrow will never come again. Noon. The army of the Central Plains has been reorganized, and has formed a crow's nest of troops outside the city. Silence but as powerful as a tiger's roar. Grandma Su Xiao Luoyang and others looked around. Their eyes had to be stung by the wind and snow, and never saw the shadow. Don't wait. You don't think we're enough of a drag on Chang'an, and we'll be able to go back to our homeland before we die. Nagin is happy. Qin Carpenter sat in a clouded car and muffled his drink without looking back. What if he's hungry? Those shoes aren't knitted yet. Haven't told him about the dried meat stock put in the cellar. I'm going to find him. The gutter-faced old woman opened the crowd with her cane and ran muddledly toward the gates. Grandma Su. Lu Shang choked as he hugged her with tears in his eyes. Chang'an will take care of himself. Let's go. Bitter child. My silly child. The old woman was paralyzed with hysterical sobs. Chang'an. I want Chang'an to come home. Around the old disabled women and children are suppressed tears. Mold lake vision around the city wall brick by brick. How come our Chang'an doesn't come out? An atmosphere of sadness quickly filled the air, and countless iron-blooded humans had their noses turned sour and, secretly, he wiped the hot tears that remained in the corners of his eyes. The story of the 8th Regiment of the Anxi army comes full circle, with the return of the remains of the heroic souls to their homeland. The people of the city are finally waiting for a homecoming after a long wait. The story of the united efforts of the Central Plains against the barbarians also ended with a happy ending. Though they did not have the strength to take over the western region for the time being, they were at least able to govern the Yumen Pass as well as hold a large portion of the Hushi corridor in check. It was the most inspiring victory in decades, and from then on, the Central Plains could also have a strategic buffer to expel the barbarians. But only Gu Chang'an hadn't changed anything. One man, one city, one soul, one city. It's never been like that. Most desperate. Depart. The drums rumble, the horns resound through the heavens and the earth, and the banners cover the sky and the sun. One by one, the soldiers forced themselves to bid farewell to the lonely city with grief. We are all descendants of the Yellow Emperor, born at a time when we were burdened with the burden of war, unable to expel the barbarians from the Central Plains. What a man! When he passes by the lonely city in the future, he will bring the head of a barbarian dog to honor the heroic soul of Gu. The Middle Kingdom will not perish at the hands of barbarians. Hero Gu's wish for a peaceful and prosperous world will finally be realized. Countless generals and soldiers have sworn in their hearts that the memory of the lone city will always be a guiding light when they face darkness. That soul shadow allowed them to break out in defense of their country even when they were in despair. Folding Lan Su opened and closed his lips. This should be the last time he met with Gu Chang'an in this life. Can ghosts live on as obsessions fade away? There is little hope. If the Middle Kingdom does not come to receive the remains of the Anxi heroes, Gu Chang'an would have always existed with an extremely deep obsession. And if the Central Plains hadn't started the war, Gu Chang'an would even be in an intact peak state right now. He looked to the front of the group to one of the higher-ups, neither of whom dared to turn around. Guilt, a debt that can never be repaid. The Dao-robed girl's eyes were moist, and she seemed to sense something. Suddenly looking toward the Empress and Pei waiting Zhao in the distant carriage, his eyes slightly stagnated. The palace maid outside the carriage also locked eyes with Li Ping at the same time. Li Ping, her tears still fresh, moved the corners of her mouth in a perfunctory smile, signaling that she would keep it a secret. It's for the best. As the nominal supreme ruler of the Middle Kingdom, being willing to accompany Gu Chang'an through his final days was at least a little bit of compensation from this nation. How sad it would be to disappear alone and unattended. Bronze Temple. One day, the 12 giants of the former Round Table were left with only one old face. The the rest were replaced with the queen's cronies. As an old courtier, Inquisitoress Beth, who was in charge of the intelligence agency, warily said, "Enlightened coronation of the heavenly gods, the Han Nu of the Central Plains has returned, and as you expected, the ghosts have not left home." Tuoba Tianxia on the purple throne was expressionless, and the dragon horns on top of his head were intimidating to look at. "According to my humble speculation, the ghost should not be far from disappearing, and I fear it will be within this year." Beth added a heavy dose of news. "How?" Topaz's cold face finally fluctuated, and violently. Beth said respectfully, "At the moment when the ashes of Anxi were handed over to the Chinese army, the black mist of ghosts darkened considerably. Many people in the room noticed it, and such a clear signal can only prove one thing, that the obsession of the family guardians is gradually festering." The rest of the inquisitors looked agitated. The abyssal messenger has a point in suspecting that the reason why he can transform ghosts to suppress mountains and rivers is the extreme obsession that, yet with the end of 64 years of perseverance, the obsession is almost gone. Topaz World's expression was cloudy. Speculation? Doubtful? She was no longer afraid to bet. Buddha's lotus petal has 3 years left, and that the ghosts will last until the end of the year. At most. Will Gu Chang'an disappear completely or not? Never let your guard down until it's gone. The top floor of the castle also had to study the extraterrestrial chi used to sanction it. I occasionally wake up at night when I have nightmares and think, who would exterminate the wild ghosts of the Lone City? It's really a great deed that is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Tuoba Tianxia's voice and color were harsh, and his purple child erupted with intense hatred. The prophecy of the sorcerer heraldess had been lingering in her mind for more than a few days. There'll be a third outbreak of psychic power in the Middle Kingdom, and it'll probably be 7 times as powerful as the second. Who started it? Is it the ghost of a lonely city? What is it? Brain explodes at the thought. Spiritual will is the soul on which a people's civilization depends for its longevity. One more outburst. The empire will meet unimaginable resistance. Coronet. The Abyss has ordered the center to send troops to Zhao and Western Shu, and one country must be destroyed within 7 months. Use this as a springboard to plot the Eastern Land of God. I hope the Coronet has learned his lesson from the failure of Topaz, and that this time no madman will make trouble. Taking down one country is the bottom line, not a war record, and devouring 2 countries is considered a demonstration of the Coronet's ability. A noble-looking inquisitor narrated the abyssal order truthfully. Aha! Topaz nodded his chin, his expression joyful and angry. Though she's a favorite at the top of the castle, she's just ascended the throne and made the wrong choice at a crucial point, now also deep in the storm of public opinion, in desperate need of a sound slaughter of the Han slaves. Chapter 47. The twilight was dim, and a great sheet of wet snow drifted around the peach tree, and fell on the branches and petals of the. It builds up into a soft, thin layer. Gu Chang'an wandered back around the peach tree a few times, slowly leaned against the tree and sat down, gazed long and hard at the brilliant flower core. It's funny, he can't even cut himself off. There were countless times when I wanted to be done with it, and when the sword was at my neck, I was handcuffed by the city, now fulfilling its mission and giving a happy ending to the story of 64 years. Finally being able to unravel but realizing there's nowhere to do it. How do you destroy a soul? This is the wrath of the savage dog. It was also Gu Chang'an's own doubts, but he knew very well that the guardian family's obsession was gradually disintegrating, and that as long as he did not coalesce his fleshly body, soul destruction can then be counted down. The road is really very tired. His life to do not deserve the nation, but also did not fail to guard the old pawns of the city. That's enough. There was a creaking sound in the silence of the desert. The snow left 2 lines of wheels running over it, and a carriage gradually came into view. The Empress greeted the wind and snow, her delicate and flawless cheeks spreading a smile as she pretended to make casual pleasantries. Hello again. Gu Chang'an didn't say anything, just stared at her. I want to find a quiet place to cultivate. The lonely city is perfect. Li Yan was slightly restrained and, after saying this, he drove his horse close to the peach blossom tree. You don't have to feel guilty. Soulshade didn't look at her again and spoke in a deep voice. The head of a country is at the mercy of his community. Do you not think your actions are dim and absurd? Oh, Li Yan nodded his chin and didn't offer much of an explanation, but simply continued to drive towards the gates of the city. A rhetorical question. I should have the right to live in the Great Tang's territory for a long time, right? Without waiting for an answer, he took it upon himself to settle into town. Although she did not dare to claim that she was Yao and Shun among women, she was still 100,000 miles away from being stupid and foolish. Made the decision. Naturally and secretly arranged a variety of stabilizing measures, and besides the political affairs of the 3 states, Pei Gingshu was fully capable of handling it with ease. Looking at her back, Gu Chang'an's eyes were perplexed, and he had little reason to expel that. Perhaps deep down they don't want to reject the concern from the Middle Kingdom either. He suddenly smiled. It was sad to die alone. It was nice to have someone to watch over. Li Bing was busy for a few hours and walked up to the city towards the end of the night. And there was no moonlight tonight. The shadows blended with the darkness, and it was only by the faint glow of the lantern that the motionless black mist of the watchtower was discernible. Surely the barbarians won't dare to come back. So do we still have to wither away? She sat beside. She sounded like she was chatting with an old friend, and her waterfall of green silk danced in the wind. Get used to it, Gu Chang'an said. One can try to change. Laban watched him, quiet and silent, seemingly not realizing that chatting for a couple of sentences would be cold. Li Bing's expression was slightly unnatural, pulling away from the topic to ask, "Tell me about when you were a kid. Take your time and listen." Gu Chang'an remained reticent. His own teenage years were lackluster. He suddenly noticed the corner of the watchtower, where a Buddhist shrine lay alone. Shaking his wrist, the Buddha's niche fell into his palm. "You return it to a monk named Siwei, and thank him for me for the gift. But it doesn't belong to me." Gu Chang'an handed it to the empress. Li Yan was slightly stunned, and softly hummed, then talked about her teenage years. The journey to the end of the world with a sword will always accumulate many memories. Experiencing interesting things in the Jianghu, and witnessing all sorts of life. Gu Chang'an listened attentively to her trivial narration, and his mind conjured up images of the Jianghu. With a 3-foot blade in his hand, he swept away all injustices, and a boat drifted through the scenery of the two gorges without restraint. Free and easy, that's the chivalrous life of your dreams. Looking at his quiet listening posture, Li Yan's eyes drifted off for a moment and ghostly asked, "If you had left the lone city when you were 10, what would have happened to the rest of your life?" Gu Chang'an didn't answer. Possessing unparalleled talent in the martial arts, he lived a life of recklessness and soundness, even going up to the 9 heavens to reach the moon, pursuing the way of eternal life. Lip's voice got lower and lower, and at the end of his words he twisted his head and the candlelight reflected off a pair of reddened eyes. Diametrically opposed lives, suffering and despair on the one hand, and freedom and wantonness on the other. The national righteousness completely destroyed him. Gu Chang'an left the city and drifted towards the peach tree. He didn't want to dwell on past memories. It was the same choice all over again, and he just wanted to be happy with the time he had left. It was the only day in his life that he lived for himself. Li Bing opened and closed his lips, tilted his head to look at the never-ending snow, and after a moment of hesitation, Clarion said, "You take me," like the sound of golden stones blooming, echoing endlessly in the snowy night. "A borrowed body, don't mind if I'm in a woman's body." Her eyes were full of anticipation. Staring straight at the peach tree. "Have you gone through too many Taoist texts and think that any outlandish conjecture can come true?" Gu Chang'an asked rhetorically. "I am willing to try." Li Bing had a resolute attitude, without the slightest intention of retreating under her eyes. Failure doesn't matter. She repays her debt with a death. If he succeeds, Gu Chang'an will lead the rise of the Great Tang, recreating the splendor and glory of the coming of the nations. The peace and prosperity that he had hoped for could also be created with his own hands. To the Chinese nation, Gu Chang'an must be more important than she. "Li Bing, it is not my place to take your life away from you, and any more bizarre and grotesque remarks will require you to leave." Gu Chang'an is indifferent. It seems that only Grandpa Qin under the sky knows that he doesn't want to die, but he doesn't want to live. Li Bing's eyes darkened and finally let out a soft tense sigh. Ghosts have never been seen before, and it's nonsense to take over a body, but she's willing to try with her life, in exchange for a brand new life for that man. But Gu Chang'an didn't even give it a second thought, and his strong attitude directly cut off her thoughts. Lip stood there in silence, twitching his fingers from time to time, as if in search of a new topic of conversation. The job of leading a conversation was still too painful for her. She had been cold and withdrawn as a child and didn't know how to show enthusiasm. "Stop talking and do your own thing." Gu Chang'an sensed her embarrassment and a word without a ripple. Li Bing is a relief, sitting on his knees to practice, temporarily without the national affairs of the country, focused on condensing the entity's internal qi. As the days passed by, Li Bing gradually liked this boring life. The two couldn't even say a word all day, sitting on top of each other as if they were withering molds at the head of the city. But how quiet is not an ease. Her cultivation has advanced rapidly. Pei Jingshu sends letters every now and then, and nothing happens in the imperial court. In the Central Plains, there were many good sons who took the initiative to join the army, and the defense of the country was more than just a slogan. It was a trend of faith. As time passes, it seems like everything is slowly getting better, but how he's getting darker and darker. The once dense black fog is now shallow and diffuse. Heaven and earth resounded with two voices, one clear and one hoarse. The scholarly husband is about to knock on the gates of heaven, and he says that you gave him the courage to throw his life away. Either you're a land god or you perish. A long river of purple gas gushed out of the Golden Academy for a month or so at the most. The first half-open gate of heaven is coming to the land of God. Aha! The barbarians invaded both Zhao and Shu 7 days ago, and with the advantage of the Hushi corridor, Northern Lian can quickly support the Zhao land. Aha! Li Yan recounted the recent events and trivialities in the Central Plains, with an occasional echo coming from the opposite side of the room. I don't know if I'm even listening. It's sometimes frightening to realize that maybe one day the Chinese nation will fall flat on its face. Maybe we can't continue the ancient civilization even if we fight to the death. Maybe the heavens really want to destroy our hard-working people. Her voice dropped suddenly, and she watched the darkening shadows of the souls of the day. It always breeds a sense of powerlessness and even despair. Think about where you're standing, where a bunch of old pawns can swear to stick around for decades. The 70 million people of the great Chinese nation, the conflagration of bones into a mound, the overflow of blood into a river, must also expel the barbarians. A hoarse and determined voice came from under the peach tree. Li Bing was silent, and it seemed that the only thing that caused him to have strong mood swings was the mention of the nation's righteousness. Gu Chang'an smiled to himself, always thinking that completing his mission removed his ethnic chains, but the chains have long been wrapped around the soul. It was in this way that he dared not recast his flesh, and lived and was not free to do as he pleased. Instead, it's another scaly cycle of killing the enemy and killing the enemy again, and it never ends. Born in a lonely city with no choice, carrying a heavy load with no choice, and at the end of his life, he always had a choice. Turning to winter, last night the city suddenly appeared a strange scene. 19 sword gas hanging in the air formation. Li Bing broke through into the realm of the Wayfarer, but the breakthrough couldn't bring any joy. The soul shadow was deteriorating, and it was almost impossible to see the face of the. He is also getting to miss the peach tree. Who will save him? Li Bing stood against the fence. She was clear that Gu Chang'an's demise is irreversible, but still expect a miracle. He's never been out of town, but he knows a lot of things, from astronomy and philosophy to folklore and farming. Occasionally, Li Yan felt that he had benefited from some of the words that had been said. Gu Chang'an could see farther than anyone else, but the more she did, the sadder she became. If she had known about the miles lonely city earlier, she would have ordered it not to be guarded, rather than be stigmatized for 1,000 years. Sky-colored pigeons braved the snow to fly in, stopping at the railing to chirp and coo. Leroy removed the silk binding on its leg as he always did, which held a letterhead. She took a cursory glance at it, and felt a bolt from the blue. Her face paled, and she clutched the missive in her hand with a death grip, and the sheer force of it nearly tore through the page. Li Bing tried his best to restrain his mournful emotions and put on a calm demeanor as he slowly came under the tree. Softly, Carpenter Chin is gone. The black mist stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye, like it was bound by an invisible force, and did not move for a long time. How did you die? Gu Chang'an twisted around and seemed to ask the question plainly. Li Bing did not answer him directly, but only said, the court took care of the aftermath and buried him in the Loyalty Mausoleum. For a good while after that, the two men didn't speak again, just gazed silently at the crows circling the peach branches. Gu Chang'an seemed indifferent to the scene of the crows gnawing on the peach petals, and yet, all the time, I'm listening for the sound of falling snow. He paused for a moment without speaking, followed by a sudden question. Suicide? Li Bing had a sad face. Yes, said, handing over the folded letterhead. Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless, calmly unfolding and browsing, his handwriting like a crab walking 7 across. Chang'an, the moment you saw the letter, the old man has already smiled in the grave. I remember we told a joke about an unlucky prisoner named Chui in the year of Jingguan. Whenever there was an imperial amnesty it was not his turn, and he has been squatting in a cell for 40 years. Finally out. Chui prisoners should be reformed to be a new man Lu? Not many days. He intentionally stole from the store again and wanted to go to jail, but he was old and the court took pity on him and let him off with just a verbal lesson. The next day, prisoner Chui hanged himself in his home. He left a suicide note saying he couldn't leave the prison. Life on the outside makes him miserable all the time. The old man didn't understand before. How stupid is it to get yourself killed? Ha ha, I'm going to hang myself even after I write the letter. 64 years of life is like making a wooden box with your eyes closed. Traces of details have long been withered into the heart. Just back to the homeland of a few days. I can still smile and go walking down the street, slowly on the hard to get through it. The only thing that comes to mind is the city of Tortoise, and I can't even eat a tail of sea bass without feeling the taste of yellow sand in the meat. Everything looked like a piece of city wall masonry, and my chess friends, seeing me demented from time to time, reassured me that I was learning to adapt to the good times first. Alas, 64 years is too long, so long that the old man's soul is imprisoned at the head of the city. Right. The government told me the day before yesterday that your grandma Sue hanged herself. She said she had no interest in living. Without the lonely city, without Chang'an, without the yellow sands of the sky, it's amazing that she doesn't know how to live. She knitted many thick garments, and ran to the authorities and begged to send them to the west, came home and breathed his last. Don't be sad. It's a dream come true for us Anxi to die in our homeland. Gu Chanan's gaze gradually molded lake, and a misty white fog seemed to rise before his eyes. But no tears rolled down no matter what. I'm sure I've made it to the end of my life, and I can die in my ancestral home. There will also be folks from Qin's village to carry the coffin for the funeral. I don't know how many old pawns will be envious. It's just the old man thinks about you every day. Do you sleep well? Are there still barbarians attacking the city? Are you still there? If you can see the letter, please be sure to fulfill the old man's last wish. Take a trip to the Central Plains. And if you really don't want to live anymore, go to Chang'an City properly to say goodbye now. It's what you wished for as a child, and you have to start and finish. Anyway, the old man is forcing you. If you don't go to Chang'an City, the old man won't die in peace. If there's a next life, I can't be a crippled and tired man, and I'll be sure to accompany you on your defense of the city. Let's have a good kill. Gone. The silhouette seemed to be gradually cracking, and his arms and legs were twitching violently. Gu Chang'an hurriedly leaned against the trunk of the tree and, shredding letters one after another. Vaguely the old man reappeared in the roiling wind and sand, coming lurching and, showing a mouthful of old yellow teeth, but he was clearly dripping hot blood. Looking at the crazily twisting black mist, Li Bing found it a little difficult to breathe. Her chest felt like a weight had been placed on it, and she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Gathering her courage, she took a step to her side and raised her arms to hug Gu Chang'an, just trying to convey even a hint of temperature. Gu Chang'an was silent, his shoulder blades trembling and twitching, his choked voice almost a whisper. All my relatives were buried by me, all by my own hands, and Grandpa Qin has been with me the longest, and I didn't get to bury him. Bitterness can't live a life of ease. Why do they all have to die in front of me? Such a sentence, but like a needle at once penetrate the cold night nailed into the heart of Li Yin. She held back her tears and gently patted Gu Chang'an's back, dispersing much of the fog with each pat. The fog was getting thinner and thinner, and Lip was terrified that a gust of wind would blow it away. Will it hold up until next spring? Gu Chang'an murmured in pain. Grandpa Qin, I promise you that I will make a trip to Chang'an City. Li Yin shuddered fiercely and slowly let go of him, her reddened eyes staring in bewilderment. I'll take you home. P.S. Make up the second shift at 6 p.m. Chapter 48 Freshman, Big Chapter seeking subscription and monthly ticket. The snow keeps falling. Li Yin galloped through the cold night, only from time to time reining in his horse and gazing back. The outline of the city walls faded from sight. She had only been there for less than 4 months, and she was actually a little uncomfortable with the world outside the lonely city. The soul's shadow as light as a willow flake, floating in the wind. Li Bing was secretly saddened that he shouldn't have told him about Qin Carpenter's death. Can you carry me? A hoarse and tired voice came from in front of the horse, and the figure transformed into a wisp of mist and attached itself to the blood sword's blade. Swords into the box. Li Bing silently carrying 2 sword box, steed in the yellow sand scrolling gallop. There was so much she wanted to ask. Since you can possess a blood sword, can't you really try to take over a physical body? Not wanting to show their faces is not wanting to receive the honor that is due them. Or are you afraid of the guilt of the people who see you? With mixed emotions, she only asked a low question. Will it come back? Will. Guzi City is my home. Gu Chang'an whispered softly. The sword box resumed its lengthy silence. Li Bing didn't say another word, and the key colt flew at a rapid pace. She actually wanted to slow down a bit to let Gu Chang'an see the scenery along the way, but she was afraid that it would be too late. In 7 days, we crossed 10,000 miles of desert, and there were no more barbarians in the western region. They all fled and scattered in the battle. In the past, the dangerous place where even the great masters of the Central Plains died 9 deaths, but nowadays, ordinary cultivators come and go as they please. Human Pass. The flag of the Central Plains is hunting, and the pillar of shame that has weighed on the hearts of the Chinese nation for decades. It has become Triumph Pass. A long wall was built at the pass, and several hundred soldiers with guns and halberds patrolled back and forth at the beacon. The Empress had changed her face and forged a road guide, which the guards at the checkpoints took and carefully examined. Finally, he asked in a hushed voice, "You've come from the far west, so I assume you've passed through the city of Kurtz?" The soldiers were dark, and their mouths and noses were chapped by the wind and sand, eyes full of anticipation as he asked this. Aha! Lip nodded. And then? The soldier anxiously inquired. Saw the shadow of the soul at the top of the city. It didn't dissipate. That's good. That's good. The soldier gave a goofy smile, then swung his arm away. Pass. The Empress drove her horse away, murmuring in a thin, inaudible voice, "Welcome home." There was no echo coming from the sword box, but she knew that Gu Chang'an was looking at the divine lands. At the end of November, the official post in Lantian County, Guangzhou, was only 40 miles from Chang'an City. A heavy rain pattered down, and the empress held her sword case as she gazed at the drizzling rain. The sound of water curtains running down the shingles and ticking into the gutter could be heard under the eaves. She was disgusted with the sound, which seemed like the leaky quarter of the golden hall timing a constant reminder that the clock is ticking. The mist in the box had been as faint as a candle before the wind. Many of the rushers ran into the eaves of the house with their hands covering their heads to hide from the rain, and some of the jungle wanderers talked eloquently. Suddenly there was a roar of thunder, and lightning flashed one after another, like silver snakes flying in the curtain of rain. A long river flowed through the sullen sky, and majestic chi friction stirred between the rules of heaven and earth, glowing with brilliant color, vast and righteous. From the Jiangnan Road, crossing the Guangzhou Plain and arriving at the Yanmen Pass of the Great Wall, the rain dodgers under the eaves had their jaws dropped, their eyes filled with a thick shock, and the long river turned to dispel the dome of the sky that is shrouded in gloom. The Shuyuan husband opened the door of half a pillar of heaven. A swordsman was so excited that he could not be suppressed, and shouted up to the sky, "Congratulations to Huaxia's first land god. This is an omen of our Central Plains nation coming back from the dead, cutting off the thorns on the road ahead with the righteousness of 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 the righteousness." The crowd's hearts were pounding, and the long silent river was like the low roar of a giant dragon taking flight. There is no abyss, no previous experience. We, the people of China, rely on our own efforts. You can also try your hand at opening the gates of heaven. Congratulations to. The empress tugged at the corner of her mouth. The scene eased the depression and pain she had felt for days on end. The bookstore husband is a success. The birth of the land immortals in the Central Plains doesn't represent the equalization of the top combatants. More importantly, it proved that even without the heavenly role of care, one could still stand at the top of the heap. In the new era, the Chinese nation is lagging behind, without the majestic body under the chi of heaven and earth, nor did the abyssal cascade of mana. If you fall behind, you're going to get your ass kicked. But the Middle Kingdom can surely rise to the occasion, if he's still alive, said one of the ladies in a daze. The agitated atmosphere of the gable ended abruptly, and the crowd hung their heads. The vast river was not the most shocking scene they had ever seen. Remembering an ordinary evening, the seven-colored sword of national fortune hangs the corpse of the barbarian saint and winds its way around the land of God. Lifelong memories are seared into the heart. If Gu Chang'an hadn't turned into a lone soul, he would have had the talent to shake Kunlun. It was even more flowing than the vision of the scholarly husband. If the Middle Kingdom had known about the lone city earlier, if it hadn't tricked the standard flag, if the white-haired, red-robed man stood in the sunshine of Chang'an City, it would be the most uplifting day in the Middle Kingdom. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. The situation is so difficult that since Gu Chang'an composed a song of the Central Plains of Snow Shame, we've never heard any more good news. So today's congratulations to Master Shu Yuan on his promotion to Earthly Immortal is a great honor. A merchant with a bulging forehead like an old birthday boy laughed freely and a jug of still-opened apricot wine was taken from the cart. But when you hand it over, no one wants to pick it up. The sudden mention of that man turns any excitement in the heart into mourning. Where else can you drink and be merry? The heavenly Tao rolls Gugu's savage dog and calls it the New World. And although the husband is a land god, but it's also within the heavenly order, so it's hard to imagine subverting the abyss. The net of heaven is not a leaky net. But only a leaky net can turn over the river and smash the order of things. It is the righteousness of the nation that killed the guardians of the old world. The poor Taoist would rather lose the battle in the western region and the Central Plains lose the northwest than to perish in the flesh of the heroes of Gu. It was an unbelievably bad decision. A Taoist priest holding a duster with a saddened face. Of course he knew that Hero Gu had saved hundreds of thousands of families on his own. But in the long run, that was bound to be the death of the Central Plains. Yes, this suffering could have been avoided altogether. And it was the whole nation that buried Gu's heroes with their own hands. The swordsman's face was red with grief. "Oh ye!" tersely sighed the merchant with his arm frozen in midair and a bitter smile. "Not only did I participate in the transportation of grain in the western region, but I also witnessed Hero Gu. Winter's drums shake the heavens and crack the earth. A million men are silent. A ghostly male figure loomed at the head of the city. And my heart stopped at that moment. It was an unparalleled spectacle. The crowd held their breath. And that should have been the loneliest scene as well. I share the guilt of countless Midlanders, but when I saw the smile on Hero Gu's black mist-coalesced face, I slowly began to understand. He doesn't need the nation to indulge in misery at all. He doesn't want to see the people of Xinjiang filled with sadness when they mention the name Gu Chang'an, perhaps fearing that his shallow analysis would cause everyone to laugh. The merchant gave an awkward smile as he spoke. With complex faces, the crowd successively received the merchant's apricot wine, thanked him, and paid for the wine. Have you heard of the divination of the barbarian sorcerer Heraldus? The swordsman changed the subject and, talking about the rumors that have been swirling around lately, the merchant nodded in agreement, that the power of the will of our people will have an upsurge, 7 times greater than the last. Rumors have a board. Is it the scholar who knocks on the gates of heaven? The ranger was half convinced. Blade was silent. Obviously not. He's had 2 hot moments. Twice the impulse to fight the urge to tear into the brute dog immediately came to the fore. One of them is to learn that the Miles lonely city has stood firm for 63 years, and that 1 man and 1 sword have slaughtered 10,000 troops, one's own strength to defend the Chinese territory. The second is to transform the ghosts and heroes to subdue the mountains and rivers, in a way that subverts perceptions. He tells the Central Plains that even if he dies, he will not change his obsession to protect his family and country. Huaxia can't lose its race and destroy its species. No matter what, it has to expel the barbarians. Both times it was the power of the national will, and both times it was because of that man. Who else but him could make the Middle Kingdom explode again? But he has. The barbarians are probably brewing a plot. The swordsman sighed. It must be a rumor deliberately put out by the holy city, and even if there really is a divination, if the abyss wants to hide it, how can the outside world know? The reason for this is something that even ordinary people can figure out. As great as the expectation is, the disappointment will be. The prophecy spread like locusts across the Central Plains, and the people's appetites were whetted. All are praying for the prophecies to come true, when nothing will happen and they will be hit hard. The barbarians are trying to dismantle the resistance confidence of the Chinese nation. 10 times the difference in territory, with a 10-fold difference in population. If not for the sworn support of the Central Plains, it might have fallen to most of them by now. That's why confidence is vital. When the rain stopped, Li Yan took the key cold bolted to the post and galloped through the drizzling rain. She knew the prophecies of heralds better than the next person. Yuji Angnan, who was practicing at the castle, sent back a secret message, and was quite sure that the sorcerer, in order to project this prophecy, paying with your life, it skyrocketed 7-fold. She wanted the prophecy to come true, and even more so, she wanted it to still be a miracle performed by Gu Chang'an. But the wind-blown fog reminded her of it all the time. It's almost time to go. After the rain, a lofty greenish-yellow wall appeared in the distance, bathed in sunlight, and the upper edge of the great city glowed with golden aura, as if an invisible guiltmaker had poured thick molten gold over the 2,000-year-old city. You still don't want to show your face. Li Yan lowered her eyes, and she wished that, with the greatest ceremony, welcoming Gu Chang'an back to his hometown, even if he was buried in the Hall of Souls, it should be done with a bang. Instead, it's hidden in a sword case. There are a lot of children in Chang'an City. Don't give them a shadow with my ghostly appearance. Li Bing sniffed in silence and walked into the Chang'an City that was too familiar to be true. The plum blossoms on both sides of the street are waiting to bloom, while the rest of the tree trunks are bare and lifeless. If it's spring, the entrance to the city as long as the space is full of cottonwood zinnias, gardenia peonies and a variety of flowers that cannot be named. That is the most beautiful time of the year in Chang'an City. It seems that in his life, he is not allowed to see things that are consummately beautiful. Walk slower, Gu Chang'an whispered. Carrying his sword case on his back, Li Bing walked aimlessly down the bustling long street. Stalls of baked cakes, wontons, and chicken soup hodo filled the market with their aroma and the sound of yelling. The people of the city, tourists, fish and dragons, a peaceful scene. Let's go. Take me to meet the relatives. After only half an hour of walking, Gu Chang'an suddenly spoke. See Auntie Kwok first. See how she's doing. Li Bing nodded. That was old lady Gua's daughter, following the long vermilion bird street around into the alleyway of an Yifeng. After turning around for an incense stick of time, there were a few yellow dogs lying down and napping in the alleys outside the Gua house. Her expression suddenly paled, like white flowery paper money floating in the wind. The lanterns of the mansion were replaced with white ones, and the invocations were blown to the point of snapping. From the hearth came the Taoist's long, gut-breaking sound of Missy, soul to soul. Li Bing walked into the funeral hall in a muddle, and some relatives from the side rooms were wearing mourning to guard the coffin. One by one, people were offering incense. Gu Chang'an's heart was numb and she just felt tired. Why did you die? Li Bing looked at a woman in mourning clothes in a daze. The woman handed over a stick of incense and wailed. Her wish to return to her homeland has been fulfilled, and she says she has no purpose in life. Just drink poisoned wine and kill yourself. Only a few days to enjoy the blessings, and then he is going to die, leaving us poor people behind. Maybe it wasn't the man in the coffin who mourned, but herself. It took her husband scouring the genealogy to climb the ladder a bit. and the status of the Anxi legacy frost was highly respected by the court. I thought I could rub some riches in it, but I didn't know the old woman couldn't think of anything else. There is no running. No running, Li Bing muttered. It always felt that the coffin was too cruel to Gu Chanan. Yeah, she said she didn't know anything about anything except how to burn a body and how to cook a meal. All day in the house to make a bunch of dishes. Crazy saying Chanan quickly eat and before he died, he kept chanting sorry sorry sorry. She knows she's sorry for our relatives once she's gone. The woman rambled on, seemingly full of resentment. Li Bing turned around and left after honoring the incense, and asked in a low voice in a remote alley, "Is that to say I'm sorry?" "Yes." Gu Chang'an smiled. Maybe talking could divert the pain and he also rarely opens his mouth. "I was delivered by Aunt Gua. My mother had a difficult labor and begged to strangle her baby before she died. It was a boy. My mother didn't want to see me die in battle at the head of the city, so she thought that both of us would die together." Aunt Gua took the swaddling clothes and left with a cruel heart. She felt that one more boy child in the lonely city, just one more hope of defending the city. Li Bing's heart clenched fiercely and his eyes turned red. "You must think I was told about this by someone. But no, I saw it with my own eyes. I watched my own mother die in childbirth and couldn't do anything about it. They used to say that a child born without crying was a monster, and I bawled just because I watched my mother pass away. How sad, isn't it?" Gu Chang'an laughed hysterically, and the strange sound of the sword box caused the old yellow dog to bark alertly. It was the most unpleasant past, and he hated being born conscious of himself, precisely because of the clear memory of how Auntie Kwok took good care of herself, and seeing her lying quietly in the coffin. Boundless pain swept through. Lip's blood felt like it was silted up in a canyon with no way out. Cold sweat suddenly oozed from her pale skin, and she struggled to open her mouth to breathe, still feeling 1,000 pounds of rock weighing on her heart. The cruelest torture in the world is nothing more than that. "Take you to visit little Lo Yang." She forced a smile. Suddenly it seemed that soul destruction might be the real relief. One day on Earth. Past memories just keep intruding, unforgettable and dusty. Chang'an Shuyuan, a child with a sallow complexion, wearing a button-down jacket, was seated in the. He was too skinny compared to his peers, so he sat in the front row of the book lodge. "Mac Lo Yang, quiz you." The Tsu said, "Quality over text is wild. Text over quality is history. Text quality is refined." And then the gentleman. From which Analects? The Confucian master with the bamboo crown on his head looked at the dark child. Little Luo Yang stood up fiercely, puffed and puffed for a while, and finally said with a bashful face, "Husband, I'm so stupid." A cheerful snort of laughter came from the book lodge. "What are you laughing at?" The Jonin looked around the children with a stern face, then said sternly, "Reach." Taking the ruler, he gently greeted a few strokes to the palm of little Luo Yang's hand. Just a symbolic punishment. He knew where the child came from, so he usually took extra care of it. From the Analects of Confucius Yangya, it means that the only way to be a true gentleman is to have a balanced combination of both literary talent and simple character. "Sit down." The Confucian masters taught them assiduously. "I know." Little Lo Yang nodded and took his seat. The bell rang for the end of the class, and the Confucian teacher handed the notes to Mu Lo Yang and left with a few words of advice. Little Loyal took an egg out of his cloth bag and cracked it gently on the corner of the table a couple of times. Then peel the shell and put the egg in your mouth. His eyes were on the scroll and his mouth chewed slowly. Mac Lo Yang country bumpkin old man, treats eggs as treasure. Behind him the childish boy poked his head up and made a face. Little Lo Yang turned a blind eye to the fact that he was slowly flipping through his own scroll. Until you turned to the page with a peach blossom pinned to it. It was picked while away from home and had wilted and dried out. His lips chattered and tears welled up under his eyes. "Brother Gu, I have enough to eat and wear. Lots of nice clothes and shoes. The elders I know take good care of me and everything. But I miss you especially. You haven't even eaten eggs. I've been eating them all day. By the way, Grandpa Chin hanged himself, and Antigua died a few days ago from alcohol. She told me to study and practice martial arts, and to become a great man who will make a name for himself without relying on his Anxi status. I'll do it, and you'd like me to, wouldn't you?" Little Luoyang's face tightened as she buried her head into her arm and sobbed silently at the thought. "Brother Gu, why did they kill themselves? Obviously, everything is fine. Cry baby." The child behind him poked and prodded his back. Outside the window, Lip listened to the mocking words and whispered, childishly, "I'll set him up with the royal bookhouse." Gu Chanan's weak voice was wave-free. "There's no need. He's an Anxi. He won't be easily knocked down. Go to the Hall of Souls to pay homage to Grandpa Chin and fulfill the last wish he explained to me." "Aha." Li Bing looked at little Lo Yang for a few more moments before carrying his sword case and leaving. Because of a letter from Carpenter Chin, Gu Chang'an was willing to come to Chang'an City. And after that? Will you go back to the lonely city in the west? Or will you stay in Chang'an until you disappear? The Shrine of the Souls is situated next to the Imperial Temple and is crowded with waves. Many people traveled thousands of miles to pay their respects. A huge altar over the nave gallery, with a flame burning in the center of the altar. Heroic feats of strength pay off. The wind can't blow it out. The rain can't pour it out. In those days of confusion and darkness, when the populace could see no light, they set themselves aflame and it has formed the never-extinguished spiritual flame of the Chinese nation. The crowd bowed in front of the temple, and from time to time they made vehement speeches. Lip walked past a spirit seat, lingering a little longer in front of some names. There's too much to worship, so why don't we just stop and go to Grandpa Chin's? A weak voice came from the sword box. The long hallways of the Hall of Souls, Li Yan explained as he walked. He said he didn't die in battle at the head of the city, and that it was cowardly to hang himself. So request the court to never place the spirit in a conspicuous and faceless place. Gu Chang'an calmly replied, Grandpa Chin was originally a bowman with no arrows. Only the right arm was cut off by the barbarians. When he finished speaking he floated out of the sword case. The hazy mist had been nearly. Find Qin Dazhang's name in the far corner. Lip Vexley walked away, leaving him alone. Grandpa Qin, when you were alive, you always emphasized that your name was just Carpenter Qin, and that you thought your name was rustic. But a spirit tablet can't still be inscribed with a false name, can it? It's just that from the first time I saw you, you've been skinny and not strong. You old man, you forced me to make a trip to the Central Plains before you died, and your ploy succeeded. I can't go down there with you for a while. Gu Chang'an smiled, pouring out stories in a low voice that had never been told. I have traveled through the Yumen Pass. I have seen the Yellow River. I have made my way to MT, Huashan, MT, and also to the city of Chang'an that we have been longing for. Do you believe I'm from China 200 years from now? It will only take our descendants an hour to travel from the Yellow River to Yumen Pass. Which land god can do that? But I'm afraid, the Yellow River is still the same. Manhwa is still the same. If Huaxia dies, and the Middle Kingdom is occupied by barbarians, will there be any descendants? Will there be mountains and rivers? Fate has given me extraordinary abilities and is giving me a mission. It's as if it's telling me, Gu Chang'an, you can't fall down yet. You have to keep going until the barbarians are expelled. I see the farmer who plows diligently, the embroiderer who works tirelessly. Also see thousands of little Luoyang studying in the schoolhouse, and see every ordinary people running for their lives. Can I just disappear and be done with it? I feel guilty. This guilt. That's why I was afraid to come to the Central Plains. But you forced me with your death. Gu Chang'an was in so much pain that his soul shadow was twitching, but his voice still carried a trembling laughter. I came here in devastation. I should leave with a brocade. I want future generations to be able to say when they mention the name Gu Chang'an that this flourishing world is as you wish it to be. So I'm going to recast my flesh, and I'm going to slaughter barbarians without end. But I'm really sad. After so much suffering, I've finally accomplished my mission. But I have to keep fighting. Every time I was wounded and healed, I was being tortured by death by 10,000 cuts, and that pain cannot be recalled. Without this letter of yours, I would not have come to the Middle Kingdom, and when peace and prosperity come, I shall go down and chastise you. You guys are so cruel. I've been told since I was a kid to guard the inches of the lone city, to fight for the crest of the nation, and when I've done it with great effort, you're all dead. Let me suffer constant bereavement and let me live alone. After a long silence, Gu Chang'an didn't speak again. Suddenly, but some frost, he said. The voice was soft, but strong and sure. It was as if every word was blood spewed from the soul. Let's go. The mist left the hearth, as calm as a lake whose microwaves don't work. He's going to the sacred city of the barbarian kingdom. Since we have to recast our flesh, it's far from enough to rely on the border brute pawns alone. We can only go to the sacred city and go on a killing spree. It may fail, but it's the only way. Li Bing stood quietly not far away, seeing the mist drifting in, not handing out his sword case at the first opportunity, asked a trembling voice, where do you want to go? Gu Chang'an was silent. He wasn't sure if he could successfully recast his flesh, and he didn't give anyone else any hope. There is no loss without expectation. Thank you for your company, he said as he floated out of the Hall of Souls, and the fog was so shallow that it was no longer visible to normal people. Li Bing's heart was like a knife, and he followed it out in a muddle, hanging in the air to parallel the fog. She didn't know what to expect, but she still wanted to walk with him a little longer, and then a little more. It was as if the separation would never come. Late at night, a city on the border of Tang and Zhao stood majestically, and Li Bing stood at the city gate with his sword case in hand. She promised Gu Chang'an that she would only send it here. If you still feel indebted, be a good and wise king, and your every word and deed in the Golden Palace, both can change the fate of the people. Gu Chang'an's voice is no longer weak. If he lives he will return to the lonely city, Home will always be home. But living will make the barbarians fearful, and will give a shelter to the living people. Li Yan pursed her lips, her eyes red and swollen with disheveled green silk. No one asked for it when she was alive. Don't you want anyone to know even after you die? Bu Chang'an stopped talking. At that moment a stern chorus of voices came from the city. An old farmer trying to enter the city carrying 2 bags of charcoal was shoved out by the guards. The charcoal seller fell to the ground without shoes, took rags and wrapped them around his feet, and his ankles were surprisingly crawling with maggots. The sale of charcoal is forbidden in the city and is confiscated. The scar-faced guardsman was righteous, his words unquestionable, and ordered his soldiers to seize the 2 packs of charcoal, said with a chilling look on his face, "Get up! Go back where you came from." The merchants outside the city saw the situation and felt pity, but they were afraid not to reach out. I only have 2 packs of charcoal, and I want to buy 2 old hens for my grandson. Can you see if you can't? The charcoal seller gasped for air, his eyes tearing up with anxiety. On the count of 3, the guard drew his long sword. The charcoal seller's face was ashen, so he could only beg for mercy, chanting over and over again that he didn't want the charcoal anymore. "Here's 2 coins. The guard pulled 2 coppers from his belt and threw them over. "Educate the charcoal seller on the one hand. Don't come back to sell charcoal again. Forget it this time. Next time hang at the city gate and whip." Good. The charcoal seller had picked up the money and was so moved that he wanted to bend over and bow, but maybe his legs hurt. Trembling, he sat down again and finally stumbled away. Li Yan was no longer able to contain his fury, and his cold sword suddenly came out of its sheath, about to take the head of the general. Bu Chang'an has given everything he can for the sake of the common people. Is that for him to witness the oppression of the people? Suddenly killed. The scar-faced guard shuddered and fell to his knees begging for mercy before his sword fell. "How dare you oppress the people like this? It is the taxes that have been exhausted and are insufficient to serve the warriors. Or is it due to your own greed? Even the old farmer's 2 packs of charcoal are not spared. Does Shangdang know what you have done?" Lip intoned morosely. "The merchants outside the city have been shouting. Dare to call Emperor Zhao by his name. His identity must not be simple. The corrupt officials and insects must be punished. Injustice." The guard was sweating profusely and hurriedly signaled his soldiers to dump out the 2 bags of charcoal. "It's jokey. Where was the charcoal on the ground? It was clearly just some burnt-off wood. That old farmer has long since gone mad. It's the barbarian dogs who are releasing poisonous gas in our country of Zhao. Many frail and sickly old people are mad as hell. The grandson in this charcoal seller's mouth was chopped up and eaten alive by him 2 days ago. I don't let him into the city because I'm afraid he'll be retaliated against by his own son and daughter-in-law, who have already grandfathered and eaten their grandchildren. There must be no more human tragedies of sons killing their fathers." The guard finished his sentence in one breath out of fear, and only when he saw the cold sword hanging over his head disappear did he say in pain, "These savage dogs come and go as they please, plundering and slaughtering the people as a war effort. Torture our common people in Zhao under the pull." There was dead silence outside the city. The walker went from appalled to horrified and finally became numb. God forbid the Middle Kingdom. What is the sin of the people? To the extent that God is so? Li Bing's complexion darkened as he looked down at the sword case, a heart falling steeply into a cliff. The fog is gone. Did it leave quietly? Or die out? The traveling merchants entered the city one after another. Only Li Bing stood alone outside the city, gazing silently at the sky. She stood for a long time. P.S. Double the monthly votes. Shamelessly begging for monthly votes. Chapter 49. Walking slowly. The windy night was heavy, and a group of ragged deserters hid in the dark canyon. They were bruised and exhausted, but they were still each carrying a child with a withered face. The barbarian dogs slaughtered the city. The people are dead. Rumbling hoofbeats came from all directions, approaching and the howling of the coyotes among the foothills seemed to sound the death knell of death. It's about time. The canyon was long and silent, and the centurion carried the child on his back to a cramped and gloomy craggy cave. Showing a kind smile, "Come play hide and seek." The child was less than 4 years old, his eyes wide open and clear. "You hide in there and keep quiet, and when you come out in the morning to look for uncle, and find, just award 3 packages of preserves." "Yeah." The toddler licked his mouth happily at the thought of the sweetness of the preserves. The faces of the rest of the soldiers tightened as they sent the children to the crag cave, promising rewards for hide and seek. With tears in his eyes, the understanding teenager hid in the depths of the craggy cave with his arms wrapped tightly around the smaller toddler. "Uncle, pull the hook, no cheating, oh." The girl child raised her dimpled cheeks and, reaching out, he clasped his fingers together with the centurion's rough ones. "Hide well, be sure not to make a sound." The centurion piled the stones at the entrance of the cave, covered them with weeds to conceal leave only gaps for ventilation. Having done this, the 39 men assembled in line. armed with broken-inch crossbows and horizontal swords at their waists, walk out of the canyon in unison. We were comrades in arms in life, and we can walk side by side in the Yellow Springs Road after death. The centurion stood against the faint moonlight, picked up his stranger's sword and poked it at his heart, hissing furiously. There is no greater honor for a great man to cut his own throat and die for his country. That battle of ours. Majestically. The Shiksa laughed out loud, looking around at a few fearful-looking henchmen. He chided, greedy for life and fearful of death, bowing down as a slave. How can I face the fathers and mothers of Shuzhong? With nearly 300 barbarian dogs surrounding them, they couldn't break out no matter what. Instead of being tortured, he should have killed himself to save his honor. The timid soldiers gradually became resolute, and the drawing of their swords was fierce and swift. Suddenly, a mist drifted in and a hoarse voice rang out. Still dare to fight? Like thunder from the ground. The 39 soldiers twisted their heads with great difficulty, and saw only a very molded lake face. Anyone who meets a ghost in the silence of the night would be scared to death. But they didn't move. The sound of horses' hooves was getting closer. Hundreds of torches could already be seen illuminating the night, and the barbarian strangled the reins and, looking down on the poor Han slaves from above, the soldier's expression changed from initial shock to excitement, his blood flowing at an incredible speed. The battle spirit boiled over, transform ghosts and heroes, and subdue mountains and rivers. It's him. As long as it's him, going to behead Hades is willing to follow. Nothing else, just because of the name Gu Chang'an. Why not dare? The centurion wept hotly, and his thin body shrugged upward fiercely. Brute dog, your grandpa's coming to you. The 39 soldiers were furious, raising their swords and charging. The 300 barbarians were stunned one after another, and this scene boggled their minds. Humongous? Are you guys crazy? Or can't we lift the sword? Slave slayer. The chief ordered the horn to be blown, and the whinny resounded through the foothills, and bows were strung and arrows were drawn, and horses were galloped. But all of a sudden, it was like the soul was disconnected from the body. There were strings jumping in his head, sending out intermittent trills that, whether they were knocking on the crossbow or raising their weapons high, they all came to a standstill at the moment. Kill! The centurion rushed bravely into the line of barbarians, expecting to be shot to pieces, but as a blade stabbed through the barbarian dog's armor, he remembered the scarecrows in his family's farmland. Fiddle with it all you want. It's too damn easy. The only difficulty seems to be killing barbarians until your hands cramp up, reduced to a complete one-sided massacre. And they had never been so hardy until they were exhausted. Until all the savage dogs died horribly in the mountains. Gu Chang'an floated in the battlefield as he stared blankly at his newly grown right hand, palm, wrist, bruises, 5 fingers, nails, flesh and blood. He smiled and murmured softly, I'm back. Although it didn't even have arms, there was flesh and blood and there was chi. The next step was to go directly to the holy city. Having once seen an opinion map at the barbarian corpses, the direction would not be forgotten. Silence returned to heaven and earth. The mist drifted away with the wind, and behind him was a hefty, strikingly bloody sword. The 39 soldiers climbed up, wiped the blood from their faces, and clasped their fists in sincerity. Please take care of your English soul. The black mist seemed to wave, and then it didn't, just quickly disappearing into the night. Many years later, the centurion was dying of old age, still vividly remembering that distant night when Gu Hero melted into the darkness. There was no wind that night, and the story after that night is a great one. State of Shu, Chengdu Province, Purple Star Hall. The atmosphere in the hall was as stiff as iron, and the eyes of the civil and military officials were red. The rotten situation kept them up at night. The barbarians invaded on 2 fronts, and after 5 months of fierce fighting and stalemate, Shu has been routed. Bad news follows. After the great victory in the western region, Zhao had the Hushi Corridor as a strategic buffer zone. On the one hand, it allowed the barbarians to lengthen their battle lines, while on the other hand, Beiliang was able to support them quickly. The barbarians were not making good progress on the Zhao line, so they turned their forces and ran to Shu. Shu is now under unimaginable pressure, if not for the assistance of the Central Plains, now afraid of the imperial capital and the danger. Your Majesty, the sky is falling. A shrill cry rang out from outside the hall, and a dusty cultivator entered the hall trembling and he quirked his lips hard. Holy saints perish! Emperor Shu was struck by lightning, and his eyes underneath the crown were blank and empty. The ministers' faces were ashen. After all, no miracle after all. They stood in the court hall, just waiting for a miracle. But what they waited for was shocking bad news. Shu's only saint, the sword pavilion master, still hadn't escaped this fate. 7 days ago, Muhammad Abra, the pinnacle of the abyssal holy realm, descended upon the land of Shu. The master of the pavilion used his essence blood to build a sword formation to protect the people. while he himself was pursued. Where are the remains? Emperor Shu had a saddened look on his face. The cultivator's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. Abra has been decapitated by the bookmaster. But unfortunately it was a little late. The master of the court died a horrible death. His body was reduced to pieces. That apocryphal statue in Wujiao Yuan was also smashed and crumbled by Abra. The hall was filled with mourning, followed closely by monstrous anger. 600 years ago, Shu Guliang and Wu's Hangyuan drink hate look north. Now the sword pavilion master also starfall Wu's Hangyuan. The barbarians deliberately humiliated Shu. Just then, Your Majesty, the envoys of the barbarian kingdom seek an audience. The white-browed eunuch stood in the hall porch, trying his best to restrain the anger in his voice. It came just in time, with a naked show of force. Get the hell in here. Emperor Shu lost control of his emotions and stared dead at the idle messenger. The messenger, with his blonde hair and blue boy beard, met a stare that was like a death sentence. He just clasped his fists perfunctorily and pretended to be despondent. To hear that your saint perished, oh God, that is sad news. The air in the Purple Star Hall was nearly frozen. The civil and military officials breathed heavily and almost couldn't hold down their killing chances. The messenger's face was expressionless, the anger of the weak meaningless. Have the guts to kill me? If you don't have the guts, you wimp out. Although the empire also lost a great saint, the abyss, with the unique advantage of the saint-making is only a matter of time. On the contrary, Shu lost its courtmaster and the nation mourned. It's good to die in Wu's Hangyuan. East Earth is not worship Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang diligently life or drink hate and die. In Middle Kingdom terms, it's called, heaven's orders cannot be disobeyed. Some things are untouchable. Let go of your illusions and stop resisting. Seeing that no one responded, the messenger smiled broadly and said, for the relief of the suffering people of Shu, Empire builds weapons and armor, conscripts laboring livestock, long expeditions. There was a slight pause, and he had a con gesture. Forget the reparations? Cede 30% of the territory and the empire retreats. The aftermath reverberates. The faces of the ministers were livid, clutching the chow what in their hands, a strong sense of vertigo in their heads, cutting off the land and begging for peace? That's crazy. The aged chancellor roared hysterically, lips quivered more than a little. Don't you think about the people of the earth and grain? The messenger also unmasked his disguise and said in a cold voice, foolish resistance, destroy Shu within 3 months. If it weren't for the heavenly god Coronation's determination to wipe out the previous shame, the empire wouldn't even give Shu a chance to live on. Only when the battle on the Shu line was over could we gather our forces to pincer Zhao and recapture the Hushi corridor as well as the Yumen Pass. The eyes of the ministers were almost ready to spit fire, and no one had any intention of compromising. They actually knew very well that Shu was drawing fire for Zhao. If negotiating for peace can give us a break, we will have to endure the humiliation and build up our strength. But, Great China cannot give the barbarians wagging their tails and begging for pity. If the barbarians are a soft touch, perhaps some of the officials will be shaken. I hope that the barbarians will raise their hand, but the barbarians are going to make Shu die. Whoever dares to negotiate peace will be the nation's eternal sinner. Although Zhuge Kongming had a grudge against Wu's Hangyuan, it was after all an internal struggle in China. Brilliant history can never erase the achievements of the prime minister. Once the barbarians destroy the central plains, will there be any history left? Thousands of years of civilization gone up in smoke. Everyone in this era has no face to meet their ancestors after death. Do you know Gu Chanan? He was there, defending the land and the frontier, slaughtering the 4 barbarians by himself and defending the spirit of the nation. When he dies, his body will become a ghostly male, and he will bless my Chinese faith to remain intact. Gu Chang'an's crest, held up with flesh and blood, was not meant for us to bend to the barbarians. The royal historian's face reddened and his voice rolled like thunder. The messenger's smile gradually solidified, and he shuddered at the sound of the name. It was an unpleasant memory for the empire. He was about to continue his tall tale. A chilling voice came from the throne. Drag it out and chop it up. The messenger was creeped out, and immediately afterward was forcibly held down by the limbs of the, pulling on the Zechen Hall like a struggling wild dog. The group of ministers looked on coldly. In the face of barbarians, it is no longer necessary to adhere to the etiquette of not beheading envoys at war. The other side is barbaric, and the Middle Kingdom must be bloodier. Compromise will never lead to victory. The only way is to fight violence with violence. With this violence the Shu told the Middle Kingdom that it would not yield. Emperor Shu clutched the armrest of the imperial seat tightly, and with all his strength, he chopped his head off. I won't take a step back. After saying this, he rang the bell and retired from the court. He was hobbling and confused, obviously only 30 years old, but like an old man in the wind. Resisting the barbarians is really desperate. Giving up is just a thought, but it's so hard to hold on. The majestic bronze temple is filled with sandalwood incense. Queen Tuoba Tianxia was sitting on a purple throne, a pair of dragon horns on her forehead shining brightly with crystals. The purple child looked calmly around the round table. The 12 giants at the round table are relaxed, and the table eucalyptus has 2 silk letters. 1. The master of the sword court perished, and Muhammad Abrar died. 2. Shu was unwilling to beg for peace and went so far as to kill the imperial envoys by 1,000 cuts. Exalted coronet. The bookstore husband is getting tricky nowadays. Inquisitoress Bess advised respectfully, her long eyebrows knitting into a chuan. I really didn't expect the old thing to knock on the door of heaven. A thin line separates the peak of the sacred realm from the land gods. Strength, however, is like a rift valley, a simple description of the gap between people and ants. Want to trample to death. The eastern land already had the 100 arguments formation as well as the sword of national fortune, and the old thing is now like a tiger with wings. Abyssal land gods are hard to kill. No harm done. Tuoba Tianxia's expression was waveless and indifferent. One person can't make a big wave. At the sound of one, the round table fell silent, seemingly realizing that they were like birds of prey. The inquisitors hastened to show awkward smiles. The current heavenly coronation is undoubtedly very remarkable, even great, since his accession to the throne, and by various means of eradicating internal insurrections. This year's financial taxes are fully 30% more than ever before, and every corner of the 20 million mile territory is in awe of the Queen's iron hand. The only blemish is the lone city of the West. Collapse. But now that the empire is out of sight, out of mind, as if the lone soul didn't exist, for 6 months, I don't know if the soul is extinguished. With fewer of the hated martyrs of the old world in the world, the empire is alive again. Fight for the highest glory. It was just short of the eastern lands. As long as the eastern lands were swallowed up, the ambition of the supreme divine kingdom would be realized. Each of you, in your own way. Beth, you speed up the training of the spies. Use spies to break down the will of resistance of the powerful in the east. Tuoba Tianxia flung her skirt sleeves and was ready to go back to the castle to cultivate. Suddenly, the door of the temple slammed. Not push away, but kick away. The old woman in the wedding dress looked horrified. Her wrinkles intertwined like the roots of a coiled old tree, and she said in a single word, Gu Chang'an. He's at the sacred city's main gate. Meet the enemy at once. Boom! As if divine thunder from the 9 heavens were roaring in their ears. The 12 judges' scalps exploded, their eyes perplexed. It was as if he had heard the most grotesque and bizarre words in the world. They looked at the old woman with extreme shock. It's ridiculous. There was absolutely no way Gu Chang'an would appear in the holy city. There is absolutely no chance of that. Tuoba world child hole suddenly shrinks. Neck and a flash cold hairs stand up. A premonition of extreme danger flashed through his mind. The bronze temple was as quiet as a crypt. This is, I'm afraid, the most shocking news in the world. Alone? Beth's lips quivered. Yes, the old woman in the wedding dress had a wooden expression, followed by hysteria. Quickly meet the enemy. She actually began to speak incoherently. After decades of founding, there had never been even a single enemy who dared to provoke the holy city. It's the most honorable shrine in the empire. For the first time ever, unconscious and nervous, furious and out of control, even a hint of fear. Once the holy city is desecrated, the consequences are unimaginable. Suppress! Tuoba Tianxia roared. His figure transformed into lightning and instantly appeared in the sky above the 9 heavy palace. If the world has 10 points of beauty, the heavens have given 9 points to the city in the sky. Early in the morning, the gold-leafed, golden dome of the holy city, shimmering with light and shrouded in a mist of, the symmetrical and stately green and white apocryphal statue in the distance quietly overlooks the land. A great multitude of colored people, yellow, white, and black-skinned, all kinds of believers and practitioners. The pilgrimages have been made to the holy city. The moment the black mist appeared, the heavens and earth suddenly quieted down. Even the majestic power of the protectorate divine formation instantly held its breath. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, closer and closer until the only sound left in the world was the sound of him rubbing against the wind as he floated. Soul shadow. A bloody sword hangs high. You can't not recognize him. Who will forget one man in one city in the West? From man to madman to ghost, he should have disappeared. How did it come to be in the holiest place in the empire? It was as if the world was left with this black mist, and everyone felt an absurd sense of terror. The large main gate of the holy city was instantly silent, and the heavens and earth were all fixed at this moment. Having never left home in his life, he suddenly rips through the darkness that hangs over him and emerges at dawn to walk alone. No one dared to speak, as if it were a monster that lived and died. Not as if he is just a faint soul shadow. That kind of might could not only be described as terrifying, it was simply suffocating. For 65 years, our Anxi army has been passively beaten, and you come and go as you please. Win or lose, the role is back. But there's no such thing in heaven. Why can't you come out and beat you up? That's why I'm here today. Gu Chang'an's voice wasn't loud, but it was low and grave. With a smile that traveled far in the slightly cool morning. It was as if an invisible air had pressurized the wind around them, and there was boundless dead silence everywhere. But clearly can feel the sky destroying the earth and the earth collapsing, and the mountains shaking and collapsing. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes. Begging on my knees for monthly votes. And updating fast and furious. Chapter 50 Fairness. It was once said by many, if I don't come to the Sky City in this life, I won't die in peace. It was the birthplace of the heavenly Tao, giving birth to the laws of cultivation. It was the imperial Kyoto, representing supreme honor. The city in the sky is also known as the Holy City. Sacred is not to be desecrated. But, on a mundane and ordinary morning, the lone spirit stands quietly at the mouth of the city. Heaven and earth stagnate. All things are silent. The mist shrouded the lofty gilt walls, and the dull, majestic voices drew nearer and nearer, just as the waves of the sea come crashing in, and like the sky muffled thunder slowly but endlessly struck with a bang, with sweeping wind and clouds to suppress all the unparalleled momentum, slowly approaching. On each of the gold-foiled apocryphal statues stood the saints of the abyss. One of the queens with dragon horns on her head and clad in ceremonial dragon robes gazed distantly into the black mist and spoke aloud. The darkness has held the lamp for so long that it longs too much for the light, and so it travels to the place where the light originates. Come on a pilgrimage? The heavenly god Coronation himself visited the battlefield. The scene eased the stifling atmosphere of the holy city, and the populace snapped out of their boundless fear. There are some people who don't need to whitewash their war record or even present deeds. The name alone is enough to scare the world. But he's clearly over the top with his hubris. No one has ever dared to provoke the holy city, and the Western Pope has to be pious when he comes. Are you a ghost of a lonely city, ready to burn yourself out in a brilliant display of fireworks before you disappear? Gu Chang'an didn't move a muscle, nor did he follow the sound of the voice, but only lowered his head and laughed. To make sense, we, the Anxi army, have been dying for 65 years, and we always feel that the reasoning shouldn't be like this. Now I'll attack the city. Fair enough? As the low voice rang out, the whole of heaven and earth, it also seemed to become endlessly depressed in an instant. The city was lined with soldiers in armor, shrinking into a defensive fish-scale formation, and the muscles of each golden knight were tense and deadly, clutching the weapon in his hand. Dignity is only as good as the blade of the sword. Bigger fists mean more. Even ordinary children understand the laws of survival. It was impossible for the lone soul not to know. Tuoba Tianxia did not change his color and said in a deep voice, "Fair. That's good." Gu Chang'an's smile faded away, and he drank coldly after a long silence. The Anxi army rallies and counterattacks with me. Rise your sword. The bloody sword hovered, and the fire stored in the consciousness shattered with a loud bang. An incomparable scene steeped above the holy city. The aura of misanthropy and cruelty enveloped 70 miles. Within these 70 miles, all those who held swords had their souls shaken, and their swords were sheathed and flew to the lower end of the clouds. First shank, second shank. The dull frequency slowly followed, vast and loud, like Thor's war drums. This is also the prelude to killing. The cultivators of the heavenly Tao's sacred city were as numerous as the carp that crossed the river, and there were 5,000 sword cultivators in 70 miles of land. 5,000 swords, of varying grades, hang in the air. A curtain of swords covered the sky, dispersing the early morning sunlight as darkness descended. Chop off his palm. The monks heard the majestic and furious voice of the heavenly god's coronation resonating in the sky. They couldn't help but look up and see the queen's somber face. See her dragon horns bursting with beams of light. That the hysterical order came out once again. Chop off his palm. It was at this time that countless cultivators noticed the lone soul's flesh and blood palms. Standing alone outside the holy city of the empire brought a shock like no other. To ignore such an obvious signal. Creepy. Shudder. He can recast his flesh? It was too late to think carefully. The brief darkness of the sword screen was instantly illuminated by various kinds of chi radiance. Neatly blasting into the lone soul mist. After being saved by a burst of dense chi, Gu Chang'an's palm could not avoid it. Numerous blood-colored holes appeared, gradually turning into pieces from the wrist to the nails. The pain of the tearing went right down to the depths of consciousness, and if I had to be specific, it would be like having a fine needle stuck in the cap of your toenail and then kicking the corner of the table hard. Once would be fine, but repeated 1,000 times at the same time. It really hurts. Gu Chang'an's soul shadow fluttered, then murmured softly, "Falling sword." The sword curtain was like boiling water in a pot, surging violently. 5,000 swords fell with a thud, and 5,000 swordsmen stiffened and he looked up and watched as the sword that belonged to him was about to commit regicide. He washes and polishes his sword every day and treats it like a treasure. How can he turn around and kill himself? Boom! the confusing and disorderly chi directly tore apart, and 5,000 swords mercilessly covered and fell. 5,000 instant deaths. Not even a wail could be uttered, and the mist of blood rapidly filled the strong fishy smell began to add a dirty color to the holy city. The chi of heaven and earth came to an abrupt end. In a horrified gaze, the black mist grew wrists, arms, shoulders and the sleeves of the snow-white robe. Go on, Gu Chang'an whispered. His voice was obviously weak, but it was like an all-piercing through the sky. Countless cultivators' crests chilled. The lone soul was far more horrifyingly absurd than imagined. As a human being, he slaughtered tens of thousands of the Empire's elite by himself. Mad and depraved, he carried the banner and stirred up the rear of the army, slaughtering 50,000 people, transforming Ghost Xiong, facing the land gods unharmed, became the only forbidden existence under the sky. I thought these were amazing enough and had been horrible beyond words. However, reality tells the world, it's when you leave home that you get the most extreme kills. I said go on. In the deep, dead silence of a tomb cellar, Gu Chang'an repeated. He had never been as relaxed as he was today. There is no mission, no attachments. Loved ones are either done dying or back in the Central Plains for a peaceful life. He was truly alone and didn't need to keep looking back like he used to. Home is far away. No need to hang on to it now. I'll let you get on with it. The voice gradually rose in pitch, each word spoken like a drum beating heavily on the hearts of the imperial populace. How can you feel fear? The great and glorious empire has never had a single defensive experience since its inception. It stretches from the Korean peninsula to the Japanese in the east, from the Frankish dynasty in the west, from the archipelago in the south, and from the snowy plains in the north. Everywhere there are traces of the empire's conquests. The empire itself is quiet, and the holy city is even more singing and dancing. The people of the sun listened at ease to the psalms recited by the fathers. But today, the sky is turned upside down. The homeland was invaded. The holy city was trampled. 5,000 corpses lay in the holy city of the sky, and a lone soul with only a right arm stood motionless. Blood dripped from his fingertips, covering the footholds with snowflakes. Tuoba Tianxia's face was blue, and the purple child was like a quenched poison, bursting out with a cruel chill. When the Han Nu appeared in the holy city, it was already the greatest humiliation the empire had ever seen. The vast and boundless territory, and even the tightest blockade line can't stop a lone soul drifting with the wind. If the sacred city is defiled again, she, Tuoba Tianxia, will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of the empire. No matter what great deeds are done in the future, they are forever embedded in the pillar. Execute the enemy. A hysterical roar, a dragon's roar roared wildly into the abyss. A distant cracking sound wafted across the heavy church, low and strong. The majestic chi poured out like a flood breaking the dike. Sage, 10,000 riders, 1,000 array, 100 runes. Where are the land immortals? Topaz's face was livid and I can't even see the flowing half-pillar of the heavenly gate when I look up. Wait, the old woman in the wedding dress had a somber look in her eyes and, deadly gazing at the cultivators that swooped out like flying locusts. The holy city phalanx is ineffective. Anyone in the world who dared to make trouble in the holy city could be left in the dust by driving the spell formation, but only the lone soul can't. He's from the old world. He's never been baptized with aura, and his chakra is original. The will of the heavenly Tao abyss could not govern at all. Are these people going to sit back and watch the empire's people get slaughtered? Tuoba Tianxia's eyes almost wanted to choose someone to devour. One more moment of stalemate and the shame accumulates exponentially. Can't exterminate the soul. The top floor of the castle is already gathering the forces to coalesce the ghost statues, and it will be able to exterminate the ghosts in one fell swoop. Stall a little longer. The abyssal messenger swept through the air, his face unusually embarrassed. When you meet a scoundrel, you can't kill his soul, and it's useless to send out all the land gods. The turbid dust of the world will also pollute the heart of the way. We can only borrow side channels and try to condense the ghost image to suppress the ghost. Strange shame. The old woman in the wedding dress roared filial piety. Blood seeped from her 7 orifices, and the blood mist converged into an illusory scepter that angrily stepped on the gold foil and sprinted across the battlefield. The queen's dragon robe hunted, but she didn't make a half-assed move. The abyssal messenger keenly caught the coronet's wandering aura of the once unrivaled topaz world is now hesitant to move forward. Darkest hour. Outside the city a blizzard of swords descended, and a heavy snowfall fell, and Gu Chang'an quietly looked at the thousands of killing machines coming at him. That's a lot of people. A sword is just handed out. Whenever a mountain is opened, a river is broken. The blood sword swept across the airwaves, and the pilgrimage saints' children outside the city in all directions were suddenly terrified. Whether it's a dark-skinned curly-haired man or a white-faced longbeard, whether it's a crucifix-wearing religious man or a celestial monk rushing on a giant elephant, Misanthropic chirography buries everything. Everywhere it went, it was swallowed up. Unparalleled sword power and unparalleled killing. Tens of thousands of subs fell into the meat grinder and suddenly burst into flames the moment they touched the sword energy. The sash burned out. Reddish flesh and blood. Roasted and charred. Actually, for them, it means accidentally splashing their hands with oil while frying in the kitchen. After 2 short, stabbing screams of pain, he perished in a muddle. Tens of thousands of people fell. In the midst of the snowdrifts, Black Mist grows another left arm, and dares to massacre imperial subjects. The abyssal sage near the front smashed out a fist fiercely. The bottom of his eyes was monstrously shocked and terrified. It's hard to imagine the lone soul being so vicious and cruel. Those are pilgrim people. The majestic holy city instantly fell into endless sorrow, and the Golden Knight clenched his fists and all the organs were trembling. Tuoba world purple child hideous, can no longer hold down the hatred? 2 fingers and sword. Dragon horn moonlight. The killing straight out of the city. Slaughter of the people. The survivors outside the city are beyond fearful. A deranged evil demon descended upon the realm of light, carrying sin in every breath of his body. Gu Chang'an was still motionless, unable to dodge a vicious arrow miss. He simply pawed it away with both hands, letting the flesh and blood of his arm be gnawed by the venom. He ignored the tearing pain. It's painful, isn't it? Along the way, I've seen 18 cities empty of people, with wild dogs barking excitedly in the bloody mouth holds the white bones. I have seen the human tragedy of sons killing their fathers and fathers eating their sons. Also see the bloodstains on the lower body of the girl less than 7 years old, who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll and also broke as easily as porcelain. You have built a wall on the border with the heads of the people of Shu, a wall 700 fathoms long. Every 10 feet is a family of several heads in a row side by side. The hoarse voice was drowned out in a landslide of shouts as endless waves of air crashed into the sole shadow of the arms made a dull cracking sound. The golden cavalrymen only felt like a cloudy wind on their faces. Their swords were crackled out, and their spears were stabbed out, but it just couldn't succeed in putting out the fog. If I am merciful, I am sorry for a people who have suffered so much, and I am sorry for the justice of the world. The unbridled laughter was clear across the city, more like a hissing ho-ho-ho of pain. The outside of the city is devastated. The Empire's finest golden knights are like headless flies. Look around for the source of the sound. The practitioner was dizzy and felt a pang of despair. Week after week, he stood again, though the mist was shallow and tantalizing. When the blizzard was inverted and the sword was like a rainbow the moment, the peripheral vision gradually molded lakes, and seconds later blood soared. Gu Chang'an coughed and gazed at his right arm that had grown again with a sardonic smile. At this rate, he was afraid that it would be difficult to recast his physical body, and perhaps his soul body would really perish. But he killed painfully. Don't you ever let me go when you're ghosts. The black mist figure was too fast. The bloody sword swept through, and the golden knight was chopped to pieces along with his horse. If one can be a ghost, Gu Chang'an added indifferently, continuing to float around the flesh and blood mill. The golden knights have always been known for their solidity in the world, and after the step formation was cut out of the way by the sword chi, but no longer have the courage to fill the gap. Despair. They suddenly thought of the lonely city of Guzi in the west, and vaguely understood the gray-haired old pawn of 65 years. How helpless and uncertain he was at that time. How he couldn't finish killing, and how he wanted to retreat but couldn't. The conviction to hold down the frontier for the Central Plains cannot be lost. How similar is this moment? The offense is reversed. Can't kill the lone soul, and can't escape. Behind you is not only the imperial territory, but also the sacred imperial capital Ah. The gods will punish you. God will divide you. The old woman in the wedding dress gouged out her bones and conked her heart in agony, and uttered a shrill howl of. Even the towering walls of lapis lazuli shook. The pace of the black mist slowed. When he stopped, heaven and earth were silent. Even the winds have stilled. The blizzard has dissolved into nothingness. The sun is still warm, shining on a frightened face. The monk notices a stunningly beautiful body, but she's dead. Sacred City's #1 celestial pride, Alice, 27 years old at the pinnacle of becoming a Taoist, and honored as a guest wherever he goes. The words of flattery can be heard in the ears, and she is star-studded and famous. Unfortunately, on this day and in this place, Alice was reduced to the most insignificant ant. There were no pinpricks, much less volcanoes touching meteorites, before they died. If it wasn't for the feature of 7-colored hair, one wouldn't even know that the sacred city's #1 heavenly pride was dead. How sad is that? Such a sensational and great man can disappear without a word into the world. Topaz's fists clanked, and his blood-red boy-hole bubbled with fire. The most humiliating day of the Empire was born. Is it the prophecy of heralds? If not already. Such a scene of disaster. Such a day of broken glory. None of it is enough to give 7 times the spiritual power to the Han slaves of the Central Plains. She almost choked, not daring to imagine it. The Empire vows to leave the Eastern lands without an inch of grass and execute the Eastern lands' Han slaves by capital punishment. The sound was like a terrifying rolling thunder, roaring endlessly, and the distant abyss suddenly rose a blood moon in the white sun. But instead of awakening the holy city to war, it made the people more fearful. Gu Chang'an looked up at the moon, his right arm resting on his sword as he spoke softly. What do we need the world for when the Chinese nation is gone? Do what you want and I can slaughter. He smiled, as always. Fair enough, isn't it? P.S. Please, 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 please. Chapter 51 Kicking the Flag, above. What do you need the world for when the Chinese nation is gone? Fair enough, isn't it? One word was louder than the next, and by the last few words it was actually the crack of an avalanche that echoed through the holy city. His right arm was oozing blood and crumbling flesh, and the shadow was light, like a cold wind that threatened to dissipate at any moment. His chi and blood had long since failed, but no one dared to approach the 10 feet around him. The snowflakes fell on the faces of the Empire's subjects, a little cold, a little heartbreaking. Where to come for fairness? Separately, they want to collect a debt. Living in Sky City, the population's perception of war is simple. Medal of Honor. Sing the praises of the salute. For decades, there's been nothing but victory. Today, slaughtering a tribe. Tomorrow, an emperor will be subdued, and the imperial elite will push across the world map. Hearing about a country with corpses all over the place and laughing about how that's what happens when you're stupid enough to resist. Until today, as if in a dream, they suddenly realize how cruel war is. How innocent are the people. Turns out it's starting to hurt. It's only the first pain and it feels so desperate. Sky City is not a utopia. Faith imprinted on the soul. The imperial mandate of heaven is shaken. What about God? Where are the gods? Why don't you come out and punish the demon in front of you? The lone soul didn't move a muscle. He didn't move. All the cultivators tensed their bodies, and the holy city fell into a creepy dead silence. Panic and fear are mutually infectious, and the diffuse infection invisibly exaggerates this fear and panic. Thousands and thousands of people of all colors of skin scattered in all directions. Some of the disguised Middle Kingdom spies were in tears, their chests filled with unprecedented bravado. The Chinese nation has always been bullied, and barbarians have been burning and looting in the Divine Kingdom, coming and going as they please. It is extremely difficult for the Middle Kingdom to defend itself, but just today, that man did more than fight his way into the barbarian kingdom proper. Even more so, they are running amok in the so-called sacred and unsanctified holy city. Decades of comfort, never baptized by war? Come, let you also suffer the suffering of the people of the Central Plains once. Try to see who is the world's human butcher. A stream of praying eyes looked from all directions at the golden foil of the citadel, at the pair of crystal and dragon horns that crown of supreme power. Topaz struggled to twitch his stiff throat, her delicate purple child already ablaze with flames. The countless sights aimed at her. What a plea from the Empire's subjects. This was the day that all the ambitions of his life were destroyed. The gates of heaven were closed to her. Hegemony turns to kingship, and the road to kingship can have a few bumps and thorns, but not a fall from grace. The holy city, which has been peaceful and happy for decades, has been desecrated and trampled upon. With or without the execution of the Han slaves, she's been reduced to the worst sky god coronation in history in the eyes of the imperial subjects. Topaz, I'm worse off than you. I originally became a land god at the age of 40, and was very hopeful of pursuing ascension and transcendence. But one thought of taking over the throne and all that you once had is going up in smoke. Why? For the Han slaves who should have endured the fires of hell. Protectorate knights, open the gates. Those who fear war will be executed. Those who retreat will be executed. Topaz hissed hysterically, his face twisted. Boom! The bells and drums at the top of the city were ringing, and the church hymns were suddenly loud and clear, like thunder from the ground. The gilt and magnificent gates of the city slowly opened. Thousands of golden knights retreated in fear, slowly withdrawing into the gates, and at the end of the mist-shrouded, 7,000 stout generals, bare-chested and with medals at their waists, rumbled in. The knights of the Protectorate, the close guards of the Topaz royal family. When the heavenly way descended upon the barbaric tribes of the borderlands, they are the descendants of the first clansmen to bask in the light. The bloodline also inherited a raging power like that of a landslide. The knights' arm muscles bulged like masonry. The rose gushed out like imprisoned bloodthirsty beasts suddenly getting free. The purest animalistic release. Gu Chang'an scoffed down. The thieving god is so unfair. No matter how many battles were fought, it was difficult to raise such a beastly army. But with the coming of the new world, everything seemed to fall into place. The blood sword was only handed out. The thick snow on the footholds was saved and sent upward in a smooth manner. cascading and covering the sky, spectacular as a snow fountain gushing. This vision was as if heaven and earth were turning upside down and snow was falling on the earth. 20 feet, 70 feet, and 100 feet in circumference were all filled with brutal sword chi that rose up to the sky. The Protectorate Knight's physique was nearly invincible, and despite touching the sword energy intertwined in all directions. But it was only the muscles that dried up and let the ground cave in without slowing down. But the hanging cultivator didn't have this bloodline advantage, and once the unprecedentedly bizarre aura surged in, just like peeling an apple, starting from the scalp, the sword wandered away from the earlobe to the shoulder in a circle. Humongous chipped off an entire intact human skin. No matter how great the talent or the fame in life, it's all gone to nutrients. Yes, it's sustenance. A seed that slowly grows leaves and slowly blooms. In the midst of countless horrified and terrified eyes, the black mist regrew its arms and, gradually a half-body began to appear, and the white sash stood out so strikingly that the child's pore of the beholder plummeted. Kill! The Knights of the Protectorate quickly formed a huge encirclement of, desperately surrounding the half-broken body of the lone ghost. There was no chi to stir up the sky. The only thing was the sound of the hunting wind as the huge bronze bell-like fists whistled past. The shoulder that just came out immediately shattered, and blood-covered Gu Chanan laughed out loud. Get out! Immediately, he turned his body into a sword, and the sword chi surged from both arms, crashing straight into it, which was just an 8-foot body that, however, it was like a sword chi blood dragon fearlessly charging out hundreds of feet. Wherever they went, the stout and robust Knights of the Protectorate broke their backs and, the two bodies were smashed like broken kites and flew far away, struggling for a few moments and perishing with hatred. The honorable bloodline that inherited the berserk power of the ancestors would be unbeatable. The streets of the main city were soon reduced to a mill of blood and flesh, with broken intestines and hearts littering the streets. A monstrous wave of blood rushed up into the sky, like a fan-shaped lake of blood, rippling and splashing with drops of blood. A pair of eyes went from excitement to anticipation to disappointment and fear. The Protectorate Knights, who were known to be invincible in melee combat, were all easily destroyed. The legendary mysterious army that intimidated the Empire, hidden in the Holy City for 10 years as one day, has finally appeared, and instead of doing its job of shaking the world, instead, it's so bad? Staring at the miserable corpses, Topaz's blood was curdling under the sky and, like countless sharp knives constantly stabbing into her heart, turn your body into a sword. When he was on the Gumo beach in the western region, the human fish tail died a tragic death from this move. Now Hanu reaches exponentially more horrific evolution. The guilt gates were bloodstained, and the lone soul's severed arms began to grow again, followed by the legs that he just crashed all the way into the holy city. This scene brings a thrilling absurdity like no other. The people in the city's liver and gall bled, and the cultivators sweated, facing a monster that could never be killed. A butcher with sinful hands. They feel suffocated. It's like darkness looming ahead, going on and on and on without seeing a lamp, not even a dawn. You can only continue to walk without stopping, because behind you is the sacred and impenetrable city of the sky. Persistent resistance turned out to be that desperate. The funny thing is, it's been less than 2 hours. Midland spies hidden amongst a distant crowd, like many barbarians. He watched the bloodstained figures at the gates of the city. The blood and flesh he dropped could accumulate to a cartload, and the blood could converge to form a small stream. The process of growing and tearing and growing again is repeated over and over again. Only when the Protectorate Knights fell one by one, and he coalesced into a half-dozen. Even the gray hairs blowing in the wind were clearly seen. Gu hero. A few of the men bowed their heads in death, unwilling to expose the hot tears in their eyes. Nor dare I look at the cruel and bloody scene again. At a time when a once glorious people are facing their darkest hour, he resolutely chose this way to convey the determination of the Chinese nation to fight against the barbarians. Loneliness resists the barbarian state. He just stood there, and the barbarians, who had been talking about the empire all day, trembled. What heavenly god coronation? What round table judge, in the face of the madness of slaughter, as usual, looked like a lost soul. When the news gets back to God's country, the nation will surely be shaken to the core. The history of China should always remember this day. Enough! A berserk roar came from the abyss, and the majestic chi poured out like a tsunami. 7 half-pillars of heavenly gates stretched across the sky, streaming with color and splendor. Boom! Boom boom! The 7 land gods at the top of the castle fell in unison and hovered high in the air again. Standing in rows to form magnificent waves of chi energy waves. There was an apocryphal statue of a cross imprisoned in runic chains at their forefront. Actually, it's more like an evil person who was adjudicated a long time ago. The Heaven's Gate light flickered and rolled as it began to pour into the holy city, and at the same time into the hearts of the countless people of the empire, who, like lifesavers grasping at the straw when drowning, void-like to welcome the light. The nightmare is all over. This is the end of the most humiliating day the Empire has ever known. The Han slave who brought them despair will die a horrible, horrible death. One must go through the most brutal of tortures to calm the wrath of the devastated holy city. Accept the judgment of death's doom. The old woman in the wedding gown's voice shook the clouds, and the apocryphal image against the ghosts at the top of the castle had finally coalesced successfully. She knew very well the reason why the land goddesses only showed up now, and it was of no benefit to extinguish the souls that couldn't come out. It would only shake the subjects' devotion to the abyss and exacerbate the Empire's march to a more humiliating point. But now it's completely different. It's time, Soul Destroyer. Gu Chang'an tilted her head slightly, staring at the bizarre cross in midair. He clenched his palm with some regret. If he could recast his flesh to restore his normal person, he could potentially perform a miracle, moving the city across the room. Since he had transformed his body into a sword, he knew he had the ability to do what he needed to do to move the city. Smash the city of Guzi, far in the west, into the barbarian holy city. One man, one sword, one city, a real town. The only way to usher in a breakthrough was to recast the physical body, but with the descent of the old monster from the half-opened heavenly gate, he wasn't sure if he could pull it off. The heavens and the earth are as cold as a dusty ice cave. The invisible flames of vengeance almost burned the people's internal organs as they grimaced and waited silently in the infinite dead silence. The sin of overreading. The old voice suddenly rang out. The runic imprisonment of the cross chafed with the naked eye, and a shadowy blood aura coalesced from the top, her locked on to the half-ghost, half-body figure. Some of the congregation clutched the crosses in their arms with such force that they almost wrenched them. Finally, I realize how much terrifying greatness the apocryphal statue contains. The 7 deadly sins. It is amazing that the esoteric teachings of legend have come down in such a divine way. This is the empire of divine destiny. No matter how bizarre the butcher is, there will always be a way to punish him. And the sacred city in the sky is not to be desecrated. The 7 deadly sins, the crimes that are inherent and inescapable, whether human or demonic, they will be judged and sanctioned. Gu Chang'an's eyes were waveless, just very calmly looking away from the cross, until the first blood aura disappeared. A second blood-rich light enveloped him once again. The sin of greed. The hoarse voice rolled and vibrated like a yellow bell. Whoever it is, deep down in human nature, there is greed, the desire to pursue money and power, the thrill of getting something for nothing and all that. But the figure still stands tall. The sin of sloth, the sin of envy, the sin of arrogance. 3 hoarse and muddy voices bloomed at the same time, like a trumpet of fierce urgency, more like a death knell. The scene came to an abrupt halt. There were only 3 blood awnings enveloping Gu Chang'an in 3 directions, and the cross apotheosis statue had already cracked in a large part. Safe and sound. Tuoba Tianxia's crest was chilled and his body was filled with fear and powerlessness. How come it's not responding? The most gifted cultivator under the heavens, the old world gravekeeper, humiliated the imperial sacred city in a dignified manner. How can you not be complacent and arrogant? How can you not be jealous of the powerful and sound in fury when you have lived and died in misery? How can you not be jealous of the days of peace and joy? The atmosphere of the holy city was nearly frozen. Everyone's expression pale, and it was like seeing the most ridiculous scene in the world. The lone soul is still standing. Why? It was never part of his character to make even 7 land gods' scalps go numb. How should I go about the trial? Such people have never been happy in their lives and have never experienced what it is like to be human. The sin of lust. The cross has faltered, and the light of expectation in the eyes of countless people is slowly fading. They always feel like they're dealing with a walking corpse. It's been like this since I was born. Lust. That a man who has shaken the world has no desire to pursue a woman's flesh. What's the point of him living? Heavy breathing, endless depression. Many abyssal giants, including Tuoba Tianxia, were terrified at the moment. If the last charge fails, will the ghost never be put to death? But the 7 terrestrial gods regained their usual composure, and though the cross was on the verge of annihilation, but it definitely takes away the sinning orphan souls before they are reduced to pieces, because the last of the 7 deadly sins, he will absolutely be tried. On a remote street in the city, a Taoist priest in a tattered Taoist robe sighed softly and eyes drifted off to gaze at the cross. The Middle Kingdom are berating him Yijiangnan. As a Mesozoic asker, he had shamelessly defected to the barbarian abyss, and was afraid that he had already been infamous in the history books. Is it wrong to be selfish? He didn't aid and abet, and even occasionally passed on information to the Middle Kingdom. He himself only wanted to pursue longevity and transcendence, and the origin of the heavenly Tao was the perfect treasure land for cultivation. What should one do this time? The last of the 7 deadly sins, sins of wrath. Gu Chang'an couldn't escape no matter what. The anger of the entire Chinese nation that was invaded and burned by the barbarians. 65 years of anger at the loss of loved ones one after another. Anger filled him, So today he's here. Chapter 52 Kicking the Flag. Next, big chapter. A mediocre ordinary man. But because of a poem renowned for 100 years, the Central Plains women and children know, the peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep, not as deep as Wang Luan sends me. 150 years ago, Li Bai, the Green Lotus dweller, traveled through Huizhou in the south of the Yangtze River, and Wang Luan offered him hospitality, famous for gifting poems. Since then, the Wang family has boasted of its poetic and scholarly lineage for 100 years, and as the son of a concubine, Wang Herben was not treated well by the family. With no talent for poetry or writing, he has been subjected to a lot of stares and taunts from the clan since he was a child. When did we start learning to be selfish? It must have been when he was 12 years old that he spent half a month writing a 7-line poem that he thought was brilliant. Nervously, he walked into his father's mansion. I remember that the young man of his time was in a state of ups and downs, and that he was pacing with his head down, pinching the corners of his coat, all the way. He hoped, even prayed, that he would be appreciated by his father in order to improve the days of the mother and her son, who were straitened and poor. The elegant father stood under the loquat tree in front of the court, and at a glance he saw the unproductive commoner's son, and turned away his face and, toward the depths of the courtyard. Wang Hyuk still remembers the sunlight casting shadows from the branches of the loquat tree on his father's body. That one clear shadow trail was like a block of cold ice that stung his eyes, and he still felt coldness soaking his bones when he thought about it at this moment. From that day on, he never cared what people thought. When his mother dies, Wang Hyuk wears a Taoist robe and travels the world, but also carries the nickname of Widow Liang and Thin Righteousness at the same time. Step by step, he became the #1 cultivator of the divine state's middle generation. The aura of the divine state is too thin, and the shallow water is not destined to accommodate the carp that looks out over the dragon's gate. So he's gone, with the new name of Yijiangnan, into the barbaric abyss, but also into the Chinese people in the monstrous abusive voice. What's wrong? How can it be wrong to live for yourself? Memories lingered in her mind as Yijiangnan gazed up at the shaky cross and, also at the same time, he gazed at the excited faces of the old monsters. At what point does faith begin to waver? Perhaps when the misery of the people of the Middle Ages becomes a feat for the holy city to sing and brag about. Maybe it's the sadness of dying in a lonely city for 60 years. Or maybe it's the righteousness of millions of soldiers going to the national tragedy. He's more convinced it's the here and now that the lone soul figure is using flesh and blood to create acts of madness that no one has ever seen before or since. At a time of national survival, when the nation may fall into the abyss at any moment, ordinary people can't do it alone, let alone those with abilities. Boom! The hanging cross casts a bloody glare in the limelight, at the same time blasted out a waterfall pouring like the sound of pine waves. Sins of wrath! Sins of wrath! Sins of wrath! The sound endures. When the blood-ons came roaring in like the bloody mouths of ferocious beasts, heaven and earth were silent. The first 6 counts of the 7 deadly sins: overeating, lazy, greed, arrogance, jealousy, lust, those human weaknesses. That demon has none of them. How is a death trial for something that never existed? But when the sin of wrath resounded through the holy city, both the people and the practitioners were relieved. It's like being on death row and then being free. Rage, he can't escape. If there is no anger, why kill in the holy city? Why did he slaughter his people in search of justice? But just a moment before they thought they had their way, the picture shifted steeply and straightened. Restrained for a lifetime. How could I become impulsive? So stupid. Yijiangnan gently quirked his lips. The voice wandered back and forth, low, and then suddenly exploded. There was a rumble, like light thunder in a hibernation. Yijiangnan clenched his 5 fingers into fists and swept the ground. The chi spreads from the fist to the whole arm, to the shoulder. Gradually, it was overlaid with the Taoist chi patterns of thunder and lightning wandering about. This punch is positively brilliant. This punch, bright and fearless, unbridled. Thou shalt not. A hysterical, terrified, creepy rant of filial piety. A surging killing machine swept over, and Yijiangnan's wrist, which was holding a fist, broke, but the fist shadow had already slammed into the blood mango. Blood was spilled all over the sky. The Taoist priest fell to the ground like a broken log, just smiled and looked up at the blood awnings that dissolved into nothingness, and the ghostly image of the cross in pieces. He knew he could do it. The abyss condenses the ghostly images of the 7 deadly sins. Not only the terrestrial deities, but all the saints are involved. All of them have traces of chakra hidden in them, tugging on a strand of chakra that belonged to him. It smashed naturally. The city is dead silent. A face that was originally excited instantly became shocked, and the sudden drastic change that, it's like God mercilessly stripped them of their hope. Gu Chang'an stood quietly, looking away from the figure that fell into a pool of blood, and could hardly contain his grief. The figure of the former Gao Chaoan gradually overlapped with it. Ungrateful. The purple-haired old monster wanted to have a seizure with hatred, and his index finger chi was like a 100-foot python. The heart poured into the Taoist priest's 7 orifices and life veins. Asterisk asterisk. He was so angry that he let out a roar of filial piety that shook the sky and cracked the earth. In order to completely exterminate the lone soul, the abyss spent a year's worth of energy, gathering the power of all the saints to unite the ghostly image of the Lord of Heaven. All that hard work ruined. All that hard work for nothing. Buried at the hands of traitors. How can you not be angry? Yuji Angnan, how has the Empire ever failed you? A storm of intense emotions mountainously assaulted Topaz. Her hands went numb, her blood froze, her heart suffocated, and it was as if a sharp knife had stabbed straight into her chest and her organs had ruptured. Just a little bit more, and the gloom hanging over the Empire would be dispersed. Thousands and thousands of popular cultivators with hateful faces, only complaining that they can't crush the bones of traitors, gnawing raw at the flesh and blood of traitors. Yuji Angnan, has the Empire treated you badly? No, never received the Medal of Honor, much less credit for it. However, he had the castle location that how many cultivators dreamed of, and had dived into it for 20 years. Has the Empire threatened you? No, you said you didn't want to hurt the Middle Kingdom homeland. The Abyss hasn't given you a single mission, complete and utter. The Taoist priest was seeping blood from his 7 orifices, which was a return to the light before the military disintegration, and he stood firmly and, wiping the blood from the corners of his eyes, whispered, I'm sorry, those 20 years were the most restful years of my life. A few land gods were green with veins, and an immensely gifted cultivator that, within 8 years, one can advance to the level of a land god. What scenery on earth compares to heaven? I am sorry for you, but you have harmed the families of the Middle Kingdom. Yuji Angnan just coughed a few times, just like a normal person, and he smiled to himself. It's actually very strange for our nation to have 10 years of infighting. They also like to divide the Chu people and the Shu people and the Yen people by geography, and once they fight, they have an undying hatred, and they even dig up the graves of the ancestors of their enemies. Too funny a people, too absurd a homeland. But when you invaded, all that could be heard in the whole of God's land was one word: barbarian dogs. I can you. Yuji Angnan's body began to stagger, and the smile on his face grew stronger as he continued. Funny, isn't it? Maybe that's why the Chinese people have passed it down to this day. The idea that you can't lose your seed is ingrained in the blood, he said with a sigh, including my bloodline. What is an immortal? A mountain next to the word man. A mountain that holds down all the thoughts you shouldn't have. In fact, I've long since realized that cultivators who live only for themselves are the ones who can climb to the heavens. Yuji Angnan bent down in pain, his legs turning into pieces with the naked eye as he trembled. I've traveled a long way and suffered a lot, but I still can't do it. There is God 3 feet above the head, but 3 inches in the palm of the hand there is the earth. And the earth is the homeland that has suffered so much. The lonely confession drifted away with the wind, and the old monster of the abyss slowly closed his eyes. What is a fairy? Aptly interpreted in the Middle Kingdom. People, with mountains. They understand that, so they try their best to escape from the responsibilities of the turbid world and hide in the abyss. But can we escape from today's humiliation? The deeper you get on earth, the farther you get from heaven. Damn Han Nua. You don't have to feel guilty. I died for my people. You can give them more hope than I can. Yuji Angnan's voice grew hoarser, his body cracked inch by inch, and blood gushed like a magnificent wave of springs. Actually, you should have killed your way in here a long time ago. He continued to look at the roiling corpses that also looked to the figure looming in the mud and blood and bone. Gu Chang'an was silent and looked up at the gilded walls. I know that this path is the right one, but I never used to walk, because it's too bitter. Yuji Angnan smoothly picked up the conversation. The 2 men's bodies were each oozing blood, and they smiled at each other. Being a hero is really miserable. Yuji Angnan whispered helplessly and slowly closed his eyes. He remembered his hometown, where as a child he used to walk alone in the rain with an oil paper umbrella, stepping lightly over the green stone paths, crossing several bridges, not realizing that half of my sleeves have been drenched. But that was also a memory from 30 years ago. Jiangnan was only damp in his heart, and the never-ending drizzle. It's not too late, but it's a shame I didn't die in Jiangnan. The Taoist priest who lived his whole life only for himself finally died one day for the Chinese nation and swiftly passed away. There is a time for people to die, and it's good to die, isn't it? The disintegration of the soldiers was more complete than a heavily broken piece of porcelain, and the only thing left on the floor was the tattered Taoist robe. The dispersed chi transformed into a vision that swept through the midair, more like it rolled into the hearts of countless people in the holy city. Helplessness. The moment the ghostly statue of the cross crumbled, their hearts almost burst with it. Who will judge? Who will sanction? Just let the demons endlessly trash the holy city and never stop slaughtering. Rise your swords and see them off. In a dead silence, 4 short words suddenly bloomed, shooting to every corner with a wild and fierce fury. The clash seemed to wash away the anger of the nation. Each of the 5,000 swords that had been inserted into the skull earlier left the sky and flew into midair. Following that, another 4,000 swords dangled for no apparent reason from the barbarian practitioner's scabbard. 9,000 swords. The sacred city permeated with misanthropic sword power, covering the sky and radiating hideous sword sounds. Stronger. Countless cultivators suddenly felt suffocated as they looked up at the handles of green blades that enveloped their heads. The black and white-skinned populace prostrated themselves, their bodies trembling. The first time was 5,000 swords. Now it's 9,000 swords. The more you kill, the more horrible and downright evil you become. Where's God? The devout face pleads for a quick end to a desperate day. It turns out that war is so terrible. And it turns out that being invaded is so helpless. But the sword hangs and does not fall. Gu Chang'an gently leaped up. And suddenly, as if a great storm had taken off its reins, and was speeding along with a thunderous, straight to the gold foil city pillars. Stop. A mournful roar shook the walls of the city. The white-haired figure whose half-pillar heavenly gate was streaming with chaotic surging waves of chi energy curled and rolled. The 7 landing mortals swept in like lightning. Pust. Gu Chang'an's flesh and blood exploded one after another. And wherever he went, the winds roared and the snow collapsed, like a white ribbon spilling out in all directions. Tuoba Tianxia's body stiffened by inches as he watched the blood mist-filled soul shadows surging in at a rapid pace. 30 feet away, 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. The 9,000 swords instantly fell. The rambling wails of the holy city gathered into a delicate poem as 9,000 people died violently at the same time. The lone soul that had originally been smashed into flesh and blood by the land goddesses was now growing arms and sleeves again. The snow-white sleeves actually caused the purple children of the topaz world to tingle. Turn your body into a sword. She will die. A pair of dragon horns on his head flickered with electric light as thick as the size of a bowl, which traveled to his 5 fingers. She only glanced at the old wedding dress woman beside her and slammed her 5-fingered fist into her back while she herself turned and vanished. Madaka! Gu Chang'an's body emitted the crispest sword sound in the world as he brazenly slammed into the old woman. Although the latter blocked with a timely cross-punch, the heavy force pushed from his waist and back led to a disorganization of his chi. The body was cut in two by the sword, divided from his abdomen. The lower half of his body exploded and flew embedded into the walls, while the upper half was carried in a single bloody hand. Gu Chang'an looked regretfully at the dragon-robed figure that fled away, then grabbed the old woman's blonde hair, and blasted her into the gold foil city pillars one at a time. The old woman in the wedding dress bobbed her head back and forth dramatically shaking her head hit the gold pillar with a dull thud, and her features had been distorted beyond recognition as blood reddened her eyes. The sound of 10,000 long swords once again hung in the air, and the old woman in the wedding dress was smashed to pieces. Gulp and die. 10,000 swords. She blocked the disaster for you. Gu Chang'an stared at his twitching fingers and, standing at the top of the pillar, he laughed softly. The laugh was plaintive, rippling with no emotional ups and downs, but the entire holy city was like a gloomy tomb cellar. Not a single sound. Everyone knew that the words were addressed to the crowned god of heaven. They all saw that scene where the heavenly god's coronet was trying to escape, make the most unsavory and humiliating moves. If she hadn't pushed the abyssal messenger to the sword, she would have been the one to die. God, the leader of the supreme divine kingdom, the city lord of Sky City, would be this cowardly. Kill. Topaz World, cloaked in hair, hovered in the air where the saints were piled up and gave orders like a maniac. The sage of the abyss was dark and close to regicide. Even though the center throne is an abyssal golem, it's also the facade of the supreme divine kingdom. Once the facade was killed in plain sight, it was an unimaginable disaster. Are the land gods incompetent? No. They blasted the demon's flesh with ease, but the soul wasn't extinguished. Flesh and blood grew again from the killing. A sword formation that hangs in the air and does not fall. Not to mention the land gods. It was that they were all able to defend with their chi without being hurt in the slightest, but they simply couldn't do anything to make the sword formation disappear, because the chi is very different. The holy city is the center of the new world, while the lone soul has remained in the old world since the beginning. Simply the scoundrel of scoundrels. It's as if you're walking into a dead end and have no choice but to watch the lone spirit approach step by step. They suddenly felt that the former madman was kind. Kindness. How incredibly descriptive. A kid who simply has to keep house is just a kid who doesn't bother you if you don't mess with him. But now it's completely down to the devil. Why are they all afraid to move? Go on. Gu Chang'an leaped off the city pillars and slowly walked down the long streets. Each step on the corpse, stepped on the thump sound of meat explosion. Yes, I've come on a pilgrimage. He smiled. The voice was soft, drifting through the looming golden arches, which the barbarians had been told to call the triumphal arch. Whenever you return from a victorious battle, this is where you receive the cheers and glory of the holy city. Worthy of being the center of the heavenly Dao Roll Gu, the sacred city did not have the slightest bit of classical and heavy beauty. But whether it's a church or a statue, a tall building or a long street, there's a beautiful arrogance, a bright color of exclusivity. What's with the arrogance? Surely the thieving gods have favored this place alone. I said I came on a pilgrimage. Only a hoarse voice remained in heaven and earth. It was as if the lofty holy city was dominated by one man sinking and floating. Bang! 3,000 swords fell in unison, and 3,000 men were run through into two pieces, like the petals of a flower breaking apart from the center. Boom! The half-pillar of the heavenly gate shone brilliantly, the greatness of the heavenly Tao infused into his fist, and he blasted over the calmly strolling figure with a single punch. Blood and flesh were falling. Snowflakes drifted again, and gooseflesh soon covered a thick layer of snow. The sword falls week after week. 3,000 swords fell again, and a group of sallow-skinned, lip-turned thick populace trembled more than a few times, kneeling down and roaring. There is a Tang, and the heavens are in favor of all nations. Our ancestors used to offer incense at the imperial temple in Chang'an City, and there is incense and fire love. There is incense and fire love. This roar of filial piety was no less than a slap thrown heavily in Abyss' face. How humiliating that in the sacred city of the sky, a populace should begin to call out to the east. It doesn't help. 3,000 swords crashed down. The tips of the swords were already bloodstained, and there was sword chi surrounding them, living like the bright red seal of judgment stamped on their heavens. They will never understand the decades of burning and looting of the peoples of the Middle Kingdom, the brutal murder of innocent people, the whole 10 million wronged souls in God's land entrenched. The hatred cannot be dissolved. Either the Central Plains will perish or the barbarians will be exterminated. Beyond that, there is no third way. There were only 4,000 remaining in the Sky Dome sword screen, but the 6,000 swords that had finished killing people flew back up into midair. A few other swords suddenly came out of their sheaths and merged with the blood-colored sword curtain. Why only a few swords? Because within 1,000 miles, there were only a few sword cultivators left in the holy city. Endless despair filled the air. The barbarians were too scared to move. They could only bet on their luck. Hopefully, one of the blades wouldn't crash down on top of his head. If the devil were an invincible god, a god, they were content to close their eyes and wait for death. But he's not. He's a body of flesh and blood, and he'll keep bleeding and keep losing flesh and bones. He's just too stubborn to kill. The 7 land immortals breathed heavily, and the castle giants in the distance closed their eyes and sighed. Deadly knots in the rope can't be untied. They keep striking out to quell the flesh that has just grown. It will only taint the Taoist heart with the dust of the turbid world. But to stand by and do nothing is to sit back and watch the holy city be devastated. Gu Chang'an didn't turn around, continuing to walk towards the holy city, towards the sacred K, his fingers oozing blood all the time. It seemed like it was going to die at any moment. It also just seems. Everything was frozen quiet and never-endingly terrifying. Suddenly, a dog-tail-headed type of people rushed forward, and the Protectorate Knight dared not move. The golden elites didn't dare to move, and the cultivators were silent. An ordinary citizen rushes fearlessly towards the devil. The impact of this scene was immense. The Empire doesn't know anything about what to do in spite of millions of people, but it does know a maxim. If God deceives me, I will slash at God with my sword and defend my faith with courage. The man put his hands into his arms and twisted his face as he stepped closer to the lone soul and broke off. Be sure to ask you, again and again, 1,000 times, without hesitation, to save the nation in all its difficulties. The instant the words fell from his lips, he drew out a bright red flag rolled up in his arms. That was Chu's flag 15 years ago. I had hoped to return home covered with a military flag so that my parents and children would forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Now it's yours. The man fell to the ground with a plop, and he bled from all 7 corners as just a single ray of the heaven's gate's light dangled down. What's your name? Gu Chang'an clutched the flag tightly. Ding Shu Hai. From Yangzhou, the man said in one breath. Trembling fingers pointed toward the pilgrimage K, then perished with a smile. I can't see it though, but I'm sure Hero Gu will do it. When my parents and children find out, they will be proud of me and will be able to stand up straight in front of the townspeople. Countless people's scalps exploded as they followed the line of sight to the pilgrimage K. In the square stood a monument, the golden afterglow giving it a gentle orange color. The spire has an imperial flag with a purple painted castle, which has stood there for 70 years, hunting and fluttering in the wind. That's the spirit of Sky City. It was a symbol of the supreme kingdom of God. Quick! Stop it! Topaz shuddered and let out a heartbreaking roar. The abyssal practitioner was almost stunned, and subconsciously erupted with pounds of chi. Uncountable figures swept towards the lone soul. Gu Chang'an held this flag and calmly sprinted toward the pilgrimage K spire. his body transformed into a most cruel sword. And just like that, he crashed straight forward, and along the way, the barbarian soldiers died violently and screamed miserably. At the same time, the sword screen vibrated and hummed, and 7,000 swords did not fall down together. Instead, it was sword after sword, organized like a line. Gu Chang'an's body was forcefully wrenched, his arms and shoulders were smashed by fists and palms, but the rhythm of a sword killing a man let him maintain the slow growth of flesh and blood at all times. As the lone soul walks from the mountain of corpses to the pilgrimage to the queer spire, the black mist rises with the wind and the swing along the sacred monument. At this moment, the city was filled with silence, like a thunderclap in the middle of nowhere. They were aware of a sharp pain in their hearts, like a sharp knife stabbing so fiercely that you can't even look at it anymore. Gu Chang'an hung shoulder to shoulder with the pointed monument as he quietly watched the giant barbarian flag whistling in the wind. Suddenly raising his foot, he kicked the flagpole hard to break it. Bang! The purple flag slowly crashed to the ground. The image seemed to freeze. The broken flagpole made a slight sound as it collided with the quoit, and the city was filled with people grimacing and humiliated to the core. But it's not enough. Gu Chang'an rolled a corner of the bright red flag over the break in the flagpole, and the flag fluttered hungrily as he spoke in a deep voice. The Chinese nation, fight to the death. The mountains and foreign lands are not shared. Many years later, survivors, despite untold setbacks, when they mention their darkest and most humiliating times to their friends, it is always right now. The flag changed hands. The flagpole of the empire, which had been blowing in the wind since the founding of the country, was unexpectedly planted with the flag of the Central Plains. That kick, rather than kicking at the flagpole, kicked away the dignity of the people of the empire. Kick away the glory of the holy city. So what if Tendo rolls the Gu? So what if you've been sitting on 20 million miles of land for 50 years? What's the point of being invincible? You can't even keep the most important thing in the house. The Midland spies were dazed and confused about everything, their blood pulsing and their sight confused with the sight was gradually molded like by tears. They had never seen such a feverish scene. Just kick over the barbarian holy flag. The red flag was fluttering in the wind, as if the Chinese nation was letting out its most unyielding roar. Gu Chang'an protected the flag with one hand, looked toward the distant blood moon abyss, and murmured softly, "I'm just an ordinary guy. It's just that fate has given me extraordinary abilities. The only thing I wished for as a young man was to have a virtuous and gentle wife. One would feel very fortunate to have been allotted a few acres of land. I would rather work hard to cultivate these lands and save enough to give my daughter a dowry and a life of peace and joy, free from sickness and disease. I, like many of the people of the Middle Kingdom, have a plain and simple heart," he said with a wide grin for no apparent reason, then looked up and spoke aloud. "Listen, thieving god, from now on, I'm not taking a wife or having children. Don't want glory or a grave mound. Die where you rot. I'm on to you. You're only a god for 80 years full time, and you want to control a people for 4,000 years? Where's the sense in that? I don't believe it." The only thing left in the quiet holy city was the sound of voices echoing. Stones break and mountains crumble. All the people of the empire knew their arrogance was in tatters at this moment. Dignity is also shaken like a waving flag. Gu Chang'an drifted away from the spire with the flag, and the abyssal land gods were in the. He knew it was impossible for him to recast his flesh today, constantly repeating the process of growing his flesh and then shattering it. He was mentally exhausted and constant pain haunted him. There had just been a big monologue, which again looked vaguely like a precursor to the fall of madness, and he had to stop it in time. It'll be the same in a couple days. Anyway, Yu Sheng was spent with the barbarians. The entire Sky City is witnessing the departure of the lone spirit, and the populace is horrified and surprisingly grateful. But what about the future? The devil feels tired and leaves for another day? Suddenly there was an absurd delusion. Sanctuary City is a right now, and leave, come and again. Topaz's face was twisted like a wild beast, and his purple child bubbled with humiliating fury. She looked towards the motionless land goddess, and at the same time, she also looked towards the abyssal sage who was in agony. That's it? How can this be? The lone soul suddenly stopped in his tracks, and countless others followed with their hearts suddenly tightening as he stood still, and the populace's heartbeat followed suit, and they were suddenly suffocated. Gu Chang'an looked around and suddenly laughed very freely. The lone city of the West we have defended for 65 years without losing it. The sacred and unsanctified city in the sky. How come you can't hold it for a day? After saying that, he slowly left. Sword curtain after sword curtain fell, sending him out of the Sky City with a death wail. The snowflakes were fading, the mists dispersed the blood, and the sky over the holy city was cloudless. The sun shines on every building. It doesn't seem any different than before, but everyone knows that since this moment, the sky has turned upside down. The safest city on earth? An empire that the gods rolled in to care for? How not to save the stacked bodies? Why not kill the devil? What about the abyss? What about the coronation of the gods? Where did it all go? It was thought that public opinion in the holy city had boiled over to the extreme, but the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Rage is silent. This winter is so cold. It can be so bloody confusing. In the evening, the sky regained its purity and the evening sun was heavy. The main street of the holy city is clean. Not a trace of blood remains. The Arc de Triomphe still gleams with gold. The pilgrimage quay spire still flies the giant purple flag. But the streets of the holy city, which have always been boiling, are cold and quiet, and the sparse soldiers are bowing and shrinking their necks. The fearful people closed the gates of their yards tightly, from boom to bust in 5 short hours. It seems to chip away at the aura of confidence that comes from looking up to heaven. Darkest hour. The history of later empires, whether rendered in rich colors or passed over with a light touch, invariably, all will be capped today with a national disgrace. In a few words, there is nothing more to say. National shame, humiliation, disaster. At the altar on the top floor of the castle, countless majestic figures roared filial piety, and the spiral staircase vaguely trembled. It was a day that scarred the empire forever and nailed the abyss to history's pillar of shame. The plunge in chi could no longer be described as a drop, but rather a sharp downward spiral. The imperial capital, the core of the heavenly Tao, the place of origin of glory, had been so devastated. Pour out the nest and kill. An old white-haired monster with a strange bone in his head hissed harshly, and this roar startled the land gods in the deepest part of the spiral staircase. A full 15 places. That's right, 15 land gods. What's the point? The light of the moon that crumbled Gu Chang'an's flesh in the past spoke in a deep voice. A red-faced green child with a haggard voice. The ghostly image of the cross can still coalesce again, but who can be sure that the sin of wrath will be able to put the lone soul to death? Yu Jiangnan betrayed the empire by blocking the blood mantle of the sins of wrath before he was sure. Topaz world. Shameful. The old monster with the white head and the strange bones stares dead at the muddled queen and couldn't wait to get her to the gallows. All right. A crone on crutches chimed in. What's the use of accusing her? The altar fell into a long, dead silence. It's ridiculous to use the scapegoating tactic again. A national disgrace that the people have witnessed with their own eyes. This shame will not be cathartic for them by beheading the queen. Work together to cleanse the nation of its shame, if there is any dissent. Heaven forbid. The pinnacle gives birth to false champions. The twilight witnesses the true apostles. This sudden attack on the empire is also a test of the will of the people. A little setback on the way to glory is inevitable. The crone on crutches shook the clouds with her voice, and a pair of stern eyes swept the abyss. The crowd was silent. The funeral festivities could not fool the people of the empire. And as long as the orphan souls were not disposed of, then it will be difficult to restore the prestige. Abyssal energy is tied to the power of the empire. And if the people begin to lose faith in the empire, the consequences are unimaginable. Could it be the prophecy of heralds? Topaz's voice was hoarse as he rolled his throat hard. The sorcerer divines with his life, and Nakahara will explode 7 times on top of the second tripling of his spiritual power. Definitely. Absolutely. The crone clanked. The nightmare had already happened, and she certainly hoped it would stop there, if it wasn't already. Wait. Moonlight swung his arm wearily. Such a shocking national disgrace that, just don't think about covering the lid. It's bound to spread quickly into the Middle Kingdom. It will then be possible to discern the prophecies of heralds. What should we do now? The crone twisted her head to stare at Topaz. She doesn't open her mouth, and the congregation of the altar did not speak. It's not that the empire doesn't have troops. There are imperial garrisons all over the 20 million miles of territory, but it's a long way to go. Can't make it back anytime soon. The closest is the 250,000 elites attacking Shu and Zhao. Why did the lone ghost come? Bound by national righteousness. For what purpose but to relieve the Middle Kingdom? For the sake of the present. On the one hand, retreating to the defense of the holy city. On the one hand, it delves into the evil that is more than the ghostly image of the cross. Topaz's heart was like a knife, the pain spreading inch by inch through his internal organs. In half a month she would have swallowed up Shu, and thus besieged Zhao, and gained the great feat of occupying the eastern lands since her reign. The old woman heaved a cold snort, half reminder, half threat. Who cares about expanding our borders, when the sacred city in the sky is suddenly humiliated? The only way to continue the journey to the east is to get through this hurdle before us. Topaz took a deep breath, as if even breathing was a sin, and said angrily, retreat. P.S. Make up for yesterday's shift. Big chapters qualify for monthly votes blah blah blah. Chapter 53, Working Miracles. Holy City. Thick clouds hung above the 9 palaces, and the sky was so gloomy that it looked like a bottle of ink had been poured on it by the gods. The bronze temple with its shiny round table reflected 12 haggard and tired faces, crowned by the gods. The remnants of the Crusaders cry out for the overthrow of imperial rule and the restoration of the glory of ancient Rome. The eastern Turkestan tribes are burning and looting in the holy city, secretly plotting to accumulate money to return to the desert north, revive the Han dynasty. Even a group of Negro slaves had the temerity to claim that they wanted to split a piece of the imperial Aegean Islands, turning over a farmer. Beth, who was in charge of the intelligence, had angry eyes and spoke with hatred at the end. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. The ambitious fan the winds of evil, and the fools follow the cries of the ghosts. Is it because you don't think the imperial Excalibur is sharp? The crowd was silent at the words. It turns out that the old noble gentleman's Sky City was all an illusion, and when he ran into a setback, it reveals the savage nature. That's why the center handles transfer orders day and night. The Korean peninsula in the east, as well as the Japanese garrisons, and the strength of the Frankish dynasty in the west. All of them have to march as fast as they can to get back to the holy city. Stabilization. The national shame was like a shocking thunderbolt that blew away the surface of the empire's years of peace and quiet. Various conflicts erupted one after another. It can be said that the lone soul, by himself, brought the fortunes of an ascendant nation to an abrupt halt, followed by a thrill slide. Duke Xianmei. A hoarse voice came from the purple throne. Topaz's face looked like a rusty piece of iron. Now fulfilling the responsibilities of a king is torment. Her future was darkened, and her reputation was henceforth infamous, and her own evident ability to excel in, but ridiculously reduced to being the worst monarch ever. Coroner, is it Mei Shogung? The blue-eyed, purple-bearded inquisitor confirmed. Topaz stared at him coldly. The latter understood and walked quickly out of the depressing temple. The rest of the judges looked at each other in dismay and felt 1,000 shames. The empire is going to negotiate peace. It's trading with the devil. The empire withdraws its troops and returns to the holy city, and shall not be hunted, or else it will simply take advantage of the situation to devour Shu. The supreme divine kingdom that sits on the resources of the heavenly Tao will one day grovel, choking at the thought. A long, dead silence lasted for a few moments, when an elegant scribe, wearing a ducal medallion, entered the. He was in his mid-50s, with a bamboo crown and wooden clogs, and long sleeves. Greetings, coronation of the sky god. Mei Shogung saluted respectfully. Tuoba Tianxia's expression was icy cold. Yi Jiangnan's betrayal was like a dagger plunged into the heart of the empire. She didn't trust any of the central Han slaves now, including the first-ranking duke in front of her. Mei Shogung stood rigidly in the hall, shrugging his head to hide his embarrassment. One of the two most famous people in the Central Plains surrenderers is him, and the other is Yi Jiangnan. After this national disgrace, his position will be jeopardized in the future. The lone soul has been staying in a valley 300 miles from the holy city, and you tell him that if he doesn't want to see Shu Zhao turn into a hell on earth, he must not brutally kill a single person on the way to the empire's withdrawal. Tuoba world gouges out the bones and cones the heart, and the words are harsh. The 12 judges bowed their heads and placed their foreheads against the eucalyptus of the table, thus making atonement to God. It was an embarrassing move, and there was no guarantee that Lone Soul would even keep his appointment. But the most important thing was to stall for time. Wait, when the abyss has forged the means to sanction the ghosts, and the shame will be averted by eradicating the sinful Han slaves. As time passes, it is only natural that the children of the empire will slowly forget that day. With the heavenly Tao there is an endless stream of Tao, and now all the old monsters and submerged cultivation are united in their efforts. Coming soon. Shortcut. Do I go? Mei Shogung shuddered, his lips pale and trembling slightly. Or else I will go? Tuoba Tianxia asked rhetorically, a strong killing chance emerging from his boy hole. Mei Shogung lowered his head and said naively, they are all of Chinese blood. I can pacify him by stepping in. Depart now. Topaz's tone was fierce and urgent. The old Ru bowed and retired, leaving the palace with fear, and looking up to see the withered image of the cross. It's a wonder he's going to be pinned on it anytime soon. The atmosphere was quiet again. The doubts that plagued the minds of the crowd lingered. Does it or does it not confirm Harold's prophecy of a sevenfold burst of mental power? The most glorious holy city under heaven has been ravaged. Isn't this enough to give the Eastern Han slaves an incomparable spiritual boost? If not, creepy. In the evening, the sparsely populated holy city, the churches with one blazed lamp extinguished. A carriage ran through the deserted streets. Duke, are we going to die? The hunchbacked middle-aged man's face was pale. Mei Shogung looked perplexed and sighed softly tersely. God knows? The hunchbacked middle-aged man with his hands gathered sleeves, opened and closed his lips to speak, silent for a long time before carefully said, Duke, Yi Jiangnan has made a choice. Look, the implication is that it is not too late to come to one's senses, and that one's loyalty to the barbarians is a disgrace to one's ancestors. It's even more unforgivable to the people of the Central Plains. The old man's ambition is unwavering and has never wavered, and he would rather be left in infamy. It is also necessary to find a way for the Chinese nation to live. Snap! Mei Shogang slapped his palm hard on the carriage with a resolute attitude. The hunchbacked man was speechless, and the old man's obstinacy was like a giant rock stretching across the front, blocking the road. 40 years ago, when the Duke was a hot-blooded scholar, the assassin of Cebu exploited the people, grasped on the people's lives. The Duke single-handedly beheaded the assassin in the street. A young man fights with his sword at night and cuts down greed and sycophancy with a single stroke. The Duke thus became famous in the Middle Kingdom. Mei Shogang's eyes were squeezed into layers of wrinkles, and he didn't even know if he was asleep or not. He spat out a few words softly. To fight when it's obvious that you can't win is nothing more than sacrificing the boundaries of the divine kingdom and ending up with the death of your country. The only way to save the nation is to surrender and save the nation by peaceful means, and the way of heaven is not to be violated. Gu Chang'an is just a fish that slipped through the net of heaven. With him it's not enough to shake the foundation of the great barbarian empire. For another 100 years, 200 years, the empire's internal conflicts build up and explode. Our nation will then take the opportunity to rise again. The hunchback man shook his head. How to persuade with different ideas is useless. The Duke pinned his hopes on the mercy of the barbarians. But could the crest be bent and straightened again? The world would have snowed on each, and each would have had its own brightness. Time will eventually prove that Mei Shoujing, am on the right path. The old man's eyes are closed, and he loves his native land in the Middle Kingdom, too, but he knew that the more the people resisted, the worse it would be. Gu Chang'an is a bright and colorful meteor, but the reason why the meteor is so magnificent and rippling, only because it's fleeting. The carriage drove out of the city, and half a pillar of the heavenly gate hung in the darkness, and the 300 miles in all were bright as day. The two land immortals were perched on the old tree, staring deathly into the distance. A silent storm covered the valley, and the lone soul stationed his sword in the 3,000 sunken sword curtains loomed over the 100-mile town, hanging but not falling. Just like that, he stalemated with the land god. Mr. Gu. The emperor's carriage slowly approached, and Mei Shogang's hair stood on end. Maintain a humble posture to state the terms on which the empire begs for peace. Gu Chang'an gently pressed the hilt of his sword and nodded. Good. With one word, the black mist faded into the night. Looking at the lone soul fading away, the two land gods on the old tree branches looked at each other and both felt relieved. Though it's the calm before the storm. But even one moment of peace is enough. Mei Shogun was stunned. He prepared a lot of wording, and even thought of his last words, but Gu Chang'an didn't even look at him. And don't even recognize. The black mist drifted and the bloody sword trailed. Gu Chang'an looked down at his arms. He actually knew that the barbarians were stalling for time. But he also needs time. The prerequisite for wanting to create the miracle of carrying the city of Guzi through the air was to recast the complete physical body. Use your body to turn into a sword. Use your body to move the city. But he had a strong premonition that without suppressing a land god, no amount of savage dog slaughter can restore the whole body. He needs two things. For one thing, those 7 tails of flesh and blood make a killer. I heard Li Ding mention that the 7 tails of meat were kept by Lu Shang. Secondly, the sword of state. He needs to borrow a sword. The winter chill. The night of the Yumen Pass wild winds rolled furiously. The pass flag hunting flying. A yellow-faced soldier with a stranger's sword at his waist patrolled back and forth from one of the watchtowers. Drop the book. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Lu Shan's footsteps stalled. His body trembled, and he turned around fiercely. The soul shadow hovered in midair and smiled at him. Lu Shang's eyes contained tears in his smile, leaning against the palisade wall to survey him, looking at him for a long time, before he softly said, "You seem to have lost weight, and your hair's grayer. The figure is so unfamiliar that I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen you, and you've just opened your mouth to call me by my nickname, and I want to laugh, and it dawns on me that I'm still in a thatched hut, reading. You passed by there after killing the barbarians at the city." After a slight silence, perhaps thinking he was being too fanatical, he shook his head and lost his smile. "Anyway, it's good to see you again." Gu Chang'an didn't answer, still listening to the Empress rambling when she was in the lonely city. She also talked about Lu Shang abandoning his pen and joining the military, willingly stationed at the Yumen Pass to start as a pawn. Grandfathers swore to fight the barbarians so that their descendants wouldn't continue to hold the sword. "Why are you so bitter?" Lu Shang was unmoved by what he heard and continued to hold on to his beliefs. "The nation has reached such a point that there is nothing to be done except for us to die for it. Besides, after 20 years in the city of Guzi, I'm no longer accustomed to a life of ease." Gu Chang'an was silent. "Where have you been all this time?" Lu Shang asked in a low voice. "Just walking around. The empress of the Tang dynasty is in the city of Guzi. and she occasionally sends letters asking me if I've seen you. I didn't think she could get used to the solitude and desolation, and she said she'd wait until you got home. Gu Chayan took a few steps on the lookout, feeling the familiar wind and sand blowing against his hand, and calmly said, "Tell her for me to ask Nakahara to borrow the sword. The other 7 tails of flesh and blood, do you have them?" Lu Shang had noticed Chang'an's flesh and blood arm earlier, and hearing this, he smiled and left the lookout. After a full half hour, Lu Shang came back carrying a large bag and panting, "It's all the thick clothes the grandmothers sent you, though they couldn't think of killing themselves, but the spirits in heaven will be happy to see you well fed and warm. Also little Loyola has dozens of hens, and says she's never had eggs before. I'm going to have enough for this life, and I've sent you 2 baskets." Gu Chang'an raised his hand to receive them one by one. "Here." Lu Shang finally handed him the 7 tails of flesh and blood wrapped in the Tang flag. Gu Chang'an stroked his clothes and took everything. He wanted to say something and the words came out only as 2 light words. "Let's go." He disappeared into the night again, heading back to the holy city to wait for the sword of national destiny to perform the miracle of moving the city. Chang'an. Lu Shang looked at his back and didn't say goodbye, but just exclaimed, "We all need to live well." Good. A low response came from Nightshade, Chengdu Prefecture. The imperial city's purple star hall. The leaves outside the temple swish and fall, and the ministers are exhausted. The voice of the secretary of the Ministry of War stating the war report sounded like a death wish in their ears. How bad is the situation? The court ordered the release of prisoners for war half a month ago. Just one sentence is enough to show the miserable state of Shu. Who would have ordered 10 wicked prisoners to go to war to atone for their sins if they had not been beaten out of a large part of their young men? Your Majesty, I request to move east. A purple-robed official steps out. The court hall is dead silent. The group of ministers subconsciously clenched tight. Chow what? Afterglow peeping at the royal seat. Surrender? Never. The people of Shu can't eat the flesh of barbarians, and they can't give in to blood feuds. But the situation is irreversible and there is only one other way to go. Eastward migration. Arrange for all the Shu people to flee to Chu. This means that the Shu regime has gone up in smoke, and that the Jinling side is willing to risk turmoil by accepting that doesn't mean it's tolerated that His Majesty still calls himself an emperor. The withdrawal of all of them is to surrender the land of Shu. The barrier of the Central Plains completely fell into the hands of barbarians. Your Majesty, the death of a nation is a small matter, but not the destruction of a race. Preserve your strength, and you will be able to expel the barbarians and restore the old capital in the future. The purple-robed veteran Minister Khan lamented his statement. A royal historian stepped forward to echo the sentiment, speaking in a hushed voice. Your Majesty, there can be no more delay. We must make a decision now. The barbarians keep sending their elite. Shu won't last long. Do we really want to see the humiliating scene of the barbarian dog soldiers coming to the imperial capital? Emperor Shu's face was somber, hesitant to make a decision. He was not a moral saint, and it would be a lie to say that he was not grieved by the removal of his crown. But the thing that tore the heart out the most was the death of the country. I won't leave. I was born in Shu, and I will die in Shu. The big deal is to drain the last drop of blood. It is hard to leave one's homeland. Do the people want to give up the farmland and sandstone that they have cultivated all their lives? The thin civil official took a step to the courtyard of the Dan, and through his voice, the imperial historian's eyes were almost ready to spit fire as he roared his filial piety. Pedantic! Then you watched Shu turn into a hell on earth. 6 million people have fallen to the barbarians? Even if I die, I won't take a step back. The civil official roared with the same fury, listening to the heated battle of words. The ministers were secretly hurt. How you choose is a disaster. Just then, Your Majesty, gentlemen, a shocking battle report. A sentence of old eunuchs are still outside the temple in the white jade square. The shrill voice then spread into every corner of the purple star hall. Due to mental exhaustion, the vast majority of officials subconsciously heard terrible news. It's amazing that after months of bad news, this time it's prefixed with the word shocking. Did the barbarian dogs enter Chengdu province? Until he watched the eunuch run in with a smile on his wrinkled face, the ministers looked at each other and were puzzled. The masters of the palace have always had thunder in their chests and faces like flat lakes. Expressions seldom directly reveal likes and dislikes, let alone smiles. Could it be that a long drought has produced a miracle on the battlefield? Read it. Emperor Shu leaned forward and shook his arm vigorously. The old eunuch took a deep breath and said with a voice like a bell, "It's a feat of Gu heroism." His voice was suddenly hoarse, and he was actually somewhat unable to speak. The hall was filled with dead silence, and the ministers' faces showed joy. It's been a long time since we've heard from Hero Gu. The Central Plains have deliberately refrained from poking around in the West. It's about wanting that man to live the quiet life he wants. Who dares to forget the giants of China who stood tall in life and became ghosts after death to suppress the mountains and rivers? It's not a death sentence. he's still around. And then, a long-lost smile, albeit a shallow one, appeared on Emperor Shu's face, but it also dispelled the days of gloom. The group of ministers also couldn't help but smile at the corners of their mouths. Some people, just hearing the news that he's still around is enough to make them happy for a few days. P.S. To make sure the 9 a.m. shift is too rushed, there's another one tomorrow at 5 a.m., as promised. Chapter 54 Bombast. Triple. Replacement shift. Purple Star Hall. And then what? Emperor Shu asked. The old eunuch tried his best to restrain his emotions, the backs of his hands bulging with veins, and said in a single word, on the 20th day of Jianzhou, Chang'an went alone to the holy city and massacred the barbarians who drank blood, to the great shame of the holy city of misery and cruelty. In only 3 hours, stepping through the pilgrimage quay, the barbarians regarded as a day of national shame. In a split second, the court hall was like a thunderstorm from the ground, and the black room bloomed with shining light. Boom! The chests of the civil and military officials were close to exploding, and waves of shock were set off within them. How is that possible? They even suspected that their hearing had gone awry. The short sentence is a miracle that exists only in legend. What is the city in the sky? The place of origin of the heavenly Tao, the thief god's sole favor, has not experienced a military disaster for 80 years, even if the Middle Kingdom tries its best to deny it. The barbarian holy city was definitely the most prosperous and safest city ever. But now, Chang'an ascended the monument of glory, kicked down the barbarian flag, and planted the red flag of the Central Plains high in the air. At that moment the flags were flying and it was as if the city in the sky was taken over by him. The old eunuch's voice became more and more hoarse, and at the end of his words, he was half convinced himself. It's too much. It is as if they are deliberately fulfilling the spiritual fantasies of the children of China. Who hasn't had such a dream? He entered the holy city single-handedly, looked down on the barbarians, and humiliated them to the fullest extent, finally leaving without looking back. It was sound and unbelievably relieving. The spy's letters are too much like a carefully concocted dream, but the most important character to be able to do the job of a spy is to be thoughtful and meticulous. Never met any of the huckster spies. Shu Emperor like fish in the throat. A moment do not know what to make a statement. Just the first sentence is normal. Longacre is still around, so maybe a trip to the holy city will really be in order. But the latter is outrageous. Stepping on pilgrimage queens and changing flags. The minister's expressions were mute. They understood the good intentions of the Song Chamberlain. Shu was facing the death of the country and the overthrow of the land. There is a desperate need for shocking shortcuts as a way to inspire the military-ravaged population. Hypocrisy is fine. Even deception is fine. All for the sake of resistance. As long as it gets the generals revved up. Don't be so ridiculous. One of the saints of the Byzantine dynasty of old betrayed the abyss, and has not yet escaped the city of the skies. It was then suppressed by the spell formation at the top of the city, and it truly went up in smoke. Can Chang'an work a miracle? Can. We're in the city. Where are the abyssal immortals? Are you really going to sit back and watch Chang'an trash the capital? It defies common sense to think about it. Remembering Jiang Nan's heroic death, he defended Chang'an from a fatal blow from a ghostly statue. Chang'an almost kills barbarian queen in full view. The old eunuch surnamed Song's face was red and his voice was thin and inaudible. Really outrageous. Yijiangnan is a typical personal supremacy. When still a great master realm have not wavered in faith. It's useless to persuade Nakahara. Now that he's approaching the realm of the land immortals, he'll still die heroically? Lu Goki, what on earth were you thinking when you wrote that letter? As the old ancestors used to say, when the water is full, it overflows, and it is too late. You said directly that Chang'an had gone on a killing spree in the barbarian hinterland, and that the sacred city side was furious to the core. It would be enough to have the effect of lifting people's spirits. After all, for decades, both the practitioners and the soldiers and horses of the Central Plains, all of them have never been to the barbarian capital city in a dignified manner. Stand down. A tired voice came from the throne. Emperor Shu pinched his temples and continued. Reconsideration of eastward migration. The group sighed. No matter what, a decision had to be made in the next few days. He moved eastward and merged into Chu, retaining the living forces of the Shu people and waiting for a counterattack to restore the old capital. Resisting stubbornly, only the extermination of the race, by the cruelty of the barbarians. I'm afraid there's not an inch of grass in Shu. The former is pragmatic and the latter is temperamental. The easiest path to surrender will never be taken, but whoever dares to propose it will be drowned by spittle, and from then on will be high up in the green book of traitors. Song old eunuch tends to line back to the temple. In fact, he wanted to say put people to explore again. After all, there must be something fishy in the fact that Lu Godiao is rarely so pompous. He had just stepped down the alabaster stone steps when he saw the dusty, armored general, with his shoulders bloodied and, it seems to have been rushed back to the capital from the front line overnight. Your Excellency, the barbarians have withdrawn their troops. The general grinned a mouthful of big yellow teeth and stepped onto the steps in a hurry. The old eunuch froze in place as if he had been cracked by a bolt of lightning. Withdrawal? Just a few moments. The Zechen Hall shocked roar startled the imperial city birds and birds. The hall was filled with an eerie dead silence. Your Majesty, the barbarians have all withdrawn, the general reported excitedly. I can't describe it as more than coming back from the dead, about to choke to death. Instead, the opposite side loosened the noose around his neck. 9 lines of defense were broken in 3 days, and he and his army were ready to kill themselves to save their honor. Who expected the barbarians' crazy-like sounding gold retreat? Overnight withdrew clean, including the southern and western fronts. A great number of barbarians withdrew to their own territory. Not even the provisions and food that had been looted were taken away. Simply appalling. The art of war, with its various young plots and conspiracies, has not recorded any such example. The court hall remained quiet. The ministers were like walking corpses, not even gasping for breath, but just wrenching the imperial tablet in their hands. Your Majesty, could there be a fraud? The general looked away from the throne with fear and trembling. It's unimaginable that the halls are continuously silent, but rack your brain, it all seems absurd. 2 more months of fierce fighting, Shu will die. Barbarians surprisingly withdrew all troops. Emperor Shu's eyes dazedly looked at the roof of the temple, and he abruptly tore off the crown on his head. The menace got up and hissed. Heaven does not bless Huaxia, but Huaxians bless Huaxia. On behalf of the 6 million people of Shu, I kowtow to Chang'an for saving my life. Salute! The 9 and 5 slowly bent down and knelt with their faces toward the west. The emperor knelt down, and the ministers prostrated themselves, each with tears in their eyes. Old eunuch Song also knelt in the square and muttered, above to comfort the spirits of my Shu ancestors in heaven, and below to save my people from the misery of the fall. The contents of the letter report are very true. Only when the holy city suffered unprecedented humiliation would the barbarians choose to withdraw their troops in order to stabilize their hearts. Imagine the barbarians ruling over all the nations of the world by their strong armies. And once the imperial capital is in the dark, wouldn't that skinned race have no thoughts of restoration? The swallowing of Shu is just opening up the border and allowing internal conflicts to fester. That will lead to division. Would the abyss not know which was more important? The atmosphere of the Purple Star Hall was solemn. It was only when Emperor Shu rose that the ministers stood up one after the other. His eyes were red and he didn't know if he was impassioned or moved. To relieve the people from their suffering, a true saving grace. One man gave 6 million people a chance to live. Emperor Shu choked. He was not sure what Chang'an was thinking when he stood alone in the holy city, but the pugilistic feat actually saved Shu. If the enemy can go, I can go. I'm going to do it, even though there are millions of people. It's easy to talk about these grandiose words, but in this day and age, who has ever really done it? And now, Gu Chang'an interprets it perfectly. The group of ministers were in a daze, and until now it still felt a bit unreal. Every child of the Middle Kingdom who loves this land, all had envisioned such a grand display of power in their dreams, treading the pilgrimage to the Holy Land and changing the flag, to insult the barbarian empire sitting on 20 million miles of territory in the most honorable way. The barbarians set a day of national shame. Emperor Shu lifted his arm and waved it high, and said in an impassioned manner, make it known to the world that the divine states are all congratulated. In the city of Guzi, snowflakes fell from the sky. The woman of startling beauty sat quietly at the head of the city, her green silk dancing in the wind. The freshly picked peach blossoms are placed in one corner of the bamboo scroll. Li Bing had gotten used to this kind of life, and his cultivation was soaring day by day. She always believed that Gu Chang'an would come home. It was her mission to accompany him on his last journey. A mission with a beginning and an end. You can't do it halfway. Li Bing looked down at the close to the late feet of a cluster of bright red peach petals, lush extension to the head of the city. Lift your hand and touch it. If you don't come back and prune it, the branches are going to grow into your home. Goo goo. At that moment a colorful winged flying dove swooped in, shaking its feathers to land on the snow and stop at the citadel. The empress gently removed the letterhead tied to its leg, unfolded it and read it. Then her fingers trembled slightly. Her eyes stared blankly at the letterhead, and I don't know how long she stayed there, but she spread her face and smiled, and her smile grew bitter and, finally crouching in the corner holding his knees, a person in the lonely city for a long time, but also slowly clear Gu Chang'an's heart path. One can even guess why he changed. It's because of the flavor of the city of Chang'an. It's because of the people I've seen along the way who are trying to make a living. And it's because of the mountains and rivers that have been passed down for thousands of years. That's why he wants to live, and would rather continue to suffer than protect the Middle Kingdom. But it also means that the yoke of the nation's life has imprisoned him again, and he can no longer live for himself. If I hadn't taken you on a trip to the Middle Kingdom, if Carpenter Chin hadn't forced you with his last words, if, the Empress murmured softly, and then sadness flooded into her heart. The Central Plains were in a boundless boil because of Gu Chang'an, but she only wanted to ask, are you in pain? In the darkest part of your life, you pulled yourself out of the abyss. The lamp couldn't shine throughout the Middle Kingdom, so you kept it up and kept. The Empress wiped away the tears that came to her eyes, and there was no need to suppress her emotions when no one else was present. After just a moment of small sobs, she got up and looked around the city of Tortoise, muttering to herself, were you able to recast your flesh to perform a miracle? What will you do next? I don't even know, but I'm sure you'll do your best to survive. And I'll go back to the Middle Kingdom to lend you the sword. The feat of the lone soul stepping on the sacred city was like a 9-day thunderbolt exploding in the divine land, and the entire Central Plains boiled with the thrill is unspeakable. If I had to describe it accurately, it would be funny. Yes, when they first heard the news, both the dignitaries and the country folk, even if the city gates were posted with a bulletin, they felt it was false to an outrageous degree. There's no need to make up lies, to protect the family, to keep the ancestors from being humiliated. In order not to cut off our children and grandchildren, we will fight the barbarian dogs to the end, and our faith has never wavered. The most distasteful point, Hirogu has given everything he can for the Central Plains. Can you and your superiors not bear to falsify rumors in his name? Though well-intentioned, did you ever ask him if he wanted to? When the edict was first issued, the Middle Kingdom was actually in a state of rage, and everywhere there was a denunciation of the government, until one thing happened. The barbarians have withdrawn their troops in Zhao and Shu, and even on the border between northern Liang and Yuyan and Desert North, the barbarians have all drawn away most of their troops, and the barbarian dogs confronting them at Yumen Pass have also contracted their hinterland. On this day, the Middle Kingdom rejoiced, and according to the stargazers' laugh, as if monitoring the unprecedented sea storm, the roar of the landslide, shaking the Qiankuan shocked the world. But all the children of the Yellow Emperor will be deeply imprinted in their souls on the day of the 20th day of the founding of the Ugly. And the most anticipated part is the detailed process. How do you humiliate a barbarian? How do you flaunt it? The process should never be abbreviated. From the moment Hirogu stepped into the holy city, no detail could be missed. Abyss, a blood moon hangs high. How is the situation? The crone with the crutch stepped through the misty forest and a parasite was slowly wriggling in his palm, largely under control, with ambitious individuals who attempted to divide the empire decapitated. The rest of the demons and monsters are not powerful, just divide and conquer. And as for the old Roman Empire and the old Turkic populace, they're already under surveillance. At the first sign of movement I will slaughter mercilessly. Topaz's face was expressionless. The crone, the queen's ability is unquestionable, and her methods of countering the rebellion are swift and effective. The monstrous turmoil of the original National Shame Day is now subsiding. Hanu returned to the outskirts of the city. Topaz spoke coldly. It really deserves the saying that the shadowy soul is still alive. The old crone's eyes were morose. He must be waiting for something that, no harm done. The secret weapon has taken shape. Both sides are waiting. Heavy troops are hoarded in the holy city, so we don't have to worry about civil unrest for the time being. But as long as we don't get rid of the lonely ghosts, the imperial populace will never regain their trust in the abyss. I guess it's waiting for the sword of national fortune from the eastern lands, Topaz said as he walked, stopping abruptly outside the castle. The crone's gutter-covered palms squeezed her walking stick tightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she strode brazenly into the castle. It's time for Harold's prophecy to come true. Now that the national disgrace has occurred, what else can we do but face it? Tuoba Tianxia took a deep breath and paced to the center altar, which had been crowded with people for a long time. The old monsters stared at the curtain of light on the spiral staircase with dead eyes. The spiritual forces of the world's plates, a piece belonging to the eastern lands shimmering fiercely. From time to time, dazzling beams of light burst forth. The sorcerer mouthed the words, and a drop of black blood seeped from his 7 orifices and lived. The face grimaced violently from the pain. The beams of light were increasing in a strange trend, and the speed was so fast that the old monsters were furious and panicked. And yet, it's unnerving. Nope. Harold's, peering into the heavens with his life, asserted that it would be a 7-fold outburst on top of the second, but it was clearly not like a 7-fold burst of light. The sorcerer suddenly opened his eyes filled with incredulity. District tripled. Bang! The majestic outpouring of chi caused the abyss to tremble. The altar was as dead as a dusty tomb for ages, and both the land gods and saints that, at this moment, they all looked horrified, unable to accept this bad news at all. What has the empire been through? The greatest humiliation since the founding of the country. The holy city is spoiled. the banner of glory is kicked over, and the demon that defiles the gods cannot be punished. That's enough. What more do you want? 3 times. 3 times. Laughed Tuoba Tiancher miserably, feeling absurd and bizarre. Fear permeates inside again at the same time. Though Herodus is dead, his prophecy always hangs over the abyss. Now that I was finally able to rip the shadows off, I realized that I had only ripped a small part of it off. Boom! With a violent explosion, the entire light screen was smashed to pieces by the shadow of the fist, and the old monster's residual fury. Hysteria. False image. Deliberate. The old crone rushed over to him haughtily, and slapped him hard in the face. Beat him to a bloody mold lake. At the origin of the heavenly Tao, you are out of your mind. How dare you question the objects of heaven's destiny? The old monster was creeped out, and realizing that he had spoken out of turn, he bowed his head in silence. So it can't be an illusion. Just triple. Take the spiritual inspiration that Lone City exposure brought to the Eastlands for the first time. The second outbreak was tripled when Guhan enslaved the ghosts and heroes of Jinshanhe, stirring up the Eastlands' resolve to fight the empire to the death. Now the shame and humiliation of the nation is only 3 times as great as the 3 times as great. How horrible is that prophesied sevenfold? Updated preview. Next chapter updated on the 5th at 9 p.m. Chapter 55, Sting. Please 100. 000 swords. Yangzhou City. Black tiles and white walls of the smoky alleys. Rain clanging on the roof tiles. Melodious and clear to hear. The apron woman hangs her straw raincoat on a drying pole under the eaves. Looked up and saw the alley came a few men and women with oil paper umbrellas. She has always been sharp-eyed. That a brocade dress is not rich or expensive. Are you Ding Shuai's wife? Emperor Chu put away his umbrella and paced to the eaves of the house. The Rapunzel and the others surveyed the humble mansion in silence. The woman was momentarily dumbfounded. Perhaps it was because the other man had been giving orders for so long that he carried his own majesty. More perhaps the husband's name was too unfamiliar. Haven't been back in 15 years? No word. Yes. She nodded nervously, her hands rubbing her skirts uneasily as she, come in and talk if you all don't mind. Your husband was martyred, the Trudy Emperor said. The woman froze as she turned to enter the house, holding onto the wall and barely standing still. There was a long silence. Where's the body? Her voice was hoarse, like rubbing dry gravel with a rough sole. Emperor Chu had a sullen look on his face. There are no remains. The sounds outside startled the mansion, and the 2 old men as well as a 16-year-old boy ran out. Mother Ding covered her entire face with a handkerchief and clenched her right hand into a fist, pounding her chest. Dare I ask how my Wa died? Father Ding's dark face twitched slightly and, there is no greater sorrow in the world than when a person is sent away by his or her gray hair. Although Shuhai never sent a single letter home, he vaguely guessed that his son was working for the court. Because the Dingas have received a monthly payment for 15 years, Chu Di tilted his head back to look at the eaves and whispered. 15 years ago, Ding Shuhai was ordered by the court to infiltrate the barbarian holy city. On the 20th day of this year's Jianzhuang, Gu Chang'an picked off the holy city alone, in a sea of corpses and blood. Ding Shuhai, fearless of exposure, brazenly rushed to Chang'an with his flag, and was barbarized. It is because of him that the barbarian pilgrimage K flies the flag of Chu. The moment the flag flies is the greatest honor for the entire Chinese nation, and Martyr Ding is already a legend in Chu. Hearing His Majesty's impassioned yet sad voice, the most emotional Li Ping had already wept. Ding Shuhai was an ordinary man, but without his heroic sacrifice, the pilgrimage K would not have the Middle Kingdom flag. Mother Ding restrained her tears and asked with a smile, is my son brave? Emperor Chu threw his weight around. Power to the mountains. On this day of the 20th day of the foundation of the ugly, Martyr Din is in the hearts of 16 million Chu people. He has already surpassed the king of Western Chu. Ding's father grinned broadly, laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes, and finally sighed tersely and said quietly, in fact, it is all the merit of the hero of the Gulu. Although I did not give me filial piety, but I'll be happy to give my loyalty to the nation. The woman leaned against the wall of the door and looked down with a broad smile. In her memory, her husband was so honest that he was too shy to enter the house on their wedding night. How's that for hoity-toity? If a husband can die for his country, his feelings will be comforted. She murmured softly. Emperor Chu looked at the smiling family of 4. He bowed deeply on behalf of the 16 million people of Chu, then left in silence. The Dingas smiled and eyed them. Only when he walked into the alley, Li Ping heard the heartbreaking howling, Ding father and mother wailing in pain. Where they want to see Shuhai become a hero, they only want their son to come home safe and sound. The Ministry of Ceremonies must treat the families of the martyrs generously. Emperor Chu twisted his head to look at the accompanying eunuch. Yes, in the evening, walking on the street is still crowded. Tea house crowds of people. The storyteller wakes up the wood and slaps the table, and the wonderful words of Konkokyo are pouring out. Even if I'm all alone, I'll still have the ambition to step on the holy city and crush the barbarians. That kick was unparalleled. That kick was great. What is sacrosanct and unsacrilegious? What is heavenly justice in origin? I, Gu Chang'an, will kick it as it is. Where does a god who was only 80 years old at full strength get the right to govern a people of 4,000 years? I, Gu Chang'an, with only one sword, will let you barbarians know that the Chinese nation is not to be bullied. The people of the Central Plains must not be dishonored. Of course there is also Yijiangnan as well as our Yangzhou Ding Shuhai. Their story. Please listen to the next decomposition. Emperor Chu stood under the umbrella in the tea house, and almost wanted to catch the storyteller back to the palace with an imperial decree. It came to an abrupt end just as I was listening to the heartbeat. Husband, the sword of national fortune has coalesced and is hidden in the red cliffs of the Yangtze River. Li Ping whispered softly, meditatively sensing that the seven-colored sword began to clang. The old man in the jacket had an ancient expression on his face and said in a deep voice, "The Central Plains is not Gu Chang'an's Central Plains alone, and the Chinese nation can no longer sit back and watch him fight alone. Please give 100,000 swords to Chang'an and surprise him." How do I invite the sword? Li Ping asked in a low voice. In the Battle of the Holy City, Chang'an hung 10,000 swords. And if it weren't for the fact that there were no more sword cultivators in a 500-mile radius, and how many more than 10,000 handles? Because it had been used once. The sword of national fortune could be handed over through the air, but how could 100,000 swords be handed over? The 100 schools of Taoism. As if sensing her confusion, the husband explained in a whisper. Li Ping was fiercely alarmed, remembering the fog of doom from the Battle of Yumen Pass. He was relying on the formation to drive the doomed Shi to the west, and Chang'an proceeded to absorb it with a single sword. The same old trick, utilizing the 100 swords of the Tao to drive out 100,000 swords, led by the sword of national fortune. A sword trailing a sprint towards the holy city. This is only speculation, and real implementation might fail. And with 100 schools of thought on Taoism, there are destined to be many victims. Fuzi Remote Street. A high-hanging lantern, clanging voice said, "Do what you want to do. There's no longer empty space behind you. There's still a million lights." At the first stirring of spring thunder, everything is revived. The 12 inquisitors of the Center Round Table were silent. Every year, during the hibernation season in the Central Plains, the Empire sends troops to raid the borders. On the one hand, it destroyed the spring plowing in Shu and Zhao, and on the other hand, it robbed last year's grain stocks. But this year, we are at peace with each other. The lone soul does not move. The Empire dares not move. It's been almost a month and a half, and it's still perched in the valley a few hundred miles away from the holy city. Coronation of the heavenly god. The 7 saints of the eastern lands guard the borders. The flying pigeons have been intercepted. Spy intelligence can only go around the Korean peninsula, and for the time being, I don't know the movements in the Middle Kingdom. Beth, who was in charge of intelligence, reported respectfully. The rest of the judges were as sick as if they had swallowed a fly. If the Empire hadn't withdrawn its entire army, how dare your 7 saints show off their power? Flying pigeons can only travel from the Korean peninsula and the Japanese islands through the southern seas and then transfer into the holy city. What's the monkey business? There's no need to pry. It's nothing more than the sword of national fortune. Could it be that the schoolmaster dares to come? Topaz World had a cold smile on his face. Beth nodded. The Empire can't do anything about the ghosts, but it can't kill you? The land gods have to wag their tails in the holy city, where the new world is bathed. Only the abyss must reign supreme, and this is the law of heaven. Also just the leaky old world Hanu. Coronet, the castle fabulous, said a blustery inquisitor, desiring to speak. One move of merit. The purple child under Tuoba sky was seething with hatred. The Empire is also waiting for the lone soul to enter the city. Weapons must rely on the power of the abyss to be at their peak of effectiveness, and are greatly diminished once outside the city. This is why the Empire prefers to suffer humiliation rather than take the initiative. That's good. The Inquisitor clenched his fists. In the passing perception, Roman Kybri was the rightful number 1 man in the world. He's known as the Julius Caesar of the New World, the true pinnacle of terrestrial immortality. Just a hair's breadth away from ascension. But so what? Still can't exterminate the lone soul. It was only now that I realized that being unkillable was truly invincible. But as long as the soul was extinguished, Gu Chang'an would completely go up in smoke. Coronet, Han Nu is just a thorn on the path of imperial glory. As the saying goes, how can we see the rainbow if we don't go through the storm? National shame is not a blessing. The redneck inquisitor's face was relaxed. It is not self-spiritual comfort, and it is by no means a funereal celebration. There were few who held his view. The Empire had risen too smoothly, and had fought southward and northward without any, sitting on 20 million miles of territory in a few decades. he never encountered a downturn at all. After experiencing a common disaster, we will be able to better unite the hearts and minds of the empire in the future. The deeper meaning is that, even a sinful devil like Gu Chanan couldn't shake the foundation of the empire in the end. Why are you remnants of the old dynasty still jumping around and honestly investing in empire building? Of course, all of this is predicated on eradicating orphan souls, and once in a low point is enough. Two lows that's called downhill. That's called total decline. Topaz World stared at the redneck for a long time without an angry rebuke or retort. As with metals, there are two sides to everything. Her governing career has been nailed to the pillar of shame, but it can be an opportunity. In the same way that a wicked man is praised for doing one good deed, the prodigal son is sung about when he returns. Since the people are so disappointed in the queen, but if she continues to make great things happen, wouldn't you be able to have a new life? It all starts with the shame of the snow. The grass grows and the warblers fly another year of spring color. At the red cliff of the Anxi River, a brilliant 7-colored sword sizzled back and forth across the rolling river. 100,000 sword cultivators from the north and south of the Anxi River gathered here. In a scene of magnificent waves, sword chi was strewn across the sky and covered the sky. You must help him. The black-robed boy stroked his wooden sword carefully and, I usually sleep and cuddle, but now I'm really sad to part. But for the sake of the homeland, not to mention a sword, even if you throw your head and spill your blood, you're willing to do it. He was walking around bored, when he suddenly saw a soulful figure in the midst of the crowd. The teenager's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated as he ran into the crush of people, but his eyes stayed fixed on the pink-skirted girl. When he finally squeezed next to it, he put on a breezy demeanor and asked a soft question. Are you here too? The pink-skirted girl twisted her head and looked him up and down. The teenager's expression was glib, but inside he was nervous as hell. I was afraid that the other party would say, do we know each other? How embarrassing. Karmic. The young girl's personality was high and cold. Once I left Taishan, I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again, Chen Jie cheerfully said. The young girl didn't answer, just stared at the wooden sword and snickered. Can you kill a barbarian dog with this sword? Chen Jie's face showed embarrassment. Compared to the other party's sword made of meteoric iron, he himself looked exceptionally shabby. Though I can't, Hero Gu certainly can. He defended himself. The young girl was non-committal, stealing a glance at her small face. Chen Jie's heart thumped, and this time he didn't show his heart. It's hard to see each other again in this life. Would you like to have dinner with me? He mulled over the wording and said in a casual manner. I'm going to Yangzhou City to pay homage to Ding Yinglai after it's over. Why don't we join together? I'll think about it, the young girl said tantalizingly. It seems that the mind is clumsy not to understand the woman's reserve. Chen Jie thought that the other party politely refused. He said sharply, give me a break. The young girl tugged at the corner of her mouth, her smile shallow. Let's make a bet. When the two swords return and your wooden sword has more blood than mine, I'll give you a chance. Good. Chen Jie did not think twice. In fact, even if the wooden sword hadn't been stained with the blood of a barbarian dog, I'd have been happy with it. As long as the sword could come back, it meant Hirogu was victorious. In a split second, a magnificent voice boomed in heaven and earth. Rise your sword. The swords of Red Cliff's 100,000 swordsmen all came out of their sheaths and sped off into mid-air. Ho hum, pushing back the dark clouds and swallowing the air. A curtain of swords enveloped both banks, obscuring the sky as darkness slowly descended. 10 miles away in the gorge, hundreds of cultivators sat on their knees, and light filled the center of the array of. It's getting prickly. The Middle Kingdom is not like the barbarians who have the thief god rolled up in their favor, and they have to pay a price for whatever they want to summon. For example, the hundreds of formations, to sincerity and response. What is supreme sincerity? Prove sincerity by dying. When floods come, they don't ask for a prophet. They dig their own river canals to dredge them. Diseases are prevalent. Do not ask for miracles. Try your own medicine and cure yourself. The sky is falling. Carry it. The ground is cracked and patched. This is the Chinese people, who do not believe in gods and rely only on their own hands. How can a god of 80 years want to control a people of 4,000 years? Confucianism. The schoolmaster hovered in midair and indifferently spat out 2 words. A group of aging Confucians mouthed the words until a beam of light descended from the sky and, until the breath dies out. Tell my 70-year-old mother that I've gone on a trip to the mountains so she doesn't have to worry about it. A cultivator waved his hand towards his old friend outside the formation. He was of the legalist school, and never had the Confucian idea of loyalty. The emperor told him to die. He won't, but for the sake of national sacrifice, he was righteous. As long as the people don't suffer anymore, as long as we can put an end to this damn world in the hands of our generation, as long as we can give future generations a prosperous Central Plains, what's the harm in dying? Gu Chang'an, please be sure to kill the barbarian again. The man's eyelids were weak, his eyes still and empty and forlorn, with occasional flashes of tears. The silence, the endless light. Is a fresh life suddenly turned cold? It's gone for good. Boom! He lifted his arm with an expressionless face, and a majestic surge of vast chi. The dome of the sky reveals a flowing half-pillar of heavenly gates. All is silent in Chibi. Tension and sadness filled the sea of people, and the 100,000 swordsmen tensed their faces. Everyone was waiting for that moment. The waves of the Anxi River are roaring, but the two banks are suffocating atmosphere. Sudden, the sword of national fortune crackled through the night like a bolt of lightning, and the seven-colored circular arc cut through the sky as it sped towards the west. Rumble! Immediately after the sword sound landslide. 100,000 swords are like arrows off the string. Following the traces of the seven-colored sword surged forward, one sword passing to another, methodical and dazzling. The voice of the man shook the sky. Shake the Kunlun out of the sky and read all the colors of spring in the central plains. Fly up the jade dragon 100,000, and you will chill the barbarians to the bone. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. At this moment, the 100,000 swords were like picking the 5 mountains and carrying the 3 gorges, with their bodies encircling the Great Wall and their tips hanging over the Yellow River. It is national strength. Rip everything apart. Chapter 56. Desperate? The darker the night in Sky City, the brighter the lights, the more the desires of millions of people are illuminated. The songs are sung and danced as usual. Inside a remote tavern, the candlelight flickered and dimmed, reflecting several figures pouring out their sorrows with wine. One of them, a big man of brown boy, had a beard, with grease stains sticking to it, and was chewing mutton in his mouth as he one-side Os and Ias. What the hell are we going to do now, people? The crowd tore and gnawed on the goat bones, their faces becoming even more depressed. They'd long ago agreed on a plan to hijack the prison, to rescue the crown prince of Byzantium in purgatory, then take advantage of the chaos to flee the holy city. Everything is predicated on the ghosts and heroes outside the city. But 2 months on, it's still motionless. The Sky City has returned to its former prosperity. The populace isn't even very intimidated anymore. Universal truths that even children know. Only sick and weak lions need to hibernate and recuperate. The Lion King always attacks tirelessly. Relying on it is nothing more than trying to preserve the last vestiges of decency. Fate only gives you one chance, and if you miss it, you miss it. The bearded man hammered heavily on the wine counter. The words were full of resignation. The National Shame Day came so suddenly and shockingly that I was unprepared to take advantage of the chaos to rebel. But now everything is ready. Ghost hero but not come. Hero Gu. You are the lighthouse for all the peoples of the world, and I beg you to shine once more. Charge once more on behalf of the people enslaved by the barbarian nation like that. If I could return to Constantinople, I would make you an apocryphal statue to stand at the head of the city. All future generations will always worship you. Bless you with peace and freedom from sickness and disease. Amen. The bearded man bowed his head and opened and closed his lips in reverent prayer. Yawning. Winter. The sound of church drums suddenly struck, followed by a rain of dense arrows breaking through the air. Standing in front of the window and looking out, the blackness was as bright as day. The city of song and dance, as if God had covered its mouth, was silenced, and all was silent. It solidified briefly, more like a river freezing over, and with a slight, brittle crack. The cracks crept in like snakes. The bearded man's face showed horror. He really came. The crowd's disheveled expressions were swept away as they gathered and whispered, "Bitch, pick up. Please make sure you suck her, till she cries." The bearded man suppressed his exhilaration and threw his voice. "Long live the spirit of Gu Chang'an. We are determined not to be slaves of the barbarian abyss and vow to restore the royal capital. The time has come to rise today." In the cold valley, the bloody sword was flat on the ground, and a layer of frost had formed on the sword. Gu Chang'an wiped away the frost particles and walked calmly towards the holy city with his sword in his arms. He had already sensed the sword of national fortune, and it would arrive in a quarter of an hour. Whether or not a new life can be ushered in is tonight. It is said that where the heart is at ease is my home, but he misses the lonely city every moment of every day. Long ago he knew he couldn't leave that city. If he fails tonight, he doesn't know if he'll have the persistence to do this again. The greatest obsession of his life had long since dwindled with the completion of his mission to guard the land. Just for tonight, recast his flesh and move the city with one sword. The whole world is the gateway to your barbarians. Just to be in your house. A small garden was started independently. The heavens and the earth are dead silent. The holy city was like a tomb where tens of millions of corpses were buried. Not a single sound was heard. Always thought demons weren't scary anymore. But when he did come, he realized how much his body was shaking. The sea of blood on the day of national shame is still fresh in our minds. And the scene of the pilgrimage quay where the flag was pulled out and changed to a new one is still before our eyes. If they were ravaged again this time, the populace would truly question the will of heaven and lose faith in the abyss even more. Destroy the soul. A roar like the shaking of the earth came from the 9 palaces, and Topaz World, clad in a nightgown, was all too late to replace the dragon robe and crown, breaking the temple and out of the city gates at a rapid pace. She'd waited too long for this moment. I'm not afraid you'll come. The 12 inquisitors of the center, the empire's most decorated military generals, all assembled as fast as they could. The pilgrimage quay had been paved with dense obsidian covered with vines all the way from the city gates, caught off guard by the lone soul on the day of the national tragedy, and now prepared for it. The party revealed the strong determination of the supreme god's kingdom, waiting for this moment. The hub even secretly simulated and rehearsed the steps dozens of times. The numerous details were discussed, just for the sake of shame. Where is Julius Caesar? Topaz skyrocketed as he hung in the air. All the while, he looked toward the crutching old woman who had arrived. She only detected 10 land gods, not to mention Cable. Even the few remaining old monsters were still at the castle spiral staircase. His holiness does not inquire about mundane matters, and he is indifferent when the sky collapses. The old crone's expression was indistinguishable from joy and anger. After saying that, he looked away from the lone soul that was moving away. Topaz's face clouded over. She didn't understand how it was possible to be selfish to such an extent. Don't hold a grudge. The evil spirit is just a bump in the road to imperial glory. The real difference between life and death lies in. The old woman's finger pointed at the sky dome, her face full of scorn. Fate's gift will one day claim its reward, and the castle has long been secretly wary of a heavenly backlash. Only by transcending confinement and ascending to the heavens can we solve the hidden dangers for the empire. It guarantees that the supreme divine kingdom will be immortal for 10,000 generations and will rule the human world forever. That's why Julius Caesar and the others don't need to show up. Practicing is the only purpose. Besides, it's foolproof tonight. Topaz could only give up. And while talking, he had already arrived at the top floor of the holy city. Looking down on the black fog outside the city, the pair of flesh and blood arms were particularly piercing. The night opened up 10 streaming half-columns of heavenly gates, standing in 10 directions, respectively. The land gods closed their eyes, and the saints of the abyss and those who had become Taoists, hundreds of them guarding the gates of the city. A bizarre formation was formed between the flow of qi. Looking at the magnificent and spectacular scene, the hearts of countless cultivators surged. This is the city in the sky where they are, regular and imposing, beautiful and unassailable. There will be no second national tragedy. Gu Chang'an took a step towards the entrance of the main city. The gilt city gate was open and he gazed ahead with an expressionless face and suddenly smiled and said, "It's late and the sky wants to snow. Can I have a drink?" The clear voice drifted far away along the qi flowing in all directions. It seemed that heaven and earth had turned black and white, and the only one who possessed color was this lone soul. Tens of thousands of cultivators were sweating, so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe, and subconsciously there was actually a kind of awe. Oftentimes, you had to be in awe of Gu Chang'an. He dared to stand alone at the head of the city, in order to hold down the barred frontier of from the man to the madman to the ghostly hero, from start to finish, the empire never took the city of Kamazaki. And now, knowing that the empire is standing by, he's all alone. The opposite side was no longer a few tens of thousands of elite soldiers, but the entire greatness of the supreme heavenly Tao. The admiration is real, and so is the blood hatred. In addition to the humiliation of being trashed by the holy city, there was a deep-seated hatred. Why can't you kneel in the Middle Kingdom when we do? You still stand and look so cowardly to us. After tonight, there will be no second Gu Chang'an in the world. Drink what? Drinking swords, drinking blood, drinking ethnic hatred. Many practitioners still can't figure out that there's no shame in surrendering honestly in the eastern lands. Why resist? Wouldn't it be better for the world to prosper together? Other countries can surrender and enjoy the blessings of heaven, but you Chinese are the only noble ones? Apart from ignorance and stubbornness, there is nothing left but national arrogance. The queen stood on the top floor, her nightgown fluttering in the wind, as if she hadn't been the one who'd fled that day. At the moment she was spirited, and although there was no crown on her head, her whole being was the imperial throne. Tuoba Tianxia brought a smile to his face and said tantalizingly, "Booze." With the fall of the voice came a white-robed pope in a broad-brimmed hood at the end of the long street. The hands cupped in a glass hourglass. It's not gravel in there, much less water. Instead, it's blood, purple blood. It's the purple blood that poured the cross ghost statue in the first place. You can't cast a ghost statue without a year's time. 2 months can only make an hourglass, but the effect is much stronger. If it wasn't for the traitorous backstabbing of Yi Jiangnan, the abyss was certain that, sins of wrath, would have been able to put to death the soul body. since it's clear glass. The populace's sight was clear as they watched the purple blood drip from the upper glass down to the lower glass. Tick, tick-tock. The sound was like fingernails scraping against a wall, making you feel uncomfortable and numb. Topaz stared dead at the hourglass. As soon as the blood drained from the upper glass, the lone soul was extinguished. Julius Caesar couldn't even smash the hourglass with one punch. The ghostly image of the cross can be broken, while the hourglass is indestructible. So how can there be another change? Gu Chang'an saw the hourglass in the White Pope's hand through the layers of mist at the same time. His soul instantly felt uncomfortably manic, like a chain binding. As the blood drips out, the soul is then completely imprisoned. Rise your sword. The sword curtain in the sky opened up, and 5,000 long swords came in a vast array, slicing through the air, flying towards the city at speeds that could not be captured by the naked eye. The land gods didn't move a muscle. A cold smile appeared underneath Tuoba Tianxia. You think the empire is a paper tiger? You think you can do whatever you want? You think 20 million miles of territory is a gift from someone else? It was the Ironborn Empire that fought it down. Because powerful. Bang! The 5,000 flying swords suddenly encountered a blockage and hovered without falling. Standing still. The sword was laced with a misanthropic aura distinct from the New World, but it just wouldn't go in half an inch. The vines that covered the main city road below twinkled with stars, as if the stars in the sky were reflected on them, gradually forcing the flying sword to a halt. The practitioner's eyes burned as he swung his arm out menacingly in a moment of near suffocation. Magnificent! Finally the restrictions are in place. The horror of the devil is that you're better than him. You can't kill him. If you were weaker than him, albeit just a little bit, and the flying sword fell, you would have nowhere to survive. But now that the flying swords are blocked, how else can we repeat the process of growing flesh and blood? Without the flesh and blood sword chi that turns your body into a sword, how can you still kill people? That's the way of the world. It looks like an unsolvable cul-de-sac, but once in a while move the critical footsteps and it just opens up. Sins, continue to flaunt and continue to provoke the sacred city? After a lucky sneak attack, you think you can resist the heavenly Tao. As the words fell, the wind rose and the night flared with light. A lightning bolt as thick as a tree held by several people then crackled down at the heavenly gate to meet the lone soul. Gu Chang'an subconsciously stepped back, and a deep crater was blasted out of his foothold. The electric light hidden blade chi furiously chopped at both of his arms, tearing. Intense pain swept through his soul, and both arms were chopped clean of flesh and blood in unison. The blood soared like 10,000 bloody plums. After one move, all was silent in the holy city. The lone soul no longer has a speck of flesh and blood. He couldn't be a scoundrel if he wanted to. Not for long. Bang! Bang! 5,000 flying swords suddenly lost their sword energy boost and crashed neatly to the ground. The sword is also dark and dull. A silence spreads, and the people of the holy city flow with incredible speed all over their bodies. The heart was beating as violently as a drum. The knights of the protectorate stepped out in good order, picking up 5,000 swords one after the other, their palms containing a furious force that he actually broke the sword directly, no longer leaving any opportunity to take advantage of it. Topaz laughed. The old crone with the walking stick also tugged at the corners of her mouth. The people of the sacred city suddenly erupted into an earth-shattering roar of applause. For S sake, this is the supreme kingdom of God. The National Day of Shame was simply a case of the holy city being too comfortable for too long without experiencing a military disaster and being exploited by the devil. Really let the empire take it seriously. What step isn't perfect? Desperate? Topaz's blonde hair roiled as he left the penthouse, taking one broken step at a time in the air. It's more like a graceful dance than like walking up a ladder. Finally, she landed on the ground, her 5 fingers together, her fist like a rainbow. A long rainbow that had condensed into substance surged and crashed into the soul shadow. Gu Chang'an loomed large as the black mist collapsed and recoalesced. Only the pain was worse than ever. Sure enough, it's a monster. So what? Tuoba Tian took a calm step and, stopping when he was only 10 feet away from Gu Chang'an, Tanya said, the more you Han Nu resist, the more the empire will carry out its strategy of destroying the country. The land was left for slaughter. Dogs and chickens were killed, and thousands of years of civilization went up in smoke. Anything that prides itself on the Anxi, Yellow River, and 5 mountains shall sing the song of imperial triumph. Why is it that all other races can live, but not the Chinese race? It is because of the Han Nu's tenacious resistance. What's that Eastern saying? 100-footed insect dies but never falls down, and the empire is uneasy if you don't die. In the silent holy city, only this clear voice was left stirring. Gu Chang'an listened quietly and said nothing with a light laugh. Death bell. Topaz snapped. Pilgrimage K Square. A huge bell of bronze speckled with green rang suddenly. The sound of the bell was very muddy and dull. But it can resound through a city that holds 10 million people. but cultivators showed admiration. Such elegance was worthy of an imperial queen. On the day of national shame, the holy city was filled with corpses and blood. And tonight, the holy city bled. But it's only Hanu's blood alone. A no-holds-barred crush. The big game is set. Above all, the empire was elegantly flamboyant from start to finish, without a hint of haste. Not even a hint of panic, snowballing in the most perfect way. This is the place of honor to which all nations willingly submit, and the aggression of the day of national shame is completely released this night. They had stared at the hourglass in the white pope's hand, and the purple blood had drained a small amount of. If you run dry, you can celebrate with the city. Some of the old Byzantine insurgents, who were in the dark, are now as good as dead. I wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rescue the crown prince to escape from the holy city. But now, are we destined to be slaves to the barbarians? The destiny of the heavens, which no one can shake. The restoration of Byzantine glory is only an illusion. A lifetime of working for Abyss is the reality. Even Hirogu was that powerless. Who would dare to rebel against the holy city again from the races of the once invaded kingdoms? Look at the queen's doggy face. On the day of the national disgrace, he fled in a state of humiliation. And now that the dust has settled, he is starting to put on a show. The bearded man was confused, also backed off. Constantinople will never return. Disperse. Watching this scene, he no longer had the courage to rebel. Chapter 57, The sword comes. Dropping. Tick. The sound of purple blood dripping from an hourglass is more distasteful and unpleasant than a finger scratching a chalkboard or a fork scratching glass. But at this moment, it's like heavenly music. For it is the judgment of Armageddon. Death knells boomed in the pilgrimage quay, and countless eyes stared deathly at the hourglass in the Pope's hand. Faster. Faster. The devil is at the end of his rope. Tick. Tuoba Tianxia gently closed her purple child, her red lips spitting out a gentle rhythmic ticking sound. He asked with a smile as he opened his eyes. What other tricks? After saying this, he clenched his 10 fingers and threw punches 8 feet away, without any boxing stance. It's just the simplest of gestures. An understatement. As he threw a punch, he took a light step and closed the distance of 2 feet. Another 5 feet. The fist smashed the soul shadow, and the black mist scattered and gathered and scattered, and so on and so forth. It's clear that you can't hit it, but you're swinging at it one at a time. The old crone with the walking stick frowned deeply, and the 10 land immortals were suddenly displeased that the queen of the empire. What a petty look. The populace watching from afar grew uncomfortable, and the victor's gesture should have been one of subdued calm, instead of hysteria, not to mention being the queen of the empire. This is so vulgar and barbaric. Topaz realized that she had lost her temper, and she slowly stopped her movements and, indifferently, he gazed at the shady Hanu. A lifetime was about to be ruined by this person. How could he not hate it? Desperate would be right. She smiled slightly, her eyes turning from the street vines to the hourglass again. The purple blood had dripped most of the way down. What can you do when the sword of national fortune comes, without flesh and blood and chi? What's the best way to control a sword? The holy city resumed its usual quiet, with only the clanging of the funeral bells, and the unpleasant ticking of the hourglass. Suddenly, a company hero grew to fight side by side. With a loud shout, swords and halberds whistled at the end of the main street, and several monks ripped off their faces human skin and, a brazen and bloody battle with the barbarians along the streets. It's like thunder on the ground. Me too. Ha ha. If you follow Hirogu, you will walk horizontally on the road to the Yellow Springs, and even the king of hell will have to kowtow. With one roar of filial piety after another, the well-organized holy city was instantly thrown into a panic. Hundreds of figures appeared out of nowhere, holding blades and slashing barbarians indiscriminately. Let's go together. Never let Hirogu be alone. We'll make money if we can kill a barbarian dog. The Chinese nation will never give in and will fight the barbarians to the bitter end wherever they are. They want to tell the Central Plains in such a determined way that even if Hirogu is no longer around, even if the spiritual lamp goes out, there are still them, the ordinary people, who are willing to die heroically, to fulfill these jumped-up clowns. There is no amnesty for killing them, Topaz ordered in a stern voice. The distant citadel, looking at the sons and daughters of the Central Plains who had gone to their deaths in Kongliao. A hint of pain appeared on Mei Shoubing's face. Why make senseless sacrifices? Just like Gu Chang'an. What a shock to the ancient world. Invincible in his life and ghostly after his death. What can be done about it? Tonight, the holy city had sanctioned him perfectly with almost no effort. The mandate of heaven is untouchable. Take the path of peaceful surrender to avoid the destruction of the country. The more resistance, the more miserable. The hunchbacked middle-aged man behind him turned pale, clenched his teeth and tangled for a long time, and suddenly said, "Duke, I've decided to die." Mei Shoubing turned back in horror and panic. "Don't be impulsive. Don't let your emotions get the best of you. The hunchbacked middle-aged man gazed at the stalwarts who had fallen one after another in the distance, and he said softly, "It takes an irrational impulse, once in a lifetime, for the people of a nation to impel. It's well worth it. You have often asked me why I would only be your scribe and not accept the barbarian's offer of an official position. In fact, you know very well in your heart that I can't get down on my knees." There was a slight pause, but he slowly fell to his knees and bowed 3 times. "Once you bathe in the apricot rain, you remember your teacher for the rest of your life." "Sir, I'm leaving." "Who to?" Mei Shoubing was alarmed and said in a deep voice. "You're only one step away from the Saint Realm." The hunchbacked middle-aged man's eyes darted, knowing full well that this night would deal a heavy blow to the Middle Kingdom of, because Hero Gu fell down. But the Chinese nation cannot fall. They, the Yanhuang bloodline in the holy city. One must walk out with one's head up and fight to kill the savages. Without Gu Chanan, you and I are Gu Chahan, and everyone in the Central Plains is Gu Chahan. Screw the saints. Might as well kill a few more barbarian dogs. I've been holding back for 29 years. The hunchbacked middle-aged body leaped over the citadel, and he stood downstairs, looking up at the old man's forlorn face. Sprinkle a smile. "Sir, you and I have different philosophies, and I will never subscribe to your theory of surrendering to save the people. Kneel down and be a dog, with the leash gone, and never be a man again. But I implore you to remember what you once were, for the sake of the people not to be oppressed." The hot-blooded man who beheaded a third-rate assassin in the street. "Take care." Turning and stepping like a shooting star, he sprinted to the pilgrimage quay hanging in the air, his leg whips sweeping across the hundreds of barbarians were blown apart with their chi alone, without regard to age or honor, without regard to priority or rank. "I will pour out the waters of the Yellow River with one heart and with all my might, decide the waves of the East China Sea, conquer the land of the Hu cruisers, eliminate the holes of the Japanese, suppress the invaders who deceive us, and cut down the killings of the barbarians. Kill the barbarians." Hundreds of Chinese cultivators' blood accumulation knife handle, slippery cannot hold, still shouting to kill the thief. The lone soul at the gates of the city drifted silently. The sadness that lingered on the face that should have never cried again could be imagined in his heart. The immense grief caused Gu Chang'an's face to twist and distort, and even the mist cracked in all directions. "Hurry up! Come on!" he hissed madly inside. 9,000 miles from the barbarian Zhao border, a lofty city has long been littered with corpses. One barbarian soldier leaned against the wall and wept bitterly. "They're afraid." They were even more appalled. "The attackers are not thousands of troops or even people. It's just a bloodstained and tattered dawn flag. No, it's a piece of flesh and blood wrapped in a tangle flag. Madaka." The 7 tails of meat in the area were filled with sword chi, and they swept through the barbarian army's formation, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, ruthlessly reaping a life. Holy city. The shouting and killing faded away, and the death knell of the pilgrimage quay was smashed by the Central Plains cultivators at some point. A deadly silence returned to the city. The countless faces of the populace are abhorrent. There was only the blood of lonely souls tonight. What a perfect snow job. It's because of these self-destructive Han slaves that the Sky City has been bloodied once again. Thousands of the Empire's finest soldiers fell in a pool of blood. Topaz didn't move a muscle. The land gods and abyssal saints also stood still like withering molds. They could have killed the rebellious Han slaves, but they did nothing. Sit back and watch as the sons and daughters of the Empire bleed. There was no way around it. Nothing was as important as what was shady in front of me. Until the hourglass has run clear, it must be guarded tightly and without a moment's slackening. Tick-tock. The ghastly sound of fingernails scraping the wall continued, and only 20% of the purple blood was left in the upper glass vial. Sudden. "Watch out." The land gods hanging in the sky dome exclaimed menacingly. Tuoba Tianxia twisted her head. She first child holes enlarged. There was a moment of unbelief. The spinning was like falling into an ice cave, and his body was chilled. As a result of the previous wanton outburst, the two sides were less than 5 feet apart. Gu Chang'an swept forward and crashed away brazenly. He just put 7 tails of meat outside the barbarian city. It's not clear how many were killed, but at the moment, the right hand has flesh and blood, and the misanthropic sword chi is stormy and shocking. The distance is too close for a land god to support. He watched as the lone soul crashed into the queen's body, and his right hand turned into a sword and chopped at the sky, as if peeling a pear. Flatly, he chipped off a round piece of flesh with blood and blonde hair coming from the top of his head. Topaz flew out horizontally, and there was a sound of bones breaking and she let out a suppressed scream. Boom! A beam of light fell from the streaming heavens gate, blowing Gu Chaman's right hand to bits and pieces. Snowflakes fall from footholds. He endured the tearing pain and gazed coldly at the star-spangled vines of the main city streets. A city full of creeps. The queen let out a heartbreaking wail. her entire face incinerated by the sword's aura of. A huge gaping hole was opened from forehead to chin, and the proud cascade of blonde hair was uprooted. The looks are so bloody and horrible that the public is actually afraid to look at them. The world, the crone and the others swept in hastily, shielding the agonized and hideous queen. The heart chakra wasn't broken. Due to the suppression of the abyssal vines, the sword chi came to a screeching halt from the ceiling to the collarbone. It didn't travel any further to the organs, but scalp and face all ruined, heavily damaged by the unique aura that sets it apart from the new world. Definitely unrecoverable. Heaven and earth stagnated, and countless people sweated and nearly suffocated. The queen of the empire, who was known for her beauty and honor, had turned into such an ugly and unimaginable appearance. If not the vine, already the kingslayer. In such a desperate state of death, the lone soul could still erupt with such terrifying killing power? In an instant, the city's stirring emotions became apprehensive again. How can he still grow flesh and blood? There was clearly not a single flying sword. Even when he moves, he suddenly grows a right hand? The land goddess's complexion was cloudy, and things were starting to go out of control again. It definitely wasn't growing flesh and blood out of thin air, and if it was, the lone soul wouldn't have sat around before. Must have killed someone. But what about the sword? Where's the body that was killed? Tick. The hourglass is still dripping blood. Gu Chang'an slowly walked into the streets of the main city and just stood there on top of the vine obsidian. Sinner, the crutch old woman hissed, and was impotently furious. Without flesh and blood, you can't even retaliate if you want to. Just then, Gu Chang'an slightly lowered his head, and his newly grown finger turned into a wisp of sword and chopped on top of the vines. Gotcha. Obsidian was the first to crack, and in turn, a small patch of vines was severed and the stars disappeared. His fingers were once again shattered by the Heaven's Gate electric fire. Such a scene was no less than a bolt from the blue, and the heads of the imperial populace were spinning. Everyone who was any more stupid knew what Lone Soul was thinking. It's a total bummer. Sure enough, Gu Chang'an shifted in broken steps again and again, and the sky dome thundered again and again. The flesh and blood vines were destroyed almost simultaneously, emitting a cloud of brilliant luster. It's like the same thing. But the vines had no effect when they were cut off. But the lone soul palm was still repeating the process of disappearing and growing again. Tick, tick, there's only 10% purple blood left in the glass vials on the hourglass, and snow is falling in the streets of the main city. The snow covered the pools of blood and simultaneously hid the broken vines. Nope, Topaz's horrified face was still dripping blood, and the purple child had long since burned to a charred black. Mold Lake Vision stared at the vines that were all broken. All sword cultivators roll. She let out a stormy scream that pierced the night like an awl. Unfortunately, it's still a little late. The holy city's 300 or so swords flew into midair, hanging but not falling, losing the vine's suppression of the tip of the sword fell easily piercing through the sword cultivator's head. 300. Gu Chang'an smiled. The cultivators were like amnesties. Their tense bodies finally relaxed. Fortunately, there were only 300 or so swords left. Luckily, the Protectorate Knight broke the 5,000 swords at the beginning. Boom! The movements of the land gods have been numbed by the repetition of crackling down lightning that, crushing the 3 fingers that had just grown. 370 handles once again sprinted into the air. The people are desperate. Is this scene familiar? No, it's exactly the same as National Shame Day. How ridiculous is their excitement tonight? But the faces of the Abyss males were expressionless. How could they be worried when they were already sure that the hourglass would take effect? It's nothing more than a deathbed struggle. How many can you kill with only 300 swords? Steep. They seemed to be aware of this and looked in unison to the east, where the patch of night was illuminated with a 7-colored glow. Expected. The old crone with the walking stick did not change her face. Isn't this the moment that the ghosts are waiting for? But in an instant, the calmness of her expression flew into oblivion, replaced by incomparable horror. The 10 terrestrial immortals were horrified. The abyssal sage shuddered. In an oppressive dead silence, Gu Chang'an revealed a long-lost smile, and a warm current flowed through his heart. It was for the group of brazen Central Plains cultivators, as well as the 100,000 swords that were about to arrive. Every sword is every Yanhuang son who has a heart for the Middle Kingdom. It all seemed to tell him that you did everything you could to. Supreme honor. The sword comes. For the first time since stepping into the holy city, Gu Chang'an made a hearty sound. Countless people's jaws dropped. The sight of 100,000 sword rainbows hanging in the air was truly unprecedented. There's no way to describe it as a magnificent wave. 100,000 swords. The land gods and saints gathered in the Sky City, resulting in the inability to unload any of them at all along the way. How can a flying pigeon transmit an urgent report compared to the speed of a flying sword? 100,000 swords. Just like this. Vast and earth-shattering. One sword passing over the other. The Q-like influx into the holy city. When Gu Chang'an gripped the seven-colored sword, the holy city was greeted with a dense rain of swords. 12,000 flying swords fell swiftly, and in the endless wailing, the green blade was bloodied with. It is really killing barbarians like cutting grass and picking flowers. Pilgrimage K is bleeding to death, and the so-called perfect formation is in complete disarray. Even the Taoist achievers were too busy running for their lives. How could they shelter ordinary soldiers? Desperate, Gu Chang'an dragged the sword of national fortune and walked step by step into the depths of the holy city. When he suddenly looked up, the words were sent back to her. As Tuoba Tian Tian gouged out her bones and conked her heart in agony, she stared at the hourglass like mad, and for a moment hated to trade her life for the purple blood to run dry. Tick. The upper glass bottle was almost at the bottom, with less than 0.5% left, and how she wished it was faster. Gu Chang'an rose up flat on the ground, holding his sword straight to the northwest, the full moon reflecting a sentence-hunched shadow. The light of the moon narrowed his narrow eyes, and a majestic aura surged out from his body, borrowing the greatness of the heavenly gate to meet the lone soul. Both fists were like heavy hammers smashing nails, powerful and heavy. Gu Chang'an took several steps backward in the air. The light of the moon, like a shadow, still hit his body with his fist and slammed it down again. Gu Chang'an's left and right arms, which had coalesced against 12,000 corpses, crumbled into pieces. Flesh and blood and sword chi splattered in all directions, turning into snow in the sky. He retreated again and again. It had become clear to the old man with the red face and the green child that he had become the only target of the Heaven's Gate was brilliant in its splendor, and a steady stream of power poured into the body. Strike! The rest of the old monsters were staring at the hourglass while converging their chi. All of a sudden, the long gorges and chains and other weapons chopped at the soul shadow in 9 directions. 16,000 swords hovered in a row, blades facing downward, obscuring the holy city for a full 1,000 miles. Crash! 16,000 dead. Gu Chang'an's feet slowly manifested, and his warm palms clutched the national fortune sword. A man with a sword killed towards the red-faced green boy. The might of the national fortune sword was astounding, and it chopped away harshly, directly causing the moonlight to lose its rhythm and breathing. It also broke frequency, and his gray lips quivered slightly. But that's about it. In a moment of disorganization, he heralded a sword by virtue of his fleshly body, and his black robe sash shattered. A bloody scar on his chest. This is the place where the heavenly Tao originates, and the swords of the new world must submit. Light of the moon let out a sardonic laugh, and the shadows of his berserk fists stacked on top of each other. It smashed into Gu Chang'an's arms and legs as well as his newly grown shoulders and neck. The sword of national fortune, the 100 schools of Taoism, and the Middle Kingdom are all created by the great changes in heaven. If you're a god of the new world, how dare you come to the holy city? If the two things dare to be called invincible, would the scholarly teacher not do whatever he wants when he comes? An avalanche of heaven and earth, also hemorrhaging at the same time. The snow was actually dyed the color of blood. The holy city was thick with blood. The night staves off the vomit-inducing fishy odor. Countless people ran to the west, as far away from the sword screen as possible, but the soldiers didn't dare to flee. Again, he dared not advance any further. Never had a killing day like this. It seemed that just standing in the city might be one step closer to death. Is that still sacrosanct? The bearded man hiding in the sacred riverboat pounded his chest and he missed the uprising back in Constantinople. Why didn't he believe that the hero Gu could perform a miracle? Because of one of their own orders. The insurgents scattered earlier. Where to gather men now in the chaos? Had there been no hesitation, the crown prince of Byzantium would have been rescued by now. A roaring rebellion has begun. The battlefield was fragmented but clear to him. Hero Gu only caught the red-faced, green boy land deity and beat him up, while the rest of the land deities blasted and smashed his flesh. It can also grow flesh and blood by virtue of the fall of the sword curtain. No solution. That is Holyokshire ing sucks. Available at Hourglass. Though the bearded man could not see the hourglass, listening to the roar of the surrounding, it also guessed that the blood in the bottle was running dry. Blessed be the life of Hero Gu. O Lord, a great man who fought against the invaders. There is most definitely no second Gu hero in the world. The bearded man prayed silently. The avalanche vision enveloped the streets of the main city, and the snowflakes even leapt over the pilgrimage quay at one point. And as the sky dome's chi collapsed, the light of the moon was exhausted and his body was scarred. Just for destroying your flesh. You're focusing on me alone? You want to consume the chi in my body? But half a pillar of heaven's gate is there, and the chi is never extinguished. Do you have time to burn? Light of the moon slammed his shoulder against the sword of national fortune, but his eyes stayed on the hourglass. Face 1,000,000 times scarier than a zombie. Topaz's heart was beating fast, and in her world, there is no mountain of blood and corpses. Not a single person. Just the hourglass. Tick. 15. The White Pope's palms trembled as he quirked his lips and slowly counted down. Just now, several swords came crashing down, and he blocked them with his chi mask, but he still had a lingering feeling in his heart. The purple blood continued to drip at the same rate. And 15 drops of blood. 14. Chapter 58. The city gate heard the dogs barking. The return of the snowy and windy nights. 14. As the White Pope counted down, moonlight swept down, battered and bruised. And, like a ferocious beast that has just passed through thorns, it's unwise to anger a maddened beast. It's funny how you Eastlanders always think Hugo Nishan is worth singing about. Always think that perseverance will pay off. But how in the world can things work out the way you want them to? A punch to the punch. It was like a waterfall cascading down 3,000 feet. The Big Dipper vibrated. And Moonlight had a face of shock and anger. You caught me in a fight. You think I'm weak or you want to make a fool out of me? Just because the land gods didn't care about the world didn't mean they didn't want dignity. This was a naked humiliation. One person and one soul were close by, and the light of the moon flexed his fingers, but his movements were light and gentle, like bouncing off a snowy fog that obscures your vision. Gu Cheng'an was hit like a hammer, and the black mist collapsed on the upper half of his body. Both legs crumbled bone and flesh into the gilt walls behind them. Snowflakes in all directions, like the ebb and flow of the tide. Within a 7 or 8 feet radius of the light of the moon, a monstrous aura enveloped the substantiation is presented as a stream flowing around the circumference. Mountains can be moved, but heaven cannot be shaken. The voice of the old man with the red face and green child was like rolling thunder. The half-pillar of heaven's gate that belonged to him still flowed. Gu Cheng'an smiled and didn't say anything, seeming to approve of this statement. But that didn't delay him from continuing to call on the 7 colored swords. The 20,000 green blades that hovered over the night. Falling once again towards the pilgrimage K. Whenever you meet a rock, you open it, and when you meet a man, you kill him. The pilgrimage K square has long been piled high with corpses, and the imperial street leading to the 9 palaces. It is also a puddle of blood at 10 steps. It's human nature to get in on the action, and not remembering it seems to be as well. On the day of national shame, when I had clearly experienced bloody evils, I felt that tonight the situation had been settled. Hate to see the lonely souls perish at close range. Hate not to slowly appreciate the end of Han Nu, so as to satisfy the innate pride of the heart. So they're dead in the water. Flying swords fell and rose again, vast, and the light of the swords illuminated a path of death for those who fled. Cultivators who live on. Saints who forcefully pretend to be calm. All wait in horror for the absurdity to fall. It's really bizarre right now. It's even comparable to magic. The battlefield looks like it's splitting into 2 images. On one side, the tip of the sword fell straight down, slaughtering with abandon, as if it were an invincible demon. But on the other side was the lone soul attacking the land gods in vain. Again and again. You don't turn back until you hit the wall. If Gu Cheng'an is a scoundrel, then so is the heavenly sect, and the heavenly Tao cannot be disobeyed. It's almost over. The crutch crone was hysterical, her crimson eyes staring deathly into the hourglass. She was in no way distressed by the sacrificed imperial subjects, but she was worried about the abyssal chi, the lone soul dying an instant too late. The chi would have to plummet 10 feet. Tick. The only thing that drips quite regularly is the hourglass. The most unforgiving thing of all. 10. 9. Topaz roared every word out of his lungs, and the Pope dared not look at the Queen's horrible, bloody face, bowed his head and clutched the hourglass tightly. In the streets of the main city, the light of the moon took a step into the snow and looked at the monster with sound arms. You hate the old man too much. It's reasonable. It's the old man who crumbles you with his own hands, said he as he looked around the raging air of drifting snow and laughed heartily. On that day in the city of Tortoise, the same heavy snowfall which had passed, there shouldn't be anyone who disturbs the old man's diving cultivation anymore. Boom! A small snake of lightning swam on the shoulder of the light of the moon, and the abundant fist intent vaguely had the sound of vast wind and thunder. Gu Cheng'an twisted his head to look outside the city and drank in a deep voice. Rise your sword. In a split second, 20,000 swords came against the ground, plowing 20,000 furrows in the pilgrimage K, sprinting towards the entrance of the city at a speed unfathomable to the naked eye. The 9 land gods hanging in the air did not change their faces, even though the scene was spectacular. In their overlooking sight, the streets of the main city looked as if they were in a vast river of sword formations. The wind rose up like 20,000 iron horsemen crashing into formation on a battlefield. But so what? Not even the Eastern Kingdom's luck sword could hurt the Moonlight's foundation. With only a mere 20,000 swords? Moonlight didn't even look back, waving his palm. His shoulder lightning brought out 70 fist shadows. The punch pounded Lone Soul's arms. Gu Cheng'an turned a blind eye until there was no longer a trace of flesh and blood in his body, and he suddenly asked back, It's another year of snow. How much do I look like the old days to you? Light of the moon warning signs flare up. 7. 300 feet away was the sound of the queen's roar of filial piety. Madaka. Like a sound of thunder from the flat earth, it brazenly lifted the snow, and 20,000 swords picked up a graceful arc, not attacking the light of the moon, but surging up into the sky in unison. No, it's half a pillar of Heaven's Gate. This bizarre behavior immediately caused the 9 land gods to be confused for a moment. It looks ridiculous. 20,000 swords to kill the light of the moon is still understood, attacking the gate of heaven. But the scene that immediately followed, the old monster was filled with horror. A piece of flesh and blood. I don't know when it floated on top of the gold foil city and merged back into the long river of sword energy. 20,000 swords in a vertical shape, one after the other, as if a pillar of swords leading from the ground to the gates of heaven. And the bloody sword above the clouds was picking 7 tails of flesh. Danger! A ground-shaking roar actually came from the distant abyssal castle. Julius Caesar, although sworn not to enter the turbulent world, he keeps an eye on Sky City, not needing to be reminded by anyone at all. Tsukiyokari felt the sudden despair of the and danger as never before. He seemed to understand Gu Chang'an's seamless calculations. 6. Topaz hissed like a madman. There was no foreign object in her eyes. Only the last few drops of purple blood remained. Winter. As if the god of thunder was beating a drum, the light inside the half-pillar heavenly gate erupted with a loud noise. A piece of primordial flesh and blood. How dare you spy on the new world of the heavenly Tao? The 2 streams of chi were incompatible. Heaven's net is wide open. But how can a fish that escapes the net flaunt itself in front of the heavenly Tao? In the blink of an eye, 7 tails of meat were crushed to pieces by the greatness of the heavenly gate, and turned into an avalanche of snow between 3 fathoms. Melts when it meets the clouds. However, just in the blink of an eye, there was a break in the moonlight's aura. Damn break! The city gates were shrouded in 7-colored sword awnings. There were no lone souls, only a sword of national fortune. This sword, regicide, the soul is sent to the sword. The moonlight's lips trembled, and from the beginning to the end, Gu Chang'an was never exposed. In the blink of an eye, a companion would certainly not be able to back it up. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Gate suddenly cuts off the power of the light of the moon was only at the peak saint realm at this very moment. Can a saint resist both the sword of national fortune, as well as transforming his body into a sword? Moreover, the power of the 2 swords stacked on top of each other was several times more powerful. A sword is just handed out, slashing through the body at an angle, slanting from the shoulders to the abdomen. The old man with the red face and green child was split into 2 on the spot, and a hang of blood and guts spilled all over the snow. The 7-colored sword blade was still lingering in the air, occasionally curved, occasionally straight, a line of. Yet none of them showed the slightest sign of dissipation. The heavens and the earth are dead silent. All living matter stood still. As the light of the moon fell to the ground, it was as if glory fell and faith collapsed. Countless people were creeped out, incredulous to the extreme. He is a land god who was revered in the world of men. Tick. There was an infinite silence, and the voice of disgust sounded once more. 4. Tuoba world's liver and gall bladder want to break. She muddled no longer dare to move the line of sight. Half the heavenly beings died violently in plain sight. The future of the empire towards greater splendor or a sharp turn for the worse may lie in the last 3 drops of blood. 3 drops. Please hurry up. The national fortune sword hung in the air, and the soul shadow beside the sword was shrouded in layers of black mist, as if it was undergoing a kind of metamorphosis. Actually, I don't hate you, but I was raised to learn to do things right, and you killed me. It's only fair that I seek revenge on you, isn't it? Gu Chang'an's voice was tinged with amusement as he gradually laughed out loud in a pleasant manner. The light of the moon was dying, and the sight of the molded lake looked to the vault of the sky, half a pillar of the heavenly gate dark end. After a lifetime of working for it, the heavenly way did not step in to save it before he died. He looked down, dumbfounded, at the blood-soaked holes in his body, and suddenly laughed uncontrollably and laughed so hard that tears came out of my eyes. Fair. Light of the moon perishes in military disintegration. At the same time, the half-pillar of heaven's gate that belonged to him alone closed, as if it had never existed. 3. The white-robed pope was trembling. Before he could regain his senses from the thrill of the death of the land god, he noticed the majestic chi surging towards him. Your holiness, save me. The 7-colored sword chopped at him head-on, the sword energy blazing, and only a hint of a circular arc made the pope unable to move. Hourglass leaves him and the queen is saved by the old monster. The truth is that you can't stop the passage of time no matter what. The hourglass is indestructible, but who dares to bet? In the event of a decapitation, the sky will be turned upside down tonight. As long as the soul is extinguished, no matter how much it is sacrificed, it is worth it. Lay down your killings, and God may forgive you. The Pope looked pale and, in an instant, it was swallowed up by the sword energy. Gu Chang'an calmly said, I once felt that the world was as forgiving as it could be, but my grandparents, my parents, my relatives who raised me, the fellow soldiers who fought alongside me all died at your hands. How do you expect me to understand? After a slight pause, he turned around and walked back to the entrance of the city, leaping up to the gold foil penthouse with a sneer. If there is a God, he should pray for my forgiveness. A dense black fog enveloped the area, and although the soul's shadow could not be seen, but it's already seen by the old monsters as a sign of impending demise. The 9 land gods, and the abyssal saints hung in unison in the western vault of heaven, like a formation to protect the hourglass. 2. Topaz's whirled cones and sobs. The contrasting emotions of humiliation and excitement surged through her at the same time, stirring in his chest at unimaginable speed. Gradually, excitement took over. She could hardly swallow the hourglass. Hate to take my tongue and lick the last drop of purple blood from the upper glass bottle. All is silent. The voices were gone, and the snow was falling heavily on Main Street. Countless sights to the hourglass, as if they were about to die of thirst, waiting for a drop of mountain water to fall between the cracks in the mountains. Just one drop. The last drop. Gu Chang'an looked at the hourglass from a distance and said slowly, Tell a story. You and I were neighbors, even in my richest and most powerful period. Nor did I think of taking the 2 acres in front of your house for myself. During this time you asked me for advice on how to get rich, and I taught you everything you needed to know. You don't even know how to grow out food. I'll teach you by hand. Until one day a piece of pie fell from the sky in your house, when I was very sick. Instead of remembering your past kindness, you trampled me like a dead dog, and cut my flesh with a knife, without saying a word. Bleed me. He smiled, his tone still soft. Where's the revenge when you really let you beat me half to death and almost flayed me? The Sky City was quiet and stagnant, and the voice was particularly piercing. The old monsters were breathing heavily. Never in their lives had they been so nervous as they were now. Suffocation. But at the same time their minds recalled the history books of the Topsy-Turvy clan. As Hanu had said, when the brilliant Tang dynasty, Topaz is merely a frontier tribe, relying on flattery. There's nothing I'm afraid to admit. It's just knee-jerking Big Don. Ancestral transcripts record that in those days, when all nations made pilgrimages to the city of Chang'an, their tribe did not even qualify to travel to the Golden Palace, and the Great Tang only sent a 9th-grade sesame official to receive them, and their ancestors were smug afterwards. And, even saying that it is a great honor to be a dog of the Great Tang, there is no shame in reminiscing. Eating the weak and eating the strong is the eternal and unchanging law of survival in the human world. When you were at the height of your glory, you didn't even try to expand your territory and conquer the world by force of arms. It is only your stupid arrogance that is to blame for not slaughtering the foreigners. 80 years ago the Tao of Heaven descended on the tribe, and there is a saying in the eastern lands that heaven gives and takes. It is the destiny of the empire to be doomed. Nowadays, let's not talk about the glorious Tang dynasty. Even if the Qin Empire led by Ying Zhang and the iron-blooded and powerful Han under the command of Lu Che appeared on the land of China at the same time, what could they do? Times have changed. The old civilization belonging to the Middle Kingdom should have been thrown into the stinking gutter long ago. It is time to destroy a nation that has been destroyed by wildfire. Many thoughts flashed through the old monster's mind. Perhaps an epic moment of, it's amazing that they're still rambling, because it's too slow. It's really all the same speed, but it's often the last drop that always feels unbearably long and emotions are all about to go out of control. Finally, purple blood runs down the spout of the upper and lower glass vials. Clank. 80,000 swords are ringing. A full 80,000 flying swords hung in the sky above the sacred city. Magnificent waves that covered the sky and the moon. Gu Chang'an tilted her head, and a frame-by-frame image of the past surfaced. Those unbearable pains can never be cathartic. But you seem to have forgotten how you used to flatter yourself. So what makes you think I won't heal? What are you going to do when I'm as good as new? He said. The sound is very soft. 80,000 jade dragons fell. The black mist collapsed. 1. Tuoba Tian felt like he had jerked his bones and tearfully roared out this word. Tick-tock. Purple blood dripped slowly down the lower glass bottle. Swirling and swirling again. A brilliant light radiates from the hourglass, like a hope that breaks out of its shell. It's more like the judgment of an evil god on the disobedient. Invalid. Because it's human. The snow is falling. He's laughing. How can it be? Tuoba Tianxia's face twisted as he let out a hiss that shook the sky and cracked the earth. Boom! The abyssal castle trembled, and several great figures were struck by lightning as they gazed at the city from across the sky. The so-called Julius Caesar cable. At this moment the child's hole suddenly shrunk, and he was suddenly dizzy. There was silence on the sacred river, though many of the commoners, like the bearded man, could not see the faces of the but looming over the city, the white-haired figure was too noticeable in the darkness of the night. Goo. There is a Central Plains cultivator cardiac arrest. Tears gradually molded lake vision. A long-lost smile subconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if nothing had happened. The teenager was alone at the head of the city. But this is not the city of Tortoise, and neither is despair, returning to still be a teenager. Boom! The shock of the Central Plains cultivator was unspeakable, and he turned his head excitedly to look into the distance and the city reflected in his eye child as if it were a sea of blood in the abyss. Zhong Yuan Gu Chang'an. He's in. It wasn't a dream. He was always there. There was a long, dead silence, as if heaven and earth had been silently torn apart, and the chests of the abyssal multitudes were about to explode. The event that transcends all perceptions comes out bright and early. White robe, white hair, clear-eyed child, smiling face, covered in silk and blood. Gu Chang'an's hair roamed with the wind, and he just kept standing at the top of the city. The heavens and the earth gradually resounded with the wails of despair, not from the populace, but from the abyssal practitioners of the. They finally realized what it was like to be in never-ending despair. Obviously tried very hard. Why is it still dark after a long walk? Where is the light? Dogs barking at the city gates. People returning home at night in the wind and snow. Return. Chapter 59. Two people riding a white deer backwards. Holy city. The snow clusters like thick smoke. The wind and snow wrapped in blood mist gyroscopically rotating. A city full of people can't keep their eyes open. It's open. It just won't open. The white-haired man at the head of the city was too blinding, too frightening, from man to madman, and then the ghosts, finally rejoining the person. Nothing seems to have changed, but the empire has endured one humiliation after another, accumulating to this night. No less than the sky is falling. It's more than ravaging. It's like riding on your head in Ting and pissing on it. Full of joy. What I thought was a perfect sanction turned out to be a magnificent return of the lone soul. Go home. Gu Chang'an's smile grew tepid, and she suddenly raised her head and glanced up at the darkening sky. The sight was stunned for a while, and finally looked at the hovering 100,000 handles of green blades. The sword of national fortune tumbled a few times along the air, as if showing off with joy, and the 7 colored rays of light were like a comet trailing, rapidly flying towards the divine continent. Immediately after that, 100,000 swordseas thrummed and swept, one sword passing to another, as if following the 7-colored sword like an obedient child. The city was filled with dead silence. Only the sound of swords remained. The long and depressing wait for the sword that landed at the end flew away from the city and the sky. The 9 landing mortals had been indifferent since the beginning. Kill. Tuoba Tian Tian was like a fierce beast trapped in a cage, jumping up and down, tearing and biting wildly. But it can't bite through the dense silence. Julius Caesar. Kill this Han slave. She twisted her head and roared sadly, her voice a sharp all that pierced the numb hearts of bystanders. Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless. Castle Abyss is silent. Several of the giants closest to Ascension did not step out of the square inch after all. And let's not talk about being able to kill. So what if I kill it? Shattering the flesh, followed by transforming the soul, and recasting it is just going through the motions again. The evening breeze in the holy city is enchanting. Gu Chang'an murmured softly, and then he actually took elegant steps at the top of the city as if nothing had happened. The idea of killing too much, and vaguely giving birth to muddled thoughts. But now that I can control myself from going crazy, it doesn't hurt to go crazy once in a while. The white hair danced in the wind. The dance was clumsy at first, but gradually became better and more pleasing to the eye, at least in the eyes of a few scattered Middle Kingdom spies. It was great solo dancing, and the blood boiled just watching it. The hearts of the holy city practitioners were as if they were dead, and in this instant, the pain was like a dull knife scraping the flesh of a. Dignity was lost with it. The devil was not dancing solo. He was admiring his own masterpiece. Countless people lowered their lofty heads, only daring to stare at the bloody ground. What bull **** about the way of heaven? What sacredness cannot be disobeyed? What imperial subjects are born with a noble bloodline? It's all fake. Gu Chang'an was slightly tired. He stopped his pace and leaped down to the top of the city, as if talking to himself. Again, it's like speaking to the whole of heaven and earth. I'll be back. Walk slowly through the snow, 1 foot deep. The 9 streaming heavenly gates disappeared, and the old monsters looked back at the corpse of the moonlight. Lost souls fly into the abyss. Who's next? How much farther had to go? How much more effort had to be made before Gu Chang'an could be completely eradicated? Until then, they had found tomorrow monotonous and unchanging. But after tonight, tomorrow and every day ahead is a variable. The dome of the sky no longer has a luster. The holy city is shrouded in darkness, and the distant snow-white figure gradually molds the lake. It was profoundly clear to all that the scene was as if the chessboard was black and white. The the most direct and brutal competition for survival. Either it eats white or it gets eaten. And there is never a draw. Ah! Topaz's hands covered his bloodied face. Bend over and let out a hysterical wail. Enough! The crouching crone hissed as she tightened her arms around her. If you can't withstand even a little blow, how can you create the supreme divine kingdom that reigns over the earth? A river in the way. No bridge, just fill it in. A taller mountain. Without making a path. Move right out of the way. Those who heard the word sighed darkly. Previously mocked Yugo Nishan is the most ridiculous spirit of the East. Now, Tuoba Tianxia laughed miserably, and the blood-masked child's hole seemed to be taunting her. As queen, I sat and watched the holy city descend into hell, and as a woman, my face was ruined. Even you wouldn't dare keep staring, right? The crutch old woman's vision did wander as she spoke in a deep voice. So you're going to cut your own throat? Tuoba Tiancheng tilted his head, his words containing hatred. If he doesn't die, how can I die? The crone twisted her head to look at the sea of corpses and blood, full of gloom. This time it would be the sevenfold prophecy of heralds. Suddenly, Coronet, how about the empire abandoning the eastern lands? An abyssal achiever spoke solemnly. All of a sudden, a gray face tightened, and there was an imperceptible look of anticipation in his eyes. It's hard to hold on, but giving up is just a word away. The root cause of all conflicts is the survival of the Chinese nation, and the eastern part of China is only a few million miles away. The empire could open up the Far East or the Far West. It's hard to get there. Just go around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The old woman's voice was steeply stern, and her walking stick swam with lightning, hammering the blonde hawk-hooked nose heavily with the momentum of lightning. The latter had not yet had the time to imperialize his chi before he was knocked out of his meridians and chi. Anyone who dares to talk about renunciation will be beheaded for treason. The crone showed no mercy and another crutch cracked the head of the Taoist Sengoku, splattering his brains in all directions. The practitioners were silenced. They have not thought about it, but they know very well in their hearts the decades of aggression and humiliation. And can't the empire just say stop? No such thing. Besides, the abyss is going to cast the supreme kingdom of God. If the eastern land is not destroyed, how dare we call it a divine kingdom? Call a meeting of the center immediately. The crone's eyes were chilling. Even the abyssal practitioners began to breed fear, and it was hard to imagine what the reaction of the populace was. The wind and sunshine, chibi on both sides of a busy farming scene. The hibernation is the spring plowing. 100,000 sword cultivators stayed for a few days, so they helped the people rake the fields and open the ditches. They are even all building lofty dams at several flood discharge points. Chen Jie's sleeves were rolled up, and he sat on the ridge with his buttocks, receiving the tile jar of fresh water handed by the pink-skirted girl, and also at the same time proud of the envious gazes of the onlookers. Wait 5 days, the young girl said. Yes. Chen Jie pulled up a weed and folded it a few times and said softly, the sword will return, and Hero Gu will win. Feeling that his tone wasn't firm enough, he threw his voice. The sword over the divine state will be delayed for a few days, and the battle of the holy city must have ended long ago. Maybe. The young girl pursed her lips as she, like many others, began to lose faith. Just like the chibi laughter on the first day, the twilight of the 5th day. But just then, Madaka! A crisp sword sound resounded through the heavens and earth. The old farmer in the field pulling a yellow ox to plow looked up, not bothering to wipe the mud from his jersey. A leap suspended in the air to catch the bloodstained national luck sword. The man froze, immediately followed by a vast river of sword chi. 100,000 sword blades bloodstained and dried up, but it still reflects the red wall in the color of blood. The 100,000 swords returned by the way, and like a mission accomplished, they all dangled down to the side of the master who raised them. Many years later, both in history and in folklore, all regard this day as a turning point for a nation. Never at any time in the life of 100,000 sword cultivators has there been a moment like this one, when his chest filled with a vast sword aura, and his blood flowed with unmatched pride. Ha ha! Like a thunderbolt breaking the silence, the joy of the explosion filled both sides of the Anxi River. Sword cultivators celebrated universally and ran for cover. I told you I could win. Chen Jie was in tears, holding his blood-stained wooden sword and there were still fine bits of brute dog intestines hanging around. He hurriedly looked at the sword of his intended victim, only 3 feet of the sword body stained with blood. The hilt is still clean. There's more blood than you, and if you win the bet, you'll be with me. Chen Jie was overly excited by the faces were reddened. Don't make it up. It's just a promise to go to Yangzhou City with you. The young girl pretended to be cold. Oh, Chen Jie rubbed the back of his head and let out a giggle. That's okay. The two men looked at each other and smiled. The several saints of the Central Plains hung in the air to surround the husband, and when they saw that he looked different, they subconsciously worried. What are you looking at, husband? The man replied. A sword. Chang'an one sword? Duke Dongwuqin was perplexed. The husbandman was silent, staring at the sword of national fortune for a long time, and said the cross in a deep voice. Chang'an kills the land gods with his sword, said suddenly passionate. The same land god. It was all too clear what the residual death aura of the sword meant. Husbandman clenched his fists and raised them high in the air, shouting that the fields shook and the rivers rolled. Deicide. Early morning. A man and a deer galloped through the mountains. Deer body snow white, only a pair of antlers yellowish big. Age should be very old. At this point hang your head and run. Gu Chang'an wore a bucket hat. His white hair was pulled up with a bamboo hairpin, and a sword case hung at his waist. When you leave the holy city, you take a spiritual old deer by the hand outside the city as a substitute. One step closer to moving the city. Freedom. This feeling is familiar. 3 years ago, Sheen Carpenter asked him to go for a day's walk outside the city. Just that day himself broke through the shackles. Unchained. Free to walk and walk. Traveling mountains and rivers. He broke the boundary in a month or so at most. Don't be lazy. You're a captive. Gu Chang'an tapped the deer's back with his sword case. Being reprimanded. The white deer chirped a few times, reluctantly through the dense morning fog. The commotion startled the mountain woodcutting boy, who rubbed his eyes and sked. Is it a fairy? Stop. Gu Chang'an kicked at the deer's belly, just 10 feet away from the teenager, and asked with a smile, what do you have in mind for the gods? The young man's spring shirt was thin, and he wore only 2 outer shirts sewn on, and carried 2 handfuls of firewood on his back. He wasn't afraid to be raw and serious. It was you, a rare white deer, that rode backwards all over the world, with wine and a sword. Act of chivalry. Gu Chang'an smiled without saying anything and explained. I just want to see the road traveled one more time. The teenager blinked, not sure if he believed it or not. I'll give you a ride. Gu Chang'an patted the deer's back, and the white deer sat on its head and the young man was elated at the news, and after arching his hand and thanking him, he put the firewood down before climbing the back of the deer. The heavy firewood didn't overwhelm the white deer that had been bathed in aura, and he barked twice. Resign yourself to running. Shouldn't the real immortals be in the sky? Gu Chang'an seemed to be very interested in this topic. He asked again when the teenager was seated. The teenager bristled, telling a joke he had often heard as a child. I've never seen anyone ascend, not even on the barbarian side. Listening to the older generation. 20 years ago, the barbarians had a Julius Caesar who came close to ascending, and 10 years ago they said he came close again. It's a real laugh to reckon it's still close now. Gu Chang'an did not concur. Even though they're facing each other, they've got hats covering their eyes and noses. The teenager could not see the dashing cultivator's face. If you could ascend, would you be willing? Gu Chang'an asked again. Of course, Cootie. I won't. I don't care what's in the sky. Everlasting life. The teenager drew up his tone, getting more and more energized. No more housekeeping? The teenager's voice screeched to a halt and he looked down and laughed. His words half true. Nothing is more important than my parents and sister. I wouldn't trade them for anything. Gu Chang'an was silent for a long time. Here we are. The teenager pointed to the smoke of the birds cooking at the foot of the hill and invited them graciously. Fairy brother, reward me with a meal at my house. No, still have to catch up. Gu Chang'an smiled and bundled the firewood on his back. Well, the teenager stepped down and waved and bowed at him. A man and a deer are far away. Gu Chang'an tilted his head and looked at the sky. The moment he recast his physical body, he sensed something in the dark, that in the near future, one can do for oneself what countless cultivators have sought and failed to do. Ascension. It's kind of funny. I'm probably the luckiest guy in the world. Or maybe, Gu Chang'an murmured to himself. And that most pitiful sentence was never put into words. He could never be immortal. The mountain in his heart, he could never move it. Harold's prophecy. And since it's a prophecy, that means it's going to happen in the future. It also represents the choice one makes at that point in time to go from one to the other. A city on the Zhao barbarian border. The gorgeous woman puts on a human skin mask and walks out of the inn with her plain face on top of the overhang ran along the roof. Today, rumor has it that someone rode a white deer backwards through the city of Min. It was in this city that she and Gu Chang'an parted ways in the first place, so perhaps it was his return to the Central Plains? Li Yan chased the deer for 300 miles and finally caught up with it in the duskfield. She was stunned for a long time, and she found it so unbelievable that she couldn't move her eyes for a moment. Why are you here? Gu Chang'an took off his bucket hat and looked at her. That's nice. Li Yan laughed with a somewhat reserved and subtle smile at first, but later on, without hiding it, the smile with a slight pear swirl. After borrowing the sword, I thought you would definitely pass through here if you wanted to return to the Central Plains. So I waited. Gu Chang'an hemmed and asked rhetorically, was it an accident? Lip didn't know how to answer. She wanted to say very shocking and beyond all knowledge that, but the words wouldn't come out. Farewell. Gu Chang'an waved his hand and traveled farther into the wind. The Empress hesitated for a moment, her voice clearing. Can we get together? Gu Chang'an gazed at the face that was all of a sudden redder than a March peach blossom and smiled. Good. Li Bing looked at his clear smile and pointed at the white deer to see him nod. Then he came to the air and sat gently on the back of the deer, and the dusk stretched the two figures for a long time. In spite of the 4 months spent together in the city of Turtle Bay, they were seldom face to face in the vicinity of the late feet, nor could he smell his breath or perceive it. Li Bing suddenly pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled to himself. Really shing that deer in the headlights. He is at least a 9 to 5. How now the little girl posture? Gu Chang'an didn't say anything either. The two of them were used to not being able to talk a single word a day before. Where to? Li Yan asked. Walk wherever you go. Chapter 60, Kissing You in the Open. The two traveled in pairs, trekking all the way up the mountain. Most of them go to the countryside, traveling to the Jialing River. One person with an oar, Gu Chang'an in the bow of the boat. White Stag was napping in the center cabin and Li was sitting in the stern, rowing into the reeds. Gu Chang'an pillowed her arms in a shallow sleep. Li Yan took off her human skin mask and, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, she raised a delicate eyebrow and spoke softly. 200 years ago, right here in this field of reeds, Luo Binwan wrote a diatribe for Su Jingye to discuss Wuju, which will surely be immortalized for generations to come. The Empress is handy with history, and is looking for a topic to talk about at the moment. The two were often dull and boring together. It was funny, she had always been high and cold, but she had to take the initiative to break the atmosphere when facing Gu Chang'an. Gu Chang'an denied it. I don't think he's going to be remembered by this article for posterity. But a poem. Which song? Li Yan asked. Gu Chang'an twisted his head to point at the wild geese frolicking 30 feet away and read in a subdued manner. Goose, 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 sing to the sky with a crooked neck. White hair floats on green water. Red palm plucks clear waves. Singing about geese? Li Bing looked surprised, shook his head and lost his smile. Impossible. Just a child's limerick. Gu Chang'an said carelessly. In one's life one looks back and, it's the simple pleasures of childhood that I envy most. Li Yan nodded her delicate chin. Suddenly he looked at him and said, but you never even had that joy. Isn't it there now? Gu Chang'an gazed at a flock of wild geese girdling the grass. The Empress suddenly looked down and smiled, as if realizing that she had laughed for no reason, and regained her composure. Just that momentary style, but also let the ounce of spring lost color. What are you laughing at? Gu Chang'an asked. Nope. Lip shook her head. Don't you deserve to be happy that you're finally starting to live for yourself? With me in the process. Only a little bit happier. Probably far more. Gu Chang'an picked up the bucket hat and put it on. Li Yan looked into the distance. A light boat went down the river, and she put on her human skin. Exposing your identity will always disturb the comfort. The light boat approached, and the pink-skirted girl came slowly, her eyes looking at Gu Chang'an. Said in the well-worded official language of Shu. No, that gentleman is the real ethereal one. Compared to that, you're just a bumpkin. Oh, Chen Jie grunted, although there was a bucket hat covering his face, but his temperament was rare in the world. Supposed to be an idle diver, there was an air of nobility and elegance about the companion at his side. In spite of his mediocre appearance, the identity must be extraordinary. Let's go. Let's go to the sword pavilion to pay respects to your parents, Chen Jie said carefully. The young girl's eyes boned up for a moment, and she suddenly aimed her spear at Li Bing, smiling like a flower. Ping Shui met. According to the reason should not be abrupt sister, but see you carrying a sword box. If one is not an expert in the way of the sword, how can one please his excellency? My sister would like to ask for a lesson. Laban was stunned. In fact, she knew the young girl in front of her, the daughter of the sword pavilion's vice master. Your father still have to respectfully call me his majesty. You little girl dare to shifty. What? Afraid of revealing yourself? The pink-skirted girl raised her chin and said in a petulant voice, My lord, may I get acquainted? Gu Chang'an felt amused at once, and swept his eyes at the frustrated teenager. Another look at the young girl's wandering eyes. Little girl, satisfy you. Lip smiled lightly and, also saw through the other's deliberate attempt to make the teenager jealous. She just shook her wrist, and it made a subtle sound of silk tearing and, afterward wisps of sword light seeped out from between the sleeves of the skirt. The young girl was staggered, and before she had even sheathed her sword, she simply shouted, I concede. Sword chi turned into the river. Startled a group of wild eider wings fly. Humph. I'll come back for you when the sword is finished. The pink-skirted girl hummed a nasal sound and paddled away. Chen Jie squatted by the side of the boat, grabbed a reed close by, put it in his mouth and chewed on it, not knowing what he was thinking. Elfin brain. the young girl scolded. Chen Jie had some grievances in his heart and mumbled. Have you forgotten what a sight I was at Red Cliff? With my wooden sword stained with the blood of barbarian dogs. It can be ranked in the top 100,000 sword cultivators. One thing to brag about in your life? Besides, you didn't kill it. The maiden threw him the oar. No, there are two. The other one is you, Chen Jie said seriously. The young girl's cheeks brushed red. Poverty. Chen Jie heatedly giggled, looked back at the boat that was moving away, and suddenly shouted with all his strength. Hirogu killed a god with a sword, recast his flesh, and gave the Central Plains a positive crest beam on his own. Celebrated by all. The young girl covered her ears, finding him childish and wondering, why are you repeating that to everyone you see along the way? Chen Jie's smile became wide and he didn't say a word, until the snow-white figure disappeared from sight. He unexpectedly burst into hot tears. He's Hirogu. Ah! The young girl subconsciously screamed, her face full of disbelief. Chen Jie casually wiped his tears and choked. I just felt that sword aura now. It can't be wrong. Idiot. You. Why don't you remind me? Let's chase The young girl jumped up and down with such excitement that she was about to turn the boat around. Chen Jie stopped her and said softly, since you're wearing a bucket hat, let's not bother. Hirogu is so tired. There's no one under the sun who's done more than him. He deserves a quiet life. The young girl stomped her feet and gave up, her face full of regret and smiling happily when she thought about it. In fact, the people of the Central Plains want Hirogu to come back, and that's the happy ending of the story. Chen Jie, you are forgiven. What did I do wrong? To say you're wrong is to say you're wrong. The canoe was far away, and Li Yan stared wide-eyed. You killed the land god? Aha! Li Bing was speechless. The casual walk he was talking about was a sword slaying. It was really casual. That teenager is a natural sword breed. Gu Chang'an said. How do you call someone a cheap bastard for no reason? Li Bing furrowed her brows. Gu Chang'an raised the rim of his hat slightly, and his eyes surveyed her straight for a long time. You're not good at being active. Li Bing sighed with a smile on her brow, ruffling her loose green silk to hide her embarrassment. The disparity in their talents is so great that if they had not died prematurely in the middle of the lower limit of all juvenile cultivation is the sword dosage, and no matter how hard a young girl tries, she will stop at the 5th rank. Can we still hold hands in the future? Gu Chang'an replied. When people change, they often don't even know it. Li Yan stretched her back, her peaks rose and fell, and she said slowly against the soft spring breeze, that young man should be the bearer of the future generation, as our nation has been since ancient times. A generation has a mission. Your mission is accomplished. Now it's time to do what you want to do and see what you want to see. Gu Chang'an was silent and did not reply. Li Yan's eyes darkened. How she wished to hear the word good. Traveling all the way east. It was only at the end of March that we arrived at the prosperous and affluent city of Jinling. The two got along as usual, not saying more than a few words a day, but both were used to it. The banks of the Qinhuai River at night are bustling with warblers, swallows and laughter. Many of the women leaning against the poles, revealing their white lotus root-like arms. The scholar shook his folding fan and held his scroll, shouting, it is better to have your head hanging over the door of your country than to have it written in the history of the world. Instead of doing nothing, I would rather die on the border, and I don't know whether it is a statement of heart or a way to make a name for himself. The two disembarked and walked side by side to a crowded greenhouse. There's a dish in there that's delicious, Lip said quietly. I remember when I walked the world with the sword, through the Jinling all to stroll this building. Arriving at the remote box on the 3rd floor, Li Yan ordered 2 bowls of steamed lotus root yujing rice, then rested her hands on her cheeks and listened to the storyteller's colorful narrative. That night, the cold winds howled. That night, it was bloody. 100,000 jade dragons rose from the red cliff, and one man stood alone in the holy city. The historians of our Chu kingdom who write with a straight pen asserted that it was the most glorious night ever for the Chinese nation. Wakewood slapped the table and ended abruptly. Both the hooker women and the drinkers started cursing and saying outright that cheating money doesn't come with this. How to kill a god. How the barbarian dog cries out. How the queen is disfigured. You are not telling me a single thing. There was a knock on the door, and Li Bing thought the food had arrived and said, please come in. Who was expected to be a schoolboy carrying a basket, carefully said, the master says that books are not easy to read, so please reward them at your discretion. Li Bing laughed. Just a few words, good enough to reach out? Isn't it exciting enough? The book boy asked rhetorically. Li Yan glanced at Gu Chang'an and weighed the remaining money in her scented pouch. Take out half a dime and throw it over. Good luck for 100 years. The book boy smiled and headed to the next box. Li Bing was stunned, and then a smile rippled through her delicate eyes as she teased. You have to pay to hear about yourself. How in the world can you do that? Gu Chang'an tugged at the corner of his mouth. The marketplace world was this interesting. You fed tens of thousands of storytellers in the Central Plains. There was a tally at the end of last year at the Ministry of Households. The Datang sellers and storytellers alone paid a full 390,000 taels in taxes, so you can imagine how much they made. Levi leaned forward as he resumed his seat, unintentionally pressing his breasts into a startling curve on the edge of the table. Gu Chang'an didn't answer. Taking off his bucket hat and looking down at the noisy greenhouse, the talented man and the beautiful woman, chivalrous runners, gathered in a hall after drinking and singing in wild. Staring at that pair of clear gazes, Li Bing had no reason to feel a pang of heartache. She wasn't sure if Gu Chang'an had taken the initiative to undo the ethnic shackles, but she prayed that the two could keep going like this. Li Yan's eyelashes fluttered gently, with a fluttering beauty. Suddenly summoning up the courage to bring his body over, he gently kissed Gu Chang'an on the right side of his face. Dragonfly. The Empress's eyes were instantly wolfish and helpless, and she hurriedly closed her eyes. Gu Chang'an also gradually messed up his breathing, but soon laughed silently. The box fell into a lengthy silence, until Xiaoer brought the steamed lotus root jade well rice, only glancing at the white hair held up by the bamboo hairpin. His jaw dropped when his eyes turned to the face. Seeing that he was about to yell, Gu Chang'an made a gesture to silence him. Good, Junior said in a trembling voice, tiptoeing to close the door of the room and, leaning against the door, his heart raced violently. At this moment, the bottom of his eyes were full of hot tears. Ignoring the surprised eyes of the bystanders and letting the tears flow, when you really see Hero Gu with your own eyes, you'll realize how touched you are inside. It was an emotion that simply could not be controlled. Gone. Gu Chang'an's flat voice came from inside. A bowl of fragrant tamagoyaki rice is at the bottom of the bowl. Li Bing fluttered her eyelashes twice, chewed and swallowed a mouthful, and then silently put down her quickie. The two didn't speak and left Windy Mansion one after the other. The boat floated in the Qinhuai River. Gu Chang'an stood at the head of the boat, the fingers between his sleeves twitching from time to time. It was like the sword energy was about to spurt out, and he tried his best to hold it down. The realm is here. He should move the city. He should chop up the barbarian landlubbers. He should give the Chinese nation a stable center. But he wanted to be late. A little later. Now, said the Empress, finally adjusting her emotions, and hesitating to speak for a long time. Turning his head, he whispered to the evening breeze, going to Shangan now? Gu Chang'an didn't say anything. Long eyelashes hid the loss in the bottom of the Empress' eyes as she pursed her lips. Looking at the increasingly despondent woman, he smiled and nodded. Good. The Empress spread a smile. The two men and the deer and the boat continued to travel, and gradually the people thinned out, and the Empress took off her mask of human skin and, thinking that just disguising herself didn't count, she stood on her tiptoes. Someone is watching us. Gu Chang'an took half a step away from her and lowered his head to paddle. In the distant city tower of Jinling, the old man in the jacket, with a face of relief, suddenly bowed deeply in that direction. And, just as when I was a child and worshipped the Confucian master, then it was for myself, now it is for the people of the Central Plains. Has the schoolmaster left? Li Yan was slightly squirming. Gone. Oh, Tuoba Tiancheng paced to the window, from which he could look over the 9 palaces to the holy city. The pilgrimage quay gleams in the early morning sunlight, like the beauty of a glazed wonderland, where the giant palm of time has smoothed everything out. She stroked her scarred face, and never looked in the mirror again after that night. Couldn't even look at the water because it would reflect how ugly and hideous she was. The world. The crone pushed open the door to the temple and a beam of light illuminated the darkened chambers. Tuoba Tianxia hurriedly put on the golden mask and turned around to see the tragic and gloomy face of the old crone. Come with me to the abyss, the crone said wearily. Topaz suddenly burst out laughing. The results of the wizard peering into the light screen are in 5 times. The crone was breathless, a hint of confusion in her sunken eye sockets. Ravaging isn't enough, is it? Topaz laughed his ass off, laughing uncontrollably. The crone was silent for a moment, then suddenly hissed like mad. Yes. The pent-up bottled-up frustration almost broke her. More than 200,000 casualties from the death of a land god in the holy city that night. Queen disfigured. Orphan soul recast in flesh dances brightly at the head of the city. All kinds of humiliation. It's as much as it can take. Surprisingly, it had not yet reached the prophetic 7-fold spiritual power. What does that mean? One more horrific destruction of the empire? Topaz clenched his 5 fingers into fists and pounded the cross in front of the window. With that, he stepped out of the palace with great strides. She's going to throw her weight around. Chapter 61, The King's Stage. The sky is about to change. The atmosphere of the abyssal castle was oppressive. The wizards were sitting on their knees at the altar. The curtain of light above their heads had disappeared, and one of the old monsters looked as if they were dead. It's hard to accept the shocking news in front of you. The first national disgrace was triple. Second quintuple. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The blonde beauty exploded in anger. On the first national tragedy day, the most humiliating thing was when Han Nu kicked over the king's flag, and the pilgrimage K changed its flag to a new one. In fact, the empire only damaged tens of thousands of soldiers. And on that night, the land gods perished, 3 saints died violently, and the queen escaped death with her face destroyed. More than 200,000 were slaughtered. Ki Hanu was still dancing on Sky City. A difference of 2 times the spiritual power brought the empire far more than dozens of times more humiliation. What calamities will the sevenfold and heraldess divination endure? Gentlemen, I have a word. Tuoba Tianxia slowly stepped into the castle and stared up at the blood moon hanging in the sky. The old monsters frowned. The cold tone of the heavenly god's coronation as if declaring authority? Speak. The blonde beauty looked at her. Topaz's eyes looked around a figure and cut through it. Build the dike before the flood. Sharpen the knife before the jackal arrives. It's the law of survival for all civilizations through the ages. The crowd nodded. But in the next second, the face suddenly changed. Land immortals don't dive in. All of them head to the eastern lands to carry out the great cleansing program. Slaughter as many of the Middle Kingdom peoples as you can. Saints united in the study of poisonous gases, which a party of 5 men personally put into the. Separately, they traveled to the East Sea, the Jade Gate Pass in the west, the Great Wall in the north, and the South Ridge. Topaz's world voice rippled. World? What are you talking about? The old crone with the walking stick that followed him angrily reprimanded. The altar was instantly dead silent, and one old monster had a gloomy expression. Deaf? Topaz turned to ask the crone back. Unbridled. The blonde-haired beauty reacted unusually fiercely, taking a step across and warning in a cold voice. You're in no position to meddle in the abyss. Don't forget who you are. The rest of the old monsters' faces were embarrassed. It's hard to be indifferent when your own interests are involved. Whether Christian or Catholic or Buddhist or Taoist, the doctrines all have one thing in common: of all the sins, killing is the first. Indiscriminate killing is destructive to the Taoist mind. 70 years ago, the first group of practitioners who were blessed with the grace of the heavenly Tao rampaged through the world by force of arms, treating civilians as flies. He eventually kills too many people and his cultivation regresses instead of advancing. With these bloody precedents, it was not easy for them to cultivate to the realm of saints or even half a pillar of Heaven's Gate. How can we repeat the mistakes of the past? Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. The only way to their fortune is the skyway. Topaz laughed, an unusually sharp and piercing laugh. Let's sit in the abyss and prevent Han Nu from coming back to trash the holy city. The crutch crone sensed the queen's near-fighting state and hastened to speak euphemistically. Tuoba Tianxia's attitude was strong and his tone was morose. He got away with killing Lunar Light by relying on the sword of national fortune as well as a piece of flesh and blood. The abyss leaves 2 land immortals enough, and the rest head to the eastern lands. The blonde beauty scrutinized her for a moment. Tantalizingly, let's just say you've been too tired to talk nonsense lately in power. And it won't happen again. The words fell. Sudden. Snap. Tuoba Tiancheng gathered his chi in the palm of his hand in a lightning-fast manner. Throw it hard in the face of the beautiful woman. The crisp slap was like thunder on the ground. What are you? False gods right. Come on. Kill me. Tuoba Tian laughed recklessly while bending his body and lowering his head to lead his neck to be killed. The blonde-haired beauty's expression was hideous. Being slapped by a junior in full view of the public was a strange shame. Kill me. Tuoba Tianxia Menghui roared filial piety. The beautiful woman was just about to slap her palm to shatter its heavenly aura when a united roar came from the altar. Stop! All the old monsters surged out their chi and formed a defense formation around Tuoba Tianxia. Hateful as it may be, the queen cannot die. After that night, there was mutiny all over the holy city, which the queen suppressed by means of a remarkable. Although there is still an insurgency in progress, it is a manageable situation. Mother Nature's undoubted talent for governing. With the queen dead, who will govern the 20 million miles of territory and who will integrate the thousands of races? Relying on them, a group of practitioners who are dedicated to the Tao. Good, good. The beautiful woman's eyes were disgusted and hidden in the darkness. Topaz, stand down. A raspy voice came from the depths of the spiral staircase. It was Julius Caesar. The crowd of old monsters were silent. They understood the queen's hysteria. But the order was impossible to obey. If the abyss spared no effort without fear of killing the sins, there would be at most 10% of the population left in the eastern lands today. Of course they wanted the central plains to perish and slaughter the tenacious Han slaves, but not through their own hands. The only one above the cultivation level of a saint who dared to kill innocents indiscriminately was Gu Chang'an. This old world doesn't need to be afraid of the big ships of the new world at all. Common people say that massacre is detrimental to virtue, but this can turn into a ghost hero. You can also recast your flesh with honor. World, return to the palace. The old crutch crone also harshly urged. Why can't you understand the simplest of truths? The biggest difference between the Empire and the Middle Kingdom is history. The cohesion and centripetal force of the Central Plains lies in thousands of years of civilizational inheritance. It's in the graves of the ancestors, the acres of good land outside, the centuries-old family book in the room. And the Empire? For a district of 80 years, relying on the chain of interests extending out of the heavenly channel at the head of the, bind one nation to another, but immediately turn their backs wherever the interests are jeopardized. Tuoba Tiancher simply picked a fight and directly showed his cards. The successive coronations of the gods have been puppets of the abyss, and since I ended up here, from now on, I, the Topaz clan, don't want the throne. You build a new empire. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue. The old monsters were breathing heavily, their faces full of disbelief, followed by intense shock and anger. A new empire? This is already trampling on the bottom line. Heaven rolls over the frontier tribes, despite the practitioners' reliance on violence to seize power into the abyss. But the Topaz will always be the orthodox, the only legitimacy of the empire. If the creation of a new empire means overthrowing oneself, the colonies rejoice. The empire is headed for disintegration, and the abyssal Chiluk and the empire are both honored and dishonored. You're crazy. The crutch crone's palms trembled. Who is crazy? Topaz laughed softly, a laugh that seemed self-deprecating and sarcastic. We, the Topaz clan, recognize our fate, and there's no harm in executing the 9 clans, so as not to be reviled by the public. I'm afraid that sometime in the future my ancestors' graves will be dug up. The old crone looked at the altar with hardened eyes, and one of the Topaz elders was expressionless and, it's like it's been discussed for a long time. In an instant, the old monsters of the spiral staircase could no longer sit still and landed on the altar one after another. Topaz, this honored one forgives your angry words, and don't mention the new empire in the future. The man known as Julius Caesar approached silently, his long brown hair flying. A few wisps of white emerged from a neatly trimmed beard, and the gray-eyed boy was stern and unforgiving. Cable, said Topaz, calling him by his first name and staring straight at him, one sentence at a time. Selfish thing, you want to fly? Fly your ass off. Boom! The castle breath stagnated. The words came too fast and too fierce. Everyone is close to suffocating. Julius Caesar narrowed his eyes and suddenly raised his hand and fingers clamped down on her neck as hard as iron beast clamps, and those rippling gray children flashed with endless fury. Strangle me. Topaz whirled painfully removed the golden mask. The face is revealed in dead silence. Twisted sores riddled with pockmarks and pits. As well as a crack that appeared moist and red when he smiled and tugged. Broken bones that had been burned through from forehead to chin. And dragon horns that had been bubbling with filth. What have I got to lose? Ha! Topaz sneered. Julius Caesar's face did not change. Topaz took his time. 30 years ago you proclaimed that you were going to ascend. 20 years ago the same. And 10 years ago you were still saying that. Just because the world is in awe of you doesn't mean it isn't taunting you. Listen up. I fly. You, mother. The words were clear, like the sound of gold and jade, echoing between the misty blood moon. The son of a pirate of the Anglo-Saxon tribe, from a family of robbers who couldn't lift a finger in the British Isles. If there had been no heavenly aura, you would now be robbing bare-chested, gnawing on raw fish in a boat. Smell the salty sea air and show off your day's catch to your companions. You should be on the ground licking someone's shoes when you see a nobleman. Topaz has no scruples in the world, and abuses the most venomous and obscene words. She felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure in her heart. Even the more she cursed, the happier she became. It was as if the floodgates had been opened, pouring out all the dirt that had built up during the day at once. The old monsters were creeped out, and the elders of the Topaz clan shuddered. The most unsavory and humiliating past is thus made public, and is tantamount to letting Julius Caesar run naked. God! Rip this ugly! A woman in deep purple silk robes came rushing over in a flaming hurry. The same gray-eyed child, with a crown of precious. A heavy collar made of gold hung around her neck, a pair of amethyst-encrusted bracelets around her wrists, and gold-rimmed sandals engraved with runes were on her feet. Circe Cable, how does it feel to sleep with your own brother? How dare you call me a... Oh, Cable, still not tired of sleeping with your sister for decades? Topaz looked straight at her, then provocatively at Julius Caesar. The latter's forehead was glazed, his temples rippled with veins, and his lips hemmed and hot in anger as, it seems as if sanctions are imminent, yet delayed. All is silent in the holiest of depths, both for practitioners and sorcerer warlocks. All were silent at the moment, letting the storm sweep over them. It was no longer tearing his face off, but wantonly insulting the first person in the world. The queen becomes this way, no longer wanting to have anything. She doesn't fear anything. The contradictions between the Tuoba clan and the abyss that had accumulated for decades had completely erupted today because of the two national disgraces. Once the Topaz clan has given up the legitimacy of kingship rather than have all 9 clans executed, then after today, the empire will split into countless forces. This was the reason why Julius Caesar was so intent on killing, but didn't move a muscle. Cersei, you think you have the blood of kings in your body? Admit it. You are the descendant of robbers. Enough. Julius Caesar's hair was flying like an out-of-control ancient beast, coldly gazing at that ugly face. Not enough. Tuoba Tian was choked to the point of trembling. Still said lightly, remember what your sister Cersei said when the late Emperor Topaz left the castle for help. It's just a flea in the west. It is the flea that has brought unprecedented disaster upon the empire. The flea that, puncturing the myth of the invincibility of terrestrial gods. Pausing for a moment, she gritted her teeth despite the murderous intent that had soaked into her bones. Gu Chang'an was raised by you guys. You're a bunch of self-serving *******s who won't shake your snot until it's in your mouth. Whoever really cared about imperial dignity when there were once 10,000 chances? Cursing and suddenly choking, Julius Caesar closed his eyes and slowly loosened his iron grip. Despite being humiliated in front of her, Cersei's eyes only darted. And if there was a potion of regret, back when the old Hagu Joling was still alive, they should have annihilated Turtle Town themselves. The Han Nu simply didn't have enough of an obsession to turn into a ghostly male at that time. Tuoba Tianxia paralyzed on the ground, not knowing whether it was aggrieved or remorseful, and hammered heavily on the blood-colored altar. Once and for all, a thick haze hung over the faces of the old monsters, and their bowels must have repented of the fate of the empire. How did it come to this? Along the way, decisions made against Gu Chang'an have been detoured due to selfishness, but it's not so bad when you do one right, such as the Battle of the West. After learning that Han Nu existed in the form of ghosts, if we were to gather the ghostly image of the cross and have 10 land deities personally conquer the lonely city, where would we get to this point of betrayal by Jiangnan? What exactly do you want? Julius Caesar said in a deep voice. The old monsters sighed darkly and turned their attention to the queen. It was a compromise. For the first time ever, the abyss compromised the throne. But it is unlikely that an order to kill indiscriminately would be granted. If the way is blocked and there is no hope for cultivation, what can be done even if a supreme divine kingdom is established? The only thing to do is to retreat. Topaz revealed a long-lost, sincere, albeit ugly and horrible smile, but it eased the stiff and angry atmosphere of the castle. To prevent an inside thief from leaking the plan, please, your holiness, follow me. She stepped into the depths of the altar and pushed open the bronze temple doors, hidden from the rolling thunder. Julius Caesar looked around the whole abyss and was silent for a few breaths. There are few people in the world who have been verbally abused and can say I don't care. He wants to break the into pieces but he has to be patient. The big picture is important. The two of them were alone. And Topsy World straightened up. First destroy Yanmen Pass. Then crumble the Great Wall. Julius Caesar's face was expressionless. You're joking. What do you think? Topaz asked. Julius Caesar paced through the thunder mist, easily insightful of her purpose, and said in a cold voice, the place of origin of the Eastern Land's aura is in Yanmen Pass. You want the abyss to go against the heavens? Topaz World said forcefully, it is to cut off the aura of the Eastern Lands, so that the already thin aura is minimal. What's the harm in going against the will of heaven once, consuming a few months to study the formation? When the land gods and saints traveled together to the Great Wall, no one in the Eastern Lands can stop it. And the cost? Cable's face grew harder. Tuoba Tian, there is no indiscriminate killing of Han slaves. Just letting you step into the turbid world. What price do you need to pay? How dare you pretend to be a lake? Cable's gray-eyed child erupted with thick hostility, destroying the formations at Yanmen Pass in an attempt to fight the way of heaven. Do you want us to lose our lives or regress 10 years in our cultivation? Topaz World calmly said without retreating. Without the Yanmen Pass, the Great Wall, the symbol of the mountains and rivers of the Eastern Lands since Emperor Qin Shi Huang, has been destroyed. The power of the seven-colored sword of national fortune will be greatly reduced, and it will also heavily weaken the 100 schools of thought Tao. This is the best of both worlds. First, in the future, the imperial elite will attack the central plains, and Han Nu's martial arts will decline. The resistance will become weak. Secondly, without the seven-colored sword to add to it, Gu Chang'an can't do deicide. It's the only way. You watch. Julius Caesar said nothing. The boundless thunder mist was silent. Topaz laughed again. It was true that it was harder to pry interest than to pry souls, but the people of the empire have gradually lost confidence. And once such a thing as confidence is completely gone, not undone by authority and violence. Rather, it is action. The abyssal subterraneans, who have taken up all the resources of the heavenly Tao, must tell the 20 million miles of territory, in a practical way, what are the underpinnings of a strong empire? She didn't bother with any more nonsense and said coldly, a decision must be made now, either kill the topaz and establish a new empire, or follow my orders. Julius Caesar laughed fiercely. You threaten my father? Yes, Topaz replied frankly, then added, in fact, you yourself know very well that the only way to achieve the supreme divine kingdom is to rule the world. It is only through the power of faith that you can break through the shackles and go soaring through the heavens to become an immortal. The past has proven that your selfishness fails to get you what you want, and that sometimes you voluntarily discard a few pieces. The game of chess is wide open. Julius Caesar was silent. No matter how thin the aura of Yenmen Pass is, it is still the place of origin where the heavenly Tao descended to the eastern lands. It was a tough decision to make. The key is still the cost. In the past, the Abyss did everything as a matter of course, but the array destroys the heavenly portal. It was impossible without consuming cultivation and essence blood. As Stinky Bitch said, if Topaz overthrows his legitimacy, that chopped at the lifeblood of almost everyone in the empire, and no one was going to be left unscathed. When the chi collapses, everything collapses. Julius Caesar pondered for a long time and said slowly, you have succeeded, and when the eastern lands are overthrown, you will cut yourself to thank me. Topaz left without looking back. Please convince the rest of the old codgers. At the castle altar, a pair of eyes looked toward the approaching queen. Steep. A purple bowler hat crashed into the air above the spiral steps. Julius Caesar's voice was like a bell. Glory to the empire. The old monsters were filled with shock. Ever since the Abyss seized power there has been a rule that the highest salute for the coronation of a celestial god is a ceremonial hat. It never came up, and today it landed. The hearts of the elders of the Topaz clan were pounding. It was a hearty solo show in the world. She created the throne's finest hour with her fearless boldness and self-defeating gambit. The old crone with the walking stick similarly lamented that without Gu Hanu's presence, heaven will definitely be able to shake the Abyss one day, and set the divine right of kings in one place. Unfortunately, but it's not too late, because Abyss united. For a moment, one of the old monsters used their chi to drive the dusty purple bowler hat, and purple light spilled from the sky. Glory to the empire. The glory belongs to the empire. All the cultivators shouted, their voices shaking the clouds. There can be no more silence. Topaz walked slowly through the purple light, letting a bowler hat accumulate on his head and shoulders. She finally understood Hanu's remark. The most beautiful thing in the world is extreme and pure. She was fearless, and had no more thoughts of cultivation, and had lost all feeling even for the king's power. And the only obsession is revenge. Topaz left the castle, raising his arms high in the air and laughing unruly. Divine Order. Chapter 62. A home. A woman. The wheels of the cart rattled, and a carriage pulled into Xuan de Fong. Here, a distance of 150 feet further on is your family's ancestral home. The Empress lifted the curtains and pointed to the end of the place, where the mansions were quiet due to the darkness of the day. She wore a red gauze dress, her waterfall of green silk held only by jasper hairpins, exposing her delicate pink neck. She looked plain and tantalizingly clean. Aha! Gu Chang'an nodded and suddenly said, peonies bloom in Chang'an, the first of its kind among flowers, and at last I can feast my eyes on them. The corners of Li Bing's lips rose slightly, and he said warmly, the spring breeze of the willow and the peonies flying swallows are just the most beautiful time of the year. Thinking of the way he looked around when he first came into town, and the quiet silence of the soul's shadow in the sword case that winter. Did the withering silence of that time and the joy of the present mean a new life? The carriage stopped at an alley with a green stone pavement, which was on the narrow side and often cold and quiet. The fence is also crawling with moss. Since I don't want to be disturbed, I don't live in your house. How about here? My private property. The Empress pointed to a fish-scaled, tile-clad, two-entry mansion with a large clump of plantains in the corner. In fact, she is very contradictory, as the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty should be notified to the Central Plains. Gu Chang'an went home, but she was so fond of obscurity, as if that were the only way he wasn't a national hero. It belonged to her alone. Then I'll eat soft food. Gu Chang'an jumped out of the carriage holding his sword case and surveyed the small mansion in front of him. The courtyard wall and the ground brick joints are clear and straight, staggered, and have a pleasing beauty. You know I feed you, and you still won't help me? The Empress hummed a snort. Gu Chang'an twisted her head to look at her, and the woman's eyes did not blink. Please. He walked back and held out his right arm. Li Yan rested her 5 fingers on her cold wrist and stepped out of the carriage with a reserved look on her face. I'll take the east room, you the west. She stepped into the yard without saying a word, already having the demeanor of a hostess. There was a bark from the next yard, followed by woofs all around the deep alley, barking like firecrackers. Early women whispered how the unoccupied house next door was inhabited, and that they should be questioned about it. Don't be a chicken thief. They put a bench into the corner and stood on it to probe and observe. Didn't bring the family stuff. 2 sword cases. Hey, Young is a jungle warrior. The walk is all expensive. Quasi-friendly neighbors. Living at the foot of the imperial city or a bit of eyesight. The women dropped their guard, and in a few moments Then he went home and walked into the mansion with a few eggs and a bundle of spring cabbage. The large-bladed woman was enthusiastic, surveying the 2 men at close range while her loud voice, "You're the new ones who moved in, so if you need to say hello in the future, don't be polite." Gu Chang'an had also changed his face, and even his white hair had been dyed black by Li Bing. At this point it looks like a very mediocre young man. "My last name is Gu." At a loss for words, he took the egg and vegetables the woman slipped him. "And this is?" The fat doodoo woman looked at Li Bing. Li Bing smiled a shallow smile and purposely did not say anything. Gu Chang'an hesitated for a moment and introduced himself. "My wife." Lip gently raised her eyebrows. "A man and a woman are made for each other. A match made in heaven. And a son born early." The women bragged a few times and then he excused himself. Li Yan glanced obliquely, her bright and restrained eyes unable to hide the. Tanya said, "Who is your wife?" The man smiled without saying a word. Sitting on a small bench in the courtyard, Li Yan removed a layer of skin film from his face. The breeze blew across the exquisitely beautiful face and ruffled a few strands of hair. Gu Chang'an looked at the noble and elegant empress and snickered. 10 fingers, pampered for so long. "You can cook?" Add a sentence at the end. "I wouldn't anyway." Li Bing stood frozen. Criticizing the governmental affairs raised the habit of. She subconsciously bit her fingertips gently with her shell teeth and just stared at Gu Chang'an. The two looked at each other without words. "Just once I'll spoil you." Defeated. The empress took away the basket of eggs springing. "Take a broken step and walk to the butcher's kitchen." Gu Chang'an smiled, listening to the chickens barking next door. It was exactly the kind of life he had dreamed of since he was a child. A short while later, there was a chopping board thumping from the kitchen. Gu Chang'an frowned. "Eggs? Spring bamboo shoots. Which one of them needs a chopper?" "Cut the bamboo shoots." The crisp voice carried a hint of annoyance. "Just line them up and make a few cuts across and down." "Quiet, or you." Gu Chang'an immediately shut up. After tossing and turning for an hour and a half, Li Yan served 2 dishes and placed them in front of him. "Enjoy your meal." Gu Chang'an looked at the burnt eggs as well as the slices of bamboo shoots that had gone limp. Again, he gazed up at the raging empress. "Where's the rice? Where's the rice?" Lip said without a good breath. Handing him a pair of quickies, Gu Chang'an clamped a quick egg, but was slow to move his mouth. "Containing the lake not clear road. I'd rather drink the sands." "What did you say?" Lip narrowed her eyes. "I said it smells pretty good." Gu Chang'an put it in his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. No flavor without chewing. Li Bing nodded his head in satisfaction and also sat on the bench, pinching a piece of bamboo shoots to taste it lightly. Then he hurriedly changed the subject and said, "We ate and drank all the way here, and I only have $1 left in my pouch. And things are expensive in Chang'an. We can't just sit on our asses." "So?" Gu Chang'an asked. "You're going to raise a family lakeport." Lip said rightfully. "What can I do?" Gu Chang'an was confused and, suddenly remembering that Chin Carpenter had taught a few hands during his leisure time in the defense of the city, he was sure of it. Wood withering. Li Yan's eyes turned coquettishly, and she soon had a money-making idea. "Why don't we rent a store, specializing in women's business, jewelry and the like? Chang'an women make the best money." Saying yes, she pulled the man up and was about to head out the door. "Face," Gu Chang'an reminded. "Oh," Laban said as he turned to go back to the house to get his human skin mask. "Remember to bring money. Don't nag," Li Yan said, stopping and returning to stand on her tiptoes. Very gently gave him a kiss on the cheek. The movement is as serene as water, and the soft sound of the waves seems to hold an endless amount of power. 2 people pick up a while. They hold hands out of the house. The Great Tang folk style has always been open. Couples holding hands and hugging on the street is a common phenomenon, so there is no need to worry about causing offense. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, go out. The news of the new neighbors moving into the empty house spread early in the morning in the alley, and the neighbors greeted each other with smiles and giggles. Gu Chang'an responded one by one. The people of the alleys walked lightly, and daylight slanted through the high walls. The tea was served, and a few people sitting around the alleyway talked and laughed. An old yellow dog ran out from the back and looked at the two, barking. "Why don't we raise one to watch over the house?" Li Yan asked in a whisper in his ear. Gu Chang'an considered for a moment and shook his head. "I'm afraid of trouble, so I'd better forget it." Lip was unimpressed as the 2 of them strolled out into the neighborhood streets, and she cracked her knuckles. Renting a store, contacting a jade merchant, buying a cage of hens and 5 bags of rice. 2 skewers of last year's bacon. There are also pastries to give back to the neighbors. Gu Chang'an added. Right. Lip almost forgot about that one. Is there enough money? It should be about the same. Waju Lane is relatively isolated. And if it's not in a busy area, it's cheap to rent a store. How do you say it like that? Gu Chang'an sked. As if she wanted to show herself off in front of him, Li Yan pulled Gu Chang'an over to the grain store. Pretending to be casual, he asked the shopkeeper. Old man, how is it today? The shopkeeper surveyed the couple and gave a thumbs up in praise. Good emperor. Gu Chang'an smiled. Under the feet of the emperor. Which people dare to say bad things? Where's the good? Lip was unforgiving. Li Tang's best benevolent ruler, who valued moralizing the people and gave the common people many favors. Even if the Central Plains were destroyed by barbarians tomorrow, everyone would know it wasn't Imamu's fault. The shopkeeper spoke sincerely, without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. It's hard to say some things, but in the hearts of the people of Chang'an, His Majesty doesn't look like an emperor at all, not having any far-reaching ambitions, not thinking about how to recover the old territories of the Six Kingdoms, and concentrating only on policies relating to people's livelihood. Such emperors are hard to rank in the history books, but they happen to be the saints most embraced by the common people. Clear. Gu Chang'an smiled and nodded, and then he saw that Li Bin had a reserved look on her face and there was an imperceptible look of arrogance in his eyes. Leave us 5 bags of rice, he explained to the shopkeeper and continued shopping with the Empress on his arm. At dusk, the two were in a bright and spacious store with 3 pieces of jade sitting on table eucalyptus. After walking all day, the Empress was very tired and rested her feet on Gu Chang'an's thighs. The latter concentrated on polishing a palm-sized piece of emerald. We don't have a single coin left in the house. If you can't carve it, we'll both drink the northwest wind. Don't disturb me. The fragrance lingered between her nostrils, and Gu Chang'an simply pushed her disruptive feet away. Fingers were sword chipping flatly at the edge of the emerald, making a pair of earrings in only half a quarter of an hour. Purely handmade. He handed the earrings to Li Yan. Li Bing carefully stroked. Eyes colorful. The workmanship is far from exquisite. Throwing it in a jewelry store counts as the roughest, but holding it calms the mind and cowers the restlessness. I can only do this much, Gu Chang'an said. Li Bing was a little reluctant to sell for a while. After all, it was the first pair of jewelry. She raised her head to look directly at Gu Chang'an, her flavorful eyelashes fluttering gently. For you. Gu Chang'an had a serious face. Li Bing spread a smile and pursed her lips, wrapping her arms around him and not letting go. As the days settled down, it was the height of summer, and the business of the store was sluggish. After all, the styles are not even eye-catching, and women with high eyesight are too lazy to touch them. It was pouring with rain in the evening, and Gu Chang'an walked into the store with an umbrella, a smile still on his face. Here, a fresh river carp. We'll make soup later. Li Bing was carrying a 3-catty carp in his hand, and when he saw his unabated smile, he couldn't help but ask, what's so funny? A chess friend at the tea house. Gu Chang'an joked. What's going on? Share it with me. Li Yan closed the store door and ducked into the oil paper umbrella. She was plump and tall, and an umbrella couldn't cover both of them. Gu Chang'an moved a little inward and explained with a smile. Du Mu, who has lost many a game of chess with me, losing a total of 30 taels of silver to me. Surprisingly, he reneged on his debt and paid out a teapot indiscriminately. Is Du Mu, the Chinese scholar known as Little Du Fu? What's so funny? Li Yan gave a blank look. Gu Chang'an shook his head in silence. It's funny how the great poets of history look like they're playing hard to get. Go home. All the way to Huaju Alley. Gu Chang'an's shoulder sleeves were dampened by the rain. It's raining. Why don't you carry me on your back? Li Yan looked up at him. How come you're not the one carrying me? Gu Chang'an asked rhetorically. Lip didn't blink. Come up. Gu Chang'an had no choice but to bend over, her cooking skills varying with her moods. Although I've been practicing recipes lately, occasionally when I have a grudge, the dishes are hard to eat. Li Bing red lips mischievous cocked. The whole person jumped in Gu Chang'an back octopus-like. An umbrella in one hand and a carp in the other. 2 soft round jugs like filled with water fell heavily on the back of the. Gu Chang'an clutched the round and plump thighs as he walked. You've gained weight. Really? Li Bing was blissfully unconcerned. She was confident in her looks and stature to the core. The rain pitter-pattered against the oil paper umbrellas, gathering in a line of water that slide down the edge of the umbrella. By the way, there's an old customer she wants to buy a melting weapon. The Empress looked slightly unnatural. What is it? Gu Chang'an was puzzled. The Empress put her mouth to his ear, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Mr. Horn, what is it? Gu Chang'an twisted his head to look at her, his stunningly beautiful jade cheeks close by and just a hint of shame gradually surfaced. You continue to pretend to be a lake. Lip gently bit his earlobe. I didn't realize before that now that I've been hanging out at the marketplace tea house all day, I'm getting calluses from listening to it. Resolutely not. Gu Chang'an refused. I turned her down at first, but she's a regular customer. So if that's a problem, we have more to lose than to gain. Besides, she opened her mouth for 80 taels. How much do we earn in a month after rent? Lip felicitated and persuaded. How old? Gu Chang'an compromised. What? This time it was the Empress who was confused, thinking for a long time before she kicked him with her foot and anger. How do I know? The alley was waterlogged. The loose stone slabs hid mud, and Gu Chang'an accidentally stepped on the crooked stone slabs. The beep was a splash of mud that stained the hem of his robes. No wonder you need me to carry you, Gu Chang'an said in a bad mood, stepping on 2 more times in quick succession. The robes were a dirty mess. Li Bing's laughter was double-dimpled, his head buried in his back as he let out a loud laugh. Neighbors who were resting in the cool under the eaves of the house suddenly looked envious. The couple had a good reputation in Waju Lane for being kind and generous, and never got into trouble for anything, except that Mr. Gu was a bit afraid of the inside. Of course, everyone speculates that couples come from uncomplicated sources. Mrs. Gu, for example, not to mention the noble temperament that sets her apart from the common people. Occasionally a kind of commanding authority would ooze out, and though well restrained, it was keenly caught by the neighbors. As for Mr. Gu, that was even more unique, talking very little, often with a smile on his face, but there was always a sense that he possessed many stories, and a sadness that was born when you spoke to him without seeing the clear eyes. Odd, but these didn't stop the neighbors from treating the couple well. I hope they will always live in Wajok Lane. Returning home and placing the carp in a basin, Li Yan went to the well to fetch a bucket of water and brought it into the east room. She signaled Gu Chang'an to lift her feet up, and Gu Chang'an very cooperatively lifted her feet and Li Yan squatted down and pretended to be disgusted as she took off his shoes and pulled his socks. The lobby is leaking. I think the rubble is broken somewhere. When it stops raining you climb up there and take a look. Lip spoke with her head down while carefully washing his ankles. Gu Chang'an looked at the delicate and beautiful woman, and then looked around his cozy mansion. Suddenly I felt incredibly happy. Aha, he said. P.S. Writing something daily is not a drag on the pace. It's very necessary. And I'm begging for a few monthly votes that stayed up late tonight to code. Chapter 63, I Marry You, 8K. Summer nights are filled with thunderstorms. The east room had lit 2 bean-sized oil lamps, and when she saw that Gu Chang'an still wanted to light the lamps, Li Yan, who was busy flipping through the ledger, looked up and chided. 2 lamps are enough. Save them. Be stingy with even 1 more lamp oil. Gu Chang'an was in his study holding a copy of the treatise on regeneration and reading it carefully. The study was in the east room, connected to Li Bing's inner room, only 10 steps away. She wore a silk nightgown, her crystal toes hooked to her court shoes, and lounged. The store is in a slump, so save what you can, and it's not like you can't see it if there's 1 less light. Hearing this, Gu Chang'an finally couldn't hold back his fire, dropping his scrolls and rushing into the inner room. Accumulated depression explodes through and through. You really think I'm in the lake when you don't show me the books all day? And look at your room. Add a sandalwood bed in the middle of the month. Buy silk brocade dresses every few days. Red, white and purple powder without repetition. Spice eyebrow pencils and rouge. A gold mountain in the house is going to be empty for you. Go to my west room. The wooden beds are rickety. The walls leak when it rains. There's not even a brass mirror in the room. Luckily, I'm good at chess, and I've been cheating my way through the tea house. Otherwise a big man doesn't have half a dime on him. And you've been reminding me all day to be frugal. What a laugh. After finishing those words with a flourish, Gu Chang'an was much more comfortable. Li Yan's eyes dodged and flickered, and she felt that she was having a hard time dealing with difficult women in the store all day long. Then he raised his chin in a cold voice. It's hard to complain. Don't think I don't know what's on your little mind. Trying to take over power, are you? Yes. Gu Chang'an looked at her and rightfully said, I should be in charge of the money. Impossible. Li Yan categorically denied, lifting up the brocade quilt and sitting on the edge of the sandalwood bed, eyes unblinking as they stared at him, those resilient hips indented by the edge of the bed. The two just looked at each other, neither one backing down. Well, the first time you lose your temper with me, financial power is off the table. You'll be given an extra 3 taels of body money a month. Li Yan reluctantly compromised. 10 taels. Gu Chang'an was resolute. Stirring up your nose? The woman's delicate jade cheeks were shrouded in frost. Gu Chang'an walked back to the study and sat without a word. Laban wrinkled his brow. I'm angry. No conversation inside. Don't give me the cold shoulder. 10 taels is 10 taels. The Empress puffed out her cheeks. Gu Chang'an hummed, calmly picking up the scroll, subconsciously pulling up the corner of his mouth. See how pleased you are. The more Li Yan thought about it, the grumpier she got. And she copied a pillow and smashed it over. Another sudden question. You're sick of me now? No. Gu Chang'an also knew the principle of giving a sweet date with a blow, and he said nonchalantly, when the skeletons of my grandfathers came home, I was the only one in Turtle Town, and I was still a wandering soul. He was lonely like never before, and you were the one who stayed with me through it, even though you've been practicing blindly all day with your sword, clanking and clanging, and making a lot more noise than you do now. Pretend you can't hear it and get used to it. The oil lamp on the table swayed slightly, and the breeze that poured in through the cracks in the window that let the den alternate between light and dark. Li Bing pursed her lips, and although the two had never said they liked it, they had always lived with it. Perhaps it was just that he was there at the most correct point in time. She smiles, having chosen to take it easy days, then simply let this comfortable life go on until you are old, and let me be without scolding me in the future. Good, Gu Chang'an answered. Gradually her eyelids became a bit heavy and he put down his scroll and walked out of the east room. Go to bed early. Lip was about to say something, but didn't say anything, just nodded her delicate chin. Just then, duck there were several loud bangs and a knock on the door from outside the mansion. Here, Li Yan picked up the human skin from the dresser and handed it to him, and Gu Chang'an took it and put it on. I went to the gate and removed the latch, but it was Granny Wang at the end of the alley. Xiao Gu, disturbing late at night. The obese old woman holding an umbrella in one hand and a lantern in the other. Fiery said, 2 assholes fought on my roof, and they stepped on a couple of holes. It's useless for us to threaten the government. Gu, you seem to be carrying a sword case when you first came here, so you should know kung fu as well. Can you punish evil? I don't know whether it was rain or tears on Wang Granny's face, but in any case, her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. Where can't we fight? But on my roof. Unlucky and indignant. Don't worry. Gu Chang'an smiled, then calmed her. Wait a moment, I'll follow you. Granny Wang put down her heart. Xiao Gu has always been calm and not pompous. Since he dares to promise, he must have the bottom line. Returning to the inner room, Li Bing crossed her round and slender legs and laughed lightly. Chivalry uses martial arts to disrupt prohibitions. Jianghu people often bring trouble to Chang'an City. The more strictly we restrain this group, the more disobedient they become, and if we let them go, the law will be reduced to a mere display. Gu Chang'an took her cold sword and followed Granny Wang to rush to the mansion. Bring an umbrella, don't get wet. Li Bing dragged out his tone. She suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes, as if thinking of something, and her thick lashes fluttered with flavor as she. The black boy flashed a wise aura. The left and right neighbors at the entrance of the alley gathered together and looked up at Granny Wang's roof. A tall and a thin 2 martial artists flew over the eaves and fought with a roar. No one onlookers is just. Now see the people of the great crowds, that the war is even more high. Although he was drenched in water, he still put one hand behind his back, showing the style of a master. Don't fight in Huju Lane. Gu Chang'an walked to the eaves with his umbrella. Who are you? Don't come here to make noise. The burly boxer angrily rebuked at him. The slightly skinny scholar also ignored it and left a light-hearted remark. Don't carry heavy loads with little strength. Don't persuade people with light words. Brother is not qualified. Neighbors made common cause and yelled at the duo to show their faces. They kinda want to know the bottom line about Gu, too. Living in the same alley. Of course pray for a good fighter. Thunder and lightning on a rainy night, both sides battling it out, with rough and clumsy moves. But it doesn't hurt. The action is awesome enough. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. The women and old men came together next to Gu Chang'an and spoke in a chorus of cheering and bravery. Gu Chang'an unsheathed his sword, and just by pouring out a drop of sword chi, he strung the raindrops into silken threads that, sprinting toward the roof at a slow speed visible to the naked eye. 7th grade. The scholar was shocked. This was actually a terrifying 7th grade sword cultivator. Although it is not much to put in Chang'an City, but it is more than enough to clean up him a martial artist without a character anonymous. When they stopped fighting one after another, Waju Lane was filled with applause and excitement from the neighbors, chanting Gu's the man. Your last name is Gu, the same last name as Hero Gu, so I'll sell you a favor. The stout boxer, anxious to regain a little dignity, leapt down from the roof and threw out the money bag broadside. Pay for the damage to the mansion. After saying this, he walked away with his hands folded, although 20 taels was the only thing he had left. So what's the harm? A martial artist in the jungle wants a moment of flirtation. Granny Wang rummaged through her money bag and was overjoyed. Here, the scholar followed closely behind, discharging 3 hangs of money and immediately dropping and running away. The neighbors wantonly laughed at the 2 ungrateful martial artists, but there was a sudden loud bang from the alley. Rumble. Is that thunder? The thunder is hitting, but it's going in the wrong direction. Xiao Gu, your house has collapsed. Granny Wang was sharp-eyed and pointed at the mansion that had collapsed in the distance. Gu Chagan for a long time stunned. To others to fill the holes. How to collapse their own house. Thunder shook and collapsed. There have been a few cases in the alley before. Your house hasn't been repaired for a long time. Inside, the wood is hollowed out by bugs. Go back and see your wife. Blessed be the Bodhisattva. Blessed be the Bodhisattva. The neighbors turned pale and each rolled up their sleeves to rush over. It's enough for me to return. You guys go to bed early. Gu Chang'an felt funny in her heart. Trotting home with an umbrella. The mansion was safe and sound. But it was the west room where she slept that was devastated. And Li Yan, clad in her nightgown, was. The heart has the rest of the seasonal path. Only fell asleep a short time ago. And the thunder boom startled me. Said full breasts undulating, beautiful snow-white cheeks also floated just the right amount of depression. Gu Chanan stood on the porch. His eyes staring straight at her. What are you looking at? Li Yan was busy avoiding her eyes. Her shell teeth slightly biting her lower lip. You're now in the higher realm of Tao success. Gu Chang'an said. Yes. Lip fearlessly looked him straight in the eye and the calm expression exuded an otherworldly glow. Gu Chang'an was momentarily speechless, perhaps at a loss for words. Lip didn't say anything either. It was the last of her reserve. Xiao Gu. A few women shouted at the sound of hurried footsteps in the alley. Clumsy is fine. She's just scared. I'm comforting her. Gu Chang'an also ripped his throat out in response. Comfort? A few women whispered. And after making sure they weren't hurt, the crowd went back to their homes. I'll sleep at your place. Gu Chang'an walked over. Oh. Li Yan's face was expressionless. The two paced slowly side by side, each silent as if they had their own thoughts, until they entered the inner room. I'm not blind. Gu Chang'an suddenly said. Li Yan raised her eyebrows. I saw chi machines in the ruins. Gu Chang'an lowered his head to whisper in her ear. It's natural to kiss on the side of a sheepishly beautiful face. A bolt of lightning broke through the silence of the night, and torrential rain shot down like a silver sword, wild and fierce. The raindrops densely crackled like joyous applause, and with the whispering of the crickets outside the mansion, a fierce hymn was performed in the inner room. The morning after the rain, the air is extra fresh. Li Bing, dressed in a light pink dress with a lotus flower embroidered on both sleeves, walked to the well carrying a wooden bucket. Fetch water to wash the two men's clothes. She picked up her white handkerchief, stained with a bit of blood, with a lazy and contented smile on her face. What a swordslayer! Now you can't even walk without stepping on your feet. Gu Chang'an walked into the compound, his footsteps not as steady as before, a bit vapid. Seeing him, Li Yan's eyes still had a few unnatural glints as she commanded. The store will be closed today. I'll wash my clothes and go back to my room for a nap while you clean up the ruins in Brokenwood. On what basis is it me? Gu Chang'an asked. Aha! Li Yan used an irrefutable tone. Hard work. The pick and carry is ready for you. Gu Chang'an skimmed his lips. As soon as he walked into the ruins, he was gray and his hair was covered in dust. By the way, that Mr. Horn is just. Li Bing in the end is difficult to say. A slightly lowered brow whispered. You're half. That should be enough. Li Bing, you really aren't ashamed, are you? Gu Chang'an turned around and scolded. The Empress's phoenix eyes lifted slightly. Her lips hooked into a clear smile before she made a face at him. Gu Chang'an was speechless. Wither away as soon as possible, in short. 80 taels of silver. For money's sake. Li Yan stopped ignoring him and focused on washing her clothes. Day by day. It was already the beginning of fall. Gu Chang'an sat on the patio in the evening to cool off, nibbling on sugar cane as he flipped through his scrolls. Li Bing walked to the vicinity of the water well with a stern face and turned around after putting down a sentence. Gu Chang'an, you come with me. The latter reluctantly put down the cane and followed the woman. Compared to before, she was more plump and round, and her body swayed as she walked. Entering the fragrant inner room, Gu Chang'an was instantly weak. You stole money? Li Di twisted her head to stare at him with a questioning face. Gu Chang'an bowed his head and defended himself. A chess friend had a big birthday. I can't be empty-handed. Just quietly take 8 pieces of silver. Next time you don't sleep on the bed. Li Bing was in a rare fury and said sternly. Told you the money can't be touched. I know. Gu Chang'an's voice was even lower, and for the last 2 months she had begun to economize on food and clothes and dresses were rarely purchased, and rouge and powder were not renewed. Knowingly, Li Bing chided again. Gu Chang'an could only obediently listen to the training. Lip looked him in the eye, and the two of them stared at each other for a moment. Face to face, she suddenly let out a pfft laugh. Alright, let's go to the gambling house. Gambling? Gu Chang'an asked. Li Bing poured a pot of tea and handed it to him, saying, I heard that the gambling house has a gambling game today. Buying and selling by luck. We don't have enough jade. Solely go and take your chances in case you get rich. Gu Chang'an sipped the fragrant tea, half leaning on the bed, helplessly saying, starting to play hard to get right? knowing that with his realm he could see through the embryonic stone at a glance. Where to pick up the luck? It's clearly give and take. Li Bing's eyes pressed. Anyway, I don't care. I must make money. Gu Chang'an pondered that saving money should be to prepare for the wedding dowry, and he was the one who should contribute. Go. The two of them walked out of the house arm in arm, and hired a drive-through woman as soon as they got out of Waju Lane. You can only rent a horse-drawn carriage a long way from the gambling house. Pine wagons were shuttling through the streets and alleys of the sound of the wheels turning, the noise of the carriages rattling, and the ticking of the horses' hooves masked the not-so-loud exchanges that were taking place inside. The woman's eyes were full of mischief. She was just outside the cart driving the horse. Surely she could hear what was going on in there. I can't help but envy the strong bond between the young couple, unlike the dead thing at home that always avoids or glosses over things. Half an hour later, Li Bing stepped down from the carriage with a glowing face. Gu Chang'an didn't dare to look at Jianwu's teasing eyes and gave 2 more hangs of money to rush away. What are you bashful about? Li pulled at his wrist, her eyelashes teasing. Can't we go home? I'm going to. Li Bing still had the character of an empress in her bones, saying one thing and being very dry. Just because the days are long doesn't mean she's a squirmy little woman. Convinced, the two of them walked into the noisy and bustling gambling house, and went straight to the street of embryonic stones. It's been crowded there for a long time. Gambling is pulling a bow to cut the stone, tying up a bamboo strip at each end of the wire to pull it into a bow. Use the force to slowly grind away the stone. Ordinary people need at least 10 days and half a month. It's not the same when you're raising a strong martial artist. The stone can be opened on the spot. Excellent quality is Hatian jade. The second is Lantian jade. The seal of state is made of Lantian waterpale jade. Emerald can also be. Lip rambled on. Just emerald. It's hard for people to open their doors for business, so it's good to earn a little. I'm sorry, Gu Chang'an said with a smile. He's covered in sword energy, including his eyes. A quick glance at an unloved piece of waste rock. At your service. Li Yin took out a few pieces of broken silver from her scented pouch and handed them to the counter. Signal to pick that waste rock. There was little suspense when a flash of green light made the whole street scream. Wolf crackled open along the edge, and a piece of pure green jadeite the size of a bushel came into view. Flawless, and a few taels of silver to wrestle back at least 800 taels. Sunga, you're awesome. Li Bing smiled, her dimples sinking lightly into her smile. Jumping up and hanging on Gu Chang'an, this was really happy. Okay. Getting something for nothing made Gu Chang'an feel uncomfortable, and in the envious gazes of the bystanders, he held up the emerald and left. Wait for me. Lip caught up, tantalizingly. Reward you tonight. Forget it, just give me 3 taels of silver. Gu Chang'an avoided her eyes. The corners of Li Bing's mouth contained a smirk if anything, narrowing her beautiful eyes half threatening and half pouting. Come home early. After paying her body money, she found the healthy woman she had come from and rushed back to the store with the emerald. Gu Chang'an pinched the broken silver and walked towards the familiar tea house. Tea house opened in the river, which coincided with the late afternoon. The chessboard in the room thumping disturbed the rare quiet. Gu Chang'an walked to the second floor as usual, and there stood a fine-eyed Wide Yond. On the parapet, the hunched old man with 8 eyebrows turned upside down was none other than his old chess friend Dumu. Stop! Dumu waved his arm to signal Gu Chang'an to stop, and when the surroundings quieted down, he looked out into the distance and a tirade was chanted while knocking on the side mouth of the wine altar. The building leans beyond the frosty trees, and there is not a millimeter in the mirror sky. The southern mountains and the autumn colors, the airs are both high, the words are subdued and mellow. How? When Sifu rose, Dumu asked. Gu Chang'an said with heartfelt appreciation. Great poem, full of meaning. Dumu stroked his beard proudly. This poem should cause a reaction in Chang'an City. He quickly sighed again at the loss though, only able to take pride in such things for the rest of his life. What's wrong? Gu Chang'an saw that the old scoundrels all looked worried. Dumu made a gesture of please sit down, and couldn't help but put his hold into his mouth when he settled into his seat. Little friend Gu. This morning the court reported urgently that dozens of saints from the barbarians have set foot in northern Liang. The target is aimed straight at the Great Wall's Yanmen Pass, and I've heard there are no less than 10 fingers of land gods. This calamity, our Chinese nation is afraid that we won't be able to get through it. The more the old man said, the more sad he became, full of a mouthful of wine and a deep voice. The barbarians have been intimidated by Hero Gu, and there has been no more fighting on the border for nearly a year. I thought I would be able to stay comfortable, but I didn't. He couldn't say it anymore. Gu Chang'an's lips moved without making a sound. After starting a new life, on this plain, ordinary afternoon, he realized, at first glance, that it's amazing how long it's been forgotten. How nice it would be not to bring it up. I guess in 2 more days, the people of Chang'an will all know. Dumu sighed softly and tersely. Seeing the confused face of my little friend, I thought he was fearful and uneasy, and instead opened up. It won't help us ordinary people to worry. If the cultivators can't hold them back, if the Great Wall is destroyed, if the barbarians spoil the Central Plains, let's put up a fight, or at worst die for our country. Duke, I'll leave first. Gu Chanan rose numbly and left the tea house. Alas, Dumu sighed quietly, our nation just wants to live comfortably. How come it's so hard? Gu Chang'an walked aimlessly down the street, looking at the bustling crowd of people. I looked up at the blue sky and just walked for who knows how long. It was not until late at night that he returned to Waju Lane, 20 feet from his home. The light from the courtyard lamps shone through the windows. Gu Chang'an subconsciously had to quicken his pace, then suddenly slowed down. Suddenly intense pain surged through his body, not giving him half a chance to resist he felt cold all over. Passing through the door of the house, Gu Chang'an hung in the air, like a sharp sword out of control. But it landed noiselessly at the Gu family's ancestral home. The graves in the backyard are regularly cleared of weeds by officials, and the headstones are clean and dry. There were also a few burnt-out joss sticks in front of the grave. A man stood silently in the darkness. Father, Mother, what do you think I should do? It was as if he had gone back to his childhood, when he liked to tell his heart alone in the cemetery forest of the city of Guzi. I haven't told you yet, but I've got a beautiful wife, and she's good in every way. If you had known that she was still the emperor of the Tang dynasty, you probably would have laughed heartily. To say she is gentle is surely to speak against her heart, but she accommodates me all the time, not to mention the emperor. What lady from a noble family would wash and cook, and delight in the re? It was going to be a wedding, an auspicious September day, a wedding that wasn't grand but wasn't shabby either. She and I will be happy for the rest of our lives. Gu Chang'an murmured softly and suddenly smiled to himself. I thought I'd forgotten my past, and I can't. How is it that I must be angry when I hear that the nation is in trouble? And who am I to be righteous? He bowed his head in silence. The people are having a hard time and struggling to stay alive, so just staying alive is good. I'm not going to kill the land gods, and I can only do my best if any of our people can check them. Fate has given me a choice every time, but I've never had to choose. I'm going to die, but I'd love to wake up every morning and see her. Gu Chang'an said, his voice gradually hoarse. He slowly kowtowed two heads, his figure hidden in the darkness. Looking at the bright lights, he stopped his heavy footsteps and pushed open the door of the mansion. So late? Li Yan was draped in a wispy nightgown, her lotus flower belly band hidden from view. Just sit on the porch and wait for him. Greedy for wine and returning home late. Gu Chang'an laughed as if nothing had happened, then took her by the palm of her hand and, sleep. Lip looked at him without blinking. So forthcoming today. So hug me. Gu Chang'an didn't say anything, picking up the lady who loved to be pampered. The empress's green silk scattered and, resting her head in the crook of his arm, a pair of jade feet wiggled mischievously. It was only at noon on the following day that Li Yan dragged his tired body out of bed, and after washing up, he walked to the courtyard and, the stone eucalyptus was surprisingly full of dishes. Stewed lamb's tail, chopped fish, braised meat, etc. Extraordinarily sumptuous. Gu Chang'an brought out the freshly steamed Chongyang rice kumquat and poured a spoonful of thick cane syrup over it. Seeing her sleepy eyes, she smiled. Wake up, let's eat. Li Bing rubbed her eyes, suspecting that the scene was an illusion, and she almost instantly burst into a rage. Tata ran over to him and grabbed him by the flesh of his loins, angry and aggravated. You can cook? Gu Chang'an smiled without saying anything, and brought her a quickie to serve her rice. Li Yan is almost full of anger, thanks to her learning recipes and tinkering in the kitchen, hoping to be lied to for 10 months. Don't be angry, taste it. Gu Chang'an filled her bowl with dishes. Li Yan tasted a few mouthfuls, and again did not have a good face. Color and flavor are mocking her? What's the crooked idea for today's deliberate exposure? She raised her eyes and looked straight up. Gu Chang'an looked at her stunningly beautiful and flawless face and said softly, I'm leaving, just fooling around again. You're allowed one day. Li Yan's face was expressionless as he lowered his head and chewed on the red meat. I'm sorry. Li Bing's fingers froze and his quick sun snapped to the ground. A moment that was short and felt like an inordinately long time. Told you were allowed a day. She forced a smile. Gu Chang'an's heart ached vaguely, and he wanted to go and grab her wrist. Roll. Li Bing suddenly became hysterical. Tears filled her eyes in a flash, and she said in a trembling voice, I thought it was going to stay like this. I thought you said goodbye to the past. Teach me how to spend the rest of my life if you don't marry me. Gu Chang'an didn't go to look at her forlorn eyes. Many words clogged up in his heart. Not knowing where to start, Lip clutched his palm tightly, almost pleading. You must hate my cooking. I can try to learn. If you go I'll just follow. Why say you're sorry? Gu Chang'an lowered his head and whispered, let's eat. Li Bing's heart was like a knife, trying her best to suppress her sobs, but she still sobbed intermittently. Why did you just have to abandon me? I know I can't do it integrating the rivers and mountains. All I can do is to pull out the society which is deep in the mire. When I ascended the throne, the great Tang was on the verge of collapse. Now the 3 states are still rich and stable. I can say to the world with a clear conscience that I, Li Yan, can let go and I can live the life I love. How is it that you, having experienced heavy despair, have chosen to take one more step into the abyss? You have never owed the people of the Central Plains anything, and it is right that the nation should be guilty of you. Her voice grew hoarse and choked. Seeing that he remained impassive, Li Bing walked back to the inner room in a muddled manner and turned back to calmly say, if you don't give me joy, why would I be sad? As you say, you're sorry. Gu Chang'an was silent. A moment later, Li Yan came out holding the box and said in a low voice, the money in there was going to be for the wedding. Let's go donate it to the orphanage now. She felt her voice shaking, and she did her best to hold it back. Aha! Gu Chang'an nodded. Li Bing gently closed her eyes and walked out of the mansion without looking back, with Gu Chang'an following behind. In the drizzly Waju lane, the 2 men walked forward and backward, not side by side. No umbrellas either. Li Yan didn't dare to turn back. She wanted to beg so much. She wanted to hide in the paradise with Gu Chang'an. She so wanted to see the 2 get married. An autumn rain falls a flower. Into the fall always means withering. Only the alleyway osmanthus luxuriant. The ground is stacked with a layer of yellowing leaves. Remember, you stepped a few feet short here and got all muddy. Laban broke the silence. I carried you on my back that day, Gu Chang'an replied. The 2 of them were silent for a long time. There was nothing really to see in the alley that was too familiar to be true. When we arrived at the orphanage where the streamers were hung, a few crocheted children were playing around under a tree. Li Yan placed the box at the door and turned to look at the man she had spent her time with. Gone, Gu Chang'an whispered. He moved his pace slowly as he began to truly feel the pain that the old guardsman remembered. He left his home and went to the border, leaving his wife to see his back as he walked away. Li Bing stood quietly. Tears have long been molded lakeside. The falling silence then clunked into her heart. At this moment, she shuddered a little, and felt the whole world empty with deadness and desolation rooted throughout her body like a sudden fall. I'll wait for you to come home. She flew away and hugged Gu Chang'an tightly. Gu Chang'an hugged her just as gently, just without saying a word. After a long time, Li Bing lifted her head to reveal a bright smile and said with gentle words, be sure to come home, no matter how long it takes, and if I'm dying and my teeth fall out, still sitting in the compound waiting for you. 2. Gu Chang'an's chi poured out of his body, transforming his body into a sword for a few moments and swept to the edge of the sky. Never looked back for an instant. Lip looked off into the distance along the rain and mist, his hollow eyes focusing on a single point of, until you can't see anymore. She doesn't know how she got home. As usual, I went to the fence hen house and pulled out 3 warm eggs and took a handful of corn to feed to the chickens, and the 3 hens with their fluffy poults pecked down at them. Before today, she should have been the one to feed Gu Chang'an to dig out the eggs, but from now on, she will be the one to do it. Gathering up the bowls on the stone eucalyptus, Li Bing woodenly walked into the kitchen. A letter rested on the cleaned cutting board. She unfolded it with trembling fingers. Kill a few more land gods and I might have to ascend. I never leave the human world. The thieving gods have actually been fair to me, and I can perceive the simple choice given by the will of the heavens that, either you ascend or you die. After all, at that realm, if you don't go, you'll only be dismantled by soldiers. How foolish to choose death. Your husband is the stupid one. On the day of my death there should be dragons and phoenixes beating drums, streams of light and chi hanging upside down. It happens that the night is better, and if there is a wonderful vision of the stars saving the moon, it will be considered my wedding to marry you. That night, you should have hid at home and not looked at me in my wretched, miserable state. It's like I've never said love to you before. Lip, I like you. Li Yan was no longer able to support herself. She leaned over and slowly sat down on her knees on the ground. Smiling, the corners of her lips tasted a hint of salty bitterness as she looked at the empty mansion in a rain of tears. P.S. Big chapter begging for monthly votes. 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 Begging for recommendations. Request for recommendations. None of the comments are showing up lately. They are not censored. Chapter 64, Moving the City. In the evening, Li Bing sat withered at the eaves of the house with his hands on his knees, staring at the sky's growing curtain of rain. The ground crackled. The sound of approaching footsteps came from the dense rain, and she smiled broadly and ran out into the rain but then suddenly stopped the pace. The surprise of the moment is gone. Only a split second back to the reality of the loss of awareness and hurt. Your Majesty. The courtyard door was unbolted, and Pei Gingshu came with her umbrella. What is it? Li Yan's face was expressionless, and the back of his hand wiped the rain from his eyes. He's gone, right? Pei Gingshu was inexplicably a little sad. She came to this alley after the palace's great inner experts detected the sword aura cutting through Chang'an City. The two sat shoulder to shoulder, not saying a word. In fact, Li Yan was very aggrieved and sad. But except in front of Gu Chang'an, how could she, an emperor, expose her weakest side? And her pain was quietly hidden, licking her wounds alone. Pei Jingshu's eyes looked into the distance and pursed her lips in frustration. Your Majesty, the Central Plains have reached their most dangerous moment. The scholarly scholar has asked the 7 kingdoms to give half of their national fortune. Then I will have you send a diatribe against the barbarians to the Central Plains in the name of the divine state's imperial authority and orthodoxy, calling on all cultivators in the world to gather at Yanmen Pass to expel the darkness to welcome the dawn. Aha! Li Yan responded, looking up at the gray dome of the sky and, after a long time, he said, it's a long time to be in chaos. Entering the inner room, she looked around the 2 pillows of the sandalwood bed and spread the brocade quilt first. Another neat fold of the 2 men's scattered clothes was put into the closet, looking at her own dresses taking up the cupboard, while Gu Chang'an only had 3 or 2 robes. She laughed silently. If I'd known you wouldn't last a lifetime, I wouldn't have treated you harshly. What's the use of saving money? After locking up the 2's belongings and sweeping the house a few times, Li Ren clutched the key and walked out of the compound. Waju Lane is still pitted with potholes when it rains, and Granny Wang pushes her cart to meet her. Looking twice at the gentle and dignified Pei Jingshu, she curiously said, Mrs. Gu, won't Xiaogu send you to the jade store today? Li Yan wants to say he's gone to save the people. He's going to start torturing himself again. But he swallowed back his words and complained like a woman in the marketplace. He doesn't want me. The juniper walked out of the alleyway, leaving only the overwhelmed Granny behind. Late night, accompanied by a ray of rich color from the imperial temple flying to the north, dozens of great inner masters stood outside the city. In front of her was the female emperor in a dragon robe with a crown on her head. She resumed her dignified and majestic bearing, a far cry from the new woman of the courtyard laundry. Instead of waiting until he's gray and can't be seen, it's better to see him while you have the chance. Besides, he's working for the survival of the nation. He himself always had to pick up the mission of the Li Tang community. The Empress was the first to hover and sprint to the north. The continuous rain was actually from north to south, and the closer to the north the torrential downpour that, 2 days later, 800 miles away from Yanmen Pass, he clearly sensed the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering chi surging. In the 9 plugs of the Central Plains, Yanmen is at the top of the list. At the moment, whether in the rolling hills or on the plains, it's a slow and heavy drizzle. The raindrops were the size of soybeans, guided by the chi of heaven and earth, and smashed down on the ground drop by drop. Countless cultivators in the Central Plains had faces like iron, stiff and obscure, letting the rain wash over them. A heart extraordinarily cold. Madaka! A sword roar startled the Qianquan. As the Great Tang's national fortunes sprinted toward the plains, the fortunes of the 6 previous countries converged with them. In an instant a brilliant and radiant 7-colored giant sword stretched across the dome of the sky, illuminating the Grey Plains. Almost without hesitation, half of the national fortune of the Divine Kingdom was handed out. Had to break the boat, because Yanmen Pass cannot be destroyed in the hands of barbarians. The walls cannot collapse. The bamboo strips are meant to resist the long sword, and if the place of origin of the aura is gone, then the Central Plains can't even take out the bamboo strips. Nothing to fight against a sharp blade. How long can the Chinese nation hold out then? Qin Shi Huang built the city wall to contain the dragon vein of God's kingdom and to protect the God's kingdom. Until now always stand lofty. The Great Wall is more than a wall of 10,000 miles, but also the spirit of the nation, is the crest of a civilization. In dark contemporary times, if the walls are gone, then the spirit of resistance of many of our fellow citizens will collapse with it. On the other side, there was a magnificent, rippling picture of 13 land deities seated in the pass. The 27 abyssal saints stood around the formation, and the aura above stopped and flowed, and so on. Tuoba Tianxia was wearing a purple golden dragon robe without a mask, revealing his ugly and grotesque face. She stared at the aura vortex with an air of calmness. It took most of the year. Cable and the 5 topmost land immortals had finally coalesced the heaven-destroying formation at the cost of a 9-year regression in their cultivation. The Empire is coming, brightly and openly, without any cover. He just stepped into the territory of the Central Plains and stepped onto the 10,000 miles of city walls. She said grimly, when the chariots of unity roll in, what is there to resist? Coronet. 3 days ago Gu Chang'an passed through the Jade Gate Pass but didn't stay. He should have returned to Solitary City. The old crone with the walking stick stepped forward to remind. This surprised her. What kind of person is Gu Chahan? Even if they are buried in the yellow earth, once the Middle Kingdom is in trouble, they will be able to break out of the earth without bringing the Yin soldiers. Fight the empire to the death. Will such a martyr of the nation stand idly by? If he is thought to be afraid of, then the empire is stupid. Must be plotting something again. Have you heard of the siege of Wei and Zhao in the spring and autumn period of the Eastern lands? Topaz World asked. The crutch old woman nodded. He's going to trash the holy city. Change it. Topaz's tone was wavefree. The crone frowned slightly, looking towards Julius Caesar and the 5 giants at the center of the formation. An unobtrusive sigh of terseness. The empire was prepared for the worst in terms of devastation and bloodshed in the holy city. After all, he hadn't heard from Gu Chang'an for almost 10 months. There was nothing known about how far the strength had grown, in case it was possible to fight against the land gods without using the 7-colored sword. For this devil too, anything is possible. But change is change. Already twice humiliated, the Reich could accept another national disgrace. The first time the population went mad with hatred. Waiting for the third time is numbing. But as long as the Aura origination site was destroyed, it was only a matter of time before the eastern lands were annexed. Abyss would not have made this choice at all if he had not experienced the national tragedy. Blame Gu Chang'an, for forcing the empire to launch a bloody retaliation. What do you smell? Topaz said with interest. The crutch old woman took a deep breath of rain mist, looked out over the oozing plains, and said in a single word, the smell of desperation. The mountains at the back of the pass were swarming with chariots. Thousands of figures that black, white and yellow skins of all kinds were present, and it was clear that all the peoples of the world had gathered at Yanmen Pass. An order from the empire. They dare not fail to come. At least for what purpose? It's obvious. Shine the sword and raise the power. The people are in a state of panic because of the 2 national tragedies, and there is a darkness within the empire. Rebellions and uprisings were numerous, and even among them there were many who thought of restoring the old land. But tonight that ambition was quenched. Also rebel. Who dares? The success of a civilization is not measured by the height to which it ascends. Rather, it's how to bounce back from going downhill. The great empire, the light of the world. A count of the old Roman dynasty let out an emotional sigh, his blue eyes filled with scorn. The rest of the blonde men, women, and children chimed in, either reciting poems either that or pray to God, which in general is very pious and honorable. After that night, the world did watch the imperial abyss, after all, fall hard all at once. Don't even bother with your face. In case you can't climb up, what are you waiting for? Immediately gather your old men and prepare for a revolt. But the empire tells the world with irony. It just doesn't move the needle. Casual fun didn't expect to play off, so it had to be serious. Without a single soldier, the crowned emperor of the gods, the 13.5 columns of the gates of heaven, the scene of 27 abyssal saints, all lined up at Yanmen Pass was too shocking. If God came down, it wouldn't be as dominating. There's only one land god in the Middle Kingdom, or less than 2 years at the bottom. There are only 7 saints. That's a gap. The gods do not move mortals, and were it not for this precept in the eastern lands are afraid that half the country will fall tonight. A Buddhist with a high nose said quietly. Stepping into the turbid world is already the bottom line. You can't make killings to destroy the Taoist heart. Otherwise wouldn't they just protect the formation and not do anything about it? The sea has changed, and the heavens are merciless. Several superior-looking nobles stood together, gazing at the walls in front of them. The wind and rain eroded into a broken base, but still with the momentum of the pale and mangy, majestic and magnificent. It is condensed into a thick Chinese culture. Once upon a time, how their country worshipped Huaxia, even to the extent of kneeling down. Willingness. Especially in the glorious Tang dynasty, the city of Chang'an was the most advanced and developed civilization in the world, the well-deserved center of the world. Suddenly, I remembered that during the time of Emperor Tang Gaozong, Japan, went to provoke the Great Tang without any goodwill. It's the Battle of Baijiankou, isn't it? Your naval division has a strength of 70,000 men and sits on 1,800 ships of war, and the Great Tang Expeditionary Naval Division is less than 10,000, with 170 warships built on the fly. With a 7-fold disparity of forces, your Japanese nation was truly routed and wowed. The King of Beach smiled at a thin, small-eyed crowned man. Emperor Udo's face was embarrassed. That battle in the first place was just like a child going to provoke a strong man. It's so insubordinate and embarrassing. The reason why Fusang is modeled after the Great Tang is to learn from the strongest, then defeat the strongest of the strong in the light of day, which unfortunately is not something that can be shaken by a single island. Unlike us, Tian Qihan is fierce, isn't he? He came to our borders and lost a great battle. It became one of the few defeats of his life. Princess Shilla was beaming. and it was hard not to feel proud of herself in comparison. Emperor Udo sank his voice. You still have the face to say that? Wasn't Goguryeo later destroyed by the Tang dynasty? How else would it be divided into Beach Silla now? The princess's smile faded and her expression froze. A fat, dark, curly-haired man snorted softly. What are you laughing at? Princess Shilla chilled and scolded angrily. Tianju, right? Don't think you can erase the past humiliation just because you've merged now. Jump into your mother's river and drown yourselves. Too lazy to expose your scars. The curly-haired man let out a cry without a pit. A few people didn't speak again, staring blankly at the walls. They have mixed feelings about God's land. Enemies and minions, fought wars and lent money, and if there's a choice, they'd rather go back 100 years. At least Big Dawn is still a pawn. After all, in a country of etiquette, we always seek to do things in name only. You don't mess with him. He doesn't have time for you either. But the great barbarian empire was different. Barbaric and disorganized. And the people of the old country lived in fear all day long. It's all coming to an end. The heavens cannot be broken. Princess Shilla let out a long sigh and, just as they are all speaking in a fluent sacred city accent, in the near future, the Middle Kingdom will likewise have to learn the culture of the nation and serve as a dog to the empire. Assuming, of course, that there is an opportunity. With the level of defense the empire had against the Middle Kingdom, the death of the seed was almost a foregone conclusion. After all, there's basically no resistance like they had with the Japanese. The Holy City only sent 10,000 golden knights and 20,000 elites on an expedition, and they cowed out in submission with their banners raised high. And what about Huaxia? It's been carrying on until now, and the empire has resorted to using the land god's killer weapon. Who wouldn't be afraid of such tenacity? How can you be assured that your people will be submissive? On the plain the seven-colored sword shines for 800 miles, centering on the scholarly husband and the Duke of Dongwuqin. Enough thousands of hundred cultivators set up formations. The Middle Kingdom has never had only these two magic treasures, the Sword of National Fortune and the 100 Schools of Thought formation. Both civilizations are waiting for the final collision. Once the barbarian formations begin to erupt, the Central Plains must protect Yanmen Pass with their deaths. Otherwise the aura would collapse, and even if there were any left, it would only be minimal. At this point, the two men crossed the Great Wall and slowly made their way to the plains of North China. The Confucian-robed old man at the forefront wore a bamboo crown on his head, and his eyes were complex as he looked at the sons and daughters of the Central Plains, as well as the cultivators who had heard about it from the ends of the earth. From a distance it looks like a dog, but up close it looks like Duke Mei. Beilian Ruanxian swept through the air, narrowing his eyes. He leapt over Maishajing to look at the land gods behind him. Lord Ruan, don't resist, Mei Shogung whispered. Instantly, the faces of the cultivators in a 100-mile radius grimaced, already hating this number one trader of the Central Plains. At this moment, I can't wait to eat its flesh and drink its blood. ***. How dare you walk into the Middle Kingdom? The nearest cultivator was furious to the extreme, and rushed out without regard for life or death. Mei Shogung's hands gently pushed. Not Hori. Shallow tantalizing mist fleetingly. Several cultivators were unharmed, but they couldn't move. He looked down at his toes, despondent as he lifted his face. There is a bright moon on the sea, and the sky is the limit. The Mid-Autumn Festival is in 3 days. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Go back and reunite with your family, said straightening up and looking around the plain. The destruction of Yanmen Pass was the most united will of the abyss. The Central Plains could never save it. Instead of sacrificing the cultivators for nothing, it would be better to preserve the strength and find another way out after surrendering to the empire. Nguyen Sin looked at him with an expressionless face. Mei Shogung, why don't you look at yourself by drowning? You are now standing on the land where you were born and raised. Don't you feel ashamed of your ancestors? Don't you feel ashamed to live? Mei Shogung gently closed his eyes and opened them with a determined look. I have not sought personal gain for myself. I have dared to face the living people and the history books. Peace to save the people is the only way. You have nothing but ridiculous national pride, and find it shameful to submit to the monster tribes of yesteryear. Is dignity more important than preserving the flame of civilization? The land gods behind him were filled with displeasure, and forced themselves to hold it down again. In case we can really convince the Eastern lands to stop the 100 Schools of Thought formation and the National Sword of Fortune, then the Abyss could free up its hands to deal with Gu Chang'an and reduce the losses on the Holy City side. The likelihood of this is almost non-existent, but it doesn't hurt to try. Peacefully saving the people? Ruan Xian laughed, his cloudy old eyes erupting with a murderous intent as he spoke in a deep voice. Is the great Chinese nation a slave to the barbarians? It is to abandon the civilization of our ancestors to submit to a backward and barbaric culture, and it is to let our children and grandchildren bear the hair of a dog with a tail that does not resemble a dog's tail. Is it to let the land of God be reduced to a home for the barbaric species? Mai Shaojing was silent and did not deny it. But some words cannot be put into words. He clearly recognizes the root cause of the empire's most unresolved conflict, which sooner or later will collapse. That is the conflict between the Abyss and the kingship. The Abyss and the 20 million miles of territory. Why did Abyss take power? Because the heavenly Tao rolls in favor of the Topaz tribe. But that doesn't mean that all the Topaz people can soar to the heavens. It's destiny to have mixed talents. As if some people are born with disabilities and others are born with intelligence and resourcefulness. The once enslaved lands of the dead always sprouted one or two monks of great talent, unwilling to be ruled. They gathered in the Abyss to form a heavenly way that transcends the king's power and must be dependent on the barbarian kingdom. Over time, a very strong chain of interests is formed. What if the Chinese nation could also produce a few outstanding martial arts experts? As long as you can get into the abyssal castle, it is highly likely that you will be able to rise to the top of the high places with violence like Julius Caesar. Successful, slowly nibbling away at the center of the empire, and finally reaching the point of recreating the glory of China. Even if the people of the nation are killed to the 10th degree, as long as there is still fire, in another 100 and 1,000 years, it will always start a prairie fire to rekindle the divine kingdom, and then the world will be left with Huaxia, the true supreme nation. The more painful the bath of fire, the more the rebirth changes the bones, the deeper the nirvana, the more magnificent the new birth. That's why peaceful surrender is the right thing to do. The sincerity of his heart. 9 deaths. I know this land doesn't believe in ghosts or gods or the living, but what about Cthulhu? It has to be believed. Mei Shogang spoke quietly, suddenly silent, and when he spoke again his tone was sharp and loud. The fault is with Gu Chagan. It was his step-by-step challenge to the empire's bottom line that led to its bloody retaliation. If there were no him in the world, our nation would have given up resistance years ago. You guys think he's a hero, but in my opinion, it's him who brought the divine kingdom into a quagmire. It was he who made the living people suffer the wrath from the heavenly Tao. The plains were suddenly plunged into an infinite dead silence, and countless cultivators suppressed their violent anger and emotions are almost out of control. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Yes, he was valiant and great, but he was also the one who hurt the future of the nation. What's the point of traveling 100 miles, even if you take 90 steps? In the end, it's a basket of water. And what's the difference between not reaching the end and standing at the beginning? Mei Shogeng's old face reddened. This is indeed the words of his heart. Now it can finally be cathartic. Why resist? Or by such drastic and irreconcilable means? Ruan Xian let out a laugh, his tone morose. From time immemorial, the divine kingdom will not be reduced to a slave to be slaughtered. Get back to the barbarian nest at the earliest opportunity. We will not lay down our lives to dishonor our nation, or to make our people suffer, or our civilization be disgraced. If it's been like this since ancient times, is it right? Mei Shogun's voice was hoarse and, pointing to the increasingly blazing light of Yanmen Pass, pointing to the figures of the great molded lakes, he roared. Who can resist? Countless cultivators were silent as a sense of powerlessness swept through their bodies. The humiliation, the loss of dignity, of sitting back and watching the barbarians strut their stuff on the frontier. That kind of hardness in their hearts is more painful than the severe torture that tortures their flesh. Far west, a lonely city. The wind is picking up. Chapter 65, a scene that trembles the heart. The city of Kurtz. Maybe the snowflakes stopped as early as the moment we recast our flesh. But the yellow sand covers the thick snow, and the chi residue never melts. The man with the full head of white hair stood silently outside the city, and as the gusty winds rose up, the snow splashed down on the peach blossom petals and shivered on him. Gu Chang'an gently closed her eyes, and a frame of the past surfaced in her mind. More than 20 years of life have been seared into the soul. We, the Anxi army, have been holding out for so many years, only because we want to see the mountains and rivers unharmed and the country at peace. And I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to see peace and prosperity. Kill the enemy and be strong, and I will put the noose of death around my neck. If I don't kill the land immortals, who will sanction this group of self-proclaimed heavenly immortals? He murmured, then smiled. I thought I'd never get away from you until I went to Huju Lane. Surprisingly, I find you a little annoying now. How is it always you? Also, come with me to fight one more time, and take the Anxi souls to the barbarian sacred city in style. One sleeve trickled out an endless stream of sword energy. The sunset twilight changed abruptly, and the sky was cloudy and dim. Against the heavens, there will be vast visions. Rumble. The ground shook. The four corners of the city wall sounded like thunder, and the yellow sand inside the city whistled and swept. Gu Chang'an's robe sleeves were bloodstained, and he was enduring the heavy pressure brought about by the chi of heaven and earth. The arm on the sleeve trembled violently. He remembered the cicadas. After 10 years in the ground, it breaks through the mud and emerges to live for only one summer. Maybe it's breeding offspring, but the world prefers to believe that cicadas want to see the world and the sunlight. The hustle and bustle that lasted all summer was the last pride of its life. Summer would be less beautiful without the cicadas. Breaking ground. Live for only one summer and make a splash. Gu Chang'an put his hands together as a sword, and there was a majestic sword chi as thick as a 1,000-year-old acacia tree all over his body. Snowy and blinding. Up, the clouds were growing darker and lower, looming straight down toward the desert. The city of Turtle Rock shook, and the peach trees were the first to rise. Gu Chang'an was covered in blood, and thousands of strands of sword chi wrapped around the mottled walls of the city. His knees buckled for a moment, followed by a fountain of blood. Every brick here, every piece of wood here. A mountain. Is there anything I'm not familiar with, where there are no signs that I've walked? Gu Chang'an's face was vaguely hideous due to the intense pain, and he transformed his body into sword chi. Fly along the gates to the foothill cemetery forest and circle the entire city. Suddenly, the wind roared and the thunder boomed. Heaps of dark clouds like black flames, burning in the boundless sky. The lightning is alive like a fiery serpent, slithering across the desert. Get thee up! Boom! The lone city broke ground. The power was so scorching hot, as if it were magma that had just erupted from the crater of a volcano. Voluminous, and destroy all things. The white-haired bloody man loomed up and took a hard step out. An entire city moved with it in a web of swords. This is the most shocking scene since the beginning of time. The sky is as dark as the end of time. Lightning streaks fell from the sky, and the bloody man stumbled in his steps. 1 step, 2 steps. The pace became faster and faster, and 10,000 strands of sword chi were like 10,000 arrows. Gu Chang'an was able to control the air with his sword chi, and the turtle city was detached from the ground inch by inch, about 10 feet from the ground, moving slowly like that. During the period of Wu Zetian, the city of Guzi was built to defend the western region, and all the neighboring tribes submitted to it. After the Anxi rebellion, the city of Guzi was left alone in the western region, and the 10,000-mile desert was no longer the same as it used to be. It has stood there since the beginning. Its perseverance, and its stubbornness, maintaining the decency of the Chinese nation, defending the last glory of the brilliant Tang dynasty with blood. It has experienced the most glorious worship of nations in its history, and has endured 65 years of desperate suffering. But today, it left. It may never return, but it will go on to compose an epic movement of the Chinese soul in a more unruly and rampant way. Sword chi and lightning pressed against each other and covered each other, colliding repeatedly, accompanied by a pillar of blood like that. The dozens of miles of blood-scaled walls trudged through the heavenly might. The cultivators of the Pathfinder who were stationed at the old adjudicator's mansion, seeing that the heavenly hosts were rarely angry, then he rushed to investigate in the direction of the heaven and earth chi. This look is straight up fainting, not injured by the sword, but stunned. That horror had appalled him to the point of suffocation a moment before he passed out. Lord, what have I seen? Holding the city with his body. That's a ing city. Gu Chang'an's eyes were scarlet as he separated a sword chi to incinerate this cultivator. He was so sore that he had no pain left, but he had never lacked the fortitude to. Yugong Shan and Jingwei may be ancient fictional stories, but moving the city will never be. Nor can it be. Yanmen Pass Plain. Soybean-sized raindrops are densely packed, and streams of light shine through the pass. The cultivators from north and south of the great river arrived in a steady stream. All of the passionate indignation turned into powerlessness and humiliation the moment they saw the sky-destroying array. If the Yanmen Pass collapsed, the central plains would be sunken and almost sent to the 18 layers of hell. This moment of despair was unprecedented. In spite of the insults and spit on, the old man in the Confucian shirt still stood tall. He was always insisting on the idea of peace to save the lives of the people, trying to convince millions and millions of his fellow soldiers. In this situation, Gu Chang'an is the main culprit, and if he hadn't angered the empire, and would a land god set foot in the central plains? Can the river be blocked by an opening in the dike? One thing leads to another. If the land immortals disregard their own cultivation and Taoism and begin to massacre the central plains indiscriminately, what will the mortals do to resist? Mei Shogun's voice is getting louder and louder, and his face is getting more and more determined, such as the yellow bells. Kong Lianqiang. Beiliang Ruanxian's expression was gloomy and chilling as he said. He traveled in all directions for the barbarians, and even more so when he traveled through the swamps and the mountains, regardless of the hardships. With your heart set on the surrender of the central plains, you've really exhausted your thoughts and efforts. Ruan Shang. Mei Shogun roared furiously against the torrential rain. 1,000 merits and demerits are left to be judged, and the old man is not ashamed of the people of his nation. The only way to save the country is the way the old man took. Please save the living from the slaughter. Ruan Xian's chest rose and fell violently, no longer able to control his loathing, pointing at him with a single word. The body and name of Ertzal will be destroyed, But the river will not be abolished for 10,000 years. Stubborn and old-fashioned. You deserve to die. Mei Shogang was also furious. His two silkworm eyebrows twisted and contorted. The hysteria. Where is Gu Chang'an? You know. I know. The whole world knows. He's going to trash the holy city again. What can he get for a moment's pain? National dignity? The holy city will bleed to death. Then this wall of 10,000 miles built by Emperor Qin Shi Huang will go up in smoke. Every young face here will be separated from their families. And that's what you want? The more fiercely Gu Chang'an resists, the more the nation will be corpsed and bloodied. And in future history books, no descendant has yet seen him as the culprit. The terrestrial gods behind him nodded at the words. Worthy of a generation of wizards. Dupe Mei. Surely the best lobbyist in the empire. It makes too much sense. The empire might not have been so desperate, had it not been for that old world Hanok. What do you think he resisted doing? The plains fell into an infinite dead silence. Suddenly a sharp voice rang out. Dare I ask the Duke of Mei, if your old mother had been captured by the barbarians, and while spoiling is it a mistake to resist a little? It was none other than one of the most ordinary cultivators in Shu. Perhaps some of the remaining 6 nations will be compelled to shake their wills, but the millions of people in Shu will never let the traitor's tongue blossom, but also never want to change their faith. Hirogu has a saving grace for Shu. Without him in the holy city that night, how could the barbarian armies on all sides of Shu withdraw their troops? Why don't you answer? The cultivator's eyes rounded. Mei Shogang was silent, then sighed. It's not the same. Where is the difference? The cultivator's sharpness was undiminished as he growled his question. In your words, resistance is a sin, and resistance makes the barbarians more fierce. Then your old mother should close her eyes and enjoy it, right? You was insulted in this way? Mei Shogang actually had no words to say. Some words cannot be said. Resistance is death. Do not resist, there is a way to live. For a moment of martyrdom for nothing. Emperor Zhao came surrounded by a group of sable temples and stared at Mei Shogang through the rain curtain in a stern voice. In your presumptuous attempt to clear yourself of the sin of losing your honor and defecting to the enemy, you want the whole of the divine kingdom to land and sink together. Everyone gives the barbarians minion mounts and still fights to extinguish the brightest lights of the divine continent. Not only do you want to destroy Gu Chang'an, it is more important to destroy the civilizational identity, national consciousness and spirit of resistance that lie behind the national heroes. When everyone yields with you, you can make your surrender into what is called obedience to the will of God, peace of mind and a clear conscience, right and wrong, black and white, reversed to such an extent that it is chilling. Without waiting for Mei Shogang to speak, he roared again. When he was young and ambitious, he beheaded the assassin in the street without question, and at the age of 23, he was crowned scholar at the Golden Palace. That year, my father thought that you had been killed in battle, and even buried you with state rights, and gave you the Mei clan a favorable pension. You dare to be reckless in front of me now? Emperor Zhao's voice was like rolling thunder, stirring, a speech that does more than humiliate Mei Shogang, but stabilizes. He had already detected many cultivators faltering under the vast savage might. Mei Shogang bowed his head slightly. He indeed didn't have the face to face Zhao. He left with a hobbling step and, softly, go with the flow and prop it up, go against the flow and it goes up in smoke. You all want to be heroes and be famous in history, but please think about the common people. Just then, the 100 schools of thought formation gushed out one by one, golden as a fist-like text, bright and vast. All together, they blasted at the old man in the rain. Never be disturbed by the wickedness of a villain. Never be moved by the sophistry of a traitor. The sons and daughters of the Central Plains have borne forward and bowed. And on top of that, the Holy Lord has the will to do something. The next study first corrects the transmission of loyalty and righteousness. Confucian gods and goddesses, with their mouths on the constitution of heaven and their words on the law. Mei Shogang didn't move a muscle, letting the gold characters dangle. Ha ha, how dare a mere mole cricket hurt my imperial duke? Sitting cross-legged, Julius Caesar's eye children opened and closed, and the gray light transformed into an extremely fast and incomparable gray chain that easily wrapped around the golden letters. The vastness of the world is transformed into nothing. See, husband, you are no more than a mole in the eyes of the abyss. Mei Shogang's expression was devoid of joy and sorrow as he walked back to the pass with the land god. Countless cultivators on the plains were pale. Fu Zi had just struck with the help of the array power. Surprisingly, it was cracked off by the barbarian's hand, and the barbarian had more than a dozen land gods. The Central Plains has undertaken my decree to dig up the ancestral tomb of the Mei clan, list one by one the evil deeds of Mei Shogang and console his ancestors. I'm telling you, it's a personal vendetta. The noble empress wearing a crown and a dragon robe hung in the air, looking coldly at the figure that was moving away. Mei Shogang's footsteps stiffened and he let out a bitter laugh. Where did the personal vendetta come from? Could it be insulting Gu Chang'an? He had no intention of further persuasion. Even the greatest of beliefs would eventually be worn down by harsh reality. May's ancestors would also understand that they had some good intentions. The straight road doesn't work. Murphy really wants to crash and burn, so he can only take a detour. Lord May, I'll follow you. A great master cultivator fiercely swept across the ground and, crazy like rushing to the old man in Confucian clothes. He's really scared, having thought he was fearless enough to sacrifice himself for his nation. But when I witnessed those magnificent figures of the gods and those flowing gates of heaven, I really felt my own insignificance. Yanmen Pass will surely be destroyed. 10,000 miles of walls will collapse, and the Middle Kingdom will sink, if we don't find a way out in time. Maybe it's just too late. In a split second, dozens more cultivators rushed out of the plains, almost unstoppably running towards the light that they want to escape the darkness. The 100 contested formations trembled slightly and returned to normal in an instant, except that the cultivators of the various families had a dark look on their faces, a moment to recommit his mind. Ruan Xian and the others clenched their fists, but never made a move. At a time when the barbarian Middle Kingdom was confronting the "How can I bear to kill my fellow nationals with my own hands, even though I have already rebelled? I can never swing my fist out." Hundreds, 2,000. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a swarm of fleeing ants, densely packed, not turning back a step. Among them there were also the powerful and noble of the Six Kingdoms, the clansmen of the former 1,000-year-old Gate clans, including the 3 peaks of the Dao-forming paths in Jianghu, one step short of being a saint. All fled. The plain was slowly quiet as a grave cellar, and the great beads of rain did not quench the hot blood. On the contrary, the sight of the countless sons and daughters of the Central Plains have been pained to death. Defections are ultimately a minority, albeit a minority, but a full 2,000 cultivators with martial arts. The tribes of the world stand in the rolling hills behind the pass, looking at the eastern land cultivators who were running towards the light one by one. They were suddenly gloating and full of smiles. It turns out that when disaster strikes, people are all the same, regardless of race or civilization. There's nothing high or low about it. It's human nature to be afraid of death. I used to have low self-esteem and regret that the dynasty surrendered too quickly, but now I think about it and I'm glad. Surrendering early also gives you a good position in the empire. First, the Japanese Emperor Udo and Princess Silla looked at each other, and the latter gave a tantalizing laugh. Will you sacrifice your life for your country to go to war? May never regret a heroic sacrifice? No regrets. Donate a horse to the garrison general. Never mind. I do have a horse. Emperor Yudao laughed uncontrollably, pointing at the desperate plains cultivators. When Yanmen Pass collapses, guaranteed there are quite a few more surrenders. The former big brother has bent over. We're not ashamed of our little brother from an island. Honestly, it's normal. The Chinese nation is made up of individuals, even if they're hardy. It's human to have weaknesses and to be afraid. More than a dozen land deities and close to 30 saints lined up at the pass. The constant flow of chi from the heavenly gate. Wouldn't this deterrent be terrifying? Besides, the Duke of May's bitter words played a great part in giving the Surrendese a leg up. As for his preaching of peace to save the country, he is just an absurd idealist. It's too late to surrender. Princess Shilla's face was expressionless. You don't know how to put out a fire until it's on fire? No. Emperor Udo suddenly took a step closer and whispered, either way, it's good that the Middle Kingdom can surrender on a large scale, and that we can unite in the East. Resist those white-skinned, blonde-haired savages. Princess Shilla nodded her chin at that. The restoration of the old lands is out of the question. There's a conflict in the empire nowadays between the color of the skin and the color of the skin. In the past, their yellow skin was at a disadvantage. After all, they were missing the big brother of the Central Plains. And in the future, they might be able to hold some power of speech. In the future, it's going to be a fierce competition between the East and the West, with the winner taking over more resources. More benefits for the people. The Radiant Pass. The crone of the crutch glanced toward the coronation of the sky god and asked with a smile, receive it. Kill. Topaz's tone was not to be trifled with. She has always advocated the use of extreme primitive and bloody means to wreak havoc on the Central Plains, making it a hell on earth. This is the consequence of stubborn resistance. The old woman's expression was unpleasant and she said in a deep voice, there's no news from the sacred city for now, and I don't know if Gu Chang'an went there or not. This is definitely the calm before the storm. With less resistance on this side, we can spare the strength to minimize the holy city's losses. After a slight pause, she said meaningfully, when it comes down to it, any excuse to dispose of them. Why don't you bow to the cross when you're submitting to the empire? Damn it! Topaz World was silent for a long time and nodded. Then let them bathe in light. 2,000 monks were approached in the mountains, their faces bashfully hot and, but then again, it feels like never before. A sense of security. Yes, No more of that danger of dying at any moment. Just speak barbarian from now on. Mei Shougeng's face was taut and not joyful. He was not like this group. He was bending the road to save his country. And this group is just scared to death. But it was always a strength. And he would cherish these embers of the Chinese nation. Boom! A blazing light rang out in the distance. Circe Cable, sister of Julius Caesar, swept in at incredible speed. She landed heavily on the pass, awakening Julius Caesar in the center of the formation. God! Circe's great child snapped, her lower lip surprisingly bleeding from her own tongue. What's wrong? Julius Caesar's voice was urgent. The crowd of abyssal giants were disturbed, and Tuoba Tianxia's hands and feet stiffened at the same time. This was a land goddess. What in the world could make her show such a terrified look? The city is coming. Circe's face was full of shock, and the scene she saw at the Jade Gate Pass always echoed in her mind more than once. What city? Topaz asked sharply. The city of Kamehameha. Circe forced herself to hold back the heart quarter, which was completely over the top. In the past, the ghosts and heroes could still understand that Gu Hanu was a monster. After all, people and ghosts are different. Shocked again will try to convince himself. Taking the body to the city is very different. It's a human being who knows how to lift things. A mortal lifting a tripod is regarded as a hegemony. A monk lifts a boulder. But when a man lifts a city and flies, that's the city. What the hell are you talking about? Julius Caesar was filled with rage. So the old monsters of the abyss are all anxious. It's the sacred city that's bleeding to death. Or was it spoiled again somewhere? Gu Chang'an, holding the city of Guzi in one hand, slowly flew toward Yinmen Pass. Circe said it nearly word for word. How can it be? Topaz hissed. Simply not going to believe it. Chapter 66, Shock. The heavenly Tao is not enough to be feared. No way. The flesh scar on Topaz's face twitched slightly. The rest of the old monsters also found it unbelievable at once. Tuoba Tianxia gradually calmed down and said in a deep voice, "It's not that evil." She wasn't at all moved by Circe Cable's sensationalized rhetoric. Moving town? How to make it up? I, personally, saw, with my own eyes. Circe's pair of great children were violently hideous. She spoke slowly, like chewing on a cow's hoof, each word seemingly squeezed through her teeth. Quiet. It should be a desert mirage. Julius Caesar's voice was flat and the mind returned to the heaven-destroying array. Topaz and the crutch-old woman nodded their heads one after another. Mirage, in the mythology of the Roman dynasty, was considered to be the devil incarnate. It represents a bad omen of death and misfortune, but in the East it is auspicious. The essence is very simple. A kind of light reflection, in a distant place to show the strange scene of Mold Lake. Suddenly, Julius Caesar's child hole sank menacingly. The many land immortals looked at each other in dismay, and they could all detect the horrified colors under each other's eyes. Nope. The desert appears as a mirage of lofty mountains. Then this exact same mountain must exist somewhere in the world. If moving cities is a mirage, then Circe simply doesn't lie. Looking at the horrified looks of the crowd, Circe said with a numb face, "He's slow and at least an hour away from here. Think of something as soon as possible." Tuoba Tianxia was struck by lightning and roared lowly in fury. "You're a land god, but you don't dare to intercept. You're cowardly and shameless." "Shut up." Circe stared at her, her tone icy. "Ugly thing, you're not qualified to accuse my father." Topaz laughed harshly and shouted insults. "The more immortal you are, the more scared you are of death. Are you freaked out? You? Enough!" Julius Caesar roared hysterically. The pass fell into dead silence, leaving only the swirling sound coming from the aura vortex. The atmosphere was stiff as iron, and the breathing rate of the old abyssal monster began to change. They understand Circe's move to run away. After all, a pseudo-god built on resources. It's a lie to say that you're not scared when you come across that kind of earth-shattering scene. It's a ING city that's dozens of miles around. Intercept. Tuoba Tianxia's voice was anxious and urgent. Go for 3. Julius Caesar made up his mind and scanned the city for a dozen beams of light. He was the core of the heaven-destroying array, surely couldn't move. And the 5-peak land immortals couldn't leave either. As for the saints, don't make a fool of yourself. The gods said nothing. The old crone with the walking stick tightened her face. She had vowed unity before she set out, but now she was starting to make plans for each. Julius Caesar's child light locked onto the 2 old men and 1 midget and said in a deep voice, "Mormont, Shan Yu Li, Xiong, just the 3 of you. Do your best to kill Gu Chahan. The heaven-destroying formation cannot be disturbed." One of the blonde gnomes glanced at Circe and felt stifled for a moment. Why don't you call your sister and concubine? Are you going to disobey my father?" Julius Caesar threatened. "Yes, sir." Joan nodded reluctantly. The 3 of them stepped in the direction of the west with great strides, and the 3 half-pillars of heavenly gates loomed up with them. Watching the 3 land gods leave the pass, The world races watching in the mountain range were all smiles. Instead of realizing the seriousness of the problem, they thought that the abyss was going back to the holy city to sanction Gu Chang'an, whether it was a chief king or a pope lord. In short, it was a joyous occasion. The abyss shined its sword this time, convincing them that they no longer dared to think of restoring their old lands. Legend has it that the ancient East China is not a tough nut to crack. Surrender as usual. It was vast and crowded, and who is nobler than who? In their minds, it should have been the pariahs. Yielding earlier would still allow you to partake in some benefits in the supreme god country, and then surrendering when the butcher knife now falls on your head. Not even a fart to smell. Stupid. The rain curtain on the plains was getting thicker and thicker, and countless practitioners were staring in bewilderment at the 100 schools of thought on the Tao. But inside, the despair grew. The unknown brings fear. They'd rather fight with the savage dogs in a bloodbath than stay in a stalemate like this, because one never knows what kind of blow will come to the Middle Kingdom the next moment. When the three land gods sped halfway there, they slowly stopped their pace and hung in the air. Lord, Rumpelstiltskin Jones' chest felt like it was on fire, and the storm in his head dazzled him with all the chi in his body was squeezing and rubbing. What could send shivers down the spine of a land god? A bloody man. A bloody city. He was holding up the city of Tortoise with his trembling arms like that, obviously touching only 9 inches of palm-sized land. The dozens of miles of walls consistently move with the palm of your hand, as if the god of thunder and lightning had rolled in a sea of clouds, spiderwebs of lightning splitting the sky. Several fire snakes snaked down. The thunder continued to roar, and Gu Chang'an felt like he was immersed in a sea of blood as he stepped closer. Kill! Shan Yuli, the former leader of the Turkic Turks, snapped out of his shock and, brazenly handing out a cloak made of obsidian. Gu Chang'an favored not to dodge it, but instead hit it head-on. The light cloak fell on his shoulders, as if an iron cone wrapped in chakra had embedded itself in his flesh and blood. The shoulder exploded with visible white bones. The city of blood shook and covered the sky. The heavenly gate was streaming with light, and the chi was constantly flowing. You guys are still frozen? Shan Yuli roared in anger. The Turk had a blood feud with the Central Plains and he hated the monster in front of him the most. Gu Chang'an looked into the distance and calmly said, "Get out of the way or I'll smash you." Just 6 short words made the dwarf Joan like a deflated ball of leather. His body's chi was gone. He finally knows why Circe fled. Smash Town. The so-called land gods are actually flesh and blood. Every green brick and every cupped piece of yellow soil in this city contains sword chi. What does it feel like to be smashed on the body? Squashed and crushed. What supreme divine kingdom? What abyssal glory? Where is it better than life? As the gnome retreated, the curly-haired, heavy boy Mormont gently closed his eyes and swept 300 feet into the air. This is just a little bit. Will we be afraid of him when we join forces? Shan Yuli was enraged, and half a pillar of heaven's door made a sharp sound of gold and stone. Instead of advancing, the gnome ran through the air. Yeah, maybe just smash the city that one time, but what if it's yourself? How stupid must one be to gamble with one's life? I ask the Turk king to defend the honor of the abyss and cleanse the people of their national shame. Mormont finished and disappeared. Now it's certain that whoever Gu Chang'an wants to die won't survive. Maybe Julius Caesar and the 5 peak immortals would be lucky to get up from the bottom of the city, and the rest of the land immortals would definitely not be able to keep their bodies intact. Holding up a city is a deterrent like no other. Shan Yuli stood alone in the air, a child flashing a stream of humiliation, roaring filial piety. You wait. After saying that, he fled in the direction of Yenmen Pass. Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless as he took his other hand to wipe the blood that covered his face and continued to hobble in flight. This city is cast out, and it may take a long time before it is lifted up again. So he didn't make a move. The pass glowed brightly, the aura vortexes stirred wildly, and it was obvious that the heaven-destroying array was accelerating. The soybean-like raindrops gradually grew into pearl-shaped, crackling down on the heads of the Central Plains practitioners. The intense pain was far outweighed by the sadness within. Hundreds more practitioners from the south and north of the sky betrayed the land beneath their feet. How ridiculous is that? If you dare to come here, you are determined to die for your country. But why do you want to be a dog for the barbarians? How to face those foreigners' infestation, rise up to resist and finally calmly out a death of the spirit? You're scared. Who isn't? But should we sit back and watch the state of God sink and the people be slaughtered out of fear? Become an accomplice of the barbarians to overthrow the Chinese civilization? Whoever descends dies. The scholarly husband looked obscure, and with his mouth containing the heavenly constitution transformed into 4 golden characters hanging in the air. If it continues any longer, the confidence of the central resistance will be seriously undermined. Looking at the vast Confucian righteousness, the worldly clans watching the battle in the mountain range revealed snickers. You're all so blinded by and lard that you won't allow others to join the light. Must I be buried with you in the darkness? Selfishness in a disaster should not be condemned. You must remember that the only way to save the Middle Kingdom is to surrender. And the more you resist, the more miserable you'll be. But don't sell out China's divine state. If anyone loses their conscience and bottom line, and becomes an unsavory traitor, I will personally shoot them down. Mei Shogang stood on the small depression and looked at the surrounding crowds of several thousand cultivators. The crowd is talking, and the guilt is dissipating. As long as they gathered around Lord Mei, they no longer felt that they were sinners of the Central Plains, but instead felt that they were following Lord Mei to save the people of the Divine Kingdom. Both ends of the pass. Despair at one end and hope at the other. It's a tough decision to make, and once you've made the choice, you're incredibly glad you took the step. Lord Mei, have pity on these fellow robes. They'll all be fish and meat on the chopping board when the aura originating place is gone. An old scholar of the gatehouse with a bamboo crown on his head sighed quietly. Sizzling faith will eventually be burned by anger. They shouldn't follow the spirit of Gu Chang'an. Not everyone is that monster. He has done nothing more than try to make a name for himself in history. And the people of the Central Plains, who have died so bravely, have all stepping stones to his illustrious career. He also wanted to surround the way to save Zhao, trying to have a moment of pleasure, and all he dragged down were innocent cultivators. Many of the Surindis murmured loudly, afraid that others would not hear their dissected loyalty. Princess Shilla grinned lightly. She understood the Chinese language, but felt that this group of people were shameless. If you drop, and you have to find a grand excuse. It has been this way in the eastern lands since ancient times. The great can go above and beyond, and the vile have no bottom to speak of. Ha, she said, noticing the cold look on the Japanese emperor's face. Why do the gods look to the west so often? The latter was meticulous enough to observe this detail. Princess Shilla was about to raise her head when her expression suddenly froze. Not only her, but Emperor Utada and a group of kings had their jaws dropped, as if they had seen a myth or legend descend. In a blink of an eye, heaven and earth were silent, and the qi was stagnant. The boundless plains, the endless miles of city walls, all fell into dead silence at this moment. Many people thought about what light it would be to see Gu Chang'an again. Flaunt your arms at the pilgrimage quay, or dance at the head of a hellish and bloody city? Neither. The sky-destroying formation at Yanmen Pass gathered the eyes of the world, and the whole world trembled because of one man. He's coming. In this way, it is really unprecedented. Many years later, despite the calluses on their ears, they still miss this day and this moment. To be able to witness such an amazing feat. Lift the city. That kind of shock is completely above racial civilization. It's being born a human being and being passionate about the limits of what a human being can do. The bloody man stood in mid-air, his head full of bloody hair with a few strands of white silk vaguely visible. The beads of blood continued to slide down his cheeks. Tick, tick. The heavens and the earth were so quiet that even the sound of blood crashing against the stone crags could be heard. Thunder and lightning intertwined in the sky. Lightning flames entwined in the square. His palms resting on, holding up a city that could hold hundreds of thousands of people. A city that could cover the plains completely. The man, propped up with just 5 fingers. A long dead silence. Countless people child holes earthquake. 5 viscera and 6 bowels are trembling. Topaz's veins were going to explode. His tendons were going to burst. So why didn't he stop it? She was suffocating. The old abyssal monster's muscles twitched, fear lurking in his sunken-eyed child. I am afraid that this scene is the most grotesque and unimaginable scene since the beginning of the world. Mei Shogun was dizzy, and the scarlet walls burned his eyes, making him feel even more confused. And those who surrendered were shaking like chaff. They felt as if they were on the eve of the Zuan incident. He defected from kingly Shimon of Qin to crown princely Jiansheng. If I had known that Hirogu was capable of such a feat, wouldn't they betray their native land? Lift up a city in flesh and blood. Rumble. A shocking thunder crackled down, and the long river of sword chi in the lonely city collapsed and instantly flowed around the city wall again. The empress pursed her lips and looked down, not daring to look at the bloody figure again. The man who sits lazily in the courtyard in the shade. The man who sneaks around and steals personal money. Overlapping with the picture of the city held up in front of us by hands. She instantly burst into tears. Gu Chang'an leaped over the pass's sky-destroying formation, looked out at the ominous plains, and spoke in a loud voice. The sky is not enough to fear. P.S. There's one more chapter under review. Try to get through today. Chapter 67, Suppression. Huaxia cannot be humiliated. The sky is not enough to fear. The voice was hoarse and slow, but the words were clear. A curtain of rain fell on Yanmen Pass, and a silence enveloped everything that. There was something breathtakingly eerie about the countless man-made silences. Unparalleled visual impact. An unprecedented and amazing feat. Steep. The overwhelming shout swept across the plains like a hurricane, breaking the stagnant atmosphere. The divine state monks felt a power surging through their bodies tenfold and 100-fold. And they raised their heads and, eyes burning. The sky is not enough to fear. The sky is not enough to fear. Dark clouds can't hide the sun. Yeah, can't cover it. The sky darkens to a certain point and the stars shine. Until then, Midland is too desperate. Watching the barbarians strutting their stuff in the ancient city of Miles and committing rampant crimes in the land of their ancestors, nakedly insulting the land of China and trampling on the dignity of the Central Plains for thousands of years. And there's nothing they can do about it. Those compatriots who say they will fight to the death against barbarism, turn their eyes and betray their homeland out of fear, willing to bend the knee and be a slave to a savage dog. More than a dozen land gods, nearly 30 abyssal barbarian saints, Mei Shogun Kong emotionally impassioned preaching surrender to save the people. The barbarians of the world gloating on the other side of the pass, all mocking the Central Plains moths to the flame without self-consciousness. Sometimes when you think about it yourself, since ancient China is really stupid, it is better to be in danger, to be willing to go through fire, than to defend something worthless in the eyes of barbarians. But the Chinese descendants can never lose it. What's wrong with being an asshole? Our crest just won't bend. I'd like to invite the 3 kings and 5 emperors of China to take a look at it. And I'd like to invite the Chinese ancestors to take a look at it. Let history and posterity remember. There was a man who held up a 70-mile city and walked from the west to the Middle Kingdom. There has been no bending of the proud crest since the beginning. Emperor Yuda and Princess Silla, and other powerful dignitaries of the former Chinese vassal states, still in a jaw-dropping state. Their sights were dead set on the towering Blood City, and they could not tolerate anything else. As a neighboring country, why do you prefer to worship the Shangtang and the Stronghan? Why do you often send emissaries to flatter and flatter? Why do you even go so far as to take pride in your little brother? Because of the unprecedented vigor and frivolity of the 2 dynasties, especially the Great Tang. The light shone and glittered in all the tribes, with a heartfelt sense of exclusivity. But that confidence disappeared a century ago. Though the Middle Kingdom remains resilient, its self-confidence is slowly eroding as the years of disaster take their toll. But now, with many neighbors in one man, and yet, I vaguely see a civilization at its peak. Absolutely confident. I knew there was no point in raiding the holy city again. Creating another national tragedy will not change the situation. So why do it? I knew Yanmen Pass was a dead end, but I had to come. Not only is it bright, but you have to hold up a turtle city with one hand. Big brother will always be big brother, murmured the king of Peninsula Beach, his mind going blank, almost worshipped on the spot. Wasia is the big brother of yesteryear. In this moment, somehow he was honored with a touch of inexplicable pride. And the various chieftains and lords of the world in the rolling mountain ranges, awakening at this time as if from a dream, back from the mythical shock. A word of blasphemy. If there is a God, can it be done? Although the races were different with very different skins, as a human being, looking at Gu Chang'an, who was also a human being, how can you not get your blood pumping? Ha ha, self-destruction? Suddenly, a strange laughter broke the silence. The voice was from Topaz World, who had lost control of his emotions. And it sounded terrifying. Gu Chang'an's expression was waveless as he said softly, "Try." Topaz roared briefly and morosely, "You shall die." The words fell as his eyes looked around the heaven-destroying array and sternly said, "Who sanctions the curfew on behalf of the Supreme Divine Kingdom?" All is silent. All that was left was the sound of falling raindrops and dripping blood, rhythmically intertwined. The old monster of the abyss didn't say a word. Not to mention them, even the chiefs and kings felt ridiculous. The god of heaven's coronation is scared? Who dares to sanction Gu Chang'an? Don't you want to die? Perhaps it's hard to appreciate the horror of a city alone, but by stating it in a different way, it's clear and profound. A city can hold 100,000 people, can plant 100,000 trees, and can have 100 streets and 10,000 high buildings. Thinking about it like this, one could see what kind of deterrent weapon Gu Chang'an was holding up in his hands, as if it were a tomb seller of oppressive silence, humiliating Topaz to the core. She repeated it once again. Who will sanction the curfew? Dead silence as usual. Julius Caesar stood at the center of the heaven-destroying array. His gray child opened and closed menacingly, and said in a deep voice, "On 3, 1. He couldn't move, and once he left the formation, it would be a lost cause. 2. Looking at the great and furious figure, the powers of the nations looked at each other. I don't even dare to fight. I've lost my face. To step into the divine territory with a bang and now be afraid to move forward. What prestige will the abyss have in the future? What does the throne take to rule the nations?" The Central Plains cultivator's face reddened with a sound sense of relief. Continue to be arrogant? Why are you afraid to talk? Sudden, a wrinkled old man in cloth left the heaven-destroying array, holding a 3-foot ancient zither in his arms. the eldest of the Tuoba royal family, Tuoba Yukin. In the midst of the silence, he stepped forward. Topaz bowed her head in agony. She hadn't even counted on those self-serving cowards. To say that is to force Topaz's hand. Only the royal family will defend the dignity of the divine kingdom to the death. This death is a supreme honor. Why? Emperor Yuta and Princess Shilla exchanged glances, both finding it mind-boggling. It was simply a situation of certain death. Once a land god died on the divine frontier, it would bring endless spiritual encouragement to Huaxia. Lift the city. Princess Shilla's expression changed abruptly. She was so shocked by the scene that she had overlooked the most obvious flaw. If you smash it out, you can't lift it, no matter how ghastly a weapon is. The only time it is most feared is when it is not in use. This is the weakness of human nature, but also the weakness of the land gods, who dare not bet. In other words, waste the city of Kamehameha with the life of a god. The powers and nobles of the various races also instantly realized, and couldn't help but admire the extraordinary boldness of the heavenly god's coronet. The best decision can be made immediately even in the midst of such a soul-crushing thrill. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice a land god. That's a god. There was also only one lone seedling in the Eastern Earth Divine Kingdom, plus Gu Chang'an for two. As to why the saints were not allowed to be sacrificed, it is obvious that the saints were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to resist thousands of sword chi. And Gu Chang'an didn't even need to throw the city. Mei Shogun's violently beating pulse slowly calmed down. He is a firm believer in one drum and then another. If he could raise the city at any time, Gu Chang'an wouldn't have waited until now to show up at all. It should have taken the better part of a year to lift this city of Guzi. The sky-destroying array is imperative. The origin of the Central Plains aura will undoubtedly be destroyed. No one can stop it. Only with a total loss of hope will our compatriots choose to surrender. The only way to save the Chinese civilization and continue for future generations is to surrender. Okay. Thousands of surrendered cultivators were relieved, and there was a hint of gratitude within them. The moment they cast their lot with the light, their minds were turned around. If the divine China had not sunk, if the Middle Kingdom had risen to revival, then every one of them in the room will be crucified on the pillar of historical shame, bringing shame to the spirits of their ancestors in heaven. A real body of work. There's only continued darkness, and when all of the Middle Kingdom has surrendered, so that they can comfort themselves with peace of mind, conforming to the fate of God, curved road to save the country, and bear the humiliation of the people to the people of the world to walk a smooth road. So at the thought that Gu Chang'an could no longer lift Lone City, they were even shouting in their hearts that they were fortunate in their misfortune. Tuoba Yuzhen lifted his footsteps and slowly walked out of Yanmen Pass. He knew he was going to die. The old vision of pointing to the sky will be dusted off with death. But he wanted to tell the people of the 20-million-mile frontier that it was not only the East that dared to go to their deaths with determination. The supreme kingdom of God is equally capable of making sacrifices for glory. Come and fight. The old man hung in the air, and in an instant, Qin Daoqi surged from all directions towards the dozens of miles of Blood City. Half a pillar of the heavenly gate erupted with bright beams of light, piercing through the clouds of fiery storms, intertwined with black lightning. Humongous descent on the watchtower of the city of Guzi. All Han slaves shall be broken into pieces. Tuoba had the zither cross the sky once again, and the sound of the zither surrounded heaven and earth. Just then, the strings of the zither cut all 10 fingers, and a bloody aura rose from the foothold, hovering first above the head. The accumulated momentum is great, breaking through the storm, red and crimson straight into the sky. The sky suddenly exploded with scorching thunder, followed by a swarm of thunder rolling down. The sound of the zither was clear and loud, agitated like a tide, as if a sharp arrow had missed, piercing the wall of blood, and it was branded around Gu Chang'an. He did his best. The offense is volleying. However, Gu Chang'an didn't move a muscle, letting the blood and flesh spill out. He was no longer like he used to be, having his flesh shattered by a random move from a land god. Everyone breathed heavily as they watched such an absurd and unimaginable scene. Takubo Shinming had already made 1,000 moves, but the bloody man was unmoved. It's like watching a child play a trick. He wouldn't dare. He's afraid to throw the city. Pass the sword. The Empress's phoenix eyes were scarlet as she stared dead at the Academy's husband. Without a moment's hesitation, the light and light-positive chi was immense, and the 7-colored national fortune sword clanged with a high pitch. Intercept. Julius Caesar's face was grim, his voice majestic. A full 7 land immortals swept out of the formation, blocking the path that the national fortune sword was bound to take. How could the abolition of the city of Guzi at the expense of Tuoba Yuqin mess up the plan? Today, no matter what, the city of blood in his hands must be lost. No need to bother. Gu Chang'an's voice was hoarse as he looked out over the ominous plains. The eyes finally rested on the noble and elegant dragon-robed figure. He smiled down and his trembling arm began to press upward. In a split second, the scene came to an abrupt halt. All living matter seemed to have come to a standstill. Like a hand seizing the organs, everyone went into cardiac arrest. The next scene is feared to be unseen for ages, and the most anticipated scene ever. Will there be suspense? Come on. Topaz Yukon grimaced and hissed hysterically. For an instant he stared at the wall of blood that he couldn't see the edge of at a glance. As you wish. Gu Chanan's bent elbows slowly stood upright, and the lone city shook. Suddenly, he let go. It went dark around them, and the heavens and earth trembled. Smash down. Suppress. Tuoba Yochin's face showed horror, and his life's chi was imperialized in his legs, bursting out at its fastest speed to date. It had been too fast for the naked eye to catch, but there were dozens of miles of walls, and if one step couldn't cross dozens of miles, then there was only death. Obviously, he couldn't do it. Flesh and blood simply couldn't do it. Topaz Yukon took one step 100 feet. What kind of terrifying speed is that? 100 feet away. You can take the enemy's head in just one step. The greatness that belongs only to the gods. But how many miles is 100 feet? 1 mile. Not even a mile. There are 150 feet in a mile. Rumble. The earth collapsed, the mountains crumbled, and the walls of the city shook violently. It was as if the plains had been hit by an 18-magnitude earthquake. Dust swept across the sky, gravel boulders flew horizontally, and an ancient tree uprooted from the sky. The heavens and earth looked like an apocalyptic disaster, and countless people could not open their eyes. The chiefs of the nations standing in the mountains staggered, and those without cultivation fainted outright. The following grand masters were dizzy and unsteady on their feet, and watched as the lofty mountains that had just been there collapsed, and the land in a circle of several hundred miles had been shattered into a bottomless canyon. Such is the power of a city falling, the ultimate in subversion of what can be imagined, beyond the realm of perception, piercing to the very depths of the soul. The hairs on the back of the head of anyone who sees it are standing on end, and toppling the gods, despite being able to guess. Actually witnessing it is another matter. A land god, an existence at the very top of the earth, was smashed alive. It's amazing that you can't even make a sound when you die, let alone see the body. As for what happens, it speaks for itself. The bones are shattered, truly thwarted, and will likely be buried in pieces at the bottom of the city for a long time. The aftermath gradually dissipated. The blood city stood in the mountains, and heaven and earth instantly fell into a dead silence again. Gu Chanan's pace stumbled and slanted. The blood from his hair to his legs slithered slowly like a red snake, dripping onto the gravel around him with a rhythmic pitter-patter sound. With the gradual approaching footsteps, the Central Plains practitioners were in tears. What had they seen? Land gods and goddesses, smashed alive. The action of the lost city is a picture of the magnificent waves of China. Topaz is in pain. Her own uncle died without a word, died on one of her orders. Go on. She was like a raging lioness, letting out a heartbreaking yell. Smash me to death. Smash the scepter king of the supreme divine kingdom. The sudden onslaught of the emotional storm drove her insane and she began to laugh uncontrollably. The gray child of Julius Caesar was cold, and stared coldly at the trembling, blood-colored figure that, with that, he fully committed himself to the heaven-destroying formation. To destroy a place of aura origin, one must grind slowly, but for 5 more days and nights. It will completely destroy Yenmen Pass. After that day, the eastern lands were twilight. Old men, leave him alone. An old blonde monster let out a stern cry, as if nothing had happened, and sat down on his knees once again. Focus on stabilizing the array pattern. Without the city in their hands, it's less of a threat to them. At least it couldn't help the sky-destroying formation. As for Gu Chanan going on a killing spree, go ahead. From the moment they set foot in the eastern lands, the Abyss had only one goal in mind: to destroy the place of origin of aura. The powerful men of all races of the world breathed a long sigh of relief, and lifted the city to bring a sense of oppression that could not be overstated. But now it's very different. It's a pity. Princess Shilla had a season of heart and regret. With a city in her hands, Gu Chang'an was truly invincible. Whoever he wants to smash must die. There are only 5 people in the world, including Julius Caesar, who can escape from death, but it has to be bruised. But without a city in his hands, Gu Chang'an is just an ordinary land god. Perhaps it is also necessary to use the sword of the Central Kingdom to rival the gods. Gu Chang'an, stop in moderation. Mei Shogang could no longer hold back his inner rage, and his chi gathered in his throat cavity. It made a deafening sound in the silence of heaven and earth. You say that today is a foreigner's rebellion and destruction of the divine kingdom, but it is not. It is you who, step by step, have brought Huaxia to this state. You're the one who put the people of Sangshur and Rio in deep. You can't die anyhow, so of course you can vent your so-called heroism. That. Have you ever wondered how a defenseless people like that could resist the will of heaven? Can you block the heaven-destroying formation? Can't. Can you still lift the city as you wish? You can't. Meishogun was in tears, not knowing whether he was mourning or angry. If there was no Gu Chang'an in the Central Plains, it would be so nice. Why do we have to keep resisting? To provoke a behemoth of heavenly rolls of care? You could have saved yourself from the disaster of the butcher's knife by surrendering, just because you always gave your countrymen spiritual strength. Let them be humongous. Let them fight with eggs. And you? Dry the blood and keep on living. Chapter 68, Standing Up. Shocking the heaven and crying the earth. First shift. The mountains and plains, between the Great Wall and the Lone City, were so silent that only the sound of Meishogun's shocking roar remained. Gu Chanan's face was expressionless, like a scarlet apothecary statue, not retorting or making a move, just staring in bewilderment at the city of Guzi, which was deep in the ground. Countless cultivators in the plain could be mad with hatred, and the degree of difficulty and grief was beyond compare. They knew how far Hirogu had traveled alone to survive to this day. Male dog could be so shameless as to reverse black and white in full view of the public. Powerful dignitaries from neighboring countries who could understand Chinese a little, such as the Silla Princess Emperor Yuta and others. It was absurd and ridiculous, leaving aside the concept of the position the Duke Mei adheres to, just for the fact that he threw dirty water on Gu Chang'an. Then it is despicable to the core. If we just want to stay in history, Gu Chang'an alone will stick to the lonely city. Enough to brand the life story in the Chinese years. The life of only one thing will be able to laugh at the past and present. Why go from madman to ghostly hero again? And cast flesh to raise the city? Shut up. You're a dog with a broken crest. And you don't know that everyone in the world wants to eat you alive. If you dare to snarl and bark here, you will be forever cursed in the annals of history. In the 100 contenders formation, the old man in the quilted shirt was furious, and his vast righteousness rolled out. As a contemporary leader of Confucianism and Taoism, Shuyuan Fuzi has always been known for his culmination and gentleness. At the moment, it also fell into violence. Can I have half a sentence wrong? Meishogun's emotions had long been out of control, roaring filial piety in pain. Gu Chang'an, if you hadn't come today, there would have been more compatriots submitting to the divine order and accepting the co-prosperity of the world. There will be more Yankees alive. How marvelous you are, one-armed and powerful, lifting the city and smashing the gods to death. Easily the most shocking scene ever. What's the point? You don't even have the ability to stop the heaven-destroying array. What makes you think you can turn a monstrous tide by yourself? If you continue to be bent out of shape, you are the one who is responsible for the ruins of the earth and grain, the suffering of the people, and the fall of the divine kingdom and the vaporization of the four seas. You, Gu Chang'an, will be a sinner in the Central Plains, under the Qi enhancement. The sound was like a yellow bell, echoing endlessly in the boundless heaven and earth. The first to be infected were the thousands of practitioners who surrendered, their hearts and minds shaken and hate to applaud Duke Mei. Until they had taken this step, they had thought that Meishogun was the shameful traitor of a weakling destined to live in infamy. But now they realized that their past ideas were astray and they were foolish old-fashioned. The barbarians have cleared the 6 heavens and swept through the 8 wastelands, which is precisely the destiny of heaven. In the face of a huge gap in strength, stubborn resistance will only usher in thunderous retaliation. A civet cat showed its teeth in a ferocious manner, but opposite it was a big, strong man. No matter how hard the cat tries, it can't bite the strong man. At most it scratches the other with its claws. Once the burly man is angry, he easily stomps on the civet cat. If it weren't for Gu Chang'an, the land god of the abyss wouldn't have stepped into the turbid world at all. It is even more unlikely that they will join forces to descend on the Central Plains. Demon talk. The Empress's phoenix eyes were like quenched poison. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks twisted slightly, and her voice was as sharp as an awl. She could not tolerate her beloved being denigrated by sinful animals. The old woman, Li Ran, clutched His Majesty's arm tightly, and 3 of the great internal experts surrounded the. If they hadn't stopped him, His Majesty would have rushed out several times. Steep, I say enlightenment. Above the pass, Topaz swung up his arms, and, in spite of the ugliness of his face, but the ceremonial robes fluttered in haste, still not losing the Queen's majesty. With Yijiangnan's previous experience, she was always wary of old man Mei's defection, but today I realized that this man is not useless, at least the words. It sounds awesome. If it weren't for the damned Gu Hanu, the supreme divine kingdom wouldn't have such hatred for the eastern lands, much less implement a powerful retort like the sky-destroying formation. The sacred city accepts talents from the eastern lands, treating them equally, and rewarding those who are meritorious with a territorial title. The position of abyssal cultivation is regardless of racial bloodline, and only depends on martial talent. Don't waste your roots and bones. In the eastern earth god state, where the aura is thin, you will not be able to climb the great Tao even in your exhaustive lives. but you will be able to make a name for yourselves by converting to the holy city. Those who obey the heavens will prosper. Those who defy the heavens will perish. Tuoba Tiancheng's voice was impassioned and uplifted as he spoke in perfect diction. After saying that, she looked at the blood-colored figure with a provocative look, and the dream demon that had been inside her for a long time, accompanied by the fall of the words, "The old monsters of the abyss," led by Julius Caesar, all imperialized their chi outside. In an instant, the half-pillar heavenly gates were lined up across the sky, streaming with light and shining for miles. Rumble! Many saints were unaware of this, and they also simultaneously erupted the hottest beams of chi. A purple rainbow dragon faintly emerged from the 10,000-mile city wall. Roar! A real keening. This moment was no less than a heavenly turmoil. There is no attacking power, but it is the overwhelming pressure that suffocates the cultivators of the Central Plains. It was as if they were facing an undisputed god. Gentlemen, will you stay in the darkness and receive death? Or will you run to the light and be graced? Please make your choice immediately. Tuoba Tian tantalizingly spoke, but his eyes remained fixed on the distant figure. She wanted to see the other person angry, helpless and mad. Unfortunately not. It remained wave-free, standing motionless. Next, I'll show you how the fellow Chinese you're so dedicated to protecting will return the favor. You loathsome fool. The plains were dark. Some martial artist's eyes wandered. Perhaps it was human nature to give in under the power of the, perhaps aspiring to the aura-rich abyss. They are surprisingly heartened. The great coronation of the heavenly god will only give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. The crutch old woman's breath sank into her dantian and her voice was like rolling thunder. With an iron rod in his left hand and sweet dates in his right, he wants to humiliate your ancestors in the land of God. I want to disgust you in front of you. Gu Cha Han. 1. 2. Practitioners are like arrows from a string. They are too guilty to look up and, just running desperately toward the end of the pass, as if to outrun the judge's pen in the hands of Hades. Kill without mercy. Ruan Xian Gongsun Go and other saints were in pain, and the vast majority of unmoved cultivators had tears in their eyes, watching a slice of blood splash and a body fall, both angry and deplorable. How could one kill his own countrymen with his own hands if he didn't have to? But these people want to betray. They want to shake the will of the Chinese resistance. It may even one day point the blade at innocent people who have to be killed. Ridiculous. Several saints of the abyss struck out together, their chi evolving into an invisible shield that stretched 30 feet in a row. Defend yourself against the killing opportunities of Ruan Xian and the others. Those who fled took advantage of the opportunity to run wildly. Except for weak cultivation died violently. 70% of them crossed the pass, running into the mountains where the races of the nations watch. Sima and Chang. The Duke of Dongwuqin's face turned iron blue, his face twitching violently as he found it hard to believe that sentence hunched figure. The lips of the old midget with the ebony birthmark on his cheeks quirked, and he dared not look at the oozing plains again. Bowing his head, he walked over to Mai Xiaojing. Sima and Chang, you have brought shame to the father and mother of Jiangdong. Some Wu cultivators' faces reddened and their voices nearly choked. Priest of the State Scholarship Academy, the helmsman of Jiangdong's highest academic institution, descended. This is not only the humiliation of the Central Plains, but also let Jiangdong father and mother cannot raise their heads off. A great scholar who taught and educated people. A famous scholar who filled Jiangdong with peaches and plums. Surprisingly, he wagged his tail at the brute dog. I am preserving the Confucian heritage. I am preserving the Confucian heritage. Sima and Chang first talked to themselves, and eventually their voices grew louder and louder until they were hoarse. He's been trapped in the peak realm of becoming a Taoist, and as long as he goes to the abyss to practice, in less than half a month you will be certified as a saint. Lord Qin burst into old tears for a moment, and his former old friend has now become such a stranger to the world. How can he have the face to go back to Jiangdong and explain to the people? To hope for one's life on the mercy of barbarians is undoubtedly one of the dumbest of dumb acts. Your so-called preservation. It is only to make our compatriots obedient as domestic animals that can be killed by the invaders at any time, so that we can be a lackey in charge of the domestic animals, the one that truly keeps China from perishing. It is precisely the resistance of those who are not self-effacing in the eyes of the barbarians. Tuoba Tianxia pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. She could feel the anger that the plains were trying so hard to suppress. Never mind the mere 300 defectors in this wave, but it's likely that in the eastern lands, as it were, they were all Han slaves of some influence. For example, the old Confucian with the ebony birthmark, watching the reaction of the Han slaves on the plains. This Confucian's reputation is feared to be renowned in the eastern land divine kingdom. What do you think? Topaz once again looked at the blood-colored figure from afar. Gu Chang'an didn't lose his temper, didn't even have any mood swings, just smiled. He knows more about the history of China than this era. which has a tradition of abounding in traders from time immemorial. It has been repeated in every dynasty, and there were even millions of traders during the anti-Japanese period. But the land beneath our feet is filled with more people who bury their heads in the sand and work for the people, those who gave up their lives to seek the Dharma. These are the ones who built the crest of China. He tried his best to do all that he could, and all that he could to enable these people to live well, live to pass on the spirit to future generations. Try again. As the old saying goes, one drum is enough. Then 3. He wasn't sure how long it would take him to lift again, but it was always a good idea to try. The blood-colored figure finally moved its feet. The heavens and earth fell silent for a split second, jaws dropping as they watched him sweep down to the city in one step. Is it? Topaz's smile instantly froze, and the body of Julius Caesar, who was focused on consolidating the formation, stiffened. The expressions of the remaining old monsters were cloudy, despite being certain that Gu Chang'an would not be able to lift the city again. Witnessing the demon attempt another miracle, it's still hard not to get distracted. It's not like you can lift it in a couple days, so don't get distracted. Julius Caesar gently closes his gray child holes, appearing to have everything under control. It is simple to deduce that if this man could lift the city at his pleasure, that would have long since traveled to the holy city to show off their strength, and simply wouldn't give them the chance to set up a formation at Yanmen Pass. The rest of the old monsters put down their guard and single-mindedly devoted themselves to the formation. One more day to go is the Mid-Autumn Festival of the Eastern Lands. The so-called 15th moon is 16 round. The full moon in the sky corresponded to the full moon in the abyss, when the heaven-destroying formation erupted in greatness, destroying the heavenly Tao origin place in one fell swoop. It's only 2 more days at full count. As long as Yanmen Pass collapses, the 7-colored national sword of fortune and the 100 schools of thought formation will be like 2 eagles with broken wings. No more bouncing around. Without the aura, the martial arts are cut off, and Eastland is a lamb to the slaughter, a prisoner in a concentration camp, losing even the last of their capital. What could they use to defend themselves against the elite armies of the Divine Kingdom? Madaka. Right at this moment, 10 million strands of sword chi stacked one on top of another like a long river of sword chi enveloped the 4 walls of Guzi City. A few miles away the mountains shook and the ground beyond Blood City began to crack in the distance again. Boom! Hurricane thunderstorms rolled up in the dome of the sky, and a streak of black lightning rolled around like a cluster of fiery snakes. Gyroscopic spinning landing. Finally, a dense encirclement formed over the lone city. Countless people's scalps were numb, having never seen such a great horrifying vision before. The gods and souls of the chief kings of the races of the nations trembled, and they all thought that their heartstrings were about to break. This is the power of heaven, unparalleled intimidation piercing straight to the soul. Those Eastland surrender factions yielded just before the intimidating power of the terrestrial gods and goddesses. Instead, Gu Chang'an was the wrath of the heavenly Tao alone. Julius Caesar's eyes suddenly opened and closed, and the old monsters stared in death. How can you say you don't care? It was a transcendent weapon capable of smashing a land god alive. Lord, Topaz World subconsciously clutched the cross necklace around his neck. It turns out that people pray for something to seek solace in their most stressful moments. The whole room almost choked, only to see the figure trembling, tripping and falling. The blood was pouring out of his entire body from his hair to his legs, not oozing blood. Instead, it gushed out like a fountain. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking was unusually clear, as if they were being broken and shattered one by one. The sound actually constructed a continuous zither tune. Looking at this scene, all Chinese compatriots feel to the bottom of their lungs. The pathos is desperate. Bones were crushed by the pressure. How much pain did Hirogu actually endure? Crystal and teardrops streamed down Lip's cheeks, and she mumbled her lips, swallowing her own tears. The blood of the chiefs of the various races of the world was rushing out, and goosebumps were rising all over his body. It's so shocking. The heavens coldly test the limits of one's load in this way. I thought that the scene of the hand lifting the lone city was already unprecedentedly frightening, but I realized at this moment that the process of raising the city was most unnerving to the world. When he failed, Gu Chang'an could win the applause of the world. Other than him, no one else dared to lift a 70-mile city with their flesh. A quarter of the bloody city left the earth a good 2 feet before the pleading gaze of Topaz's world. But with a loud bang, she gasped for air as if she was about to drown and grabbed a lifeline. Boom! Watching Blood City pull up and rise 2 feet, then crash back down again. Immediately afterward, the surrounding 10 miles of earth were strongly shaken and cracked. There is a time when manpower is exhausted. The eyes of the chief kings of all colors of skin were sore, and I don't know whether they were moved or overwrought with nervousness. In short, the agitation gradually subsided. What an expected failure. Continue. Topaz roared angrily, his voice more like a scornful taunt. Could lift it once. This monster might be able to lift it a second time, but definitely not for a short period of time. Just like the heaven-destroying formation, which also faced the heavenly Tao's pressure, both needed to be consumed slowly. It takes as much effort as sharpening a knife to get a sharp blade out of the iron. And the Divine Kingdom Abyss has been working hard for 9 months on this formation. And now it's going to keep consolidating it. You want to lift the city of Guzi in a few days? Seeing the figure gushing with blood once again handing out vast sword chi, the old monsters of the abyss no longer felt nervous and even wanted to laugh a little. Mei Shougang simply didn't know what Gu Chang'an was insisting on. Obviously cannot be done, prefer to struggle again and again. As if to make the Chinese state of God or practicing his tenacious spirit. You can't die anyhow, but you want your fellow soldiers to be mothballed. Your heart is punishable. Gu Chang'an, do you know the story of Su Wu and Li Ling from the Han Dynasty? Su Wu, who lived a dull life, swore to surrender in the face of the enemy because of a mission to the Huns. If you are willing to shepherd sheep in the North Sea to fulfill your integrity, you will be immortalized for 1,000 years since then. And what about Li Ling, the great general of his generation, who defended his family and his country against the Xiongnu, and defended the Han family against the Jin dynasty? Is Su Wu worthy to be compared to him? He fought with 5,000 cavalrymen against Shan Yu's army of 80,000 men, and fought with all his might, but could not get out of danger. Is it fair to finally surrender with no choice but to end up as a coward that everyone shouts at and is verbally abused by the history of the world? Mei Shougang said, more and more excited. Kong Liaochen said, is temperament more important than life? Is surrender always shameful? You can be stubborn, but we can't let our fellow Chinese soldiers be like you. He who learns from you will die without a burial place. A dead silence. Words have power, and the blood of at least a few thousand surrendered monks boiled with fervor that, the more you believe in your choice. The corners of the mouth of the Princess of Silla Kingdom and the others twitched as Duke Mei, in order to implement his idea of, it feels like it has gone off the rails. It is because of the emergence of so many virtuous and loyal men and women. It is the bloodline of Chinese civilization that has lasted so long. You know, before the Anxi rebellion and the great change in heavenly ways, Huaxiao was truly the pinnacle of the world. It's not half watered down. If temperament were not important, the fertile territory where China sits would have long since been eaten up on all sides. Give up surname Gu. Don't struggle. The co-prosperity of the world cannot be destroyed by you. You are a beast out of place. No one wants to be around you. Some of the descended soldiers hid behind the pass and roared loudly, clearly with Chinese blood flowing through their bodies. But it is full of hateful accusations. The eyes of the neighboring chiefs were horrified, feeling unimaginable. It's kind of funny how they leave no stone unturned when they mold their heroes and they rejoice when they destroy them. The Japanese Udo emperor narrowed his long eyes and smiled. What is this called in Buddhist teachings? Princess Silla looked to the king of the celestial kingdom. The latter smoothly picked up the fervor of the converted, anxious to erase the marks of the past Middle Kingdom, and because of the late surrender of, desperate to prove his loyalty to the kingdom of God, he showed that he had disassociated himself from Huaxia by harming his old identity. The kingdom of Tennessee is the place of origin of Buddhism, he said. Bunch of, Beiliang Ruanxian's white hair fluttered as he could no longer hold back his righteous indignation. Willing to die for Gu Chang'an, swear by blood. After saying that, he cut his palm and a series of blood beads spilled into the air. Immediately after that, Emperor Su Ting and Princess Beiliang followed suit. In the dull silence, nearly 200,000 practitioners from the north and south of the Great River on the plain dripped blood to make their will clear. There was no half-hearted hesitation. Drops of blood were scattered across the divine frontier. The sky was filled with monstrous blood mist, like being in a blood-colored ocean. It's more like the Chinese bloodline that has been fighting to the death for thousands of years. At this moment in this heaven and earth, wagging tails 3,000, and those who dare to sacrifice for the homeland and follow the Chinese flame without hesitation, 200,000. Chapter 69. Get out. Strong and absolute. Second shift. A mist of blood filled the plains and shrouded a tough face. It was clearly a dead silence, but it was as if it was a magnificent wave of 200,000 cultivators shouting in unison. Storm cracks without sound. Swear by blood. Swear to die. At this moment, all the 4 foreign states that could understand the Chinese language were strongly shocked inwardly. Chinese civilization. The ungrateful ones are a minority after all. Stupid. You are incorrigible, and must be led by him into the mire of death. You are separated from the gates of hell, trapped inside watching him get away with it. Gu Chang'an, what is your intention in compelling the world to die, on the day when the divine kingdom sinks, and the vast territory of 7 million miles is empty? You will be left alone, and all your people will be sacrificed to your cruelty. Mei Shougang's hair was spread out, and his wanton words were as wild as madness, almost as if he was cutting his teeth in hatred. Gu Chang'an smiled instead of being angry, finally looking straight at the old man for the first time. Come on, do it. Mei Shogun was fearless, meeting the countless gazes and saying forcefully, you could have struck down the old man and killed him, and not shifted your ambition for peace and salvation. Time will prove that it is the old man who will be the savior of the Chinese bloodline. Abandoning resistance is the only way out. Gu Chang'an smiled a shallow tantalizing smile and said softly, not only will I not kill you, but I will let you live to see for yourself that the heavenly Tao you insist on cannot be violated. After the words fell, a majestic sword chi surged out from his body, an invisible sword net covering a radius of 70 miles, shade every masonry of the walls. Clunk! The black lightning no longer rumbled, but clapped and overlapped again and again, like the rising and falling of a tide. Such heavenly might was far better than the first time, and Gu Chanan's entire body was miserable. The flesh and blood on the shoulders was neatly peeled off like apple skin, then the chest gutted heart and lungs. The leader of the race of nations shivered, even as he gazed at his bloody back end. All of them have a pain in the ass. Being there, the Central Plains cultivator's eyes stung and tears molded his vision, not daring to look again, afraid to look again. Lian's sad phoenix eyes filled with tears, falling down silently. She did not go to brush them away. Let the cold teardrops run down your cheeks and douse the endless pain in your heart. The heavens and the earth stood still, and all was silent. All that remains is the sound of thunder, the crackling of lightning, and kacha-kacha with broken bones. Gu Chang'an's blood flowed all over his face. His body tilted slightly to the left, and he tried very hard to open his eyes to look at the plains. Gradually, he locked onto that dragon-robed figure. He knew that if he thought of China again, he was afraid that he would still not be able to lift it, and he wanted only for himself, at the moment, for your own woman. So he kept looking at March peach blossoms, 2 men and a deer, walking all over the world. Ordinary couples hold up the fire under the roof. How I wish that after stepping over 1,000 waves, I could still return to Waju Lane and stay by her side forever. Maybe it's the last look in this life. Maybe it's a man's pride. He himself was going to leave the most magnificent scene in front of her. And no matter how much longer it took, she would feel proud to remember it once in a while. I guess. Just like the alleyway in the rain. He held an oil paper umbrella for his wife to avoid the rain, and the two of them went home arm in arm. It's just an umbrella. The wind is born in the earth and rises at the end of the green. The wind rose from the bottom of the city, like a raging fire. The sound of the wind overshadowed the sound of thunder and lightning, and swept out the flying sand and stones, destroying trees and storming passes and wildernesses. Countless hearts clenched fiercely. Numb limbs and dizziness are waiting for something. Is it really necessary to witness the birth of a miracle? Tuoba Tianxia's already bulging eyes looked as if they were going to come out of their sockets as a whole. A heart felt like it was in a pot of water above a blazing fire, about to explode. The whole room choked. Get up! The Empress Jade cheeks twitched, and though her heart was in the right place, she could no longer look at letting out a heart-rending wail. Up! In a flash, the bloody city, which was deep in the ground, left its original position with the naked eye, and drew up, inch by inch. At last the whole 70 miles of wall hung in mid-air and fell into a blood-stained hand. Gu Chang'an stumbled, his trembling legs gradually settling down and the flexed elbows also slowly straightened. Lift the city. Only 5 breaths. 5 breaths. The blood city covered the sky and radiated a wheel of blood-colored light. Topaz's blood flow stagnated, and it felt like he had turned into a leaf. Floating through the air defenselessly. It only takes the slightest breeze to fall into hell. Dead memories began to attack her in a frenzy. The blood of the chief kings of the races of the nations boils with fervor, and their whole being seems to burn with it. Excited to the point of trembling, their eyes, they saw the whole process of lifting the city. It must be recorded that in another 1,000 years, whether in the British Isles or Jerusalem, both Rome and Constantinople were to celebrate this miraculous scene. What's a hero? That's a human hero. As human beings, who can sometimes be so fragile that a single word can bring tears to their eyes. Sometimes gritting his teeth but lifting a 70-mile wall with one arm. The bookmaster was in old tears. Qin Kong Wanxian and the others wept, and countless Central Plains cultivators, slowly squatting on the ground. That emotion pressed nowhere to vent. The process is far more shocking than the outcome. Hirogu used only 5 breaths to raise the city of Guzi. As always, he used his experience to tell the Chinese God's country, to tell millions of people. Any shocking waves, wind and rain, crush it. In the boundless dead silence, Gu Chan'an held the city step by step towards the pass and calmly said, "Come on, someone who can fight." Julius Caesar was silent, his afterglow looking off into the distance. There's no body of topaz arigato there. There is only one garment. Countless people looked at the 70-mile crater where the city had fallen. The garment was in tatters. Not only was the topaz deity smashed to death, but his body and bones were ground to powder. and across the street, once again, the city was razed. Gu Chang'an wiped the blood from his face with his other hand, walking with one bloody step and murmuring, "I said come on, someone who can fight." His voice was still soft and hoarse. Mei Shogun trembled like a dandelion in the wind, and I don't know where the courage came from. He greeted them with imperial chi and did his best to rant about filial piety. "You stoned the old man." Gu Chang'an stared at him from a distance for a long time, and his voice suddenly became full of hostility as he said word for word, "Please open your doggy eyes and watch. The barbarian dog must get out of the divine territory today. I say, if you don't want this city to smash into the abyss, get out now immediately." The pass was like a dreary crypt, and oppression pervaded the gloomy mountains. Topaz's face was so twisted and deformed, so absurdly ghastly, that the eyes of Julius Caesar were so hideously twisted, and the old monsters were so trembling with fear, that the sky-destroying array rumbled and chimed, smashed into the abyss. The abyss is only 3 miles square at full capacity, and 70 miles of walls cover down the holiest place in heaven where the heavenly path originated will be written by a city in the old world. Everything was silent. Gu Chang'an found it interesting and said with a smile, "I have always sought fairness, and since ancient times the Middle Kingdom has believed in a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. You may as well destroy the Yanmen Pass, and I'll do what I want." The many racial chiefs went into cardiac arrest, and Princess Yuta Tenosilla and the others shuddered. The intensity of the shock made their brains go blank, but the only thing that nailed it was, the supreme divine kingdom collapsed. "This is an extremely scary man. Why did you throw the city to smash Topaz Yukon to death? Voluntarily throwing away the most lethal weapon in the world? Because it has to be thrown. The only way to prove to the world that you can lift it again is to throw it away. Can Blood City smash down the heaven-destroying array? Can't. Otherwise the victim wouldn't be a Topaz deity, but a formation. Extrapolating from this, even the heaven-destroying formation is helpless, even if Blood City smashes into the abyss. Nor can they shake the laws of heaven and all kinds of Tao. But, what if you smash down and lift it up again? And so on and so forth? It's like a hammer striking a boulder. The first time the hammer strikes the boulder, it doesn't move. And the second and third times the hammer strikes the boulder, it doesn't move. It can be hammered 10 times. What about hammering 1,000 times? The boulders would always crumble and crack. If Blood City smashes into the abyss and lifts up and smashes again, it's only a matter of time before it collapses. And with the gods and saints almost pouring out of the abyss is completely empty. If you don't go back, there are only 2 solutions. Firstly, to strike now to execute Gu Chang'an, but he can't kill. Second, betting that he could no longer lift the lone city, and that those 2 times had sapped all the will of there can never be a third time. Who dares to bet? The price of losing a bet isn't the death of a nation. It's Tendo origins collapsed. The future of all cultivators was dark. This is 10,000 times worse than the destruction of the kingdom of God. Fairness, the pursuit of fairness, fairness to the point of cruelty, fairness to the point of despair. Talk. Gu Chang'an looked around at each of the magnificent gods. Julius Caesar gently closed his eyes as the rest of the land gods looked at the radiant array. It's a torturous choice. If you give up, you've lost everything. 9 months of hard work. The price paid for the cultivation all went down the drain, and success is near. It's just 2 days away. In just 2 days, the Eastern Earth's aura would collapse, and that would be irreversible, completely interrupting the Shenzhou martial arts path. But if we continue to hold out, the consequences are unimaginable. Gu Hero, seeing that everyone was dumbfounded, the old Confucian with the ebony birthmark on his face immediately drove the vast chi of flee in the direction of Blood City. He regrets it. How is it that he is so demonized that he betrays his homeland? And he wants to clean up his act and repent to the people of the world. Han Nu deserves to die. The blood in Tuoba Tianxia's entire body froze. Like a raging lioness, she frantically swung her fists and shadowed them, letting out a heartbreaking yell. All must die. All must die. The fist shadows were as big as a full house, intertwined and stacked like a wall blasting towards the old Confucian. Sima and Chang's liver and guts wanted to break. Hissing, "Hero Gu, save me." Gu Chang'an was indifferent. Do not save the Fae. Countless Central Plains cultivators watched as the Eastern Wu state scholar priest was engulfed in the shadow of a fist, his body blown into 3 pieces, too dead to die. Since running to the light, yearning for the great divine kingdom of heaven's destiny, sanctioned by the Queen you honor, it's supposed to be an honorable death, right? How do I save it? Will the Chinese people answer? If even the crimes of traitors could be disregarded, how many more would swear to defend themselves against the barbarians? Having lived a life full of reputation, peaches and plums all over Jiangdong, have you ever thought that you are in such a miserable state? Kill them all. All Han slave bloodlines must die. Tuoba Tianxia was completely insane. and the aura and strength he had been maintaining was gone. The mask of disguise was torn off, revealing a ghastly appearance of murderous intent, creating murderous sins to destroy the heart of the Tao. She had long ago disregarded it, instantly swept into the camp of the surrenderers, like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, wantonly venting their hatred and aggression. The real enemy is not far away, but she's afraid. All she could do was slaughter these ridiculous and cowardly Han slaves. The crutch old woman hesitated for a moment and joined in the venting of hatred at the same time. Chadhan, don't save! The face of the scholar's husband was taut, and he surged out brightly and volubly. Take that step and you have no chance of redemption. This is no ordinary power struggle or love-hate relationship, but the survival of China. If rescued, then the heroic souls of those who died heroically will be reassured. And even more so, the people will think that there is still a way back to the Central Plains. The monks, from their initial agitation and relief, to their slow feeling of sadness and pity, lowering his head he would not look again at the spectacle of his countrymen's suffering. Why bother? Every one of you is going to be left to die, and now you're dead. What's the point of having no reputation or life? In just half an incense stick of time, more than 3,000 surrendered cultivators were slaughtered to death. All that remains of that side of the mountain range is a lone, aged figure. Mei Shougeng's old eyes are red, wailing miserably. How must it be like this? Why? He gave the queen a deadpan stare. Topaz didn't want to move Duke Mei and flew back to the pass without saying a word. Heaven's destiny? Where is heaven? Gu Chang'an's eyes lightly landed on Mei Shougeng. Mei Shougeng smiled miserably. Perhaps he had indirectly killed more than 3,000 of his compatriots. Seeing that the old woman still wanted to destroy the corpse, Gu Chang'an said in a cold voice, "You move again. After all, if you are not involved in the persecution of your compatriots, your body must return to its roots." As to whether the family would agree to go into the ancestral tomb, that was none of Cthulhu's business. The old crone stopped waving her cane and looked up at the giant, blood-colored city of. It seemed to be falling in moments. Gu Chang'an said with an expressionless face, "Since you like to count down, as you wish, on the count of 3, either continue or get the hell out of the Middle Kingdom." 1. Chapter 70, See the Peaceful World for Me. 1. The silence of the heavens and the earth was extraordinarily loud for Pynchon. Like an arrow lost through countless thorns, it came whistling and hit the bullseye. The target, however, is the last dignity of the supreme kingdom of God. This retreat is a foregone conclusion. This retreat, 20 million miles of territory, 30 million miles of colonies. What attitude should one take towards Castle Abyss? Destroy Yanmen Pass. It's the fate of heaven. Tuoba Tian Tian suddenly roared loudly and furiously, raising his arms covered in electric light with both hands. Use all your strength to swing wildly. No retreat. He could never lift again. The only response to the queen was silence. Silence had been the dominant theme in the plains of Kwanzaa for the past few days, but now the bouncer had changed. Mountains, the chief kings of the nations of the race looked at each other, and from every color of the countenance, the hopelessness and sadness is seen in the various colors of child holes. Looking up, the bloody man trembled, his 8-foot body unusually small under the 70 miles of the huge city, like a flatboat in the ocean. It's shaky, but it's just held up by the palm of your hand. Maybe throw it down and never have the will to lift it again. But it's already the second time, and who dares to bet there won't be a third time, a 10th time, or even 100 or 1,000 times? Haven't we learned enough from the past? In the west, the light of the moon killed him. That clears the air, doesn't it? But he turns into ghost hero and really explains what a ghost is. In the holy city, the purple-blooded hourglass ticks away. The sound of disgust as if fingernails were rubbing against glass was still fresh in my ears, and there was only one last drop left. Just one drop, flowing out of the soul. But the moment the purple blood fell, he recast his flesh and stood tall on the top floor of the city gate. An old-world demon that simply cannot be dealt with by normal logic. Coronet, you don't think he can lift it. What do you think it's good for? The pair of broken dragon horns on top of Tuoba Tiancheng's head clanked, and his bloodshot eyes were on fire. She looked angrily around at the old monsters, and then craned her head to look at the rabble of colony leaders. If the Han Nu can still raise it, I will go naked to the gallows and be abused by the people of the holy city. All sins are mine to suffer, not yours. Jesus will forgive you. God will forgive you. She was ranting frantically, nearly crunching her gums, blood dripping down the corners of her mouth. The empress looked away from the pass and coldly said, "The first emperor, Ing Zheng, unified China, and the Son of Heaven called himself I, and you barbarians have copied it. Shameless and ridiculous." Tuoba Tian Tian tilted his head back to look at the sky, his ugly face completely distorted as he hissed, "How do you deserve to carry my shoes?" There was a dead silence among the races of the nations, who perceived that the queen had fallen evil. Remembering the past, when the Topaz tribe overthrew hundreds and thousands of nations. Who would not want to carry the shoes of a so-called scenic chief king to the coronation of a heavenly god? But at this time, the emperor of the east is noble and elegant, while the coronet of the gods of heaven is mad to the point of sickness. And the comparison is dismal. Countless cultivators in the plains were in high spirits, their hearts surging, and their accumulated despair instantly vanished. Before today, they'd watched this ugly woman get cocky and bossy, and he stood on the Great Wall and flaunted his power as if he were the king of a world, and even insulted Qin Shi Huang as a frog at the bottom of a well. And in this moment, it's barking like a clown's impotent frenzy. Everyone knew that it was the man who always held the city of blood aloft who had dealt the fatal blow to the barbarians. The Japanese and the two peninsular states were ashamed of themselves, having been influenced by the culture of the Shangtang, usually also boasts of Your Highness, by the central plains in front of the ugly, really cannot raise their heads. It's all over. There was no suspense at all that the abyssal gods would definitely leave. The reason for the motionlessness is simply to give the kingdom of God a shred of decency that we can't leave before we've shouted 3. Can we? It's not that I'm afraid to pay the price. Since I'm pouring out the nest, I'm prepared for the worst. The holy city has been robbed again and blood has been spilled. But there is so much difference in meaning between the holy city and the abyss. The holy city is a river that can be cut off as a last resort, blocked, muddied or dried up. But the abyss is the source. The source is gone, not to mention the river, not even the water. You're betting your entire fortune on this? But the supreme divine kingdom was not so rotten that it should gamble its life away. There was no way the old monster would take a chance on a trade-off that even their colony could figure out. 2. Suddenly, a voice shattered like a frozen lake, its accent sharp and piercing. Gu Chang'an took a few more steps closer, and the shadow of the Blood City gradually covered the mountain range. The shadows were reflected in the aura vortex. An unprecedented sense of oppression came over the many. Many chiefs closed their eyes tightly and trembled. If we lose the city, it's hard for 10,000 people to survive. Would Gu Chang'an care if killing destroyed the Taoist heart? There was no one who killed more indiscriminately than him. In the moment of lifting the city, this man of the eastern lands fulfilled the most magnificent imaginings of all mankind. It is even called the glory of mankind, the breath of God and the blood of Jesus. In that moment, they both burst into tears with an indescribable emotion. But in the end, it has to come back to reason. And what is reality? Winter has arrived and it's like walking on thin ice, like a Roman tug-of-war in a dueling arena. Without tackling the opponent's bravest Hercules, we will never be able to pull out the rope. And if we continue to consume it, we will all slowly run out of strength, even if Hercules falls. The skinny guys on the other side of the field are starting to get hot. Tuoba Tianxia seemed to accept the fact that there was no more crazy ranting filial piety. Instead, he cursed to himself. Shame, shame, come and see us shameful sinners. Gu Chang'an stared at the heaven-destroying array, his blood-covered face an indifferent and solemn one. 3. Rumble. Julius Caesar's pair of great children erupted into radiant beams of light, his body hanging in midair from the pass. As the eye of the array left, the monstrous pressure of the heaven-destroying array weakened at a rapid rate. The crackling curtain of rain that enveloped the land of God changed into a light mist of rain. The rest of the old monsters' faces were gloomy as they exited the formation one after another. It's pointless to talk tough at this point. Weakness and compromise is a fact of life. Saying a few threats would only add another dash of humiliation to the mandate of heaven. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the day after that the formation is completed. So close, ever so close. The unnameable formation gradually floated in the air, and the Bagua-like formation had 2 colors, yin and yang, but at the ends was a small cross, and tens of thousands of intricate formations, with meteoric iron welded into every crevice. One can only imagine how much the castle paid for this formation. The formation disappeared, the rain and fog trended, the Yanmen Pass collapsed, and even the 100 miles of city walls shattered into pieces. But the aura vortex was always still there. If you die, it will still be destroyed. Julius Caesar couldn't go home without a word. After all, leading the old monsters to hold up the formation slowly stepped out of the divine territory. The formation is always there. It's just a matter of when to set it up again. But he knew clearly that if this demon didn't die, the abyss would no longer have the extra strength to sanction Yanmen Pass. The legendary siege of Wei and Zhao. The devil has succeeded. Coronation. Caesar, save us. The chief kings of the mountains cried out desperately for help, forcibly dragging us to come and watch the battle, trying to awaken the fear of the nations to pledge their allegiance to the supreme divine kingdom. I wanted to raise my voice and face, but now I'm showing my ass instead. It's one thing to be embarrassed, but you can't not save it. Go back. The crutch old woman hissed in a low voice, her eyes signaling the old monsters to come to the rescue. These people are the abyssal fundamental plate. and there is absolutely no room for error. Pound for pound, the chieftains and kings of the nations ran away whistling like a gale. And Emperor Odo and Princess Shilla and the others looked back frequently, several times giving birth to strong urges. Boss brother, we are the Peninsula and Fuso country in the east, your most loyal little brother. If there was a choice, it would be a clean break from Holyoke right now, but the two knew that there was no going back. Racial hatred, once bred, can never be easily dissolved. Besides, after going through a hell on earth, China can still have the broad-mindedness of the flourishing Tang dynasty. Selfless acceptance of neighboring countries? I am afraid that it is very difficult, and in the future, it is likely to follow the not my kind. Their hearts will be different. Just then, you guys go ahead, I'll be right behind you. A calm voice came from the city of dappled blood. Topaz's pace froze. Julius Caesar's chi stagnated. Countless old monsters breathed in sharply, and the humiliation brought about by these words was incomparable. Even the leader of the nations, who had just escaped into the safe zone, felt a sense of shame at being ridden over the head of the black, white and yellow skin all took on a somber, iron-green color at this time. It's too much. It is really heavenly. Has the devil gotten this arrogant? Mei Shergung, you've already been in a world of trouble, and if you don't turn around and redeem yourself, you will be the most hated traitor in China for thousands of years. The scholarly scholar has a heavenly constitution in his mouth, and the righteousness of Confucianism gushes out in an immense way. Mei Shogeng's back was hunched and he did not look back, only he knew the twinge of remorse in his eyes, after seeing that the will of heaven had actually surrendered to a mortal. His spiritual world was shaky, but the regret was only momentary, and after a few moments he was steadfast in the path of peace and salvation. By no means are they aiding and abetting the evildoer, nor are they serving the tiger, but only by abandoning resistance and moving closer to the mandate of heaven can they save the people of China. There was only one Gu Chang'an under the heavens, while heaven's mandate graced the entire supreme divine kingdom. Gu Chang'an could win as much as he wanted, and just lose once, and even the divine kingdom would be ruined. The barbarian is gone. Come in with a bang, go out with a whimper. I don't know how long it took, but only traces of chi remained in heaven and earth, as well as the devastated Great Wall of the mountain range. The eyes of the Central Plains cultivators drifted away. That oppressive suffocation disappeared. Was this a victory for the divine kingdom? No. Maybe it's just one person that makes a great victory. The scholarly husband swept forward at a rapid pace, standing still as he neared Blood City, bowing and pleading. The Central Plains is sick and in critical condition, but fortunately Chang'an has filled it with blood. Countless compatriots looked at the aura vortex above the pass. The wall collapsed. It can be repaired. The earth is cracked and filled with dirt is just that, but the aura disappears, never to be recreated again. With no aura in the Central Plains, the martial arts path was cut off, and the path of resistance was completely dark. Gu Chang'an didn't bother to look at the husband, but just scanned a corpse with his head down and said softly, if they were unarmed people, I would save. If they were pawns forced to surrender when they ran out of food, I would have saved them, but cultivators alone are the least likely to bend their crests. I've lived incognito in Chang'an City for 9 months, and I've seen the righteousness of the jungle, have also experienced the violation of the prohibition by martial arts. In fact, most of the so-called cultivators do not plow or engage in business, do not weave or dig drains. You don't really contribute much to the people of Cthulhu, but are instead provided for. The aura vortex isn't yours, it's the divine state crowd's. It's just that you're gifted, Gu Chang'an said and paused. In my previous life as a peon, the dust of the times fell on my shoulders as a great mountain, and I have drenched myself in the rain. That's why it's always tempting to hold an umbrella for the people who are caught up in the rolling floodwaters. He must have seen no more peace and prosperity, so he wanted to talk more about it. I hope the practitioners will listen a little. All is silent on the plains. All of his fellow robes held their breath and were able to stand out from the ordinary to refine their chi. They are more or less arrogant. Maybe not even a king or a minister, but a word from that man. It will be able to reach the depths of their hearts without obstruction. Once still holding the frontier in the lonely city, the barbarians persuaded to surrender by saying that the rock spread its wings for 90,000 miles. I could not care less about the ants in the ground, but who is not a mole in life? Man is a tree. All want to spread high and absorb the sunshine, but the more vigorous it roots down further and further, toward the bottom of the soil. In your one life of cultivation, you may face barbarians as humble as dust, but you must not be twisted like maggots. If you are all going to surrender, how can the people resist? And how can the martyrs who died so bravely rest in peace? Gu Chang'an's arm gradually flexed, and Blood City shook a little, his voice growing hoarse. Since ancient times, the old man had a premonition before he died, and after he had smashed the land gods with his city, It is also clearly perceived that you are not far from that step. These years have been as chaotic as the world. May you have beautiful years in the afterlife. He rolled up 10,000 strands of sword chi and pushed more than 3,000 surrendered corpses into the distant plains. In the mist of blood in the sky, the scholarly scholar's face was so mournful that he couldn't submerge at all. All of our compatriots felt the sudden sadness, and it was as if Hirogu was giving his last words. But he was clearly topsy-turvy and powerful enough to lift a 70-mile giant city. Gu Chang'an didn't dare to look at the tearful silhouette and said to himself, I can deliver one more step. Just one more step. The mountains and rivers are still there. The country is at peace. And since the Anxi rebellion, we in China have paid too much for these 8 words. And 3 generations of our ancestors have died for 8 words. Also in 8 words, Zhuge Liang said, bow to the end of your life and die again. Will there be peace in China? I can't see it either. We're sworn to protect our country, whether we succeed or not. But be sure to stick to bowing and dying. If one lays down one's life to burn the lamp, after all it is a long night, at least one has a clear conscience. Be worthy of the nameless ones who died so bravely for the Middle Kingdom. The plains practitioners had a sudden heartthrob that slowly spread halfway down their bodies. The body seemed to have many strands and threads spreading and contracting. The agonizing sadness is unspeakable, as if you are about to lose one of the most important people in your life. Although the world often said that Hirogu was tired and that he should rest. But when one barbarian god lined up at Yanmen Pass, they were still calling out to that figure deep inside. Gu Chang'an was slightly tired, perhaps fearing that the barbarians would vent their vengeance on Zhao Shu and the two. He held up the city and turned to stride, his feet going from stumbling to going forward. Chadhan, will you go home? Li Bing could no longer contain the miss in his heart. His cheeks filled with tears and he shouted towards the sky. Without stopping, Gu Chang'an held Lone City up with one hand and swung the other, laughing. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. So happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all of you and go home for a reunion. Sword chi crossed the sky. The city was nowhere to be seen, and neither were the people. Chapter 71 A creepy divination. Could it be? The azure sky is so clear that it looks like it's tinted with a beautiful glaze. Gu Chang'an held up the city and slowly hung in line, and a red-skirted figure flew in not far away. Why are you following me? He twisted his head to gaze at the woman with the roiling green silk. The empress stood on the small peak and softly said, why are you walking so slowly? The two men smiled at each other. Lip's smile was slightly gothic as she floated down to the edge of the lake at the foot of the mountain and took the bag off her shoulder. And mooncakes, temporarily bought at a people's house in Liangzhou. It's mid-autumn. You couldn't be more heartless to have a holiday with me. The mooncake was placed in a scented pouch. Just a lone piece. And Li Yan said, breaking it in half. Half of it chewed gently on its own. Half of it tossed to him. Gu Chang'an caught it with his other hand. The pastry had sesame almonds added to it. And there was a tantalizing fragrance. You can never break the habit of putting things in your scented pouch. He crashed to the edge of the lake, and despite the weight of his palms, however, the earth still shook violently for a few dozens of miles around. Li Yan didn't bother with him, just looked up at the blood-dark shadows in a daze and whispered, can you put it down? Gu Chang'an was silent for a moment and shook his head. Can't let go. There was no need to hide it from her. The first 2 lifts of the city had drained the will of the accumulated. I'm afraid I'll have to grind it slowly for days or even half a month before I can lift it again. Li Yan walked up to him and stood side by side, pursing her lips and whispering, I wish I could be buried with you at the bottom of the city. Gu Chang'an didn't answer. In fact, walking so slowly, just want to see more. It's nice just to lean quietly. Li Bing didn't want to say anything more sentimental, but instead lamented. In fact, sometimes I think it would be nice if the Anxi martyrs could really manifest themselves. Your parents, your grandparents, Gua Xin Du Gui, Chin Carpenter. All the British souls will be proud of you. You'll get maximum recognition. There was a hint of yearning in Gu Chang'an's eyes. Then he murmured, it's a shame after all. The women around him knew him best. One would really like to meet the Anxi guards and tell each and every one of them that that little fart returned your remains to their roots. And the little fart has stood firm in the lone earth since the beginning of time. Do your best to accomplish more than you can imagine. Bragging little Chang'an has not failed to live up to your insistence. Give him a compliment, even if it's just one. I bought you 2 dresses. You used to scold me for not being able to spend money on you. This time it's a compensation. The most expensive silk store in Liangzhou. Li Yan took out 2 snow-white robes from the baggage she was carrying. The fabric was delicate and smooth. The cuffs are embroidered with 2 peach blossoms. It's dirty. I'll wash it for you. She disliked Gu Chang'an for being covered in blood again. Without a second thought, he ripped off his bloody robe until he was naked. Seeing Gu Chang'an squirm uncomfortably, the corners of Li Yan's lips fixed a cold smile. You wear I've never seen. After saying that, he squatted at the edge of the lake, scooping up water to help him carefully wash his body. I wouldn't have stayed with you in the lone city for 3 months if I'd had a choice. I will not ride with you on the white deer, for then, even if you die, I shall be saddened for a moment at the sound of your name. It won't be like this suffering every moment. You see, even the ordinary women of the Central Plains know that their husbands have to guard the frontier to protect the country. Perhaps yin and yang are separated, and the obvious tears have dried up without dissuasion. So how do you expect me, an emperor, to stop you? If a cry or two works, I'd like to. Lip rambled on, and suddenly smiled and made a grimace toward his lifeblood. Continue to hold the water to rinse out the blood. Gu Chanan stared at her exquisitely beautiful side face, tear stains still hanging on her long eyelashes. It took a long time to get clean and dry before there was no blood. It's just that 1,000 wounds haven't fully healed yet. Li Yan put on new clothes for him and pulled up his white hair to insert a jade hairpin. Jade tree? Gu Chang'an surveyed himself against the lake. Stinky. The Empress blanked, while gazing at him for a while. Only then did he point to his lips. Gu Chang'an leaned down and kissed on the slightly cool lips, also kissing away the salty bitter tears. Long past the. Lillian hugged him tightly and whimpered. Chang'an, I had a dream that the barbarians were destroyed and stability was restored to the Central Plains. The two of us rode a steed with a big red flower around its neck, and we walked down the crowded Wajak lane, with colorful flags and red makeup everywhere. Gu Chang'an pinned a strand of green silk hanging down from her temples behind her ear and said softly, Scatter. I'm partial to. Li Bing still held on for dear life. She still exposed her most vulnerable side. Choked back tears. We spent the Qingming festival together at the Yangtze River Ferry, and the Dragon Boat Festival in Tanabata at Huajue Lane. Now it also counts as a companion to the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the year is only 4 months away from the Chinese New Year. Just 4 months. Gu Chanan was silent. Li Yan rested her chin on her shoulder. She wanted to advance to the Saint Realm within 4 months. He would rather pay the price of most of his lifespan to pull the plug, but also to accompany him to spend a spring festival in the city of Guzi. As long as Shang brings the national Luxord Kyushu tripod, he himself will not be a burden that needs to be distracted by him. Okay. Leroy left the dependent embrace and squeezed out a bright smile. Off you go. Gu Chang'an looked at her quietly and nodded gently, then lifted the city and flew off into the distance. Until it disappeared from sight. Lip sat by the lake without saying a word. It was not until darkness fell that Li Run, an old woman of the Li clan's royal family, finally found the Empress, who was as dull as a withered mold. She wanted to say something, but finally asked, Your Majesty, Chang'an exactly? It was not only her doubt, but the concern of the whole of the Middle Kingdom, and that talk at Yenmen Pass yesterday. It's more like accounting for last words. Lip looked up, though the letter from home was only a few words, but she guessed with exceptional clarity what a brutal choice her pillow-bearer would face. In the whole world, she was the only one who knew. The more Chanan kills, the stronger he gets, said Li Bian, his voice weary. Li Ran nodded. From the age of 10, when he started to go up to the city with his sword, that teenager had been killing until now. Despite being trapped in the old world, which was not blessed by heaven, he still made miracles by his own strength. He's about to ascend. The old woman's child hole suddenly contracted, and her heart was shaken unspeakably. Then, the first immortal in the human world since the beginning of time. Congratulations. She subconsciously congratulated. Li Bing stared at her in a daze and smiled to himself. That's right. How stupid to refuse the temptation of everlasting life. The white jade capital in the sky, the 5 floors and 12 cities, are as free as they can be. One person who has attained the way of ascension still cares about the plight of all living beings and the flooding of the sky. The old woman's smile gradually froze, and her eyes, besides being incredulous, had more of a sad meaning. Reluctance. This is Chanan's answer. We ask ourselves, in her place, no matter in the homeland there are family ties and family bonds, all will follow the flowing gates of heaven. That's eternity. Li Yan laughed and said, Can there be 2 ways in the world? Unwilling to flow with the same stream, how can the heavenly Tao tolerate dissimilarity? Looking at His Majesty's rueful smile, the old woman said in a mute voice, Will it definitely get to that point? Said he silenced himself. If Chang'an doesn't move, who in the Central Plains will deal with the abyssal row of land gods, placing their survival on the land gods following the moral principle of not killing? What's the difference between that and the tail-wagging Maishaojing? Before the heaven-destroying array, the barbarian gods never set foot in the turbid world, but they made an exception. If you set a precedent, you'll get a second one. Once the gods were slaughtered, the people of the Central Plains were like grass and lambs, and Chang'an could only preempt them. That's why he's holding up the city of Guzi to travel to the barbarian holy city. A dead chess game, said Li Run, wriggling his lips, and, in a moment, suppressing his grief. It should be over the Heaven's Gate. I wish, the Empress murmured as she folded her soaked, bloody robes and placed them in her bag. Even though we will never see each other in heaven, the thought that he is free in heaven. It's always fun to come to my dreams every few years. Maybe. She didn't go on, there was nowhere else for a husband and wife to talk physically. But mentioning it to outsiders can feel pretentious. Maybe it was fear of being alone. Maybe it was his innate arrogance. He couldn't stray past the Heaven's Gate. The two spent 100 days together in the city of Guzi, and then another 100 days traveling all the way to the Middle Kingdom. For 200 days and nights, she was the one who initiated the conversation, occasionally feeling impatient. And Nagi was as withdrawn as a rock. What's so great about going to heaven? He's used to being cold and quiet. But more than that, I'm afraid of being alone for endless years. Go back. Li Yan stood up and calmly said, issue a decree to remind the 6 kingdoms to reorganize their armies. The old woman was still in a state of grief that was difficult to overcome. Just listen to it, and don't tell anyone else about it. Li Yan gave her a look. The old woman nodded gently. Only the cloudy old eyes still have tears flashing. She was afraid to face that brutal scene. Heaven's way of carrying out punishment is perhaps seen in every corner of the human world, right? At that time every people in the Chinese divine state may have to witness the top heroes accepting. A bumpy ride shouldn't end like this. A vast procession flew over the land of Zhao, led by Topaz, who was mad as hell. Many times I couldn't accept the shame and had several mental breakdowns in pain. Slaughter the city, centralize the camps, and exterminate the Han slaves in one fell swoop. She kept hissing. Calm down. The old monster of the Topaz clan had a gloomy face. The people overlooking the city and town. The place passed by a dead silence as if the end of the Jedi area. Every house is closed. Not even a barking dog or a rooster. Is the abyss just going to run in circles and let the faith of billions of people crumble? Let the lowly Han slaves look at the joke? Like this face of mine. Yours is equally ugly and stinking. A bunch of loathsome maggots fleeing back to their lair. Tuoba Tianxia roared and cursed, and even fell into a village without caring. Mighty Qi surged in his arms, about to go on a killing spree. Coronet, enough of this madness. Julius Caesar, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly let out a shocking cry, lifting Tuoba Tianxia 70 feet into the air, heavily knocked down 2 acacia trees. Everyone was indifferent. Why wouldn't they want revenge? Intense humiliation had long since consumed the heart of the Tao, and they could not wait for one person to slaughter a city, stacking up the Han new heads and accumulating them into lofty mountains, in order to vent yesterday's hatred. But what about the chiefs of the nations behind them? Originally, with the running speed of the abyss, 5 hours would be enough to return to the holy city. It's dragging this tired bunch around. Still in Shoji after a day's walk. The abyss slaughtered the people. Higu Chang'an slaughtered the nations. Who would lose more at that time? The reason why he didn't take the road to the west was to make that demon fearful. Blame it on you, coronation of the gods, for showing off your accomplishments. Stiffly ordered tens of thousands of colony leaders to watch the battle. Not even the chiefs of the tribes that were the size of the palms of the earth were left out. It's like lifting a rock and stoning yourself. The chieftain kings of the 10,000 kingdoms and the long river of chi energy wrapped around them were trembling at the moment, looking back frequently. Suddenly, they saw it. Though distant, the outline of Blood City loomed. The molded lake blood spot in the line of sight slowly became a behemoth. A snow-white robe hung below the city, still with his palm raised to the bottom, but he was clean and a full head of white hair was held back with a pin. Wide sleeves fluttered, warm and moist as jade. This is the pinnacle of our yellow skin, whispered the Japanese Emperor Udo. Princess Shilla on one side nodded her head woodenly. It's just too crazy. That kind of bravado is not the least bit pretentious. And it's just as well that he's following along and taking a shower and changing his clothes on the way. Before the great change in the heavens, the nations kept to themselves until the barbarians swept across the world. Various strange races have gathered in the holy city. There is no doubt that the central Gu Chanan pushes the yellow race to another level. Go on. Gu Chanan's face was expressionless, and his afterglow looked around the village and county, which was supposed to be the most lively mid-autumn festival, but the barbarians made everything silent. Go. Julius Caesar's face clouded over, including the many old monsters within the. It was always doubtful that the devil could raise the city at any time. This is most deadly, but no one dares to gamble. The cost of losing a bet is too heavy. In an atmosphere of bizarre absurdity, the procession continued westward, with one man holding up the city and hanging back. As if herding a flock of sheep? Winter. Horns came from all directions, and a single soldier took the lead in standing outside the military court. This was followed by the bold jungle ranger, and finally the people of the county took to the streets. None of them knew what had happened. They just looked up at the earth-shattering image of the. That's a miracle you can't even dream of fantasizing about. The whole town went dark as the 70-mile megalopolis flew by. And the people gazed at the white figure with hot tears. The leader of the nations had a numb face, always feeling like a parade. The barely receiving a taunting hateful gaze. Heavenly God, coronation sins. We are at least a big man with a head. How can we be so down? Lord, time passes faster. The old monsters of the abyss closed their eyes tightly. Being human beings have shame. Being taunted by countless small crickets on the ground. Hate to burn it to the ground. At dusk, the way to Zhao's capital city was even more noisy with gongs and drums and firecrackers. Emperor Zhao received a flying pigeon message from Yanmen Pass as early in the morning, and immediately issued a decree to mobilize the surrounding area is full of colored makeup and red ribbons, and the streets are densely packed with people holding lanterns made of bamboo strips. On the top of the paper, the words "Celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival and Peace and Joy" are painted. In fact, the people looked at so many barbarians flying in the sky, and with one thought, the home is about to be reduced to hell on earth. Why not? Because of Hero Gu. They trust that man without reservation. They don't know the way and they lack the insight. But there will always be a scale in the human heart that weighs the conscience in the public and private sectors. Lift the city and light the lamp. The fragrance of flowers fills the sky. A freshly picked sprig of cinnamon still hangs from the edge of one of the lampshades. The children are looking for osmanthus trees all over the street. The world says that Gu heroes only love peach blossoms, but there are only strongly scented osmanthus trees in late fall. Lamps lit up the winding and mottled 70-mile wall, interspersed with a floral scent that was too rich to be true. These seemingly stubborn and clumsy moves are the romance in the bones of the Chinese. Man is born in the vastness of heaven and earth, as small as a drop in the ocean, and surely the sages of old could not have imagined. Someone can lift a city, right? Zhao Emperor Shangdang stood on the K platform of the Golden Palace, looking at the shadow of the city that was approaching. The lamps floated in the air. The Empress murmured and whispered, "Not for fame or fortune, but to do all I can to protect the beautiful mountains and rivers. He is far greater than a green sage. Father, every year at the Mid-Autumn Festival, is Hirogu always this majestic? This is the happiest holiday that my son has ever had." The tender little royal prince grasped his face with both hands and made faces at a group of blonde barbarians in mid-air. Emperor Zhao was silent for a moment and assiduously said, "The radiant Hirogu is really no different from this full moon. Usually you don't always think of him from time to time. You always think he'll always be there. And yet he is different from the moon, being set and rising no more. Cross the canopy and never come back." "Ah," the youngest son said with a look of frustration. Emperor Zhao's gaze drifted off and he said softly, "But the old traces that have worn away in time are never forgotten. Every year in the future, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the people of Zhao will be reminded of this night's scenery." In fact, he was puzzled as to why Chang'an had said that call at Yanmen Pass. More like accounting for last words. But who can bring down Chang'an? In a desperate situation as bad as that of the lone city of Miles, Chang'an has always stood. Nowadays, all of them are able to fight against the land immortals head-on, which is clearly the time when the dawn breaks. Maybe it's a motivational fight for the Middle Kingdom. In short, he never believed the man would fall. Suddenly, the full court raised their arms high and extended their thumbs, then slowly faced downward. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. The Imperial City Scholar Ranger's voice was like rolling thunder, stirring. In mid-air, Mei Shogun's body trembled, looking at the frantic faces of his father and mother. One of his hearts was dripping blood. The old saying goes that not returning to one's hometown when one is rich is like traveling by night in brocade garments, but he's on his way to his hometown. Instead, he was met with a barrage of insults, like an awl piercing his heart. The chiefs of the neighboring countries, such as the Japanese Silla Beach, bristled, familiar with the history of the Middle Kingdom. Lord Xianyu had no face to see his father and mother when he lost the war. "How can you, Duke Mei, pass by your hometown? If there is any shame, it is Duke Mei's that is the greatest. A man who achieves great things does not yield to small things. One day, the fathers and mothers of Zhao will turn the eucalyptus for me. The Chinese history books will give me a fair evaluation." Mei Shogun cones and weeps. Even if 10,000 people spit on him, he still does not change his faith. Don't the pathetic fools realize that they will die at any moment? Your lives are only at the whim of the supreme kingdom of God. If it were not for the safety of the chief of the colony, the land of Zhao would be full of devastation at this moment. The day the abyss stops looking over its shoulder, what will the eastern lands do to resist a single great god? Gu Chang'an continued to be obstinate, and that day was not far off, and he was safe and sound. But it can't protect the people. It was depressing all the way until the following day dawned. The Zhao barbarian border boundary marker, Tuoba Tianxia, stopped his footsteps. One step further is the country. Hold back. To hold back any longer would be a turtle. Shan Yuli, bet on it. Julius Caesar looked suddenly at the old Turk king, his eyes austere and darkly threatening. There was instant dead silence around them. The old monsters of the abyss looked at the Turk king in unison. A gloom hung over Shan Yuli's face, and he read the eyes of Julius Caesar. It's a threat to 2 million of his Turkic subjects. Damn Anglo-Saxon pirates. King Shan Yu, please do your part for the supreme kingdom of God. Who can no longer lift it? Topaz's voice was pleading in low. Forcing me? Shan Yuli said coldly. All that answered him was silence. The land gods and goddesses, the only ones burdened by his existence. 2 million people with Turkic blood are the biggest weakness. Can a god throw away everything and lose his people? Smash me. The Turkic king made his decision in an instant, turned and stepped toward the lofty walls of the half a pillar of heaven's gate hung in the sky above his head, shining brightly. A violent and ferocious wolf evolved by chi surged out from his body, howling furiously in the air. He swept to Blood City with his wolf. The leader of the nation stared dead on, not daring to blink his eyes. Gu Chanan stood against the wind, unconcerned, and tantalizingly said, "Are you worthy?" He didn't bother to pretend anymore, and his silky sword chi was slowly handed out all over his body, converging in the sky to make an extremely large arc, vaguely resembling a turning waterfall. But that kind of killing aura, which is different from that of the New World, has a huge overlapping impact. Hera engulfed the ferocious wolf, and the rift sword chi poured into Shan Yuli in full. The Turk king's expression changed abruptly, borrowing the Skygate's source of chi to make his arms roll in a circle of lightning. The sword chi was barely dissipated into nothingness. One move to finish. It's not comparable. The old monsters of the abyss were dizzy, and Topaz was near suffocating. The leader of the nation's brain went blank. There's no need to lose the city at all. On the second national tragedy, after the demon killed Moonbeam with 7 tails of flesh and blood and a 7-colored sword, he might just have the strength to rival a land god. The lifting of the city was too dazzling, and all eyes were on the 70 miles of walls that. I can't believe I'm ignoring this harsh reality. Gu Chang'an stared at the dense chi and said with a light wind, even with one hand on the lonely city, you can still be subdued. Move forward or keep fighting. I'm all for it. The Turk king twisted his head and looked around at the old monsters. Hysterical. Give up your illusions. Fight together. Stop thinking about your own interests, and whoever is unlucky enough to be stoned. It's just blood for blood. Julius Caesar turns into a rainbow light and heads west, followed by his sibling Circe. The 5 peak gods imperialized their chi to protect the leader of the nations and rushed back to the holy city without saying a word. They were convinced that they wouldn't be smashed alive, but at least they'd be crippled, the avenues blocked. What's the difference between that and death? There were always more ways than difficulties, and back in the abyss with the help of the resources of the heavenly Tao, one would always come up with pincers. As for the shame, it should be endured. Ha ha. Tuoba Tianxia threw back his head and laughed, saying to the crutch old woman beside him, do you know who I think of? Folding Lan Su, Yu Jioling, Hu Yen Shou, and Tuoba Li. The old woman's voice was gloomy and embarrassing. How similar is it to backing off the bottom step by step and putting the noose around your neck one step at a time? If there were spirits in heaven, the latter 3 would be afraid to laugh crookedly. How could the heavenly abyss have fallen so far as well? Stupid as that? All know that this path is wrong, but they still want to take it. 2 days later, the city in the sky, known as the most beautiful in the world, was dead silent. Even church singing is gone, and a gold-leafed castle has closed its doors and windows. The ancient fortress of Dim Noon stands tall and independent of the abyss, and the blood-colored ancient wood stretches across the perimeter, gives off an odor of dampness and decay. One by one, the old monsters stood on the spiral staircase, and the only sound heard at the altar was the sound of gasping for breath. The crowd had a heart-stopping feeling. What is Guhanu waiting for? It's been hovering outside the city and not coming in. Could it be that it really intends to smash into the abyss? Topaz's steps were broken and rapid, gyroscopically circling around the altar. Dead silent. Julius Caesar finally exploded, tossing his loose blonde hair in a burst of roar. Shame on the abyss. Shame on the kingdom of God. What made him so out of sorts? The chi has fallen beyond recognition. The moment the news got back to the holy city, the people's self-confidence completely disintegrated. The blind worship of the way of heaven gradually faltered, causing the country's fortunes to fall off a cliff. The city beyond the city is a mote of glory and collapse, a mote of eternity and disillusionment. Pope, ideas. Julius Caesar kicked in the bronze temple door and Mold Lake Thundersea sits on a plate with an old, ancient cardinal. The age was over 200, and his cultivation had stagnated at the Holy Realm. When the great change in the heavenly Tao, the Pope happened to be preaching in the tribe and was almost the first to bear the favor. He understands the laws of the Tao better than the world does. Whether it was the cross ghost statue, the purple blood hourglass, or the sky-destroying formation, they all came from his aura. Elder Liguster frowned deeply. There was simply no way to check and balance it in a short period of time. He's using his sword energy to sense if the abyss will reject the city. Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by a voice from beneath the altar's curtain of light. The heraldess prophetic omen is fulfilled. It's 7 times the spiritual power. An elegantly mannered, reddish-brown curly-haired noblewoman hissed, and blue fire burned in the open manicured child's hole. Abyssal practitioners have long been numb. Do you still need to divine? What a way to lift a 70-mile city with flesh and blood. The prophetic omen that had been terrorizing the abyss finally fell. Steeply, blood seeped from the noblewoman's 7 orifices, and it was as if a line in the underworld were hooking her soul, and the divining disc presented next to it was instantly chapped. She hurriedly opened and closed her eyes, covering her heart in pain. Wilma Melissa, don't tell me it's another shocker. Topaz World looked at her coldly out of the corner of his eye. Melissa shook her head and with difficulty squeezed a smile out of her face and said, God bless the people. This is the end of the spiritual power of the Eastern Hanunu. The abyssal cultivators breathed a long sigh of relief, but a furious voice rang out. My father wants to know the truth. Julius Caesar appeared suddenly at the altar. He had just keenly caught the flash of shock under Melissa's eyes. The noblewoman's heart felt like it was gripped by a pair of hands, and after a moment's hesitation, she said in a single word, pleasant news. Speak. Julius Caesar's face was expressionless. Melissa, pretending to be calm, suddenly cut in. Venerable Mr. Cable, if the prophetic omens are true, you should be ascending. Stagnation. Ravenous. A breath later, it was like thunder crackling down on the chests of the crowd, setting off billions of waves inside. Julius Caesar's expression changed, from incredulity to shock to intense joy. Is it me? His throat rolled and the 3 words came out extra sharp. Congratulations, sir, you are the pride of our Anglo-Saxon race. The noblewoman gave a fawning smile. The whole castle was like an eerie crypt. Not a sound was heard. How should I digest this shocking news? Julius Caesar didn't have the joy he had imagined. Instead he had a gloomy face and threatened. God is staring at you, lying about having to swallow 10,000 bloody needles. You can't swallow them. Your whole family can. At his level, there should be a sense of whether or not he could ascend. Besides, even if he couldn't sense it, he couldn't take that step at the peak of his country's fortunes. It doesn't make sense that when the sun goes down, it goes up. What made him the most skeptical was that the heaven-destroying formation had already caused him to retreat his cultivation for 9 years. Undaunted, Melissa met his stern gaze and smiled. There's a saying in the British Isles that a step back is a step forward, and you stepped back. It also cuts off the shackles that bind the heart of the Tao. Julius Caesar half-heartedly and sternly ordered, call for 3 more first-grade warlocks from the hub. Immediately. Finished staring at Melissa. If you dare to deceive this honored one, your Weimer family will have no chickens or dogs left. The noblewoman's soul trembled and she hurriedly nodded her head. The many old monsters in the castle had different thoughts, and at this moment they didn't even care about the shadowy Han slaves. All were envious of Julius Caesar's blessed fortune. All of them can pursue immortality. What can the hatred of the world's family and country be? Everyone was silent. How could it be so sudden? Half a quarter of an hour later, 3 oddly dressed warlocks arrived at the castle. If martial arts talent is 1 in a million, that fortune teller is 1 in a million, and has to be a family man, like Li Chunfeng, the ancestor of Li Ping in the east. He was proficient in astronomy and astrology before the great changes in the heavenly Tao, and passed on his experience to his descendants, and then peered into the future by virtue of the laws of the heavenly Tao. Julius Caesar did his best to contain his emotions, but inevitably he was a little nervous. The 3 warlocks were relaxed, lined up below the light screen, each casting their ancestral techniques. Catch that nebulous intangible trace in the underworld. I don't know how long it took, but the bald, long-bearded warlock was the first to open his eyes, and eyes full of intertwined red blood, pale to the naked eye, and a white beard means a rapidly diminishing lifespan. Melissa kept her head down, her fingers trembling slightly in the sleeves of her skirt. Congratulations, Your Holiness. The white-bearded warlock looked haggard, but he still had an impassioned look. Julius Caesar pursed his thin lips. The 2 remaining warlocks woke up one by one, both with their lifespans revolted, but joyfully congratulating that. Pretty sure Melissa's omens. The castle was once again dead silent. Coronet, reward them with dukedoms, 1,000 miles of territory, and 10,000 slaves and servants. Julius Caesar suddenly raised his head, and the introverted air he had always worn was gone, turning to the mighty and domineering. For first-grade warlocks would never be fake. It is important to realize that Heraldus is also only a 2nd grade, yet he can prepare to portend 7 times the spiritual power of the eastern lands. He, Cable, the scion of a pirate family, fought his way into the holy city on a, now at last, he will be the only ascender in the world of men. Seeing no one to congratulate him, Julius Caesar narrowed his narrow eyes and tantalized. Why? This honored one is about to fish for the earth's chi and ride an immortal crane through the 36 heavens. Do you feel bad about it? Ravenous. The cardinal, who was seated in the thunder mist, clenched his fists and, the wrinkled face was almost unabashedly jealous. The rest of the old monsters were not as obvious as this, but there was far more jealousy than envy under their eyes. It is in the nature of selfishness to be afraid of a friend who is poor enough to eat dirt, and even more so to be rich. Why him? How is it that after 30 years of not advancing an inch, you can suddenly cross the shackles and, could it really be a step back? Brother, you compare to God. Circe, his sibling and wife, gave a forced smile. Julius Caesar looked at her and whispered, God, it's just a plaything. All the practitioners were silent. Julius Caesar was so furious and unbeatable now that, blatant blasphemy and insult to the faith of the people. When my father opens his mouth and spits, his immortal energy will go straight into the depths of the white clouds and cut out a rainbow neon heavenly palace. Julius Caesar waved his arms, then looked around the entire castle and smiled. Don't worry, a moment before the reception, my father will pass on the experience that, show you the way to a long life. Honestly, everyone loathes the half-pillar Heaven's Gate, so why can't we open it all the way? The eerie atmosphere in the altar gradually eased, and the old monsters revealed long-lost smiles. Something is better than nothing. Where are the shadowy Han slaves? The only one who didn't care about this was Topaz World. Always hating that figure outside the city. Julius Caesar stepped onto the spiral staircase, and a light voice came out. Pope, keep trying to figure out what to do. No matter what, the abyss has to deal with this scourge as soon as possible. Just in case it's not feasible, the moment my father ascends, he will borrow the power of immortality to execute this person, a mere Han slave, rebellious to the great Tao, and unself-conscious. The four warlocks stepped out of the castle and just looked at each other before leaving on their own. The look was heartfelt. A rotten secret. The lie is glory and riches, but the truth is a full house. What should I have said at the time? Saying that Pluto had a premonition that the old world Hanu would open a line all the way to the door? Then they're already dead, and today they're wiping out their family. Only a good lie can be told. Chapter 72, Angels and Demons. Above. Early in the morning, the fog had not yet lifted. The beautiful city in the sky is like an apocalyptic dead zone, and the people are chained up and hiding in their homes. But whenever there was the slightest movement from the distance, it was scary enough to cower a few more inches into the corner, as if it could be a little safer. Daddy, is that the guardian angel of the kingdom of God? The blonde-haired boy-child's innocent eyes widened as he pointed to the distant outline of Blood City. No, it's the devil. A low-blooded S***T. His mother wrapped her arms around her son and whispered curses. Her husband glared at her, lecturing her, insulting the enemy, especially insulting an enemy who has held us down and hammered us, and whose holy city has been treated like a plaything, is a very shameful thing to do, said he. Also leaned over the window and looked away from the silhouette of Blood City. It's as if God has torn a wound that will never heal. He deeply felt the disaster and shame suffered by the divine kingdom, and at the same time, a kind of reverence for the strong arose within him. What an honor for mankind. Topaz World. Woman. Stinking. Vampire of the divine kingdom. Scum of the royal family. A string of expletives bubbled up from the woman. The persistent fear unable to be vented. One can only frantically insult the heavenly god coronation. Suddenly, 100 feet away from the church came the tinkling of bells, and the palace guards galloped down the long street with their horses, shouting at the top of his lungs, Mr. Cable, about to ascend. On the occasion of the reception, grant the people of the kingdom of God a blessed destiny, and put to death all the evil demons in the world. Kang's agitated voice faded away. The family froze for a long time, afraid to speak. The blonde-haired child had a dumbfounded look on his face. Even he knew what ascension meant. Great Julius Caesar, I would kiss the soles of your shoes. The woman was completely out of sorts, with a look of maniacal excitement on her face as she bounced around with her fists waving. That's the angel who shelters his people. Lord, it's warm to bring charcoal in the snow. The husband was relieved. It's time to rip apart the gloom that hangs over Sky City, whether it's the pivotal higher-ups or the common folk. At one time all had a terrible suspicion. Could it be that only a heavenly immortal could sanction Guchanan, who was also a human and a ghost? Now that speculation is coming true. In the world box, Hanu could jump around all he wanted, but when Julius Caesar jumped out of the box, not to mention punishing the Han slaves, it's possible to crush the box with 1 foot. I was just in a little bit of awe of you. What are you? The real powerhouse is Mr. Cable. The husband smiled contemptuously, his fear of that bloody city fading a little. The weighty glad tidings of Julius Caesar's imminent ascension spread with incredible speed throughout the holy city. Thousands of streets erupted simultaneously with thunderous bells and drums. Flags were flown everywhere, and hymns of praise were recited. A vibrant, all-embracing scene. Outside the city, the dreary vault of the sky pattered with a little rain of doom, and came, not tightly or slowly, neither sparse nor dense, dripping and sporadic, wrapped around the 70 miles of city walls like a drawstring. A bottle filled with gravel. It also fills sand. The sand and gravel are packed into the bottle, leaving no gaps, and water can actually drip inside. Gu Chang'an was doing exactly that now, separating the self-created qi in his body and the sinful qi absorbed in the desert in the past, as well as the doomed qi of the Jade Gate's doomed blood, were all integrated into each city brick. The doomed qi, in particular, was originally from the abyss, and the likelihood of it being rejected was minimal. Yes, that was why he was stranded outside the holy city. Either you don't do it or you do it all. He'll just smash the city into the Tendo origins. Abyss. When the city smashed down, it began a path of bloodshed and killing until it died out. Mr. Cable, about to ascend. On the occasion of the reception, grant the people of the kingdom of God a blessed destiny, and put to death the evil demons of the world. A line of stout protectorate knights reined in their horses 3 miles away, and roared toward the lofty city of blood. The sound rolled in like a monstrous wave. Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless. Really? False? He doesn't care. Even if the slate is clean, he'll be faster than the so-called Caesar. After all, the new world-breaking realm would have to rely on opportunity chance, while he only needed to kill. It just seems like a shorter time to be alive. Ever since Li Bing inadvertently mentioned it, he's never forgotten it. If I have any regrets in my life, other than not being able to grow old with Li Bing and watch the peace and prosperity, that is, I can't brag about it with my grandpas. People are born with a need to be recognized by others. It would be nice to see the souls of the grandfathers of the city guard revealed when the heavens fall apart, and their faces should be very shocked then, and the bragging little Chang'an in their hearts. How can you do this? People who are about to die are prone to nostalgia. Gu Chang'an smiled to himself and, with that, he handed off dense sword qi. The protectorate knights looked at each other in disbelief. The blood city didn't shake a bit. Apparently the Hanunu who lifted the city in his palm rippled. How can that be? He's not intimidated? He's not leaving? That's ascension. It's a real heavenly immortal. The great power that erupts from the full opening of the heavenly gate will easily destroy you. The evil Han slave. Just then, a wisp of sword qi wrapped around the wind and turned in a circle, just lightly brushing the face of the. A normal fall wind cuts away each head. Bronze temple. Inside the temple stood 3 layers of officials, each smiling and happy, despite the presence of the mongoose tiger. But the thought of a lion about to awaken always brings more joy than fear. Julius Caesar finally stepped on the questioning. The title of number 1 in the world has been held for 30 whole years, and 30 years ago he was close to ascension. Until now it is still wandering back, and the world has even begun to suspect that the limit of cultivation stops at the ground, though it is nearer than a foot, but never make it to heaven. But Mr. Cable finally struck heaven, and the mortal man looked down on God. Congratulations to the 4 dukes. The junior officials looked at the 4 first-grade warlocks with fawning faces. Melissa and the others laughed and agreed, always with a scythe hanging in their hearts. I don't know when it's going to pierce the heart. What a big lie. They know very well that this lie will bury many lives. It's even possible to subvert Castle Abyss, for it was not Julius Caesar who approached the ascension, but the Han slaves outside the city. The heavenly signs were 1,000 times true, and the pull of the underworld pointed directly at Gu Chang'an. How absurd. Greetings, coronation of the heavenly god. The protectorate knights who delivered the message are all dead. A valet stepped into the hall and reported respectfully. Topaz walked back and forth beside the round table, scars rippling across his temple bars, filled with rage that had nowhere to be ejected. The bulge made his ugly cheeks quiver slightly. The group of ministers tightened their smiles and pretended to look furious. None of them knew what the heavenly god coronation was expecting this news to scare the Hanu away. It won't. Expecting the holy city to return to its former prosperity. No, the moment Gu Chang'an raised his city to stand outside the holy city, he definitely relied on it. Looking at each of the officials with strange expressions, Topaz laughed out loud. It was followed by a hysterical rant of filial piety. Fools, does the ascension of Julius Caesar have a single thing to do with you? If we don't take care of the demon soon, it will be hard for all of you to escape. Manor territory servant beauty. It's all going to the slaves in the colonies. The group of ministers were creeped out, with having honor almost washed over them. Yes, before the ascension, who will sanction Han Nu? Julius Caesar's life was unscathed even when he was smashed, while their bones were left intact. knowing that 70 miles of wall smashed in, occupying at least 20.5% of the holy city's territory. That means that 2.5 unlucky people out of 10 will fall to the bottom of the city to feed. Escape? Ordinary people can run away. How dare they who are officials run away? In a few moments, a calm voice rang out from outside the temple. Gentlemen, the cardinal has agreed on checks and balances. A magnificent figure came with his hands in the air, his blonde curls in and uncluttered. The great child contains an aura like an abyss. Plop, including the 12 giants of the center. The ministers all prostrated themselves on the ground with fervor in their eyes. What god is better than Mr. Cable? Julius Caesar enjoyed this heartfelt awe as he looked around the palace and an appreciative glance towards Melissa and the other 4 warlocks. Melissa's heart was so hard that it felt like a million bugs were biting it, and she still had to respond with a big smile on her face. Mr. Cable is so giddy. He should have a wickedly depraved killing spree when the truth comes out. Really? Topaz's hoarse voice resumed its emotions. Though jealous of Cable's uncrowned glory at this moment, hatred filled her brain and she thought of Hanu day and night. Aha! Julius Caesar nodded gently, then tossed his head. Spread the news of my father's impending ascension throughout the world as fast as you can, and hope that on that day, every corner of the world shall hear this honored one chanting the song of Nirvana rebirth. Yes, sir. The 12 judges spoke with one voice. They probably guessed the intention, that Julius Caesar wanted to take away the power of faith again, before he ascended. Hopefully, in 100 years and 1,000 years, Cable will be as devoutly practiced by the population as sects such as God Jesus, especially the eastern lands. Julius Caesar narrowed his eyes, never forgetting the folding of the halberd at Yenmen Pass. It's the biggest failure of a lifetime. I want to see the helpless and desolate, fearful and prostrate look of the eastern land. On that day, when the power of immortality descended, and the whole of the eastern lands were to kneel and tremble at my feet, chant my name and sing my praises, the stubborn Chinese nation had to kneel, hearing the deafening sound. The hearts and minds of the ministers trembled as if they were listening to an immortal's grand wish. The Yenmen Pass undoubtedly took a psychological toll on Julius Caesar. But so what? Take a step back. Mr. Cable, how can you lift the clouds without that failure? The brunette inquisitor said respectfully. Melissa crested a chill. Lifting the clouds. It's still cloudy. It's gotten so much bigger that it's actually going to be known in every colony, literally spreading across the world's seas and lands. On that day, wouldn't Julius Caesar become the biggest laughingstock since the beginning of time? The hearts of the remaining 3 warlocks plummeted in tightness. The 4 of them were really hurting to keep this secret. Lao Tzu said, woe is the blessing. Blessing is the ambush. A drink and a peck. In the underworld has its own heavenly determination. Mai Shaojing in the corner murmured. See, this is the destiny of God. This is why the old man insisted on the idea of surrendering to save the country. How can we resist? It's to give you a little hope and then douse it mercilessly, like teasing the Chinese goddesses, thinking he has won one game, not realizing that Julius Caesar has won the whole starry sea. Chapter 73 Angels and Demons. Next, requesting for monthly tickets. Chang'an City. The temple. The aura is dense. The beautiful and elegant empress was sitting on her plate next to the tripod of the 9 states, and in the tripod, a wizard's plate with complex patterns. Thousands of strands of mist flooded her canopy. The old royal woman Li Run stood beside her, her brows furrowed, sighing tersely from time to time. With your majesty's talent, as long as you cultivate step by step, you'll be able to advance to the holy realm. But for one step to heaven in a few months, you have to give 30 years of your life. This sorcery is extremely demanding in terms of talent. Less than a handful of cultivators in the whole of China could reach the standard. And His Majesty's sainthood is also a pseudo-sainthood that floats but is not real. The fog gradually dissolved, and seeing the Empress Phoenix eyes open and close, Li Run worriedly said, Your Majesty, do you really want to go to the barbarian sacred capital after breaking the boundary? Lip hummed. Seeing that the old man was still going to ramble on, the Empress calmly said, He should have a child with me. A continuation of his life and his spiritual support for me. There was a slight silence, and she pulled at the corner of her mouth to laugh. Should have had a daughter. Personality like him, talent like him, looks like me on the line. Li Run subconsciously retorted. Your Majesty, Chang'an is also quite handsome. The Empress gently guffawed. I wouldn't say in good conscience that my husband is a beautiful man. It's just better than the top. It's better than the bottom. It's just better than the temperament. The old woman also gave up persuasion and took up the conversation instead. It's best to have a male child. The bloodline will inherit Li Tang. It would be nice to have the dominance of sweeping the 6. Just the daughter. Li Yan's tone was resolute. Why? Lip said in a serious tone. Who is his father? A beacon of light in the darkness. A spiritual totem in a world of crumbling chaos. He was born with high hopes. but he spent his entire life. Who wants their child to live a life of condemnation and harboring, accompanied by the shadow of a tiger's father? The old woman was silent, then dumbfounded. No matter how good you are, you can't surpass that height. Favor the world's worship of Chang'an or slowly transferred to the air. Such an upbringing is likely to distort the heart. Hello, daughter? She was about to continue her nagging. Your Majesty! An anxious voice came from the side hall. Pei Jingshu stepped quickly and worriedly. The barbarian cable is about to ascend, and the geese are spreading the word. In the meantime, Chu's stargazer. The atmosphere was as stiff as iron, and the king and his subjects felt a sense of oppression. Cable breaking through his shackles was nothing less than a bolt from the blue. Just as the fire of hope is lit, bad news comes. The chancellor looked up into the dark vault of heaven and a feeling of powerlessness swept through his body. The Chu emperor's face was heavy as he looked towards the motionless, burlap-robed old man, his voice hoarse. If the ascension. The man cut him off and said only 4 words. Side by side with the heavens. The ministers were chilled to the bone, no longer needing an explanation. It was clear what it meant to stand side by side. The moment when the gates of heaven are fully open, they possess infinite greatness. Already in that realm, would one still care about killing to compromise one's cultivation? At that time, at Cable's whim, Huaxia God's country may be reduced to hell on earth, and the Yanmen Pass, which was preserved by Chang'an, would be destroyed. Will Chang'an die? Emperor Chu asked. I don't know, the scholarly man muttered to himself, his mind in complete disarray. Just then, the Gua flag flew hunter to hunter, and the copper money kacha hanging on the top of the flag cracked open. The Dao-robed woman's 7 orifices seeped blood, and she opened her bloody eyes fiercely. Li Ping, how was it? The husbandman took it in stride. The woman gazed down at the pedestal and swallowed the bitter trembling voice in her throat. Underworld providence, there's a black spot that's starting to deviate from its orbit. Emperor Chu was dizzy, barely able to stand still with the eunuch's assistance. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point, and the late fall evening breeze hit the group as if blowing into the group's internal organs. The husband's eyes drifted off and he murmured, could this be the reason why Chang'an gave his last words? The Chu emperor was struck by lightning, and the ministers were also horrified. That day at Yanmen Pass, Chang'an helped the building to fall, and won with honor, ruthlessly thwarting the arrogance of the barbarians, but saying something at the end that was almost a last wish. Is he going to die? Even a few years old children in the Central Plains know of Hirogu's exploits, standing in the defense of the city by one of its most desperate men, recasting his flesh moments before he was about to be soul destroyed. He was the miracle itself. It is the most tenacious spiritual symbol of the Chinese nation for thousands of years. Who's capable of taking him? But when he heard that cable, the brute dog, was about to ascend, the doubts that plagued the Pale people were instantly solved. So Chang'an had noticed it earlier. After resisting for so long, you still can't defeat the fate of heaven? Emperor Chu's heart was like ashes. The words are full of decadence. Li Ping wiped the blood from his cheeks and suddenly said, maybe the black spot is Chang'an? The group is silent. How is it possible? Although Hirogu's cultivation was a mystery. However, it had only been a year since he had killed the land immortals while holding the 7-colored national fortune sword, and he had been able to do so by virtue of his unprecedented willpower to raise the giant city in his hands. Besides, how could the barbarian be wrong when 4 of his top warlocks came to the same conclusion in divination? Your Majesty, are you still going to send troops? The Minister of War paced closer and asked with half hesitation. Previously, the female emperor of the Tang dynasty issued an edict that the 7 kingdoms would raise an army after the fall harvest, a battle that would not only recover the lost lands, it was also necessary to occupy the peninsular Japanese as well as the southern tribes to give Shenzhou an ample buffer zone. Hirogu has given the Chinese nation a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The man drives like a nail into the holy city while holding Abyss at bay, and as long as he doesn't go down, the barbarian side has no extra energy to deal with the frontier. As always, he gave the nation a ray of hope with his life. But with the shocking news, the chances of going to war were minimized. Fight! Suddenly, Emperor Chu roared. Your Majesty, Shanshu was about to advise. Emperor Chu looked around the entire Stargazer's terrace and spoke decisively. I'll repeat what Chang'an said. Keep it, keep it, keep it. I can't see through it. But as Zhuge Liang said, bow down and die. Kong Ming has practiced these 8 words throughout his life, and no matter how it ends, he must try to do it. If the sky falls tomorrow, fight today and be worthy of the ground beneath your feet. Shame on the ancestors at the head. The group of ministers were silent for a few moments and then said in unison, yes, sir, and also to be worthy of the person Gu Chang'an. He was striving in the most dangerous places, and the nation could not enjoy itself comfortably, though it could not do so side by side, but at least take a step toward the west. The scholarly scholar nodded, but suddenly his expression changed abruptly. his gaze incredible to the extreme. He hung in the air and sped along, disappearing in an instant. The monarch and ministers looked at each other in dismay. What had made the husband so agitated? Rolling down the Yangtze River, a woman with green silk at her waist treads on the waves, and the husband can come and go. Looking at her back respectfully. You are? The woman said flatly. I can't quite remember my name, so you can call me Fisherman's Song. She stopped and turned her head, a graceful, dignified face with a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. How can? Why? The man opened and closed his lips, and his voice trembled more than a little like a boat in a river. His spiritual world, in this instant, was shattered. A land goddess, deep in his memory, he had even crossed paths with this woman. When she was young, she traveled far away with a book bag on her back, and when she was on a boat in the East China Sea, she was the woman who supported the boat. A full 50 years, the appearance is unchanged. It's been a long time. Fishing Gezi snickered with an expressionless face. The former spirited scholar is now dying of old age. The man tensed his face and suddenly smiled. The old man's smile was so forlorn. This is the glorious China of thousands of years of civilization, and even in the face of great adversity, there will always be some amazing people. Does she count the pride of God's country? Or the humiliation? In a land barren of auras, the fishing songs became terrestrial deities. And it was likely to be in existence in the upper echelon of gods, or at least stronger than him. But for countless national disasters, this woman has acted as a cold-eyed spectator. How can you show up with a clear conscience? The husbandman curbed his bearish anger and, dead eyes on her. The fisherman's song rippled and said softly, cultivators cannot step into the turbid world. There is nothing inherently wrong with living for oneself. It seemed a long time since he had spoken. His voice was obscure and intermittent, and as he grew accustomed to it he narrated it. On the day of the great change in the heavenly Tao, I happened to be passing through Yanmen Pass, and heavenly blessings crackled above my head. Both opened the door to a new world for me, and let me watch my son and grandson die of old age without being able to do anything about it. Despite my anonymity, I fought off the Yangtze River flood 40 years ago. It has also prevented an insurgent from massacring the city. And then I slowly came to understand that I couldn't sweep the snow off my own doorstep, much less have the energy to care about the frost on other people's tiles. If you can sweep up a family, you can't sweep up the world's families. The man had difficulty accepting this statement and sneered. You could have saved countless fresh lives. The people can't decide their own destiny, and you get to keep them alive. The fisherman's song is a step on the waves. Word for word. I am a fisherwoman from the East China Sea. What does the world have to do with me? The weak should have been eliminated. This is the law of heaven. I am 129 years old to date, and as a child I have seen the 4 barbarians in Bingo, the Kaiyuan era, when all the nations came to visit, also witnessed a ship being swallowed up by the sea. Just because Li Longji's beloved consort Yang Yuan wanted to eat Lingnan lychee, the laborers broke their fortune by enough millions of copper coins just for a cluster of fresh lychee that can't spoil. When you've seen too many ridiculous things, your heart will be numb. Even if China revives and recreates Tang, there is still exploitation and oppression in this land, and a single thought from the higher-ups leaves countless people dead. It's hopeless. The man's eyes were red and he hissed, but you've got to keep the people alive, so they can choose to live or die, not a lamb to be slaughtered under the butcher's knife of the barbarians. You go and ask the people of this land if they want to live better and live longer. Conscience is paramount, and ghosts and gods cannot be deceived. Perhaps unable to defend himself, Fishing Songzi simply said bluntly, morality has been applied only to the people from time immemorial. Don't impose it on me, and when you get to the realm of the gods, only pursue ascension. The man was physically and mentally exhausted, and he thundered, what should you do if, on that day, Yanmen Pass is destroyed? You hide in hidden corners, enjoying the comfort that the long peace gives you. The fisherman's song was suddenly silent. You know, she replied curtly. The man was stunned, then laughed his head off and pointed and cursed at her. That's right. Without the aura, we'll go to the holy city. The barbarians have vowed to slaughter all the Chinese bloodlines, but there will always be a point of respect left for the land gods. The land gods hid like rats, and now they venture forth because they can't stand the temptation. Can they? That's right. Fishing Songzi admitted frankly. Without this message, she would have just stayed in hiding and practiced, until the end of his life or breaks through his bondage and ascends to the white jade palace in the sky. But today, she understands that she's gone down the wrong path. Or never on the right path. The only way to ascend is through the abyss of divine destiny. She needs the experience of Julius Caesar. All the more reason to bathe in the Tao of the densest law. The man's face was hideous, and a line of vastly bright and righteous chi was handed out. The river hangs upside down in front of the woman, forming a curtain of water. Execute! Half a pillar of the heavenly gate was streaming with light. and the long purple river rumbled and exploded like rolling thunder. Don't bother, old me doesn't want to hurt you. Fishing Songzi didn't fight back, but only showed the heavenly gate and then he flew away on the waves. Even though the word punish with the heavenly constitution in its mouth smashed into his back, it only opened a gaping hole. The fisherman's songbird's dress was stained with blood, and she accelerated her pace without looking back. Please, the man said in a near tearful voice. How desperate our Chinese sons and daughters would have been if you had succumbed to the fate of heaven. You are a god. Sorry. A cold voice came from the distance. There was no more woman in sight. The man fell into the river, letting the water pour in, letting his body sink to the bottom, only to feel so exhausted. Is it a god? After a long time, Dongwu Qingong came late, and he asked with red eyes. There was really no need to ask. There was no mistaking that exposed scent. Ridiculous, isn't it? It's funny. Fuzzy got up from the bottom of the river and, crouching on the shore like a helpless old man. The devil! Screamed Jingong, hysterically, as he lost control of his emotions. Worthy of Chang'an, unworthy of the soldiers who died and were martyred. By what right can you hide with a clear conscience? And why should you show your face? You are not expected to stand up and offer help. But how can you stab us in the heart? The man was lost in thought. The holy city was in continuous drizzle, and Gu Chang'an always held up the city of Guzi. The city was filled with rampaging sword chi for a radius of 70 miles, and the cracks in the city bricks were filled with doom and sin chi, just missing the city gates. Suddenly, he twisted his head to look, his expression first surprised, then showing a kind smile. No need to help me. I can do it alone. The fisherman's songbird froze, hanging in the air and stroking her hair from her temples. There was and is only this man in the whole world who can make her feel guilty, even without a face. Looking at the clear smile, what should she say? Heaven and earth fell silent for a moment. Gu Chanan's smile faded away. Talking about chills. Just feel sad for those Chinese martyrs who fearlessly sacrificed their lives. He would have been happy. After all, he could take the old abyssal monster with him when he died. Then this land god is truly invincible. With her around, cultivators wouldn't dare set foot in China again. All was silent, and the drizzle crackled as it dripped down the citadel. Fishing Songzi said softly as she caged her sleeves with both hands and bent over slightly. Blame me? No complaints. Gu Chang'an replied calmly. Past experiences were different, and he occasionally hated his magnificent self. Even a life of tea, rice, oil and salt was a luxury. He was born with a mission when he opened his eyes to the world, and something had to be done. But he will never be an indifferent spectator while his nation suffers. Abyss. The heated argument came to an abrupt end. When Julius Caesar ceased to speak and all was silent in the castle, one could actually hear the violent beating of a heart. Unspeakably shocking. The Chinese civilization is really scary enough. This land of the Central Plains has never lacked great Han slaves. So many pop up in every era. Beyond the abyss, there are actually land gods. Absurd joke. While Julius Caesar was appalled, a strong sense of pride arose. Even a dragon must lie down. Even a tiger must lie down for this honored one. That's good. The fisherman's songbird whispered. If I kill you, don't complain. Gu Chang'an looked at her. Fishing Songzi took 2 steps back, bent down to salute again, and nodded his head. No complaints. With that, he quickly turned around and headed farther north toward the city gates. After all, she didn't go through the front door, facing her fellow Chinese, and she was afraid of the city smashing down on her. Can we go back to the Middle Kingdom? Gu Chanan asked aloud. Fishing Songzi didn't reply again and disappeared in an instant. Gu Chang'an retracted his eyes and murmured. I gave you a chance. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes. On my knees. Chapter 74 Heavenly Changes. The Northern City Gates. The old monsters of the abyss lined up to greet the pilgrims who had traveled from afar. Many chiefs and kings crowded in the long street in great numbers. The shock in their hearts could never be calmed. Still far underestimating the Chinese nation. The Eastland Divine Kingdom, truly the pinnacle of civilization a century ago. Even through the extreme harshness of the catastrophe, there will also be 1 or 2 brilliant period figures emerging. For example, Gu Chanan. For example, the gods who are about to succumb to the divine order. Is she great or is she mean? Welcome to the pilgrimage to the lighthouse of humanity. Julius Caesar, in his black and gold robe, looked so noble and elegant when he opened his arms, and unbeatable. He watched the graceful and dignified woman approaching. His cultivation was in the ranks of the gods, and could be ranked in the upper middle class. Simply gifted. With pleasure. Fishing Songzi's face was expressionless as he hovered 30 feet away. Topaz World sneered. Acting reserved? Putting on airs? Does a lowly surrendered man, M.O., think he has any dignity left? An eerie silence fell over the city. Melissa Art's scalp tingled. This lie has invariably woven a monstrous web. Idiot. Thanks to your secluded practice, you can't resist temptation. Her afterglow surveyed the 3 warlocks traveling with her, and the 4 of them said, darkly, God forbid. Be glad it hasn't gotten to the worst of it yet. If this woman had never shown her face, the Abyss would never have known that there was a god hidden in the eastern lands. When Gu Chang'an broke through the realm, the balance between those 2 civilizations would be broken. In short, a woman is supposed to be a pawn on a chessboard that can determine victory or defeat, but she joined the underdog side. We have finally made a contribution to the kingdom of God. The 4 of them had a heart-to-heart. Do you now agree with my genocidal policy? Topaz gently looked at the 12 judges. Deliberately raise your voice. The group of ministers gave a very subtle look of approval. Dong to Han slaves must all be annihilated. Are really ing stubborn. Same as a disgusting cockroach. A little mercy, and the cockroaches would be hiding in the dark, stinking gutter, waiting endlessly until the day of opportunity. Must be slaughtered and exterminated. Leaving the Chinese bloodline are hidden dangers. Fishing Sanzi stared at the queen for a long time and said in a deep voice, little girl, you're in no position to be shady with old me. I'm in awe of the way of heaven, and yet I see you as an ugly bore. You, Topaz's world flesh scar twitched. Cersei sneered. Bitch really thinks she's the throne of authority? She serves the way of heaven. My elder brother. The victors are us. The Anglo-Saxon nation. Not you. The Topaz tribe. The thugs. Julius Caesar raised an eyebrow. Tantalizingly. Either assimilate and fuse or return to your lair. The Abyss does not accept the alien. Reach out after saying that. The crutch old woman handed over a pill shaped like obsidian. It has no effect on your cultivation, but if you betray the supreme divine kingdom, your chi-si will be shattered and your meridians will be broken. Julius Caesar added, either you give in or you die, and there is categorically no room for good offices. It was impossible to give her a chance to return to the eastern lands, but I don't want to waste resources hunting until it's absolutely necessary. After all, the one at the main city gate is the scourge. Abyss has to weigh the pros and cons as well. Get on board or not. Take your pick. Cersei's tone was extremely quick, and seemed to have no time to lose. In fact, it is clear to everyone that the people of the kingdom of God are only paying lip service to the real heart of the matter is that one cannot betray the chain of benefits extended by the divine principle. Fishing Songzi hesitated for a long time, glancing at the distant castle Blood Moon. She caught the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The body's chi was unaffected. Welcome. Julius Caesar laughed freely. Any other descender would have had to hand in a caste or lick his shoes in allegiance, but the gods still had to show some face. Do you believe in God Allah or Buddha Tao? Cersei asked with a smile as she paced closer. Believe in yourself. Fishing Songzi was indifferent. Go. Julius Caesar returned to the Abyss, and a host of old monsters left in great numbers. Fishing Songzi looked toward the old man in the corner of the opera house as he was leaving and said lightly, Dupe May. Facing the god's initiative to greet him, Mei Shogang raised his head to reveal an amiable smile and respectfully said, Thank you. What? Mei Shogang smiled grimly and pointed at her in pain. Snarling filial piety. Thank you for being the first shameless sycophant ever in China for me. Asterisk asterisk. Dog thief. Fishing Songzi was slightly stunned, then he shook his head and lost his smile as he stepped towards the Abyss. She didn't care what molehills thought a long time ago. She's going to pursue ascension. Who cares about the floods in my hometown? Legacy. Mei Shogang looked up to the sky and sighed sadly, old tears streaming down his face. Duke, don't you believe in surrendering to save the Middle Kingdom? The Japanese Emperor Udo walked over and snickered. Mai Shaojing twisted his head away and stumbled. That day he insulted and wildly slandered Gu Chang'an at Yanmen Pass. I just hope that the homeland practitioners will give up their resistance and keep the fire. Just because he denied what Gu Chang'an had done didn't mean he denied Gu Chang'an as a person. The two men were diametrically opposed to each other, but both had the people in their hearts. Nothing more than a contradiction in the path between kneeling and standing. And the women? She clearly has the ability to change the fate of many people by standing up even once in her life. But she's cold and selfish to the bone. If massacring millions of Chinese people could ascend, this would absolutely not hesitate to. Not even a frown. Don't even think of preserving the civilization of God's country by the surrender of such people. There is no more home or country in her mind. The idea of a nation. Gu Chang'an, old me is not worthy of you. As it turns out, you're wrong. From the moment you stepped out of the West, you were wrong. The old man was right. Kneel to live. Even the gods made the same choice. Mai Shaojing whispered to himself. How? Julius Caesar stood on the spiral staircase, and the blood moon seemed as if he could lift his hand and pick it. The surrounding aura was so dense that it was beyond compare. The fisherman's songbird gently closed his eyes and pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Close to the sky. The great gift of heaven. If she had been inside the castle from the very beginning of her cultivation, Her cultivation level would have been on par with Cable's. Weak would only be a tiny bit weaker. It's not too late. Since Cable could soar, she was sure she could do the same. It was just a matter of time. You say that you are a boatwoman, and that you have made your living by the sea for generations, and that my family is also by the sea. A pirate for shame. So what? As usual, your feet are on the great starry sun. Julius Caesar's tone was light. The conversation turned, and he stared at the fishing song. But there's a crazy beast entrenched outside the abyss. Fishing Songzi's demeanor didn't change. Since she wanted her to take a stand, she was blunt. Foreigners who disobey the way of heaven, put to death. God will also praise you for your choices. Enjoy. With a satisfied nod, Julius Caesar leapt down the steps and stepped into the altar. The altar stood several hundred figures, with the cardinal and Topaz as the center of the circle. The crowd stared and watched. A short-haired bearded man, topless, said as he maneuvered a wooden stick boulder, "Look, I don't have the strength to move a rock, but if I use this stick and a small pad of rocks, it would be easy to pry it up." Sure enough, the boulder was lifted up a corner. Thousands of years ago, a great wise man of my Sicily, Archimedes, came up with the principle of the lever. He said, "Give a fulcrum and you can pry up the whole world." The bearded man was smug. "Are you sure you can pry the city?" Topaz looked at him out of the corner of his eye, half convinced. The bearded man nodded his head and said with a firm face, "As long as there's a fulcrum, and the heaven-destroying array is the best fulcrum," the crutch old woman said smoothly. At Yenmen Pass, if the Han Nu had been able to smash the formation, the first blow wouldn't have smashed Tuoba Yuchin. There will be no verbal threats afterward. From this it can be proved that although the sky-destroying formation cannot sanction the city of Guzi, but it must be able to bear the weight of the fall of this city. Julius Caesar took the opportunity to interject. Tantalizingly, the array can transform into a mountain of laws, so use it as a fulcrum. As for the stick, it's up to the Pope. The cardinal came through the thunder mist, and he could think of the ghostly image of the cross and the hourglass of purple blood. Naturally, there are means of making sticks. Who's going to pry? He asked. The many old monsters suddenly fell silent. The city is dead, but the people are alive. Gu Chang'an would not be indifferent. People. 100,000 Han slaves. Or 1,000,000. Topaz laughed in an extraordinarily cruel manner. Just picturing that image makes me feel good and fast. 1,000,000 Han slaves are prying the city apart. And you, Gu Chang'an, will either execute your compatriots or sit back and watch the city be toppled. Tipping it upside down means the sword is disorganized. And even if you can lift it again, the city full of sword energy must also be brewed anew. And with this lapse of time, Julius Caesar may be one step ahead. At that time the heavenly greatness, you are in pieces. Good idea. The cardinal's voice was hoarse and, perhaps the offer was a little too harsh, but the fire was about to reach his brow. And where was mercy to be had? What if the demons slaughter mercilessly? The old crone with the cane wondered. 1,000,000 of his countrymen. If he kills them, then kill them, and capture another 1,000,000, until he goes mad again. Tuoba Tianxia's voice was waveless. Then he looked at Julius Caesar. This is the decision of the kingdom of God. What do you think? Satisfied with her solicitous attitude, Julius Caesar waved his hand. Implemented as soon as possible. The crowd of old monsters nodded their heads. Carrying out a lever pivot presupposes a demon smashing the city, and it would be best if the city was lifted to return to the west. But it's obviously not possible. Where will he smash? The old blonde monster inquired. Pilgrimage K. Topaz gritted his teeth. With Hanu's character, he definitely smashed his way into the holiest place of faith in the Sky City. Just then, coronation of the heavenly god. Latest news. Inquisitoress Beth, who was in charge of the intelligence agency, walked into the altar and said without hesitation, after Abyss left Yenmen Pass that day, Gu Chang'an gave a speech in the plains. According to the practitioners present, it is suspected that the last words were explained in a pessimistic tone. Intelligence channels are summarized 1,000 times over. The castle was silent. Everyone, including Julius Caesar, had their children's pores plummeted, feeling so absurd and ridiculous. Like a deathbed announcement? How does this old world barb think he's going to die? Unless, so that's how it is. Ha ha. Tuoba Tianxia let loose a loud laugh. The sound of the laugh was sharp and piercing. Caesar, the first time he saw your true face was at Yenmen Pass. The old monsters came to a realization. Indeed, on both national days, Caesar stood motionless in the castle. The only thing that set up the heaven-destroying array was that it was the first time he had left the holy city in decades. With that glance at Yenmen Pass, Gu Chang'an understood too much. Seems to detect a kind of heavenly power that is about to coalesce. After all, it's normal for old world monsters to have all sorts of deus ex machina. Julius Caesar revealed a genuine smile that had been missing for a long time. and lamented with his hands behind his back. Did my father scare him? Why are you even scared out of your last words? So you can be a coward. His expression grew morose and cold as he said in a single word. So you too can be helpless to the point of dying. So you too fear the way of heaven. Topaz whirled teased as if he was relieved. Gentlemen, he's in a hurry. Genuinely dogged. When a dog knows he's dying, he leaves his home and runs far away before he closes his eyes. This is preparing to die in the holy city of God's kingdom Na. After a pause, she grinned her lips with reckless abandon. It's still bad luck after all. The old monsters leaned forward and back. And when things became clear, the fear dissipated completely. Even his opponents knew he was dying. What was Abyss afraid of? Hearing the rousing laughter from below, the fishing song was silent. Abyss had an afterthought, and she'd seen it coming. The combination of the account's last words and Julius Caesar's impending ascension made it clear where Gu Chang'an was. Abruptly, the laughter stopped abruptly. Coronet. The city moved. A saint rushed in on fire. The old monsters dodged and stepped out of the castle, looking up to see the rickety outline of Blood City. Sound the bell and order the people to quickly flee the pilgrimage quay. Fleeing 100 miles around, Topaz whirled snapped, staring at Blood City as he ordered. But for a moment, her hideous gaze became grotesque. Like a taunt? Because the heavens are angry. Rumble. The blue sky was rapidly covered by layers of black mist, and the long sky was pale, drooping with black clouds and down. Thunder and lightning bloomed with green flames, starting to burn from above the abyss and surging furiously towards the main city. The holy city is like the end of days. This is an unprecedented vision of great terror. It was as if it was going to annihilate everything, and the wild wind and thundersea was going to devour the alien evil disciples alive. The wrath of heaven. The wrath of heaven. The people hiding in their homes prostrate themselves and weep with joy. You can get in and out as you go, but not the city, because God forbid. That which is beyond the control of the will of heaven is sworn to be buried, Julius Caesar said quietly, as this fierce vision of heavenly wrath was still spreading, enough to radiate for millions of miles. The old monsters breathed a sigh of relief. If they had known that Turtle Town coming into the sacred city would trigger the wrath of heaven, they definitely wouldn't have given up the heaven-destroying array. He was just 2 days off. But nothing matters. Just enjoy it nowadays. Look. What does he look like? Julius Caesar pointed into the black sea of thunder where the Holocaust had gathered. A city. A white dot. The fisherman's song didn't say anything. Like a dog, Topaz clasped his fists to his chest and watched with air. Zhao, Shu, and Northern Liang. The people of the three countries stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in shock as a pile of black clouds meandered and swam around as if the sea rolled out of the waves. One by one, pounding, thunder and lightning densely crackling smashed the black sea. It's Hero Gu. It's Hero Gu. The black clouds reflected the image of the Lake of Molds, a figure holding up the city of blood in green flames. The steps moved slowly. In a small courtyard in Liangzhou, the cloaked old crone was suddenly giddy and pointed to the sky. Chadhan, it's my Chadhan. A group of relatives under the eaves had pale expressions, and only the grandson walked to the courtyard and said with tears in his eyes, "Yes, you're not wrong. Grandmother has been crazy since she came home. She talks about Lonely Town all the time. She doesn't recognize any of her relatives, but one look at the figure in the sky and you know his name clearly. What's with the Longan jaywalking?" The crone drew her legs toward the house, and it was a long time before she brought the bowl quickly, laughing happily. "Cooked beans for him, and you'll serve them quickly to Chanan, who always thinks there's not enough salt in. As much as you want this time." The grandson shook his head as he listened to the rumbling overhead. "Chang'an is a long way off." The old woman frowned in displeasure, and after a few moments was unconcerned. "Who's he fighting again?" "After the fight, he went home, like he always does." The grandson was silent for a long time, and then the word sank out. Heaven. Chapter 75, Meeting the Moment of Terror. This view is only to be found in heaven, and is rare on earth. Julius Caesar gazed over the abyss and teased at the end. "This is how you chant poetry in the eastern lands, isn't it?" Fishing Songzi gently nodded his head. Two emotions, horror and fervor, simultaneously intertwined within him. Heaven's might is unfathomable. This was also the first time she had witnessed the vision of the heavenly Tao's fury. It is as if the heavenly fairy is fishing on earth, drinking wine while waving a brush and splashing ink in his leisure time, opening his mouth and spitting. Alcohol is making waves on earth. Let the indignation come more fiercely. Tuoba Tianxia waved his arms, his face showing intoxication. Countless old monsters stood on the spiral staircase, looking at the calamity that was both near and far. A deep sense of insignificance. This is the destiny of God. The lightning black serpent snaked and danced wildly, like a huge plow swung down from the sky, plowing in all directions. Gradually, like a python or a dragon, it cracked through the sky, like ink and black clouds, like a hurricane and a thunderstorm, damaging the rolling sea level. It was in a rage, and Blood City was not to be entered by an inch. The white-clad figure holding up the city of Guzi in his palm was completely and utterly bound to the, couldn't even take a step. Gu Chang'an, aren't you arrogant? Aren't you cocky? What's the matter? Preferring to stay still? In the scene of the doomsday disaster, the voice of Topaz's world, sharp as a cone, rang out. She flew off the spiral staircase and stood at the cross in the center of the altar, sneering, a stupidly arrogant and lakey. Little kids. The voice borrowed the greatness of the cross to penetrate the abyss and spread throughout the sky city. Tens of millions of people looked up at the sea of thunder and lightning, and a sudden surge of unprecedented emotion came over them. 2 consecutive national tragedies and no reaction from the abyss. They even doubt the word's destiny. But now, God, the rage, hallelujah, hallelujah. The populace roared with frenzied felicity, or with devotion, or with excitement, unbridled venting of inner aggression. Heaven has finally come into play a little bit to take the ignorant and fearless demon hard. As the heavenly god Coronet had said, Gu Chang'an was just a childish urchin. I didn't bother you before, but you're getting on my nerves. Why do you look like an immobile animal now? Dare you move? The elder of the Topaz clan walked quickly to the cross and threw his weight around. Listen, we want to fight against any opposition to the co-prosperity of the world. Whoever dares to stop mankind from running to the beacon of glory is our enemy. There would be no new world without the king's clan, the Topaz, and the Queen of Valor. There would be no spectacle of demonic humiliation to be seen. It is a supreme honor to be a child of the kingdom of God in this life. The old man was agitated to no end, roaring so much that his forehead veins blossomed one by one. The people of Sky City followed after hearing this and heckled, Queen Topaz, Mother of God, Queen Topaz, Mother of God. Beneath the sea of thunder, wherever the storm goes, it sings its praises. Tuoba Tianxia's face trembled slightly, and he actually burst into hot tears. How long has it been since the day she ascended the throne? She had not heard her subjects cry out in adoration to her. Nothing but insults or insults. Blame her for all the humiliation that the kingdom of God has endured, and make her naked and nailed to the pillar of shame for all time. But today, the people of the holy city are calling her name. She knew that the populace actually worshipped only the heavenly Tao. But so what? All eyes are on the abyss, and the abyss stands tall, and the Hanunu is as ridiculous as a lost dog. Still not back? Cersei smiled as she watched the waves of thunderclouds pouring down. God, what a dumbass to make a fool of himself. The rest of the old monsters let out sneers. Gu Chang'an can come in, but not this city. God forbid. It's useless to try harder. In vain. They were as if they were on the verge of an attack, using the sky-destroying formation as a fulcrum and studying the crowbar. He even speculated that Blood City would be lost there, not realizing that he had worried for nothing. Fisherman Song, you tell him to get his ass back in there, Julius Caesar said suddenly. Topaz's expression suddenly changed, and the scars on his cheeks tangled together and slowly tensed up again. This is an order from the abyss. Please carry it out. She looked to the graceful and dignified woman. Many practitioners nodded. The kingdom of God has already won a great victory, and if the Han Nu rolls away in ashes, then the abyss lifts the hidden danger of the mongrel's entrenchment. After all, the wrath of heaven is not a heavenly calamity. It can't hurt a single hair of Han Nu's head. It's just forbidden to come in from Turtle Town. Wait for the moment when Julius Caesar ascends, and then let the Han Nu god's soul be destroyed. He will choose to smash outside the city. The crutch old woman said worriedly. Whatever. Tuoba Tianxia had a needless face and laughed instead of hurrying, holding up the city to intimidate the people. But the city of blood can't even get into the city in the sky. Can it be comical? Besides, it's better to be under the eye of the beholder, so as to save Julius Caesar from having to look for someone when the time comes. Caesar held his hands behind his back, his posture unassailable. The fisherman's song hangs in the air, stepping into the hurricane towards the main city gates, and the closer he gets to there, the lightning and thunder then come closer to the earth, until, at a distance of 200 feet from the city of blood, she stood and stared and, black hurricane inside 3 layers outside 3 layers wrapped 70 miles of the city. Looking upstairs is the horror of rolling thunder waves. Will fall not fall. If you can't do it, go home. The fisherman's songbird said softly. Zhao, Shu and Liang, both the people plowing in the fields and the generals guarding the borders. At this moment all looked up at the unprecedented vision. The sea of thunder rolled and surged, pressing horizontally in all directions, 10,000 times more terrifying than any heavenly phenomenon the poet had fantasized about. And a figure stood at the center of the disaster. Despite looking at the molded lake, I still witnessed the lonely city shaking. Hirogu is fighting with the sky. Is he afraid? A soldier asked in a trembling voice. The obese and bloated first-rate general held the regulator door and said forcefully, "No, he's proud." The surrounding generals were silent, and the shocking wrath of the heavens was felt from tens of thousands of miles away. Being in a lightning vortex, how terrifying a pressure should one endure? They, as ordinary people with no talent for martial arts, could hardly feel what the will of heaven was, more out of sight and out of mind. But this day is seared into the soul. Hirogu is going to hold off for a while, the soldier muttered. Who expected the fat general to become furious and kicked him to the ground? Hysterical. Avoid your mother's head. Avoid your ancestors. Avoid having children without assholes. After sprouting a string of expletives, his tiger eyes turned red with exuberance. Draw your sword. He will draw his sword, as he has always done. Your Chinese nation has passed down the mythological stories of Yugong removing mountains, Quafu chasing the sun, and Jingwei filling in the sea. Don't you want to see what a ripple the Katsura half-sun is? The fat general winced with excitement. He is folding Lan Su. You could say you've watched that man grow up, step by step. When he was at his weakest, he dared to face hundreds of elite soldiers with one sword. And now that he was a land god, why did he not dare to face the wrath of heaven? If you, Gu Chang'an, wimp out, I, Folan Su, will look down on you, though I surrender shamelessly, though my reputation is in tatters. If you don't dare to get on the, I just despise you. Once upon a time, Gu Chang'an would never move a muscle, beat the drums and cheer. Folan Su let out a wild whistle. All of a sudden, the barracks wilderness resounded with the sound of drums as dense as the rain, though far less than the thunder of a million, but it still makes the general's heart pound. Holy city, going home? Gu Chang'an's palm trembled more than once, but the other hand pointed at the city wall overhead and, it is home. As for you, it's just as well that you're not a Chinese hero who saves the day. If you want to avoid the world and cultivate, then you should shrink for the rest of your life. And you want to put a dog chain around your neck. Is it cool to be led by barbarians? He and the city were like a flatboat in the ocean, as if they could be overturned at any moment. The dense pillars of thunder and lightning snakes crackled down. I thought your heart was like still water and you wouldn't get angry. Fishing Songzi's eyebrows knitted. She didn't care about the opinions of molehills, but Gu Chang'an's insults made her very uncomfortable. Get as far away as you can, Gu Chang'an said indifferently. Who is he not to be angry? When he saw this woman for the first time, he rejoiced in the nations. Perhaps the people will suffer. At least the perilous land of God has a pair of giant hands to cover it, because before he dies, he's going to take out all the land gods in the abyss. At that time, this woman would be the #1 in the world, able to seize the most cultivation resources and make everyone in the future generations of cultivators like dragons. But she ruined herself. Gu Chang'an was glad that this woman had shown up early, or else this kind of self-serving cultivator. It's the dream demon of the Middle Kingdom. You think you deserve praise for going against the grain? Not realizing that you are the ultimate scourge of the Chinese nation. You are trying to satisfy your own ideals, but you are trying to move a huge mountain over the heads of the people of the Central Plains. Fishing Songzi could no longer contain his emotions. His words were like knives, and his expression was as morose as iron. If there is no heavenly grace, then the living people will still be oppressed and exploited by the kings and emperors. You have to recognize that the vast majority of cases are born without, live without. The future of the world is predetermined the moment you are born. Is it really fair that Wu Zetian perfected the imperial examinations? Where can a poor son afford a handful of scrolls? How can you compete when the gatekeeper's bookshelves are covered in dust? How can a poor son become an official? What's wrong with heavenly ways? It gave the world the opportunity to have power. What with the powerful and the dignitaries? And to blow their heads off with one foot. This is the destiny of the heavens above your head. The woman who had lived for 2 clicks showed her face in a grimace. At the end, she said in a single word, the way of heaven cannot be violated. It is only fools and rogues who protect their families and their country. True faith is absolute power. Gu Chang'an said with an expressionless face. If, without partiality, the land of God possesses an equal aura, that the Middle Kingdom is still so miserably defeated that it can only recognize its own incompetence, recognize its own waste, hide and lick your wounds and bite your teeth and endure the humiliation. But it's not fair. Since I can't do it in one bowl, I'll make it even. You? Fishing Songzi's green silk roamed with the wind, tugging at the corners of her mouth and, I don't know whether it was a helpless smile or implied sarcasm, but she said coldly, after the great change in heaven, the land of China will not become a climate. That nation has become mediocre and incompetent, and you and I, as the only land gods, would be fools not to live for ourselves. So much for turning away or continuing to be the laughingstock of the barbarians. You have a choice. The fisherman's songbird turned around and walked away. She hadn't been holding out for persuasion. She was just fulfilling her duty. Gu Chang'an laughed. The words of the surrenderees were even more vicious than those of the barbarians. Who are you to insult the land that gave you birth? Since it is all decided that heaven cannot be violated, I will be a fool. As the murmur fell, a strand of sword chi forced its way into the chest of the cut off a hand-sized piece of flesh and blood. The sword chi progressed layer by layer, along with the blood and flesh surging into the stormy thunder sea. In the pilgrimage square, people of yellow, white and black skins converged to chant hallelujah. One shouts and kneels with unparalleled devotion to the divine order of the abyss. They had already experienced twice how terrifying the demons of the eastern lands were, and they were even on the verge of despair. But in front of the will of heaven, it was a foolish and childish child. Can't even move. That's hilarious. He must be suffocating so much right now that he wants to burrow into the ground with no dignity at all. Who has ever experienced that kind of embarrassment? You can't get in, and you're afraid to leave for fear of losing face. Turns out demons can be reduced to clowns. The people of the nations whispered, and even proposed to go to the main city gates and mock it to their faces. But just saying, after all, the city can't move, but the sword energy can. Only some of the chief kings were reticent and suddenly felt sad. No matter how down and out Gu Chahan was, he was still fighting against the sky. A giant of the times is doing a great job of shaking up heaven's destiny. You ants, and yet you can mock it with impunity? Who's laughing at him? Steep. The deafening storm of thunder and lightning stagnation was a sudden stop and a flash. The entire sky city clamored to a halt and looked up at the sky in confusion. It's clearly still dark doom. All things fall silent to two voices, the sound of footsteps, and the scraping sound of the walls moving. Perhaps only the abyss could hear that step. Julius Caesar was creeped out. Tuoba Tianxia shuddered. The continuous smile on his face fiercely froze, as if he were a horrible ghost. P.S. Please, 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 please. Chapter 76. It's creepy to look at. The greatest fear is the sudden quietness of the air. In the instant that heaven's wrath stagnated, all the people of Sky City felt suffocated, especially the ear-piercing sound of the walls rubbing together, straight away causing countless people to be scared out of their wits. The split second seemed unbearably long. Rumble. The thick ink like thunderclouds once again roared, sweeping in as monstrous waves. The lightning flames snaked into a dense mass, smashing the giant net into the bottom of the sea as if they were out fishing. Mightier. Topaz's cold limbs regained their temperature as she slowly paced to the altar cross. The vocals hissed. Hanu no longer has any dignity. He's now dogged. It will do everything to fight against the heavens mandate, so everyone can just watch the jokes. The kingdom of God blesses all the children of God except the Hanukkah. Hallelujah. The people were silent. Don't dare to insult anymore or look up. That was so weird just now. I shudder at the thought. Why did the wrath of heaven stop? Did the demon think of a means of resistance? In the abyssal castle, the males were reticent to even suspect that moment was an illusion. Julius Caesar stood with his arms folded, took a step into the altar, and said in a deep voice, I am the great Richard Cable. Darkness will never consume light. Evil will never triumph over good. The abyss is the lighthouse of the world, lighting the way for mankind to move forward. I have heard that your faith has loosened a bit lately. Could it be that you want to taste the wrath of heaven as well? If you go with the flow, you live. If you go against the flow, you die. The old monsters nodded. It was a perfect opportunity for showmanship. With 2 national days of shame and the return of the sky-destroying array route, there were dark currents everywhere in the God's Kingdom territory as well as in the colonies, and questions about the abyss arose. Originally, they had made them anxious, not realizing that Han Nu's raising of the city had drawn the wrath of the heavenly Tao, just in time for abyss to be perfectly whitewashed and restored to peak style. Hearing the voice of Julius Caesar, the taut heartstrings of the people of the holy city immediately relaxed. Started singing and dancing in the streets again. If demons can rival heaven, they rip their own heads off. The heavenly Tao Reiki benefits all mankind above, and the eastern earth and divine kingdom below. I just don't understand how can't know what's good or bad when it's such a great blessing. A dark-skinned, thick-lipped member of the populace yelled. He simply questioned demonic intelligence. It's understandable to insult the holy city in the first place. After all, racial enmity is immortal. But you've been kicked in the head by a camel for fighting the mandate of heaven? A bunch of black-faced slaves. The people of the Japanese and Mockingjay Peninsula showed expressions of contempt. Accustomed to being slaves, they certainly do not understand our yellow skin's resistance to the injustice of heaven. It is also strange that lowly mole crickets dare to insult the Kuanping soaring in the 9 heavens. Even though Gu Chang'an was destined to fail, daring to try was already a noble spirit. Steep. The black waves of the sky dome came to an abrupt halt on their way to pouring down. and the terrifying storm stopped between heaven and earth. Bang! There was a violent crash. No! It's two voices. At this moment, the holy city was as dead as a tomb cellar. Everyone's hair stood on end. Anyone more stupid sensed something was wrong. Once is the exception. What about twice or three times? How can it be? Topaz's heart stopped, and his subconscious flew to the top of the spiral staircase that, dead eyes on the movement outside the city. For a split second, she gasped as if she'd been stuck by the neck, her eyeballs rolling up in a straight line. Distant beads of bright red blood were visible. He is hurting himself, said Tuoba Tianchang, his voice trembling. What? Julius Caesar was puzzled for only a moment, and then he looked incredulous. And there was both chagrin and trepidation in the gray boyhole. Why? Circe gazed sharply at her older brother. 7 taels of meat, light of the moon. Julius Caesar slowly spat out 6 words. The gods were dizzy and nearly out of breath, their pent-up excitement and joy dissipating. How did moonlight die? It's a piece of 7 taels of flesh and blood that blinds half a pillar of Heaven's Gate. After isolating the constant stream of vitality in a flash of lightning, Gu Chang'an delivered a fatal blow to him with the sword of national fortune in hand. Now the old trick is repeated. The self-inflicted damage allowed the heavenly Tao to destroy the unique aura of flesh and blood, and in the near blink of an eye, he stepped forward. It's all over. The blonde old monster's face withered as he knew that he was afraid of a disaster today. Fishing Gezi's face was expressionless, but inside, layers of gloom hung over him, no less than a bolt from the blue. She finally read that meaningful smile of Gu Chang'an. On his way out, he called him stupid himself. But now, who's stupid? Stop it. It must be stopped. The heart of the elders of the Tuoba clan was like a knife. Heaven's wrath would have been an unexpected blessing, and without this change of heart, the abyss was also ready for Blood City to smash into Pilgrimage K. But once the Han Nu is not afraid of Heaven's authority, in full view of the public, what has become of Heaven's order? Playthings. If it's not a plaything, how come it won't stop the Han Nu from raising the city? This is the foundation for prying the kingdom of God. Julius Caesar, said Topaz, gazing closely at Cable. The plea in his eyes spoke for itself. Don't be in a hurry. Allow my father to think of a countermeasure. Julius Caesar waved his sleeve in anger and turned into the bronze gate, perched motionless in the thunder mist. Is this a thought? Obviously. It's a cop-out. Obviously. As the first person in the world who was about to ascend to the sky, it was impossible for him to disrupt the rhythm of his cultivation by making an extra effort. Everything waits until the moment of ascension, and then it is completely exterminated. Fishing Songzi, contribute to the abyss. Tuoba Tianxia turned her eyes to the dignified and graceful woman and added, all that is required is interference, and there will be a reward for what is done. Fishing Gezi's heart was in turmoil, but his face was extraordinarily cold. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you let me die. You know how much Gu Chang'an hates me. You want to sit on your hands? Topaz's face twisted like a rotting maggot. Say another word. The fisherman songster intoned morosely. Enough. Caesar the Great's roaring voice chilled from the thunder fog. Let's wait and see. He may not last. Thee is out of her mind. Others surrender for the sake of immortality, and you're asking them to die. Wouldn't that be pushing the fishing song to the brink of extinction? The world is so absurd. How long has it been? The stirring and exuberant atmosphere in the castle took a sharp turn for the worse. It became sad. Even the abyss was quiet and silent. Not to mention the Sky City, and the hearts of the populace crashed to the bottom. Why isn't the castle talking? Hallelujah! The Queen is the Virgin Mary. The kingdom of God is supremely glorious. The devil's starting to dog the dog. He's in a hurry, he's in a hurry. Some of the people waved their arms, but few of them agreed, as if they were staring at clowns. Just now Julius Caesar was speaking at the castle. How imperturbable he was. His voice so arrogant and domineering that, but now they are deliberately playing dumb, without even the least bit of pep talk. Isn't it obvious? Do you really want the Queen to say out loud in there? Heaven's fury didn't stop it? People make the grade. A look of shock filled the gaze of Mei Shogang near the church. The impact of this moment on him was unprecedented, and even his long-held concept of surrender to save the country was suddenly shaken. Why? No matter how amazing Gu Chang'an had been before, in the end, it was still man against man. Even if it was a heaven-destroying array, it was nothing more than the abyssal old monster looking ahead and giving up on destroying the divine state's aura origin. And now, it is man who fights against heaven. Truly one's own strength against the dark celestial phenomenon spreading for tens of thousands of miles. If Gu Chang'an wins, what does that prove? Escape! Escape! Several foreign chiefs beside him trembled in their souls, and when they had finished and stood still, they could only open and close their lips in prayer. Where to run? With their feeble cultivation, can they run 30 miles a day? You know that Blood City is fully 70 miles of walls. By the time you're tired and out of breath, You look up to see blood-stained bricks already pressing against your head. Only lie down. Let's see if we lay down to win or lay down to lose. It's all about luck. In this moment, the devil seemed more like Providence than Providence. Wherever he wants to hit, there's gonna be a sea of bodies. And you can only pray that luck rolls in. Nothing else can be done. Lord, how does evil do that? This is simply an impossible miracle. If no sound had come from the castle, if the black clouds of lightning had not crackled and stopped, they simply did not believe that Lone City could move under the heavenly might. By what right was it possible to shake such a terrifying oppressive force of the heavenly Tao? God's will cannot be disobeyed is a truth that a person is born with a firm belief in. It would be unimaginable if it were reversed today. The city smashed in, and I returned to beach to regain my old soil, vowing to be a follower of the Middle Kingdom. The king of beach muttered. Once Turtle City broke through the heavenly might, the impact that would bring would be noticed worldwide. Tendo isn't that scary. What's the point of being a slave to the abyss? If you can be a human being, do you have to be stupid enough to be a dog? The rebel uprising will surely roar by then. Having seen the world with open eyes, of course I want Yellow Skin to return to the pinnacle of civilization. What people are afraid of is manifest destiny. Princess Scylla also lowered her voice, mocking that the Fresh Peninsula has been a vassal state of the Divine Kingdom since the Han Dynasty. Recognize back to the Big Brother is logical, but I am afraid that the Central Plains refuse to accept Having said that, they still desperately wanted to know just how Gu Chang'an had managed to resist heaven's wrath. Why is it intermittent? In the land of Shu, countless people stopped their farm work, or squatted on the ridge of the field end, or standing in the gutter clutching their hose. They looked up nervously at the dark clouds churning in the sky. That picture of the molded lake is visible to everyone. It's as if a death row inmate is being executed in the fall, and it's preferred that everyone gathers at the food market to watch. They didn't want to look. They didn't want to see Hirogu's helpless face, but inwardly, he wanted Hirogu to take another step forward. Although the common people don't know anything about history books and biographies, anyone who knows that, in those days when the barbarians ravaged their homes, Hirogu always stood firmly at the forefront of the people's fight against the invasion. It's the first one in the first row. He couldn't see anyone for a long distance behind him. It's easy to give up, but it's so hard to hold on. The people sighed inwardly. If they don't do the farm work or repair the ditches, they won't get the harvest in the coming year, and the whole family will starve to death. That's why they have to stick to a very tiring job, facing the dirt every day. Hirogu is not at the forefront. The whole Middle Kingdom must die. But how tired should he be? Move it. I saw Hirogu move a step. There were old men in cloth-wrapped scarves with round eyes, pointing to the dark sky and shouting at the top of their voices. The farmers in the nearby fields wiped their eyes, and sure enough, they saw Hirogu move forward even with the city. Thunder, lightning, storm mixed together in unison. But the white figure just took a step. The fields resounded with a deafening roar, and the common people sang plaintive mountain songs that gather around the aqueduct and laugh. But after a while, the rising and falling laughter stopped abruptly and every rough face showed a look of intolerance, and some of the women even whimpered. They saw it. Hirogu was gently cutting his own flesh, just the fist-sized piece of flesh and blood in the abdomen. Take it out and throw it back into the sky. It's snowing there. The imperial city of Shu. The great number of civil and military officials with heavy faces. Look at the figure in the picture, like a candle in front of the wind and a lamp in the rain. Can't move. The splendor of the heavens is so great that even Chang'an, who frequently performs miracles, can do nothing about it. What they deplored most of all was that a man like that, a man of great stature, why should I have to suffer an embarrassing situation? Damn the barbarians. Heaven is unkind. The old Confucian was furious and roared to the sky. The scholarly husband, who had sped up at the news, stood silently on the quay. The secret of the fisherman's song's surrender to the barbarians was known only to him and Lord Qin. A god in the Central Plains has been in hiding for 80 years, and once he reveals himself instead of helping the Divine Kingdom, instead, they succumb to the barbarian abyss. When the barbarians bring the news to light, how heavy a blow will be dealt to the Chinese nation. Right now, the heavenly Tao is showing its power, forcing Chang'an to not move an inch. And how many of our fellow citizens will be put in fear of the abyss? Since there is a precedent of the fisherman's songzi, it's likely that there are still hidden cultivators in the Divine Kingdom. There would be at least several Saint Realms and a bunch of Pathfinders. They're so selfish that they'll help whoever wins, and they've got a clear conscience at the moment. When you know that heaven's order is not to be disobeyed, you will surely defect to the holy city like a moth to a flame. The old man will go to the holy city, and on his knees he will ask Chang'an to come home. Fuzi quirked his lips, and the vast light and light-positive chi surged out and swept sharply toward the west. Be careful. Emperor Shu looked at his back, his heart incomparably bleak. In fact, in the subconscious mind of Fuzi, He also thought that people could not set the sky, right? New World practitioners. Who doesn't fear the mandate of heaven? The man is afraid. He also feared steep neglect. The old man in the jacket went and came back. Emperor Shu looked up. The sequence of movements in the image shook him. Civilian and military officials double-face red breathing rapidly, like an all stabbed hard into the heart. All is silent throughout the land of Shu. If we're talking about feelings, the Shu people are most grateful to the Gu heroes for having saved the country. Millions of people in his time were deep in the quagmire of death and were pulled back to earth alive. But at this moment, such a miserable picture made countless people's eyes red and their hearts like knives. Feed the sky with blood and flesh. Take a step and cut yourself a piece of meat. Held up the city shakily, but it had long since been drenched in blood, and he was obviously not too skinny but now several bones were gone, so light that a hurricane could blow them far away. But he's still going. I can't believe I didn't even frown when I dug out my own intestines, but how could it not hurt? The people of Shu, including the imperial city rulers and officials. I have only heard of Chang'an's self-inflicted wounds to meet the enemy in the stories that have been passed down by word of mouth, but I have never witnessed it with my own eyes. Now at last they deeply understood that. In the desperation of the miles of solitude, how on earth did that man hold the Chinese frontier? How did he defend the last glory of God's country? It's the one who endures the excruciating pain time and time again, lifting his hand and digging out his own flesh and blood. The world far underestimates the suffering one goes through to hold a territory. He suffered the pain in silence, when on all sides the scaly and wounded still fighting forever, even if the barbarians have fallen, but he still guards the territory. But he would not tell such a story to the Chinese people, but only buried it in his heart. It wasn't until today that the sight of digging up flesh and blood for just one step gave people a glimpse into his real world. Its suffering, its agony, its perseverance, its fearlessness. None of this is really about romance, but it's all romantic to the core. The Chinese nation has never broken its bloodline, and whenever the family and the country are in distress, there are always sages who sacrifice their lives. Shame on the old man. The old man. The cloudy old eyes of the scholar's husband glistened with tears, both moved and guilty. As a compatriot, as a land Confucian immortal of the Central Plains, he never seemed to think that man would win. It may seem from time to time that crowds of people can be infected with heavenly ways that, but never conquered the fear in my own heart. Many barbarian figures gradually appeared on the screen, and they prostrated themselves on the ground like mole crickets. The Blood City slowly walked from above, drops of blood dripping down on its head, and a snowflake drifted down. On the Tangzhou border, the absolutely beautiful emperor only took one look and turned around to return to Chang'an City, sprinting with endless fear, as if for a single glance. In fact, she had never seen Gu Chang'an like this before. A piece of flesh and blood dug out of it was also destroying her internal organs at the same time. What kind of wife in the world watches her husband gouge out her bones and abuse her and doesn't do anything about it? Sky City. It's all mute now. The biting wind and snow whistled and blew hard. The cold burrowed right into the marrow of countless sons and daughters. God, what a horrible, horrible scene that was. Would anyone in the world be so cruel to himself? There is no lower limit to yourself. So what will happen to the universal race? 100 times more cruel. Gu Chang'an took a big step and had already walked across the main street as he looked towards the sky where a sea of thunder rolled over him. Suddenly he smiled. It's stupid. Does it have a consciousness? It doesn't seem to. It's like an A****, and it's only when someone breaks into its territory that it starts to show its teeth. Good lie. The sound traveled far and wide through Blood City's 70 miles of sword chi. The populace's livers were in knots, and they knew that today was going to be the bloodiest day ever, because the devil lifted the city and came in. Tendo is stupid? Yes? As much as it was tempting to deny it desperately, the facts were right in front of us. Vocation is just pure teasing, like a plaything with empty power. A piece of the demon's flesh and blood tricked it into shifting its anger. You're out of your ing mind. You're still ing destiny. You, at this very moment, countless members of the public are inwardly abusing the heavenly Tao, and they, as ordinary people with no chi, when it's a matter of life and death, who cares about that much? What an idiot. It's too good to be true. The atmosphere of the abyssal castle was oppressive to the extreme. Topaz World had already lost the strength to speak and leaned limply against the withered statue with his head bowed. The rest of the old monsters were as if they had lost their lives, and inwardly they even began to doubt what they had always believed in. It would even be acceptable if Skyway was defeated fair and square. But in a hilariously absurd way that really shakes the faith. Why are you so gullible? Is it really just mute and stagnant like a pre-programmed formation? Anyone with half a brain wouldn't be fooled by the Han slaves. You can keep Blood City at bay for an inch. You have supreme majesty, but you're just too one-dimensional. Fishing Gezi's expression was numb. and the snowflakes drifting under the thunderclouds were like a slap thrown in her face. Julius Caesar, having recovered a trace of composure after his horror, finally summoned up the air of the world's greatest man. In a hushed voice, "It doesn't matter. I'll make a move." Chapter 77. The stars on the sky are the loneliest. It doesn't matter. I'll make a move. Accompanied by the fall of Julius Caesar's voice, Topaz's anger was replaced by shock in the twinkling of an eye. The many terrified old monsters showed surprise on their faces. "I'm not sure. Summon Duke Melissa and Divine first," Julius Caesar said tantalizingly. Topaz's world flesh scar twitched violently. The group of abyssal cultivators lowered their heads, forcing themselves to endure their discomfort. Julius Caesar grimaced. "Who will sanction the Han slaves if you delay my father's ascension?" There was no more sound from the castle. "We all know well what is in Caesar's mind, and we used to be careful to keep ourselves safe on the ladder. Now that it's just one step away from the finish line, it's more than likely not going to allow for any changes. The point is, about to ascend. How long is soon? Is it possible to sit back and watch the Han Nu go lawless all this time? If you, Caesar, don't lead the charge, would the remaining 5 top gods be foolish enough to burn themselves in devotion?" Humiliation was secondary. After all, there had been 2 national tragedies in the first place, but this time, the foundation of the country has been shaken and the roots have been shaved. In the limelight, the mandate of heaven is being toyed with. Don't look at the blood of the Han slaves, but he's just using Skyway as a puppet on strings. Isn't the power of the heavens strong enough? It forced the Hanu to move, but it's just too slow to react and doesn't know how to change. A person would rather be called a loser than a brainless one. The will of heaven had torn off its sacred veneer this time, equivalent to running around naked in public. The world will still fear it and honor it, but at the same time perhaps secretly scoffing. Black clouds cover the land. Thunder and lightning intertwined and crackled down. Under a sea of chaotic fury, the nearly blood-dry figure held up the city step by step towards the pilgrimage quay. The abyss is the dog of heaven. The kingdom of God is ruined at the hands of these self-serving. God, Lord, come and save us. The populace, with their eyes wide open, uttering angry cries, their faces covered with blood and snowflakes. It was as if there was a shocking and unafraid bloodlust. "Tendo, open your eyes. The castle is not dead inside. We're innocent. We don't want to die." Oh, why? Why abandon the people? Like a plague, the hysteria of the population, black, white and yellow, both eyes were blazing and spewing blood, and the fear led to complete insanity. A man cruelly abuses himself, holding up a huge city of 70 miles and striding forward, and the gods and saints inside the castle didn't even dare to let out a single fart. All deaf and all mute. It's clear who's the underground rat and who's the tough guy. Saying that, Mr. Goose Dog jumped over the wall. "You abyss are the ones who are a bunch of cowardly dogs who don't dare to burrow out of their dog holes. All you dare do is bark through the wall. You, Topaz's ancestors, who are incapable of bringing glory, prefer to invade us, hurting us. Holy Mother of God, I poo-poo. An ugly witch. You don't even deserve to lick the soles of the great Mr. Goo's shoes. Let's all shout Mr. Goo, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah." Curses and insults resounded everywhere in the holy city, as well as the worship of the bloody man of the city of blood. The blonde preachers even climbed up into the church and rang the big bells hard. "Heaven and earth are filled with magic. Everything is getting ridiculous," truly exemplifies the phrase, "They help whoever wins." The previous national tragedies were also faced with death, and it was Mr. Goo who opened his bloody fangs. But there were not many voices of surrender and submission, let alone songs of adoration, because this time, he won the day. The atmosphere all over the city was miserable, and the history of the world's wars could not be traced to such a comical scene. As for the castle's group of cultivators who had been insanely insulted, their faces were livid and bruised. A bunch of slaves are in open rebellion. Topaz's nails scratched his face fiercely under the sky, and he walked towards the cross with red eyes, snarling his filial piety. Julius Caesar is a month away from ascending, and the world still belongs to the abyss. You unruly people want to be buried with the Han slaves, don't you? A moment of humiliation is nothing. A heroic sacrifice is a hero of the kingdom of God. I will cast a monument with the bones of the Han slaves of the eastern lands to honor the people who died bravely. Julius Caesar's expression changed abruptly. The rest of the old monsters were also filled with horror. "How can you lie like that?" Topaz left the cross, hissing, "Stabilize the people first. Since they're all being cowards, the only way to pry the city is to use Archimedes' principle," said seemed to cry like a smile. Silence for a long time viciously asked, "Is that what you want to see?" The gods said nothing. If being a hero for once solves the problem, they may not be impulsive under intense humiliation. But who can be sure that the interception will be successful? You know that apart from Blood City, Hanu himself has the cultivation of a land god trying to be a hero and failing? That's not a joke. Hearing voices from inside the castle, the city's roar of shock gradually subsided and the frenzied populace crouched on the ground holding their heads. Is it just tough talk or is it true? Julius Caesar will ascend in a month, and that moment of ascension will sanction Mr. Gu. No. Demons. Blood City stopped over Pilgrimage K, and a pillar of thunder hung down. A 10-mile radius of the K was filled with prostrate and kneeling people, who could only see the blood-stained walls when they looked up. Time to smash it down? The place of faith in this world. The place of salvation of souls where all sects come on pilgrimage as soon as they enter the holy city. From then onwards, it was suppressed by a foreign city to death. There were cries and pleas for mercy, and many of the populace were so scared that they were wetting their pants, immediately followed by the pungent odor of urine. But the monk was the only one who stood at all times with his Buddhist battle. He didn't kneel. Extraordinarily striking. Of the Middle Kingdom? Of the holy city? Gu Chang'an's palm trembled slightly, his white hair blowing to cover his cheeks. Only his voice was obscure. You've become vicissitudes, he added. The monk stared at the bloody man with reddened eyes, as if he were a prisoner on remand praying for the pardon of acquittal. Please put down the butcher's knife and don't make any more killings. Racial hatred clash of civilizations is ultimately irrelevant to ordinary people, who have old people and young people. When he said this, his voice was thin and his dry, cracked lips trembled. It is precisely discernment. During those dark and desperate years, this monk had given Gu Chang'an some spiritual support. It was that same shrine that helped him through 2 difficult times. All of them have already become the Tao realm. Gu Chang'an's voice was wave-free as he continued. You're still the same person you were back then, but faith isn't the same faith that was back then. Siwei folded his arms, his heart overwhelmed with pain and guilt. Traveling westward that year, he arrived in the land of the Buddha, where Buddhism originated, in the land of Tianshu. But the most profound attainments and reputation of the great Buddha preceptor Xian all succumbed to the fate of heaven. And the Sanskrit Buddhist text is also in the abyss of the castle. He gradually wavered in his mind. Schmuck, please be compassionate. In the past, the high priest Xuanzang in the eastern land had a saying, menacing. Shut up. Gu Chang'an roared in calmness and said word for word. Are you worthy to mention Xuanzang? In the times when there was no heavenly aura, he walked on his feet through the yellow sands of the desert. He has traveled through the Gobi deserts, without water or food, and lost his way, but has he ever returned to the east in secret? Did he ever give up his faith? Get on your knees for me. Siwei's body trembled, and after a long moment of hesitation, he fell to his knees with a plop. Gu Chang'an pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled sadly. Again, kneeling. That year, the monk knelt for 10 miles, weeping while reciting sutras to overtake the souls of the Anxi heroes. He did not hesitate to give away the supreme treasure of the Buddhist shrine just so that he could hold the frontier for the Chinese nation for even one more moment. Now kneel down and save the barbarian's life? Perhaps it's to relieve the people of their suffering in order to refine the Buddha's teachings. He dares to take the chestnuts out of the fire for the sake of his own selfish desires. It's just why do people change so easily? How much is faith worth in his heart? Mr. Gu, please be gracious. Tens of thousands of people kowtowed in various languages, and life and death were just a thought away. Gu Chang'an continued to dig out a piece of his shattered bone, his hobbling pace turning an arc of, take a big step to the north. He never intended to slaughter the people. Slaughtering 100,000 people would only bring him one step closer to ascension, but there is no way to mitigate the collapse of God's state. In the last moments of life, the goal is only the abyss, only the terrestrial gods. It's getting closer and closer to that blood moon. The people of Pilgrimage K gasped for air, their eyes filled with the joy of the aftermath of the calamity, as well as intense shock. Immediately after that, the people all over the city witnessed the blood-colored city wall turn around and their hearts trembled violently. I can't believe he's going to smash the abyss. All this time, everyone thought the devil would smash his way into the holy city and take mad vengeance for the bloodshed. The most speculation is that the Pilgrimage K, which gave the divine kingdom untold humiliation, but no one had ever thought that he would dare to smash his way into the heavenly Tao origin ground and be neighbors with many gods. Looking at this figure, light as a leaf falling in the wind, countless people suddenly seemed to be able to hear his heart. I'm not even afraid of the sky. Am I afraid of you? Unbridled. Julius Caesar's face turned blue, and a flash of horror swept over his gray child. Running up the spiral staircase at speeds unfathomable to the naked eye, Topaz's limbs went limp with fear, and he reacted by trying to mount the ladder, only to be kicked over the altar by an old curly-haired monster. Get out! In an instant, a land god grabbed the landing steps and, a numb and fearful Circe is picked up by Julius Caesar's royal breath. The safest place under the sun is at the top of the spiral staircase. Rumble. The bronze gate crumbled open. The thunder mist surged out crazily, and the spiral staircase disappeared into thin air. Cable. The cardinal's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he tore his heart out in a rant of filial piety. In almost 2 blinks of an eye, the terrestrial gods were gone, leaving only the fisherman's song, who had been pushed away by the combined efforts of the, as well as countless practitioners who were shaking like chaff. Cable. How dare be so desperate? The fisherman's songbird's cheeks twisted, and he was blasted in the back with a, blood oozed from his lips. Sorry. A tersely sighing voice came from the void. Julius Caesar and the other gods gathered at the top of the ladder, above which was the blood moon within reach. There are only so many locations, and it had to be done. What to do? Fishing Gezi's mind went blank, staring dead at Tuoba world. The countless cultivators of the abyss were ashen, and some of them tried their best to run away. Some looked for canyons and secluded forests. Sky-destroying formation. Quickly, lay up the sky-destroying formation. Tuoba Tianxia hissed with all his might, and the 30 or so Saint Realm cultivators were as if they were going to grab the last ticket, running madly into the depths of the thunder mist. For the first time, the abyss, which had been at ease for decades, was chaotic and disorganized, because when the city smashes down, it can really kill them. The end is near. Fishing Songzi's mind turned, stepping out of the abyss to hang in the sky, looking at the city walls that were getting closer and closer. Softly, Chadan, the old body. Gu Chang'an stared at the woman, her blood-covered face revealing a smile. Which one are you? Fishing Songzi's expression froze. Gu Chang'an suddenly drove 1,000 strands of sword chi into a steady stream of sound. Listen, if this woman takes one step out of the holy city, I'll slaughter 1,000,000. Keep a good eye on her. How could she betray the beacon of humanity? Fishing Gezi was struck by lightning, his eyes slowly glazed over and resentful as he quickly turned around and headed for the heaven-destroying formation. In the midst of all the attention, watched by the thunder and lightning of the heavens, Gu Chang'an walked to a distance of only 500 feet from the abyss, and then slowly loosened his palms. Smash away. It's exhausting lifting you, he murmured softly. The 3 countries of the Central Plains, the iron-blooded generals guarding the borders are all in tears. The trembling figure on the sky screen stopped them from shedding tears. Lynching is one of the most severe forms of punishment, and is generally authorized for those who are unforgivable. But Hero Gu was brutalizing himself. Is he evil? There is no one kinder than him. For the sake of an unknown stranger, for the sake of bringing back the Chinese nation, he slashed the sword energy towards himself again and again. But how is he not flesh and blood? That piece of flesh and blood. The people saw it with their own eyes. Half a son of Katsura. Folan Su raised his arms and shouted, and the drums of the barracks sounded continuously. The soldiers wiped tears from their eyes as they beat their drums, and suddenly felt ashamed that it seemed that only the great general had believed from the beginning that Hirogu was capable of performing the miracle of man's triumph over heaven. Noticing the emotions of his subordinates, Folan Su patted his belly and said in a serious tone, no one knows him better than I do. It's desperate now? Bull ********. When he was weak, 1 man and 1 sword, knowing that he would die, he still had no choice but to face up to them. Now that you can kill the gods, the heavenly might is just scratching an itch. After a slight pause, he pointed to the picture of the people kneeling and kowtowing, haughtily and ostentatiously. I must go down in history as a man who knows what's good for him. That must describe the old man from now on. Now that the barbarians want to kneel, there isn't even a door. Suddenly, heaven and earth fell silent. Folan Su's jaw dropped. The garrison soldier's heart trembled and his face was filled with shock. Is the misty fortress under that blood moon the legendary abyssal castle? Why did Hirogu go there? Bull. Folan Su rolled his throat as his heart was hit with a strong force, not to mention the soldiers under his command. One by one, the child holes suddenly shrunk, and the eyes did not dare to blink. I don't know how long it took, but the moment the 70-mile wall was out of Hirogu's palm, the sea of thunder and lightning pounded and raged in the sky, and then suddenly disappeared. Just disappear. The sky in the picture is no longer dark, but filled with stars in brilliant colors, as if tens of thousands of silk threads were intertwined. Dozens of colors overlapped, presenting a beautiful sight. The bloody figure, whose body was full of holes, slowly crouched in midair and, his body spasmed from too much pain, and Mold Lake's face twitched in a grimace. In this instant, the people of the 3 kingdoms surprisingly didn't bother to watch Blood City smash into the abyss. Instead, he stared at the bloody man dead in the face. Many years later, when the 3-year-old boy in the farmyard was dying, he still remembered the scene clearly. The loneliest and most heartbreaking figure he had ever seen in his life. There's no fling. It's not sensational. It's just a man too sore to crouch. But it makes the history books of China cite it as the greatest picture of all time. How hard it should be for you and how sad it should be after all these years. Just squat for a while. Chapter 78, the old world finally rides above the abyss, judging the queen on the citadel, up, the moment the 70-mile wall was out of the palm of his hand. Storms and waves, sinuous lightning, thunder pillars and black clouds all disappeared, hidden into the sky without a trace, turning to reflect the beauty of the stars in the sky. Obviously it is broad daylight, but the stars are particularly bright. The people of the holy city were dumbfounded, frozen like clay molds, feeling the suffocating oppression. The gods hiding on the spiral staircase looked pale as they looked up at the blood-colored walls covering and falling. 300 feet, 200 feet, 50 feet. God, Lord. The practitioners fleeing in all directions had their feet weakened and fell to sit in the dense forest, with putrid vines wrapped around their wrists and, like the rope of death. No! Both the blonde curly hair and the black and white skin were letting out heartbreaking wails at the moment. At this moment, heaven and earth stood still, and the picture was frozen. A long time ago, it came down to earth without warning. The world is like a Pandora's box suddenly opened. Order reversed, races sunk. Every corner of the world seems to have a wisp of terror wafting through it that everyone is at risk. It is the master of all things in heaven and earth. It is irresistible. It is unsurpassable. It's even more unbeatable. The world has often wondered if one day an adversary with malice in his heart should set foot in the castle of the abyss. In what way? To this day, dozens of years have passed. He's coming. The child holes of the populace of the holy city plummeted. The people of the three kingdoms of God stared for an instant. Boom! A terrifyingly loud sound that could be described as the earth storming and the sky collapsing. Kacha! An ancient tree breaks. Rumble! The majestic castle collapsed. In fact, it was only a ringing of the fingers, and the city of Kamek fell incredibly fast. But it is precisely this ringing of the finger that causes the world to capture the slow breaking of something beautiful. It turns out that the castle, reputed to be as forbidding as it is also like an ordinary mansion that collapses when it says it will. It turned out that those high and mighty cultivators would also paralyze on the ground and beg for forgiveness before they died. Actually, when the veneer of sanctity peels away, people are all the same. Bang! The final tremor builds up momentum big time. The sky and the earth are filled with fluttering broken rocks and wood. And the vast. It was as if magma had just erupted from the crater of a volcano. The dust has settled. 70 miles of city walls collapsed on all sides, and all the old houses in the lone city were reduced to pieces. The streets are chapped and the sand is yellow. But it just rides on the head of the abyss. Yes, humongous suppression. From the direction towards the sacred K, all that remained of the abyss was a blood moon hanging high in the sky. It actually blended in with the blood-colored walls. All is quiet. A long dead silence. The people who saw this scene were left with nothing but shock and horror, as well as hairs that stood on end. I thought for a moment that it was an illusion, but when I saw the man who was nothing but a bloody skeleton, the people are as numb as the walking dead. He won. He brutally lynched himself. Pieces of flesh and blood cheated the wrath of God, finally smashing their home into the abyss. Are the old world martyrs in a position to say no? Gu Chanan walking stumbled and stumbled. Due to smashing, the practitioner's internal organs and bowels began to slowly heal. The voice was still hoarse and obscure. Can I say no? He repeated. Then he wiped the blood from his face and gazed into the devastated abyss. Showing a long overdue, unimpeded smile, he said aloud, my grandfather was killed in battle. My father and mother were killed in battle, and my comrades who fought alongside me died heroically. Die right here in this town, right above your heads. As a young man I wanted to be done with it. I wanted to kill myself to be free, but I still said no. I have to fulfill the legacy of the Anxi army that has held out for 65 years. The bones have returned home. The mission is over. I, Gu Chanan, would like to take another step forward for the Chinese nation. I say no kneeling, no bending, no leash. At this moment, I am qualified to say to Gu Chang'an, who went to war at the age of 10, that he will not surrender and will not recognize heaven. Don't you recognize your fate? Silence. Not a single echo from the abyss. The people of the nations were silenced. Although it was unintelligible, the powerful tone of voice was permeated with a dominance that had never been seen before. Mr. Gu seldom reveals his domineering side. He is introverted and does not move his lips but only buries his head in his work. But at this point it seems unbeatable. Because he was not only looking down on the supreme divine kingdom, he was also looking down on the heavenly Tao origin land. In whispers, some of the chiefs and kings made these words clear through an interpreter. It was a shock to the head. There is, too qualified. In a world where the generals who guard the frontiers are as innumerable as the stars above their heads, not only the eastern land divine kingdom, but all races in the world have bloodthirsty men who protect their families and defend their countries. But it's the same pawn who rose from a place where he couldn't get any lower. from circumstances that could not be more desperate. It turns out that he's right. Hate him or curse him. Even after another 1,000 years, Mr. Ku remains a legendary epic that transcends civilizational racial differences. His life deserves to be viewed again and again by the world. Perhaps at this time he said these words. It's to thank the person who has endured all kinds of suffering and still never gave up. But anyone who has ever made a move to stop can't walk here. The eyes of the people of the 3 countries of Liangjiaoshu were red, and they kept raising their heads without stiffening their necks, because there's a fire burning in everyone's heart. The figure covered in blood and only bones could no longer be seen on the screen. The vision always follows the city of Kamazaki, and at the moment the image is of the fragmented abyssal castle. It's been living in fear of the Chinese people for a long time, but its first appearance was such a downcast and miserable gesture. Because of it, God's country is starving. With one order from the abyss, 9 out of 10 households on the borders of the Central Plains are empty, and their families are broken. Any poisonous weapon in there will leave 800 miles of Zhao without an inch of grass. Everywhere there are human tragedies of flesh and bone eating and fathers and sons gnawing at each other. Because of it, it even made the Middle Kingdom inferior and cowardly. The confident grandeur of the former Shangtang wore out in one rout after another. Is it really as the barbarians say? Our people are just inferior and backward. Otherwise how could heaven be so biased in favor of the barbarians? Must we kneel and surrender? Must we break our crests and wag our tails like a dog? Is it possible that the end of the country and the end of the race is still inevitable even after stubborn resistance? For decades, the land was rife with self-veto, with decadence. Why do you swear to surrender? Because of the sacrifices of our grandchildren. Call it stupidity. In short, all foolishly embarked on a hopeless path. What's wrong with wanting your wife and kids to live in peace? By what right does the abyss destroy the suffering land of God? Until today, someone said no to it. Is writing on its head. An insulting way to vent the nation's decades of pent-up aggression. Destiny? I am going to you today. Chang'an is notorious and strong. And Huaxia is the beam of Husher. A dull rhinoceros horn was blown at the border, and the sound of the horn spread far and wide across the wilderness, cascading over each other. The hearts of the generals and soldiers guarding the frontiers are surging, and full of blood rushing straight to their heads. A confidence that never existed welled up inside. It is national self-confidence. They finally understand the saying of the old ancestors of the strong Han and Tang dynasties. Great country, which barbarians dare to jump, thinking that the sword of the Central Plains is not favorable? I used to recite this only to comfort myself, and if I could really do it with a bone-deep contempt for barbarians. Why did you lose successive battles on the battlefield? Admit it, with the grace of the abyssal heavenly Tao, the barbarian tribes have long been above the divine kingdom. Reconfidence is self-deception. You can only break your teeth and swallow them in your stomach. Endure the humiliation and lie in wait. Until this moment, the hero of Gu awakened the Chinese bloodline of the centuries-old self-confidence. It turned out that what they feared from the beginning was the will of heaven, not the barbarians. Witnessing with his own eyes the Chinese frontier riding on the head of the abyss, that moment overcame the fear that lurked deep within. It's also a one-touch thing. The likes of Mei Shogun will surely be a disgrace to the 4 seas and a laughingstock to the rest of the world. Those surrendered factions are bound to be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of the world. Not one of them will escape. Chang'an has moved that great mountain in the heart of the world. Puncture that crowning sacred covering in one fell swoop, and then tear it to shreds, and let the abyss run naked before the world for once. Manpower will eventually run out, but manpower can also shake the sky. The imperial city of Shu. The old man in the shirt con lamented excitedly, and the righteousness rolled out. Emperor Shu quietly wiped the remaining tears from the corners of his eyes and stared blankly at the scholarly teacher. If there's no Chanan shocker, the Fuzi is still afraid of the heavenly way too, right? That man is the only one in the whole world who has always believed that the sky is not enough to fear. Only him. He brutally lynched himself, with his body, piece by piece, hole by hole, piece by piece of warm flesh and blood, proved to the Middle Kingdom that the mandate of heaven is just as foolish. Noticing Emperor Shu's gaze, Fu Zi suddenly fell silent. Not only you and me, but also the countless compatriots of Shenzhou who have sworn to fight to the death. In fact, we only did our duties within the scope of our responsibility, merely standing behind Nagin and watching his back from afar. It's funny, but we're actually dragging our feet and dragging him down a lot. The Battle of the Western Region, the Yanmen Pass. With our strength can only do. Never stand on his opposite side. Emperor Shu's tone was heavy. The man opened and closed his lips, half speechless. Whoever in the Central Plains dares to insult and defame Gu Chang'an, I will execute his 9 clans. Emperor Shu looked around the imperial city palace and his voice was decisive. The ministers froze, perplexed as to why your majesty made such a statement. Only some of the martial arts practitioners nodded heavily and looked determined. They clearly felt, the aura of heaven and earth is thinning. It was probably a full 20% less. If there were 10 bowls of water in the aura before, now there were only 8 bowls left. Although the country's fortune and chi luck is vague, such as the water is unpredictable. There are ups and downs. There are ups and downs. And only Reiki is irreversible. You can't recover with less. This is the abomination of thieves. If Yinmen Pass is destroyed, the chi of the Central Plains will be minimal, but it will have no effect on the barbarians. And the abyss was devastated. And the aura of the entire world was rapidly failing. Human nature is the most unfathomable thing. Would any of my fellow Chinese soldiers blame Hirogu? Shu can't control the land of God, the spirits and demons of the ghostly realm, but who dares to slander Hirogu? Millions of Shu people will never agree. Good thing. The scholarly scholar revealed a long-lost smile. The aura weakened, slowing down the barbarian practitioners. In the old days, the Middle Kingdom used to take on shiny machetes with 10 cuts of bamboo. Nowadays it was always easier to take 8 pieces of bamboo and wrestle with a machete that had 2 gaping holes in it than it had been before. P.S. 700 words to be added later. Chapter 83, The Curtain Falls, I. Above the top of the clouds. One stop and one fall. High and low. The moment the blood and flesh exploded, the people of the nations were relieved, and their hanging hearts finally fell. Angels descend! Angels descend! 10,000 people shouted and the mountains roared. Mr. Cable cross-examines the fairies in the sky, and the only one who responds is his former self. It turns out that I was already number 1 in the world 30 years ago. This was the invincible style, thwarting the devil's arrogant flames with just one move. Julius Caesar had one hand behind his back, and in the palm of his other hand he gently twisted the fist-sized lightning essence again. Hold the thunder in your palm. Week after week, the bustling populace subconsciously looked at the gruesome bodies in the watchtower as they were agitated. Queen, if Julius Caesar had stepped in earlier, perhaps you would not have been mistreated and died. But it's not too late. You can smile in the grave. The kingdom of God will pay back the blood with an eye for an eye. Give you some face? Do you think you can really match the sky? Still thinking of destroying the abyss to return to the barbaric and backward old times? Despicable and shameless ES. I'm telling you, there's no going back to the Tang dynasty of the 10,000 kingdoms. Today it's the new world of Western civilization. Eastland China must give thanks to God and bow to heaven. Caesar's face was grim, and he spoke almost through clenched teeth. Rarely did he display such a crassly cathartic appearance that everyone was shocked and unaware of what was going on. The blood-colored figure in the picture in the sky fell 100 feet and rose again to the top of the clouds. Gu Chang'an's face was expressionless, only gently wiping away the blood on his face. A waterfall of sword chi poured over the ruins from behind itself. Julius Caesar looked away across the room and swung an arm up to roar. People of the kingdom of God, our great queen has been abused by the cockroach-like tenacity of an alien. He has torn up the hope of world co-prosperity, and his living is a disaster for all mankind. Now, give me the power to believe. By me, in behalf of the will of heaven, in behalf of Allah God, sanctify the alien on behalf of all faiths. The city was silent, including the 5 top gods of the Cloud Peak. They were all extraordinarily surprised at this moment. Caesar's hysteria is so perverse. It is as nakedly fanning hatred as the queen was in her lifetime. Waste of breath. Is it necessary? Soon, the gods were creeped out. There is a need. Gaijin's popular anger spreads as quickly as hot lava. Caesar's words seemed to have a kind of compelling magic that could make the millions of people in the holy city willingly offer their spiritual power. They hate the devil. Weakening the aura by 20% completely pushes oneself against all mankind. Amidst the rolling thunder, a huge golden bolt of lightning formed a crooked lake of a 10-mile radius in one fell swoop. The clouds steamed and thundered, and the golden light shone spectacularly. At the same time, the lightning essence in the center of the palm began to split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 and then 8, until 16 of them are stacked. A lightning tower prototype stood in the palm of his hand. The rolling thunder instantly collapsed, and it was only a matter of time before all the thunder liquid lingered in an orderly fashion along the edges of the tower, taking shape. Topher Phoenix, Pharaoh, Alexander, St. Martin, Muhammad, you're all beating the out of each other together. Julius Caesar's twin children flashed with electricity as he gave a strong order. The old monsters of the abyss were still in shock. Is this the power of faith in all beings? Doggone Cable. After 30 years of being the best in the world, now he finally exposes his killer weapon. Gathering spiritual power, Gu Chang'an gently raised his head. That half-pillar of the heavenly gate was streaming with light, and the other half-pillar was also hidden, and would be visible. Caesar, you, said Topaz Phoenix, wanting to speak, and after a long time remained silent. The abyssal males and all the consuls of the palace were all staring motionlessly at the 16 lightning essences at this moment. It's too hard. No wonder the Hall of Fame first man has repeatedly been a shrinking violet. and chose to hold back in defeat at Yenmen Pass. The abyss fell to ruin and remained stoic. The queen was tortured and watched coldly. They even suspected that Julius Caesar expected the situation to come crashing down. Why? Only in the darkest moments can he be the savior that saves the day. It is only then that he can become the strongest faith within the hearts of the people of the nations. The stronger the faith, the more magnificent and majestic his power above the cloud tops. As in now, even the other half of the pillar of Heaven's Gate, which was silent and unmoving, began to loom. But what can be done? The glory of the kingdom of God, 20 million miles of territory, and the future of the New World had to depend on Julius Caesar. At this moment, the land of God is roaming in silence. That silent atmosphere was too stifling. The lonely city smashed down the abyss and has since opened a brand new door. The people of the three countries could see the abyss for miles and miles if they looked up, as if the abominable barbarians were nearer and nearer. The majestic pressure under the stars in the sky seemed to be clearly perceivable. It's close enough for the world to agonize over that man's helplessness. He tried his best to do it alone. If we give Hirogu another 5 or 10 years of cultivation time, how dare the Caesar's brute dog condescend with thunder and lightning in his hand? It was the Middle Kingdom that drove him to desperation. If it were not for him, the bones of Shu would have long been gone, and the Central Plains would have been enslaved. When the weight of a civilization of thousands of years rested on his shoulders, this man had to step up into the abyss. 16. The border generals are all disillusioned. Just one let Gu Hero's flesh and blood explode, and those 16 lightning essences. Reality is like a blow to the head. The final duel actually became a one-sided crushing, and the barbarian elites on all sides cheered and likewise roared, "Angels come down." If even Julius Caesar can't guard the monster, then why are we bottom-feeding minions selling our lives? Could only withdraw and flee. The situation is clear today. The will of heaven is uncontestable. After one humiliation, the glory still belonged to the great barbarian divine kingdom. More please? Julius Caesar looked out of the corner of the sky and earth, and the first man of the New World showed all his cards. 16? Far from it. The 5 top gods were silent for a moment and stepped out one after another. You have acted wantonly and perversely, provoking the wrath of heaven and the people, and going against the way of heaven, and try to make trouble on earth? Staring at Bai Yi's wretched appearance, Tuoba Phoenix enlightened the Heaven's Gate beam to the extreme. She was well aware of Caesar's intentions, but when it came down to it, the demon had to be confronted head-on. The remaining 4 gods had cold eyes and each used their own means. More than 2,000 years ago, your eastern land, Qin Shi Huang, was only born, and our kingdom had already repaired the pyramids, like to comfort themselves with 5,000 years of civilization. Only the turtles in the Yellow River compete to see who lives longer. The eastern lands shall be overthrown. Ancient Egyptian pharaohs were furious. Their features were hideous and twisted, and their bodies suddenly changed into gold. It is like a sphinx. Gu Chang'an wiped the blood. He'd waited too long for the final battle. For a moment, he slowly stretched out his joined fingers and wiped them forward horizontally. Abruptly, boom! In the midst of countless horrified gazes, the lone city collapsed in one direction. No! It's destruction! He destroyed his home with his own hands. The city walls in the southeast direction were reduced to pieces, and yellow sand rolled up into the sky. The sword chi that transformed the city with his body spurted out furiously. In the extreme distance, a long, crooked river of sword energy lit up and, like a long river in heaven overlooking the earth, shuddered Julius Caesar.